My two daughters have been fighting since they were in the womb. Every day, they either pull each other's umbilical cords or compete fiercely about whose amniotic fluid is better. They battle it out 300 rounds a day to claim territory and food. Since birth, they have been naturally rebellious, never calling me dad, and often pouting and looking at me through their nostrils, showing a disdainful expression. Because my two daughters are the reincarnations of the immortal Empress and the demon Empress, one rules the immortal realm as the immortal emperor with countless immortal soldiers under her command, the other leads the demon realm as the demon emperor with numerous demon gods under her throne. But since ancient times, immortals and demons cannot coexist, and the two of them have been lifelong enemies. The Empress and the Demoness fought each other for thousands of years, causing darkness to shroud the heavens and the earth, with no light from the sun and moon. In the end, they both perished together. Before their demise, they both used their great powers to reincarnate and coincidentally became my daughters. And I am a time traveler with a strong foundation, already striding across this world with an invincible system. However, the mysterious woman I once encountered left me with two daughters, and since then, I have embarked on the journey of raising children. But these two daughters never give me a moment's peace. Right now, they are arguing fiercely over a tambourine, their faces flushed with anger, pouting, hands on hips, ignoring each other. But when my youngest daughter, Li Lingsho, saw me coming, she immediately put on a pure and innocent face and coquettishly said to me, "It's okay, Dad, don't blame sister." Upon hearing this, my eldest daughter, Li Qinghan, turned red with anger. Indeed a demonic enchantress, so easily abandoning her own identity to show such favor to a mortal. And this wretched man, easily swayed by the enchantress, men truly are unreliable. Eldest daughter Li Qinghan fought arrogantly, glaring at us father and daughter. Upon seeing this, Li Lingsho, the youngest daughter, slightly curved her lips upwards, provocatively looking at her older sister. She was only doing this to deliberately provoke her sister. Speaking of which, I have actually encountered this situation a few times myself. At first, I was a bit puzzled, and when I asked them, they couldn't explain it either. The first time as a father, I could only scratch my head, thinking that this was a normal phenomenon. At this moment, I noticed that my eldest daughter, Li Qinghan, seemed somewhat displeased. I released my youngest daughter and reached out my hand towards the eldest. "Stop. What does he think he's doing? As the esteemed immortal emperor, I can't just be embraced by any ordinary person." Li Qinghan, my eldest daughter, looked disdainful. When she tried to struggle, she remembered that she currently had no cultivation at all, just an ordinary girl's body, so naturally, she couldn't refuse. The eldest daughter, who refused to speak, was carried in my arms. "Sweetheart, Daddy loves you very much. Your little sister is so sensible, as the older sister, you can't fall behind." This almost made Li Qinghan, who was still embarrassed, faint from anger, as she turned her head fiercely to glare at me. Little did I know that paired with her delicate little face, she was simply too cute. My heart bloomed with joy, turning into starry eyes directly, feeling almost breathless. The eldest daughter, who is usually cold and aloof, now unexpectedly showing such obvious emotions. I then cheerfully instructed, "Lingsho, shake that small drum to amuse sister." Even the former immortal emperor and demon lord was stunned, never expecting to be commanded by a mortal one day. Both daughters thought of me as nothing more than a powerless mortal, so they naturally had no interest in the toys I made. But unlike Li Qinghan, Li Lingsho understood the principle of being flexible. Since she had already come to this point, she might as well accept it calmly, and at the same time, she could also provoke her past life's enemy. Why not do it? With a shake of her fair and tender hand, a deep, muffled sound emerged. At the same time, an invisible ripple gently collided with Li Lingsho. Instantly, not only was she stunned, but Qinghan also widened his eyes. At a glance, the two of them recognized that this sound wave surprisingly had the effect of purifying the body of impurities. This kind of power could easily create an outstanding sect. Yet now, it is merely being treated as a toy for them to play with. For the first time, they felt that I seemed to possess some special ability. Just as Li Qinghan was lost in thought, Li Lingsho, having tasted the sweetness, continued to shake without stopping, her eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Perhaps after cleansing her body, she would obtain a good physical condition, then Li Qinghan would no longer be my opponent. Thinking of this, Li Lingsho waved the tambourine even faster. I was greatly relieved to see this and burst into laughter joyfully. What could be more delightful than seeing your own handmade toy being so loved by your daughter? And my eldest daughter, who was initially awkward in my arms, seemed a bit flustered at this moment. The demon lord could think of it, and of course, she wouldn't ignore it. But to her dismay, she found that she had no way to deal with it. Did she have to act like that enchantress, acting coquettishly towards the man in front of her, just to get him to hand over the toy for her to play with for a while? How could that be possible? Just the thought of it made her whole body flush with embarrassment. However, if left unattended, with the power of this small drum, it is feared that it won't take much time before the enchantress's talent will create quite a gap. Currently, both sides are on the same starting line, and if one is surpassed for such a reason, it would be like picking up a watermelon but losing a sesame seed. Li Qinghan was feeling extremely uncomfortable. In a moment of urgency, she couldn't hold back anymore and reached out her delicate hand to tug at my arm. I widened my eyes in disbelief. Was I dreaming? The aloof eldest daughter actually took the initiative to tug at me. Li Qinghan blushed slightly, her voice cold as she spoke, "I want a hug." Goodness gracious, just 4 words almost made me explode on the spot. The eldest daughter unexpectedly spoke, so we can rule out her being mute. Judging by the clarity of these 4 words, it seems that she is just naturally not good at expressing herself. As for addressing me as we write from the start, I don't find it strange at all. On weekdays, in order to showcase his profound knowledge, he often tells them various historical stories. It's not surprising that the eldest daughter likes Wu Zetian. After all, children admiring queens and empresses is quite normal. While Li Lingxiu on the side heard this, her small face became serious and she actually turned her back to her. But the rattle in his hand shook faster and faster. "Oh, my sister is having fun. Take it away from her now and she'll cry. Qinghan, be good. We'll play later, okay?" The extreme pleasure turned into a double. Li Yi had drifted a bit. When Li Qinghan heard this, her face turned white. Just now had been the limit of what she could do, and she couldn't say anything more degrading anyway. Moreover, even if she fought for it, odds were that Li Yi wouldn't give her the rattle now. Even if he got it in his own hands, the siren would surely coax him into a frenzy in no time. Take the snare drum away from yourself again. Could it be that in this life, I am not destined to be a match for this devil? God's will be so? Li Qinghan's inner grief and anger. Her small mouth deflated, and she actually wept a little. Li Yi had never seen his eldest daughter in this position, and was immediately distressed. Softly, "Be a good boy and stay here and wait for daddy for a little while. I'll be back soon. Don't fight with your sister." Chapter 3, The Rattlesnake is an innate spiritual treasure. After Li Yi left, the atmosphere between the two of them was suddenly tense with swords. Knock knock, knock knock. A hallowed demon dignitary. How dare he sneak away? If the world knew about it, wouldn't you be ashamed of the world? Or are you simply not confident that you can beat me on the same terms? Are you? Qinghan Li sneered. Knock knock, knock knock. Li Lingxiu ignored it and shook herself merrily. In this short period of time, she had already felt a bit lighter and had a bit of a sticky feeling on the surface of her body. That's oozing impurities. There's no doubt about it. This snare drum. No, the sacred drum. The efficacy is absolutely unbeatable. Li Qinghan was so angry that he wailed and got up and lunged at her. Unfortunately, the two were the same age. Plus Li Lingxiu's physical fitness had still gotten some improvement. Round and round. Li Qinghan just couldn't catch up with her. It was good that soon Li Yi came back. It added up to less than an incense stick. Only to see him dragging a huge-sized demonic beast behind him. It looked like he hadn't gulped down his breath yet. Only that he was in a very shriveled state. Eyes staring blankly ahead. As if something unfathomable had befallen them. "You guys? You must be fighting again. Look at stepping on this beast." Li Yi walked over and leaned down to look at Qinghan Li seductively. "How about daddy makes you a new rattle now?" Li Qinghan's eyes lit up, and despite the 10,000 disbelief in her heart, her instinctive desire drove her to nod her head fiercely. "Then, you have to call daddy to hear it before you can." Li Yi followed the advice. Although being on this continent, the popular name is still dad or father, but Li Yi still felt that it was still dad who was more accustomed to it. So that's how they taught their 2 daughters from a young age. The second daughter next to her didn't hold back a snort of laughter. Turning to look at her derisively, he said wordlessly, "Let's make you act noble. Keep pretending." Li Qinghan clenched her pink fists and inclined her head to whisper, "Poop. Nope. Not pronounced correctly. It's a tetragrammaton. Come repeat after me. Daddy. Poop. Dad. Poop." Defeated. Li Yi consoled himself with the thought that it was a good start anyhow. After rubbing her head, she set to work on a new rattle. It was only when they got closer that the two of them realized that this was casually thrown on the ground by Li Yi like a rag doll. Surprisingly, it was an existence whose strength had reached the demon emperor level, which in terms of translating into a cultivator's realm, was comparable to the transitional succession stage. The road of cultivation is long, and one has to pass through the great realms of qi refining, foundation establishment, Jindan, Yuanying, transformation of God, and transition. Each realm was several times more difficult to break through than before. Therefore, whether it is a human or a demon, those who can cultivate to this last realm are lacking in both natural talent and chance. Matching this, naturally, he also possessed unrivaled strength. But now, the 7-colored divine bull, which was able to easily dominate the party alone, did not show a single sign of resistance. At the mercy of Li Yi, the daughters are too young to show them anything too gory still. Try to see as little blood as possible, Li Yi murmured, and after saying this, he walked to the front of the sacred cow and gently struck its brow with a palm. The demon emperor didn't even utter a muffled grunt, and there was no sound. It's such a big cow, and all you can use is that little piece of material. Never mind, it's not something you can control, so I won't complain. At least the beef still tastes good. Watching Li Yi messing around there, Li Qinghan and Li Lingxiu were all in extreme shock. The perception that this cheap old man was immortal instantly dissipated. Although it was only a light slap just now, it was most telling. Generally after cultivating to Yuaning, the Yuanchen would arise in the body, equivalent to a second life, and would be able to use a variety of divine abilities. That's why opponents in the same realm can rarely cut down their enemies directly, and usually have to have a chain of backhanded moves to complete the extermination. And now, the Demon Emperor, whose cultivation had already touched the top in this lower realm, had died violently in an instant. This meant that the strength Li Yi had erupted at that time was at least 1,000 times that of the Demon Emperors in order to be able to do so. Otherwise it would never be able to get to the point where it can't even make a single sound. The two looked at each other, each seeing the other's dilated pupils. This man, it turns out that he really is an absolutely ruthless man. Ha! The thoughts surfaced in both of their minds at the same time. After a short period of surprise, the duo regained their composure one after another. That scene just now, in the past, they could have done the same. It was mainly the fact that Li Yi was not immortal that hit them harder. But on second thought, having the strength is just enough to protect them in the early stages. It's not a bad thing. It was just that snare drum, and Li Qinghan still didn't believe he could make it. It might be able to achieve a similarity in form, but that divine function was not something that could be solved by having cultivation. It also contained an understanding of the heavenly Tao, a sense of the rules, and the use of the hearth. If it wasn't for that shape, the possibility of it being man-made was too great. Qinghan Li would have thought that it was an innate spiritual treasure. For how could there be such an amazing talent in the conditions of strength in the lower realms? The short answer is, this question is over the top. It's not something you can usually fix with a perfect score. Alas, she takes a real one and I take a fake. Now I won't even get to use it for a little while. This transmutation is considered null and void. I don't know if there will be a new chance to transmute after being killed by the Demoness. While Li Qinghan was filled with despondency, a pair of big hands shoved a rattle into her hand. She froze and subconsciously shook it. Knock knock. Shake it again. Knock knock. The same sound wave finally appeared, washing over and over again over Qinghan Li's body. Li Qinghan almost screamed out in happiness, and for a moment, even wanted to sincerely shout out to her father. But it was soon under her control in time. Phew, so close. It's obviously equal treatment, but it's as if you're taking advantage of something. Li Qinghan, you've fallen. Don't forget you're the only Empress. This level is not even close to corrupting your pride. The two daughters were all chasing each other to see who could rock faster. Li Yi's satisfaction was overflowing. Aga, slow down. One for each of you. No one is stealing from you. Baby girls, Daddy's going to make you lunch now. How's the barbecue? The meat of this cow is not bad. The two daughters nodded happily as they had a good time. Li Yi was also feeling happy inside, humming a little song alone as he fiddled with the grill. I'm proud to be a baby daddy. It's better than being a god. They are both 5 years old and will soon be able to officially begin the path of cultivation. Her daughter and I, though, have qualifications that are theoretically absolutely no worse, but the preparations have to be made. Who made us that way? Li Yi beautifully pondered over the recipe, thinking about which ingredient could be beneficial to their bodies, so he directly went out to find it by shrinking the ground. Soon, the courtyard was filled with all sorts of strangely shaped demonic beasts, and the aura of each one of them was no worse than that 7-colored divine bull. Good girls, after a little playtime you'll go take a bath. Then it's time to eat. You'll have to take care of it yourselves this time. Chapter 4: The Empress Anxiety and the Distant Wife. Although the rattle had divine effects, the two of them did not have cultivation on their side after all. After just a few moments of shaking, he felt a little sluggish and his speed gradually slowed down. Li Yi, on the other hand, wasn't at home at the moment, and didn't know where he had run off to look for ingredients. On the ground, aside from the dead 7-colored divine cow, there were now several other demonic beasts with thick breaths, and mostly rare and exotic species. Qinghan Li felt a little surprised, judging from the fact that he had killed the demon emperor as easily as before. It wasn't unacceptable to be able to capture these demonic beasts. It's just that the catch comes a little too often too quickly. All Fae are exceptional in talent and heart, and are even better at hiding. How is it that nowadays it's like a cabbage? Like you can just go out and pick one up? Could it be that this level of Fae had already begun to be domesticated in bulk? Li Qinghan, who was somewhat out of his mind, noticed that a gaze was watching him and coldly looked over as well. What are you looking at? Li Qinghan chose what she thought was the most imposing line from something Li Yi had told her called a drama. The younger sister, Li Lingxiu, was also a bit out of spirits, but her eyes were still glowing. At this moment, after staring at Qinghan Li for a few seconds, she suddenly ate and laughed. It made Li Qinghan instantly a little hairy, because with her knowledge of this devil, but whenever she smiled like this, Most likely she had a bad idea. Or the kind that was a bit of a pain in the ass for her. Seeing the panic on Li Qinghan's face, her sister said softly, "What father said before. Don't forget. In a moment we have to take a bath." So what? A demonic father, after turning into a child, wouldn't even forget how to take a bath, right? Ha ha. Li Qinghan laughed recklessly, but it did not move Li Lingxiu. She just responded shallowly, "Naturally I have no problem with that, but I'm afraid you've forgotten that he ended up saying that we should take care of it ourselves. That means you'll be washing with me. Good fellow." A few gentle words directly caused Li Qinghan to instantly turn her small face white. This is a speculation that is definitely highly likely to happen. Li Yi, the cheap old dad, because he felt that the two sisters were not too intimate, so always trying to create opportunities for them to bond more. In the past, it had always been pushed back by Qinghan Li with the excuse of being young. But now, Li Yi finally refused to indulge like this anymore. As a father, he did consider it correctly. But, how can a female emperor share a bath with another woman? And the woman was her own nemesis? She could never accept it. After the Celestials had been at war for a long time, Li Qinghan looked at Li Lingxiu with complicated eyes and wondered, "Why remind me of this? Wouldn't it be more pleasurable for you to just watch me panic later?" Li Lingxiu pondered for a moment and suddenly laughed. "Am I such a fan of bad taste in your mind? When the time comes, you'll suddenly make a fuss and you'll bring me down with you. Might as well warn you now and take a precaution. It'll be better if you do a mental build-up ahead of time that way." Li Qinghan considered for a moment and suddenly thought of something and asked with some horror, You can't be thinking anything against me, right?" Li Lingxiu rolled her pretty eyes and spat as she stomped on her leg. "I shucks." However, this kind of rude behavior did not cause Li Qinghan to take offense. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief with inner stability. That's good. I thought you had something up your sleeve for me all along." "No is good." Not long after, Li Yi appeared carrying another rock bird, throwing the rock bird, whose entire body was bubbling with golden light, casually in front of the grill. Raising his hand, a prohibition went down, and the rock bird immediately quieted down, lying motionless on the ground like a statue. That's right this time. Sisters must live in harmony and help each other. Not fighting is what makes a good daddy's girl. Satisfied with this, Li Yi took a towel and wiped his hands, enter the house and wonder what to fiddle with. A few moments later, he walked out and laughed. "Two little princesses, the bath water has been mixed. When you two are ready, please bathe." The two sisters looked at each other and said that it was time to come. "Since you can't hide from it, just grit your teeth and bear it. There's a first time for everything, isn't there?" The father and daughter entered the house and came to the two barrels. This was the bathtub that Li Yi had specially made for them. In the past, Li Qinghan also very much enjoyed bathing in this tub, but today's situation was a bit different. The thought of taking a bath with that witch in a few moments was strangely unsettling on the inside. Can't say exactly what kind of feeling it was. "Qinghan, why is your face so red? Fever?" Li Yi touched her forehead. "It doesn't burn." Then he didn't care and laughed softly. "Look at you two, playing so crazy. You must be sweating a lot, right? You have to wash it carefully, okay? The kind of sticky impurities that are drained out can't be washed off with a simple rinse. Qinghan, you're the older sister. You have to give in to your sister and rub her back more often or something. Water temperature if cool." Seeing Li Yi nagging endlessly, Li Qinghan couldn't stand it anymore and freaked out. "I'll do this? Get out." Li Yi froze, feeling a bit solid, and snapped, "Ah, that's good. I'll be right outside. So you guys get along." Still a little worried after that, his feet slowly made their way to the door. It looks a bit pathetic. In this awkward situation, it was Li Lingxiu who opened her mouth to save the day. "Daddy, I'm so hungry." "Is Lingxiu hungry? It's okay. Daddy's gonna make you some good food in a minute. You guys take your time washing up. By the time you're done, the food will all be cooked. Daddy cooks fast." Li Lingxiu opened her big eyes and pulled Li Yi's arm with her small hand, pampering her. Daddy's so nice. People want to eat meat today. Hey." Looking at his little daughter's innocent eyes, Li Yi's heart was soft inside. Without even thinking about it, "I just agreed. No problem. Daddy will get you any meat you want. I'm sure I'll have a big surprise for you later. Guaranteed you've never tasted it." Li Yi finished with great relief and went out to fiddle with the ingredients. Forgetting all about his earlier frustration, he exclaimed, "My Li Yi's daughter is really a little angel." A vast continent outside the domain. A large number of cultivators were fighting together, and the endless spiritual turbulence turned the battlefield into a forbidden place for living beings. And at the edge of the battlefield, inside a huge spirit boat that was extremely luxurious and had a hideous appearance, a slim figure stood at the edge, her eyes unfocused even though she was looking towards the battlefield. It was as if he had traveled through endless spatial distances to look at the person he was attached to. She was wrapped in a silk robe, and above her snow-white jade neck was an extremely beautiful googly-eyed face. Only now it was slightly obscured by a pair of thick, black-rimmed glasses. Yes, that's right, it's eyeglasses, at least by appearance alone. The plump and slightly exaggerated curved undulations under her robe made her look like a ripe peach. Not a moment later, the woman yawned and looked down as she took a wooden sculpture out of her storage ring. Above it was the appearance of a handsome and dusty man, and looking at his face, it was none other than Li Yi. I blame this guy for not only getting me into the habit of sleeping along with him, and coaxing me to wear these strange clothes, while the robe is quite comfortable. What's the point of wearing these things called glasses? The woman's nose wrinkled slightly, and with a gentle poke of her index finger, a water mirror appeared at her fingertip. Taking her glasses off and putting them back on, the woman smiled flirtatiously after a few moments of scrutinizing them. How strange that such a small thing can turn a woman into another style. Li Yi in this regard, but very clever look. Chapter 5, It's impossible for an empress to be attracted to food. After Li Yi left, the eldest and youngest daughters began to stare at each other wide-eyed. Li Qinghan squinted his eyes and despised it. You're quite capable of bending over backwards, and you call your father so sweetly for a mouthful of meat? Don't you feel like disgracing your status as a demon lord? Having been in a high position for a long time in his previous life, Li Qinghan's words, even if spoken from the mouth of a child, still carried an air of imperiousness. But how could Li Lingxiu eat this? And started undressing herself, completely ignoring this sister. It continued until he submerged his entire body into the tub and let out a sigh of relief. Only then did Li Lingxiu grunt with her eyes closed. There's nothing to be ashamed of, and it's good to know what's good for you. We are transmigrating, not taking over. By blood, it is indeed his child. It's just a memory of the possessor's previous life. Okay, cut the crap and get to it. It's sticky and uncomfortable. Rub my back. Dreaming. I'm the supreme empress. Why would I condescend to rub the back of a demon girl like you? It's the same tub. Don't you dare. As if she had expected her to be like this, Li Lingxiu did not reply at all and began to wipe up the parts she could touch. Li Qinghan stood dumbfounded, having the intention to leave, but not daring to do so. For her to show down her past life identity with Li Yi right now, she definitely couldn't do it. For one thing, it was hard to predict what the consequences would be, and for another, the other side wouldn't believe it at all, and would just think of her as a child's wildest dream. Eyes couldn't help but glance towards the tub, the snow-white skin shaking a bit. This demonic girl has not practiced the devil's way yet, so it's not like she's defiled my innocence. Forcing herself to comfort herself, Li Qinghan turned around and rustled off her clothes as well. Wow! Accompanied by the sound of entering the water, the corner of Li Lingxiu's mouth pulled up an arc. Then he sent his back to Li Qinghan and said softly, I'm done with the front. Now you scrub my back. Don't say anything else. Who let you in after? Li Qinghan glared at her with a puff of air and was powerless to retort. And so the mist rose as the once arch-enemies cleared each other's bodies. You've washed up so quickly? Li Yi revealed a warm smile when he saw the two sisters' little red faces appear before his eyes. Qinghan Li couldn't help but waver a bit. The guy's strength wasn't quite clear, but his looks were really nothing to write home about. Even she, the Empress who had seen countless heavenly prides, had to admit that based on looks alone, he shone brighter than everyone else. Li Yi wiped his hands, and sure enough, a table of food had already been prepared. At a glance, there were 9 dishes and 1 soup, but the quantities are small. When the father and daughter trio were seated, Li Qinghan realized that she could name every dish here and the ingredients used. This is a big deal. With her eyes, unusual things do not even enter her eyes. Those who could be named by her with a single glance had to at least have a place in the immortal realm. It was strange that all these things were theoretically from the immortal world. So why were they on the table here at this time? Could it be that they also exist in the lower realms? Or is it a branch of their bloodline? I'm sure I'm even hungrier after my bath. So come on, good girls, let's eat. Try these braised wings of the golden-winged rock. They taste great. Giving both of his daughters a chopstick of food, Li Yi felt very happy. The life now is really not to give a god to change. Watching the 2 little ones grow up happily is his greatest pleasure. The golden-winged rock? Before he was to capture back a rock bird, but did not bother to look at its cultivation. If it really was the golden-winged rock, it could be in existence at the peak of the transitional succession at the worst. It's flesh and blood. Won't it be dangerous for me to eat it now? He couldn't think about why this cheap old man was able to capture back such a powerful rock bird. Li Qinghan only felt that the fragrant meat in front of her, while emitting a tantalizing aroma, also contained enough power to destroy her. Her biggest worry was that Li Yi didn't know much about this and would just treat it as normal meat, which would be bad. While she was hesitating, her sister had already taken the piece of meat into her mouth. After chewing gently twice, his eyes suddenly crystallized. Originally foggy eyes, but at this time, it is unusually agile. Extending chopsticks toward the plate again. You can see that it definitely smells good. Che, and a giant lord of the devil's way. That's all you've got. It's like you never ate anything good in your previous life. Don't ever say I know you again. With the little white mouse in front of him, Li Qinghan naturally put his heart down and also put the braised wings into his mouth. Bang! A fiery aroma that explodes right between the taste buds. The tender flesh melted in her mouth and turned into a warm stream that flowed all the way to her limbs. All of a sudden, his whole body was a little warm, while his strength was rapidly recovering. An impulse that she could no longer resist prompted her to quickly take another bite to eat just like Li Lingxiu. Think while you eat. It's not right. I've eaten a lot of meat better than the golden winged rock. How come I've never felt such an appetite like today? Did that rattle consume too much energy? Li Yi was slightly relieved to see his two daughters eating happily. Before that it was all about home-cooked meals, but today was the day to actually eat something that barely made it to the table. For after that rattling of the marrow, and soaking in that medicinal liquid that had been so carefully concocted by him, their bodies were now finally primed to accept these blood foods that contain spiritual energy. Don't just eat that one. The others are delicious too. Daughters, it's come to a point where I have to tell you something. Just listen while you eat. Li Yi organized his words and said slowly. You must have learned about the world to some degree from your mother. It's a world where you can practice, and when you reach the age of 5, it is time for you to open the door of cultivation and embark on the path of cultivation. That way, our family can live together forever. How nice, isn't it? Fearing that his two daughters would be resistant to cultivation, Li Yi did not mention what cultivation entailed. The intention is to use parental presence to get them to open up, but the two kids reacted without a hint of surprise at all, instead nodding in disbelief. Signal to no. Li Yi even felt a trace of contempt from the eyes of the eldest daughter, as if complaining about so little thing. Hello nagging. Ahem. Worthy of being my Li Yi's daughter. She has absolutely no fear of cultivation matters. Not bad. Daddy can assure you that with Daddy, there will never be any danger for you. Li Qinghan inwardly slandered. And do you realize that putting us together is the greatest danger of all? After this meal, you guys get a good night's sleep. Daddy is preparing a more advanced medicinal bath for you. When you wake up, take another bath. In this way, your path of cultivation will be smoother. Got it? Li Yi said softly. This meal contained a huge amount of energy, and at this critical moment when the door of cultivation was about to open, it was naturally not something to be done casually and blindly. The ingredients in each of these dishes have a great deal to offer. Chapter 6. I don't want to listen to bedtime stories. As we all know, there are many divine beasts in this world. They also have a name. The swift beasts. Most of the Ruwei beasts are more gentle in nature and possess a remarkable power. However, in contrast, some others that are equally powerful but have a vicious disposition are known as ferocious beasts, and they tend to have strong bloodlines, a preference for killing, and an extremely dangerous temperament. So in terms of strength, the ferocious beasts were rather superior. Today, these 10 dishes in one soup made by Li Yi, on the other hand, were the corresponding 10 ferocious beasts. That golden-winged rock was actually not the kind of rock bird that Li Qinghan thought it was, but a chaos giant rock whose bloodline was a bit more ancient. The golden-winged rock bird is just a branch of it. Li Yi had gone out a few times before, so it could be said that he had turned around this entire continent with great speed. It wasn't until after the last chaos giant rock was seized on the way back. It was a bit of hard work, but it was all worth it for my lovely daughter. With these essence and blood powerful foods in their stomachs, they will surely fall into a period of lethargy. During this time, the energy inside would slowly strengthen their bodies. It is also a preparation for the medicinal baths that follow. Because of the ingredients used in them, it would be even more terrifying than this table. Today, they simply can't handle it if it's not reinforced. As his two daughters were eating, Li Yi said with a smile, while you are eating, I have a feat to teach you. It's Daddy, I made it up. It's awesome. Li Lingxiu slightly cupped her hands and smiled brightly at Li Yi before she lowered her head and ate beautifully again. Li Qinghan, on the other hand, was not even interested in holding a candle to it, and gently rolled her eyes. Joke. I am the supreme Empress of the immortal world, and I have seen countless rare feats. You, a self-created gungfu, still want to take it out for me to learn. Can only say that it is unnecessary. I choose to decline, is the most direct voice of Qinghan Li's heart. Only she didn't dare to say it. Although Li Lingxiu acted somewhat cooperative, Li Qinghan knew that she was actually thinking along the same lines as herself. Although the devil's way was not favored by her, but if it could develop to that scale, the wonders of the gong method must not be bad. The path of cultivation. 3,000 paths. Li Yi slowly recited his gongfu out, not caring if they could understand it or not. As his self-created technique, Its upper limit was high, as evidenced by his current strength. Therefore, he had absolute confidence in this gongfu. It's reassuring to have your daughters fix it. The two of them, Li Qinghan and Li Lingxiu, hadn't wanted to listen at all. Wanting to cultivate was naturally to continue choosing one's previous life's techniques, and to be able to cultivate to immortal emperor and demon exalt. Where else could it be better than this? But who knew that without Li saying a few words, their minds were instantly captivated, because they realized that they couldn't quite hear themselves. Its depth and complexity far exceeded their expectations. The two of them glanced at each other, all of them seeing a strong shock in each other's eyes. A thought surfaced within him at the same time that he must memorize this gong method in its entirety, even if it's rote memorization. It wasn't until half an hour had passed that Li stopped. Seeing that the two daughters were all listening attentively, she was even more gratified inwardly. Self's kids are so understanding. I didn't think they'd be interested in such boring stuff. It's good to save yourself a lot of energy later on. The feats are a bit complicated, so it's okay if you can't memorize them for a while. Dad has prepared a retention stone for you. You can check inside, but remember not to fall outside. It'll cause havoc. You know? Li Qinghan certainly didn't need the aid of this thing. Memorizing a gongfu was still no problem for her. She was just shocked at the subtlety of this gongfu, because even though she had yet to understand a tenth of it, she could already feel the huge spiritual energy in her body, already operating automatically with the gong method. It began to slowly grow her meridians and every particle of flesh and blood. This gong method, did you really create it yourself? Li Qinghan asked with a somewhat petulant voice. She couldn't help but suspect that if Li Yi could really create a technique of this level, wouldn't that mean that his cultivation level was even higher than hers in her previous life? Then he should have ascended long ago. Therefore, Qinghan Li felt that he had happened to have entered certain relics and picked up this gongfu by good luck. It was only that he also had no concrete concept of the subtleties of this gongfu, which was why he dared to say that he had created it himself. Li Yi froze, and before he could reply, he heard his youngest daughter Li Lingxiu say, "I'm sure Dad created it himself. He's so good looking. It's definitely him." Grass. A plant. Li Qinghan gave her a big blank stare and said silently inside, "Why don't you kiss your ass with some sense? Handsome or not has nothing to do with feats." But who knew that Li Yi was very flattered and let out a laugh, stroked Li Lingxiu's head and said happily, "Risa still has a vision. As a reward, Daddy will read you an extra bedtime story today." Put. Li Qinghan didn't hold back and ate and laughed out loud. Schadenfreude looked at Li Lingxiu and inwardly said, "Now you've lifted a rock and smashed it in your own foot, haven't you?" The demon lord, who had shaken half of the immortal world with a stomp of his foot, was now going to be lulled to sleep by his dad's storytelling. Are you happy? Li Yi's so-called bedtime stories are actually some of his youthful exploits, but it's obviously all gone through a huge exaggeration. In the story, he moves mountains and reclaims the sea just routinely. Even the fairy world is as casual as a string of doors. It was even outrageous to the point of having traveled to many other, more mysterious places outside of the immortal realm. There were all sorts of cultivators there as well, but none of them were as powerful as him. But in real life, he's just a slightly more competent man, one of the ordinary fathers, didn't know any great people at all, and hadn't done anything spectacular. Obviously he's nothing like he was in the story. At first, it was a legend, and I listened to it with great interest, but then after Li Yi accidentally blurted out his name once, the story started to change in their ears again. Gradually, neither of the sisters liked listening to it much. Therefore, Li Qinghan was really looking forward to how helpless that big devil must be to listen to this cheap dad bragging for half an hour before he went to bed. Will she look funny? However, while Li Qinghan was so happy that she was flying, Li Yi glanced at her and spoke. Is Qinghan so envious of her sister? Then you come along and listen. Daddy won't be too generous. You're all Daddy's good babies. Li Qinghan wanted to lose his temper again. I'm a female emperor of the immortal world. Why should I listen to a man's endless bragging? Why do you want to make my hands suffer? But, soon after eating the food, they both felt sleepy. That's due to the body's energy, most of which is used for digestion. Trying to digest these amazing ingredients is not that simple. Li Yi thought to himself that it was now the critical time, so he said softly to them, "Try silently chanting the kung fu that Dad just talked about. Being able to quickly stimulate the spiritual energy in your food will help you fall asleep faster." So, although Li Qinghan still found it torturous to listen to the story, but seeing that devil had already secretly run his gong method and closed his eyes, she stopped counting so much herself. Similarly, running the gong method, his breathing gradually evened out, and he entered a half-asleep state. Chapter 7, Cheap Daddy couldn't have been to the immortal world. Li Yi wasn't sure if they could actually hear their glorious deeds in this confused state, but soliciting idleness, he still filled them in on what he had once seen. The story is light and airy. After feeling that they were all sleeping very peacefully, Li Yi quietly left. But there is some concern about bad conditions at night, so his body leaned gently against the door of the room outside and closed his eyes to fake sleep. Happiness overflowing milked Daddy Li Yi, not to think about anything, like an ordinary person, also followed them into the dreamland. The next day Li Yi was awakened by a scream. Instead of screaming, though, Li Yi preferred to call it the cry of an angel. Predictably, naturally, the eldest daughter shouted. Under the effect of her essence blood, she slept extremely comfortably this night. The inside of his body had been flushed with warm spiritual energy, and his entire body was warmed up, and even the outside of the body felt warm, as if there was a fireplace around. As a result, when she opened her eyes early in the morning, good lord, surprisingly, the demon girl sleeping next to her was currently watching her with those big foggy eyes. And what was even more outrageous was that she was wrapping herself around her opponent like an octopus. At this moment, she maintained a very humiliating position. Where could Li Qinghan stand this kind of atmosphere and exploded on the spot? Why don't you? You wake me up. And how come? You're not struggling? Small hands tightened the bosom of his shirt, and the thoughts that had been ruled out before came tumbling back again. Li Lingxiu blankly glanced at her and faintly said, "Don't you stink? Same as who likes you so much. You think I didn't struggle? Look at the purple marks on my skin. I can't get out of it at all. Okay, and you're so dead asleep. You can't wake up even after screaming." So convinced, Li Qinghan's face rose even redder, and one look at the other's arm really did. For a moment, he didn't know how to retort. Just want to find a place where no one is hurrying to be quiet. Li Yi heard the sisters move and walked in through the door. Yawning, he tried. "What happened to Saiken? Are you hungry again? Then Daddy will go and get breakfast ready for you now." Li Qinghan was being embarrassed as hell, and at this moment another person came in to see his embarrassment, and for a moment some fire started. How could you let him go so easily? So following Li Yi's words deliberately made things difficult. "You said before that you wouldn't let me suffer a bit. Is it sincere?" Li Yi froze and said with certainty. "Yes. Then I want dragon meat this morning." Li Qinghan looked at Li Yi with a burning gaze and said very seriously. Li Yi felt a wave of headache. A creature like a dragon was definitely a very powerful one. But that's not the main thing. The key point is that there are no purebred dragons on this continent. There are just bloodline branches, and the bloodline has been thinned to an unknown extent. If you wanted to catch a pure-blooded dragon, you had to make a trip to the immortal realm. But, although he happened to know the dragon clan's goddess in the immortal world, Li Yi absolutely refused to go to the dragon clan's territory until he had to. Once you're discovered, it's not going to be easy to get out of there. Dragons, huh? It's not appropriate to eat dragon meat this early in the morning. Too complimentary. Can we eat another time? After you officially start your cultivation, Dad will get a dragon for you to eat. How about we have a simple meal in the morning? It was a good thing that Li Qinghan's focus wasn't here either. She was just using it to express her emotions. Even to some extent, she needed to cover her embarrassment by being brash. As the Supreme Empress, she needed to maintain her face all the time. Alright. Okay then. Not really hungry. I didn't finish yesterday's food anyway. Just eat those. Li Yi was greatly relieved that his daughter knew too much. Happily rubbing Li Qinghan's hair in a messy manner, Li Yi energetically left the room and rushed into the kitchen to heat up the food. "Humph. Yesterday though I was rude. But the fact that you didn't manage to break free from me also means that you're no longer a match for me. This, do you admit?" Li Qinghan very proudly provoked her sister. Li Lingxiu had no intention of arguing with her and got up and put on her shoes and socks, glancing at her before leaving the room and saying, "When it comes to cheek thickness, I am indeed no match for someone. Gumby." After saying that, he drifted away, leaving behind the red-faced Li Qinghan, who stayed in place with both fists clenched. After breakfast, the two daughters were sunbathing in the yard. "Dad fell asleep yesterday and the material wasn't ready. You guys stay here and play by yourselves for a while. I'll be done soon." After a brief explanation, Li Yi's figure flashed and left the place. "His cultivation. What do you think?" Qinghan Li took the initiative to speak. "It's almost time to start practicing, so I don't know how qualified I'll be in this life." As an immortal emperor, she was still a bit nervous, so take the initiative and say something to lighten the mood. If that technique was really created by him, at least it won't be weaker than us in our heyday. How much stronger exactly? I wouldn't be able to estimate. Li Lingxiu looked bashful, squinting her eyes and enjoying the idle time. Then why did he stay in the lower realm and not ascend to the immortal realm with such a high level of strength? The ascension rules are set for the majority of cultivators. It's not like they absolutely need to be followed. What's more, how do you know he hasn't ascended? Maybe it's just that it came back down later and then used some unknown means to not be ostracized here. Humph. Li Qinghan felt justified, but she wouldn't admit this. Not long after, Li Yi threw a demonic beast that looked like a tiger and a canine in the courtyard after putting down a ban. After reminding them to stay away, they flew away again. Only caught one. There's 9 more to catch. But what he didn't know was that the 2 daughters in the courtyard were in deep shock at that moment. Li Qinghan said incredulously, "This can't be a blockhead, can it? The 4 ancient ferocious beasts he can also get?" Legend's temperament was very ferocious and had been at least at the peak of the ferrying storm since the day he was born. Live for a little while and casually reach the Xian Immortal, or even Golden Immortal realm. And judging from the size of this blockhead, it was definitely not that kind of juvenile body, but a mature body that had lived for an unknown number of years. But now that they were forbidden by Li Yi, they could not tell exactly what realm they were in. There's no need to be skeptical now. He must have spent some time in the immortal world and was very familiar with it. Otherwise it wouldn't have taken such a short time to find the blockhead's hideout. Li Lingxiu slowly spoke. It was also hard to hide the shock in his tone, for the more alarming point she had yet to mention was that in such a short period of time, she had not only found the hideout, but had even defeated it and brought it back. What kind of cultivation would it take to do that? Chapter 8, Ancient 10 Murderers' Essence Blood as Medicine. If anything, Blockhead's appearance shocked them. Then the successive appearances of Chaos, Poor Chi, and Taotai behind them gradually made them numb. It was because this sight of the 4 ancient ferocious men gathering together was something that even with their former status, they had never seen before. And alone, one of the 4 evils, they were still confident that they could deal with it, and at the very least, they could get away if they couldn't beat it. But when the 4 fierce men took turns, they had no chance of winning. Therefore, seeing the 4 ferocious beasts of such size, each one of them obediently lay not far away like quails. Li Qinghan and Li Lingxiu inevitably developed a sense of messiness. Is this really reality? So outrageous. This time Li Yi left for a slightly longer period of time. Qinghan Li muttered as she came back from her shock. Do you remember what he said yesterday? I think it said to catch 10 of them? If the first 4 are at this level, then the next 6. Li Lingxiu was silent for a moment, and said with a few moments of disbelief as well. Could it be that he can still find the other 6 ferocious beasts? You should know that they only exist in legends and should have been removed in their entirety back in the ancient times. Li Qinghan couldn't be bothered to go against her this time and nodded her head in a very supportive manner. That's right. The other ancient 6 ferocious beasts have long since ceased to exist. The most he could do was to find some guys that contained a thin bloodline. But this is already fine. Using the essence blood of the 4 ferocious men to build a foundation. This is something that even I have never thought of. I must say, I do have some expectations. However, the reality is unforgiving and deeply makes them realize that they are far from touching the reality of the world. Because a moment later, a giant 9-headed snake was casually thrown to the ground, and they had been forcibly shrunk by the prohibition. Otherwise the compound wouldn't have been able to put them down at all. Li Yi still turned around and walked away, very dashingly, as if he had done a small and insignificant thing. Ha! I've never seen it either, but it's obvious that it's the 9 babies, right? Oh, Li Qinghan felt like he was already full of holes, and inwardly began to wonder if his past life was a dream or not. How is it that the immortal realm is inhabited by such ferocious beasts, but one is completely unaware of it? Unwilling to recognize the reality, she began to run away and laugh at herself. Legend has it that the 9 infants have 9 heads, can breathe water and fire, and can make the sound of a baby crying. There should be no mistaking that it's it, but it's rumored to have 9 lives, so why was it captured without a single head? Could the legend be wrong? Li Lingxiu frowned. Well, isn't that easy? Although he didn't want to admit that the man was strong, but if he wasn't wrong, he was probably subdued in one move, and it made it completely lose the idea of resistance. In that case, he must be at least 2 great realms stronger than this 9 infants. Once again, the 2 fell into a long silence. After that comes the great phoenix, with a human face and a dog's body, with wings that cover the sky and can make hurricanes. Minister Feng, who is huge and resembles a wild boar, throws it down accompanied by heavy rain. Chisel Tooth, human-like in appearance and possessing long sharp teeth, was still holding a shield and spear in his hand when he was dropped by Li Yi. The black ram, as majestic as an ox, with a red body, possessing a human-like face and the hooves of a horse, was going to struggle when he landed, but was stared at honestly by Li Yi. Xiao Snake, a giant snake with a green head and a black body, with mysterious and terrifying lines growing on its head. This was Li Yi's last target and thus enjoyed special treatment. The first one was killed by Li Yi. Returning to the compound, Li Yi first smiled with his 2 daughters. These little guys, they're good at everything but one thing: they're so annoying. Likes to run around and it's a real pain in the ass to try and find them all. You must be waiting impatiently. Daddy will start right away. Palm mind power spewed out, and cultivating snake's aura was instantly erased. Li Yi skillfully drew out his heart essence blood, covered it with his body and put it into a jade bottle to store it. It is better to present such scenes of bloodshed as little as possible directly to the daughters. This was Li Yi's subconscious tenderness as a baby daddy, and Li Qinghan was completely speechless at this point. The little face was very dumbfounded as he watched Li Yi chopping and slicing the 10 ferocious beasts to death. Inwardly, he shouted frantically, "You call that taking a lot of time?" Before and after added up to less than half an hour. They have been known to be erratic in the past, so don't say that anyone can provide you with definitive information. How the hell did you do that? Tell me now. Li Qinghan really wanted to know all of this in particular, and for this reason had the urge to call Li Yi's father. Inwardly, I weighed very carefully whether it was a good deal to pamper myself once for the satisfaction of my curiosity or not. She turned her head to Li Lingxiu, inwardly expecting her to ask the question. That way you can eat ready-made yourself. But Li Lingxiu was very reserved this time and did not interrupt Li Yi in the slightest. Instead, he was interested and stared intently at Li Yi's underhanded movements. Misty eyes rolled, wondering what they were considering. Li Qinghan could only give up on the idea, but after drumming up her courage 3 times she couldn't manage to open her mouth and pamper Li Yi. Then he sat down where he was somewhat chagrined and depressed inside. She hadn't realized that in 2 short days, the question she was considering was no longer whether or not she could be pampered to Li Yi, but it had become how she should be pampered to him. On the other hand, Li Yi lightly placed the essence blood of 10 ferocious beasts into 10 jade bottles, then sending a sigh of relief, he turned and walked into the house and began the preparation of the potion. 10 great ferocious beasts' essence blood as the root of the medicinal liquid. This gesture was the first time even he had done it. What kind of effect it ended up having, he didn't anticipate, but it always shouldn't be that bad, right? 2 daughters, with the same potion or not? Or should I go grab 10 more divine beasts and come over to make a new copy of the potion? Li Yi was in deep thought while formulating it, but soon he figured it out, shaking his head and muttering to himself, "It's really a bit fainting to spoil them. Killing divine beasts is detrimental to heavenly harmony and is not good for cultivation, not to mention killing 10 at once. Then I'm only afraid that even if my physique is strong, my chi must not be high. When the time comes, you'll have bad luck all day long, and you'll move your mind and demons into your body. It's a pain in the ass to think about. Better yet, just use this blood of the 10 fowls. Advanced, effective, no side effects." Li Yi, who was in a happy mood, quickly made 2 big buckets, then came into the house with his 2 baby girls. Phew, the preparations are complete, and here is the moment to witness the miracle. Are you all together, or who goes first? Li Yi smiled and tried not to let the child feel the pressure. The youngest daughter said timidly, "Daddy, does it hurt?" Li Yi froze, thinking that this child was somewhat perceptive, to be able to ask such a question. Theoretically, there should be some pain, right? Dad's not really sure, but everyone else says it hurts. Li Yi scratched his head. He wasn't properly cultivated until now either. I can't answer this kind of detailed feeling question. Li Lingxiu, Li Qinghan? Chapter 9. An Empress cannot be afraid of pain. Although Li Yi stated that this medicinal liquid wouldn't be very painful, Li Lingxiu subconsciously felt a bit terrified when she looked at the demonic dark red color, tender white calves, and unconsciously took 2 steps back. Qinghan Li skimmed his lips at the sight, inwardly pleased. He said that the devil's way of gong method is used to speculation and haste, and now this kind of steady path, how to adapt to it. If we are talking about orthodox cultivation, who can compare to my supreme empress? So she took the initiative to walk over to her tub under the astonished gazes of her father and daughter, and with a slight hook at the corner of her mouth, she stepped in. Li Yi stretched out his hand, wanting to speak. Wow! The gentle sound of water entering the water rang out, and Li Qinghan, who originally had a serene expression, suddenly stiffened her expression. This medicinal liquid is a bit wrong. Sister, are you okay? Is it hot in there? I'm a little scared. Li Lingxiu walked over to her sister's tub and poked her head forward, her voice budding as she asked. Li Qinghan's teeth clenched, barely revealing a still relaxed smile, and said softly, "It's not hot, it's kinda comfy." But inwardly, he was calling out, "Stinky girl, hurry up and come with me to suffer the sin." Li Lingxiu stared at her for a few seconds until she was about to break her expression. Then she returned to Li Yi. "Nah, Dad, people are still a little scared. Will you protect me?" Li Yi loved it when his daughter shook his arm like this. How could he refuse? Full stop. "Lingxiu, don't worry, Dad will ferry a spiritual energy to you. It won't hurt at all when you go in. Look how brave your sister is." Was going to give her one too. The warm palm pressed against her youngest daughter's back. Li Lingxiu immediately felt warm, then she also soaked into the tub. There was still a faint tingling sensation that could be felt, but it was in a comfortable range, and Li Lingxiu pleasurably closed her eyes to enjoy it. Her pleasure became double when she thought of the haughty woman next to her, who at the moment was still alone. Foolishly hardening herself against this pain, Li Yi revealed a contented smile. In the past, they all said that it was difficult to bring up a child, but as it turned out, it wasn't that difficult now. Or do these two little angels in our own house know too much? You see, there's nothing that requires more than a few words. They'll cooperate with you on their own. Still a little worried, he walked ahead of his oldest daughter to take a look. Li Qinghan sat inside with a stiff body, her small face red like a small apple. Is it hot? Clearly cold? That's not right. Didn't you just say it wasn't hot? When Li Qinghan heard his voice, huge aggression surged to her heart and she said lowly, "It hurts." What? Li Yi hadn't soaked in this stuff either, so he didn't have a concept as far as the experience was concerned. I thought I was hallucinating when I heard the word. Ah, give me the psychic power quickly. It hurts. Li Qinghan jumped up from it, frantically slapping the water and crying towards Li Yi. She hadn't thought she'd ever see the day when she talked to a mortal like that, and showing such a look of needing each other's help. At the moment the mortification made her forget the pain for a while. Li Yi's heart suddenly tightened, and a spiritual energy was sent out from his fingertips, instantly striking into his daughter's body. It's okay. Qinghan, don't cry. Don't cry. Hurriedly, he stepped forward and hugged his eldest daughter, intending to comfort her for a few moments. I didn't expect to be pushed away mercilessly. Li Qinghan jumped to her feet now that it no longer stung. I didn't cry. It didn't hurt either. You were the one who wanted to give me psychic powers. Li Yi, who had lost his favor in an instant, was dismayed and thrown out of the room. Scratching his head, he called back, "Don't forget to run the feats you were told to memorize." So it wasn't 2 steps before he heard 2 more muffled grunts from behind him. A great thing is accomplished. Have some tea and think about what to make for your daughters to eat afterward. Li Yi carried his hands behind his back and leisurely went back to his house to make tea. The room was very quiet with both of them in the tub. It was almost impossible to even hear breathing. It hurts like hell. Suddenly, a petulant voice emanated from Li Lingxiu's barrel. Qinghan Li, who was silently running his gongfu, directly exploded. Ah, I'll fight you. The dark red potion, which she raised a bit, fell outside. I'm not going to fight you, because, will hurt now la. Learning her voice, Li Lingxiu ate and laughed. I don't know what's going on, but it feels like I'm happier than if I'd beaten her by 1 move. After venting, Li Lingxiu didn't even answer. Li Qinghan finally understood that silence was the best strategy at times like this. The more you freak out, the more pleasurable she is. So he forced himself to hold back his anger, recited the clear heart technique twice, and continued to start absorbing the medicinal power. Half an hour later, 2 figures landed not far outside the courtyard. The Yaoguang holy maiden Chu Ruochen, who had been here before, was holding a slightly older beautiful woman and was whispering her pettiness. The beautiful woman shook off her hand and said helplessly, "The big thing you said today was for me to come and propose marriage to you? You girl, why don't you know how to be reserved? What's more, where do you get a mother to step in on something like this?" Chu Ruochen dutifully bowed her head to listen to the lesson, then playfully continued to come up and wrap her arms around her mother. Rightfully so. What can be done about that? Who made you stop looking for a stepfather for me after my father's absence? I'll just have to ask you to work harder. The lord of the Yaoguang Holy Land, Chu Ruochen's father, had died of serious injuries in the war against the demon race many years ago, leaving behind the 2 of them, mother and daughter. It was good that his wife Shenyao's cultivation level was not far from his. The turmoil that arose in the Holy Land was stabilized in the shortest amount of time, without the consequences of orphans and widows being bullied. Shenyao is also an opinionated woman, and at this moment, when she heard her daughter mention her sadness, she did not show any sadness. Instead, he said calmly, I just don't believe he's as good as you say he is. I've seen a lot of young talents in this world, and you said that they don't even add up to 1/10,000th of him. What's this if not dim-witted? If what you see later is a flamboyant mediocrity, beware, I'll go back and punish you with 6 months of confinement. Oh, don't worry, Mother Superior. Other than that, his cultivation is really high. At the very least, I don't think you can beat him. The 2 of them walked and chatted as they walked, and soon they reached the courtyard. The courtyard is elegantly tidied up, and it looks like a man of some interest. That's a good point. It's just a pity that such a person is most likely to coax you little girls. Hey, did you see that? What's that big pile in the corner? Could it be the garbage that wasn't thrown out? Shinya didn't believe that this husband and son-in-law that her daughter was bragging about was really that good, so she was bent on bursting her fantasies. At this moment, his eyes lit up. Despite his daughter's obstruction, came to the pile of garbage in front of. So it's a demonic beast corpse. Only, how come there are still demonic beasts that I can't recognize? Chapter 10, Marry me and I'll take the child's name. The more Xinyao looked closely, the more alarmed she became. This was because she found that apart from the 7-colored divine bull that she recognized at the very beginning, and the 10 demonic beasts next to it, the other 10 or so demonic beasts, surprisingly, she didn't recognize any of them. As the lord of a holy land, his cultivation was naturally at a steady transition stage. It would be normal to say that there were demonic beasts that she couldn't defeat, but to say that she hadn't even seen them would be an exaggeration. Is it possible to be a top player on a map and not even recognize all the monsters? I've never seen them before, but why do I look at them with some déjà vu? Must have seen a similar presentation in an ancient book with 9 heads and a serpent's body. After a moment of contemplation, an aura suddenly flashed through the sea of mind. Xinyao let out a cry of shock and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. A strong shock flooded his eyes. This is actually the 9 infants? So could the other 9 be? After some careful identification, Xinyao's face swished white. The 10 most ferocious beasts of ancient times, things that had long since perished in legend, had unexpectedly appeared together in this unremarkable compound at this moment, still in the form of bodies. What this represents speaks for itself. The owner of the courtyard was only in existence that they absolutely could not reach and could not provoke at all. If the master of this place was a little less than desirable, I'm afraid that the mother and daughter wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. The silly boy, really pissed off at her. I don't know where I've attracted such a big Buddha. How can a family like ours afford it? Breathlessly glancing at her innocent-faced daughter, Xinyao said with a serious face, "Come on with me, before the owner of this place gets angry. It's too late for that." With those words, he was about to pull her arm into the air. Oops, what are you talking about? Brother Yat is not like that. But no matter what Shu Ruozhen said, Xinyao was determined to stop listening to her. Good lord, the ancient 10 murderers were all slaughtered together and casually thrown outside. Just how strong a cultivation level this had to be, she no longer dared to think about it. However, just as the 2 of them were about to leave, they heard a gentle and nice voice behind them. "Now that you're here, come in and have a cup of tea." A sentence that was no more than ordinary, but as if it was a holy decree, directly causing Xinyao to give up the idea of leaving. Turning around and forcing himself, he flashed a smile towards Li Yi. Li Yi also revealed a sunny and warm smile. People had come all this way, and even though they were a nuisance to themselves, the proper etiquette was still required. Unexpectedly, Xinyao was smiled at by this but almost shook her eyes, standing in place and directly froze. How in the world can there be such a good-looking man? How can he just smile at people like that? It's so foul. Xinyao, who hadn't moved such thoughts for many years, was somewhat disturbed by a smile at this moment, a breeze that wrinkles a pool of spring water. The 3 of them settled down in Li Yi's room. Shu Ruozhen appeared much more peaceful this time with her mother present, like a well-behaved kitten. Xinyao also didn't know what would be a better way to get along with this kind of superstar. After some thought, "We can only talk business first. Mr. Li Yi, truth be told, I accompanied my daughter here this time in order to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage." Li Yi didn't have any surprises and smiled. "Wakazashi didn't tell you, did he? I'm married and have 2 lovely daughters." Click. A bolt from the blue, and sure enough Xinyao knew nothing about it. Turning her head to look at her daughter incredulously, she asked wordlessly, "You want gone gods and demons?" Shu Ruozhen stood up with a hum, her eyes staring earnestly at Li Yi as she solemnly said, "Straight up, brother Li Yi, I don't mind the 3 of us living together in the future. If you marry me, I can help you raise them together." Li Yi. Xinyao also looked at her baby girl with a shocked face. "Is this your own flesh and blood? I don't remember teaching her to fall for men like that before, do you? It's simply not a good idea at all." Seeing that Li Yi did not speak, Shu Ruozhen continued, "Why don't you marry me and I'll take the baby's last name?" Hiss. Li Yi directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. How is Chu Wakjin essentially a lickspittle? I didn't notice her showing signs of this in the old flowery days, did I? These words in turn made Xinyao blush. It was really too embarrassing. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Between the silences, Xinyao took the initiative to diverge from the topic. "I just saw some demonic beast corpses in the courtyard. I wonder what Mr. Li is using them for?" Li Yi returned to his senses and casually said, Caught up today. 2 daughters are having a medicinal bath. I am ready to open the door to their practice. Captured these guys for use in making the potion. But their blood and flesh essences aren't bad, so I'll just make a few dishes to entertain you later." "So it's for medicine. Would it be too much trouble for Gongzi to cook himself? Or should we?" Xinyao was interrupted in the middle of her sentence by her daughter, whispering in her ear, "Brother Li Yi's cooking is really super delicious. Missing it will definitely be regretted for the rest of your life. Mom, trust me again." "Then, that would be a trouble for Mr. Li. I wonder if I could check on the 2 little ones." "Sure, it's just as well that I'm going to do the dishes, so you can make yourselves at home." Li Yi left the room. wondering which dish would be better to make today as he walked. It's a pain in the ass to know too much. It's annoying. Xin Yao and Shu Ruozhen gently arrived at Li Qinghan's room for the two of them. As soon as he entered the room, he smelled a blazing scent of medicine. It wasn't that it was pungent, but the potency was so strong that just by smelling it, one could feel the massive power it contained. It's really worthy of being a medicinal guide made from the 10 murderers' essence blood. This medicinal liquid is so domineering. The two looked down as they got closer, and the two little ones in the tub were all asleep. At the moment it was leaning against the wall of the barrel, breathing evenly and sleeping soundly. They're really cute. Shu Ruozhen turned starry-eyed. It wasn't hers to give birth to, but she couldn't muster a single thought of disliking it. But Xin Yao next to her had a different focus than her. The moment she saw the medicinal liquid, her face suddenly changed drastically. This. Surprisingly, it's not made to be a medicine guide. Instead, it was the main ingredient of the medicinal liquid made directly from the 10 fierce essence blood. That's a lot of hand-holding, isn't it? And they managed to endure it unscathed? I'm messed up. Xin Yao's worldview was shocked, and she felt that her brain was getting a little dim. Shu Ruozhen held her up. Curious, is this potion rare? What happens if I soak it? Xin Yao gave her a blank look and shook her head. It's not the word rare that describes it. The essence blood of the 10 great ferocious beasts was a particularly violent force in itself. Now it is perfectly blended together, and the strength required behind it is beyond our imagination. As for you to soak it, you shouldn't even be able to last an incense stick before being burst. Chapter 11, Star Queen and the League of Ex-Girlfriends. While Li Yi was busy in the kitchen, the faraway extraterrestrial battlefield, a shocking battle had just ended, and the woman in golden armor was oblivious to the mountainous embrace of the many cultivators behind her. Narrow eyes lowered, a large Yuanshan slowly took shape from a corpse on the ground. Knowing that there was no more possibility of escape, the Yuanshan wasted no energy in accelerating the illusion of a body and limbs. Then he flung himself on his knees and begged in tears. I begged the starry sky Empress to spare my life. I deserve to die for my sins, but please remember that it's not easy for me to cultivate. Give the villain a chance to redeem himself. Let villain join your command. I'm quite a bit stronger than them, and I can definitely be your right-hand man. I begged the queen to spare the life of my humble servant. The woman listened quietly, her face ancient. Even her eyes did not show any fluctuation, only faintly. Since you know the name Starry Sky Empress, then I'm sure you're also well aware that one of the identities I dislike the most is that of a bandit. You, on the other hand, dare to blatantly plunder and slaughter a side of the world with your men in the territory under my rule. Ha, now you know how to beg for mercy. If apologizing works, what is the need for order? This is what someone once said to me, and though I don't think you deserve to hear it, let's be open to say it to you. The primordial spirit revealed a look of extreme horror and yelled out in fear. No, don't. The woman's eyebrows frowned lightly, and her right hand clenched in the air. Bang! The large Yuanshan shattered without warning. Majestic spiritual power immediately surged out from it, actually causing a rain of spiritual power to fall around it. The crowd at the back was instantly overjoyed. The rain of spiritual energy was something that could not be found, and could be absorbed almost without deliberate refining. Generally, except for the cave Heavenly Blessing Land where the spiritual chi was particularly abundant, other places rarely encountered such wonders. With this matter settled, the armor on the woman dissipated and she once again resumed her usual languid appearance. While stepping in the air, he walked towards the spirit boat, while murmuring, counting the time. The daughters are almost ready to open the door of cultivation, right? What's wrong with Li Yi this time? I've been out for so long and he doesn't miss me? Did you wait for me to initiate? Heck, wait for me to go back. Li Yi, you're finished. Li Yi in the kitchen broke into a series of sneezes and wondered, can I still get cold with this physique? Strange. In no time at all, the simple 4 small dishes were ready. It wasn't that he was intentionally stingy, but the ingredients were so advanced that they couldn't stand it if he made too much. As expected, Xin Yao just ate 2 small bites. Then her face flushed and she immediately put down her chopsticks and ran her gong method to refine it. A milky white mist kept rising up behind her. Her breath, on the other hand, was climbing at an alarming rate. Shu Ruozhen didn't move her chopsticks much. After all, she and Li Yi had once had intimate exchanges, and she still had some anticipation of this outcome. She just stared at Li Yi obsessively, leaving Li Yi speechless. I thought it was just a matter of you being a nymphomaniac when we were waiting for each other, but now it's in front of your mother. So it's a little embarrassing. The two of them didn't say anything to each other. Xin Yao had refined those 2 pieces of meat almost to the point of feeling the increase in cultivation within her body, and was inwardly joyful. Have a cup of tea and moisten your throat. Li Yi very thoughtfully handed her a cup of tea. Xin Yao's pair of phoenix eyes flowed, and she said that her daughter's vision was still very poisonous. This person had such a cultivation, but did not appear to be difficult to approach, and now even gave her a sense of thoughtfulness. It is really rare. His heart was happy, plus he was really thirsty, so he drank all the tea in the cup in one gulp. Li, eh? Xinyao was about to ask him what he was planning to say when she realized that her body was starting to faint. A palpable feeling of vertigo hit her, sending her instantly to sleep. Before she lost consciousness, she also faintly heard some kind of magnificent and mysterious whispering. Seeing her mother faint, Chu Ruozhen quit and questioned, "Brother Yat, you wouldn't be trying to bully me and purposely knock my mom out, would you?" Seeing her gesture of refusal, Li Yi was speechless. What she drank just now was sermon tea. Drinking it enables you to hear the sound of the great Tao, which is very helpful in breaking through the realm. Only with her current cultivation level, taking a sip was the limit. It's a wonder she didn't pass out when she drank the whole cup straight up. So, when is that going to wake up? Chu Ruozhen really panicked a bit this time. Normally speaking, there's no exact time when you want to wake up naturally. It mainly depends on how enlightened she is. If she breaks through the realm quickly, she may wake up in 10 days and half a month. Slowly 10 or 8 years is it? But she drank that much, so I guess it's going to be 100 years at the earliest. But you don't have to worry. I can wake her up right now. It's just a waste of a chance to break the realm. After saying that, Li raised his hand and was about to wake Xinyao up. Wait a minute. Chu Ruozhen stopped it, and walked quickly to Li Yi. Hands grabbed his arms and began to shake them. No way? You're going to do this one too? Too bad you're not my little angel. That move won't work on me. Li Yi made up his mind to cut off his former relationship, so he would not give her any more chances. A statement with little to no emotion. If Chu Ruo can really leave with a broken heart, it would be the best ending. But women are creatures of unimaginable resilience. And how can they give up so easily on something they've made up their minds about? Yes, Brother Yat, you took so many of my first times in the first place, and you're going to deny it after you've eaten them all, aren't you? Chu Ruozhen watered. Li Yi, despite his heavenly cultivation, still had little resistance to a girl's tears. Especially if it's a girl you have some connection with. No, that's too much ambiguity, isn't it? We've spent less than half a month together in total, and I'm at best. Amount. Say it, why don't you say it? So what? It also took away my initial hand holding, first hug, initial tears, first kiss, and, nice night. Have I wronged you? Li Yi scratched his head. This was difficult, because what this girl said really wasn't half false, leaving him with no way to defend himself even if he wanted to. It's a matter of what you want, but it does seem irresponsible to suddenly slip away, justifying being a scumbag. It's not like Li Yi is that kind of person. After thinking for a while, Li Yi spoke in a low voice. Put it to you this way, true, I already have a daughter, or two. Keeping them healthy is the most important thing to me right now. If they knew that dad was still in a relationship with a woman other than mom, what will they think? Definitely a very traumatizing childhood. They're so cute. Can you bear to see that happen? Li spoke with such sincerity that he couldn't help but give himself 2 kudos. He suddenly realized that his 2 daughters were the best shield he had against his sisters. How could any girl with a soft heart rather hurt them than stay with herself? It doesn't exist. I sure am handsome and talented. Life is lonely as snow. It's annoying, Li Yi thought with a swell. But how could he know that Chu Ruozhen's reaction was completely different from what he expected? At this moment, after hearing Li Yi's words, Chu Ruozhen's eyes lit up violently. Rejoice. So you'll stay with me as long as we don't let our daughters find out? Yeah, Li Yi, you can't read people like that. The 2 negotiated 2 rounds on this, each taking a step back, with the final agreement being, Chu Ruozhen still has the right to be with Li Yi, but she must keep her daughters out of the picture, and it has to be agreed by Li Yi, not to make surprise attacks every time. Although it is an expedient measure, Li Yi cannot help but still feel that his heart is too soft. It's really hard to say something hurtful face to face when you've liked someone after all, not to mention against their will. I really don't know what you're so obsessed with. Is there no good man in the world but me? Li Yi was in pain, deeply impressed that being too handsome was such a serious sin. What do you know? This time when we go back, I'll tell the sisters of the Justice League what we agreed upon. I'll be able to move up a few more steps in the league. Hey, wait, what? Justice League? What is it? There are still clans with such over-the-top names? Li Yi couldn't help but feel a strong sense of dissonance when he actually heard a term from before he traveled in this world. Are there other travelers in this world? It's not a clan. It's an alliance law. And it's because of you that the alliance was formed. Li Yi was at a loss. When you suddenly disappeared into thin air, we sisters who were searching for you took it upon ourselves to form a force. The name was given in order to always be alert to the fact that you are on the side of justice, and not to be easily fooled by your beauty. There were only a few people in the beginning. Then members kept joining. And now there are dozens of people. And because the members were not lowly, the Justice League had now become one of the giants of the cultivation world, with great power of speech. Ha ha, Lee. I would have turned my heart to the bright moon. Naiha. I have bitter feelings, just not good to say it explicitly. How could you do this to me behind my back? It's not martial arts. Chapter 12, 10,000 Golden Lotus divine body emerges. No matter how much Lee pressed, Shu Ruojin refused to reveal any other information about the Justice League. The beauty of it is that you have to protect your sisters on the same front. In fact, they have their own little plans inside. Tell you the list, maybe you'll rekindle an old flame with one of them instead. Doesn't that make my chances a little lower? Originally as pure as snow, the Yaoguang Holy Maiden had spent her entire intellect on palace fighting speed dating. She vaguely remembered a sister in the league mentioning it once. Li Yi had told her about a woman named Jin Huan, and that story was really great, but she wasn't interested at the time and can't recall the exact plot now. But a vague sense of it kinda applies to the situation you're in right now. If you're going to be so uncooperative, then I won't wake your mother. It would be good for her to hear sermons for a few more decades, Li Yi said in an old-fashioned manner. He couldn't believe that his own daughter could be so cruel to her mother. Boo! Li Yi was dumbfounded. The expected softening did not appear, but instead, his forehead was viciously stolen by this girl. Shu Ruojin said with a shy face, I'm begging you, if you can't, just have another one. Seeing that she was still going to come up, Li Yi immediately dodged out of the way. Heart, good guy, this is going to let you have your way. The heavenly Dao backlash I can withstand, but you cannot withstand well, convinced. Trying to give up that worldly desire is really a test everywhere. Alas, Li Yi shook his head and spewed out spiritual energy from his fingertips. A green light did not enter Shinyao's head. How is it that girls nowadays are always reserved only at the beginning, and then change once they've spoken to themselves for a few moments? Can't they just stay that unruly all the time? Li Yi was very sorry about this. Being too good-looking leaves a lot of things unchanged. A few breaths later, Shinyao woke up leisurely. She opened a pair of phoenix eyes and looked at her surroundings for a few moments in great confusion. It took a while for this to come back to him. Then, the face changed dramatically. How did I get back so quickly? Wasn't that a sermon just now? Am I really that poorly enlightened? Shinyao realized that she had entered the legendary realm of enlightenment once she entered her dreamland. Unknown numbers of people in the cultivation world had spent their entire lives in pursuit of this state, especially those old monsters who had been stuck in bottlenecks for many years. They originally had little life expectancy, so even if you empty your family's pockets, you are willing to go for a chance of possible enlightenment. But one now only stops for a short while in this dreamy state? It was clear that she had already felt the realm loosening up, and with another half an hour's time, she might be able to go further. Mother, I was the one who asked Brother Yat to wake you up. Shu Ruojin spoke softly. He still wanted to continue, but he felt Shinyao's murderous aura like substance. This kid pits his mother. Seeing the impending crisis in the mother-daughter relationship, Li Yi spoke. Don't take it too personally. It's just one sermon. I have plenty of this tea left. When you leave later, just take 2 pounds. But I have a condition. Until you use them up, you can't come back here again. You have to dive into your cultivation. Shenyao? I put 3 question marks directly in place. How much more? This is sermon tea. How can we count in pounds? It's just that there's 1 or 2, and it's up for grabs out there. Shinyao couldn't believe it and thought that Li Yi was saying this on purpose because he was trying to calm him down. In a moment, it was estimated that he was getting himself some better quality spirit tea. How can you go back and question people when you're not so emotional? Li Yi went to the storage room and rummaged around for a while, and soon returned with 2 tea cakes. Put it away now. Don't forget it later. It was very simply packaged and casually placed in a wooden box, not even using a jade box. It made Shinyao even more convinced of her suspicions. Receiving the tea cake, he directly put it into his storage ring in a smooth manner and thanked Li Yi. Just then, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly came to mind above the sky, and soon the sound grew. Shu Ruojin wondered, Mother, are you about to make a breakthrough? Shinyao was also a bit puzzled. This kind of sound sounded somewhat like a heavenly calamity. If it was her kind of realm that broke through, it was indeed possible to attract the heavenly tribulation to come. Only, she doesn't feel that way. Shu Ruojin pulled Li Yi to the courtyard, and the 3 of them looked at the vision in the sky together. Endless thick clouds covered the entire sky, in which there were green-colored thunderbolts swimming around. It was completely dark, and the aura of 100 miles in a radius was gradually converging towards the small courtyard. Not for a few breaths, on the verge of being almost blind, a golden lotus flower suddenly appeared in midair. It was this abundant aura that condensed and emitted 10,000 feet of golden light. This This kind of heaven and earth anomaly. Why have I never seen it recorded before? Xinyao was dumbfounded how he was also one of the great powers of the human race. I thought I was familiar enough with the secrets of this continent. As a result, he had seen such heaven and earth visions that were bound to be extraordinary at first glance. There were only two possibilities. Either a heavy treasure was present or a heavenly pride was born. Just as the mother and daughter duo were shocked on the spot, the countless golden lotus flowers suddenly moved. They scrambled and swooped down towards the location of the small yard. Just the spiritual pressure brought up around them had nearly caused Xinyao to be unable to support herself. It was a good thing she wasn't the main target. As Golden Lotus approached the compound after, it straightened out and disappeared into another room. Xinyao froze. Isn't this the nursery of my son-in-law to be's two daughters? Why did you go there? An aura suddenly appeared from his mind. Xinyao thought incredulously. Could it be that this heavenly pride is one of his daughters? That's too much luck. To be able to induce such heaven and earth phenomena, one's cultivation is bound to be extraordinary in the future. One would think that it would be easy to cultivate to her current realm. It's a real people pleaser. Some people are starting from a ridiculously high base. Shinyao's heart produced a strong envy at this time. Li Yi was naturally much more knowledgeable than the two of them. It was detected when the wind and thunder were loud, and should have been caused by one of the two children. Except he wasn't sure exactly who it was. This is because even though the medicated baths used are the same, there are inevitably some differences in each person's constitution. But after the lotus flower fell at this moment, Li Yi was finally sure. The one who triggered the vision was none other than Li Qinghan, his own eldest daughter. This girl, she usually always stinks of calling herself me or something. I didn't realize there was really this qualification. Should we really get her a dynasty later on and live as an empress? Li Yi and the others were about to go in to see what was going on, only to find that Li Qinghan had actually come out. She simply wore the bare pajamas that Li Yi had already prepared. Very softly, he stepped through the doorway. Eyes that had just woken up with a few moments of bewilderment and shock. Li Yi's eyes stared and he said, "How is it so much stronger than I thought? It's actually the desolate ancient god body?" Chapter 13. It is impossible for the Empress to be Rua. The so-called desolate ancient god body was a very strong physique. It had disappeared ages ago, because it was so ridiculously strong. Almost every possessor of a divine body could suppress the world. That's why the heavenly will doesn't allow this kind of physique to exist, always setting up hurdles on the path of cultivation of the divine body, trying to thwart the growth of the god body in every way possible. Over time, the divine body dies out. Even Li Yi had only heard of this physique in the records of the top secret realms of the immortal world. If I think back on it now, that golden lotus vision was right on the money. I've heard that this desolate ancient god body doesn't need to meditate and cultivate. As long as it keeps absorbing essence chi, it can keep growing. The god body was directly invincible in the world after its great completion, and there were no opponents that could match it. This is too much. Where is there such an outrageous physique? Li Yi expressed his disbelief. It's normal for canonical books to exaggerate a bit. As for Qinghan Li, who had awakened his divine body, he finally came to his senses completely at this time. She touched the familiar body with disbelief and immediately began to look within. Soon, a flash of ecstasy appeared in her pupils. Obviously, as a supreme empress, she also recognized this physique. Desolate ancient god body. I'm the desolate ancient god body. The invincible desolate ancient god body. Ha 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 ha, laughing wildly inside. Qinghan Li had already seen the scene where he would easily trample the devil under his feet. Cool. Let's see how you can still fight me now. Awaken all you want. I'm invincible first anyway. Waiting to see your funny face when you scream in terror in a minute. Hey! The more Li Qinghan thought about it, the happier she became, and she stood in place first snickering. Later on, they let out a wild laugh with their arms crossed. The mother and daughter, who had been frozen, were woken up straight away. Li Yi frowned. This god body won't have any side effects, right? How do you take a high-strung daughter of mine and make her look like a psycho? Worried, Li Yi walked over quickly. Before Li Qinghan could react, she directly lifted her up with one hand, hands in her cackle box, and made a face to tease her. Li Qinghan? This man, how dare he do this to me? I am the supreme female emperor. I'm still the desolate ancient god body. I will soon be able to sweep through this lower world. You should be pleasing me right now. You, let go of me. Li Qinghan, who was both a little ashamed and a little grief-stricken, was so anxious that she couldn't say a complete sentence. Stomp your feet hard on it. Li Yi held her up and shook her twice, putting her on the ground, then touched her forehead. Rua, I thought, it's daddy's love. Now it's time to be quiet, isn't it? Don't say it's true. Although the reaction was a bit different from what Li Yi expected, Li Qinghan did subside. That's right. Later, Dad will tell you what kind of physique was awakened. I won't tell you if I'm naughty. casually rubbing her hair out of order. Li Yi said with a smirk, but these two sentences Li Qinghan didn't listen to at all, because all she could think about at the moment was, I'm surprised that I've been ruined by him. I am the Empress. No way. It's not an Empress until this revenge is avenged. And at the same time, 10,000 miles away from here, two exceptionally majestic demonic beasts were unfolding their full speed and flying towards this direction. One of them was a male lion, so huge that it was comparable to a giant elephant. The body exuded a terrifying pressure. The other was a nine-tailed fox with 9 tails waving in the wind. The lining of the face that was so beautiful, but also gave birth to the meaning of not being able to enter. Third sister, what kind of precious treasure do you think will be revealed by that vision just now? Lion said with a big smile. Second brother, I don't think it's the question of what the treasure is that we should worry about now. Rather, this vision is so conspicuous that I don't know how many people will compete for it. The nine-tailed fox gave him a blank look inside. This stupid lion is too good for his own good. It was as if the treasure had been appropriated before the shadow of the treasure was even seen. Well, there's no need to worry much. You and I, brother and sister, join forces. Even if one of us gets there first and takes the treasure, we can get him to hand it over. 2. If you don't, you can just rob them. Who in the world can stand up to you and I joining forces besides those few old guys? The lion was unimpressed. Second brother, don't forget that the most important purpose of our trip is to find Big Brother. That baby is just along for the ride. Don't forget the big picture. Nine-tailed fox patiently sexually exhorted. Third sister, you're just acting too cautiously. That Big Brother is the golden-winged roc. Who can keep up with him in the whole world? Not to mention that there are still a few who can be his rivals. Or if he really encounters a situation that he can't cope with, if he really wanted to run, no one could stop him at all. You'll have no need to worry about him, the lion said with some jealousy. The three of them were sworn brother and sister, but he had always been quite in love with this nine-tailed fox. Unfortunately, this third sister seems to be only interested in that big bird, usually always pestering his big brother more. There's not much of a chance to get a moment alone with her, so it was not easy to have this one opportunity to both go forward together to explore the treasure. Another opportunity to exchange feelings. The lion can't wait for time to stop forever. As for the big bird, feel free. No one can kill you anyway. Must have run off to play somewhere. A brother and sister, so that no one else gets the treasure first. Once again, he used the secret method to increase his speed, transforming into 2 streams of light, approaching the target location at great speed. Li Yi forcibly explained the mysteries of the desolate ancient god body clearly to his eldest daughter under her extremely unfriendly gaze. To summarize, you need to eat a lot of good food, especially creatures with powerful essence and blood. This will greatly accelerate the growth of your physique. At the end, special emphasis is placed on not leaving behind the feats that you have taught yourself. Li Qinghan protested to no avail and agreed in humiliation after being ruined twice more. Li Yi said inwardly, I just don't believe that this divine body is really as divine as the legends. It's just right to let my eldest daughter even cultivate my gongfu together, and compare them when they are both accomplished. What Qinghan Li was thinking, on the other hand, was, though the feats don't mean much anymore, but practice is practice, just the thing to keep that demon in deeper despair. Her hopes of using kung fu to bridge the gap were completely shattered as well. So cruel, but so looking forward to it. Li Qinghan's gaze turned to his room. Inwardly, he was incredibly eager for his sister to end her awakening quickly. She really wanted to experience the desperate look in her opponent's eyes as soon as possible. Suddenly, it was as if the sincerity of the heart moved heaven. The sky that had already dispersed the visions and returned to normal. At this point a new situation has arisen. Since the endless distance, the sky and the earth seem to be tinted with a purple-red color. It looks distinctly demonic. This fuchsia color soon spread over the sky. A maddening feeling gradually grew in the hearts of the crowd. Chapter 14, The Tyrant's body appears in his wife's transmission. Crazy evil thoughts appeared uncontrollably in their hearts. Li Yi was fine and brushed off the feeling with just a slight frown. Li Qinghan's desolate ancient divine body was in his body and was invulnerable to all poisons, and he was completely immune to this as well. But not Xin Yao's mother and daughter. The two began to redden their eyes at almost the same time. The body's spiritual energy was also furiously agitated, as if it was about to burst at any moment. A low growl of indistinguishable syllables, similar to the scraping of bones, escaped from his throat. Li Yi's fingertips flicked, and 2 golden lights disappeared into the bodies of the two. The anomaly dispersed and normalcy was quickly restored. But at the same time, the sky took a new turn. A purple moon unexpectedly appeared under the blazing sun. The sun and the moon exist side by side in the sky, and one red and one purple, all of them emitting a demonic light. The areas where the light radiated seemed to become distorted and demonic, as if it had been stripped away from the world. Soon, The emanating light condensed into several thick pillars of light, straight down towards their courtyard. Li Yi didn't block it. Because of this vision, he also recognized it. Undoubtedly, it was the second daughter, Li Lingxiu, who triggered it. Now is the time for this physique to complete its final complement. Only when the pillar of light was completely absorbed by her physique would be considered completely awakened. It didn't last long, just a dozen breaths. The pillar of light disappeared and the moon was hidden. The crimson on the sun was also much fainter. Everything is back to its normal look once again. Ha, so I wasn't the first? Li Lingsu also wore cute pajamas and walked out of the room. When she saw her sister, Li Lingxiu's pupils suddenly shrunk. She also recognized the divine body on the other side. But Qinghanli, who should have been enjoying this moment of pleasure rampantly, at this point it just froze. She felt like the heavens had played a big joke on her. It was because what this devil had awakened was actually a physique called the Tsung Dome Overlord body. Speaking of which, this hegemonic body was also quite powerful, with a rank on par with the desolate ancient god body. The reason why it wasn't as famous and sought after as the desolate ancient god body, the reason for this was that the Cthulhu hegemony favored darkness and evil, and the cultivation process is easily disturbed by evil thoughts. Hegemony possessors have a particularly high chance of falling into the devil's way. Therefore, whenever a hegemonic body comes out, the world tends to pour in and attack it. It is imperative to destroy the hegemony at its weakest point. Both physiques progress in much the same way. All require massive amounts of blood food essence. If the desolate ancient god body truly had an opponent, I'm afraid that indeed, only this crowning vault overlord body would be able to contend with it. That was why Qinghanli felt a sense of destiny. In their past lives, they were arch-enemies. It turned out that even the awakening physique in this life was of the opposing kind. One is so rigid that it is invulnerable to all poisons. A demonic and defenseless. Is this heaven's way of making them fight all the time? Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This ancient 10 great ferocious beast's essence blood, completed medicinal liquid, had finally lived up to his expectations. Two of the world's first-class peerless physiques were awakened. Or the kind that's out of print. It still seems like my bloodline is too good. They say daughters follow their fathers. Look what a bloodline we have. 2 daughters, both with this sweeping super physique. Alas, it's a shame for those heavenly talents who were at the same time as them, born to be blown up. And the cruel thing is, they don't realize it yet. Now it's dreaming of a horizontal press. Ha ha, Lingxiu, come, sit on daddy's lap. Let daddy tell you about the wonders of this physique. Li Yi beckoned with a smile. Li Lingxiu's brain, which had been running rapidly, came to a halt. Even the body jerked. It can be so painful to be taught again what you already know. In the middle of the speech, the 2 daughters' tummies were both grumbling. Li Yi laughed. Daddy didn't lie to you, did he? This physique just gets hungry too easily. The average family can't afford it. But it's okay. Daddy can afford it. It's just a matter of smashing the pots and pans, and Dad will make sure you're all fed. I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to build a wave of glory, but I was met with a big blank stare from my eldest daughter. The second daughter also looked at him with helpless eyes. Li Yi thought somewhat sheepishly. These 2 daughters of mine seem to have a bit of a high IQ. Ha, how is it that when you try to fool them, you always get busted? Could this also be a problem with my bloodline? But I wasn't this smart as a kid. If it's not me, then could it be? Their mom. The woman's figure appeared in Li Yi's mind. She always liked to pick his chin with her onion-white fingers, playing a bully stance, and he was powerless to resist. Wait a little while Dad. The little food in the room is definitely not enough. Daddy will go and make you some new ones. Li shook his head, cleared his mind of distractions, and merrily walked towards the piled-up ferocious beasts. The physique has also awakened, so I can make food without worrying about it now. Humming a little song, Li took out a small knife and planned to get an open-air barbecue. Such a nice day for a family to eat crispy, flavorful barbecue in the yard. It simply couldn't be more comfortable. Wanting to do it, Li skillfully set up a grill. I used to have some good barbecue skills from running around the continent. The ingredients also evolved from ordinary demonic beasts with low cultivation all the way to the final demon emperor. Xinyao's mother and daughter felt that the stimulation they received today was too strong and wanted to say goodbye and leave, but was retained again and again by Li Yi and stayed. Are you kidding me? I was worried that I had no one to share this joy with. The only 2 of you witnesses still want to run? Compliment my 2 little angels properly to my face later, or don't even think about leaving. So, Li Yi was cooking. Xinyao and Shu Ruozhen, with the 2 sisters across from them, began to stare wide-eyed. Shu Ruozhen had wanted to take the initiative to go up and get close. Children are the best breakthroughs for adults. That's something she still understands. However, Qinghanli had no interest in talking to her at all. Straight away, he cocked his head, disgust on full display. Shu Ruozhen was instantly devastated. This little mom is not so good. Li Yi was cooking in the kitchen when he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation coming from in front of him. He was stunned at first, and then quickly beamed with joy. Swish! 2 breaths later, a golden paper crane appeared. Li Yi spoke with a smile on his brow. Kai! The paper crane dissolved into countless points of light in response and quickly spelled out a sentence in the air. Handsome. Did the daughters awaken their physiques? How was the result? Obviously. From the wife's handwriting. She was the only one in the world who would occasionally address him flirtatiously like that. Though between the lines, he was not asked about him, but Li Yi still felt in a good mood. After all, it had been a sunny day to get this busy man to initiate contact. Li Yi then offered his treasure as if he were a treasure, and similarly performed this divine ability of transmitting paper cranes created by him. On it, the 2 daughters' counterintuitive physiques were written down in detail. If he wasn't ridiculously strong, the paper crane would never have been able to withstand so much content, not to mention having to cross such a long distance. The exertion was horrifying. After a long time, a much larger golden paper crane, trembling, flew up from in front of Li Yi. Then it disappeared in a flash. The lion and nine-tailed fox brother and sister duo who were already close to here in the valley. At this time, they were discussing the heaven and earth anomaly that had just appeared again. Third sister, this is another treasure. There's nothing you can say to stop me this time. I declare that getting the baby is now mission number 1. That big bird is so resourceful and stronger than the 2 of us put together. It'll be absolutely fine. The nine-tailed fox said helplessly. That's just it. It's already here anyway. Then go ahead and get the baby. It doesn't look to me like there's any sign of a fight going on around here either. Maybe we're really the first ones here. It's God's will too. The siblings' figures flashed in succession and soon appeared outside the compound. Chapter 15, Adopting a Nine-Tailed Fox as a Handmaiden. After the lion landed, he looked around at the scenery. TSK. I didn't know that there was a place with such a great view. Third sister. In the future, how about we move our cave here as well? Cut the crap and get down to business. The nine-tailed fox stepped forward. What's your hurry? I just looked. There's no one around here. There was only one compound ahead. There were but a few mortal breaths in there. I'm sure there's just a treasure and they can't afford to get it. Just go in and kill them all. Don't be an eyesore. What's the point of killing them when you can just take the treasure? Have you fallen so low that you need to find pleasure from mortals? The nine-tailed fox was a little annoyed and quickened her pace. The small courtyard has no gate at all and no formal walls, so they walked right in. The moment they stepped into the compound, they smelled a refreshing fragrance. They're grilling meat here? But what meat smells so good? The lion shot a glance at the 2 little girls in the middle of the yard, and the mother-daughter flower. Eyes glazed over. He then glanced at Li Yi who was calmly grilling on the side. Cold laughter. A mortal, but he is so good at enjoying his blessings, living in this scenic place and having a beautiful wife and concubines by his side. A pair of daughters at his knees are always with him. A godly day. Li Yi froze and frowned. Watch your language. Any more nonsense and there will be serious consequences. Li Yi's attitude in turn confused the lion. He was able to have the current cultivation level of the transitional succession stage, so naturally he wouldn't be a demented person. From the moment I entered just now, I felt that something was not quite right. Now it's finally figured out. How come none of these people in the yard are afraid of him? It was just as well that the nine-tailed fox was now in human form. He didn't stay fully human, just physically human. The neck is still topped with a lion's head. You're not afraid of this look? The lion felt humiliated. Woo, woo. Viciously, he made 2 faces toward the 2 little girls, intending to scare them right into tears. They came to save a little face in front of their third sister. But I didn't expect the eyes of one of the girls to instantly glaze over. Surprisingly, he turned back toward him and glared hard. Boom! The lion just felt his brain buzzing. It was as if the sky had fallen, and his expression was momentarily frozen. What a look that was! There was a great terror in the majesty, a dominance in the valor, a look like that he had never seen even in his big brother. But how did she get that look in her eyes as a little girl? The lion is confused. Bold sinful animal, why don't you kneel down for me? Li Qinghan felt that it was fine for her to be bullied by Li Yi. Well, at least he's eating people's mouths, and he's going to be dependent on him for a short time. But now even this kind of unseemly goods dared to provoke himself? It really drifted. Poof! The lion didn't even react as his body spontaneously fell to its knees, and have to bow down to that little girl with her head down. Roar! In the nick of time, the lion came to his senses and did his best to fight off his body's instincts, re-established his body on its feet. He didn't choose to make a move, because he was just as stupid as he was and sensed that something was wrong here. Even a little girl made herself nearly lose face, so wouldn't the others be even better? Li Yi clapped his hands and removed a pair of freshly grilled meat wings from the grill, threaded up nicely on a bamboo skewer and placed it on a plate. It passed through their brother and sister and was handed to their daughter and the two guests. This meat is not very common. Taste it well. I haven't had one in some days, either. Took a towel and wiped the grease off his hands. A bite of the charred bird's wing exploded in his mouth with a strong aroma. The lion's body stiffened and swallowed. Seeing them eat so well made him crave it too. When he was about to ask his third sister if she was craving for it as well, he realized that the other was pointing in the other direction with a shocked face and horrified eyes. The lion looked along and once again gulped furiously. This time it wasn't gluttonous. It was scary. Isn't the body of their big brother, the golden-winged rock bird, sitting next to that barbecue grill? So then, the meat wings they are eating are our big brothers? The lion felt himself crack. The invincible big brother in his eyes is now being taken out by someone else? What's going to happen to him? Enjoy your chat. I'm going the wrong way, so I'll leave you to it. The lion was going to bolt straight away. He couldn't even care about the well-being of his intended victim, the nine-tailed fox. Phew! A stream of light flashed by, and the lion's body lurched, then planted himself on the ground with a thud. The breath is gone. One hit kills. The nine-tailed fox stood warily in place, completely unable to imagine this mysterious man. Exactly what realm of cultivation? Li Yi faintly said. You should be glad of what you just said at the door, otherwise it would have ended up like him by now. I have no objection to you making enemies of the human cultivators, but the wanton killing of mortals is not necessary. I like the more orderly ones, even if she's in a different camp. Do you understand me? Li Yi's identity had been separated from the shackles of his original human race ever since he had integrated into the will of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, he was more like the master and guardian of this continent. People, demons and devils, all three races are his people. And naturally, as an owner, you would want to make the world the way you like it. Granted, he doesn't go so far as to deliberately pursue this, but it doesn't hurt to bump into it once in a while and step in to trim the branches. The nine-tailed fox was originally sat inside. It was only a matter of time before she was made to die. But when he heard this, his heart fluttered. Sounds like there's still a chance, doesn't it? Foxes are so smart, let alone a level like the nine-tailed fox. The mind was instantly enlightened. Hurriedly, he fell to his knees and kowtowed towards Li Yi. Handmaiden Su Chang, I am willing to recognize you as my master. Follow your master for all eternity. Before Li Yi could say anything, Chu Ruozhen reacted first. Wait, where did you come from? I haven't had the chance to stay with brother yet all the time. You've got it all figured out. Eternal life. Is your father an immortal emperor? To give you so much face. A comment that disliked Su Qing. I said, what did I say that was wrong? Isn't that how you're supposed to appear loyal at times like this? Being a captive can be so hard. I'm keeping you a little useful for a while. When you go out during the week, stay home and help me with my two kids. Tell them stories and stuff. As for eternal life and all that, meh. Li Yi smiled. All in good time. Brother Yat, I can do this too. Why use this woman of unknown origin? She's a vixen. Chu Ruo was really anxious. Obviously I was first. How come you're losing to a vixen for no reason now? Is it possible that Brother Yat likes this sultry type? But that's not what he said when he was with himself. Ahem. Don't be ridiculous. You're the holy maiden of a holy land, and you're here to see the door. If the news spreads, will your mother and the Yabuan Holy Land still want to lose face? Li Yi gently reprimanded. I said, boy, I can't use you with anyone. To be precise, one cannot use any woman who is related to oneself. Otherwise in case the kid's mom checks in one day. TSK. Chapter 16, The Greedy Queen and the Dark Disciple. Extraterrestrial Void. A giant spirit boat was slowly traveling. Inside the flashy room at the very top of the spirit boat, the woman who waited for Li Yi's reply until she fell asleep was jolted awake by the bracelet on her white wrist. The bracelet emitted an open and closed red glow, as if it was breathing. The woman looked back and guffawed. A spiritual energy was shot out, and a curtain of light immediately appeared on the bracelet. Various colors on it changed for a split second, and soon the pretty face of a young girl appeared. Looking at his age, he was no more than 8 or 9 years old. With a head of silver hair and blue pupils, he exuded an aura unique to schoolboys. The woman was in a good mood, although Li Yi's strength was inferior to hers, but all kinds of whimsical ideas always brought her surprises. Just like the string of bracelets today, it would be possible to make sound transmission no longer limited to conversations when the distance was close enough. Instead, they were able to see even the faces of both sides. As far as the experience is concerned, it's a real improvement. The woman smirked. Good disciple. Did you steal my ice spirit fruit when master was not around? Kids can't eat too much sweet. They'll get cavities. On the light screen, the girl was silent for a moment, and came a clear voice. Master, you may have misremembered. You had already secretly eaten all the ice spirit fruits on the last night before you left for the journey, and the wine too. not a single jug left. Ha, yes, yes, if I hadn't caught you in time, you might have ended up not leaving me even a little bit of good food. The woman froze, then laughed and waved her hand. Let's not dwell on such boring issues. Little Schwerer, are you missing master? The girl on the light screen looked at her and suddenly gave a smug smile. With a stretch of his hand, several fruits as polished as jade appeared in his hand. Master, see what this is? The woman's eyes lit up in surprise. Where did you find the ice spirit fruit? Good Schwerer, keep it for master teacher. Okay? The girl grunted, tossing several fruits all into her mouth and puffing. Passing through here and not knowing to come back and look around is the downfall. Let's see if master will dare to ignore people like that next time. Then words. Are those two little guys going to open the door of cultivation? How did it turn out? Any news? Apparently, the latter statement was her main purpose this time. It is just that the nature of the arrogant, without some padding, the words of concern is not asked out. The woman was about to shake her head when she saw a large golden paper crane appear from her side. Unable to wait to open it, the two of them simultaneously saw the dense handwriting on it. The details of what happened are documented in minute detail. The valley. Come on, let's keep eating. Don't let them disturb our pleasure. Li fetched the rest of the roasted meat as well. Among them, especially Li Qinghan ate the most vigorously. I don't know if it's because the god body is in its infancy. She feels that no matter how much she eats she still feels hungry. It's like the body is a bottomless pit. Li Lingxiu, on the other hand, ate unhurriedly. The one could tell she had an appetite as well. But there's just not much of a rush. It had been a slow, methodical swallow. Subaru looked at the food on their table with her heart pounding on the side, eyes wet with envy. Uncontested tears streamed down the corners of his mouth. That's when she realized that the meat of that golden-winged rock, it was actually the lowest grade of existence in there. Most of the other ingredients, she couldn't recognize exactly what demonic beast's meat was, but judging from the essence contained on it, it was more than 1,000 times stronger than the golden-winged rock. There are so many demonic beasts in this world that I haven't seen before? It shouldn't be. Subaru was a bit skeptical. It had been extremely hard to endure. But nah, those meats just smelled so good. I don't know exactly how it was baked. Plus one of the little girls was eating so much that it made you salivate just looking at it. Therefore Su Qing was unlucky enough to have her stomach rumble. Instantly, the face turned red. In front of this handsome-looking man with unfathomable strength. It was as if she had gone back to a time when she hadn't had much power. Be careful and cautious. Are you hungry too? Let's put it this way. Follow the rules. First things first, then dinner. You go brush the 2 tubs in that room. Then you can go up to the table and eat a little. Li commanded lightly without lifting his head. Subaru hesitated. It's not that it's unwilling. It's just that she's used to ordering her men around on a regular basis. Now at first hearing this tone of being instructed, the brain didn't adjust for a moment. Yes master. Slave girl will go right away. Even though Li didn't even look at her, Su Qing still gave a salute. Only then did he run quickly into the house and fetch the 2 tubs. Originally this held a dark red medicinal liquid. It was later sucked up by the sisters when they awakened their physique. At this point only some of the last impurities expelled from the body remain. Cleaning it doesn't seem to be that easy. Su Qing carried them with some effort to the mountain spring in the yard. She didn't know why 2 ordinary tubs could be so heavy. On the table, Chu Ruozhen and Xin Yao actually basically couldn't eat anything. They wanted to eat it, but their strength didn't allow it. Those previous dishes were still able to take a few bites before refining. The current roast, on the other hand, is almost too much to bear when you bite into it lightly. The majestic spiritual energy was about to burst them. Looking at the mother-daughter duo with haloed faces, Li took out a pot of wine from under the table. The gourd is huge, but the shape is a bit ugly. Not much different from the kind commonly found in the mountains. If you put it on the fairgrounds it's probably in the category of being left until the end and not necessarily sold. Bang! Opening the lid, Li laughed lightly. There shouldn't be anyone who cultivates, who can't drink alcohol, right? Have a drink. A small one. The cup was small and had not been filled by Li. Only about a third of it was poured. Barely enough for a small sip. Li Qinghan immediately bristled. The rest of this dad's not bad. Why is he so stingy with the booze? In her previous life, she was the immortal emperor. And she didn't know how much she had drunk of the immortal dew, but no matter how precious, she always generously rewarded her men. This person, Li, has a small pattern, but no matter what she thought, she couldn't drink a drop herself, because Li had no intention of pouring wine for the 2 of them. Where's ours? Li Qinghan beamed and moved her wine glass forward, her gaze stunned. Li Lingxiu also quietly held her cup and followed closely behind. Just a little shy gaze. What kind of wine do you drink at such a young age? Grow up some more before you do. Li pretended to be majestic. It's not that I can't give it up. but mostly I don't want my 2 kids to become alcoholics at such a young age. Her daughter, in the future, was an existence that was going to amaze the world. The label alcoholism is not allowed. Li Qinghan used her eyes to wrestle with Li Yi for 2 rounds and lost helplessly. Next to them, Chu Ruozhen and Xing Yao had already finished their cups of wine. Although it looks unremarkable and slightly muddy in color, it's clearly not sold with jade dew, but it still smells good at least, and the wine is even better when you serve it. Unconsciously, he had already drunk it. Boom! Just a moment after the liquor entered his belly, mother and daughter almost simultaneously felt something in their bodies suddenly detonate. Berserk and surging spiritual energy suddenly surged and swept over their entire bodies. The duo's faces were scarlet for a split second. Even the white and delicate neck underneath turned completely pink. The duo's pupils were greatly shocked, and they hurriedly operated their gong methods to protect their heart veins. It was only then that they realized that the spiritual power, though huge, did not cause half damage to their bodies. Instead, it also quickly helped them to completely refine the roasted meat in their bodies that had not been refined into spiritual energy that could be used for them. Opening their eyes, both mother and daughter's gazes were flooded with intense joy. This seemingly mediocre liquor had such a magical effect. With the addition of the 2 majestic spiritual powers, Chu Ruozhen broke the realm on the spot. In one fell swoop, he crossed over from mid-Yuaning to peak Yuaning. It directly skipped the small realm of the late Yuaning stage. Xing Yao's bottleneck was also completely loosened. It was just that her current cultivation enhancements still needed to be aided by sensing the great Tao, but it was not possible to advance immediately like his daughter. This scene directly stunned Xing Hanli. This wine gourd that was always carried around by Li Yi at all times and was somewhat ugly looking. It was surprisingly packed with such goodies. Li Qinghan ground her teeth in anger. This old man sure has a lot of good stuff, especially the ones that are often groped by him. I have to scavenge in the future while he's away. Xing Yao calmed the qi and blood in her body and glanced very enviously at Li Qinghan, who was grinding her small silver teeth. There is also the very well-behaved Li Lingxiu, who is particularly intelligent at first glance. Heart Wei, you 2 little guys are really lucky to be able to have a father like Li Yi. Such a great foundation for you to build on when you are just starting your practice. You know, this is something that countless people would never dream of. The usual food was also the finest demonic beast ingredients. Just imagine how immeasurable your 2 achievements will be in the future. Xing Yao even already had the urge to either recognize Li Yi as a godfather as well. More is not required to be able to get yourself such a meal every other day. It's hard not to break through. Forcing down this impulse, Xing Yao suddenly realized something. You have a daughter yourself. Wouldn't it be more comfortable if they could really turn Li Yi into their own son-in-law? My daughter, this time, is so discerning. Chapter 17, a demoness. Worthy of serving me? Chu Ruozhen realized that his mother's eyes were suddenly ambiguous. Why was she smiling at herself like that? Having never seen her mother like this, Chu Ruozhen felt a little hairy inside. My lord. In fact, in our Yaoguang Holy Land, the rules are not set in stone. If Gongzi is interested, Jin'er can. Before Xing Yao could finish her sentence, a sudden bang came from not far away, drawing the attention of several of them at once. Knock! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground, accompanied by the woman's exclamation of surprise. The 9-tailed fox, Su Qing, was currently looking at the overturned artifacts on the ground with a horrified expression. It was hard to hide the shock that filled his face. When she used the mountain spring water to rinse the bathtub, she always felt ineffective 3 times. He was worried that after a long time, he would be disliked by Li Yi for not doing his job well. So in desperation, he secretly operated his spiritual energy, wanting to use his demon emperor's cultivation, forcefully remove this dust and dirt. But unexpectedly, under her spiritual power in conjunction with the rushing of this mountain spring, this bathtub unexpectedly made a clicking sound, and the skin began to peel off layer by layer. The originally plain and uninteresting bathtub had turned into a huge bronze tripod at this moment. It was also densely covered with a few mottled lines. It looks very dated. The bronze tripod released a misty green light at this moment, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to continuously converge towards its position. Su Qing's eyes stole a glance at Li Yi and saw that the other party was looking this way. It was a heartbreaking moment. This is dead. Not only did things not go right, but they made this mess. Is God going to kill me? Su Qing instantly commiserated on the ground, her eyes reddening with fear. Li Yi frowned slightly, indeed looking a bit unhappy, but before he could speak, he heard Xing Yao suck in a breath of cool air and murmured, "Why does this tripod look somewhat familiar? I think I've seen it in some tome before." Next to her daughter Chu Ruozhen reminded, 9 dragons coiled around the body of the tripod, all without eyes. Isn't this the 9 dragons cauldron, the sacred weapon of the once prosperous Lihua dynasty? Legend has it that since the fall of the Lihua dynasty, the 9-dragon tripod has gone missing. However, Some people said that it was the loss of the 9-dragon cauldron that led to the fall of the Lihua dynasty. I didn't realize that it turned out to be in Brother Yat's hands. Brother Yat is really great. Li Yi's expression didn't fluctuate much as he slowly sipped his wine. Shen Yao, once reminded, also remembered the relevant legend. I can't help but shake my head in disbelief. The people of the world have been searching for the 9-dragon tripod for a long time. There have even been an unknown number of great wars waged over it. Countless forces of all sizes floated in and out of it, and then finally disappeared without realizing it. How could such a treasure, which everyone would kill for, be left unused? Was it even made into a tub for children to soak in? What kind of waste is that? One must know that the 9-dragon tripod had the reputation of being able to forge the roots of saints. Although it is not without some exaggeration, the strengthening effect on the physical body has been verified by the people of the world. At the beginning of the Lihua dynasty is precisely with this sacred weapon, the strength of the royal family to suppress the world. Shen Yao was in a daze, Chu Ruozhen was in a nymphomaniacal state, and Su Qing was waiting to die. The two baby girls were gobbling. Li Yi sighed helplessly. Why did it feel like there were not many normal people around him? Why don't you pick it up? When you do something wrong, do you wait for me to wipe your ass? Li Yi lightly reprimanded. Su Qing froze, then blushed. I didn't expect this master to be much more forgiving than expected, and didn't heavily chastise her. However, just as she got up to pick the bronze tripod up, her body was bounced back. After this short period of time for the bronze tripod to absorb the spiritual energy, the camouflage of the tripod body had already peeled off as much as it could, thoroughly revealing the original look. Ancient and intricate floral patterns are densely covered. The overall blow was an ethereal blue. The 9-dragons tripod was currently slowly floating in mid-air with the assistance of spiritual energy. An unusually large suction force appeared at the mouth of the tripod. The spiritual energy in a circle of more than 1,000 feet was stirred, coming in clouds from all directions. It pours into the body of the tripod in a funnel shape at high altitude. For a time, the 9-dragon tripod's divine light blossomed. This change had been going on for about a dozen breaths, and after that, all was quiet. The 9-dragon tripod rested peacefully on the ground. Only the look could be clearly felt different. The original traces of that age had faded quite a bit, and now it became as if it had gained a new life. It was easy to feel the massive power contained within. Shen Yao came to her senses. Her delicate lips opened and covered this with her hand so that she didn't cry out in shock. I said, how many more treasures does this son-in-law-to-be have? He's a little too rich for his own good, isn't he? It could simply be called ho-hum. So sorry. I would like to have a man with such a magnificent fortune myself. At that time, there would be no need to work so hard to maintain the peace and stability of the Holy Land, as is the case today. Chu Ruozhen still wanted to ask curiously, but was pulled by Shen Yao to stand up and bid farewell towards Li Yi. This short period of time has been subjected to various strong stimuli in succession. Even if she prided herself on having been through a lot, she was a little too supportive now. Had to go back and calm down a bit to do that. As for the matter of the daughter's courtship, it needs to be considered in the long run. This son-in-law is so good that if he can get him, it will be worth the effort to do so. You're leaving? The meal is not yet finished. Li Yi wondered. There's no need for that, my lord. We've harped on it long enough. The Holy Land has some urgent matters to deal with, so we'll come back later when we have time. Shen Yao chimed in. Li Yi opened his mouth and had the presence of mind to say that he could also not have to come back, but it seemed too impolite to just stop and smile and nod. Chu Ruozhen was unwillingly grabbed by Shen Yao, and the courtyard once again became a family of 3, plus a shivering 9-tailed fox. The 2 daughters also looked astonished to see the changes that had just occurred in the 9-dragon cauldron, but it didn't show much interest. By now it had resumed its windy eating speed again. Qing Han, look at your sister. A girl eating. Still has to pay some attention to her appearance. Li Yi couldn't help it and gently reminded. Qing Hanli glanced at the devil with stern eyes and inwardly laughed coldly. A demoness is a demoness. No matter how much you crave it inside, you have to put up a front in front of your man. Aren't you trying to please him so much so that he'll like it and then give you more favors? Such a sign of lack of confidence. You must be scared. And then, continue with my little hands as I do. Daughters, what do you think should be the best way to dispose of this 9-tailed fox? Willing to let her serve you? Li Yi suddenly inquired, also wanting to use this to test the heart of the 2. Li Qinghan refused without even thinking about it. Who wants a vixen to serve? An evil aura. One can tell that he has done evil things. Such a great demon. How dare you let her serve me? When these words came out, Su Qing's face turned pale, judging by how much this man dotes on his daughter. I'm really in a bad way this time. Chapter 18, Memories of the First Time I Met My Wife. Li Yi was indifferent to this and continued to ask, Raisu, what about you? And mean the same thing as your sister? Li Lingxiu stopped the movements of her hands and pondered a little for a while. Then he said with a face of innocence, "Just because you are a demon doesn't mean you do evil. Even if there were killings before, I think it was just because of different positions. If he kills her for that reason, he might as well be like the lion, who kills by preference." Finding all these excuses has backfired. Li Yi's eyes were a bit surprised. This young daughter's words were quite discerning. In terms of pattern, it's a lot taller than the older daughter. That could definitely be considered rare for her age. This intelligent behavior of his daughter reminded Li Yi of the time when he had just met his wife. Li Yi entered the void for the first time to explore, and without experience, he quite literally got lost. After driving around the neighborhood for quite a few hours, he finally saw a passing luxury spirit boat. With his eyesight, he could see the beautiful woman standing at the edge of the spirit boat from a great distance. It's amazing how distance doesn't diminish the thrilling beauty. He had no choice but to be forced to come forward and strike up a conversation. Li Yi remembered that he was very humble and asked about the route after a simple greeting. As a result, the woman was silent for a moment and said with a stern face, "Heads up, how do you explain that although your eyes are clear, when you looked at me just now, your eyes lingered on my chest for almost half a breath?" Li Yi, it's a ing instinct. Would you believe me if I said it's not very controllable? After all, who made it? Somewhat conspicuous by its size? His daughter's voice pulled back Li Yi's thoughts, and Li Qinghan had an expression that said it all. Poof, that's a nice way of putting it. Since you also know that demons have long been opposed to cultivators, then I'm sure I know how much they hate cultivators. How can you sleep or eat with your enemies around you all day? Besides, demonic chi is easy to die and not easy to get rid of. I don't want to be suspected of being a demon in the future, Li Qinghan said in a tit-for-tat manner. Her sister stopped talking because she knew the final choice was not theirs to make. The real answer, the man already had in mind. It doesn't fundamentally change just because of their opinions. Sure enough, Li Yi smiled at his eldest daughter after a moment of contemplation. Since Qinghan is worried about being tainted with demonic aura, then Dad found a way to get rid of her demonic aura. Let her become as breathless as a cultivator. Would that be possible? Su Qing was thunderstruck next to him. She was born a great demon, or a race with a noble and strong bloodline like the nine-tailed fox. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the demonic aura shook the heavens if one used their full strength. But to remove her demonic aura now would also mean, you're going to take away her cultivation? Make her a total loser? Without cultivation, naturally there was no more demonic aura. What's the point of living like this, even though your life can be saved? Moreover, there is not much time left in his lifespan, and he has to worry about his face being ruthlessly eroded by the years. The slightest thought sent shivers down her spine, making her even more fearful than she had been a moment ago. But she didn't dare open her mouth to beg for mercy, because the longer she stayed here, she then felt the gap in strength with that man more and more. I'm afraid that a single thought from the other party would be enough to exterminate her on the spot. Li Qinghan thought the same as Su Chang and gave Li Yi an impatient look. It's just a small demon. Why are you making so much trouble? Whatever. There's no way I'm going to let a demonic creature serve anyway. But since my sister likes it, it's okay to keep it for her. Li Lingxiu looked at Su Qing with some pity and sighed inwardly. The natural talent is superior. Cultivation is fair. It's a pity. Even if I wanted to help you, I'm not able to do so nowadays. Speaking of which, you're still a bit of a liability to me. Otherwise that woman wouldn't have given you such a hard time. Li Yi nodded and said, "Good. Then Daddy will help her pull out her demonic energy." After he said that, his right hand slightly raised and gently stroked towards the nine-dragon tripod. The nine-dragon's tripod immediately turned around a few times and flew to Li Yi's hand. The dynasty's sacred weapons of the human race naturally have the power to restrain demons. Plus now the disguise I imposed on it has been broken. It recovered a trifle of its strength for the time being. It's enough to use to remove your demonic aura. Keep your head up. Su Qing's heart thumped, and she raised her delicate face full of tears. The nine-dragon's tripod immediately released a wave of green light, covering her entire body. Subaru then became smaller and smaller in the green light. Being covered by the green light, he was taken into the tripod. Inside, the vast aura of the human race was cleansing her body from all sides, allowing her demonic aura to fill the air. It looked like she wouldn't be able to resist for long. Li Yi looked down and said in a deep voice, "Is there any resentment in your heart for treating you this way?" Su Qing's breath weakened at a rate visible to the naked eye, but in the face of this problem, still cannot give birth to the idea of half a fish death net. The slave girl wouldn't dare. Now that he has recognized his master as his master, whether he lives or dies is at the master's disposal. The slave girl wouldn't dare to complain. "Oh, do you know that if you remove the demonic energy, you will lose all your cultivation? From now on, one can only walk as a mortal. Years later, become a senile old woman whose face is no longer there. And you don't blame me in your heart for such a result?" Su Qing was eroded to the point where she was almost out of strength to speak. and failed to answer Li Yi's question immediately. Li Yi waited for a few breaths and finally asked, "One last chance for you. If you turn back now and do not wish to serve my 2 daughters here, great, to be frank, I can let you go. And return the lost cultivation to you as well. Think it over. You only have 10 breaths left." Su Qing's entire body had turned translucent, so weak that she could only nod or shake her head. Even Li Qinghan was at the side, and a hint of pity appeared in the depths of his pupils. Although she belonged to the opposing camps with the demons, she would not make things so difficult for a small demon. If you kill, kill. If you let go, let go. Such torture is not necessary. While she was trying to persuade Li Yi to say a few words, Su Qing strengthened her spirit, said with the last of his strength, "No. Regret." Almost at the same time, the last trace of Yuanshan was eroded away. Su Qing's aura completely disappeared into the 9-dragon cauldron. A generation of great demons fell. Li Yi's promise to uproot the demonic energy turned out to be just a few questions. "How do you?" Li Qinghan was stunned, never expecting this Li Yi fellow to go back on his word. Not only did he not keep his word, but he took the opportunity to torment the other man. Li Yi inclined his head and looked into her eyes curiously. "What? Didn't Qinghan dislike this little demon? Dad just got a little carried away and struck late, but it doesn't matter. If you die, you die. You're just a demon anyway. You." Li Qinghan felt a little awkward. "I don't know why, but I don't know how many demons died under her in the past, but never has it been as uncomfortable as it is today." It was as if he had indirectly caused it all. Could it be because, before she died, that vixen still believed in them? Still think he'll be saved? Don't ever do that again. I don't like this ending. Li Qinghan even stopped eating his meat. You can see how much of an impact it has had. That's actually not a bad ending. Qinghan didn't like her anyway. If she serves you all in the future, she will also sooner or later make you look worse and worse. When the time comes, find 2 random reasons to tell me off. Wouldn't Dad let her? Now it's just a matter of relieving her sooner. When Li Qinghan heard this, her mouth opened wide and her heart felt even more blocked. Sullenly, "I still want her to live. Even if you can only live for a few decades, it's still better than dying in a humiliating way. If I had another chance, I could accept her staying with me." Li Lingxiu looked at this archenemy in surprise at hearing this. "The heart says you're not right. Is that your line? Or is there something wrong with this meal today?" Chapter 19, Starry Sky Empress Gu Qingmei. "Is that true?" Li Yi said with a curious face. "So what if it's true or false? They're all dead. Can you still be resurrected?" Li Qinghan gave him a nice blank stare. Inwardly, he thought that less than half of this kill would have to fall on his head. "In this life, I have only just begun to cultivate, and I am burdened with killing. Or so cultivated. Can't help but think it's not a good sign. Of course there's a difference. If it's true, the next moment is to witness a miracle." Li smiled mysteriously and suddenly a finger force shot towards another tub not far away. Snap! The outer layer of camouflage instantly disintegrated, revealing the true appearance of the artifact inside. It was actually a bronze tripod as well, and from the looks of it, it wasn't too different from the previous 9-dragon tripod. And even the shapes and sizes are almost identical. The next sight was the same as the 9-dragon tripod, and the spiritual energy of the 4 directions was stirred up again in a flash. A large amount of spiritual energy poured into the tripod, helping it regain its former luster. The 2 girls watched the scene in disbelief. Right, oh, these 2 tubs are usually placed together. If one of them is a treasure, how can the other one be mortal? It's so simple that I didn't realize it for a moment. After a few breaths, the bronze tripod's divine light converged and quieted down. It was only then that they realized that the rest of the place was indeed the same, but there was a slight difference in the pattern in the middle. The 9 dragons tripod is 9 dragons perched on top of it, and although it is eyeless, it is mighty and extraordinary. This tripod, on the other hand, is surrounded by 9 phoenixes, all with eyes and a noble aura. It is not difficult to see that the 2 tripods should be a pair. This is the Spirit Phoenix Cauldron, which is from the same period as the 9-dragon cauldron. The world only knows that the 9-dragon cauldron has unparalleled power, but they don't know that it is used in conjunction with the Spirit Phoenix Cauldron. It's only then that its true power can be realized. With another imaginary shot, the Spirit Phoenix Cauldron flew in front of Li Yi. Li Yi softly recited 2 mnemonics under his breath, and his eyes suddenly shot out 2 golden divine lights. The 2 bronze tripods immediately also blazed with green light, and a mysterious and extreme fluctuation was faintly transmitted. Li Qinghan and the 2 of them were immediately startled, because this fluctuation was very unfamiliar even to them. Not only do you not know how to use it yourself, but you've never even seen it used by anyone else, and judging from the formation, it was clear that it wouldn't be any low-end jutsu. A moment later, the 9 dragons cauldron suddenly flew up and inverted itself onto the Spirit Phoenix Cauldron. Li Yi punched a few more spells in it, and instantly amazing to the extreme energy raged in it. In about an incense stick of time, the two tripods separated. A wailing sound suddenly came from the 9-dragon tripod. Li Qinghan and Li Lingxiu were stunned. What's the situation? Can you really come back to life? Sure enough, Su Qing got up blankly and stepped out of the tripod. A few moments of fear and pity remained in his eyes. Yikes! Stinking hooligans! Li Qinghan reacted and immediately cursed, covering her eyes and turning her head. Thinking no, he turned back and shouted, "You're not allowed to look either. Listen to me." Running 2 quick steps, her small hands covered Li Yi's eyes. Li Yi casually took out an outfit from his storage ring and threw it to Su Qing, then slowly turned around. "Master, what is this?" Subconsciously, Su Qing asked, but quickly noticed her bare arms as she raised her hand. A second glance downward brought a blush to his cheeks. Hurriedly, he grabbed his clothes and flew to get dressed. Li Lingxiu didn't avoid this, but instead very seriously surveyed Su Qing's body. "The more I look at it, the more I'm amazed." Although her cultivation level was still at the early stage of the transitional succession, she had half a demonic aura on her body. This can be very puzzling. Born as a demon, even if one cultivates the gongfu of the human race, what one cultivates is still demonic power. This is a law that cannot be changed, because the body is a demon, and it is perfectly normal that it will produce demonic aura. But now, this unbelievable thing is so real. Not only that, Li Lingxiu also vaguely felt that something had changed in her physique. It seems to possess other properties. In layman's terms, the person is still the same, but the body is no longer the same. "Master, am I not dead?" The blush on Su Qing's pretty face hadn't disappeared, and she asked timidly in a low voice. Li Yi picked up his wineglass and took a beautiful sip, laughing lightly. "It's not wrong to say it's dead. Breaking and entering is indeed considered to be going through a life and death experience. Now you are no longer shackled by the body of the demon race. Nowadays, whether one is practicing human gongfu or demonic gongfu, none of them have any restrictions, and the powdered medicinal liquid remaining in the body of the tripod has improved your physique to a certain extent. Although it could not reach the level of triggering heaven and earth visions, it would not be able to encounter bottlenecks within the next 2 great realms. It should still be okay. As for what other wonderful uses there are, you can figure it out on your own later." Su Qing froze on the spot. Couldn't believe my ears. This monstrous creation was bestowed upon himself so casually? And to put it so lightly? What does it mean to remove physical shackles? It meant that one could practice the top arts of any clan at will, without fear of backlash or other dangers, because she is already the Almighty. And what does the absence of bottlenecks mean? It means that not only can you successfully cultivate to the peak of the transition and ascend to the immortal realm, even in the immortal realm one could easily power up another large realm, thoroughly establish themselves in the immortal world. Any one of these things was something she had never dreamed of doing. Now it was in the hands of this man, easily realized with a laugh. Su Qing had never thought that her previous decision to recognize her master was as wise as she did in this moment now. How many people would want to grab a thick leg like the master's? And such a rare opportunity suddenly came to him not so long ago? Luckily, I caught it without thinking about it at the time. Otherwise it's really a case of repentance to the point of suicide. Seeing that she was breathing heavily and flushed, it was obvious that she was so excited that she couldn't help herself. Li Yi faintly reminded, "It doesn't have to be. You deserve all this. I have no intention of testing you, but you should still show your loyalty. You were doing a great job. From the beginning to the end, that's something I'm happy with, because I'm also a dedicated and deeply emotional person. Everyone has to live with the consequences of their own choices, even the bad ones, right?" Subaru desperately nodded her head. "I didn't realize that this master not only possessed the unrivaled good looks in the world, the strength to cross the world. Even the thoughts are so rich in depth. With a master like that, she simply couldn't think of any other choice but to love and be loved." "That's good. And as we said before, you pick yourself a room at random from the rest of the rooms. Then usually do some house cleaning and yard sweeping. Don't be too solicitous, and don't take my job. Got it? They both know what they're doing and won't give you too much of a hard time." Su Qing felt her soul sublimate. How can you live with such a master? It's taking off. Outside the domain, the Starry Sky Empress and her disciple looked at Li Yi's paper crane together. "For the time being, I'm pretty happy with this result." The reason why they weren't particularly satisfied was because they both felt that if they were to open the door to cultivation for the 2 little ones instead, that awakened physique would definitely be better than it is now. After the 2 of them cut off the voice transmission, the Starry Sky Empress was in a beautiful mood and intended to run to the next battlefield. But before he could go too far, Little Schwer's transmission came again. "Master, there's news of the ice spirit fruit." The woman froze and her eyes lit up with a radiant glow. "Really? Where?" Little Schwer smiled slightly, her voice carrying a hint of pride. It took me a lot of effort to get the information this time, and there's absolutely no mistaking that it's on the Jubilee planet. At a conservative estimate, it should be enough to feed us for 6 months. If you can exercise some restraint. That much? Yay! So awesome. I feel like I can set aside some of it for brewing Little Schwer, Master wants to talk to you. The woman's eyes, hidden behind her black-framed glasses, radiated a steep light that only an old money grubber could possess. The opposite side sighed an impotent warning. I advise Master Teacher to dismiss this idea before it's too late. People are just little kids, Drinking is not good for the growth of the body. And, your usual speech, please pay attention. People are in the process of establishing 3 views. It is easy to be led by you crooked. I don't want to grow up to be a character like you. The woman was snubbed by her protege and stammered for a few moments before laughing. So, many times I always ignore your age well. As for drinking, I learned to sneak a drink when I was your age, and, the last time I gave you a birthday, I mixed a little bit of wine made from ice spirit fruits in your favorite pastry. Didn't you eat it very happily? At the time, my teacher was a little heartbroken to say. On the light screen, Snowy was stunned into silence for a moment. Then suddenly he exploded, growling in a milky, ferocious voice. Goo! Light! Eyebrows! Even if I was born smart, I'm still less than 10 years old. You'll affect my mind if you secretly give me wine made from ice spirit fruit. Aha, so angry. Chapter 20, reporting to mother that you're a womanizer. Snap! The light curtain disappears. The starry sky queen murmured dumbfounded. Ha! Is this a tantrum? It's a bit hard to do. Little Snowy is angry. What can I use to coax her? That said, she seems to have a soft spot for having an iron eater. Why don't we just go to the Jioli demon lord and ask for his mount? But that guy is so bad-tempered that he won't give it even if he wants to, so it's better to find a chance to snatch it away. Forgive him for not daring to come to the door of his own accord. As he was considering this, the light screen lit up again. When the starry sky empress saw her protege's face appear on it, she instantly smiled with her eyebrows raised. Little Schwer, Master knew you wouldn't really be angry with me. Humph, I'm just so angry that I even cut off my master once more. Snap, the light curtain disappeared again. The Star Queen collapsed onto the bed in a wide-open position, not caring that the silky robe had already allowed quite a bit of springtime light to leak out. Another trip to the Vermilion Bird Star and another trip to grab a mount for Little Schwer. Time is a bit rushed. Should I call Lee to help me share some of it? Forget it. Or try to avoid letting little Cheryl come into contact with him. Little Cher is too cute to hold and smells too soft for me to give up. After talking to herself for a while, the Starry Sky Empress ordered the spirit boat to fly at full speed. Time was limited, and she had to quell the rebellion at the next location in the shortest time possible. Lunch is done. Let the 2 daughters eat as much as they can. After all, you can't eat that many ferocious beasts in one meal. The rest were all put into the storage ring by Lee. Mainly because they're so huge that they're too ugly to leave out in the open. It looks like the yard is a little crowded. The baked ones have basically been wiped out. Lee handed the last remaining string to Su Ching, the flesh of the ancestor of all snakes. Taste it. The meat is tender. Su Chung took it in fear and couldn't wait before taking a big bite. Blame her. It's just too hard to watch from the sidelines. The scent was strong and seductive. One bite into her stomach. The 9 tails behind Su Ching uncontrollably all emerged. The 9-tailed fox's innate charm also spontaneously turned on to the extreme. For a moment, a sweet scent seemed to float in the air. Li Qinghan frowned, her delicate agaric nose slightly shrugging a few times. The body somewhat instinctively hates the smell, but she had never been a man or a woman. But she didn't know what it was. As a demon sovereign, Li Lingxiu's subordinates who possessed such means were countless under her command. At this moment, he looked at Su Ching expressionlessly, his eyes opening in spiritual vision. One could only see the inside of the 9-tailed fox's body as if it had entered a small sun. Now that little sun was continuously dissociating a stream of pure spiritual liquid. As the blood flowed through her body, it traveled through every one of her meridians. In just a few short breaths, her aura climbed again and again. It had been raised until it reached the middle stage of the transitional succession, and only then did it slow down. In the meantime, sure enough, no obstacles were encountered. Su Ching opened her eyes, and her eyes flashed with divine light. It was only then that he realized that he had unconsciously revealed part of his own body. Rush to collect yourself. Next to Li Yi, the pink color in his eyes gradually faded away. Coming to his senses, he realized that he was pulling on one of Subaru's small hands. Stunned for a moment, Li Yi drew back his hand as if nothing had happened. Scanning his daughters not far away twice, he wondered if they had noticed. When he saw that no one was looking at him, he let go. Li Yi, Li Yi, the realm is still not home. I had wanted to take this opportunity to put up no resistance and see if I could withstand this level of charming power all by instinct. the result is still not a complete immunization. In vain you have this cultivation. No stamina. Li Yi coughed lightly and transmitted his divine thoughts. Just pretend you didn't see what just happened. And don't let the two of them know. Or else. You know. Su Qing was a deer in the headlights inside and nodded shyly. The most thinly veiled nine-tailed fox now also inevitably produced the idea of willing to dedicate this body. Clear the table. Li Yi commanded and walked over to his daughters. Faint. Since you have practiced, then you can't be too lazy. At least at first. You just ate so much. Why are you all lying down? Get up and practice. The youngest daughter was a little reluctant, but at least wheedled her way into sitting up. Li Qinghan, on the other hand, simply pretended not to hear. Daintily, he rolled over and was about to huff and puff. Snap. Li slightly exerted himself and slapped his palm on her tiny ass. It made a crisp ringing sound. It doesn't hurt much, but it's extremely insulting. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Li Qinghan got up at first glance with a hairy boner. His face was as red as blood, and his eyes stared angrily at Li Yi as he questioned. You dare to beat the fart out of me. Fart. Humph. How dare you? Oops. I'm your dad, and I'm not only going to spank you today, I'm going to spank you later. Who made you disobey? Get up and practice. Practice before you go to sleep. Li Qinghan clenched her silver teeth, knowing that there was nothing she could do to take Li Yi now. A final grunt. So what do you say? What are we having for dinner? I have to be satisfied before I'm in the mood to practice. Li Yi wondered. You've just finished one meal and you're already thinking about what you're going to have for the next one? You're not a foodie, are you? Why don't you tell me what you'd like to eat? Ha, you sure forgot. Didn't you promise me before that you'd go find a dragon for me to eat? Could it be that you're bragging? Li Qinghan teased. Li Yi's face blushed and his tone eased a bit. Daddy will do what he promised, but not now. Change the same. Except dragons will do. How about a turtle? It's a lot better than a dragon. How about I go catch a 100,000-year-old turtle and make a soup tonight? Li Qinghan's eyes lit up and subconsciously was about to agree. But consider that if you compromise this time, you will continue to do so in the future. After all, there are only one and countless times for many things, and the principles must be made clear at the outset. So he shook his head. A dragon is a dragon and a turtle is a turtle. While the Gentoo isn't bad, there are clearly better options. Why pick the one that's a compromise? Li Yi raised an eyebrow as he listened and didn't say anything. As soon as Qinghan Li saw that there was a door, he continued to increase his efforts, intending to win this victory completely. If you don't keep your word to me, I'll tell my mother about your womanizing. Ha? Which one of your eyes saw that I was womanizing? Yaoguang holy maiden, I clearly have a clear attitude and have been refusing alright. You're too young to be slandering your dad. Any more of that and it's time for another spanking. Li Yi immediately defended. I guess with the boss's nature, it was absolutely impossible not to add some fuel to the fire. By the time you hear it in your wife's ears, maybe you and the Yaoguang holy maiden even have an illegitimate child. Humph. Who said I meant that, woman? I'm talking about the fact that you just touched her. I've got it all on video with a staplet stone. If you dare to hit me again and bully me, I'll tell mother directly that you colorfully groped a vixen's hand. Li Qinghan crossed her arms and laughed like a great demon king, completely gaining the upper hand. Li Yi's sad face made her heart feel free. Smugly, he said, what are you waiting for? Think I'm kidding you? Li Yi let her run wild for a short while. Then, snap, there was a crisp thud from his hips. Li Qinghan's entire body froze. A red blush quickly flew up on her pretty face as she was filled with shock. You really hit it? How dare you? Ah, I'll fight you. Li Qinghan, who was a bit out of control, directly grabbed the shadow-retaining stone with the intention of contacting her mother. The attitude should be clear. Even though your mother is always busy and may not always be able to get in touch when she wants to, it was necessary to make Li Yi realize the seriousness of the problem. Only, Li Qinghan realized with a start that as Li Yi flicked his fingers, the shadow-retaining stone in her hand suddenly flew out. It was silently suspended in mid-air at the moment. Pop, pop, snap. There were 3 more consecutive soft thuds, and 3 more red marks appeared on Li Qinghan's buttocks. Li Yi said slowly, you're getting bold, and you dare to threaten daddy me? Remember this time? You can just ask for what you want, but no threats. Otherwise, next time it won't be as simple as a few hits. Are you afraid of a spanking in front of a lot of people next time? Li Qinghan looked up with an open mind. Li Yi's now gentle and elegant face was like a devil. It made her angry, but at the same time, she didn't dare to put up any resistance. Of course, that was something she would never admit. Seeing that she wasn't crying out, it was obviously having an effect. Li Yi returned the shadow-retaining stone back to him and softly said, you got this with your own wits, and Dad won't give it to you to destroy, but whether to use it or not, when to use it, and how to use it, Dad wants you to think it through. Li Qinghan was once again surprised by Li Yi's approach. Not quite believing it and holding the shadow retaining stone with mixed feelings in her heart. Li Yi was different from everyone he had ever met in his previous life. In every way. And the scary thing was that she was now actually starting to agree that he had a point. Where are you going? Seeing Li Yi put her down, seemingly about to go out, Li Qinghan subconsciously asked. Li Yi smiled. Going to catch a dragon for my baby girl. See, even if you don't threaten daddy, daddy ends up going soft. After Li Yi finished, he briefly instructed Su Qing to keep an eye on the house. That's what took off into the air. For a while, only 3 women were left in the yard. Su Qing felt a pang of headache, not expecting this master to leave. It's even more difficult to know what to do when faced with 2 little ones. After thinking about it, Su Qing fawned. Why don't the slave girl pinch the shoulders of the 2 young masters? Just had a full meal and unclogged my muscles. No need. No touching my body without my command. Li Qinghan flatly refused. Are you kidding me? I'm not just $1,000. Can't you be touched by a little demon? In addition, she was still immersed in what Li Yi had just said. Today's events had touched her in no small way. I can't help but reflect on the fact that it might be nice to have a father who dotes on you like this. I'm not as preachy as she is. I'm a bit tired. Come and press the sun and 100 club points for me. Lift your spirits. Li Lingxiu ordered very naturally. Chapter 21, There's a dragon in Phoenix's prison cell. After Chu Ruozhen and Xinyao left, they discussed about what they had just seen all the way. Xinyao conveyed all of her experience from her youth to her daughter, trying to increase her chances of winning a little, which was met with disdain. Mom, that's long outdated, okay? And it was clearly Dad who chased you. You haven't even chased anyone, so don't tell me about your experience on paper. I'm afraid I'll mislead myself. Chu Ruozhen bristled. You dead girl. If you don't listen to your mom, you'll suffer in the moment. It really pisses me off. The 2 were in the midst of bickering when they suddenly realized that a person was flying in front of them. Fixing my eyes, I was surprised to see that I recognized it. Isn't this 3rd Prince Zhou Yun? You're in a hurry. What's the big deal? We might be able to help with something. Xinyao was the first to speak. The person who came was the 3rd prince of the Tianshui divine dynasty, often active on the front lines of the battle against demons in recent years. A lot of war work was done. Therefore, there are some interactions with some big powers. The Tianshui divine dynasty, on the other hand, was another superpower that had appeared after the fall of the Lihua dynasty. In terms of comprehensive strength, it was naturally much stronger than the various Holy Lands, almost equivalent to a super sect. Together with the countless mortals still governed under the divine dynasty, there was a constant flow of new blood for disciples. Thus the momentum has been on an upward curve. When all forces encountered people from the divine dynasty, they would give some face and mix a friendship. Zhou Yun also recognized the duo in front of him. Shinyao's status was a few points higher than his, so he arched his hand and said, Zhou Yun has met Senior Shen. Fairy Chu. How'd you guys get here from that direction? As far as I know, it's extremely far from the Yaoguang Holy Land. There's no war going on, so could it be that you're going on a treasure hunt? Shinyao's eyes rolled and she hid her mouth and laughed. The 3rd prince is truly wise beyond his years. A quick guess as to what we're up to. It wasn't Fong who saw the precious light flashing over there. We happen to be tracking a demonic beast in this neighborhood. Just stopped by and had a look around. But unfortunately nothing much came of it. Probably not that destiny. Ha! Although Li Yi had not explicitly explained that he was not allowed to disclose his whereabouts, but since he was secluded in that place, Xinyao was naturally able to understand that he didn't want to be disturbed. Therefore, at this time, it was necessary to keep Li Yi's secret no matter what, and it was explicitly stated that there was no treasure there. If the other party was also attracted by the vision, then naturally, when you hear this, you go back. So it is. That seems like a bit of a shame, but maybe it wasn't a treasure light, but some heavenly pride descending into the world. Elder Shen need not be concerned. Zhou Yun has nothing to trouble you two with, so I won't delay you any longer. Zhou Yun had a gentle nature and was very polite in his speech, so that people could not pick any faults. The 3 were about to part ways when Zhou Yun suddenly turned around again and said, there's one thing that happens to be here to tell Elder Shen. In recent years, the power of demons has swelled, and there is a tendency for them to invade the human race again. Not so long ago, the Justice League sent out a wide range of heroic invitations, intending to convene a cultivation world event to come. Counting the time, he should be almost at the Yaoguang Holy Land by now as well. If you have nothing to do back there, you can go straight to the fest. The place is in my Tianshui capital, and the time is 1 month later. The 2 of you go early so you can have a good time there. Kyoto is still bustling. After 10 months? I don't remember it being the day of Elder Wang's birthday. Was it purposely rushed together? This Elder Wang was one of the top few great powers of the human race in terms of cultivation. He has made a monumental achievement in the fight against the demons. Only because of the serious injuries in previous years, the cultivation is in the bottleneck delayed breakthrough. Now that his lifespan is coming to an end, the human race is grateful for the great favor and has specially prepared this time to have a grand birthday for him. So in theory, a large-scale event like the Cultivation Fest, it should avoid the day of Elder Wang's birthday. If not, then they must have been merged together. Sure enough, Zhou Yun praised. Elder Shen is so perceptive. Senior Wang had ended his seclusion not long ago, obtained consent and willingness to move the birthday ceremony to Kyoto. We are usually far away from each other, and it is rare for us to get together once. Senior Wang is very sympathetic to us juniors. After obtaining the exact information, Shenyao's mother and daughter really stopped returning to the Holy Land, turning in a different direction. He flew towards the Heavenly Water Divine Dynasty. It's better to be serious when you're in the presence of a great enemy. And it's possible that a bit of traveling around the mountains could come up with some great ideas for ripping off Li Yi. The duo left and Zhou Yun sighed. Imperial sister really? Is there anyone more important than Senior Wang? Had to ask me to hire someone I'd never even heard of. With this time, I'm going to ask Senior Wang for a couple of tips. Feel free to instruct me a bit. I think I'll be able to progress a bit. It's better than wasting time flat out like this. While shredding his thoughts, he continued to fly hard in the direction that his royal sister had mentioned. Zhou Yun had never felt, as he generally did today, that there really turned out to be a place in the world where one could not fly to the end. He had been flying for 3 days and 3 nights, yet he was still a long way from his destination. It's a pity that flying spirit weapons are too precious, and they are often only utilized when a large army is on the move. Otherwise it wouldn't have to be so hard. Zhou Yun's strength was not particularly top tier at the middle stage of God transformation. It's only a little better than a centerpiece. But this cultivation level was already faster than many flying spirit weapons. His imperial sister pressed him so hard that he could only fly in person and didn't dare to slack off. Being in the royal family, resources are not considered lacking. But nay, natural talent is limited. Otherwise he wouldn't have been sent by his father to the front line to fight the enemy. Although it was dangerous, at least by practicing between life and death, one could have a greater chance of breaking through the realm. And Zhou Yun had indeed managed to ascend from the Yuaning stage to his current realm in the process of fighting off the demonic beasts. So then even when his father asked him to go back, he didn't want to. When I see that guy, I'll have to take a good look at what the hell is going on. If you use any ghostly tricks to confuse your royal sister, you will bring shame to my royal family. It also caused me to lose the chance to obtain Senior Wang's chance. Then I'll give him a taste of me first. In anger, Zhou Yun's speed was once again a few points faster. On the other hand, Li Yi had secretly made a trip to the immortal world, and was now flying back dragging a netting. Bang! A heavy object suddenly fell in the yard. It shook the ground slightly. Li Yi then landed on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought, it's too much to hang on to. Luckily, his stance was fast enough, which prevented him from being discovered by the group of phoenixes. Stealing a dragon out of a jail cell in someone else's Phoenix clan land. The dragon and Phoenix clans have been at war for years, so there are some hostages in each other's prisons. But where there was a choice, Li Yi didn't want to do it. Mostly, this behavior is so hateful, and the temper of the Phoenix clan's goddess is still here. Time was limited and I didn't look closely, but it was definitely a real dragon from the scent. It really couldn't be more true kind of thing. What's up, little granddaddy? Check the goods. Chapter 22, The Daily Talking Points of Couples. In the process of capturing the dragon back, Li Yi received a transmission from his wife. Gu Qingmei gave a very rare account of her schedule. Recently, the domain has not been too peaceful, and there have been many rebellions. It could be that someone is hiding in the shadows and messing things up, but it doesn't matter. The fox's tail will always show in time anyway. I'm going to go to the Vermilion Bird Star next. The ice spirit fruit has appeared there. I'll see if I have a chance to get a fruit tree back. When the time comes, let little Schwer study how to grow many fruit trees from one. Then there will be endless fruit to eat. Li Yi thought about it. From one fruit tree to many. This is not necessary to use Cutting's cultivation method. It just wasn't clear whether it was applicable to a super rare and special existence like the ice spirit fruit tree. So it was instantly replied. I happen to have some experience in this kind of thing. So you can have little Schwer send me a message. I can teach her the method. It might work. Which knew that the transmission came back very quickly with a very brief word written on it. Bah! Li Yi was at a loss and muttered. What kind of song is this? How come it feels like every time we mention little Schwer, she suddenly discontinues the topic? Li Yi was a bit speechless. This disciple of his wife's had been accepted for a short period of time, but he hadn't seen it once yet, and didn't even know what the other guy looked like. It didn't matter if you saw it or not. but with similar phenomena occurring many times. Li Yi began to wonder if his wife was deliberately preventing Xiao Shuer from having a connection with him. It shouldn't be. Li Qinghan, who was taking a lazy nap, woke up violently when she heard Li Yi's voice. Then his nose opened and closed and his eyes lit up momentarily. Surprisingly, it really did smell like a dragon, and it's the kind where the bloodline is pure to the core. Though it was in that unimpressive netting at the moment, its breath shriveled. For a moment it was hard to tell which dragon was which, but just from this pure bloodline alone, Li Qinghan could conclude it had to be at least a full-blooded dragon. In other words, this dragon should be very prestigious. In his excitement, he took a step to run that way. Even though she had once been an empress of the immortal world, the dragon clan was a great clan, easily not to be messed with. Essentially, the dragons are in the neutral camp. Even if she didn't force herself to be able to get their help, she couldn't kill herself, pushing the dragons to the side of that demon. Therefore, she had long had the desire to taste what this legendary dragon meat tasted like. I didn't think this Li Yi could really get it. Good for you. With her long-cherished wish about to be fulfilled, Li Qinghan revealed a rare happy smile. Crouching next to the netting, he took a look at the misery inside. Somewhat intolerantly. If you arrested him, why did you beat him so badly? You have violent tendencies. Li Yi was speechless as he was lying down. Heaven and earth. This has nothing to do with me at all. That's what he looked like when I got him out. It must have been the people holding him. Inwardly, he belabored it. How dare I make a move in the immortal realm? That's a big deal. Once they catch their tracks, there will be no peace in the future. Li Qinghan took 2 deep breaths and somewhat disgustedly uncovered the netting that wrapped him. It was dirty with dark red blood, some of which had dried up and just rustled powder. Can't you find something cleaner to put him in? Now you've got blood all over you, and you'll have to clean it properly before you can eat it. Li Qinghan found himself somewhat enjoying disliking this cheap old man. Every dislike can make the mood a few moments happier, so wherever there was a slight dissatisfaction, he would never condescend to himself, and would speak directly to Li Yi. It's not me either. Li Yi was just about to deny it, only to see that Li Qinghan had already untied that netting, released that dragon from it, the guy who was supposed to have a shriveled breath and felt like he was almost going to hang. At this moment, he was free of the netting, but his eyes suddenly opened, and the body that had been curled up blinked and grew larger. In a flash, a huge dragon appeared before their eyes. Although there were countless wounds on his body, it was still hard to hide his might. The long body was golden in color and surprisingly had a pair of fleshy wings on its back. Li Yi's face was stunned, followed by a steep change in color. What the hell? Why didn't you notice such a big guy coming down? This is Yinglong. Li Yi couldn't help but complain about himself in his heart. The consequence of grasping at straws too much was that there was no careful screening of what dragons were actually being taken away. Speaking of which, the number of dragons imprisoned in the prison at that time was not small. But in the spirit of since you're going to eat it, naturally you have to eat the best. Li Yi directly then went to the deepest part of the cell and stole this dragon. It turned out to be the oldest ancestor of the dragon clan, Yinglong, also known as the Yellow Dragon and the Ancestral Dragon. Not only the ancestors of the many dragon clans, but even the Phoenix and Kirin clans, all are his descendants. Although the relationship between the Phoenix and the Dragon clan has been very tense over the years, there have even been a few large-scale battles, but Li Yi also didn't anticipate that the Phoenix's cell was holding an Yinglong? What's going on here? How did those Phoenixes do it? Yinglong's combat power aside, it's not normally Yinglong's turn to personally go to the battlefield and participate in the war, right? Therefore, Li Yi felt that the odds were that this one was not captured from the battlefield. There should be some special reason. Of course, these are not important to him, and he is not too concerned. He is more concerned about the upcoming impact of Yinglong. As expected, Yinglong felt that he had caught the opportunity and used the remaining strength of his body to suddenly break free from his bonds. Then he decisively opened the secret method and wailed on the aura of the heavens and earth. In a flash, all the auras in a 1,000-mile radius were almost drained. Not far away a man flying silently dropped to the ground with a bark. At full speed it was all about drawing on the spiritual energy around it to sustain it. Who knew this was suddenly gone? Yinglong, on the other hand, relied on this wave of aura to briefly recover half of his strength. The huge body rose up into the air and hovered high above the sky, its golden pupils gazing indifferently at the several people below. The corners of Li Qinghan's mouth were still drooling, and he tilted his head back to stare blankly at the giant dragon in the sky. Subconsciously, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Roar! Yinglong could naturally detect her previous intentions, and at that moment, he let out a cry of anger. A dragon's spit was then sprayed towards Qinghanli. An ability like spitting could be considered a standard for dragons. Sort of a basic ability, but that power can be vastly different when it comes to different dragons. A dragon with low strength would be comparable in power to one of the divine abilities of a Yuaning cultivator. A strong dragon, on the other hand, might not be able to block a single spit. Now Yinglong spit. The sky and earth changed color in an instant. Destructive power came from all over the sky. Li Qinghan's pupils dilated, never expecting it to be so heavily injured. It was still able to deliver a strike of such power so gently. Even if she was a desolate ancient divine body, that still needed time to grow. How can you awaken in the morning and then go straight up against a super boss in the afternoon? In the heat of the moment, Li Qinghan shouted with a sobbing voice, "Daddy, help me!" Li Yi, who had already flown to mid-air, looked back at his daughter incredulously. The heart is simply happy. The oldest daughter is actually calling her father? And you're screaming so eloquently? So Li Yi unilaterally forgave Yinglong for his disrespect. The way he blocked it was simple. It is to stand in the way of your daughter. The golden-colored dragon's breath was so dense with power that it was like substance. It was like a golden wave of fury lapping down, and Li Yi stood silently in mid-air, in the path of the dragon's breath. A flick of the left hand. Snap! The dragon's breath instantly disappeared when it almost touched Li Yi. Yinglong stumbled right back, wide-eyed. He looked down at the mortal and inwardly wondered what the hell he had just thrown up in his mouth. And at that moment a certain prince who had straightened out his breath and was flying again. Shocked, he looked at the golden dragon coiled in the sky in disbelief. Is this, dragon? I'm not hallucinating, am I? Chapter 23, The Dragon Goddess Only Cares for Her Brother. The appearance of a true dragon could be said to have shaken Zhou Yun for 100 years. Since the day he was born, he has seen a lot of things in the royal family. Never before had I lost my temper like I did today. Dragons had not been heard of on the continent for a long time. Occasionally, you can see some derivative species with thin bloodlines, but at this moment, he saw the true dragon. Could it be that there really are some strange people here? How is it that even the true dragons have shown up? Zhou Yun was curious, and his speed accelerated once again. Yinglong, after realizing that the dragon breath was easily dispersed by his opponent, then he realized that if he wanted to leave today, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that simple. He wanted to fly straight upwards and enter the immortal realm. It turned out that the space around them was imprisoned. He could only go down, nowhere in any other direction. And at this time, Li Yi had already gone below to coax his daughter. Obviously didn't take him seriously. Yinglong looked suspiciously at this figure that could not detect any cultivation fluctuations. Inwardly, a strong sense of doubt flooded the room. Could it be that after being locked up for so long, the strength of the cultivators outside had exploded to such an extent? Even an insignificant guy in the lower realm could easily fight against himself? Even a dragon under the roof has to bow its head. Yinglong honestly flew down, his body shrinking and stopping in front of Li Yi. Li Yi looked at him and felt a bit of a headache. He had the intention to stop it just now, but the bastard moved too fast and his breath still leaked out. It was conceivable that it must have caused unrest somewhere in the immortal realm. This means that soon there will be an unwelcome visitor. When it comes down to it, eating is no longer practical. Besides, even if the immortal world didn't notice that he had gotten rid of it, Yinglong wasn't something that could just be given to his daughter. In itself, such behavior as eating dragons already falls into the category of having harmed the peace of heaven. Only it was within Li Yi's reach. But eating Yinglong can be a different story. As an ancestral dragon, Li Yi was almost certain, if the daughter ate him, she would inevitably have to carry some sort of extremely serious curse in the future. And it's a curse that can't yet be solved by outsiders. If he had eaten it himself, it would have been bearable. But it's useless for him to eat. Ahem. We have to. Li Yi had just started a conversation when a vast pressure suddenly came from the sky. It's true that what's coming will come sooner or later. You can't hide even if you want to now. Li Yi sighed softly and closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the visitor to show himself. A breeze blew through, bringing with it a very strange and refreshing scent. The scent is so elegant and noble that you can't help but feel the urge to worship and submit. Brother Yat? How come it's you? It's really you. I'm so happy. A slightly neutral voice came, and Li Yi opened his eyes. The woman in front of her was wearing a light blue dress and a pair of white boots. A pair of dragon horns grew on top of his head, and his eyes were smiling and imploring as they were sizing him up. The dragon goddess. Her identity is self-evident. Yeah, long time no see. Li Yi was bitter inside, but his face still smiled. Nangong sat in Li Yi's arms in one fell swoop without being seen, arms wrapped around his neck. Softly, why don't you know to come to me? Why did you sneak into the lower world? Did y'all piss you off? Li Yi's scalp tingled, and without turning around, he could feel his two daughters' furtive glances. Gently pushing Nangongya aside, Li Yi adjusted his emotions with fire. Gazing into Nangongya's eyes, he said seriously, yeah, I actually already have a wife, even had 2 kids. Don't believe me? Nangongya froze, just now focusing on being happy. Didn't even realize that there were two little girls in the back. Li Yi thought to himself. The block should work this time. As a dragon goddess, Nangonya had an esteemed status. The usual style of acting was also very dignified and stable, and would certainly not be a licking dog like Chu Ruozhen. It should work out peacefully this time. As expected, Nangonya looked a bit serious and carefully sized up the Li Qinghan sisters. It took a long time before he let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest. I just looked at it with a secret method. So it really is your daughter. I thought you'd been duped by some heartthrob. You must guard against this kind of winning tactic. After all, a woman who craves your body will do anything when she's mad. Cough cough. Li Yi hurriedly stopped it. How dare you say such things in front of a child? I thought you were stable just now. What gluttony or not? Superficial. Anyway, I'm going to take care of the baby. Keep them healthy and happy. Don't approach situations that are overly complicated. It's my duty as a father. You'll back me up, right? Yeah. Li Yi had a smile at the corner of his mouth and his words were gentle, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Definitely support it. Whatever you do, y'all will always be supportive. Tell you what, it just so happens that I'm in the immortal world and I'm not too busy these days. I'll come to the lower world to help you as soon as I'm free, okay? It's too hard to raise a baby alone. My heart goes out to my brother. Nangonya suggested. Li Yi's head buzzed with a big bang. If you are in the present day, you can no longer follow your heart as you once did. But it was a reason he couldn't explain. For the way of heaven must be invisible, must remain mysterious, and be feared by all the people of the world. The way of heaven is the last yoke that binds all the people of the world. Once this yoke is opened, the world will be completely plunged into a mountain of corpses and blood. Li Yi said with a hard heart, looking at Nangonya's eyes. Yeah, put it this way, kid's mom, she doesn't like me hanging out with other women. Does that make sense to you? Nangonya grunted with bravado. Outrageous. She gave you the child herself and made this rude request. It's simply too much. How can a woman be greedy to this extent? You don't have to worry. I'll deal with her when she comes. I don't believe she dares to do anything to me. Yor will definitely protect brother yet. I don't believe she'll dare do anything to me. SS. Li Yi felt his brain go a bit numb. That's supposed to sound happy, but why is it a bit of a backbreaker at this point? Ahem. You've come down to the world for something this time, haven't you? What was it again? Had to change the subject. With two little microphones behind me. The youngest daughter is probably better and shouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. But the eldest daughter's words are afraid that she will not let go of such a good opportunity. Less than that, it was time to fulfill whatever unreasonable demands she had. Nangonya froze for a moment and slapped his forehead. Right, oh, I was just up there when I suddenly felt the call of my bloodline inside me. And surprisingly, it came from the lower realms. This kind of strong blood sensation almost never happens to me. So I dropped what I was doing and came right away. Where is he? Quickly let me meet. With a wave of Li Yi's left hand, the barrier around Ing Long broke. The real scene was shown in front of Nangonya. The two dragons looked at each other with four eyes. A feeling of closeness that was the most primal of bloodlines. It surged through the bodies of both. Ancestral dragon. Nangonya was really stupid. How could I not expect that this could all of a sudden pick up an ancestral dragon? It is no exaggeration to say that the return of an ancestral dragon, then the overall strength of the dragon race would all receive a huge boost. It's very touching to see the eldest and youngest meet. Suddenly, a cold laugh came from high above. Chapter 24, Why did you run away from the wedding? A few people looked up to see the visitor wearing a red dress and a beautiful single ponytail. Face scrutinized them with a sneer. Nailin you? What brings you here? Nangonya exclaimed in shock. Why am I here? That is a ridiculous statement. Our clan's heavenly prison has been burglarized and lost an important prisoner. As a goddess, shouldn't I come and look for something? Nailin Yu's gaze was stern, her eyes like knives as she stared at Nangonya. I'd like to ask a question. You are so close to a felon of my clan, the one who committed the theft. Is it you? For a time, the atmosphere was tense, and the two women's tit-for-tat aura stirred up boundless storm clouds. Li Yi held his forehead and thought to himself, the will of heaven isn't as good as I thought it would be. How can this still evolve into the worst possible outcome? Isn't there a way to use it for emotional things? Which is stronger, the will of heaven or Murphy's Law? Seems to be first seen at this moment. Although he didn't want to face it, since the matter was his doing, he naturally couldn't let Nangonya take the blame. So said stiffly, you've misunderstood Xiaoya. Halfway through his words, he was suddenly interrupted by Nailin Yu. Humph, I knew it was you. In the whole world, those who cannot move to take prisoners from our clan's forbidden land. In total, you can't find a few. What? You didn't just admit it earlier. Now that I've scolded her twice, you're heartbroken? Nailin Yu's artillery fire instantly shifted to Li Yi. At this time, Li Qinghan came over and patted Li Yi's shoulder. Looking at him with a slightly vicarious gaze, he shook his head. Don't blame me. You're playing too flowery. I did record it this time. So be good. Pointing to the retention stone in his hand, he was surprised that it was still on right now. Li Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling his blood pressure go a little high. For the time being, however, she couldn't be bothered with her, as the situation at hand was a bit touch and go. One may not be able to really fight, and then both hands are meat. So how can he help? After considering it for a moment, Li Yi said helplessly, this lower realm is not the immortal realm, and cannot withstand your hands. If you guys have to fight, watch out, I'll throw you all back. I won't let you find me again. Men take a dignified way of speaking when they are pushed to the edge. Not a bad way to get out of a dead end. A lot of women, they still really eat up the bullying thing. Two goddesses, no less. Seeing that Li Yi was really angry, they all behaved themselves. Taking the initiative to collect his aura, he landed in the yard from the air, only to remain in a standoff. This is all a misunderstanding. There's no way I can explain it in a moment. Anyway, the dragon was stolen by me and has nothing to do with Nangongya. You don't take it out on her. Nor can we use that as an excuse to go to war with the dragons. The karma is too big for me to want to get involved. Li Yi explained to Nailin Yu. Nailin Yu hadn't had a smiling face towards him since she appeared. At the moment still looking at him coldly, he suddenly said after a long time, why did you run away from the marriage back then? Swish! The whole room was silent. Even Li Lingxiu and Su Qing, who had been silently eating their melon, were stunned and stared wide-eyed at this moment. Good lord! This cereal melon! How is it that the unfolding events are getting more and more confusing? Li Qinghan, on the other hand, became more and more excited, taking close-up shots frantically with the retention stone, especially the facial expressions and body movements of the three of them. You don't see many of these classic scenes. When I think back to the days when I was an empress, all I heard all day long were things that were too big to be true. Rather, it had been a long time since I had seen such a gossipy scene, and the hardest of them all was Yinglong. Didn't we agree that I'd be the main character? Why is the conversation going off on a tangent? Show me the respect I deserve, okay? Speaking of which, I'm your elder. But sadly, no one cares about his mental activities. Everyone's attention was all focused on Li Yi. Even Nangongya felt like he had been knocked on his ass. 10,000 disbeliefs begged to be proved. Brother Yat, is she telling the truth? Did you really almost marry her? Li Yi didn't think that something like Shura would happen to him one day. That's when he realized that there really was no perfect solution to the problem. I used to make fun of the male leads in anime. They're so abrasive and don't act like a man at all. As a result, I'm a bit numb myself when confronted with this kind of thing. By the way, how did they do it then? Li Yi's brain spun rapidly, desperately trying to think of a solution to a similar scenario. A moment later, Li Yi raised his head and sighed with a sad face. I'm sorry, Yuer, it was my fault back then. It's all my fault that I was young and foolish, and I didn't have enough strength to hold back my feelings for you. But as the wedding date approached, I suddenly woke up. I'm not ready to be your ideal husband. You are the daughter of heaven, the Phoenix goddess. I can't bear the thought of putting a less than pure version of myself in your hands. It's the biggest disrespect you've ever had, because at that time, I had someone else in mind. You see, now I'm married, and with 2 lovely daughters. All the past, let's let it all go up in smoke, okay? The words could be said to be so deep that even Li Yi was touched by himself. In that case, she shouldn't forgive herself. There was another woman in mind when he was with her. Who could stand that? What's more, it was the Phoenix goddess who was as proud as she was. Nailin Yu frowned after hearing this and said after thinking for a moment, that's something you should have said to me then. It's a done deal. Li Yi felt a sense of relief inside, but his tone was still bitter. Now that I think about it, it's true, but I couldn't bear to see you sad at the time, so I thought that in time you would be able to forget me. It's not a bad thing to say these days. After all this time, you must have hated me a long time ago. It's okay, I can make it up to you if you need it. But Nailin Yu shook her head, her brows knitting tighter as she interrupted. What are you talking about? I mean, if you had said it then, so you don't have to run away from the wedding. I can take it. I would have known you had other women. Do you really think I don't know anything about you and this girl Nangongya? You're not right. Li Yi's waist was almost flashed off. Good lord, why are you doing this too? Though you used a very condescending, bossy statement. But that doesn't change the fact that content is at the heart of dog licking. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Has the education in the immortal world become so trippy that it has reached this point? When he had the chance, Li Yi really wanted to call all the immortal emperors together and have a proper meeting. Don't spend all day thinking about grabbing territory and earning prestige. Step by step, make it bigger and better, and build up again. The issue of the three views of that underling force has to be equally scratched. Management, in particular, can't be sloppy. You see how serious the consequences are now. If this were an enemy himself, wouldn't he have turned her on the spot? Okay, you guys win. Ancestral dragon, you guys decide what to do with it. I don't want it anyway. The only requirement is no hands. I'm tired. I need to rest. Subaru. See off the guests. Lee really couldn't hold on any longer. The Dragon and Phoenix clan's goddess's performance today had dealt him a great blow. He suddenly had a terrible premonition. It's not like all my ex-girlfriends. Think so, is it? No, that's not possible. There are always more normal people in the world. I'm just in a unique situation where I happen to run into them. Things will get better from now on. Lee, who had consoled himself, barely managed to sort of calm down some of the excitement he had just received. And in the courtyard, the goddesses of the two clans, as well as Ying Long, were all existences that Su Qing could not afford to mess with. But her master had orders, and she could only obey them. A gesture of farewell was made toward them. Luckily, no one was bothered with her, and the three figures rose into the air, drilling into the clouds in unison and disappearing. Chapter 25, Invitation from Ex-Girlfriend. Is it a wedding invitation? Lee threw himself on a chair. The brain empties out and doesn't want to think about anything. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation had reached such a level, he would have even thought that someone had placed some kind of curse on him. How else would we be in this situation? Words can't be said right. They're blocked at both ends. In the midst of his misery, the sunlight on his face was suddenly blocked. Lee opened his eyes and realized that his eldest daughter was holding a retention stone in front of his eyes. No matter how many times I read it, I can't understand it. With their looks and status, there must be as many suitors as they want. How could you be so mesmerized by you? Come on, be honest. What tricks did you use to seduce them? I have to be on my guard early, just in case I don't realize I'm falling for you. It's so unbecoming of me to obey you. I don't want to become what they are today. Li Qinghan grabbed his arm and said very seriously. Li considered it for a moment and hesitated. It's not that it won't work, but the secret is important, and you'll have to trade something for it. Otherwise I'm sure I couldn't have said anything. Li Qinghan froze and said that it was reasonable. If she had just opened her mouth and said it, she wouldn't have believed it instead. But the thing is, she's still living off other people with her mouth open, so how can she have any possessions? Thinking about it, he shouted back to his sister. Do you have anything of value? Why don't you and I make it up? When the time comes, I'll share the secret with you as well. Li Lingxiu was still practicing her gongfu and glanced at her when she heard this. Softly. Stupid. What dad wants is your stay stone. Li Qinghan was so infuriated that her blood pressure went up. Damn. She's loaded again. Looking at Li suspiciously, he tried. No cheating. This transaction contains my trust in you. Cherish it and don't let me down. Li took the shadow retaining stone and casually destroyed it. Laughing. Of course. How could daddy lie to you? You attach your ear. Let's not let your sister hear. Li Qinghan smiled with satisfaction. This time the performance is not bad. Adjusting his posture, Li said softly. The way to avoid this is, don't meet me, don't recognize me, and don't even stay with me. The longer it takes the more dangerous it becomes. Li Qinghan looked up dumbfounded. You play me? You dare to lie to me? Li shrugged. From what we've seen so far, that's the only possibility. I hate to admit this fact, but no other answer has been found yet. Li Qinghan ground his teeth and walked away. Damn, he's loaded too. Can't anyone get themselves to act the same way for once? Li Qinghan was unbalanced. And just at that moment, a young man suddenly flew towards them with extreme speed. Li Qinghan's eyes lit up, and he said, You're the one. Lucky boy. You will be the first stepping stone for this immortal emperor to start the road of pretending in this life. After the physique awakening, he had eaten a lot of great blood food. At the moment, she had stored a considerable amount of spiritual energy in her body, casually searching for a divine power technique in his memory. Qinghan Li quietly stretched out his fingertips, aiming in the man's direction. He recited a silent spell under his breath. Barking, the man seemed to have suddenly hit a wall of air. The limbs were fully affixed to the top and then slowly slid back down to the floor. After hitting his head once, Zhou Yun muttered, Is this hitting the knot? Who the hell laid it? How come you can't detect any fluctuation at all? This encounter made him give up on the idea of continuing to fly. The distance was not far enough, so he simply ran over there at a fast pace. The compound has no doors or walls. Zhou Yun knew that this was the person he was looking for, because it's the only family for 100 miles around, and there's absolutely no mistaking it. What puzzled him was that Imperial Sister had clearly said there was only one young man. Why are there so many people today? And it's not hard to tell from the age of the two adults, a man and a woman, and two beautiful little girls. It's obvious people this is a family of 4. At first glance, it's quite a beautiful kind of life, living in a paradise. Dare I ask, are you Mr. Lee? No matter what, the task explained by Imperial Sister must still be accomplished. Otherwise she would have been tortured. It's a nightmare compared to going into battle and killing the enemy. I'm not. There's nothing here by that name. Please return. Lee waved his hand. He really didn't want to see any guests today. Zhou Yun looked embarrassed and opened his mouth. You're joking. There are no other homes in the neighborhood either. It must be you. Lee said. Why are you asking? Why don't you just get to the point? I'm bored. Which one of you? I don't know you. Oh, my name is Zhou Yun, and my sister and sir are old friends. This is a special visit to deliver an invitation to you, sir. Lee's body stiffened. The first thought was, bad. It must be some ex-girlfriend sending wedding invitations. Even though Lee was ruthless and disconnected from everyone. But that doesn't mean that you can be completely indifferent when it comes to this kind of thing. In fact, the actual feelings were more depressing than he could have imagined. It can't be called selfish on his part. It's just an instinctive emotional response as a man. In fact, this complex many people have. Their favorite things, put aside idle not to use can. But that doesn't mean others can get their hands on it. Lee got up and got down from the rocking chair. His brows furrowed. What is your sister's name? And who is the man she married? Zhou Yun froze, scratched his head, and hurriedly explained. Mr. has misunderstood. My sister's name is Zhou Ruo, and my name is Zhou Yuan. It's her half-brother. The invitation this time is also not a marriage, but an invitation for you to go to the Cultivation World event. She will be waiting for you in Kyoto. Zhou Yun said as he took out a jade tablet and handed it to Lee. Explained. It's made of celestial green jade, not easily damaged. And the identity has been entered into it and cannot be imitated. It will put an end to the idea of someone having the heart to kill and take the letter. Lee's expression eased a lot, and he took a long breath of relief in his heart. However, he quickly reacted to what Zhou Yun had just said and was slightly surprised. Churro, little poison fairy? You're from the Tianquo divine dynasty? Or is her brother not a royal son? Lee took a good look at him this time, as if he was confirming from his eyebrows if the two siblings were similar. Everything else is correct. But my sister is not a little poison fairy. Instead, it's little Dr. Fairy. Saving the dead and the living is very famous nowadays. There is truth in what the gentleman just said. He was verifying my identity. Wasn't he? Lee messed up. Are you kidding me? She can still save lives at that level? When I first asked her to cook a dish, she lit up the kitchen for me. Either that or it's such a charred black mess that you can't tell what it was before it went down. It was so hard to get hurt, and I wanted her to help get some herbs and bandage it up. I ended up finding a bunch of poisonous herbs back, or the most potent kind. If I hadn't known each other, I'd have thought she had every intention of putting me to death. Chapter 26, The Empress arrives at the chaotic star sea in the Tiannan star region. I really don't know, but she is very busy right now, and there are many people who want to seek her healing every day. My sister's will has been fulfilled. She hoped that Mr. would go to the fete anyway. She had something very important to talk to Mr. face to face. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zhou Yun turned to leave. Slow down. Lee called out to him. Come all the way. It's getting late, so stay for dinner at least. It's not too late to rest for the night and go back tomorrow. It was just the right time to talk to me during dinner. About this Cultivation World Fest, and how your royal sister became a little healer. This line. Zhou Yun actually didn't really want to stay. For one thing, he wanted to rush back as soon as possible to see if he could still have the opportunity to receive guidance from Senior Wang. Secondly, he felt that Lee had an inexplicable sense of oppression. Obviously the tone of his demeanor was gentle, but from the bottom of his heart he just didn't quite dare to disobey him. Plus, his imperial sister had repeatedly instructed him to listen to this gentleman. Zhou Yuan then simply agreed. Lee nodded with satisfaction. It was still nice to have a stranger to talk to when the mind was in a dead end. Hospitality is considered a doable thing for the moment, and after stretching his back, Lee asked his two daughters. The dragon meat flew away on its own. And in the condition you all saw, I guess I can give up the idea of dragon meat in the future as well, unless a new dragon race emerges. So, in the evening, we still eat those for lunch, but in a different way. Is it okay to change it to a stir-fry? Qing Hanli made a face and Ling Xiuli gave a smiley face. Neither objected to it, and that was permissible. Li asked Su Qing to accompany the imperial prince for a chat and walked to the kitchen himself. Hey, I'm asking you, just now I saw you seem to have suddenly fallen from the sky? Is there such a thing? Li Qinghan asked directly without seeing the field at all. Zhou Yun was stunned for a moment. You can see that far? Looks like it's already practicing, right? But how come I can't see what realm you are? It is I who is asking you. Just answer the question honestly. Has this? I tell you, that place is definitely a boundary left over from the ancient times. At that time, I didn't even realize it. See how well they hid their breath? It's a pity. Ah, this technique should have been lost long ago by now. Oh, a boundary from the ancient times? In that case, then the person who was able to lay this boundary must have been a person of high cultivation at that time as well? That's for sure. If one does not have a fairly high level of attainment in the Tao of formation, I do not believe that it is possible to lay down such a hidden boundary. That said, I'm also quite interested in the path of formation. I only hate that I have no chance to meet this master and learn from him. For this, even if I have to pay more, I will be willing to do so. Zhou Yun sighed as he spoke, and onlookers could clearly sense the regret in his words. Li Lingxiu couldn't help but blankly glance at him and muttered wordlessly, convinced. There are still actively sent to the door of the trustees. Li Qinghan wanted this kind of reaction from Zhou Yun, and immediately smiled with arched eyebrows. Finally, I got to load it once too. Comfortable. Now there will be no imbalance in your heart. As for teaching him, she wasn't half interested. Seeing that the little girl had lost interest in talking to him, Zhou Yun did not doubt it. Kids are just like that. They're always thinking out of the box. So Zhou Yun chose Su Qing, who looked similar to his age, to strike up a conversation in order to keep the atmosphere from falling into awkwardness. This girl, she has a nice name. I wonder which character Haru is. A moody mood, or a sunny day? Traditionally awkward, tortured chats, always throwing questions to the other person to answer, without knowing to take the lead of the conversation into your own hands. But it was not Zhou Yun's fault. As a royal prince, how did he need these skills? It's about time the girls used it on him instead. It's just a shame that the girl across from him is a bit unusual. Su Qing's mood was complicated at this time. Theoretically speaking, she and this man in front of her belonged to completely opposite camps. It was not hard to tell from the heavy killing aura on his body. This person must have made great achievements in the frontline battlefield, resulting in many killings. That's how he was able to have such a strong blood-colored killing aura. In other words, I don't know how many demons and devils have lost their lives, and it's not hard to tell from the conversation just now. This bastard was still the prince of the Tianshui divine dynasty. Although it belonged to the kind that could be ignored in Li Yi's eyes, this identity was really not worthless. When Su Chang was still the demon clan's commander, she had once envisioned capturing a few imperial sons of the divine dynasty, or some holy sons and daughters of the Holy Land. This is used to achieve the effect of making the forces they are in throw in the towel. It was only later, because of the serious internal strife within the demon race, something so dangerous, something that requires being in the heart of the enemy's territory, that no one is willing to really risk it. Neither wanted to send the best of their men. In the end, it had to be left unsettled. Su Qing was almost so angry about this that she stepped down from her position as commander, had a high-level meeting to bust them for being ratty. No strategic sense. The harpies are not enough. And now, a live hostage, right in front of him. Miss Su, why are your eyes red? Is it uncomfortable? Zhou Yuan's concerned voice roused her from her memories. It was then that she realized that she had unknowingly mobilized the spiritual energy in her body just now, and it was close to making a move on Zhou Yuan. That is, now the physique has been separated from the shackles of the demon race. The body is no longer half of the demonic gas, otherwise just under the emotional excitement. The demonic gas will certainly leak. At that time, Zhou Yun will also certainly not be able to help but to make a move. The situation will be a bit troublesome. Ah, me? All right. You drink tea. I'm a little under the weather, so excuse me for a moment. Su Qing faked a perfunctory smile and turned around to find them all in the courtyard. Where can one go on one's own? It's not right to go into a room. So the only thing to do was to dive into the kitchen to see if there was anything Li needed to hit the ground running there. Otherwise sit with the enemy and have to talk eloquently. It's really a torture. Li was upsetting the spoon and knew it was her without turning around. Fade. What? Have a hard time getting through it? Su Qing was stunned. Did you arrange it this way on purpose? The slave has failed you. And it's not about willfulness. Problems always need to be solved, or else you'll definitely have to come into contact with other races when you follow me in the future. When the time comes, you can't go through a mental battle every time. Internal conflict is terrible. It's better to settle it once and for all. Just think of him as a calamity, and cross over and you'll have a clean slate. This truth, do you agree with it? Su Qing thought for a moment, her eyes gradually firming up. The slave girl knows. I'll be able to talk normally when I see him again later. As for now, the slave girl would like to help you cook. Is there anything the slave girl can do to help? You don't say. There is one. It's so hard to cut the meat that's there. It's not a very good chopper. I remember which part of my room should have a sword. You go find it and bring it to me. Subaru nodded in confusion. Using a sword as a kitchen knife? not to mention whether it's good or not. Isn't it a bit extravagant? A master is a master, and a casual gesture makes one inscrutable. This is probably the strong one. Outside the domain, not long after transmitting with Li Yi, Star Empress Gu Qingmei arrived at her target location, the chaotic star sea in the Tiannan star domain. This was an extremely vast land that contained hundreds of stars, large and small. In other words, this place possessed at least nearly 100 continents that could be inhabited and cultivated. As soon as he entered this place, he could feel the violent spiritual turbulence filling the surroundings. Even the rules are twisted and weakened here, and even some of them simply fail outright. Therefore, it became a natural place for void berserkers to gather, regardless of the sins committed. Escaping here means getting out of the hunt, as long as has what it takes to stand up here. In other words, those who can survive here are hardly easy to deal with, and they are all murderous and cunning villains. For a long time, this place has survived countless sieges, yet it has always existed well. Its trickiness is evident. Gu Qingmei's narrow eyes surveyed the place. A hint of a sneer flashed across the corner of her mouth, and in a quiet voice, she instructed her men, still as before, to block off the surrounding area first. This was a confidence that belonged to the Star Queen alone, but whenever she went out on an expedition, the first thing she did was to surround it. Her philosophy was simple. The opponent was sure to run away later in the fight anyway. That's why blocking has to be done right at the beginning. In between waiting, a pink sound transmission paper crane emerged from in front of her. A smiling expression immediately appeared on the starry Sky Queen's face, and her eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon, because there would only be one person who would use this kind of paper crane to send her a message. Her most precious disciple, Little Cheryl. Chapter 27, The Queen's Principle, Rebels Will Not Be Tolerated. Little Schwer's transmission was simple, and when she opened it, it was filled with a page of question marks. The Star Queen immediately replied, "Ah, my little Schwer, you're finally paying attention to Master again, ah." The paper crane flickered. The reply arrived quickly, and when it was opened it was a 9-year-old lowly roaring at the evil dragon. "What the hell are you up to? Didn't I tell you that you are not allowed to deal with the Sea of Chaotic Stars? I thought you were passing through there, but you ended up stationed there. You actually started a war against the Sea of Chaotic Stars without my consent. Are you out of your mind?" The Star Queen gulped and crouched down, subconsciously drawing circles on the ground with her slender fingers, returned in a timid tone. "That, Little Cheryl, don't be angry. When I got here, I didn't know what to say afterward, so I just let the paper cranes fly. Soon, the evil dragon roar struck again. Can I not be angry? Do you know how dangerous it is there in the Sea of Chaos? Even if the starry Sky Queen's name was an invincible existence outside, there's no guarantee that it will still be the same in a chaotic place like the Sea of Chaos and Stars. That's a place where even the laws would fail. You must leave immediately. Give me a little more time. I'll come up with something foolproof." The starry Sky Empress spat out her tongue. The always intelligent and calm little Schwer, now she was actually behaving like this, so it could be imagined that she was really anxious. "I'm sorry, Snowy, but this time, Master is going to be capricious for once." The Sea of Chaotic Stars was now restless to exist there, and instead began to continuously infiltrate other forces, do whatever it takes to force or induce the other party to ally with them, or even take them over by force. "Master, can't stand to see anyone messing around in my territory. So yeah, this time, Master has to get rid of this tumor." Muttering to herself, Gu Qingmei replied with some aggravation, "Little Schwer, you don't know. The chaotic star sea is going overboard right now," even threatening not to put Master Teacher in his eyes. This time, the Master came over to let them learn from their mistakes, and nothing serious will happen. After all, I'm still in a hurry to go to the Vermilion Bird Star to get the Ice Spirit Fruit. Ha ha! Little Schwer, don't be angry with Master O. Paper cranes are released. The Valley. The sword is the king of all weapons, the king of weapons, the ancestor of short weapons. Not only is it very strong in terms of power, but it is also well established in the weapons world. It often symbolizes the status of the wearer. Therefore, anyone who likes to use a sword is mostly a person with some status or an elegant temperament. Now Li Yi was planning to use it to cut vegetables. It made Su Qing a bit unacceptable, but as a slave girl, the last thing you should do is question your master's orders. That's something she's still self-conscious about. Subaru rummaged through the house, picking up each item and carefully putting it back in its place. Try not to destroy the previous layout. She never imagined that she would one day so willingly do such small things for others, but today she didn't feel aggrieved, and even at the moment was still in the afterglow of her arousal. So all the more reason to want to do things right and make a good impression on your hosts. If he could get his master to reward him with something more at random, it would be another monstrous creation for himself. Sword. Where can I put something that long? Definitely not in these locked boxes. since I was told to look for it. It should be somewhere more visible out here. Subaru searched and stood in the center of the room and began to ponder. A few moments later, her eyes glazed over and she suddenly noticed something strange underneath a long table. There was a section of what looked suspiciously like a plank of wood sticking out from under the table, against the wall. Subaru lifted the long table and drew it out. Ha! A wooden sword? Can this thing cut vegetables too? After all, it was still out of Su Qing's expectation. Even if she thought about it, she couldn't figure out that Li Yi would think that this wooden sword would be better than a kitchen knife. Back in the kitchen, Su Qing held the wooden sword in both hands and asked timidly, "Master, is it?" Li Yi had just finished frying a dish and was in the process of plating it. Glancing at it, he returned casually, "Yeah, put it on the side." Su Qing stood quietly in the corner. Since Li Yi didn't kick her out, she then enjoyed peeking in. Such a handsome man and such a good cook. Just looking at it is pleasing enough to the eye. How nice it would be if he did it for me. Su Qing blushed as she thought, but she also knew that there was no such good thing in the world. Li Yi picked up the wooden sword and took out a creature suspected to be a boar from his storage ring, which was minister foam. Although dead, when it appeared on the chopping block, there was still a vague sense of dampness around. It seems to be about to drizzle. Li Yi took the wooden sword and gesticulated twice. It was very unhelpful, so as soon as he dropped it on the counter, he gently reprimanded it. "Change yourself." In a flash, a scene that shocked Su Qing appeared, only to see that the extremely unusual wooden sword, after hearing those words, a human face actually surfaced on the hilt. It was only a vague outline of his features, but it was certainly alive. "Even can talk. Change what? You left me there to pad the foot of the table, and now you're just letting me catch my breath and making me do things?" The voice was a little raspy, very neutral, hard to tell, and with a hint of untamed. Seeing as how it still keeps crunching away, it just won't do what it's told. Li Yi lowered his head and flexed his fingers at the sword. Ah, pain, pain, pain. The wooden sword surprisingly issued a series of ding-dong crisp sound. That was clearly a sound only metal could make. Taking a hit, his temper immediately tightened, though he still looked reluctant. But at least the morphing has begun. In Su Qing's shocked eyes, the wooden sword gradually curled itself. The wooden shell on the outside slowly peeled off, revealing the body inside that shone with an ebony color. After a bit of morphing, the wooden sword transformed itself into a kitchen knife-like shape. It's just slightly narrower than an unusual cleaver and looks a bit like a saber. I think my dang morong jade is worth a lot of money. Now it's come to this. I'm not meeting the right person, am I? While being carried by Li Yi to chop up the meat, he crumbled. The scene is quite a bit spooky. Li Yi faintly scolded, "Shut up." And the wooden sword was honest. Ink Dragon Jade? Could it be the legendary Black Dragon's treasure? Monarch of Destruction's most precious treasure? Su Qing asked in dismay. This morong jade is not considered extremely famous, as very many people have not heard of it. But that didn't mean it wasn't a treasure. It was just that it was too rare for people at the unusual level to access it. Legend has it that during the ancient times, the dragon race had a line of black dragons known as the Monarch of Destruction. Born with destructive power, it bullied the 10,000 races in the world and made them cry out in agony. And inside the bodies of some of their individuals, there was a certain chance that morong jade would appear. But this kind of jade can't be taken out normally. Just wait until after they die. Cut the body open to find out if it's in there or not. The Ink Dragon Jade is rumored to be unpredictable and capable of transforming 10,000 soldiers. Any weapon that had a little bit of morong jade added into it, that quality would surely be raised by at least one rank. And there will be some extra nice features. Therefore it has been sought after by all high-ranking cultivators for many years. Only with the Black Dragon's disappearance, the morong jade also gradually failed to produce. By the last few years, it's basically unseen out there. Even if they did, they were all fingernail-sized edges. And even then, again, there is a price to pay. You can see how scarce this stuff really is. But now, Su Qing found herself with such a large pile of morong jade in front of her. That's a complete sword. The entire sword is morong jade? What is this thing worth? Su Qing believed that if you went outside with it, even if you traded with the lord of a clan, he would be able to let you have the clan. This was something that could change the pattern of power when placed in the hands of a high-ranking cultivator. It is a strategic resource and can no longer be described as precious. Su Qing believed that as long as she could possess it, that allowed her to fight with cultivators at the peak of the transitional succession. She may not be afraid either. Li Yi said in disbelief. The black dragons are a bunch of stinkers, just sticking it in their faces. What a destructive monarch, but just a talent with some power increase, combined with a strong body. This created the illusion of being able to sweep the world. As for this morong jade, it's just a stone in their body. Dragons were naturally enjoyable, and with their greed for money, there were quite a lot of goodies scavenging around, usually overfed with nutrients. The stones are nourished over time and become a very special material. It has a number of properties for the same reason, but as you can see, after awakening the spirit, it is very noisy and obnoxious. If it weren't for the voice-activated shapeshifting thing, I'd have wiped out its spirit long ago. Li lightly said words with very explosive information. Hearing it in Su Qing's and Mo Longyu's ears was no less than a thunderous explosion. Su Qing was shocked by the true origin of this ink dragon jade, and it wasn't hard to hear from Li Yi's tone that he seemed to be familiar with the Black Dragon clan that had disappeared. Could it be that they are not really extinct and that there are still black dragons in this world? Chapter 28. It's impossible for an empress to be pampered. While hearing it in the ears of the Miranjiu, it directly scared the hell out of it. A belly full of grievances with nowhere to tell them. How I am also one of the foreign treasures. It is reasonable to say that the power is unrivaled. It's your problem if you don't use it. You can't dump it on me. I'm so good at what I do. Is a broken mouth some unforgivable problem? Morong, you suddenly realized a truth. The thing about value is that sometimes relative value is more critical than absolute value. How much you're worth on your own doesn't really mean much. It mostly depends on how helpful you are to the user. Li Yi perennially used it to cushion the foot of the table, which can be seen at the bottom of the value sequence. I'm afraid it's not as high as pots and pans in his mind. This made Miranjiu depressed. Su Qing felt a little alarmed as she listened to the bamming sound of chopping meat. I always felt that I would put this baby to bad use and couldn't help but warn. How about, why don't I do the chopping? How can the master do such menial work? Li Yi stopped and handed her the chopper, saying with a smirk, try to then. Puzzled, Su Qing took it and chopped it down towards the crack that had been cut. Knock! The chopper bounced off. The recoil shook Su Qing's right hand to the point of tingling. Su Qing was stunned. Although he himself was not known for body refining, at least his cultivation was here. How can you talk about poor strength? Under gritting his teeth, he utilized his spiritual energy to infuse his right hand and chopped fiercely once again. Bang! The force of the recoil was even stronger this time, directly shocking her entire right arm into complete unconsciousness. The kitchen knife in his hand also came out of his hand. It was casually grabbed in Li Yi's hand. Su Qing's face was red and she stood there at a loss for words. I'm so useless too. Can't even do this little thing right. What else can master trust me to do in the future? Seeing the uneasiness in her heart, Li Yi said in a slightly soothing manner. Ha ha, no need to care. They were all ferocious beasts that had lived for an unknown number of years. Even if the divine soul had been destroyed, the body was not something that could be casually damaged. So, no need to meddle. I'll order you to do what I can give you to do, so don't be in a hurry. Subaru spat out her tongue and sheepishly left the kitchen. At dinner, 4 people sat around the table, 2 large and 2 small. Su Qing persisted in refusing to go to the table, insisting on following the rules for maids, standing around waiting to serve them. Li Yi didn't have so many rules to talk about, but since she had the heart, she didn't force her to be how she had to be. Taste my handiwork. We'll talk while we eat, Li Yi said as he gently pointed to a table of dishes. Looked rather like an ordinary hospitable person, except for the bit about the overly unusual temperament. Zhou Yun marveled at how colorful and flavorful the table was. TSK, 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 TSK. This cooking skill of yours, sir, is more than 100 times better than the god of cookery of my divine dynasty. In admiration, he took a small bite very svelte and his eyes lit up. Ah, the meat is tender and crisp, and the flavor is mellow and long. I'm sorry for my short knowledge, but I've never seen this ingredient before. Have you never tasted this flavor? Xinghanli only focused on feasting without saying anything. My sister explained from the sidelines. This beast is called Minister Phone. You should have heard of it? Zhou Yun froze. The name does sound a little familiar. Li Yi digressed. Don't think about it so much. Just think of it as unusual wild boar meat and just eat it. Now tell me, why do you want to hold a cultivation world extravaganza this time? Zhou Yun continued to take 2 more bites and felt a heat rising in his abdomen. Nor did he think much of it. Speaking softly, in recent years, the power of demons has risen greatly, and there is a tendency to restart the war again. The many clans on the front line were already gradually fighting the demons. Countless people are suffering. However, our human cultivators are still fighting on their own. In the long run, how can it be a match for the demon army? Therefore, this time, he took the opportunity to celebrate the birthday of a human elder. The desire is to bring the forces together to form an alliance, fighting demons together, sharing information and resources. I'm sure the demons will not be enough to fear. Zhou Yun was spirited and spoke impassionately, but he realized that none of these people in the room were even remotely infected by his emotions. Don't say anything about mood swings. Even the eyes didn't visibly change. If I had to say there was one, it would be the indifference revealed by Li Qinghan. Li Lingxiu revealed playfulness. Su Qing revealed her disbelief. Li Yi, on the other hand, was puzzled. All in all, none of them were what he expected. The kind that ignited the fight and made common cause kind. Zhou Yun was a bit confused and curious. Gentlemen, is it possible that you think what I am saying is too naive? No possibility of realization? Li Yi said in his heart, how is it the alliance again? Now feel a little allergic to these two words already. Thinking about it, he shook his head. No, that's not true. It's just that I've returned to the field and don't want to get involved in the strife of the cultivation world anymore. So, I won't be attending the Cultivation World Fest. When you go back this time, say sorry to your royal sister for me. As you can see, the kids are still young and I have to stay home with them. Zhou Yun immediately looked embarrassed. Heartway, Imperial sister, why didn't you say what to do in this situation? I can't be expected to tie this gentleman back up by force, can I? That would be so offensive. I can't stand it when people entertain me so much. After thinking about it, Zhou Yun persuaded. In fact, it is not necessary for the gentleman to make the trip to participate in this alliance. I'm not sure how many of the many forces invited here will agree to join. Your family, think of it as a trip to Kyoto. The road to swim in the mountains and play in the water, excursions and trekking, and enjoy the mood. How good? Li Yi was a bit surprised, thinking that this third prince was quite a bit more hasty. It was rare that the other side did not forcefully moralize on him from the point of view of the greater good. Instead, it was replaced with a more palatable statement. But appreciation is appreciation, and there will be a time to refuse. As the heavenly Tao, all three tribes are his people. Balance, left to develop freely, is his core philosophy. Even if they occasionally intervene, they don't go out of their way to help one of the parties so that they have overwhelming power, because only then is the ecology of the cultivation world vibrant. Otherwise, under the dominance of one family, after losing the sense of crisis, it will only rapidly breed all kinds of stupid things. Thus the process of boom to bust is enacted. The internal friction in this process is very serious and is not a healthy competition. So Li Yi would certainly not condone such a situation. But just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly heard his eldest daughter ask, is it really fun there? Is it true that your father and emperor need their subjects to pay homage every day when they go to court as well? Zhou Yun froze, thinking that this little girl was so young. She even knew this? That's right. My Tianshui divine dynasty, with its vast territory, naturally has civil and military officials accompanying father in his court. If you go, kid, how about I take you to see for yourself? Zhou Yun followed the advice. Thought it would be good to use a small child as a breakthrough, though she's a little too puritanical in her preferences. Li Yi, I'm going. Li Qinghan immediately turned her head and said seriously with crystal clear eyes, since it would still take quite a few days to return to the immortal world, it would be good to first reminisce about the feeling of being an empress in this lower world. What's a little kid doing thinking one way or the other? No go. Li Yi refused mercilessly. Are you kidding? Can you easily change a decision you've already made? Li Qinghan's small mouth deflated as she jumped down from the stool and ran to Li Yi's side. The small hand clasped Li Yi's arm and shook it gently. Li Yi showed a hint of struggle, but still didn't let go. Li Qinghan continued to crawl to Li Yi's ear, puffing her breath very quietly. Daddy, I want to go, so take me there. Li Yi felt half of his body tingling. The ever-prideful eldest daughter suddenly came up with this. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Ahem. Since the view is nice, there's no harm in checking it out. Cultivation is about traveling thousands of miles and gaining more insights. Dad just happened to stop by to see a couple of old acquaintances. Too. Li Yi instantly switched positions. Inwardly, he sighed, this eldest daughter, in her bones, is still an abrasive spirit. The younger sister on the side threw a look of contempt towards Li Qinghan, her middle finger in her small hand raised in a universal friendly gesture of the universe. However, it was directly ignored by Li Qinghan's small face. Chapter 29, The Silver-Haired, Blue-Pupiled Little Lowly in the Ice Palace. This gentleman with his airs and graces is a slave to his daughter? Zhou Yun was a bit messy, but what messed him up even more was the word I that the little girl claimed to be under her breath. Good guys, even though you're not in the territory of the Tianshui dynasty, and childish talk, I wouldn't have counted on that. But what's with this strange habit? Anyway, is the usual way of education really decent? Not playing some role-playing game? Not only that, this time Senior Wang is celebrating his birthday. If there is a fate at that time, having him personally instruct these two little guys would truly be a creation. They would take 2 fewer detours in their future cultivation, and they might have one more chance to embark on the path to immortality. Many heavenly pride saints are looking forward to their green eyes by Senior Wang this time. Zhou Yun said with a look of envy, his eyes filled with longing. Thought I'd use this hook to lure you guys in a bit more and this would be a complete tamp down. The personal guidance of a human powerhouse. as long as it was a biological father. Who could bear to see their daughter lose out on such a rare opportunity? Li Yi was a bit confused. Senior Wang? Who is it? Could it be that Mr. went into seclusion a long time ago? But didn't you have a relationship with my sister a few years ago? I shouldn't have never heard of Senior Wang Qinzhang's deeds? He had once decapitated an enemy demon king of the god transformation stage when he was at the cultivation level of Yuaning. He also fought 3 transitional demon emperors at the god transformation stage without losing, helping the human race win many great battles, which has led to the peace of the human race in recent years. It was only a pity that he had too many secret injuries to fully recover. Now the longevity was about to be cut off, but there was still no sign of a breakthrough. I'm only afraid that this birthday is the last time I'll see you all. Zhou Yun let out a long sigh, his grief overflowing. Li Yi muttered with an odd expression on his face. So it's that kid, who has grown to such a level even now. Looks like a real effort. It didn't live up to the nudges I gave him that day. What did you say? What boy? It's nothing, just a sudden memory of an old friend. Come on, eat your vegetables. Li Yi himself no longer had much of a feeling for the passage of years, yet in others, he could still feel the passage of time. So for a while, a few sighs were born. Zhou Yun, on the other hand, was also relaxed inwardly. No matter what, the task given by Imperial Sister was considered completed. So it was a beautiful meal, and there was nothing but warmth in my belly. On the contrary, the fatigue from the previous continuous traveling was all swept away after this meal, which was very amazing. When dinner was over, his sister Li Lingxiu put down her dishes and passed by Li Yi. A small sigh in a very vicarious tone. Just spoil her. Eyes looking in his sister's direction, Li Yi froze, and before he could return to his senses, his youngest daughter had already returned to the house. And not long after, the eldest daughter came to Li Yi's side and said quietly, "Aren't you afraid you'll burst him if you let him eat so much? I don't think his breath is as powerful as that mother-daughter flower from before." Li Yi, who was drinking the soup, choked. Blushing slightly, she corrected, "Ahem, watch your words. Mother and daughter are mother and daughter, and mother and daughter flowers. No nonsense. As for why it's okay for him to eat more, it's because I purposely improved the cooking method this time. Add my secret seasoning to the stir-fry. The power to be able to make the ingredients, little by little, slowly melt away, instead of exploding out all at once. I was reminded of this earlier when they couldn't eat more than a few bites as a mother and daughter. Isn't Dad brilliant?" Qinghanli grunted and twisted her head, muttering as she walked away. "Sidekick, what's the point of pondering all this fancy stuff all day? Why don't you reflect on why Mother didn't take you with her? It must be too much for you." Li Yi was winded. The words were whispered, but they clearly did not avoid him. This girl is still a poisonous tongue. What's with all the weird attributes on her? I must not have inherited that from me. I blame her mom. The Star Queen, who was preparing for battle outside the domain, suddenly sneezed. Her nose wrinkled slightly as she said, "Who's been badmouthing me behind my back?" And in a location extremely far away from the starry sky Empress, a continent completely covered by ice and snow, there is a very lavish and spectacular ice palace. In the palace, the 9-year-old silver-haired lowly, Snowy, sat in a chair with a stern face. A steaming cup of coffee was in his hand. This was Li Yi's unexpected gain after running through several continents in the void. He wanted his wife to taste it, but Gu Qingmei hated the bitter flavor and refused to drink it again after tasting it once. I didn't realize that after being tried once by Cheryl once, but instead it was somewhat addictive. After taking a small sip at the moment, I let the bitterness spread across my taste buds. Lori showed a somewhat enjoyable expression, but her mouth crumbled in an old-fashioned manner. How old is too old to be a man? When he finished, he suddenly tapped his head. Oops, forgot to feed the master's cuties. The tiny body jumped out of the chair and bounced off in a huff. Come into a bright and spacious room. A specially configured dog food was poured into the bowl of the husky on the floor. Put a carrot in the corner cage for the long-eared rabbit. Put some shrimp meat in the sink for the little turtle. 4 cats. Where's the cat? I think I saw it catch and eat something earlier today, so it should be full by now, right? Then leave it alone and it will come back when it's wild enough. With these chores done, the silver-haired lowly sighed and had to go back to continue researching about the sea of chaotic stars. It can be so hard to be that woman's disciple. Evening in the valley. Zhou Yun was lying on the wooden plank bed, only feeling hot and dry. Couldn't sleep no matter what. Almost all of them ended up thinking they had been poisoned by something. There was no choice but to get up and practice, over and over again. He frantically ran the gong method. Amazingly enough, it was a boring time to meditate. This time, however, it went very smoothly and gave him the feeling that he couldn't stop. This was because with each run, one could feel the cultivation level in his body grow by 1 point. Not in a subjective feeling kind of way, but in a cut and dry way. on top of half a pool of water. With such an obvious increase, how could Jo Yun care about sleeping? The whole night was spent doing nothing but practicing. On the other hand, Ching Han Li was lying on a cot, and her spirit was exhilarated. She couldn't help but say to her sister, "I know you're not asleep. Why don't we talk? Do you ever feel like you're dreaming today?" Such a strong physique suddenly awakened. Who will still be our rivals in the future? Li Lingxiu Qingqing said, "Aren't you and I rivals? Our physiques are comparable, so if we really fight, we'll probably still end up in the same place. It all ends up falling anyway. How does it affect anyone else? Why are you so dead in the head? We can fight our duel whenever we want. Can't you just sweep the world and enjoy it enough first? Warning you, oh, this life I haven't played enough. You don't want to do it in advance." Li Lingxiu yawned. "You're overthinking it. With Li Yi around, we can never go to war. How could he watch his two daughters kill each other? Unless we someday surpass him in strength, or break away from him altogether. Otherwise, the only thing to do is wait. But who grows faster in that time is up to the individual. I'm not going to let you." Ching Han Li sneered. "Joke, do I need you to let me? You're just better at kissing ass." Li Yi looked good at fooling around, but in fact, he was also a rather sophisticated person. Soon your routine will be useless to him. Only my style of innocence and lack of pretense will long find favor with him. Fighting with me, you're bound to lose. The two fell asleep in the midst of a tussle. In the other room, Su Qing hesitated and decided to take the risk of knocking on Li Yi's door. Once things are ideal, she has the potential to fly right into the limelight and become a mistress. The odds aren't exactly high, but people always get lucky. It's not like it's a piece of meat to try. She carefully selected a set of underwear from her storage ring, then paired it with the outside bodice, painted with exquisite makeup, beautifully bubbling with tea, knocked on the door of Li Yi's room. Today's style winks without being demonic and sweet. It should be just the flavor the owner likes. Pray to heaven that the master will be moved to me as well. Even if there is no benefit at all, I am willing to serve the bed. Su Qing prayed apprehensively, like a small boat was rippling with the wind inside. Stirred her mind into a frenzy. "Go to bed. You weren't called. No need to come over." Li Yi's indifferent voice came from inside. Su Qing's eyes instantly turned red. It was certainly a very dry rejection. Didn't even let her in the door. A lot of care and attention had gone into it. Su Qing returned to her room with her head hanging down, her whole body losing its highlight. Early the next morning, Li Yi had just gotten up, dragging both of his little sloths up as well. Suddenly you realize that the storm clouds are rising outside. Li Qinghan rubbed her sleepy eyes and said with a lack of interest, "That kid swallowed so much blood essence, yet it took him one night to break through. His qualifications are truly mediocre. If it were a genius like me, it would only take a quarter of an hour." "Don't be smug. That divine body of yours can advance even though it only relies on devouring essence. But it's not all as simple as eating. This is the right time to go out and show you the world. It will also be beneficial to your future cultivation." Li Yi mercilessly struck out. Chapter 30, the greatest invention in the cultivation world, the Shadow Stones. The commotion caused by Zhou Yun's breakthrough was not particularly large, at least from the perspective of Li Yi's father and daughter. Although looking at it also shook the heavens and the earth. But after all, the cultivation level of the God transformation stage was there. Several audience members said they couldn't muster much interest. "Ha, why is there still a thunderbolt? He's not advancing to the transition stage?" Su Qing was a bit surprised. Sure enough, the sky above unexpectedly drifted with a large area of looting clouds at this time. The blackness gathered overhead, and it was suffocating at first glance. It was followed by a series of thunderclaps. Countless green-colored thunder arcs swam in the robbery cloud. Li Yi explained lightly. No matter how average you think his qualifications are, now he all but proved with facts that qualifications could only determine the difficulty and speed of cultivation, but were not equivalent to actual battle power. He was able to induce the robber clouds to come this time, so he must have built up his strength to a certain extent. The foundation of the front end is firmly in place. It's only in this moment that it completely explodes. It's just a shame that he doesn't seem to have much anticipation for it. It doesn't feel like it's necessarily possible to resist this wave of thunderbolts. As something that everyone in the cultivation world talked about, the danger of the heavenly calamity itself was self-evident. However, whenever one advanced to the end, or refined any divine elixir, there was a possibility that they would incur a heavenly tribulation. Cultivators often prepare early for this and spend a lot of resources on defensive magic treasures. Strive to get through this phase safe and sound. Throughout the years, there were not a few cultivators who were killed by the heavenly tribulation due to insufficient preparation or incorrect estimation. Zhou Yun was a bit flustered at the moment. Follow your body's instincts to practice and follow your past habits steadily. Compress every strand of spiritual energy to the extreme. I didn't realize that spending a night like this would result in a heavenly calamity. He was unprepared for this. This time, He had only come to look for someone, and he hadn't brought many of his belongings with him. Jo-yun looked at the empty storage ring and his entire body went numb. It seemed that the only way to carry it at the moment was to carry it in the flesh. Soon, the first wave of heavenly tribulation arrived. A green-colored thunderbolt as thick as an adult's arm shone down on Jo-yun's head. Jo-yun collected his spirit, pinched his hand and blasted an upward palm. Bang! The thunder light was weakened by the four-palm imprints layer by layer, and finally dissipated less than a foot away from his head. Jo-yun frowned slightly. This heavenly calamity was a few points more powerful than he had imagined. Just started the first course and coping out has been a bit of a struggle. Realized that he's using his own watchful eye. Although it was a seemingly simple 4 palms, it actually contained 64 palms. It was a high-level stacking method that could geometrically increase its power. This was also one of the roots of their Zhou clan royal family, which was able to establish the Tianshui divine dynasty. Like the well-talented ones, they could even stack hundreds or thousands of attacks in one palm. The robotic cloud quickly sent out a second attack. This time the thunder light became as thick as a thigh. Jo-yun let out a low roar and pinched even faster than earlier. The movements of his hands were so fast that they pulled out residual shadows, and a palm kept blasting towards the top. Even so, it still didn't completely break up the thunder light. Luckily, the power left at the end was not a few points, and it did not cause much injury when it hit Jo-yun. Other than some pain, it was quite bearable. Only the clothes suffered and now became like a beggar. Next to him, Li and the others were watching the fun. No one thought to go up and help, because anyone who has practiced knows that something like a heavenly tribulation could not be helped by outsiders to get through it. Instead, if someone else rushed in, the skyjacking would also count the strength of the other party, continue to increase the intensity of the hijacking cloud. This was certainly the end of the line for the original ferryman who needed help. The lightning continued to strike down, and in a short period of time, it had already reached the 4th wave. And Jo-yun's condition at this point was already in a sorry state. It really looks like it's at its limit. There were bloodstains on many parts of his body and his breath was visibly commiserating. However, there was not a single sign of the robbery cloud in the sky dispersing. Qinghan Li was puzzled. There's something strange about. He had only risen a small realm, so why could he attract a heavenly calamity of this magnitude? It looked as if it had to split him. Li Lingxiu had been turning on her spiritual vision, and at this moment, she faintly picked up the conversation. Didn't you notice the heavy layer of blood on him? That's what happens when you kill too much. It was probably because the heavenly Tao recognized him as a crazy murderous person. It was just the right time to take the opportunity of this apocalypse to make him go up in smoke. This kind of murderous generation has always been disliked by the heavenly Tao. It makes sense that this is being set right. Li Yi looked at the two of them in surprise. When did you two know so much? Li Lingxiu revealed a soft expression and pouted. Hey, Dad used to tell people so many fun stories. I've got it all memorized. After opening the cultivation yesterday, unconsciously these memories became clearer. It feels like the whole person has gotten smarter, eh? Li got happy and scratched his head and laughed. Now you know how good Daddy is, don't you? At the time you were told the story, you were kinda reluctant to listen. Seeing that her sister was sneaking off again, Li Qinghan seized the opportunity to brush Li Yi's favor and hurriedly tugged on Li Yi's sleeve. Don't you care about him? It's not nice to be chopped up in the yard in the morning, is it? How come his sister is your ex-girlfriend too? Li Yi subconsciously said. Don't worry, Daddy knows what's in his heart. Wait, what did you just say? What ex-girlfriend? Did he mention that yesterday? Li Qinghan curved her crescent eyes and pretended to be ignorant. Yeah, oh, I don't think he said that. But is, or not, as a dad, you have to set a good example for us. Oh, no lying, Li Yi, it's so hard to bring up a baby, and your heart is so tired. This question is not important at all. Well, even without his sister's connections, Dad wouldn't have sat on his hands. After all, it's in our house. We're still responsible for the safety of our guests. Li Yi had no choice but to look around. Luckily, my eldest daughter was quite understanding this time and didn't plow through it. Li Qinghan nodded in understanding and extended his left hand, which had been placed behind his back. Carefully, he put away the shadow-retaining stone in his hand. Although there was no picture recorded this time, the sound was still clear from such a close distance. Li Yi, oops, no defense. The heavenly tribulation proceeded to the 6th wave. The lightning had completely turned purple, and the thickness became thicker than Zhou Yun's entire body, splatting down as if to obliterate him. Li Qinghan's gaze narrowed slightly and he shouted, Ah, he's finished. Li Yi, however, remained still and only said softly, I'll help him if this wave carries through. Zhou Yun's eyes showed despair. He had vaguely sensed the heavenly tribulation's intention to exterminate him now, but a strong unwillingness forced him to squeeze his body's potential over and over again. In the end, The thick blood qi that had been accumulated over all these years was also used as a means of defense, and it exploded out in a frantic manner. In a flash, a mist of blood enveloped his body, and the lightning struck him heavily at that moment. Bang! The blood mist was disintegrating by inches, and when it touched the heavenly thunder that was the most rigid and sunny, it melted like ice and snow. But this also bought Zhou Yun some time. He did his best to fight through the last ounce of power in his body. Finally, he barely managed to cut the power of the heavenly thunder to 10%, and finally carried it off raw with his body. Pust! A large mouthful of blood was spat out. Zhou Yun nearly fainted, and the robbing cloud was angry at this time, and the thunder light became even more raging. Terrifying pressure swept in all directions. It looked bound to crush him completely in the next blow. Chapter 31, Little Snowy's first encounter with the Star Queen. Li Yi walked near his grill and said to Zhou Yun, "Take this sword and end this heavenly calamity quickly. Then it's time to wash up for breakfast." After saying that, he threw him the barbecue knife he used to cut the meat. Zhou Yun's gaze was a little straight. Subconsciously, he took the narrow knife and froze for a long moment. Bitter smile. "There is no need for that, sir. I know you mean well." But Zhou Yun was already about to die. "What need is there for comfort? It's just rude to let a child see such a scene," Li Yi said with a smile. "What? Looking down on my barbecue knife?" Zhou Yun shook his head, only thinking that Li Yi was easing his tension. If even this small knife can carry the heavenly tribulation, then Zhou Yun is willing to immediately worship Mr. It's not impossible to even ask Mr. to be the national teacher of my divine dynasty. Just a shame. "Alas," Li Yi said, "you are thinking about fart eating. You still want to worship me as a teacher. How can there be such a cheap good thing?" Li Yi waved his hand. "There's no need to pay homage. I owe something to your sister. This time let's just consider it as repaying some of it." There was only a trace of spiritual energy left in Zhou Yun's body, and at this moment, he hadn't had the time to ask Li Yi what exactly he owed to his imperial sister. Just saw that the heavenly thunder in the sky had already finished storing up. A huge pillar of lightning light that was more than a foot wide, carrying the might of destroying the sky and earth. It fiercely blasted down towards him. Zhou Yun was inwardly sad and laughed miserably. The small knife in his hand just symbolically slashed casually, then it closed its eyes in 1,000 ways. The human world is prosperous. It always feels like. Haven't lived enough, Zhou Yun muttered. But after waiting a while, the expected pain did not come. Zhou Yun even thought that the power of the heavenly thunder was so strong that he simply could not react to any sensations before he had already arrived in hell. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and as far as the eye could see, it was still a familiar environment. I'm not dead yet? When I looked up, the hijacking cloud was still there. It was only trembling slightly, and it had a vague tendency to dissipate. The appalling heavenly thunder just now had inexplicably disappeared. Zhou Yun glanced at the barbecue knife in his hand, only to find that by now it had completely changed its appearance. A bing had an ancient shape. The flying dagger with cold light was quietly being held in his hand. The size of the flying dagger was close to a foot, and at the moment the blade was jumping with green arcs of light. This, why an aura of a holy weapon? Zhou Yun was a member of the royal family and had a holy weapon in his dynasty. However, as a national weapon, it will not be used easily. He had only felt the aura of some holy weapons from afar. That was why this sense of familiarity was now alarming him. How could something as precious as a holy weapon appear here? And it was used for cutting meat for the barbecue? Li Yi had disappeared, and there was a faint sound coming from the kitchen, obviously off to make breakfast. Zhou Yun was filled with confusion, not knowing who to turn to for answers. Tentatively, he swung towards the robbery cloud in the sky, and the flying dagger in his hand emitted a light blue blade of light. Swish! The hijacking cloud was split in two. The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. Without a few breaths of time, the robbery cloud dissipated in its place. Boy, this isn't a holy weapon. This is way more powerful than a holy weapon. Zhou Yun was almost stunned. Nice guy. Even the robbery cloud can be broken up casually. It's still just a flick of the power. This is going to throw flying daggers out. What's the point? That's too scary. If you accidentally cut yourself, it's even more. Zhou Yun directly had a jolt and hurriedly placed the flying dagger carefully to the side. He didn't dare to play with this level of treasure right now. After breakfast, Zhou Yun, who was strongly stimulated, once again excused himself and left. And before he left, he thanked Li Yi profusely, calling him his savior and regenerative parent. Li Yi heard this cannot, generation or to make clear, this side when your parents, then your sister is not become my daughter? No, absolutely not. Because there were still some days before the event opened, Li Yi declined the invitation to accompany him. His intention was to just go over there a day or two early. On the way, you can also visit some more mountains with your two daughters and improve the bond between father and daughter. Li Yi was determined to make sure that before their mom came back next time, stretching father-daughter love to its fullest. That way, when there is a difference of opinion again, one side will have 3 votes. 3-1. A landslide. After Zhou Yun left, Li Yi looked at his 2 daughters and smiled. So how do we arrange it? Are you leaving in the next couple of days? Or should we wait a few more days? Li Qinghan decided with a wave of her small hand in a very domineering manner. There's no time to lose, so of course we should leave immediately. My sister was fine with this, stating that she was fine with both. Li Yi nodded and glanced at Su Qing. Then you. Su Qing hurriedly fell to her knees and said in a pitiful manner, Please, master, don't leave your slave girl alone. The slave girl is willing to serve all the way, and only asks that she be allowed to follow you. Li Qinghan was a bit reluctant, but didn't say anything. As a woman herself, she could tell that the submissiveness in Su Qing's eyes was not hypocrisy, but Su Qing's occasional looks of admiration towards Li Yi inevitably made her unhappy. Perhaps it was because of the influence of this body. She always subconsciously resisted someone coming to share Li Yi with her. Of course, at the time, she hadn't realized that this was actually a rather dangerous sign. Li Yi did not know what was in his daughter's mind. He looked at the poor Su Qing and hesitated slightly. Since there was now no need for her to stay and look after her daughters, it seemed that she could already be let go. But this would look a bit stupid from the previous flurry of maneuvers, and Li Yi couldn't quite accept that. It was the same early morning, but Lori Snowy in the Ice Palace had just tiredly left her workbench. Back in her cozy pink cot, she eased into sleep. Granted, after cultivation, sleep is no longer a required activity, but little Schwer was still young for one thing, and sleeping was more comfortable compared to meditating and practicing. Secondly, after her night of deduction and divination, the consumption of her divine sense was terrifying. Sparing her exceptional talent, she was somewhat overwhelmed by such intense exertion. So, one must sleep for a while to recover. In her dream, little Schwer dreamed of the scene when she and the Star Queen first met. The little lowly was only 6 years old at the time, and was picked up by Gu Qingmei on a broken continent. Her previous memories had been taken, due to not being erased much less sealed, so even Gu Qingmei couldn't recover. She could only find a way to find the person who took her memories first. It was amazing to say that Gu Qingmei, who was as jumpy as she was, found this child congenial at a glance. And little Schwer didn't cry, naturally returning to the Ice Palace here with Gu Qingmei. It was here that she met the sisters Li Qinghan, who were slightly younger than her. Both sides get along fairly well, as both are intelligent. Gu Xinmei, on the other hand, was occasionally a bit puzzling. She had once solemnly introduced her pets to Cheryl, and carefully named each one well, and they are especially patient and talk for quite a while at each feeding of them. Lori, who was 6 years old at the time, was a little scared inside, because she felt that although this woman was born so good-looking, she was afraid that her brain was more or less problematic, and following a madman around is undoubtedly dangerous. Available that evening, Starry Sky Empress Gu Qingmei, barefoot in her silk robe, revealed a section of snow-white, smooth calves. With a cute doll in her hand she walked into Lori's room. Snowy, today is your first day here. You must be too scared to sleep at night, right? Come on, I'll carry you to sleep today. Oh. With that, he threw down the doll, climbed into bed, and cuddled the 6-year-old Lori under the covers. At that time, Xiao Schwer felt that, although this woman may indeed have some abnormal times, but hugging up really fragrant and soft, so comfortable. So the escape plan, which had already been considered for the most part, was put on hold for the time being. Just stay another 3 days. Just 3 days. Oh. Then, 3 years. Chapter 32, Ex-girlfriend beats ex-ex-girlfriend. Who do you help? Su Qing was finally permitted to go alone. Mainly because there's no point in keeping her here. If we let her go, then the previous maneuver seemed a bit redundant. Li Yi couldn't accept this result. Multiple pinches and pounds on the road would be nice. The family happily packed their bags. Li Yi, on the other hand, stood in the courtyard, quietly waiting for someone to arrive. Although there was no contact, based on Li Yi's knowledge of her, I'll be coming down to give an account of myself today no matter what, so that you can reassure yourself. It can't be helped. She's such an understanding girl who likes to look out for others. Sure enough, before noon, a dragon's roar resounded from the sky. The dragon goddess, Nangongya, came down to the realm alone, looking a little worse for wear. Didn't get much rest last night, did you? Li Yi thoughtfully poured a cup of tea for her to drink. Nangongya sighed softly. It's not a lack of rest. It's the press that's not resting. After going back there has been a lot of bickering between the two clans until now, and heads have been turned. Li Yi didn't feel surprised at all and laughed. Since the situation is so sticky, you still have time to quietly come down to the realm to see me? I'm not afraid you'll worry. Y'all know that if this thing doesn't draw to a close, you'll be up there to see for yourself. I don't want that stinking phoenix to take the opportunity to blackmail you again, so I'll just come straight down and tell you the results. Going to war is definitely not a good idea, but Inglong's identity is there, and the phoenix definitely won't just concede. The dragons were also trying to figure out what happened back then, and then used the opportunity to turn on the phoenix. Now that it's stuck, it should be because Inglong refuses to cooperate and is being secretive about what happened back then, right? After being locked up for so long and still refusing to talk about it, it seems like there really is something to hide. It shouldn't be that easy to talk until he thinks it's the right time. The odds are that the matter will still be settled with each side taking a step back. Nangongya's eyes were filled with love, and she softly said, "It's true that nothing can be hidden from Brother Yat. You're absolutely right. No matter how much the elders try to persuade him, he just won't say a word about what happened back then. So both sides can only fight a war of words now. But it's kind of annoying to argue all day long. Come down and sit with Brother Yat for a while. It will help me dissipate a lot of my worries. It seems that your seat as a goddess is not that easy to sit in. Actually, this matter is not that difficult to deal with. I have a plan to get this matter over with as soon as possible, and let the Phoenix clan suffer a dark loss, and you won't have to pay anything for welcoming Inglong home. How about we all stop there?" Li Yi smirked. This karma. He wanted to end it as soon as possible. Otherwise it's always hard to avoid having a hang-up. It would be annoying if something else came out of it. The Dragon and Phoenix are both great clans, and once they start a great war, they will surely be involved in a wide range of situations. It wouldn't be easy for Li Yi to live a good peaceful life then. Really? Brother Yi's wisdom is unrivaled in the world. Yara is all ears. The Phoenix clan has a sycamore divine tree. Do you know about it? That's natural. The Phoenix cannot fall without a sycamore. This is known to the world. That's right. Sycamore wood was the most important treasure for the Phoenix clan. It's also one of the roots of their strength. But if they left the clan, the Phoenix's battle power would inevitably decline. Because there is no more sycamore wood to add to the mix. The Phoenix clan had been planning to plant a new sycamore divine tree, and it took a long time, and after countless failures, one actually succeeded. But the matter was extremely secretive and had been a killer for them. If there is ever a war with a foreign enemy, the addition of 2 sycamore trees definitely give their opponents a big surprise. Don't tell anyone about this news. Go to nailing you in person. She couldn't tell if you knew where that other sycamore wood was located. Under the fear, they will certainly not dare to press forward step by step. One step back on each side and the matter will be resolved, Li Yi said slowly. As for the true location of this divine tree, it was not told to Nangongya. Nothing to do with trust, simply not wanting her to literally choke the other. He had no intention of favoring either side, and it was only expedient to do so. Nangongya was intelligent since, and quickly comprehended Li Yi's intentions. Somewhat tastily, Brother Yet is really still in love with that stinky phoenix in the old days. You see, she hasn't even come to see you. Not considerate at all. Li Yi said in his heart that it's happening again. The ones who had fallen for him were all the daughters of heaven, and it was only natural for them to look at each other with disfavor. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why he had the brainwave to tease both sides of his archenemy at the same time. This is a direct result of the fact that now, at the first sign of conflict, the fire has to be put out. Otherwise you'll have problems helping either side. Hand over fist. Yes, her temper is not as good as yours. Go back quickly before something else happens. Li Yi coaxed and hurriedly rushed away. Jealous women are dangerous, and it's better to say more than you can say. Then I'll come back for you when I'm done with this. Nangongya's eyes lingered, very reluctant. I'm going to take my daughters out for a stroll soon. Don't know when I'll be back yet. For a short time you stay well in the immortal world. I'll take a trip up to you when it's appropriate, Li Yi said half-heartedly. It was a good thing that Nangongya indeed couldn't stay for long and didn't ask Li Yi to name a rough deadline. After getting this secret message, he hurriedly went back to pair up with Nailing You. How are we going to get there? I want to take a good look at the scenery along the way. It's been a long time since I've taken a walk. Li Qinghan had nothing to clean up. Anyway, he was a child now. Just put everything off on the adults and just enjoy. Li Yi thought about it. It's definitely not going to work with all the walking. No wagon can run that fast. Time is running out. I'll tell you what. We'll take the flying spirit boat. Then fly lower. This way when you come across a favorite place, you drop down and spend a day in the area. It's no fun to get going right away. How's it going? Well, sloppy. I have granted permission. Spirit boats have to be more comfortable. I'm not used to sitting on anything too bumpy. Li Qinghan habitually emphasized 2 more sentences as a way to show off his specialness. My sister, on the other hand, ran back to her room and pulled out the doll and bear pajamas that Li Yi had handmade. Gently cradled in her arms, Her little face was slightly flushed and she appeared to be looking forward to the rest of the journey. Qinghan Li watched the scene in amazement, feeling a little tightness in his chest. She could see this caution in her sister, but leave her to her own devices. She, however, is still a bit unable to do it, so it's really anxious and helpless to watch. And Li Yi smiled happily. Ever since the heavenly Tao was added to his body, he was actually able to detect that his feelings were becoming indifferent a little bit. It wasn't his intention, but he could understand why it was. Because the heavens are merciless, this is just an effect that will inevitably come about. But while understanding, Li Yi did not want to turn himself into a person without fireworks. In his opinion, gods, Buddhas, and immortals or demons and humans, feelings are always kept, otherwise they are ultimately just false and powerful. In short, the relentless path may have some advantages in the early stages, but it has its own upper limit. After reaching a certain point in strength, it is still necessary to move from the unfeeling to the sentient. It was just that this stage was much more difficult than when sentience entered the heartless. As a result, Li Yi generally never actively restrained his emotions. Instead, try to experience as many emotions as possible, which will help you stay sharp to your feelings. Now that his two daughters are around, it actually kind of slows down the process of his emotional apathy considerably. The group stood in the courtyard, and Li Yi took out a small boat from his storage ring. Throwing it in the air, the boat rose into the wind. It soon became over 100 feet. And the hideous giant spikes on the hull were appalling. This ship is not mortal at first glance. This was because flying spirit weapons were inherently more scarce. Spirit boat shapes, which required too many rare materials, were therefore even harder to make. On the other hand, there wasn't even a single spirit boat that had strong flying power and integrated offense and defense. Simply put, this is definitely not a lower world contraption. Li Qinghan fluttered her big eyes and circled around. Her heart was satisfied. The style is a little out of character for her, but at least it's kinda bossy. So beautifully. He jumped on board. However, the sister in the back, her pupils contracted dramatically, and her heart was suddenly flooded with shocking waves. Chapter 33, Self-Mastery for Married Men. The inside of the ship is bigger than it looks on the outside. Several people came up in turn, all of them curiously surveying the ship's structure. It's got great facilities up here. Bedroom, restaurant, kitchen. There's plenty more to play with. Usually when you're in a hurry, you can play around when you're bored. There are some treasure rooms, secret places and whatnot. But be safe. As soon as you sense danger, call your dad's name. Just holler and daddy will come to your rescue at the first opportunity. Remember? Li Qinghan froze for a moment. As an empress in her previous life, this kind of words of sheltering others were usually spoken by her to her subjects. It still feels a bit touching to hear someone else tell you that today, but the thought of his archenemy still being around immediately masked that strange emotion with a small grunt. No need for you to care. I'm very powerful, okay? I've probably broken into more secret realms than you've ever heard of. The father-daughter duo were there getting tired of each other. Li Lingxiu, on the other hand, silently walked to the other side of the boat and gently caressed the edge position with her hand. About the fifth stroke, her body jerked. Underneath the finger was a sword mark, not very noticeable when placed on a large hull, and the marks aren't very deep. However, Li Lingxiu knew that this was only because the material of this spirit boat was too strong. Instead, the person who left the sword marks was not strong enough. Speaking of which, the owner of this sword mark was still very familiar to Qinghan Li. It was none other than Bai Yulu, who was known as the first sword immortal in the immortal world. He was also a first-class fierce general under Li Qinghan's command when he was still an immortal emperor. His right-hand man in the true sense of the word. Rumors claimed that Bai Yulu's strength was not weaker than the female emperor at the time. It was only because he loved her so much that he was willing to be driven by her. However, the Empress's mind was not at all on these matters of love and affection, and she was bent on expanding the boundaries of the heavenly court. So spare me the agony of waiting, but in vain. As for the person who fought with Bai Yulu at that time, it was Li Lingxiu's general under his command, Meng Wuchang. Unlike that of the White Jade House, there was a need to maintain the sword immortal's demeanor and reputation. Meng Wuchang was a very simple but pure person whose only hobby was fighting. Favorite to trade injuries for injuries in a fight. He's a complete lunatic. That day, he fought a shocking battle with the White Jade House, and under the sound and power, he unintentionally opened up a secret realm, which contained the present-day warship. Bai Yulo's full-strength sword could only even leave a shallow sword mark on it. At that time, both of them had the intention to just take it away. But neither of them could do anything about it. The storage ring couldn't be taken in at all, and it didn't respond to any spells used on it. It's hard to even think about switching it around. Later on, countless people from the Devil's Palace tried to go over and hit this ship. Unfortunately, They all came to nothing and could not even enter the interior of the ship. The protection on the outside was very old, but it was so strong that no amount of bombing could make it go away. If it wasn't for the location of the secret realm within the territory of the Devil Palace, perhaps the people of the Heavenly Court, too, would have to come over one by one to try their hand at it. And now such a masterless object that even she could do nothing about. Surprisingly, it appeared in the lower world, and it still works? That's shocking. So far, regarding Li Yi's true strength, this was the most intuitively felt by Li Lingxiu, because the comparison, this time, was to herself. His cultivation, to what extent has he reached? Or is it that he knows the method of opening this warship by some means? Several speculations rose in Li Lingxiu's mind. Good daughters, want treasures? You can have them all if you want them, go and find them. All the treasures on board are there, Li Yi shouted with a smile in his voice from behind, instantly pulling Li Lingxiu's thoughts back. The meaning of this was clear enough. Any treasure they found could be theirs. So what are you waiting for? The two sisters looked at each other with some understanding, and without a moment's pause, her sister flung her little feet into the interior of the ship. Li Qinghan, on the other hand, was stunned for a split second, but he quickly chased after him in the same manner. Although she didn't know what kind of treasures were inside this ship, Li Lingxiu she knew very well. For her to be so unreserved, that means there's definitely something good in there. It made Li Yi happy that his daughters were able to enjoy the scavenger hunt. From his perspective, kids play, focusing on the process of exploration rather than what they end up with. After all, they were so young. Even if they were able to cultivate, they had only just begun. So what could they know? That is, if the treasures were placed in front of them, they probably wouldn't be able to recognize two of them. However, when he thought of being young, Li Yi subconsciously felt a little uneasy. Thinking about it, he said to Subaru, "You go in there, too, and keep an eye on the girls so nothing happens to them. Any treasures you find on the way, you may likewise keep." Su Qing was smashed into a daze by this surprise, and after agreeing excitedly, she followed the direction of the two sisters and chased after them. On the way the little face was flushed and happy to think, "I thought Master was usually handsome enough, but the way he let me find treasures at random just now was a little more handsome than usual." After the three left, Li Yi made himself a pot of tea. Enjoy a brief moment of clarity as you idly browse the landscape below. Lightbrow should be dealing with the rebellion at this moment, right? Li Yi deliberated for a while and decided to cook paper crane porridge with his wife for a while and chat. As a good married man, Li Yi understands that relationships need to be maintained. It is not from the heart, nor is it the task of the wife. Rather, this can effectively reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Simply put, it's okay to move your mouth and don't let women find too many opportunities to nitpick. After thinking about it, Li Yi chose the standard opening and wrote on the paper crane, "What are you doing? Missing you. It's not amazing, but it's a win." The reply came soon after and it read, "Yes? Where did you miss me?" Li Yi stared at those last few words with some confusion. Is the wife wrong or is she having trouble understanding? About an hour passed. Together, the three of them stepped out from inside the hull of the ship. Everyone had dust on their faces and their clothes were a bit of a mess. Looks like it's in some trouble, but they all had excited expressions on their faces. Everyone's hands and bodies are full of stuff. Li Qinghan ran to Li Yi's side and said with a small blush, "Give me a storage ring." Li Lingxiu also followed over and pouted, "Dad, can you give me a storage ring?" Su Qing herself had her own storage ring, and at this moment, she was putting it inside in different categories. Li Yi smiled and touched his youngest daughter's head. "Of course you can. A nice one for Lingxiu. Like it?" Spreading out his palm. A ring that shone with a seven-colored luster lay there silently. On it was set a large spiritual jade. Li Lingxiu joyfully took it and gave Li Yi a kiss on the cheek, walking over to the side to organize his loot and put it inside. Li Qinghan was dumbfounded. "What about me?" Li Yi pointed to his other cheek, eyes closed and not talking. Chapter 34, The Mystery of the Immortal World Unintentionally Solved. Li Qinghan very much did not want to bow down to a man just for the sake of a mere storage ring, but as the saying goes, it's hard to beat a penny. The current her was indeed unable to even take out her storage ring. If you just hold a bunch of stuff. No, it's too embarrassing. Got to make that devil laugh. Boo! Li Qinghan gave Li Yi a slapdash peck, and quickly grunted. But Li Yi doesn't care about that. Her left hand rubbed her hair out of her face and her right hand spread out in her palm. A storage ring that was transparent as crystal all over was lying there quietly. Qinghan Li swished and grabbed it in his hand, ran to the side and hurriedly put the babies in. Don't blame her for being unproductive. It's just that the babies smell so good. Even though he had once been the lord of the heavenly court and had seen countless treasures, Li Qinghan was still moved by the proceeds of this time. One can only imagine what level of treasure it is. Li Yi didn't turn the warship on much higher speed. It's been a slow march, Li Lingxiu was the first to finish organizing her things and walked over to Li Yi, seemingly unintentionally. Dad, this boat is really awesome. How did you get that? Or, did you do it? This, Dad did. Of course. How's it going? It's great, isn't it? In fact, Daddy can make bigger boats than this. Li started bragging straight away. Grabbing babies he will. Making babies he really won't. The craft of refining weapons was not something he was particularly good at. Li Lingxiu couldn't be sure that his words were completely false. Oh, continued the question. I see that the boat material is very strong. There shouldn't be any damage to the hull. Should there? I just squeezed it twice and couldn't get it to budge. Li Yi laughed. It would be great if my Lingxiu could pinch it. Dad made the perfect boat. Of course. And there will be no damage on it. Not to mention damage. Not even a scratch. Hearing Li Yi's guarantee, Li Lingxiu was finally able to confirm it. The ship was never owned by Li Yi in the first place. This is because the original owner is bound to examine it carefully after retrieving it. That sword mark is not a big impact, but it is aesthetically detrimental after all. She couldn't believe that the person who could make such a treasure would allow that flaw to persist for so long. So it wasn't hard to deduce that the boat had been snatched by Li Yi in some unknown way, or from her magic palace grounds. Dad's less of a liar. Raisu knew for sure it wasn't Dad's doing. You can't lie to children. Otherwise I'll learn the hard way. Kids have the advantage of being able to get adults to let their guard down with a cute tone of voice. Li Lingxiu was a demon dignitary, and this kind of skill was only at an elementary level, far from being a real skill. As expected, Li Yi's face stiffened. I also wonder how my youngest daughter recognized herself. One can only assume it's because they never usually make anything new out of it. Now so suddenly such a behemoth appears. It's only natural that my daughter doesn't believe it. This really isn't Dad's doing. It's Daddy's trophy. There were bad people plotting against Dad at the time. I'm sure Dad can't let them off lightly. Anyway, the owner of this boat is gone. Dad was on the principle that good things should not go to waste. Just put it away and kept it. And now it's really coming in handy. Li Lingxiu looked deeply at Li Yi and said, how dare you lie? Is there any humanity left? Watch me tear you apart. So, bad people are so hateful. Dad, tell me stories from back in the day. People want to hear it. Li Lingxiu begged. This scene thundered Li Qinghan to the core. This devil is usually occasionally pouting though, but that was to achieve something, or simply to piss her off. What's with the chain of cooties now? What the hell is going on in your mind? It could be difficult for Qinghan Li, but there was something she could do, and that was to come along and listen. With enough information, there's no worry about analyzing the other side's machinations. Li Yi saw both of his daughters come over, sprawled in his arms like two cats, two pairs of big, eager eyes waiting for themselves to tell them a story. It's a scene out of a dream. I didn't expect it to materialize so soon. Li Yi inwardly snickered, cleared his throat, and said slowly, that goes back many years. At that time, I was at the beginning of my divine powers. Then he thought about the size of the world and went around. Along the way, when they met people they could talk to, they visited each other's homes. It's a good way to have a long conversation and sit down in style. But one day, I got to the Holy Spirit tribe's territory and there was a bit of an accident. Their people are few and far between, and they can't speak warmly of me, but it was treated with courtesy. I was impressed with them at first, but when I excused myself and left, I was met with repeated retentions. No matter how hard I pushed, I was not let go. I assumed it was the other side's hospitality, and thought to myself that it was a bit at odds with the rumors. When you go out, you will definitely do right by each other. Just like that, he stayed in the Holy Spirit clan's clanland for as long as 4 days in a row. I used to stay in one place for basically no more than a day, so 4 days has been a long time for me. And on the very night that I insisted on saying goodbye, something happened that I couldn't understand in any way. I can't believe they tried to kill me. The goal is to kill for treasure. I don't know exactly what they see in me. In fact, as long as they were willing to talk, it was all out of body. By virtue of the face of the Holy Spirit clan, I don't even hesitate to give it to them straight away. But it's of a different nature if they rob it the hard way. I was so angry. The whole looking away thing is a little too much for me to take in. So on that rainy night, the clan was taught a hard lesson. The most powerful one among them was using a magic treasure that was this worship. I guess that's what they're relying on if they dare to launch an attack on me. Unfortunately, they still misjudged the power gap with me. It didn't take me long to pull their patriarch out of it. An equally hard lesson. This worship was also confiscated by me. But to show that I'm not greedy for treasure before lecturing them, I threw the worship out of my hands, not knowing where I had thrown it. Once this was over, I continued on my journey. It wasn't until years later, when I was returning, that I accidentally noticed on the way back that the worship was still parked out there. It's never been taken care of. I don't know if I can't see it or what. I didn't think much of it, so I just took it back. It essentially belongs to what I threw away anyway. The story is told. It's not too much to ask for Dad to do that, is it? Li Yi spoke easily, but the color of reminiscence revealed by his gaze, but it showed a few moments of unease in his heart. What happened back then still had some impact on him. Li Qinghan and Li Lingxiu glanced at each other, and such a sentence was written in both of their pupils. It's like I've inadvertently solved one of the super mysteries of the fairy world. The mystery of the missing Holy Ghost clan. Chapter 35, the Holy Spirit clan was exterminated by him. Ben wanted to break down Li Yi's lies. Instead, I ended up hearing a shocking piece of gossip. Li Yi must have thought that they were too young to know about the immortal world. That's when everything was told to them as a story as it was. But the fact is, the Holy Ghosts mysteriously disappeared overnight. It has always been one of the top mysteries of the immortal world. This was because the Holy Spirit clan itself was very mysterious in the immortal world, and each of its clansmen possessed overwhelming strength. But whenever the Holy Spirit people came out to walk, it must be accompanied by some earth-shattering event. They seem to be the favorites of the gods, and each clan member just has to grow up by the book. When you reach a certain age, you automatically have the cultivation of a saint. Under saints, all are ants. Not to mention the Xianxian Golden Immortals. Even the Dala Golden Immortals were not a match. Therefore, all the forces of the immortal world were both respectful and afraid of the Holy Spirit race. Don't dare to be disrespectful at all. Anything that the Holy Spirit clan asks for, even if it's hard, you have to do it. Otherwise, who could afford the consequences of inviting such an opponent? In the eyes of most people, they have long been the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. It is the vehicle through which the will of heaven walks the world. How else could everyone become a saint? How can there be any justice? But it's such a strong to invincible race, but suddenly disappeared years ago. No one has heard from them since. The entry into the world, which occurs every 10 years, has also gone quiet. The many laws summarized in the past were never fulfilled again. As time passed, the crowd was finally convinced that the Holy Spirit race probably really didn't exist. But this creates a series of even more horrific problems. Who really caused all this? Why did you wipe out the Holy Ghost tribe? And who can do that? Where are all the treasures of the Holy Spirit clan hidden? A treasure that a saint would look upon. One could imagine that it had been precious. No one wants it all, except let alone the treasure. Not even a Holy Ghost corpse could be found. Over time, the matter slowly died down. Some of the newcomers to the immortal realm didn't even know that the Holy Spirit race had existed. Li Qinghan and Li Lingxiu made eye contact. No one made a sound, nor did they use divine thoughts to transmit their voices, but they could read each other's meaning with just their eyes. Li Qinghan, a lesson, equal to a massacre? What do you think? Li Lingxiu, agreed. In that case, this worship is the Holy Spirit clan's treasure of the clan? A saintly treasure? The duo could no longer express their feelings at this time with shock. One of the most intuitive thoughts is, the big man is beside me? The clown is me? This old man turned out to be so strong. That should have been said earlier. He even thought the treasures used by saints were rare. That means he must have a lot more of these goodies around. Something even better than that. You don't like it. We like it. If you get just one of these, your battle power will skyrocket. For a moment, the two former greats of the immortal world had determined their next course of action. Snubbing babies from Li Yi. It's not an exaggeration to say that the one who got more of Li Yi's treasures, it was almost enough to declare victory in the duel early. With the aid of such a perverted treasure, it was still a fight. So, Li Yi suddenly realized that his two daughters seemed to be hitting on him for something. Big eyes flickered at him, slyly. Daddy, are your shoulders sore? I'll give you a press? Li Qinghan had little experience with this kind of pleasing others. Only this rather primitive means can be used. Li Yi couldn't believe his ears. What day is it? You're calling me dad and you're courting me? Oh, it's kinda uncomfortable. Whenever Qinghan wants to press daddy, daddy is sour. Feeling his eldest daughter's small hands roaming over his shoulders, Li Yi felt physically and mentally relieved. Li Lingxiu stood aside and did not act rashly. Instead, he quietly observed Li Yi's reaction. She didn't believe that someone of Li Yi's cultivation level would be charmed into losing himself because of this tactic. This is a matter that needs to be considered in the long run. Daddy, you tell such nice stories. Will you tell me more often? The dad in the story is so handsome. Li Qinghan stood behind Li Yi and said these words, slightly reddening her cheeks. Li Yi was comfortable and his spirit was satisfied like never before. It's not just the dad in the story who's handsome. Oh, the dads around you guys are pretty cool too. Later on, you guys go out into the world. It's time for your stories to be passed down in this world. Hey, I have not thought that far ahead. Dad, don't you have any other toys? Something like that snare drum will do. I want to play with toys. Qinghan Li bared his little fangs. Li Yi immediately showed a difficult face. I've made some toys for my two daughters before, but they were totally uninterested. After a series of blows, Li Yi was skeptical of his own craftsmanship. Since then, there have been very few toys made for them. As for the rattle, it was for quietly cleansing their marrow. It's part of the coaxing to let them play for a while. Dad doesn't have it on hand right now, but don't worry, Qinghan, after we stop at a place, Daddy got you all the toys. Li Qinghan was so angry that her small hand increased its force. Do I want a toy? You don't know my heart at all. Stinky Li Yi. But I want the kind Daddy made himself. I can't see what anyone else is doing. Li Qinghan began to make a final struggle. Li Yi thought about it and softly coaxed. Toys just have to be improvised and made on the spot to be fun. When it stops, Dad will make one for Qinghan whatever he says, okay? Not the ideal situation, but at least it's a good start. Just let Li Yi get used to this feeling of giving something to himself. Then I'm sure it won't be a problem to ask for real manna in the future. Daddy's the best. Li Qinghan hesitated for a moment, but still allowed herself to give Li Yi a kiss. Boo! You've got yourself a lot of blood on your hands this time. If this didn't pay off, he would probably be laughed to death by that devil. Li Qinghan's pretty face was scarlet as she asked Li Yi for a few more snacks. Step aside and take a small bite. Dad, look at this. They are so ugly looking. Li Lingxiu took out a small stone statue from her storage ring. The overall image is somewhat human-like, but with 3 heads and 6 arms, and the expression on each head was hideous. A petite, cute little girl holding one of these. That Beauty and the Beast dissonance came out instantly. Li swept a glance and frowned slightly, sitting his body a little straighter. It's just sculpted by some people with particularly ugly aesthetics. See how ugly it is? Here, give it to Daddy. It's not good to see too much of this stuff, affecting the aesthetics of our spirituality. Li Yi unobtrusively claimed it. Li Lingxiu hid the stone statue behind her, her voice clear. No give. It's Raisu's. Chapter 36, Let's make soup out of the saints. Li Yi patiently negotiated. Will Daddy make a toy for Lingxiu in the back too? Now give that stone statue to Daddy and Daddy will trade you a toy for it. The youngest daughter considered this very seriously for a moment, but shook her head. No can do. This is what I found by drilling in the dark. It's a lot of work. Dad can't keep his word. It was agreed that anything you get that's fun can be turned in without having to turn it in. Li Yi had a sudden burst of headache, since he threw this warship out of his hand, and then retrieved it later. Too much time has passed. It caused him to simply forget what was kept inside. Figured I wouldn't be able to use it anyway. Didn't even look at it closely. But now what the youngest daughter is holding in her hand is a real saint's body. It was one of the Holy Spirit races that were exterminated by Li Yi at that time. This kind of secret technique that could seal even saints was something that only Li Yi knew. The best feature is the ability to not damage the opponent's strength. Seal his state in that moment to stagnation forever. Once the jutsu is complete, the target is transformed into a stone statue like this. This stone statue because it stored the target's entire cultivation and vitality. So it's theoretically an excellent all-purpose material. Whether it was weapon smithing or alchemy, it could have an excellent effect. Depends on the strength of the sealing target. But what made Li Yi a bit panicked today was not the issue of the preciousness of this stone statue. Rather, I'm worried about their 2 little ones, researching and messing around on their own. In case any one of them, on a whim, puts the stone statue in his mouth and takes a bite out of it. That's no joke. No matter how powerful the divine body and hegemonic body were, there had to be a certain cultivation base for them to work. They had only just begun their cultivation, and a mouthful of sage's chi entered their bellies. I'm afraid it could just burst. This tiny stone statue was no different from a bomb in Li Yi's eyes at the moment. He would never allow his daughter to play with something so dangerous. Lingxiu sweetie, so what do you think it will take to give it to Daddy? Not in any way. Not until you tell me what the hell it is. I look at it with a sense of dread. Li Lingxiu said timidly. Li Yi bullied her into not seeing anything and tried to take it away for nothing. How can that be good? She hadn't had much dealings with the Holy Ghost people though, but not so much that you can't recognize them. The stone statue in this hand was clearly carved in their likeness, and lifelike, even beyond godlike. It was impossible to see the purpose of this thing, but it couldn't be ordinary anyway. Li Lingxiu made up her mind to never let go. Seeing this, Qinghan Li beside him also curiously came over. Glancing at the stone statue, he was struck by lightning. The girls clashed over the terrific when they explored the ship's secret realm earlier. Each person chooses a direction and does not interfere with each other. I didn't expect Li Lingxiu to be so lucky as to find treasures that were extremely related to the Holy Spirit clan at first glance. Li Qinghan was a bit sour. Li Yi pondered for a moment and took the stone statue from his youngest daughter. Asked suddenly, if I remember correctly, there should be more than just this one stone statue on the ship. Did you guys find the rest? Really? I'm going to find it. Li Qinghan's spirits were lifted. No need. It's all here with me. Li Lingxiu swept a glance at her and said faintly. As many as 10 stone statues were then set up in one face from the storage ring. This scene directly shook Li Qinghan for an entire year. The mind frantically prayed that the stone statue wouldn't be of any great use. Otherwise the gap is widened this time. Li Yi was a bit speechless as he watched his youngest daughter's quick action of putting it away. How can a father rob you of your things? Dad might as well tell you guys, lest you always ponder it. The stone statue is actually a shell, essentially a camouflage effect for the spell. After one's cultivation level exceeded the transitional stage, one could break it with a full strength strike. Sealed inside was a Holy Spirit clan member. Judging from the size of this stone statue, the strength should be at the paragon level. But don't be afraid, they're all dead. Now this stuff is a rare material. It can come in handy for smithing and alchemy and all that, so there was no use for Ling Xiu to hold it. Give it back to Daddy and he'll make it up to you later with something else fun. Again, mind-numbing information. The two sisters were suddenly dumbfounded. A saint's body? This can no longer be valued in terms of value, because there is no circulation at all on the market. But it wasn't hard to imagine the divine pills and divine weapons that were refined with it. It's bound to be powerful. It's still impossible to pay back. Even if it was used to exchange resources in the future, it would still be a fortune that could not be spent. What's more, Li Lingxiu wasn't that stupid. It's natural to keep such goodies for yourself. Li Qinghan subconsciously swallowed his saliva 10,000 times unwillingly. He watched the devil snatch back that stone statue in Li Yi's hand as well. I should have known to make the rules 50-50ths. The more Qinghan Li thought about it, the more she regretted it. Finally she suddenly came up with a cracking idea. Said to Li Yi, saints seem to be more powerful than dragons? I'm not going to eat the dragon. I'm going to eat it. She wasn't sure if she could eat it, but if she could, she was equivalent to taking half of what Li Lingxiu was holding. Li Yi said in his heart that the most feared thing had still happened. You can have it as food if you must, but it's not okay to eat now. One bite and your godly body will crumble. Li shook his head. The youngest daughter breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost won by Qinghan Li, but Daddy must have a way, right? Since I can't even stand it, why don't we boil it into soup? Dilute it a bit, so that's always okay, right? Li Qinghan was undeterred. With such a huge share of the treasure, she only had to think of holding it in the hands of her opponents. Just can't help but be alarmed. It's too scary. Li Yi froze for a moment, not expecting gluttony to reach a certain level. It can also increase wisdom and open minds. Isn't this the most obvious example, boss? I'm crazy about food, and I'm going to try to get a few bites. Not to mention, it's a really good idea. Simple, easy to follow. Okay. I was also worrying that it was too dangerous for you guys to hold. It's better to give it to Dad to keep it for him. Dad will give it back to you when you're strong enough. Now we'll start by making a pot of soup with one of them. Speaking of which, Dad's never had soup of this caliber. Li Yi took this opportunity to directly collect the other stone statues in his youngest daughter's storage bag. It doesn't even have to be with your daughter's consent. The separate space of the storage ring was nothing in front of him. Li Lingxiu's small mouth deflated and she really cried. Or the kind that no one can coax. With a heavy grunt, he stopped his feet and crouched in a corner to wipe his eyes. Qinghan, go coax your sister. Daddy will make you soup. Li Yi glared at his eldest daughter. Chapter 37 Phoenix Goddess Descends to the Realm. Li Qinghan laughed inwardly, turning around and smiling as he walked towards his sister. The plan had worked, so it was time to taunt her. Li Lingxiu, however, didn't even give her that chance. Before she could approach, thumping away towards the interior of the ship, Li Qinghan huffed and puffed and followed closely behind. Li Yi had a nodding head. Subaru, follow over and take a look. Yes, master. Su Qing didn't know much about the Holy Spirit race or saints or anything, so in turn, he didn't look too shocked. In her eyes, this stone statue wasn't as powerful as the bronze tripod that remodeled her flesh. Only Li Yi himself was left at the bow of the ship, simmering soup. This thing is so sturdy. What kind of fire can I use to boil it faster? Li Yi was lost in thought. The lower realms are filled with mortal fires that don't work half as well. I don't usually like to collect foreign fire or anything like that, but if we don't get it done quickly, Lingxiu will definitely be upset again. Li Yi realized that he was still really frozen in this situation. If it was in the immortal world, one could still find some people who were good with fire to save the day. For example, the Douyan Emperor who was famous for devouring foreign flames. There's also the Earth's Firestarter who bathes in lava every day. It's not worth the trip up there for something like that. It's too risky. Li Yi helplessly put the stone statue into a soup can. Adding some spirit springs, he started the stew mode with the highest level of flame aptitude he could remember. An incense stick passed. The water had long since boiled, but the stone statue inside still hadn't changed half a bit. If you keep burning like this, no matter how many spirit springs you have, It won't be enough to waste. Who says it isn't? Li Yi froze. Just now he was so absorbed that he didn't even realize when a guest came around him. The other party was dressed in red, looking slightly tired, but still magnificent, so that people could not feel a hint of blasphemy. Did you sense that I was just thinking about you? No. How did you find this place? Li Yi almost gave himself a mouthful, and started mouth-whoring without paying attention. It's clear that you've made up your mind not to flirt with girls anymore. Nalan Yu landed on the ship and briefly surveyed the surroundings. There was also some surprise in his eyes. This ship, she had heard of it. I've only had the pleasure of seeing it today. However, she had another purpose for her trip, so she quickly collected her thoughts. Gazing calmly at Li Yi, he asked, "What Namjia said to me, did you tell her that?" Li Yi was all too familiar with this kind of look. She had just met her for the first time, and she liked to speak to her with that look and tone of voice. It seems high and mighty, very iceberg and oppressive, but I have to say, Li Yi kinda ate it up. That's why he didn't hold back for a moment and took a huge risk of flirting with her as well. At that time, he and Nangonya had also just been together for a short while, so he was pretty much busy during that time. It's either in the dragon territory or the phoenix. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation level was much higher than theirs, that back and forth distance and the elimination of breath would be both very deadly. This also caused Li Yi to often hear the two of them bad-mouthing each other during that time, but their upbringing from childhood prevented them from saying anything too vulgar. It's still generally about denigrating the other ethnic group. From time to time, Li Yi listened with amusement, each time incurring a beating with a pink fist. Even afterward, I occasionally look back on it with great amusement. Sometimes Li Yi even thought wickedly, if they both have the same husband someday, what kind of scene would you expect if you were to go to bed together? What are you thinking? Don't think I'll let you off the hook by playing dumb. Nalan Yu saw that Li Yi was fuming and thought that he was deliberately playing dumb. Then he spoke out in warning. This time she was really a little sad. Not only did Li Yi not take her side, and secretly giving that woman advice to help her come after herself. That's why she immediately came down to the immortal realm to find Li Yi and ask for clarification after she humiliatingly lost this game. Obviously the person who lost a top prisoner was me. I'm also the one you left behind when you ran away from the wedding. If you yourself want the other side to make up for some of the losses, you're going to stand in the way? Thick and thin to such an extent that she wanted to ask why exactly. If the feelings for her were false, then she just assumed she was looking at the wrong person. Never see each other again. Li Yi came back to his senses, but did not answer the question immediately. Instead, he suddenly smiled, took her right hand, and said softly, the situation is urgent. Do me a favor first. Use your divine phoenix fire to make soup out of this. Otherwise Lingxiu won't be able to drink the soup when she comes back later and refuse to forgive me again. Nalan Yu was directly stunned. Hesitation shook off his hand. Men who don't pick up on things are so hateful, but I don't know what's going on. But it's just impossible to refuse this gentle command of his. A seal flashed at the center of Nalan Yu's eyebrows, and a golden yellow flame erupted out. This was her innate divine fire, and it was very powerful. She wanted to get this done as soon as possible and then have Li Yi give her an answer as soon as possible. But how could I know that the stone statue in this soup can was not known to be made of any material? Surprisingly, even her divine fire was unable to dissolve it for a moment. Nalan Yu's brows furrowed as she revolved her spiritual energy, and even more pure fiery flames surged out. This time, the stone statue finally began to melt. Little by little, it loses its outer contours and eventually turns into a gelatinous mass. Li Yi added his own exclusive secret seasoning towards it. Then he sent a spiritual energy over to Nalan Yu. This kind of intrinsic divine flame was extremely consuming. Not only did it consume spiritual energy, it was also a burden on the divine soul, so no one usually chooses to use it that way. It's just too much of a luxury. Li Yi looked at Nalan Yu, who had been gritting her teeth and clearly tired but did not say a word. Inevitably, a softness grew inside. Once again, I remembered the good times we had together. Hands subconsciously gripped her arms and channeled a steady stream of spiritual energy towards the inside. Neither of the two spoke, both enjoying the brief moment of peace and tranquility. Li Yi, what are you doing? It's hot in here. The eldest daughter's voice suddenly appeared in her ear. Li Yi immediately let go of his hand as if he had been electrocuted. Looking at the shadow-retaining stone in her hand, Li Yi knew that she had caught her again. And this time, I'm afraid it's not so good to get your hands on it. Li Yi didn't bother to explain if he was going to be blackmailed anyway. A long time had passed, and Li Yi glanced inside. The stone statue of the saint has completely disappeared and is now a thick can of soup. That'll do. The divine fire withdrew, and the temperature in the vicinity gradually returned to normal. Nalan Yu's face was a little pale. Maintaining it for so long was still too much of a stretch for her. If Li Yi hadn't been channeling huge amounts of spiritual energy, she wouldn't have been able to last even a third of the time. Come on, taste them all. Chapter 38. This soup can be used to create a divine sycamore tree. The ship was very well equipped, though several people did not go to the specialized rooms for meals. Instead, tables, chairs, and benches were taken out of place and a picnic began on the spot. Li Lingxiu had calmed down a lot by now, or at least it seemed that way. Quietly, he resumed his former image as a good boy. This soup is said to be a collection of all of us to accomplish it. The main idea is to come out of the cold and the material is to come out of the spirit. The spirit spring is from Dad, and the fire is from your sister Nailinyu. Isn't it bad to call your sister? Just call sister. What else would it be called? Sister-in-law? Nailinyu sniffed the aroma of the soup and casually said, delayed by the matter of the stew. Her earlier mood to make a statement faded considerably. It turned out that she didn't feel bad about any of her grievances just by talking to him. It's fate, isn't it? There's no way around it. Nailinyu, who had somewhat figured it out, got up and was about to leave. Leaving before you've had your soup? Li Yi blocked. I know this soup is supposed to be good, but I'm really not in the mood. Leave me alone. Nailinyu lost interest in this soup after she knew at first that it was a soup for children. There was no way around it. The difference in strength between them was too great. Even with all the benefits of this soup, it meant nothing to her, because a soup that's good for both of her is bound to be too much for two small children to handle. Why don't you sit down and drink some? Sister? Lingxiu likes sister's temperament and wants to stay with her for a while longer. Li Lingxiu, who had tasted a mouthful of soup, suddenly said to Nailinyu. Nailinyu was somewhat stunned. Since birth until now, it was the first time she had ever heard a child say they liked spending time with themselves. On weekdays, even the little ones within the clan couldn't help but be scared to tears when they stayed with her for a little too long. The children can't afford to be in a high position for a long time with that majestic aura. But now, things have actually taken a turn for the worse. Nailinyu's footsteps lurched as she endeavored to assume an affectionate sisterly stance. Sit down and laugh softly. Little Lingxiu, so cute looking. Sister likes you too. Since Lingxiu said so, I'll sit for a while longer. Although Nailinyu was indignant that someone had swept up on her. Also efficiency to have two kids so quickly. Yet she couldn't muster the slightest bit of distaste for these two pink and cute girls. Instead, there was a very magical willingness to get close, especially to Li Lingxiu. So when she heard Li Lingxiu call out to her, the softness in Nailinyu's heart was immediately struck. It's telepathy. It's great destiny. She was convinced. Li Lingxiu sat on the chair, tilted her head to reveal a smile she had never seen before, and said softly, Sister, serve me a bowl of soup. Raisu can't reach it. That smile was somewhat shallow and contained an infinite dominance and the ease of controlling everything. It's something that little kids can't have anyway. Nailinyu was in a trance. This smile, invariably, overlapped for a moment with an existence that she admired and revered with great admiration within her heart, though the two are unconnected by any stretch of the imagination. But the divinity, it's too consistent. It was as if, at that moment just now, she was really standing in front of her. On that day, within the empty and silent hall of the Devil Palace, the honorable woman of such extreme grace that she could make heaven and earth lose their color, said the first thing to her, Phoenix Goddess, join my demon palace, and my father will help you step on the dragon clan. There will no longer be a true dragon in the world. Do you? Will you? Nailinyu never doubted from that moment that she could do it. It was just this disdainful air that she had never seen in a second woman. Therefore, the Phoenix clan, whose status was honored and who never joined any forces, on that day, its goddess entered the devil's palace. It was only before he could convince the elders of the clan that he had heard the news of the fall of the demon lord. The matter was left unsettled. Nailinyu hid it as a secret in the deepest part of her heart. You are? What's wrong with you? Are you really too tired? It's better if I do it. Li Yi's concerned voice came from his ears. Nailinyu detached herself from her thoughts, only to see that Li Yi had already served a bowl to both of them. Nailinyu fiercely glanced at Li Lingxiu again. That feeling is long gone. It was as if it had just been an illusion. A violent heartbeat came from his chest and his hands trembled. This excitement could not be calmed for a while. A mouthful of hot soup entered her stomach, and Nailinyu let out a comfortable breath. Thinking about how out of line he was just now, he couldn't help but secretly shake his head. It's so dim. I can't believe I'm having such an unorthodox thought. What connection could a demonic father have with such a young child? Besides, Lord Demon has already fallen. Otherwise, I'd be on the warpath with her right now, wouldn't I? Those arrogant fools of the dragon race must have completely removed themselves from the immortal world. This soup is bland in flavor, but very present when you drink it. Nailinyu narrowed her eyes slightly in comfort. Li Yi finished a sip. His face as usual, smacked his lips twice, feeling that the taste was not quite to his liking. I know you are aggrieved in your heart. Since you've come all the way here, I naturally won't let you go back without any success. Let's put it this way. You're given two choices, and it's up to you to decide exactly how. Li Yi brought the rest of the soup can to the table and pointed to it. You may not believe me when I tell you. This soup is made with the body of a saint. If you drink more of it, it will have an extraordinary effect. It's good to keep it for other purposes. The rest of these, which you will drink later, will be enough for you to break through the limitations of the Nirvana technique or the Phoenix divine flame. Become the first goddess in the ancient world and lead the Phoenix clan to open up the territory. It could also go back and be used to water the sycamore divine tree, thinking that it would be enough to make the third divine tree come out. It is a matter of personal fulfillment or dedication to the whole family. It's up to you to choose. Nalan Yu almost wondered if there was something wrong with her ears, or in too much of a trance. How is it that you had a delusion before and now you're hallucinating? Sage, this is an existence that walks horizontally in the immortal world, regardless of which clan. As long as they were out of the saint realm, then they would immediately be among the superpowers, getting strong as hell. Throughout the ages, saints have never really gone to war with each other. They have acted as deterrents, equivalent to a strategic weapon. There are saints in my tribe. When you get bullied, you squint honestly. Listen when you're scolded. Stand up when you're beaten. If you don't, you can have a saint from your clan as well. Of course, saints are not cabbages. Moreover, those super great clans also had an agreed upon rule of not interfering too much in the affairs of the immortal world. Otherwise, each clan would have the strength to sweep through, and the Sage War would break out sooner or later. Yet it was such a strong saint that was now being boiled down to a pot of soup? Who's dreaming? You. Not kidding me? You just drank a bowl. Do you feel that your spiritual energy has been restored as much as possible? And the gods and souls are nourished? Li Yi smiled. Chapter 39, There's an ex-girlfriend alliance in the immortal world too. Nalan Yu felt the changes in her body, and it was indeed true as Li Yi had said. It was important to know that with her cultivation realm, even the topmost spirit elixir, nor could it completely fill her parched body, not to mention such a short period of time. And those treasures that could nourish the divine soul were too rare. It's not something that can be traded for money and resources. Nalan Yu was in a hurry to go back before, also because she didn't want to show her weakened appearance in front of the person she liked. Even more so, I don't want him to feel guilty for getting hurt. She was a proud Phoenix goddess and was to always look her best. Then you are thanks brother E. Nalan Yu's heart and mind trembled violently at the impact of this great surprise. An uncharacteristic change of address in tone. It's gotten a lot more delicate. Li Yi's bones were a little crispy from listening. This flower of the high country occasionally reveals this little feminine gesture. It's really powerful. Even he, a passerby who reads countless people, is a bit overwhelmed. Thanks are not necessary. I have no intention of helping either of you. Just don't want to see you guys kill each other either. Take it and go back. Pacify the clan. I have a baby to bring up. Li Yi faintly said. The self-mastery of being a father is to constantly reject any temptation that comes around. Nalan Yu's injuries were all recovered. Her small face was red and she looked radiant. Of course she didn't believe what Li Yi said. How else could you give only one message to Nangongya, while giving yourself a real benefit? It was still a supreme treasure like sage soup that no one had ever acquired. This alone is enough to show favoritism. Putting the soup can into her storage ring, Nalan Yu's good-looking eyes were colorful, and she walked to Li Yi's side with affection, bringing her delicate lips close to Li Yi's cheek. Li Yi, however, did not look half as happy, but instead had a jolt in his heart. Subconsciously, he glanced to the side. Sure enough, the eldest daughter, Li Qinghan, was secretly holding up a shadow-retaining stone, staring at them with unblinking eyes. Quite a bit of modern paparazzi professionalism. Never miss an opportunity to break a story. Li Yi felt a pang of exhaustion. If you have to kiss, can't you wait until it's just the two of us? They may be young, but they know a lot. Can't be treated like a normal kid. Li Yi was about to push her away when he realized that Nalan Yu was actually not trying to kiss him. Instead, she pressed herself against his ear and pouted. Originally, we all swore that we would never tell you. However, Yuli already knows your heart today. Yuer will risk breaking her oath and tell you about their collusion in the immortal realm, giving Li Yi a dumbfounded, puzzled look. Who are they? Who's out to get me? It's those women you've been messing with. They quietly formed a force with an expanding membership. Nowadays there is a hidden tendency to become a giant in the immortal world. Many forces have tried to infiltrate, but have simply been unable to do so, because they can't figure out what the core requirements are for membership intake. Nalan Yu whispered lovingly and hatefully. The slender jade finger could not help but gently pinch Li Yi's arm. Then under Li Yi's shocked gaze, he flew up. Why don't you tell me what this power is called? Li Yi crumbled. The wind carried Nalan Yu's petulant laughter. Join to make a heavenly oath. People will be punished if they talk more. Li Yi almost jumped to his feet. What are you guys doing? That's playing too big. You have to make a heavenly oath to join an organization, which even closes the way back. What the hell are you crazy women up to? Li Yi felt a sense of crisis. It's not even enough that there's a Justice League in the lower realm, but there's an even more outrageous one in the immortal realm. How is it that your kind of thinking is so uniform? Wasn't brainwashed by some guy? Li Yi was very skeptical. Someone must have led the way, and the status and strength must not be low. Otherwise it would never have been possible to bring these heavenly women together. But the question is, who has that kind of prestige? Shouldn't you not be able to tolerate each other and look at each other differently? Just like Nalan Yu and Nangongya. How can one still be willingly at the beck and call of a man? I've got 2 black powder heads here. Li Yi rarely experienced the dilemma of certain stars in his previous life. Who can stand it when some people are always thinking about you behind your back? Backstabbing you? Li Yi, you're finished. Li Qinghan suddenly declared proudly. Where does this come from? And call daddy. You kissed another woman in front of us. Mother won't let you go. Geez, you have to speak with a conscience. We were obviously just whispering. The leave behind stones are recorded anyway. Let's see if mother will think so. Qinghanli directly injected spiritual energy into the shadow retaining stone and began to play the image. Sure enough, from the angle she recorded, the two did indeed stick together. The posture was very ambiguous. Nalan Yu's hand also reached Li Yi's waist and abdomen, not knowing what she was doing. King, da, hair. Li Yi realized that this eldest daughter was a photography ghost. Good lord. A very normal whisper was made to look like a restricted movie by her. That's if you give her some more filters and software. Maybe she can actually cut you that kind of short movie. Qinghan, I'm your real father. Ugh, am I your real dad? We can communicate if we have any complaints about dad. There's no need for such tactics. Pissed mom off to no good. I'm not afraid of the shadows, but mom has a temper. So don't make her angry. Qinghanli gave a cut and carefully put away the shadow retaining stone. Questioned, why did you give all the soup to that woman? You haven't gotten our permission yet. Now what if I want to drink it again? It didn't simmer very well this time. Dad didn't know what it really tasted like, so the seasoning is not very precise. But it's okay, we still have plenty. You can just boil it later if you want to drink it. You guys don't cozy up to sister you. Where can I get the sacred fire for this soup? Do you really think you can boil it by burning wood? Li Qinghan thought about it, but still disliked it out of habit. Humph, you just can't leave people alone. Such a nice thing to say give. No family at all. People's Lingxiu hasn't gotten angry yet, but you're getting excited. You found the stone statue. Ha! Father-daughter fight. Li Lingxiu looked at Nalan Yu's departing direction from the side with a complicated gaze. She had a moment before when she wanted to imply to Nalan Yu that she was the devil's sovereign. That's why it reveals its former glory. But soon she gave up the thought. It was indeed good to remotely control the goddess to lay out the fairy world in advance, being able to seize a lot of the first opportunity. Even if Li Qinghan found out later, it would be too late. But this comes with no small amount of risk. It was discovered by Li Yi. The closeness of the goddess' relationship with Li Yi was far beyond her expectations. Chapter 40, Taking the daughter and the maid for a skydive. It didn't take long to fool around with the Holy Spirit soup. Both daughters soon became somewhat drowsy. Li Yi placed them in a room that he had asked Su Qing to pack in advance. Continue back to the bow for a drink. Su Qing had been serving at Li Yi's left and right. Now that only the two of them were left, they couldn't help but open their mouths. The master is such a good father. It's only been 2 short days, but the slave girl has already felt it deeply. The master never seems to let his daughters down. Anything they ask for is fulfilled. Li Yi gave her a suspicious look and swept the remaining soup bowls on the table in amusement. Do I look bad-tempered? It feels like you're afraid of me. You can just say what you want in the future. It doesn't have to be a couple of ass kisses as a prefix. Even if you don't, I won't punish you for it. Of course, you'll have to master this degree yourself. Su Qing instantly unfolded her smile, gave a cheerful salute, and bounced right over to the dining table. There were 4 empty bowls on the table, all left over from their earlier soup, but nobody actually drank it all. It didn't taste too good for its own sake, and each person only drank about half of it. Li Yi had the most left, and he only took a small sip, so the rest of it adds up to almost 2 bowls. Subaru didn't dislike this in any way. Even if it's been drunk to death and there's an empty bowl left to pour 2 bowls of water, it can't be wasted. In the final analysis, cultivation was not easy, and this kind of rare resource was just too hard to come across. Even that what's-her-name Phoenix goddess is going to almost give her body to her master after getting a can of soup. How bad can this stuff be? Su Qing forced herself to hold back her inner excitement, and her 2 slender hands somewhat trembled as she touched towards the 4 bowls. Li Yi's faint voice sounded behind him. Drink my bowl. Since you're my slave, you have to pay attention to your status. Keep in mind that nothing good out there can move the needle, because there's always something better at home, you know? Your cultivation level can't handle this at the moment, so drinking a bowl or so will be about right. Sprinkle the rest down there. This boat will be parked here for today. Tomorrow when you guys wake up, we'll go down and take a stroll. Su Qing listened quietly and nodded her head very obediently, holding over Li Yi's bowl. He tilted his head back and drank a trickle. She didn't really taste how it tasted, as her mind was filled with the joy of the fact that she would soon be strong again. In accordance with what Li Yi said, the remaining soup, along with the dishwashing water, was poured outside the boat. This place was so far from the ground that she didn't know exactly what it was. But imagine, wherever you are, getting watered by this saintly soup. In time, it is bound to grow into a heavenly paradise. It was not even possible for a super clan to rise in place. Soon, Su Qing was also sleepy. The next day at noon, the daughters and Subaru woke up one after another. Qinghanli felt his body and felt greatly satisfied with the considerable increase in strength. Half a bowl of soup from the Devil's White Whore works just fine. I should have known I should have drank the whole bowl. Forget it, Li Yi has so much more there. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Li Qinghan stretched her back and ran out with a grunt towards her sister. Li Lingxiu also felt the changes in her body and murmured, "This hegemonic body requires so many resources? Half a bowl of sage soup and you can't even do the initial maturation?" In the end the humble Su Qing was forcibly awakened by Li Qinghan, because Li Yi gave the word to take them down there for lunch today. It'll have to wait for a full crowd. Though, Qinghanli had been digesting all night and had long been starving. After calling Su Qing a few times to no avail, he put his hand into her clothes to scratch, which woke her up. During that time, he heard Su Qing say something in a daze. "Master, stop it." It almost made Li Qinghan wonder if the two of them had done something, but Li Yi adamantly denied this, and there was little she could do. One can only keep a secret eye out, intending to quietly observe and try to get another handle on the situation. In this way, Li Yi will certainly be afraid of himself, and in the future, he will still be able to take whatever he wants. Humph. Let's see how arrogant you'll be from now on. And rua me and spank me? Not even the door. Master, what is this? After Su Qing realized that she seemed to have said inappropriate dream words, she was so ashamed that she almost died in place. At this moment, holding a package that Li Yi had sent to her, she lowered her head and asked without daring to look at it. "Yeah, what's this? Why do you let me carry it on my back?" Li Qinghan was always the least cooperative one. Then after 2 more spankings, this subsided for a few moments. Looking at Li Yi, who went to fiddle with his sister again, Li Qinghan's small mouth clenched her silver teeth. "Humph, wait for me. Today's insult will be returned tenfold in the coming day." Everyone was dressed, including Li Yi. Li Yi announced as he stood on the edge of the boat, "Let's play a game today. You guys must not have played it. This object is called a parachute. Is it something you've never heard of? It's simple to use. Halfway down the flight, press and hold that button in front of you. This is when a very large umbrella pops out of your backs, and you can all fall slowly like a dandelion. How about we race to see who's the fastest one to the ground? There's a prize for the winner." Qinghanli bristled. "Childish, we've got psychic powers on us, so we can stop as long as we want. This thing is too chicken dash asterisk 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 asterisk." Li Yi smiled. "I forgot to tell you guys, just now, when I was putting on your gear, I've blocked all your psychic powers." There was no difference now except that the body was sturdier than a mortal's. "So, does Qinghan still think it's useless now?" Li Qinghan's small face changed abruptly, rushing to run the gong method. Sure enough, the meridians were stagnant, unable to mobilize spiritual energy at all. "Ah, you!" The oldest daughter freaked out. The loss of power was very disconcerting to her. "So much for trying to win. Just turn this button on later, right, Dad?" Li Lingxiu ascertained. "Raisu is so smart. Much better than some pompous little kid." "That's right. The later you open your parachute, the sooner you'll reach the ground. But if it's too late, you might not be able to slow down. And you're not allowed to cry if you fall and get hurt." Li Yi took a precaution in advance. Hearing that, one imagines landing on the ground and having one's ass blown off. Li Qinghan's face was bloodless. "What if there's someone else next to me by then? What about my reputation for the rest of my life?" "Li Yi, in fact, I'm afraid of heights. I'm not playing anymore. Okay? Rewards for whoever you want to take." Li Yi looked at the poor lowly that turned into a pitiful lowly for a second and looked at his eldest daughter with tears in her eyes. A devilish smile appeared. "Afraid of heights? Ha! Actually, Dad used to be afraid of heights. That's what cured it later. If you get through it, you won't be afraid. Qinghan, go for it." Chapter 41, The Demon Lord held like an octopus by the Empress. The 4 stood together on the edge of the boat. Li Qinghan was wearing a princess dress and white stockings, very aristocratic, but at the moment it was a crying, trembling little face. Ready? It's time to yell start. Oh! Li Qinghan's eyes were on the verge of tears, and she actually subconsciously grabbed her sister's hand next to her. Li Lingxiu gave her a surprised look and struggled slightly, but didn't shake it off. Begin! Li Yi and Su Qing were the first to jump. At the same time, Li Yi directly shrunk the warship and took it back into his storage ring. It's not up to them not to jump, so a cry with a sobbing voice soon came from overhead. Whoa! Li Yi, I hate you. Li Qinghan gripped his sister's hand even tighter, and even wrapped his body around her like an octopus. Li Yi had added a light body technique to each of him and Su Qing to be fair, maintaining weight at a level comparable to that of my two daughters. So soon, the two sisters whose bodies were stacked on top of each other, it surpassed the Li Yi duo. Li Yi quickly took out the shadow-retaining stone from his storage ring and took a fierce shot at the bottom. This rare scene must be documented, just enough to be able to do a counterbalance to the black material that he has in the hands of his oldest daughter. In mid-air, Li Lingxiu shouted helplessly to Li Qinghan, "Let go of me. We'll all fall badly that way." Li Qinghan was now allergic to the word fall, so the hug got a little tighter. The two were not so different from mortals now, and Li Lingxiu broke her hand. Didn't break it either. Things got dicey all of a sudden. Li Yi wanted to not attract the attention of the cultivators and demons along the road. Warships fly extraordinarily high, so it won't fall to the ground for a while. It's just that the longer this falls, the faster it goes. Li Lingxiu could clearly feel it. In that case, the greater the impact is bound to be when you land a little while later. But by the looks of it, the Empress is kind of wasted. And to drag her along with her in disgrace and suffering, a hallowed immortal emperor. And this? Li Qinghan, don't be ashamed, okay? Don't you ever lose face in front of me? I'm not going to be able to go around talking about this later. Have you thought about it? No matter how much Li Lingxiu threatened to sneer, Li Qinghan was just like drowning. I don't care about anything. I just grabbed the straw that broke the camel's back and wouldn't let go. Really convinced. Li Lingxiu didn't dare to take too many risks, so she opened her parachute when she was slightly higher. The duo's speed slowed down drastically. The duo above, who still hadn't opened their parachute packs yet, soon caught up with them. Li Lingxiu sighed as she looked at Li Yi and Su Qing who had already surpassed them. Do I count this as laying down to lose? You're a piggyback. Fortunately, Li Yi and his duo soon opened their parachutes as well, about the same time, and they are gradually drawing closer together because of their double weight. The winner, yet to be seen. Below, Subaru asked tentatively, Master, can this reward, slave girl take it? Li Yi smiled. What do you say? Then the slave girl knows. Subaru spat out her tongue, inwardly envious of the two kids above. I'd like to have a dad like that myself. So angry. Li Yi was amused by her appearance and laughed. So innocent. Are you really the demon emperor? Was it nepotism? Tell you what, I'll give you a consolation prize when we get down there. How about making a wish on me? The scale is yours, and I don't promise to agree. Su Qing beamed. It's not called making a wish. How can there still be disagreement about this? Oh, it's called the final interpretation is mine. While the two of them were laughing and talking, Li Lingxiu dragged a scrappy Empress with her, and her speed whooshed past them. There wasn't much distance left to the ground at this point. Is it a village? That's okay, not many people should see. Inevitably, Li Lingxiu has her own baggage. As a girl, she must not want others to see her in a sorry state. Sword-washing village. Beyond the village, near the back of the mountain, a young man with long, loose hair was holding a girl's small hand. Hurriedly, he headed for the bushes. The girl's face was full of reluctance though, and her mouth kept crumbling, but the feet didn't fight back too much, and there was more than a hint of half-heartedness. Soon, the duo burrowed through the bushes and came to a grassy area. The grassy area wasn't very large, just the size of a room, but the beauty of it is that the whole of it is surrounded by the bushes around it. From the outside, one would only assume that the area is all bushes. Press would not have thought that there could be such an open space in the center. Green. See, I didn't lie to you, did I? You can rest assured that I'm the only one here who knows. Absolutely no one else will find out. The man was about 20 years old or so. His clothes were shabby, and he was quite good-looking. The expression on his face at the moment also had frivolity written all over it. The girl was slightly younger than him and wore thick twisted braids. The little face was flushed with the simplicity of the village. Brother Dinyo, it's better not to? This is really bad. If my family finds out, they'll break your legs. Clutching hard at the man's restless hand, the girl was having a final celestial battle. Oops, nagging. I told you it's perfectly safe here. Have you seen a bird come in this time? That's where it's tailor-made for us. How nice. The sky is a blanket and the earth is a bed. If you don't want to, then go back. Can I come with other girls later? The village earlier is good. 2 days ago also gave me 2 steamed buns to come. The man was a little anxious. Still playing mind games and looking a bit like a veteran though. Don't. Can't I stop talking about it? Brother Big Bull. Hurry up. I'm really afraid of being found out. The girl's heart fluttered and she simply closed her eyes. Hey, you're just too timid. How can you be so lucky? If a third person can come in this place, Zhang Dinyo, will never touch any girl again. Finishing his oath with a wager, the man rubbed his hands together and unbuckled his belt. Whoosh! Thud! A dark shadow suddenly flashed behind itself, followed by the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground. Zhang Dinyo's face froze. You don't play with people like that, do you? Heaven and earth bless. It must be a bird, not a man. The girl sat up straight with a jolt. Quickly straightening his clothes, he raised his eyes toward the not-so-distant distance. It turned out to be 2 adorable little girls. Zhang Dinyo was also dumbfounded. What are you two? From heaven? Li Lingxiu pressed on, lightly glancing up, knowing what was probably about to happen just now. Somewhat annoyed, he peeled Li Qinghan's body away from himself, even kicked her ass. Shame on you. Get up. Chapter 42. This place is very private. No one will come here. Li Qinghan's tightly closed eyes opened after realizing that he was surrounded by land. Quickly regained his spirits. Che, what the hell? But that's all. A smelly fart was met with a merciless blank stare from Li Lingxiu. You guys go ahead and just pretend we don't exist. Li Lingxiu said indifferently towards the two. Zhang Dinyo. Brother Dinyo. Let's go. It was 2 small children though, and they looked very strange. Still, the girl was mortified, and hastened to pull him away. Zhang Dinyo is still making the final push. It's just 2 kids. What can they know? We'll continue when they leave. Good things come in small packages. The back end must be safe. This time, if there's anyone else, I really mean what I say and I'll never touch a girl again in my life. Whoosh, whoosh. As the words fell, Li Yi and Su Qing landed on the ground one after another, and right next to the 2 sisters. They were both not overweight and therefore were normal landings. Zhang Dinyo? Who the hell are you people? No, where the hell did you guys come from? Is it intentional? Li Yi just pretended that the 2 of them didn't exist and hurriedly recovered his equipment as soon as he landed. This thing isn't mass-produced. It took me a while to make a set. You must take good care of it. Don't break it. Next time we can play. Put all 4 kits away. Li Yi then had time to survey the current situation. The 2 sets of people looked at each other and the atmosphere fell into silence. After a long time, Li Yi suddenly said to his daughters, right, this time you both land together. So there are 2 champions. You all get a bonus copy of Dad's. Happy or not? Humph. How could I lose a match with me in it? Next time you can just send me the reward. There's no need to get into all this trouble. Qinghan Li assumed the posture of a master of loneliness. Li Lingxiu held his forehead. Why didn't I realize before that this guy's skin was so thick? That's right too. How else would you pull up such a large force in heaven? Li Yi smiled slightly at this. Taking out his long-prepared leave-behind stone, he waved it in front of his eldest daughter. Inside, it played, the very body of her sister in a death grip. The image of howling miserably while snot and tears flow together. It is indeed impossible to lose. Can't we lose if we hold our thighs tight enough? Li Yi teased. Li Qinghan's face instantly turned red with a shout. Ah, quickly pin it for me. Come on, take the retaining stone you're holding in exchange. Remember, it's all of them, Li Yi said emboldened. Which Li Qinghan immediately refused. Never mind, no one has ever been able to threaten me. You, also. No. Okay, humph, I don't want your broken stone. Let's see what you'll do when mother comes to see me. After saying that, she huffed and turned away from him. This scene confused the Zhang Dinyo duo directly. Are you guys putting on a show here? There's 2 other people who can't see? No, you guys are singing here aren't you? Doesn't anyone want to say anything to us? Zhang Dinyo puzzled. It was the first time he had seen this trick of falling from the sky. Looking at their wretched appearance, it was obvious that they were not immortals, but mortals like themselves. But it's just as well that mortals dare to play some new tricks. But how dare they bring 2 children along? What kind of father is this? Is it pro-life? Li Yi smiled at his words and took 2 steps forward to pat his shoulder. Little brother, I'm impressed that you're in the mood to ask about us right now. It's obvious that you've sworn such a poisonous oath. If it were me, I would have more or less regretted it. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, do you have children? Zhang Dinyo shook his head dully. This way. That's a shame. Unfiliality is a great thing. I'm afraid you're going to have to go against your filial duty. You? What do you mean? Zhang Dinyo vaguely sensed a hint of misfortune. You can try and hold the hand of the girl next to you. Everything, naturally, will be seen. Li Yi pretended like a charlatan and said, subconsciously trying to stroke his beard. He realized he didn't have a long beard. Can't help but feel a little underenjoyed. Zhang Dinyo's scalp went numb, shivering as he extended his right hand toward the girl. The girl was cooperative, blushing but not hiding. However, just at the moment when the two hands were about to touch, Zhang Dinyo suddenly let out a strange cry. His stomach was in severe pain, and he immediately arched his body and crouched to the ground. The girl subconsciously went to help, and the result was direct pain that made him roll. If you still want him to stay alive, don't touch him again. It'll hurt for a little while, it'll be fine. After hearing Li Yi's words, the girl stopped. As expected, this pain of Zhang Dinyo came and went quickly, but after a dozen or so breaths, it was as if nothing had happened and he was back on his feet. What the hell is going on here? The oath I swore, did it really come true? Zhang Dinyo's face turned green. This is no joke. Li Yi laughed, greatly amused, and no longer cared about him. Girl, we'd like to go around the village a bit, and possibly borrow a room for the night. If it's convenient, could you lead the way for us? Li Yi didn't have any ordinary coins on him either. The most common things. I guess the other side doesn't have a clue. So you have to open your mouth and let people help you without giving anything. What's the alternative? Swipe your face. It's a good thing the girl isn't a money grubber. Together with the four of them, all of them had outstanding looks and extraordinary temperament. You can basically rule out the possibility of being a bad guy. Convenient. Convenient. You guys come with me. Brother Dinyo, you go back together too. Zhang Dinyo, whose face turned from green to white again, followed at the end of the line like a walking corpse, into the village. It's amazing that there's a market going on in there. There was a lot of mumbling. However, soon enough, Li Yi and his party quickly attracted the attention of the people around them, and the impact is still growing, as people in the distance are wondering what a group of people are doing around the front. There's no way around it. The face value is just too high. Women, regardless of age, were all looking at Li Yi. Heads were exchanged, and from time to time a petulant laugh escaped. The younger men, on the other hand, were all looking at Su Qing. How can ordinary people like them resist the face value of a nine-tailed fox? If it wasn't for Su Qing's intentional restraint, these people would have all been under his control in almost an instant. And the most sought after, regardless of gender, are the two little princesses, wearing none of the clothes I've ever seen, but very nice. The appearance also looks pink and tender. At first glance is a beauty blank. Those who have children in the village, one look at their own children that look like mud monkeys, instantly less want to have. We're all girls. Why are you guys still playing in the mud? Can't you see your peers have grown so good looking? Aw, little green, you finally returned. Just now your parents couldn't find you. They were so anxious. I was afraid you'd be abducted by some bad boy. An old man crossed the crowd, calmed down and said with relief. Chapter 43, Domestic Violence Caused by a Meat Skewer. The girl's name was Mu Qingqing, and at that moment, she shyly ranted. Grandpa Village Chief, what are you talking about? Where are the bad boys? The village chief stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. This village is full of children that he has watched grow up, and he is the one who worries the most when something happens to anyone. Qingqing ah, Grandpa knew he wasn't wrong. Before the old man could finish his words, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Zhang Dinyo at the back of the line out of the corner of his eye. It turned out that he was walking extremely slowly with his head hanging down and was just now catching up. In an instant, the village chief's blood pressure went up. It's never good to hang out with this kid, because he's known in the village as a rogue slacker. On weekdays, he neither reads to prepare for the exams, and don't work hard to make your days better. Most of the time it was just wandering around the village, dabbling in that family's food wherever I went. At first the townspeople looked at her as an orphan and were sympathetic. Not only do they take care of the food, but they also give good advice. But then I saw that not only did he ignore everyone's good intentions, he even started to eyeball the well-bred maids of the family. Soon he was listed as unwelcome in every house. But whenever they appear, the girls of the family are also closely guarded by the adults, not giving him a chance to wave. So to this day, except for the old man, the village chief, who will still control him a bit, the others have given up on him. Zhang Dinyo, get your ass over here. The village chief arched his fist towards Li Yi, signaling for a moment, then yelled at Zhang Dinyo in a neutral tone. Kill or be killed, as you wish. My life, anyway, is over early. Zhang Dinyo walked over and grunted with a dying look. Geez you brat, you're playing with me, aren't you? Old me will let you taste this newly created stick technique today. The village chief casually copied the rolling pin from the stall next to him, and even danced with vigor. The frequency was extremely quick to whip on Zhang Dinyo. Old man, what kind of stick technique is this? It hurts so much. Dog fighting stick technique. Mu Qingqing's parents, after that, soon arrived at the news. forced his own girl back, and kicked Zhang Dingyou a few times in the process. And Li Yi excused himself from the village chief's kind invitation to be a guest in his home. The group wandered through the bazaar. I am so tired. That's something that can be messed up. Mortals are so troublesome. Qinghan Li skimmed his lips and said, then why were you looking so hard just now? I saw you snicker. Li Yi revealed without giving the slightest bit of face. You contradicted me. Rudeness. Don't forget how much is owed to me now. And what was that reward just now? You haven't said? Li Qinghan is like a village bully. When you walk up to any stall, you don't ask the price. You just pick it up and eat it. A look of eating someone else's food and having them be grateful for it. Li Yi also didn't have any money on him and had a headache. Little ancestor. If you take any more, people are going to arrest us. Whether it's a toy or a reward, you're going to need daddy to familiarize himself with the place before you do that. Okay? It's fun to make things locally. I don't care. The reward just now. Don't you plan to fool me with a toy? I've heard your conversation with her. I want a wish too. But it has to be the kind that has to be granted. With her small tongue licking a string of sugar gourds, Li Qinghan said in a spiteful manner. What about Raisu? Are you going to be like your sister? Li Lingxiu considered it for a moment and nodded. It's still good to take the initiative into your own hands. Although the probability of Li Yi perfuming them is not high, but if it is something good that does not come in handy, that would certainly be a waste of a wonderful opportunity. That way both are wishing, or at least not being pulled apart. Okay, Dad promised you guys. Even if you ask Daddy to pick the stars in the sky, Daddy will find a way to do it for you. Li Yi waved his hand and agreed with great bravado. What's the use of a body of strength? It's just to be able to have a little more confidence in front of your daughter. Fulfill their wildest fantasies? Granted. Some of the stall owners were kinder, seeing that they were guests from outside. Plus they were dressed in flashy clothes. At first glance, he was not a man in need of money, so he didn't pay and didn't care. But not all stalls are like that. When Qinghan Li finished the fourth family and was planning to leave, he was stopped by the other party. Pay up and go? I saw it just now. You guys didn't pay a dime. It's not like you came here on purpose to woo and eat bully food, is it? It's a tough-looking woman who owns a butcher store. The physique is no worse than that of a burly adult male. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was like a loud bell. Half of the bazaar almost heard it. Her family grilled skewers on the side in addition to raw meat. Li Qinghan took a meat skewer on the top, and it wasn't a craving. Purely because I didn't recognize the meat. Didn't know what it was on and wanted to taste something. Took a bite and it did smell good. It's also true that you don't ever eat it. This surprised her greatly. There were creatures she didn't recognize. Flesh she hadn't eaten. On the lower earth? That's not right. Qinghan Li was trying to consider what this was all about. But to an outsider, it looked like he was stunned by the boss's wife's voice. Couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. There have been good words for her. Sister-in-law Wang, why are you bothering with the child? Didn't I just take one of your kebabs? I'll give it for the girl. The older woman selling fruit at the next stall quit, unable to bear the thought of her child suffering such indignity in front of her. Pulling a few pennies out of his pocket, he threw them over. The owner's wife had a smelly face, but it was much better when she collected the money. Grunted. Why are you moms and dads so out of touch? 2. How dare you take your kids to eat whatever you want without a penny? This is fortunate that our village folk are simple. If we ran into a brutal, not, IAU, why are you talking so much today? If you're paid, be honest. Besides, you shouldn't have asked for this money. What's wrong with letting the kids eat? We're missing that one? The middle-aged man who had been grilling skewers next to him finally couldn't help but burst out a few words. Not to mention, it's quite effective. The scene fell silent. Only the folks around him subconsciously covered their eyes. Shaking his head, he let out a small sigh. 2 breaths later, Hito roared. Kebab owner, brutally beaten by his tough wife. It was a heartbreaking cry. The people next to him wanted to persuade, but they didn't dare. One can only pretend not to see it and go on about their business. This scene has not been played out too often in previous years. They were even a little used to it as spectators. The scene was a bit unbearable to watch. Su Qing's eyelids jumped twice and she couldn't help but whisper to Li Yi. Why don't slave girls go get something for some silver? Chapter 44 3 trigrams in one day, a straightforward verdict. Stuff? I don't suppose you have anything yellow or white either. Li Yi instead smiled at the family tragedy and said casually. Indeed, did not. However, the slave girl has some spells that have been eliminated and not used, so there should be enough to replace some. If you can't, the slave girl still has jewelry. Su Qing swept the storage ring with her divine sense. There's quite a bit of mana and stuff, stacked in a corner, unused for I don't know how long. These were all eliminated items that could no longer keep up with her as she became stronger. The jewelry, on the other hand, was kept separately in a small, delicate case. What could be treasured by her would naturally not be a mundane item. Take out any one of them. They are all things that once had a glorious legend, but have since lost track and are out of print. There will never be a duplicate in the world. But now, in order to do her part, she couldn't care less. This slave girl's errand, she did it with great care. Even she couldn't figure out why she didn't feel shame and think about running away. Instead, they are willing to do it. But Li Yi didn't give her this chance to perform. Oh, no need. If you don't have any money, just find a way to earn some. Besides, they certainly don't know anything about those babies of yours. It's a great pity to have a pearl in the dust. Yes, master. The venomous beating across the street was winding down. Are you still yelling at me? No, don't dare. What if you yell at me again? Hit it hard. The couple had a skilled conversation and then each organized their clothes, went back to his position and continued business like it was nothing. The people around us have long been surprised. Only Li Yi and the others were king. It was only then that Qing Hanli came out of his contemplation. Still not recalling what kind of meat it was, with a depressed face, he asked towards Li Yi, "Tell me, which kind of spirit beast's meat is this? Why have I never eaten it before? Could it be that it's still some kind of divine beast?" Li Yi snorted with joy. "You've only eaten a few kinds of meat. Isn't it normal that you can't recognize it?" Pointing to a grain wagon that was coming toward them not far away, he said, "See, the kind that pulls the cart is. Come on, read after daddy. Had a few forehead. Donkey. You just ate donkey meat. Doesn't it smell good?" Xing Hanli froze. A creature like a donkey was clearly beyond her knowledge. There are no donkeys in the fairy world. Since its meat is so flavorful, why don't we get a batch of it to the immortal realm in the future as well? It's bound to be popular. Li Qinghan thought with a clear mind, but after hearing the donkey bray, she gave up the idea. How? Not very elegant. It doesn't fit her temperament in heaven. The flavor of this item is not bad. Make more for me in the future. Remember that. Li Qinghan instructed. I obey. Your Majesty. Li Yi learned the tone of a eunuch and said in a manner. All at once, my eldest daughter was amused and giggled. Li Qinghan's heart was greatly relieved. A little further on, the village was not small, and the marketplace was long. Suddenly there was a greeting not far away. The iron-mouthed divine calculator is at it again. Let's all go and have our fortunes told. It's late and they might have closed up. Hurrah! The results are remarkable. After a brief pause, the crowd ran in unison toward the east. I bumped into well-connected people on the road and was running around. Telling fortunes? What do you mean? Xing Hanli realized that there seemed to be quite a lot of things he didn't know in this small village. It's where you're asked to write a word, or look at a palm face or something like that, and then tell your past future. Li Yi briefly explained. Past future? Isn't this a deduction of heaven? There's someone this powerful in a small place like this? Oh, just show you. Not quite the same, but interesting. I just don't know if this guy is accurate. 9 out of 10 people in this business are crooks. Fooling people. The one that's left is the one with the real skills. Li Yi's group also followed the crowd and headed towards the eastern side of the village. Seeing how excited they are, they shouldn't be scammers, right? Where else would we get so much business? Xing Hanli had some expectations, because even the sects in the immortal world that were known for deducing heavenly chances, it also requires very tedious steps and a lot of preparation to get accurate results. It can never be done by a word, or by looking at a palm or whatever. Otherwise wouldn't they be invincible? That's not the way to put it. In fact, the size of the business depends mainly on whether they can talk or not. The more ambiguous and fanciful, the more awesome you feel. Actively think of what's going on in your body in terms of his words. In fact, all those words of theirs would be right on the money for any sane person. So the most important thing in this business is the art of talking. Li Yi just took this opportunity to do some science to his 2 daughters. Otherwise, if you grow up a little bit more, in case you are fooled by these charlatans, it will be too hard to bear. When they arrived, there were already a lot of people gathered in 3 circles in front of the sign that read Iron Mouth. All of them were excitedly trying to get the master to tell their fortunes. Li Yi's right hand moved slightly, and the crowd was ruffled by an invisible force, flashing open a gap large enough for them to walk through. The 4 men came to heel and found the stall to be occupied by an elderly man with a goatee. He was about 70 years old or so, and his beard and hair were white, but his spirit was very good, dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe, though there was nothing immortal about it. At the moment it was grasping the small hand of a young girl with both hands, and studying it with its head down in a chant. The girl's face was full of excitement and anticipation, and her joy was overflowing. This master, whom everyone honors as Hu Lao, only counts 3 hexagrams a day and has no fixed abode, and he himself is one of the lucky ones picked. That's too lucky, isn't it? Li Yi seemed to have read her mind and said darkly, the girl is still too simple. Don't you realize that you're one of the prettiest few people around? Also, How these fortune tellers are all pretty much the same line and look. It's not that different from my old world. There's really no innovation in this industry. The small hand is almost touched. Hu Lao intentionally surveyed the girl's pretty face. The pretender said, "What do you want to ask?" Li Yi, "Good lord. You're not professional either. Doesn't the process always ask for these first and then look at them? Did you have to hold back a while ago to get a kick out of it?" "Master, I asked for an in-law," the girl said shyly. "That's an uninventive girl. 2. Oh, in-laws. That's probably not good. The problem is somewhat complex." At these words, the girl immediately sat up and hurriedly pursued the question. "What then, master? Is there any way to crack it? I can pay for it." "You child. If money is so useful, wouldn't everyone be able to change their lives against the odds?" Hu Lao said somewhat angrily, then grabbed the money bag into his hand without showing it. Chapter 45, Butcher Zhang, who worried about being beaten to death by his mother. Your situation, it's mostly complicated in that there are too many peach blossoms. Not only did a childhood friend pursue it, there are also rich kids from well-to-do families who show their affection. Even shopping for something on a regular basis is not immune to being accosted by a handsome teenager. So you'll be worrying about which one to choose from time to time in the future. Elder Hu shook his head and said with confidence in his words. The girl's eyes lit up in surprise. "It's so divine, master. You really are a god. There is no mistake in what you said. So please, master, do I still have to crack in my case? How should it be cracked? Please, master, show me the way." Li Yi all looked happy and said, "Well, it's a job I can do." "Girl, you don't even look at your own posture. It's so conspicuous in this village. Isn't it a peach blossom?" It's not uncommon to be accosted by someone out of doors. Hearing the girl's words, Hu Lao's triangular eyes, which had been narrowed, instantly opened. Sternly, "What a thing to say. Of course it's cracked. Otherwise what's it like for a girl to be involved with so many men? As for what to choose, attach your ear." The girl obediently brought her body over, and Hu Lao whispered wordlessly in her ear. It's a 4-letter word by the look of the mouth. The girl's big eyes blinked in realization as she listened. Then 1,000 thanks and left. The 4 clamor. This witnessed a real example. The level of the master is even more convinced. What was the last thing he just said? I didn't look closely. Xinghanli tilted her head and asked. This time, without waiting for Li Yi to answer, Li Lingxiu took the lead. He said, "Pick the one with the most money." "What the hell? Deception," Li Qinghan said disdainfully. Li Yi touched her head and laughed lightly. "And la, at least it's not a pit stop. It's just a little bit of a trick. Don't touch my head. I've said it 800 times. Yes? Why do I remember it being 791 times? Li Yi said innocently. Don't touch my head. Don't touch my head. Don't touch my head. Don't. Ah, I'll fight you. Li Qinghan, who realized that he was being tricked, directly stormed out, opening her little mouth to reveal her tiger teeth. She bit into Li Yi. And it doesn't matter where, just where the flesh is exposed anyway. She needs to vent. 2 trigrams have been completed today, and there is one last spot left. Which one of you is coming? Elder Hu leisurely sipped his tea and said in an old-fashioned manner. Pick me. Calculate for me, master. I'm in a hurry. Who's not in a hurry? Master, don't listen to him. Count for me. I'll pay more for the trigrams. Blind Lu, you're against me, aren't you? What's the point of counting when you're a big old man? Master, help. I'm a matter of human life and death. There was a lot of noise. The rules here aren't for anyone who's been here a long time. Rather, it depends on destiny, and one will usually be chosen at random by Hu Lao. Of course, it's usually some pretty young lass. Hu Lao enjoyed the pursuit and was about to raise his hand to point at the girl he had long been sizing up. Suddenly a burly figure stepped in front of him. The sun cast a dark shadow that completely enveloped his thin body. Hu Lao was taken aback and froze in place. The man stared solemnly at Hu Lao for a few seconds before suddenly sitting down with a pitiful look on his face. Tightened his grip. Master, this time you have to count for me no matter what. I just couldn't take it anymore. If it had been more time, I might not have met you, the man said with affection, just short of snot and tears. Hu Lao was angry. Wasn't this forcing him to do something? You're a tower of a man. How can you be as comfortable as a girl's small white hand to touch? As he was about to refuse, he heard the man being cursed by the person next to him. Pig killer. You run pretty fast. Did you let my sister-in-law watch the butcher store again? You're gonna get your ass kicked this time. How many times has this happened? How come it hasn't changed? That's right. You said you're a butcher. How dare you tell fortunes here? Don't you know that if you kill more than one person, you will be punished in the future? If it were me, I'd have to avoid the master. You're good. You run your ass to the front of the line every time. If your sister-in-law finds out, she'll beat you up again. Getting addicted to getting your ass kicked? What do you know? This is my brother Zhang's plan to break the boat. since things have gotten so bad. What's the difference between one more and one less? If you can get some guidance from a master, there might be a way to turn the tables at home. When the time comes, it will be me, Brother Zhang, who will speak the truth and revitalize the husband. Wouldn't it be nice? That's a dangerous idea you have, to say the least, and very unrealistic. The crowd laughed and cursed, but they were very facetious and did not fight with Butcher Zhang anymore. You can see that he's not a bad mix of people, but don't rule out the fear of a beating. After all, although Butcher Zhang was always beaten by his mother, others could not bully him if they wanted to. That tower of muscles terrified anyone who saw it. The same is true of Elder Hu. He didn't want to give him a count, but the tendon flesh on the other man's body made him subconsciously gulp a few mouthfuls of saliva. This is going to have to get rid of him, in case he's a grump. If I were to give myself a slap in the face in a hurry, would my little body not fall apart? Good. Since you volunteered, then today's last fortune is yours. Say, what do you want to count? Elder Hu and Butcher Zhang were trying their best to keep their distance, a far cry from when they counted that girl earlier. Butcher Zhang had long considered the problem, and at the moment, without any delay at all, he said sadly, I would like to count my remaining lifespan. How long do I have to live? It feels like sooner or later that is going to beat me to death. Tears were falling from his eyes as he said this. For a while, the folks next to him were speechless. What kind of bullying has been done to you by your daughter-in-law? It's gotten to the point where I'm worried about my personal safety. That Zhang's daughter-in-law is good at everything. She can endure hardship, and she's a decent person. It's this hand that always stings and scratches. Usually there was no one to fight, so they always practiced on their own men. At first Zhang Tufu had a few hands with his daughter-in-law. Then I don't know what happened, but I couldn't beat it more and more. By now, it's pressed and completely passive. Who had been counting for a long time, but he hadn't encountered many people who had asked this kind of question. Usually it's either a question about a marriage or a fortune. Tell me your birth date. It's a matter of your own little life, so don't let anyone else hear. Zhang Tufu was prepared even for this, and fished out a square folded red paper from his pants pocket. Hopefully, he handed it to Hu Lao. Is this big guy as far as it goes? I see that his blood is so vigorous. How does he not look like someone who is about to die? Why act so pathetic? I don't believe that his mother would really lay a hand on him, Li Qinghan said with certainty. Li Yi listened quietly and didn't refute, and not far away from the old man who, after opening the red paper and looking at it for a few moments, but suddenly his face changed abruptly. Chapter 46. Not 2 years to live, but 2 days. This old man is so powerful. How can you change your face so many times in such a short period of time? Qinghan Li was surprised. Elder Hu's entire face had completely lost its color at this point under the drastic changes. It became as bloodless as white paper. The others were watching the fun, while Butcher Zhang was the player in the game. He wasn't amused, but his heart was flooded with a very bad feeling. This reaction is not good news at first glance. Master, isn't that, like, a bad situation? Hu Lao's lips trembled and he just couldn't say anything. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. Phew, that's okay. I thought I didn't have 2 years to live. The bad guess was denied by Hu Lao, and Butcher Zhang palpitated and touched the heartguard hair on his chest. Hu Lao slowed down for a while and looked twice toward the sky in a million despondent ways. It was only then that he tapped his knuckles on the table. It made a crisp sound. The attention of Butcher Zhang and the crowd was drawn back to him. Elder Hu said in a bad tone, it's true you don't have no 2 years to live. Rather, don't have 2 days to live. Snap. Stonebreaker. Everyone around them all froze. You don't scare people like that, do you? Butcher Zhang's heart also stuttered. His face went white with a swish, perfectly replicating the scene that Hu Lao had just seen. Master, don't tease me. You've been to this village not once or twice. Can't joke about something like that. Butcher Zhang felt his body up and down and couldn't believe it was real. The heart in his chest was beating strongly, and his organs showed no signs of distress. Butcher Zhang actually came here with the original intention of bringing this news, through other people's mouths to their daughters-in-law. That way she knows how much she usually goes overboard. Maybe we can tighten it up a bit in the future? But I never expected to botch hearing the explosive dogwa. And the main character is still himself. The master must have looked away this time, right? Old Zhang is stronger than me. He'll be gone in a couple days. Wouldn't I have to breathe now? Zhang kid, are you mistaken about that birth date? It's no joke. Not even close. Quickly ask the master what you should do to solve it. Luckily, I met the guru today. Shouldn't be too late. If the silver isn't enough, the townspeople will put it together for you. Exactly. Maestro, please save Uncle Chang. I grew up eating meat from his store. Without him, there's no one in this sword-washing village to kill pigs and slaughter sheep for us. The villagers around them were agitated, but hadn't lost their last hope. Because Hu Lao previously there is no unraveling of the trigrams. There is no disaster that cannot be removed. So, it has saved such fame and reputation in these 4 miles and 8 villages. Zheng Tu Fu, a 7-foot-tall man, couldn't help but redden his eyes at this time. Thank you, brother fathers. Elder who was also somewhat moved. But in the end, he could only shake his head. Sigh, it's not that we won't save it, it's that we can't save it. The years and fortunes are approaching together, and it is already a certain death. Can't solve it. Things have come to such a pass that there is no longer any doubt that it was the guru who made the joke. I don't know who led the way. There was one in the room, and the crowd hooted and hollered as they all fell to their knees. Only except for Li Yi and his party of 4. Standing there at the moment, it looked conspicuous. But everyone knew they were guests from outside and didn't force the issue. Please master, help! Although there were only a few dozen people, they shouted out the momentum of a mountain and a sea. Elder who watched this with an expressionless face and didn't say anything. Butcher Zhang also made a serious bow and said sincerely, "It's done. I would also like to ask the master not to hesitate to say more. How to die, and for me to prepare in advance. The sky must not be revealed. Take the time to go back and spend more time with your family. Leave the old man alone for a while." Elder who unceremoniously issued an expulsion order. Zheng Tufu's forehead veins rippled and he couldn't bear to storm out. "I don't believe it. If you can really calculate longevity so accurately, then do you dare to count your lifespan? If you don't dare, I'll smash your guastall today. Tell this world that from now on, there will be no more people with this iron mouth." Hu Lao was no longer afraid of Zheng Tufu at this time. Letting him grab his lapels, he calmly said, "My longevity, naturally, the old man has long ago calculated for himself. But do you know how the trigrams are displayed? It's about you." Butcher Zhang froze and slowly let go of Hu Lao. "It's not really a big deal to say. The trigrams don't tell me exactly what year or day it is. Instead, let us wait for one of the 7 deadly fates. I died the day after the man lost his life. Pig killer. Old man can only live 1 day longer than you. Are you still so unconvinced? Whether it's accurate or not, we'll see tomorrow and the next 2 days." The old man wasn't going to go any further. "Older, since the trigrams should be here, then this is where the old man will be buried. I would also like to ask you all for one more thing. I hope I can help bury a few shovels of yellow soil when I die, without exposing my body to the wilderness. I will have no regrets." Elder who solemnly made a deep bow towards the crowd outside. Then the stalls didn't care, and strutted toward the village. There were still some sights he wanted to see again in his last days. The crowd gradually dispersed, a layer of gloom buried in everyone's mind. The bustling bazaar became much quieter. "Isn't that old man lying? Why can't I see a trace of death in this butcher? Killing too many people is easy to be unsettled in later years though, but now is obviously not the time for retribution to appear." Li Qinghan frowned, a serious expression on her small face. A hint of gold color in the very depths of Li Yi's pupils quickly dissipated, and he smiled down towards his eldest daughter. "Qinghan is feeling sorry for this butcher. Or are you so upset because you had a disagreement with the fortune teller? I have no friendship with him. So what's all this talk about pity? I just can't believe that the old man is a mere mortal. How dare you decide on the life and death of a person so easily? What gives him the right?" Li Yi was indifferent to this and asked towards his youngest daughter. "Raisu, what's your opinion? Will you support your sister? Or that charlatan?" Li Lingxiu had just turned off his spiritual vision. She had been trying to use her spirit vision since the time Hu Lao had been telling the girl's fortune. Discover exactly what metaphysical changes will take place in him. But nothing. The guy was indeed a mortal. Not the slightest bit of spiritual energy. Age is not faked either. Normal aging. Bone age is consistent with appearance. Therefore, she actually had the same confusion as Li Qinghan. Not quite the same though. She is more of a believer in existence as reason. Since that Hu Lao was able to mix so comfortably with this craft, that must be unique in its own way. It just might not be in any of the ways they had been exposed to. Lingxiu still thinks that what the fortune teller said is a bit more believable. Chapter 47, The Origin of the Name of Sword-Washing Village. Li Qinghan had only one reaction to this, and that was disdain. "If you believe it, go to him and have your fortune told. I just don't believe he can do the math. Do you dare? People's rule is 3 trigrams a day. And how can you be in the mood to care about other people's business when you know your own death is imminent?" "I'm not going. Not to go is to be weak-minded. You're just purposely talking to me differently, deliberately tearing down the stage." The 2 sisters fought more than one another, and Li Yi had no intention of stopping them at all. Instead, he watched with interest. Only Su Qing, looking at the back of Zheng Tufu's despondent departure, was pondering. The village has pretty much wandered. Let's find a place to settle down first. I'm sure you'd like to stay a couple days to see what happens before you leave, right? Then we'll go to the village chief's house first. It just so happens that he invited us earlier. Li Yi smiled. Master, aren't you going to save the butcher? On the way. Su Qing hesitated twice, but still couldn't help but ask. What? Are you on the side of the fortune tellers too? Then there's only one vote for my Saiken. In that case, Dad will reluctantly take Qinghan's side. It's now 2-2. I don't believe in fortune telling. So what's the point of saving or not saving? Li Yi dodged the question. Che, I don't care. I will always stand for absolute correctness. You're just lying down after me. Li Qinghan's nose wrinkled and she grunted cutely. The village headman's house is unusual, if not for its location. It's not really easy to spot. The place where it was located was at the very head of the entire village. The whole of Sword Washing Village is rather narrow and long, shaped like a sword, and the village chief's house, right at the tip of the sword. He was the only occupant there. He was also the only one in the family, but there was an extra one today, none other than Zhang Dinyo, who had been severely taught a lesson by the village chief, at the moment sickly and melancholy, tied to a large tree. Old man Song, little master hasn't done anything here yet. That's what you hit me with. The little master has lost money no. Zhang Dinyo was so neurotic that he shouted at the top of his lungs when he thought of it. The village chief poured a cup of tea for Li Yi and said smilingly, Actually, I've wanted to say that since that moment when I first met you guys. Little brother looks a bit familiar. Haven't we met somewhere before? Little old me doesn't have a good memory anymore. If little brother remembers, please remind me. By the way, my name is Song Yi. Does it ring a bell, little brother? Li Yi took a shallow taste of the tea and carefully sized up Song Yi for a few moments. Laughing softly, he shook his head. Shouldn't have seen it. The old man may have misremembered me and someone else. It happens to anyone. No need to be concerned. Li Yi comforted. Also, always felt like you were an old friend. But one knows it's impossible. If he were alive, he'd be about my age. Ha ha. Ahem. Song Yi had a moment to get caught up in his memories and coughed with a loud laugh. Ha. I shouldn't be considered a popular face with my kind of looks. That old acquaintance of the old man's must have been a fine gentleman back then? Li Yi very naturally held himself up. However, Song Yi was completely fine with this and said with an excited face, Little brother is right about that. That friend of mine, back in the day could be said to be amazing. She is not only good at music, chess, calligraphy and painting, but also has a first-class handsome appearance. There is no girl who has ever seen him who has not been enamored of him. I was so envious back then. Why didn't the old man ask him to even out the two for you then? Otherwise it wouldn't be so bad that we don't have a partner now. Li Yi smiled and joked. Song Yi's old face reddened and he snapped. How come it hasn't evened out? It's just that I'm so out of my depth, unappealing to look at and doesn't know how to please a girl. Without realizing it, it's all the way to this age. But then I've looked away, and it's good to be alone. Save time and worry less. If one person is fed, the whole family is not hungry. How dashing. It's good that the old man can look away. That old friend would have been pleased if he had known. Gee, look at me. I don't usually have much to talk about. There is no end to this talk. You family of 4, don't leave today. Just stay with me. I had cleaned out my room by that point. It's cleaned up and guaranteed to be better than the one I sleep in myself. Ha ha, come with me. Song Yi led the way ahead with some excitement, leading Li Yi and the others to the compartment. Zhang Dinyo was still cursing under the shade of the tree and was so angry that Song Yi shouted, Dinyo, is your skin itching again? Do you want me to throw you out in the hot sun? If you have a real backbone, go ahead. Just see if I dare to throw it. Li Yi went into the house and saw that it was indeed very clean and the environment was still okay. This one will be for the 3 of you. I'll go to the other room. Wait. I don't want to talk to this fox. Don't sleep with her. Li Qinghan felt that the 9-tailed fox was too uptight to be worthy of sharing a room with him. Although Li Lingxiu was annoying, at least her status was there. Besides, she was used to it. There's only one room left in the house. Are you going to make us sleep in the same room? Li Yi glared. He couldn't believe that his daughter would voluntarily shove another woman into his room. It doesn't make sense. But sadly her daughter isn't normal either. Why can't I? I'll tell you what. This is a test for you. I have a good ear for it. If you have the slightest transgression, I will definitely notice. Li Qinghan waved her small fist threateningly. It's too pitiful for this daughter. Once again, Li Yi truly realized the meaning of the word. Su Qing looked at their father and daughter pitifully, as if a pet that could be abandoned at any time. Li Yi softened a bit and loosened his tongue. Never mind. Come to my room then, but keep to the rules, okay? Aha! Su Qing was inwardly delighted and nodded fiercely. Old man Song, let go of the little master. Do you realize you're ruining the future of a supreme talent? Little master is going to be a sword god in the future. Can you afford to take this responsibility if you delay the big event? Sang Dinyo began to scream again. Song Yi was so angry that his blood rushed up and he almost passed his back. It was only after being helped by Li Yi that he was able to stand still. Old man, don't get busy beating him up yet. I'm actually a little curious. Why is this village called Sword Washing Village? I've been around the block, but I haven't seen any swords in the village. And there's this Zhang Dinyo, who keeps talking about becoming a sword god. That can't be unfounded, can it? Li Yi signaled Song Yi to sit down. The de-escalation was accompanied by the ability to tell the children stories. You can listen to it yourself to relieve your boredom. Song Yi deliberated for a moment and said slowly, it doesn't really hurt to talk about it. It's been a long time coming and it's no longer a secret. The reason this village is called Sword Washing Village is indeed because of a sword. Chapter 48, so you're cold-blooded too. The mention of this sword also brings up that late friend of mine. I've only talked about his talent before, but really that's just the tip of his iceberg. What was truly awesome about him was also Gaijin's natural talent and strength. Back then, the two of us met near this sword-washing village. Only there wasn't much of a population here at the time. I was young, with a sword at my hip, always thinking of being a ranger, fighting for justice. But who knew that the world was so much more dangerous than I thought? Not only are there robbers and bandits, but more frighteningly, there are also demons. I was almost killed by a demonic beast at that time, and he came out in white clothes and chopped off the head of the demonic beast with a single sword. Say no more about the writing style. I immediately intended to worship him, but he did not accept. Shamelessly followed him for many hours, and stole a few sword moves. Although, due to his natural talent, his progress was always limited. But I'm content. Just expect these days to last forever. Until one day he told me he had something he needed to get away from. If it's meant to be in the future, I'm sure we'll meet again. As he was leaving, he gave me the sword in his hand, saying that if one day I can put this sword to good use, then even though the sky is the limit, it won't be hard to see each other again. So, I stayed here for the time after that. Day in and day out, he practiced swordplay, figuring out how he could bring his sword strokes to bear with his kind of power. Then the neighborhood was gradually emptied of villains by my purges. There also began to be a steady stream of stragglers gathering around. It slowly developed into the present-day sword-washing village. The word washes because every time I finish using that sword, all of them should be cleaned with a mountain spring and carefully wiped clean. Hence the name. Only later, when I got older, there were no longer opportunities around that required my hands. That sword, it hasn't been sheathed in a long time. Song Yi from the eyebrows flying, said full of despondency. It's sad to hear. Ha, I'm sure you've told this story to the village? Otherwise that Zhang Dinyo wouldn't be so persistent in wanting to be the sword god. Alas, no, the village had just been established, and everyone was on edge all day. In order to put them at ease, I described that deceased person as being the sword god of the day, and left me a token. So this village is backed up. No one dares to touch us. That put everyone at ease. It's just a shame that there aren't many gifted people here, but they can at least recognize themselves and labor well. Only Zhang Dinyo, the simpleton, knowing that he didn't have that root bone, he was still dreaming of the sword god. It's just no contest. As Song Yi spoke, he began to hate it again, spoken as if he were his own son. Where is that sword now? Can you show me around? Li Yi said softly. Little brother is also interested? Of course there's no problem. It's not far behind my house here. So follow me. Song Yi led the way in front of him, and Li Yi's 4 men followed at an easy gait. I don't know what he thinks about every day. How do you think one thing is another? What's a good look at the sword? Any knife he uses to cut meat must be a million times better. Li Qinghan kicked and crunched the whole way, and it was specifically muttered at Li Lingxiu. It caused Li Lingxiu to finally break into a glare at her. That's when it stops. Behind the house is a foothill. Li Yi followed the direction of Song Yi's finger. Sure enough, there was a sword stuck in a stone platform, but strangely enough, there was a knife next to it. More than half of the blade was gone into the ground. The top half is covered in rain, snow and wind. And what's with the knife? Oh, this. Actually, we don't know. It seems that one time there was a heavy rainstorm and a flash flood came pouring down and washed a deep ravine through the area. Then the knife was revealed. We all thought it was good and wanted to pull it out. But the evil thing is that no matter how many people, even if they are yanked by animals, the knife doesn't even ripple. It had a stone platform attached to it below, which was also unusually sturdy. We can't break it. Over time, no one will hit it. Oh, it seems that this blade, then, has a strong flavor of legend as well. Li Yi said with understanding. Do you want to try it, little brother? Ha ha, I have no hands. Forget it. Look and see. Go back. I will need to borrow the family kitchen later to make a meal for my 2 babies. Little brother is a very competent father. The 2 girls grew up well too. What a blessing. I'm so envious of this old man. At night, Vanguard lights up. A few people had their fill of wine, and each went to their rooms to rest. Song-yi also dipped into the light and ate a few bites of Li's cooking during the meeting. Immediately, they were completely worshipped, and had to say that his craft, even if he went to the palace to the emperor to spoon, that's also simple. Ended up drinking unconsciously in happiness. Li's room. Su Cheng moved gently to undress him, but that was all. Li didn't deliberately distance himself from her, but the detachment was still obvious. Su Cheng couldn't help but feel a little lost. One bed per room. A dirt nap, to be exact. The two certainly don't get under the same covers, so it was only possible to sleep foot to foot. Each sat by the wall and watched the other talk. Master, have you heard the rooster crowing outside? A dirt dog barking? Well, hear that. How? Is not this a sign that calamity is coming? Well, it could be. And, didn't you have a good conversation with that village chief? Aren't you going to warn the other side nowadays and prepare for it? Well, not going to. Li flipped through the collection of his two daughters, which he had secretly recorded with a shadow-retaining stone, let out an eating laugh. The Li at this moment caused Su Cheng to feel a sense of cutthroatness. In her impression, although Li's realm was as high as it could be, but essentially a very gentle and considerate man, not only to his family, but even to himself, who he had taken as a slave, as well as the strangers he met outside. He maintained the most basic of manners. This heart is rare. Many cultivators stop seeing mortals as their own kind when their cultivation level was high. You may even randomly hit and kill when you're in a bad mood. The behavior is no different from that of a demon. When Su Cheng was still a demon emperor, she was very averse to this kind of behavior from cultivators, because if the cultivator stands on the moral high ground to condemn what the demon has done, then it's inevitable that you'll have to do it differently yourself first. But in fact, they were, in essence, not too far removed from demons. To make the biggest point of difference, it's just that you don't readily cannibalize like with like. Therefore, Li was equivalent to the most perfect incarnation of a cultivator in Su Cheng's imagination. Strong, courteous, and orderly. And now, a key point is starting to fall out of alignment. Li was surprisingly oblivious to the safety of this entire village. He even let his daughter eat a lot of everyone's food for nothing during the day. Is it possible that he is also cold-blooded by nature? Chapter 49, The Truth About Chickens and Dogs. Su Cheng sulkily stopped talking. After a long time, Li put away the shadow-retaining stone and said with amusement, "Why are you still in a mood? Could it be that I, being the master, have upset you?" The slave girl doesn't dare to be angry with her master. Just think I'm moody and my temper is elusive? Or, perhaps, too cold and unsympathetic? Su Cheng blurted out in surprise. How do you know what is in my mind? I guessed, but now I can give you the answer. That is, you thought right. That's the kind of person I am. No problem now? Sleep, Li said very perfunctorily. The tone was full of disinterest. Su Cheng felt even more uncomfortable. Soon, the sound of Li's even breathing came. He had gone to sleep. Since his daughters had returned to him, he had resumed his mortal-like routine. Eat and sleep on time because it makes you happier. But Su Cheng couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in bed like a pancake. It always feels like something is about to happen. It was not until the sky was about to brighten that Su Cheng fell into a deep sleep. There's nothing but a little bit of chicken going on out there, and yet nothing strange happened. The next day, Li woke up and stretched. To Su Cheng, who was combing her hair, she teased, "I slept too much last night. Nothing happened out there, did it? Door girl on night duty?" Subaru had just been woken up after a short sleep and was having a fit of waking up. Together with the fact that Li took the initiative to joke with her, her guts couldn't help but grow a bit stronger. How come it didn't happen? There are several demons rushing in this house, thanks to the slave girl using her best efforts to repel them. This has protected your well-being. The slave girl thinks that you should reward me heavily. Ha? Yeah? Surprisingly, there was not a single sign of an encounter. It looks like your realm has risen quite a bit again. Slave girl opened the knot to hit it. Oops, that's a lot of exertion. No wonder I saw you wake up in bad shape. In that case, it is to be heavily rewarded. But, well, I'm still the one who gets to explain this one. Wait until I think about what I want to reward you for. Li said kinda seriously. At the level he was in nowadays, the things that could make him feel happy had become rarer, and giving something away to someone is one of them, and relatively easy to do. The issue to consider is simply to get this degree of delivery right. You can't overdraw this joy. Send a super invincible treasure over at once. The other person may not even recognize it or have little concept of it. There was nothing left but shock. Then the purpose is not served. Therefore, it's better to send something that fits just right and is still long in the tooth. That's when that joy in the other person can be infectious. I'm giving you the day off today to look around. It's okay to visit wherever you want. There's no need to follow me anyway. Qinghan and Lingxiu, you take them out too. Just let them play by themselves. With the last 2 days at the bottom, safety shouldn't be a problem. Then words, remember to be back on time at night. If I don't see you 3 at dinner, figure out for yourself what the consequences will be. Li Yi was very rarely a bit lazy, putting down the semi-lifelong career of bringing up children for the time being. So, after breakfast, Su Cheng and the 2 children disappeared in a puff of smoke. Li Yi shook his head breathlessly. That's how much you want to get out of Dad's hands. Running this fast. The 2 little heartless ones. Su Cheng had just finished saying what Li Yi had instructed her to say when the 2 children ran off without a word of greeting. Luckily, I can sense them both. Or else you'll really be cleaned up by your master when you go back at night. After the trivialities were dealt with, Su Cheng's gaze sharpened. Since she happened to have a day off today, she was bound to figure it out. What was that uneasy feeling at night about? 9 turns of the spirit fox. Pupil of trace seeking, open. Finding an unoccupied corner, Su Cheng turned on an aptitude that could track her breath. Only this time, the target was the outsiders. She was convinced that something must have its eye on the place, or it wouldn't have caused the livestock to become upset. Everything is alive, and sometimes animals are far more perceptive than mortals. The point of confusion is why the other side is slow to act. The breath of several of them had long been covered up cleanly by Li Yi. So, it's absolutely impossible to be scornful of them. What mystery can there be in this little village? Su Cheng cast a stealth spell and flew into midair, using her spirit pupil to look towards the surroundings. This is. In sight, a purple mist was fading at the edge of the village. It looks like it's on the verge of disappearing completely. With a flash of her body, Su Cheng came to this place with a single vanish. He flapped his sleeve twice and couldn't help but frown. This evil smell. Yes, it's one of that crazy wolf's men. But he didn't stay well in his own territory and traveled so far to trouble a village. Why? Su Cheng recognized the owner of the scent. Crazy Wolf, in fact, was just a nickname given by the outside world, and its true race was the Skywing Demon Wolf. It's a real demon race, and it's powerful. The status was similar to Su Cheng's in the demon clan, a demon emperor. Demons originally had very complicated names, so they usually had a name like a cultivator, and Crazy Wolf's cultivator name was Ring Qianqing. He and Su Cheng had worked together when they fought against the cultivator attack, only the process wasn't very pleasant, because this person, Crazy Wolf, is not only bloodthirsty and cruel, but also arrogant and haughty. He disregarded Su Cheng's status and tried to force him into the tent, even tried to use force. This kind of retarded operation almost directly led to the Demon Alliance falling apart. In the end, one of his legs was broken by the golden-winged rock, which made him honest for a while. I didn't expect him to be out here after many days. What exactly is the point? It would be nice to catch a tongue and ask. Seeing that they retreated so cleanly, even their breath was completely hidden, Su Cheng felt a very bad guess. Last night, 80% of the scouts should have been stampeding. With this projection, it's no surprise that the offensive will be launched today and tomorrow. Then in that case, it seems that Butcher Zhang's trigrams are also correct. So it was death by demonic slaughter? Su Cheng, who had strung everything together, was a bit torn. First of all, she didn't know what Mad Wolf and the others were up to. There is also no way to make any moves against the target. Secondly, should she save the village? It didn't seem wrong not to save. Even Li Yi showed that it was not a matter of concern. It was just that even if she didn't consider the villagers, her own distaste for the Mad Wolf subconsciously didn't want to let the other side have its way. But if we are to be saved, how exactly should we do it? Chapter 50 Eve of the Devil Attack. Tell the villagers directly that there will be an impending demonic invasion in the next 2 days. Tell them to evacuate and run for their lives as soon as possible. It's very unrealistic. There is no proof. And people can't talk about trusting her. Besides, how can you just leave behind a home that you've lived in for half your life? A fluke is simply not that easy to pull out. After agonizing over it, Su Cheng still wanted to give it a try. Even though she wasn't human, she didn't like it when someone destroyed something around her. In particular, she was pretty impressed with the place. The people are simple and the birds and flowers are beautiful. She couldn't stand by and watch this beauty shatter. First, I went to Butcher Zhang's house. The family was in a state of disorientation and grief. Only his wife, uncharacteristically, was attentive, constantly trying to tell jokes to make her husband laugh. Unfortunately, the effect is not obvious. Both kids seem to know about it from other people as well. All of them tearfully grabbed their father's shirt and wouldn't let him out of their sight. There were several empty wine altars on the table, and Zheng Tufu drank his eyes out, brain emptying for death. Su Cheng's sudden appearance startled the boss's wife. The door was simply still bolted and unopened, yet she appeared directly in the courtyard. But right now the family is in this situation. What is there to be afraid of? so the woman didn't even make a sound, looked at her and stopped paying attention. Who cares if she's a human or a ghost? Send our family to the Yellow Springs if you can. Butcher Zhang. If you want to live, follow me. Maybe there's a silver lining. After Su Qing finished speaking, she turned around and left. This was not a lie. She could indeed save any of them. She just needed to ask for Li Yi's permission. Following Su Qing to a place where the territory was open, the cool breeze cleared his drowsy brain. You can really save me? Butcher Zhang said suspiciously. He only thought the woman was too pretty to be true. As for whether she was capable or not, he couldn't tell. Before that, let me ask you a question. Do you have a dream? I hope you answer honestly. Butcher Zhang froze for a moment and scratched his head, slightly blushing. In fact, what I aspired to most as a child was to be a general. He led his soldiers to the battlefield and protected the people, and was admired by all the people. Finally have a fiefdom of your own and build a big mansion. A few wives and concubines, children and grandchildren, and you'll be complete. Hey! Instead of making fun of it, Su Cheng nodded with great approval. The ones in the back. I can't help, but the bit about wanting to be a general, I can let you really experience that once. Seriously? How do I do it? Follow me first. Su Qing grabbed him and the transportation technique was activated, and the two of them came to the back mountain where they had been yesterday. It was only then that Butcher Zhang was sure that the woman who was too beautiful to be true. It was actually a cultivator who was able to fly through the sky. Legend has it that cultivators are omnipotent. So maybe there really is a turnaround in your situation? Go pull out the knife. Su Qing faintly commanded. Ha, don't joke. Fairy. This knife the village chief let me try more than once at the time. It's just a shame that 4 oxen were later bolted and couldn't pull it. It's hopeless. But if the fairy is interested, why not give it a try? Butcher Zhang shrugged it off. Would you like to know the origin of this blade? Fairy please. Su Qing walked near the knife and slowly spoke. This blade is not a weapon in the conventional sense. It has had only one purpose since the day it was cast. It's all about cutting down the demons. It is the execution of the executives of the extermination platform. The name is Tian Xingbing. By nature, it has a restraining effect on demons and evil spirits. Only because it caused too much killing. The entire blade was drenched in blood. It was already gradually transforming into a magic weapon. The power is increased rather than decreased. But there is an extra cost to use it. I'm sure that's why it was buried so deep here. It's not unusual for no one here to be able to pull it out, for only those who have killed equally badly are qualified to draw it. Butcher Zhang listened in dumbfounded uncertainty. According to what the fairy said, could it be that I alone possess the qualifications? But I did not pull it out. If you want to harness a demonic soldier, how can it be so easy? Especially for a mere mortal like you. You must first of all have a strong will, and a strong will is the most important point. Secondly, one has to be able to afford to use a magic weapon. But that's something you'll need to find out after you pull it out. Butcher Zhang scratched his head and smiled shyly. Actually, I've been meaning to ask since just now. I'm already dying. So what if I pull it out? Could it have saved me from death? Su Qing calmly said. Can't. But it's up to you whether you do or don't. Before that, I can show you a picture. What? Pupils of illusion. Open. Su Qing let out a low gulp, and her good-looking eyes suddenly turned a misty gray. At the same time, 2 beams of spiritual light shot into Butcher Zhang's eyes. Butcher Zhang suddenly froze on the spot. The storm clouds shifted in his pupils, and an image gradually became clearer. It was a late night. In the familiar village of Swordwashing, the lights went out and the rain poured down. Thousands of families have gone to sleep. And at that moment, on the outskirts of the village, a group of uninvited guests came. They were covered in black armor and wrapped themselves very tightly. Weapons of different styles were held in their hands. There was not a single sound from the blackened ranks, and it was depressing as hell to watch. A few moments later, a young man came to the front of the crowd. He wore no armor, and his black robes exuded infinite confidence. Offense! The young man surveyed the village twice, waving his right hand lightly, his tone flat, as if he was saying something perfectly normal. The black procession poured in like a torrent, plunging into the interior of the village with great speed. A one-sided massacre. The sleeping villagers were not at all prepared, and it's pointless to prepare. This group of people were not mountain bandits at all, but a demon that was as swift as the wind and had infinite strength. The mayor's house was in the forefront and had been washed away in the first place. The remaining villagers, too, perished one after another in despair. Zheng Tufu soon saw his home. There was even a self there, a family of 4 cowering and cuddling together. But praying does nothing. The opponent's death sight still swung down. Blood sprayed, and Butcher Zhang winced fiercely. The tremendous mental stimulation brought him to his senses quickly. Eyes horrified, he looked at Su Qing, who was not far away. In fear. You showed me. What is it? Naturally, It's about to happen. Maybe today. Maybe tomorrow. There's always not much time left. You can choose to let it all happen naturally. It's also possible to figure out how to change that. It's all up to you. Think about it and give me your answer. Su Qing stopped the spell. The illusion was naturally made up by her. But since she was more familiar with the mad wolf, she felt that the real situation should be at least 8 or 9. Zheng Tufu has come to a fork in the road of fate. Chapter 51, Butcher Zhang and Zhang Dinyo. The images were brutal, but they also brought home the cause of his death. Since it's not your problem, is it just a matter of escaping from here? That's all it takes to break this killing curse? After thinking for a moment, Butcher Zhang still denied the idea, because even the master fortune teller simply gave up resisting and chose to resign himself to his fate. Guess it's not as simple as hiding out and being safe. Well, in the immediate future, he had another option. Since there's no escape, it's not a bad idea to fight back head-on. I, for one, am going to stop this. Please, fairy, help me. Butcher Zhang clasped his fists. Subaru smiled in relief. Come and pull this knife out and I'll promise to help you. Otherwise everything is off the table. Butcher Zhang nodded with a resolute gaze and took a big step forward. Calloused hands clutched the hilt hard. Drink! Exhaling, his thick arms suddenly bulged with veins. Under the force, his cheeks quickly rose red, followed by a shift to bruising. A dozen or so breaths later, the blade hadn't moved. Butcher Zhang sat on his butt on the ground, panting heavily, like a landed fish. Don't be in a hurry. Fairy, wait for me to slow down and try. Try again. Su Qing furrowed her brows, somewhat puzzled. Although this demonic soldier was fierce, it shouldn't have been so repulsive to Butcher Zhang. It was logical that there should be enough blood in him. It seems there is still a problem with the will. A strand of Su Qing's finger wind pointed out. An extremely subtle spiritual energy circled around in Butcher Zhang's body. Ha! I seem to have strength again. The fairy is really good at this. Butcher Zhang was envious to the core. If she's capable of that, wouldn't she work without a break? He can not only kill a village's hogs, he can kill a town's. It's not impossible to even open this store to Ningyuan City. I heard that Ningyuan City was so prosperous that it was like a heaven on earth. But unfortunately it was a bit far from the village, and he had no money, never having dared to go there in half his life. Fatigue is gone. Try again. Remember to always focus your intention. If a mortal wants to use a magic weapon, you'll have to put your best foot forward. Subaru reprimanded. Zheng Tufu recalled the images he had seen earlier and brewed his emotions. With a tiger-like roar like a wild animal, he pounced again. Something did change this time. The blade shuddered slightly and actually moved outward an inch, but that's as far as it goes. A few breaths later, Butcher Zhang covered his cheeks with his hand with a disheveled face. Subaru sighed as well, and could tell that he had reached his limit. No way. In that case, there's nothing I can do. If I remove the knife for you, you lose the possibility of using it completely. Maybe it's God's will. We'll leave it at that. The expected result was not achieved, and Su Qing could not help but feel regret. But that's not the only thing she's aiming for. There was still time for her to try another possibility. After Su Qing left, Zheng Tufu could only slowly recover his strength. 2 more attempts followed, but unfortunately each was no better than this one. Starving, he finally had to go home. When Su Qing found Zhang Dinyo, he was feeding grass to the cows. Why are you so obedient today? Didn't you mouth off to the old man yesterday? Su Qing stood on a high platform and teased, because she recognized it as the village headman's cow. Moreover, Zhang Dinyo mixed up without even a decent piece of clothing. There's no way a property of the caliber of a cow could be his. Zhang Dinyo was startled and the grass in his hand shook off the ground. When he turned around and realized it was someone he had seen yesterday, he went back to that dying look, listless and feeling like she could lighten up at any moment. What are you doing here? At first glance, you're a young lady from a big family. This kind of place it doesn't match your temperament. Zhang Dinyo came up and started disliking people, because he always felt that the reason why that casual betting oath yesterday was fulfilled. Can't get away from this pair. Su Qing smiled and sized him up for a few moments. Looks like you've resigned yourself to your fate? Doesn't it feel kinda stifling to not be able to find another daughter-in-law for the rest of your life? Regret? In the face of Su Qing's sarcasm, Zhang Dinyo tried his best to endure it and said seemingly unconcerned. There's nothing to regret. A man's a spit and a nail. Isn't it just that you don't get close to women? I can still live a happy life, drinking and eating meat. Oh, so, I was going to tell you a way to break the vow. It seems I'm being a bit nosy. You're not interested in that. Then I'm off. Don't. You wait a minute. You come back, please. I'm making this up. Just give me another chance. Female Bodhisattva. Zhang Dinyo was very spineless and directly knelt down to Su Qing, crying for her to turn around and look at herself again, trying to stir up her sympathy for lifelong sexual bliss. No less. Su Qing kept walking for several steps until he was on the verge of despair before turning around. It seems like you really care about this. It's just a pity. Ah. It doesn't mean much anymore whether I help you or not. Why do you say that? Because you're only going to live another 10 hours or so. Zhang Dinyo. Good lord. Is this a cure for poison? Planning to deal me another bigger blow and then make me forget the pain I felt before? That's a pretty chic way of thinking. I'll have the luxury of trusting you. We're all mortal. What can you do? If only there was a magical cultivator in the village. He'll be able to help me crack this. It might even help me become a sword god. Sang Dinyo stood up and grunted. Kneeling this time is a real loss. Su Qing's eyes blinked and asked with some curiosity. Actually, there's one question in particular I'd like to ask you. I saw you yesterday, and you're a pushy denizen. How is it that when you look at me, your eyes are clear? Could it be that this girl is no better than those village girls? This matter Su Qing had the intention to say to Li last night, but the two were talking in a less than harmonious atmosphere, so she didn't bring it up. This Sang Dinyo not only had little interest in her at first sight, even after they entered the village chief's house, they met each other several times. He was all a very normalistic gaze, treating everyone the same, no distinction between men and women at all. It was very much at odds with his behavior in the bushes at the time. Zhang Dinyo leaned down and picked up a piece of grass, holding it in his mouth and said, I think your kind of thinking would be purely me putting a shallow look on it. It's all that old man Song's fault. Either he said I'm stupid or he said I'm stupid. It makes everyone look at me like that. Actually might as well tell you. This sword-washing village, my brain is the best one. I realized that when I saw you guys for the first time yesterday. You are not the wife of that handsome gentleman. The two kids aren't close to you either. But you've grown into such a national treasure. And you still look so respectful in front of him. It can be imagined that his family is either extremely rich or a big official. I wouldn't hit on anyone close to him with that kind of background, or else you won't know how to die. Chapter 52. Here, try the ice cream. Sang Dinyo said quietly as he spoke back. In fact, I've always suspected that you must have had an escort with you in the back. It's hiding in the neighborhood, isn't it? They are all martial arts masters, secretly protecting you to swim up and play in the water, right? Su Qing looked at him with wide eyes, suddenly feeling like pinning her hopes on this bastard. Not a particularly reliable thing. He never seems to think properly in his head. You have this talent. You should go into opera. It's condescending to be a scoundrel in this little place. Su Qing sighed, speechless. However, Zhang Dinyo suddenly found his soulmate and said excitedly, You think I have a talent for acting too, don't you? I'm not going to lie. I actually want to be the god of swords in addition to that. Another dream was to sing in the theater and be a big actor, sharing the stage with the most popular Danish girl today, Miss Ryu. Let everyone know me, or even sing in the palace later. Su Qing looked at him like a little cutie, gazing at him for a few seconds like that. She patted his head and said, I mean, there's one role in particular that suits you. You don't have to put much effort into acting straight away. Oh, really? What role? Cootie. Yikes. Just be careful to be more restrained than usual when you perform. Oh, angry? Forget it. I'm not teasing you. I came to ask you if you still want to be a sword god? Zhang Dinyo looked at him with a disdainful face. Trying to apprehend me again? I've told you I have a high IQ, so don't waste it. Before he could finish his words, he only saw Su Qing stretching out a slender jade finger and flicking it towards his side. Swish! A 10-foot deep gully appeared at his feet. It was no more than a foot away from him. The crack continued for more than 10 meters before it stopped. All the sand and rocks around them sank inward toward it. You. Zhang Dinyo didn't know whether it was excitement or fear, and had shivered and couldn't speak. Su Qing smiled very condescendingly and rolled her sleeves towards him. A gust of wind picked up, and the two of them came to the back of the mountain in the twinkling of an eye. It was exactly where Butcher Zhang drew his sword just now. From what the old man told me, there isn't a single person in this village who possesses the talent to practice swords. I wonder how he rated it. Su Qing asked casually. He's just a cocky, stubborn old man. Akira has such a good sword in the village, but we were never allowed to practice with it. The beauty of it is that a sword in its sheath builds momentum. Once you draw your sword, you will be surprised by the world. Let everyone practice with wooden swords. Can that feel the same? He's what's holding me back. Otherwise, he would have long since become a full-fledged cultivator by now and have the name of war god. He was rated on one criterion, whether or not it could cause the sword to resonate. It says that he who has a sword in his heart need only approach it. The sword will then emit a sword sound, signifying recognition of the other person's qualifications. But the truth is, he can't do it himself. You say, what kind of person is so unreasonable? It's clearly just old age. Zhang Dinyo said indignantly. Build up your strength and raise your sword. So it is. In that case, you can't use it freely, Su Qing muttered to herself twice. From the corner of her storage ring, casually picking the most trashy spirit weapon, he threw it to him. Just practice with it. Keep practicing until you can elicit the sword's chime. I'll only give you an hour. After that I'm going to take the two little masters back. In the meantime, I can point you in the right direction if you have any questions at my discretion. Zhang Dinyo weighed this new sword and said with a joyful smile, I think this sword is just fine. Not only is it beautifully styled, but it's also easy to hold while you're there. I used that one of Old Man songs a long time ago. It's too light. Not much texture. Why hit that one when you have this one? Wait until you are able to invoke the sound of the sword. Just know the beauty of that sword. Now you're just a frog in a well, with narrow eyes. It's impossible to tell what's really good. The one you're holding right now, if it wasn't for the fact that it's in pretty good shape, I threw it away long ago. How could it have stayed until now? Zhang Dinyo was a bit uncertain, but it was rare for someone to face their dreams head on. Then he took the sword moves he had stolen and learned over the years and added some of his own understanding to them. It was shown in front of Su Qing's eyes in one breath. Su Qing herself didn't know much about swords. As a demonic powerhouse, she mainly relied on divine techniques. These magic treasures and such are still used most by cultivators. Cultivators are physically weak and often need external assistance. Otherwise, there was no way to fight the demons. But at the moment, Su Qing also felt that he danced really well. At least, is smooth. Unfortunately, it failed to invoke the sound of the sword. What was in your mind when you were dancing with your sword? Was there a lack of concentration? It won't. I'm happiest when I'm practicing my sword. How can you be distracted? So Su Qing, the fake connoisseur, gave half a dozen pointers from the sidelines. Still no results. Until an hour slowly passed. Su Qing got up with some annoyance. Time's up. I've got things to do. Go home by yourself. It's just a sword sound. Is it that hard? Leaving behind the dumbfounded Zhang Dinyo, Su Qing flew away with a recluse. A bit of maneuvering and nothing. Su Qing, who was somewhat downcast, was sensing the two little masters. It was surprising to find that they had returned honestly to the village headman's house. Good thing. Saves me running around. So tired today. In a few flashes, Su Qing also appeared in the courtyard of the village chief's house. The two children were eating the snacks that Li Yi had prepared for them. Li Yi, on the other hand, was concentrating on carving something with his carving knife. By the looks of it, it appears to be a toy. Master, the slave girl is back, Subaru whispered, not in a very pretty mood, so her tone wasn't very energetic. Li Yi asked without lifting his head as he squinted and carved the wood in his hand. Why aren't you happy with a day off? Did you meet a bad guy in the village? Nope. Just. Su Qing very much wanted to discuss the impending invasion of the demon race with Li Yi. But Li Yi's words last night were like a pot of cold water. Douse her urges at every turn. For a cold-blooded man, how could he care about such things? Perhaps the only thing he really cares about are his two daughters. Even you are ready to give up on yourself. It's just that the village is so small that I find it a bit boring. Waste of a rare vacation. Inwardly lamented. Li Qinghan's little pink tongue licked something that looked suspiciously like ice cream. Loved it so much my eyes narrowed. After taking a bite, he even licked his tongue around his lips. Lick the dabbed portion into your mouth as well. But that didn't stop her from talking. Boredom and you've been playing for more than half the day? The hell with it. Look at me. I got bored and came back in half an hour. Su Qing didn't dare to talk back, nor was she in the mood to chime in, so she just pretended to be deaf. Li Yi finally finished the work in hand and took a cup of ice cream from the table and handed it to Su Qing. Taste it. It's healing. Chapter 53, The Legend of the White-Clothed Sword God. Su Qing had never eaten this before and followed Li Qinghan's example of eating it and licked a bite. Icy and sweet. The flavor instantly stimulated her taste buds. A few bites into the stomach and the bad mood from earlier was definitely gone. This, so delicious. How do you do it, master? Subaru asked with starry eyes. The sense of adoration was evident. Che, it looks like you've never had a good meal. That got you all worked up like that? Li Qinghan had already finished her share and had thought that this one was reserved for her. As a result, it was now given to someone else by Li Yi, and he felt unbalanced in his heart. My sister, who was only halfway through her meal at this point, mercilessly demolished the table. Someone just took their first bite. It seemed to be more exciting than she was. All jumped up. Am I remembering this correctly? Woof! Li Qinghan glared viciously at Li Lingxiu and waited for an opportunity to pounce towards her ice cream. The time was approaching evening. A valley 10 miles away from the sword-washing village. Mad Wolf put down his glass, his slightly drunken face showing a point of evil. Your Excellency, the War Ministry members are fully equipped and ready to launch a surprise attack. A subordinate ran to the front and said in a deep voice, there is no need for haste. Just follow the original schedule. There will be heavy rain today, which will then be able to cover our breath. God has helped me. How can I fail to act? This time when Princess Xia is on tour, I will offer the most precious treasure. Stand out from that pack of pups. This is a matter of the future rise and fall of our ministry. It's also about each of you, and whether or not you have the possibility of cracking the ground in the future. So get your asses in gear. To be on the safe side, slaughter all the extraneous people first, lest they take the opportunity to flee with their treasure. Hear me. Yes, my lord. Watching the lieutenant go out to pass out orders, Mad Wolf muttered. The king's court? These stupid guys. The old man was out there fighting for them for years. It turns out that in the end, even a punk who's never fought in a war can climb higher than me. I become a ing joke. You guys wait. This time I'm bound to be with Princess Xia and make a strong entry into the king's court. When the time comes, all of you will be sent to the front line to kill the enemy. Ha ha, my lord. Why do you insist on attacking this village? As I watched, I didn't notice anything extraordinary about this place. What is this treasure you speak of? A concubine next to him asked cautiously. She had never been able to figure out that she didn't stay in a good demon base camp, preferring to drive for several days in a row to come to such a poor and remote place. The last few days of traveling had exhausted her to the point of insomnia. Mad Wolf's gaze suddenly flashed with a hint of danger, but after noticing that it was his favored concubine, he returned to normal. Let me ask you, if you are Princess Kasumi, what gift would you most like to receive on this cruise to Ningyuan City? The concubine pondered for a while. Her expression was torn, and she was slow to give an answer. Mad Wolf interrupted her impatiently. There's no need to think about those vulgar things. As the eldest princess of the demon clan, Princess Xia had an honorable status. The ones you can think of. She hasn't known many since she was a child. How can you even like it now? In fact, the answer is very simple, and that is, to throw oneself in the shoes of the people. Give her what she most dreams of, but always begs for. How is that possible? Princess Xiao herself was so powerful. Where else would she be able to ask for what she couldn't get? Who dares not give it? Not afraid to kill his head? The concubine covered her mouth in shock. Mad Wolf took another drink and smiled badly. If it is a demonic object, naturally no one would dare to disobey her. But if it wasn't something from the demon clan, but from a cultivator? So she can get it if she wants it? What's more, she doesn't even know where the piece actually is. What Princess Xia wants most is actually a cultivator's item. Since your excellency said so, then it seems that this treasure is in this tiny village? Positive solution. Otherwise it's such a small place with few resources. How could it be worth sending out my best and brightest? What the hell is that? Mad Wolf said slowly, after a moment of deliberation. It's a sword. However, Princess Xia's fondness for this item was not due to its power. Although my demon race is not good at refining weapons, there are some top-tier demon soldiers, not to be so intoxicated with the cultivator's dharma. What she really liked was actually the legend about that sword. That is, the owner of the sword. Years ago, the Demon Alliance was gaining momentum, and at one point, it had fought its way into the territory of the cultivators. However, due to the demon race's group of guys being too greedy, there were huge disagreements within the alliance one after another. The offense was greatly delayed and many opportunities were missed. The soldiers at the bottom, not wanting to be left alone, would sometimes go out in groups to pillage. The executives are too busy negotiating for the greater good to worry about such trivial matters. So, looting was prevalent during that time. I was only a lieutenant at the time, and not many people would listen to me if I tried to stop it. Military discipline is lax to the core. But that situation didn't last long as a cultivator suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He likes to wear white clothes and kill the enemy with his sword. Wherever he passed, no demon could stand a chance. At that time, people called him the White Sword God. However, he seemed to be unmotivated to lead the cultivators in a counterattack. After killing a straight line, a sword cut out a rift in the sky there. Since then, demons and cultivators have been separated once again, and he's been lost since. The concubine was shocked. The Rift Valley? Could it be that the Blood Realm defense? Nice. Deterred by his strength, we didn't dare to step over the line of defense for a long time. Gives the cultivator time to recover his vitality. The alliance has been renewed several times since then, but it has failed to penetrate that defense. Years of blood accumulation had turned the place into a dead zone. Whether it was a cultivator or a demon, as long as they entered, they would not be able to draw spiritual energy in any way. None of the three clans dared to risk passing through there, and over time, it had resulted in the current situation of the three clans. It all depended on the power of that sword at that time. Princess Kasumi was still very young, could be said to have grown up all the way from his legend. That man is Princess Kasumi's idol. This matter had been mentioned by her several times before. It's just that people only listen to it as a joke. But I know, she was truly infatuated with this man in her heart. Although it's true that I couldn't find the person, it wasn't in vain that I spent a lot of hard work. Finally managed to get the whereabouts of that sword. He gave the sword away then. It happened to coincide with his disappearance. So I followed the trail and found this place, where he was last seen then. I didn't realize that the sword was actually still there. I have to say, it really is God's will. Congratulations, my lord. Concubine only hopes that after obtaining Princess Xia's heart, she won't completely forget about concubine before. Ha ha, it's a big relief. You and I have been through thick and thin together. Once I take charge of Princess Xia's army, I'll bring you into the royal court as well. Chapter 54, Can I have one of your wooden sculptures? Li Yi and the others had finished their dinner before the village head Song Yi returned from outside in a dusty manner. Li Yi wondered, Old man, is there anything going on in the village today? Busy this late? Song Yi pounded his back and waved his hand. Don't mention it, but there's a real pain in the ass. Tossing and turning hasn't solved it yet. Oh, tell me about it. Didn't a fortune teller come to the village yesterday? Someone told me today that he went to the coffin store and bought a coffin himself, and paid workers to dig his grave. Said I'd just lie down in it when it was dug, lest you can't stay alive when the time comes. The villagers were shocked by this move of his. I rushed over there, but he wouldn't listen to anything I tried to persuade him. It's like being possessed. Li Yi let out two soft laughs. So that's what this is about. We happened to be around that trigram stand yesterday. It seems that the fortune teller said that he had given himself no more than 2 or 3 days to live. Then if we go by today's performance, it seems like yesterday wasn't a lie. Song Yi sighed even more, his face full of helplessness. Su Qing secretly gazed at Li Yi's stunning face. Inwardly, I felt he was a little scary at this point. It was clear in his mind what was about to happen. And yet he could speak to the dying man with such aplomb, without a hint of disclosure. It's no longer cold-blooded. It's heartless. Su Qing looked at the weather-beaten village chief and couldn't bear it inwardly. After a few simple bites of food, it seemed that he was not in much of a mood. Song Yi planned to rest for a while before going to the cemetery to persuade Hu Lao. There's no sickness or disease here. It's a bad influence you're making. How am I supposed to lead this team? As he was contemplating what words to use, his afterglow suddenly caught a glimpse of something. Little brother, did you carve this? That's very handy. This is too beautiful, Song Yi said as he pointed to a wooden sculpture not far in front of Li Qinghan. The wood carving was in the shape of a large bell with an ancient pattern on it. At a glance, it gave the impression that this object was a physical shrink. Even though it was a wooden sculpture, it gave off a thick yellow bell atmosphere. Song Yi was an instant favorite. Qinghan Li froze and bristled. Not bad, Li Yi. It seems that there are still people who really buy into the idea and are not intentionally trying to perfume me. As he spoke, he unobtrusively took out a similar object from his own storage ring. But this one is much more finely crafted and looks natural. Rarely is there a little monk ringing a bell next to it. The two are very naturally combined in a ghostly way. Since I see you like it so much, this one's out. You can have it. Was going to throw it away anyway. Li Yi, an unhelpful guy, even had to make a wooden sculpture by trial and error. Humph. It was obvious that Song Yi's reaction to the remnants greatly satisfied Li Qinghan's vanity. The gift of this wood carving has also gone from being indifferent at the beginning to being still acceptable today. Su Qing was secretly staggered by what she heard. Boy, it really is a favorite emboldened. How can you even think of throwing away anything that your master made with his own hands? If it were myself, I would have hated to carry it around and play with it every day. Sometimes the gap between man and man is really bigger than between man and dog. Su Qing had thought that she should have gotten at least 99 points in the class of casting studies, infinitely closer to a perfect score. Powerful bloodline, unparalleled qualifications, honorable status. Everything had been deeply satisfying to her, but now she felt that she was a hick. Having never seen a true favorite of heaven and earth, it was only in the past that ridiculous thought had arisen. You don't see how these two are treated all day long. What an extravagant life to live. What's even scarier is that they don't even know it, often even feel resentful and whiny. Su Qing really wanted to tell them something good. Don't always base your happiness on the pain of others. Of course, she wouldn't dare, because that man, he coddled them to an unimaginable degree. Subaru felt that by doing that, there was a high probability that she would just be gone. Song Yi's face was agitated when he heard this news. I didn't think a good thing would fall into my lap so simply. This level of wood carving is what is taken to Ningyuan City to be sold. It must all fetch a pretty good price. It allowed him to live a fairly comfortable life in the village, and now it's just casually given away? It's too expensive. The little old man can't take it. Song Yi bit his lip and refused, his heart aching to the point of suffocation. Li Qinghan's eyebrows knitted slightly, gazing at him without anger. How dare you refuse what I reward you with? Bold, Song Yi? Nice guy. I was just worried about you backtracking myself. that's why I pushed back. Why does it seem like you've committed some unforgivable sin now? What's with this grim aura? Although she likes to call herself me, she's just a childish child in the end. Ah, how is it that you now have a feeling of topsy-turvy worship? Just as Song Yi was frozen in shock, Li Lingxiu cleared her throat. Invisible breaks that vibe open. The old man just take it well. Can't talk about expensive. Look, I have one in my hand. When he finished, he waved the wooden carving he was holding at him. Sure enough, it's not unlike Li Qinghan's. All much better than this one on the table. Song Yi was then relieved and took the wooden sculpture with joyful eyes. 1,000 thanks. Li Yi persuaded a little before going back to his room. Tell him not to go back to that old man who tonight, because the will to die has been born in the heart, and it is not at all possible to persuade it back just by verbal persuasion. Song Yi considered this for a moment and felt that this was indeed the case, so he changed his mind and decided to get some rest first and talk about anything tomorrow. Several people went to their respective rooms to rest. Li Yi's room. Seeing that Su Qing had been a bit preoccupied since she came back today, Li Yi took out a random book and flipped through it, asking absently, looking so bad. Bring personal feelings to work. Do you think it's appropriate? Su Qing was originally in the process of removing the outer tool. At this point, there was a slight flicker of some aggravated caprice. The slave girl was wrong. It was the slave girl who was nosy. The master is right. What business is it of mine if they live or die? The same human hosts don't even care. The slave girl is of the demon race. And even more so, she shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Subaru will never be like this again. Li Yi raised his eyebrows when he heard this and looked up at Su Qing with some surprise. I said, what's going on here? Why is the maid, who used to be so docile and well-behaved, so bold today? All dare to speak to themselves with a betting nature? Could it be that I triggered some weird switch? And the other room. Li Qinghan had been rubbing the wooden carving in his hand, wondering what was so good about this thing. Instead, the tip of her nose suddenly shrugged as a smell she couldn't have hated more drifted in. Chapter 55, The Devil Race attacks and the slaughter begins. Qinghan Li slammed Li Lingxiu's foot. The way they both slept was the same as Li Yi and Su Qing's. Li Lingxiu was running her gongfu when she was suddenly interrupted and looked at her with an unfriendly expression. Want a fight? Li Qinghan ignored her forcefulness at the moment because right now she had bigger doubts that needed to be answered by the other party. Do you smell that? This flavor. Is something you messed up? A big question mark surfaced in Li Lingxiu's eyes, but soon she sensed it as well. It was just that the reaction was different from what Qinghan Li had expected. Li Lingxiu's small face chilled as she angrily said, the demonic chi dares to invade where this seat is. It's just arrogant. Yes, she's pissed off to a point. This demonic aura was not under her command, and even now it was rushing to her to cause trouble. This was for Li Lingxiu, who had even made the demon race of the immortal world into an ironclad. Undoubtedly unacceptable. It's about saving face, especially in front of the annoying Li Qinghan. As you can imagine, this situation is bound to invite her taunts. As expected, Qinghan Li realized the appearance of this demonic aura. At the same time, Li Lingxiu was instantly excited when she was not expecting it. Laughing rampantly with his waist crossed, he had a promising look on his face. No, I have to get them back. It's not like there are any resources to fight over here. The commander must be a dim-witted loser too. Li Lingxiu was rarely angry. This time, in this moment of encountering the demons in the lower realm, but it directly broke the defense. As a demon lord, the face lost by his men committing stupidity. It was simply worse than having her lose to Li Qinghan. In the past, when she was in the immortal world, the demon race never fought meaningless battles. Even if there were thousands of races, who wouldn't boast that the devil race was the strongest iron army? This reputation is the result of years of hard work on her part. Absolutely no trampling, even in the lower realms. Humph. Li Lingxiu's gaze was stern, and with a flash of her body, she was about to leave this place, but which didn't even make it out of the room and was bounced right back with a thud. People are stupid. Tried it 2 more times. Both times, Li Lingxiu's face was unsightly, and she knew in her heart that this had been placed under a ban, and it's a very powerful kind. Otherwise, for her who had awakened that Song Dome hegemony body, it would be nothing more than a formality. Just now, she had already used several top-notch secret techniques to break the ban, but none of them worked. There was no doubt that this was definitely a ban placed by Li Yi. There is absolutely no second person here with such strength. Li Qinghan's stomach hurt from laughing at the situation. Very much in arrears, he rolled around on the quilt with tears in his eyes and laughed. Ha ha, Li Yi's ban is wonderful. Presumably, it was set up specifically for the demons. You, just resign yourself to your fate. Or maybe you beg me and I'll help you break the ban. How about I let you go out and teach them a lesson? Just kneel down for me and say that the Supreme Empress is magnificent, and that I'm not worthy of being your enemy at all as a clown? Just fine. Qinghan Li took advantage of the fire to seduce. eyes have been completely turned on by the. It was a scene she had fantasized about more than once or twice. Right now there is finally hope for realization. Which knew that Li Lingxiu didn't buy it at all and was disdainful. Who told you it was set up specifically for demons? If you don't believe me, you can try. There's no way you can do what I can't break the ban. You think I'm stupid? How dare you use such a poorly thought out provocation on me? I broke the restraints and you ran straight away. Think I'm 3 years old? Li Qinghan scoffed. Don't think so lowly of this seat. After all these years of fighting, have I ever used this kind of tactic on you? You just break it, and if you're not sure, you can record this with a staying stone. Li Lingxiu's frank attitude made Li Qinghan a little uncertain, so she tried her hand at it, too. As the luster of the various spells disintegrated, Li Qinghan huffed and puffed, her small face reddening. Li Lingxiu's derisive gaze embarrassed her. What kind of prohibition was this that even her ancient method of breaking prohibitions couldn't help? The two lapsed into silence. Why did Li Yi place this ban? There's no way it could have recognized us? Qinghan Li suddenly asked. A possibility. He doesn't want us to be a part of the havoc in Sword-Washing Village tonight. The ban serves two purposes. One is to stop us from getting ahead of ourselves and forcing our way out to meddle. Secondly, it serves as a protection so that the demons outside can't come in. It seems he had anticipated what was going to happen tonight. I can't believe we didn't even notice it in the slightest. Li Lingxiu was a bit struck. And at this time, outside of the Sword-Washing Village, the densely packed war department of the demon race had already aimed their troops at the sword-cleansing village. All listen to me. The house at the front of the village is where the village head is. This person must be killed as a priority. The current strength is unknown, but it is certainly not a powerful cultivator. Under siege, it is certain to win. For the rest of the villagers, leave no one alive. End the fight within an incense stick. Do you hear me? Yes, my lord. Mad Wolf finally clarified the combat mission. Scarlet Eyes watched the fading lights, roared under the pouring rain. Depart! Boom! The black torrent instantly rushed towards the sword-washing village. The rain was beating like a war drum in a frenzy. At this point in time, the sword-washing village was still ignorant of what was about to happen. Soon, the demon race at the front had arrived at the village head position. About a dozen people rushed in toward the yard. The other demons, on the other hand, scattered and rushed like the interior of the village. They only had one incense stick of fighting time. Therefore it must be multiplied and fought at the same time to be effective. A few breaths later, a woman's scream pierced the night sky. There were 3 rooms in the village headman's house, and there were more than a dozen demons who went in. They split into 3 groups of 5 each and silently killed their way towards the room. Bang! 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 There were about 10 consecutive strange ringing sounds, and the demons who rushed towards the 2 side rooms were all bounced back to the center of the courtyard. This caused several subconsciously to retract their steps who were almost about to step into the main room. What's going on here? And this crap house is protected? And the effect is so strong? You know, they were extremely well prepared for this battle, even if it was already intentional and against mortals. But what importance does Crazy Wolf place on it? Still, the magic tattooist was heavily paid for them. Help each of their members get a new magic tattoo. The effect is all uniform, and that is to break armor. As the name suggests, it enhances the killing power to be able to end the fight faster. But what was rare was that this kind of magic pattern also had a kind of stacking effect. When several people stand together, the effect of the magic pattern is dramatically enhanced. So, theoretically unusual protection. They should be able to directly break through it in general. It's impossible that in such a Thai village, there's some kind of worldly master present? The odds are too small. The lead captain gestured to gather toward his position. Since those 2 were problematic, let's focus on breaking this other one first. Chapter 56, The Awakened Zun Dinyo. However, just as they were about to break in, they were suddenly stopped by a voice. Stop! The voice came from the rear, a hint of panic still showing through the desperately maintained composure. A dozen or so people turned around with a huff and realized it was a young man, an immortal. It's not often that one rushes to his death, so let's make it happen. The captain let out a sneer, and his figure leapt high into the air, slashing down hard at his position. Looking at its aura, not to mention mortals, even slightly worse cultivators, there is no reason to survive. Zhang Dinyo still carried the sword that he had gotten from Su Qing in his hand, but at this moment, the pupils were dilated and it was too late to put up any resistance. The captain's grinning face was so evil that it spread over his eyes. Old man Song, the care you've given me over the years can only be repaid in my next life. Zhang Dinyo closed his eyes in despair. His skin began to ache from the sting of the biting blade. Swish! Suddenly, the dark vision suddenly lit up with a brilliant swordlight. It was like lightning breaking through the night sky. That sense of austerity disappeared. Since you're here to see me, don't kill unrelated people. Song Yi's familiar voice appeared in Zhang Dinyo's ears. He opened his eyes with a flourish. Only Song Yi was seen wearing a rough pajamas and holding a silver-colored long sword. In this claustrophobic environment, it actually showed a few moments of his youth. The captain from earlier, on the other hand, had been decapitated by the sword chi. Now the body and head were on the ground. The remaining demons tensed up. If we were talking about strength, the captain was definitely the strongest in there. But he couldn't even resist this old man's sword? But this old man is obviously just a mortal. Trepidation and disbelief were intertwined on their faces. Old man Song Yu, Zhang Dinyo was a little excited. This old man is not that kind of legendary hermit? In the present time, when the village is in crisis, it finally intends to stand up for itself. However, Song Yi gave him a regretful gaze and his voice hissed, "Escape!" Zhang Dinyo froze. And at that moment, the aura emanating from Song Yi's body was gradually weakening. The sword has been kept for many years, and once it is sheathed, the power is certainly substantial. But not for long. Song Yi was another mortal, and was even more unable to utilize a few points of this sword's strength. The remaining demons also sensed this and hooted. So it's a florist. Brothers, together. A dozen men swarmed the room. Song Yi relied on his remaining sword chi to battle them. For a while, it was barely sustainable. And I don't know what's going on, but there's been so much commotion out there. None of the guests of the family that had lodged here woke up with a start. There was a light on in one, but no one was out. The power of the sword blade exceeded the imagination of the demon race. Song Yi's pure sword skill was even more unexpected to them. Within a few breaths, 4 more demons were killed in full. To be able to do this with the body of a mortal, the remaining demons already looked at him with awe. Zhang Dinyo didn't leave as he was told, because all the sounds of rising and falling fighting filled the outside as well. Relatively speaking, this was the place where he felt the most warmth. If he had to die, at least, he wanted to die here. At least it's not a lonely ghost, and it can still take care of Song Yi on the way to the Yellow Springs. Repay some favors. But for some reason, his mind was unusually focused at this moment. His eyes were fixed on Song Yi's dancing sword technique. It was a sword move that had been taught to him years ago, even as everyone in the village had learned it at one time or another. At that time, I found it mediocre to the extreme, and even suspected that it was a sword technique he had faked. At this time, it was able to defend against so many demons at the same time. It's pretty obvious who's wrong. Zhang Dinyo couldn't help but weep as he remembered the scene of Song Yi's disappointment and shaking his head in the past. He wanted to make up for all of this, and at the very least, he wanted to comfort Song Yi once before he died. Thus, Zhang Dinyo forced himself to empty his mind of distractions, and all his thoughts were focused on comprehending the sword stance. Every leap Song Yi made was etched into his brain, and play it over and over again. And his eyes, too, grew brighter. It felt like there was some kind of window pane that was about to be poked through. A dozen breaths later, the unexpected happened. Song Yi was in the end older and had very limited physical strength. And again, it's a fight with so much intensity and so little margin for error. It's good to be able to support it for so long. Now without paying attention he was attacked by a demon who sneaked up on him and punched him in the back. Scarlet blood sprayed out, and Song Yi's strong breath could no longer be maintained at once. All of a sudden there was a pause in the action, and the opponents seized the opportunity. A swift attack followed. Bang! 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 The consecutive strikes almost knocked Song Yi's body apart. Die for me, one of the demon race. His fist lit up with a crystalline blue light, and a killing blow was about to fall in the twinkling of an eye. No! Zhang Dinyo's eyes were wide with anger, and his entire emotional feeling was pushed to a peak. Then it shattered again with a bang. Click! As if he could feel something breaking, Zhang Dinyo's body suddenly moved. It was as if he had broken away from the shackles of mortality for an instant, and he actually pulled out a stump. In the twinkling of an eye, he had already arrived at that demon clan side, pinching his arm that was brewing a killing move. A hard yank followed. Ah! The scream shook the eardrums of the others as an arm was ripped off alive by Zhang Dinyo. Zhang Dinyo quickly threw him aside and grabbed the severely injured Song Yi on the ground with great speed, quickly jumped out of the enemy circle, placing Song Yi onto a haystack in the courtyard. Zhang Dinyo gently took the long sword in his hand. Next, leave it to me. The corners of Song Yi's mouth were still bleeding uncontrollably, but his gaze was unusually bright, and full of relief, because he clearly heard the sword in this hand just now. A sword chime sounded that hadn't been heard in years. It made him recall the peerless elegance of that white-clothed sword god back then. He himself had been so envious, but unfortunately, he was ultimately limited by his natural talent. But fortunately for the emperor, he found a truly gifted young man on his deathbed, being able to hand over the sword to him with confidence. It wasn't an insult to the former sword god. The moment Zhang Dinyo gripped the long sword, a huge wave of information immediately flooded into his mind. It was a variety of subtle sword strokes, but now they seemed to be scrambling towards his body like cabbages, as if it's too late to catch up. It was only a breath or so before Zhang Dinyo opened his eyes. Colorful sword lights lit up and disintegrated in his pupils. At this moment, he was like an incipient sword god. Thou hast sinned greatly. I, Zhang Dinyo, will make you pay in blood. The last sword move was also digested, and Zhang Dinyo's sword tip shook. All of a sudden, like a lotus blooming, the endless sword light enveloped all the remaining demons. Chapter 57, I'll die for you to live. I hope you'll take care of yourself. The killing goes on. And in another part of the sword-washing village, there was a man who was fighting with the other side. It's none other than Butcher Zhang. He didn't sleep or work tonight as usual. After dinner, after reading stories to my 2 daughters and soothing them to sleep, sitting by myself in the yard gazing out at the moonlight, for the first time in his life, he felt that the moonlight was indeed without temperature. It was clearly a summer day, but I felt a raw chill. It wasn't long before he heard the noise start outside. The dead night began to be filled with countless swords and shadows. Ringing in my ears were the screams of my folks and even my neighbors, interspersed with the roars of men. But it soon subsided. Butcher Zhang didn't freeze because he had already seen a similar scenario during the daytime. I just didn't think it would be fulfilled so quickly. He ran quickly into the house and woke up his daughter-in-law. Together, the 2 men then quickly hid the child in the secret tunnel they had temporarily dug for the day. The time was hasty and the digging was not deep, so the adults could not be hidden. It can only accommodate 2 children. The boss's wife's face also turned a little white, and the things her husband had said to her earlier turned out to be true. Daughter-in-law, we don't think we'll be able to get through this one, but 2 children still need to be taken care of, and we're going to survive one of them no matter what. I'll hold them off next, and you take the opportunity to duck out and run towards the outside of the village. Run as far away as you can. There's food for them in the secret passage, so they should be able to hold out for 2 or 3 days. You wait until you're sure it's safe, then turn back. Never rush, Butcher Zhang commanded in a very fast tone. The boss's wife's eyes flickered, seemingly a little distracted. Zheng Tufu felt that she was frightened and hugged her hard and softly. Listen, I've always listened to you in this life. How come before you die, you have to listen to me for once? Let me be the boss for once, okay? If there's a next life, we'll spend it together, and I let you bully me. The boss's wife could no longer control her tears and nodded fiercely. Zheng Tufu no longer said anything more, and the smashing sound had already come from the gate outside. It was estimated that it wouldn't take more than a few breaths for the other side to break in. He clutched the killing knife at his waist and walked towards the yard with determined eyes. Bang! Just as he turned around, there was a sudden sneak attack on the back of his head. A heavy object hit him hard in the neck. Butcher Zhang's eyes were stunned, and then he went black in front of him, lying softly on the ground. Before he fainted, he saw his daughter-in-law's teary eyes with a vase of flowers. The last time I cried like this, I think it was when I was talking in my sleep about taking 2 concubines, right? But what, exactly, is she going to do? Butcher Zhang collapsed with endless doubts. The boss's wife knew time was limited after her husband collapsed. Hurriedly, he took a pill from his shirt pocket. Taking a bowl of water from the table, he forced his mouth open and fed it, but the pill seemed to be a bit big. Stuck in his mouth, how could not swallow? The boss's wife could only take it out and bite it herself in a hurry, and then slowly give it to him by mouth. This time it was no problem, and it soon went into the stomach along with the pills. Butcher Zhang's face began to turn gray and dead, probed his nostrils, and there was no sign of him. The boss's wife couldn't help but let out a long breath, and then without stopping, she herself took out another pill from her clothes. Unlike the white pill she had just taken, this one was black, and it was so black and shiny that it looked unusual. Lao Shang, the 2 pills almost cost us half of our life savings, but it can't be helped. It's worth it to stay alive. If it weren't for the master, I wouldn't even be able to get this medicine. We're really just waiting to die, but it's okay now. I die, you live. Let's hope luck is on our side. You're always yelling to be a general, but I think it's fine to be a pig killer. It's a little harder, but it's solid. Anyway, I'll leave you alone from now on. You, take care of yourself. The boss's wife was in tears and swallowed the pill with trembling hands. The medicine works quickly and sees blood. Blood spilled from the corners of the boss's mouth, and she soon collapsed beside her husband, slightly out of position. A few breaths passed and the door to the room was kicked open. Inside the house stepped 3 demons. A cursory glance around the place made the situation obvious. The husband and wife have committed suicide by taking poison. Go see what kind of poison it is. Is it playing dead? The man at the head of the group commanded. Yes. A demon at the end of the line answered the call and walked over to the boss's wife. Dipping his hand in the blood and sniffing it, he frowned. It's snake venom. It's very poisonous. There's no way to survive. Then hurriedly wiped her fingers clean with her shirt. Despite having been so quick, that finger was still inevitably covered in a grayish aura. A low curse of bad luck escaped his lips. The leader also frowned, not realizing that in this small place, there were poisons that could cause them harm, rather underestimating these mortals. What about the other one? The demon with the injured finger looked at it briefly and probed his nose, and indeed it was no different from a dead man, but he really didn't want to risk another careful survey, so he shook his head. Dead too? No problem. Okay, let's move on to the next one. The three left quickly. After about an incense stick of time, Butcher Zhang woke up leisurely. He stared blankly at his wife, who had died of poisoning beside him. Another association with her sneak attack on herself. The situation is self-evident. False and real. He survived the way he did. The sounds of fighting were far away. Zheng Tufu slowed down for a while, his eyes suddenly firming up, because he had just figured something out. Living on the edge is a way to survive though, but he doesn't think it's safe to get through this. There is only resistance, killing the enemy and destroying them all. That's how you keep yourself and your daughters safe. Besides, the wife's revenge is to be avenged. So, Zheng Tufu carried his wife carefully back to bed. Somewhat staggering, he ran out of the yard and towards the back of the village. He had a sense in his mind that he might be able to pull out that sword now. On the way, coincidentally, he encountered a fallen demon. He seems to have injured his leg for some reason, so it didn't follow the main group in the first place. The two of them looked at each other without exchanging words, and they directly started to kill each other. Butcher Zhang was filled with anger and his pig-killing knife danced fast. Under the momentum, the demons really couldn't do much with him for a while, but an attack without a chapter can't last after all. Under the intentional guidance of the devils, Zheng Tufu quickly fell into a disadvantage. Several wounds were left on his body by his opponent, so Zheng Tufu could only continue to turn around and run for his life. The devils were leggy and struggled to catch up behind them. The two of them, one after the other, all ran towards the back of the mountain. Chapter 58, The Philosophy of Train Crashers. In Li Yi's room, Su Qing listened to the sounds of swords and knives coming from outside from time to time. Eventually, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, do you really not care about all this?" Li Yi was tired of reading and was resting his eyes. "I'd like to know, you being a demon emperor, why do you care so much about the survival of mortals? Was it a moment of compassion? Or is there a grudge against this demon race?" Su Qing was still really stumped by the question. If we are talking about the starting point, it should be the former. But in reality she had been convincing herself with the latter, because no matter how she thought about it, some mortals in the district were not worth her attention. Not to mention the risk of contradicting your master. A slave. Slave should be both. Li Yi nodded, seemingly not surprised by the answer. Opening his eyes, Li Yi chuckled lightly. "In that case, then let me ask you a question. If you give a reasonable answer, then I'll let you go out and give them a hand. How about that? A gentleman's word? Oh, listen to the question. Suppose you are flying on a sword one day. Suddenly the flying sword is damaged and cannot be stopped at will. And in your path of necessity, there are 4 children playing at the moment. You're about to hit them. At your speed, a hit will kill you. But that's when you realize there's another trail ahead of them. There was only one adult walking there. You can force an early change of direction and fly the flying sword towards that one path. In this way, adults will die and children will live. What would you choose? Turning direction, or not?" Li Yi threw out a question that hit the soul. It was able to stand out from so many classic outrageous questions from a previous life. I must say that this issue is really intriguing. Su Qing was directly dumbfounded. The context of the question was simple, and she grasped the true intent of the question in an instant. But that didn't help her come up with a quick answer. One must die for the other to be saved. On one side are several children whose potential is unknown and whose lives have yet to be enjoyed for a few moments. On one side is a seemingly mediocre, average adult. Seems like it would make more sense to save the child? Subconsciously, Su Qing thought so, but the adult is also innocent, and he wasn't supposed to die today. A forced turn would be an unmitigated disaster for him. This, slave girl really cannot choose. Subaru chose to surrender, but then wondered, but what does that have to do with what happened tonight? Li Yi smiled faintly as a strange light was released from the depths of his pupils. It was a pale gold color. Whispered, "The connection. Naturally not much, but the reasoning is the same. It's about time. So I'll just tell you. Tonight, 2 extraordinary characters will be born in this small sword washer village. One man uses a sword and one man uses a knife. Although his qualifications are mediocre, he has entered the way with love. In the future, he would have extraordinary achievements and be able to shine on the battlefield with the demons. But if you or I, today, step in and help them, save this village, then these 2 remain mediocre. Perhaps they would grow old here, or perhaps they would be killed by the demons who sought revenge afterward. In short, it won't be on the battlefield later. In that case, more people will die. Not only cultivators, but mortals as well. Tell me, these people, should they be saved or not? A speech that is deafening. It stirred Su Qing's entire mind into a mess. She could not have imagined in any case that the follow-up to this matter would be so complicated. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was how Li Yi could know what would happen to them in the future. Can he see what's going to happen in the future? It's too anticlimactic. It shouldn't be possible. Master, how? Did you know that the two of them would enter the way tonight? And be able to make a mark on the demon battlefield later? Do you know the ways of the ages? Subaru's voice trembled. If this answer was yes, then there was no doubt that Li Yi would be an invincible existence. Being able to look into the past and future. This way of the ages was one of the topmost Tao. It is normal that no one has comprehended it for thousands and thousands of years. Li Yi, however, did not answer her question positively. Instead, he collected the golden light in his eyes and slowly said, "You should know better than to ask people about such things. Otherwise, you will invite hostility from the other side. But on account of the relationship between you and I, master and servant, I'll spare you this time. It's not that I'm not talking about it, but it's still a long way off for you. Knowing too soon will not do you any good. If you're really curious, here's the deal. They were both still mortal before. Even if I forced myself to watch their future, the consumption produced and the causation caused is also extremely limited. But if you show me yours, then I won't show it. Unless, never mind, it's useless to talk about it. A price of that magnitude is not something you can afford to pay." After an explanation, Su Qing was dumbfounded, but it was always quiet, though it still felt a little weird inside. But to think that they somehow died a good death, the emotions inside couldn't help but ease up. Honestly, this kind of power that needs to be sacrificed to others, the slave girl is more averse to. Li Yi did not get angry, but rather some talk up and poured a cup of tea, took a sip and laughed softly. "That's because you haven't figured out the key points. Have you ever thought that their endings are actually already set in stone? If we hadn't shown up, should they be as they are now? So it's just happening on a normal trajectory today. But we showed up. Did we make a trip here and have no impact on what was supposed to happen? So, what is the point of our existence then?" Subaru became emotional. "How does it not make sense? Don't those behaviors of yours during the day mean something?" Li Yi said indifferently. Su Qing was struck by lightning and completely lost her words. She suddenly realized that if she followed what Li Yi said, tonight there will be two people who will be transformed by hatred and officially become cultivators. That must be Zhang Dinyo and Zheng Tufu. And if the two of them hadn't gone through their own nudging, they would have suddenly been under slaughter this night. Will you still be able to kill your enemies as quickly as you do today? Subaru felt that she couldn't. They will die like everyone else, in fear or resignation. And his own presence just happened to help them take a crucial step. That is to say, one is in the game for what one does. In this way, it seems that her arrival did bring an impact on the village, but there was something vaguely wrong with her still. So between furrowed brows he fell into deep thought. Li Yi couldn't help but feel some heartache for the girl as he watched. Let her, a demon emperor who had always spoken with her fists, nowadays go and think about such a philosophical question. The genus is a bit difficult for her, but it can't be helped. Following yourself is just that. There are gains and losses, words that can't be understood in cases like this one. That's only going to be followed by more and more strain later on. It ended up being miserably abandoned. Chapter 59, The New God of War, the Zheng Tu who draws the sword. After a period of tea, Su Qing suddenly raised her head, her gaze shocked as she looked at Li Yi in disbelief. "Master, the slave girl seems to have found something wrong." Li Yi revealed a flash of appreciation. This comprehension was still very good. "The four of us came here together. One of them, Changhan, eats a meat skewer from Butcher Zhang's house, causing him to be beaten by his humongous wife. Following this, the fortune teller appears, causing him to forcefully divine under emotional stress. And that's how I learned that my days were numbered. Then came my nudging of him. He's the only ones here that worked. Me and Changhan. As for Zhang Dinyo, his good deed was crashed by Changhan and Ling Xiu's landing together. I was chastised by the village chief for this, but it made an impression on me. It also led to today when I took the initiative to seek him out and enlighten him on the art of swordplay. In his case, it was Changhan, Ling Xiu and I, who worked together. But there's one person left here. It's been here since the beginning, and yet it never had an impact on anything. It had been as a spectator watching it all happen. It is clear that you are in the game, but you are out of the game. How in the world did you do that, master? This situation exceeded Su Qing's imagination. She now felt that Li Yi was becoming more and more impenetrable. Is it possible to do this simply by mastering the way of the ages? She didn't think it was necessarily. There must be something more crucial aiding in this. Perhaps the Way of karma? However, this was a great Tao that was even stronger than the way of the ages. Li Yi smiled, poured another cup of tea, and walked over to pat her on the shoulder. Have a cup of tea and moisten your throat. You, very good. Follow me well. This was the first time Su Qing had received this level of affirmation from Li Yi. All of a sudden the excitement was overflowing. The pretty face was scarlet. All the knots inside were instantly eliminated. All of it, it seemed, had become irrelevant, because she pleases her master. Thank you, master. The slave girl will try harder in the future. Su Qing broke her nerve and arched her head towards Li Yi's hand underneath. Anyway, that child Li Qinghan was not around right now and would not deliberately pick on her. Li Yi was dumbfounded, but didn't refuse. Su Qing has been really good these past 2 days. Very much to his liking, in a way. Therefore, Li Yi rewardingly touched her head. Su Qing instantly let out a kind of cat-like soothing sound. Very comfortably, he closed his eyes and enjoyed it. As it turns out, domesticating a nine-tailed fox might not take too long. At the back of the hill, the long sword there had disappeared, and Zheng Tufu was able to see the brilliant sword shadow coming from not far away. The sword-like place attracted many demons, so there was none here instead, except for the crippled one that had been chasing him. Butcher Zhang was a few dozen steps ahead of him, and at this moment, he walked to the knife. The face looked calm. The wife is dead, and most of the townspeople and elders who have lived for so long have not survived. His good life was shattered, but he can't die. He's got 2 kids to take care of. He still has to avenge his wife. I, Zheng Tu, hereby make an oath. Even if there is still a breath left in me, I will definitely step on the demon race. If you violate this oath, you will be destroyed. As if the oath was a signal, the butcher named Zheng Tu. His hands regained their grip on the hilt of that knife. With only a slight pull, the blade was detached from the stone platform and the whole thing was drawn out. The mournful light of the blade flashed in the night sky. The demon race that had just chased after him was scared into stopping in time. The mortal was looked at in disbelief. And the knife in his hand. How is this scent? Somewhat familiar. Zheng Tu gripped the demon soldier, and the surging blade intent spread out at once. He didn't know any sword techniques himself, and thus couldn't make any subtle moves. However, the endless blade intent surging within his body seemed to be telling him, don't bother with that. Don't have to think about how the moves are. You just swing the knife and just let your emotions out. Everything, I'll help you. Thus, Zheng Tu looked up to the sky and wailed. A roar pierced right through the dark clouds overhead. All of a sudden a sliver of moonlight poured down. It shone a chilling light on the blade. The demon screamed out in a bad way and turned around to escape. The one in this mortal's hand was indeed a treasure. And judging by the scent, it was still a demonic weapon of his own clan. I just don't know why I'm willing to be driven by a mere mortal. But none of that mattered. The most important thing right now was to escape, and return in time to report this news to Lord Crazy Wolf. Zheng Tu did not do any chasing at all, because that would destroy the momentum he had built up at this time. Looking at the back of the demon race fleeing in a sorry state, Zheng Tu raised his long knife and chopped down through the air. Swish! The bright white blade light flashed, and the demon race's body instantly cracked into 2 halves. By inertia, he ran another dozen meters before falling to the ground. Zheng Tu exclaimed. Not only did he not feel tired when he slashed out, instead, his body became much more comfortable, as if he had received rain under a long drought. Physical strength has also become more abundant. Without stopping, Zheng Tu looked at the direction of the killing sound and rushed over with great strides. This time, he was going to have a good kill. Outside of Sword Washing Village, Crazy Wolf is drinking in his tent. Seeing that the time had already exceeded 1 incense stick for a long time, there was still no definite news coming from the War Ministry. I can't help but be a little annoyed, and a sense of foreboding rises in my heart. The battle, how is it going? Why the delay in delivering the good news? Enlightenment, my lord. My subordinate has just observed the sound of swords and knives under the mountain. I guess the battle is a bit of a stalemate. Mad Wolf cursed. Bull ****** glued. My demon warriors have always stood up to one another. Not to mention dealing with country bumpkins. How can it be glued? This, the subordinate does not know. Waste. Useless lunch pail. Why don't you go down the mountain and check it out? Waiting here for me to freak out. Aye. The subordinate is on his way. Mad Wolf's personal chief of guards rolled and crawled out of the tent. He said that he should not have opened that mouth and just said that he did not know, and that was the end of it. It's a poke in the boss's lung pipe to send such a hard job to himself. Is there any need to find out what's going on? If there is no news, there is trouble. What else could it be? You're just being tough talking and don't want to admit that your most elite war department is getting the short end of the stick with a bunch of mortals. But it turned out that I was sent out to test the waters. I'll fork you in a circle. Oh. The head of the guards cursed and ordered a squad of men to charge down as well with a holler. When you're in the military, you can't help it. Even if you know that your supervisor is out of his mind and that what he says is a gas, you are forced to obey in the face of military orders. In a nutshell, TMD annoying. The battle was already winding down when the squire rushed into the Swordwash village. It wasn't just that the villagers had been largely killed or wounded. Even the warriors of their demon race didn't have much left. And it's still falling under the butcher knives of those two war gods. How dare the harridan! The head guard bellowed and swung the halberd in his hand with vigor. With endless might, it headed towards Zhang Daniu and Zhang Tu. Chapter 60, Do you remember old friends? Zhang Daniu didn't have many interactions with Zhang Tu on weekdays. The main reason was that he had no money. And he certainly couldn't afford things like meat. And because of the boss's wife's fierce personality, all he had to do was try to rub it in and he was bound to get a good beating. After a few times, Zhang Daniu stopped trying to make a fool of himself. Whose house is it not to rub up against anyway? It's just less meat at best. But at the moment, he was fighting side by side with the arriving Zhang Tu. The two of them unexpectedly developed a trace of sympathy. Perhaps because there may not be many survivors left. Maybe it's because there's a common enemy at this point. Anyway, the two of them worked well together and quickly slaughtered most of the demon race that was already at a disadvantage. At this moment, the reinforcements from the demon race came, and the halberds flew at them. Just from the solidity of the killing intent on it, one could tell that this person's strength was definitely different from these demonic warriors. The killing machine was firmly locked onto them, and this halberd was not good for dodging. Zhang Daniu flicked his side and made a sword move, trying to deflect the halberd, but no effect, and at this time he found that want to dodge actually cannot dodge. The space around them seemed to be affected by the halberd and began to squeeze towards the two of them from all sides. Stand back! Zhang Tu saw this and let out a sharp cry. The body resisted the pressure and took a step forward. Right in front of Zhang Daniu, the demonic weapon in his hand lit up with purple arcs of light, looking particularly demonic in the dark night. Shatter me! Zhang Tu roared, summoned up his whole body's chi, and violently slashed downward. Dang! Violent sounds came out, and dazzling sparks rubbed out between the two weapons. It was followed by a toothsome scuffling sound, but the halberd was ultimately rootless and could not last. After fighting against the long sword for a few breaths, it quickly fell into a disadvantage. The tip of the halberd was cut off by the long blade in one go. A good quality magic weapon was nullified. The head guard saw this, but instead of caring about the weapon, his face changed. Shouted, "Retreat!" A team that hadn't even started a round yet started straight back up. The head guard said to himself, "Good man, I wasn't surprised. This halberd just now was by no means as simple as it looked. It was a killing move derived from the fusion of his four best techniques. He had used this combination of techniques to gain many battle victories, which had led him to his current position. And right now it was broken by that burly man in a single blow, and his blades were unharmed. It was conceivable that it must also be a divine weapon without a doubt. As for the sword used by the young man next to him, I think it's the target of His Excellency's trip. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened to cause these two to be so powerful. Could it be that they had been hiding their strength on weekdays? But why did you have to wait until the Kin Clan elder was so miserable before you made your move? There were too many questions, and the squire didn't want to handle them all by himself. That said, the battle seemed very foolish to him. He didn't agree at first, but he didn't dare to speak out against it due to the Mad Wolf's temper. Now that the situation had changed, it was natural to leave it to Crazy Wolf, the adult. He just needed to do his job and make sure that Mad Wolf's well-being didn't go wrong. As long as there are no major slip-ups on this matter of principle, he is not derelict in his duties. The Demon Elder Council couldn't do anything to him either. The group ran as fast as they could, and Lord Zhang Dingyou didn't chase after them hastily. It was the first time they had fought continuously for such a long time, and at the moment, they could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. Physical strength and energy is only one aspect, it's more the mental one. Zhang Tu is okay, he kills a lot of people on weekdays, although the ones he kills are not people, but it does seem a lot easier to adapt now. And Zhang Dingyou is much worse. The party was based on a wave of indignation, and at the moment his emotions had vented a lot. Seeing the purgatory-like scene in front of him, he immediately began to vomit. But he quickly forced himself to hold back this feeling of nausea and stumbled towards the corner. Song Yi, the village headman, was still there, only when his injuries were so severe that he didn't have much time left. Boy, you, are good. I can finally rest assured when this sword is handed over to you. Ahem. Song Yi coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and forced himself to say, "Remember, this sword is called Nine Heavens. It was the sword used by the White Sword God back then. You must not dishonor the Sword God's reputation in the future. The old man cannot support the future of the road. Walk by yourself. Don't get any more disheveled." Song Yi began to say nothing. Eyes gradually lax. Eyes will not work. Zhang Dingyou cried into tears, and Zheng Tu also showed a look of intolerance. Song Yi, the village chief, couldn't be more clear about how much he had given to the village over the years, but it made him see his life's work ruined with his own eyes on the verge of death. This is too cruel for an old man. Squeaky. Just when they were all in grief, the door to a side room suddenly opened. Both of them were stunned. The situation was so urgent before that they had long forgotten that there were guests here to stay. Now that he saw Li Yi and Su Qing walk out from inside, he couldn't help but feel greatly blessed. This luck is really good. The demons had not spared the entire village, but had failed to implicate them alone. I have to say, pitching up at the village headman's house couldn't have been a wiser decision. You, take your wife and children and hurry away. This is a place of right and wrong, and there should be danger later, so don't stay long, Zhang Dingyou said in a sad voice. Zhang Tu had personally seen the tip of Su Qing's iceberg strength. Therefore, he did not feel that they would be in much danger, only that he had not seen her help in this catastrophe. I think there is something difficult that she doesn't want to reveal in front of her husband and children. Plus there wasn't a deep friendship between the two sides, and she was willing to inform herself of that information some time in advance. It has already been a big help. So Zhang Tu hinted. What the bull said was good, but you don't have to be too scared. As long as the family stays together, think it should be fine. Just remember, don't get separated from your wife. Li Yi swept his gaze over the corpse-strewn yard, nodding at the pair. The goodwill had been appreciated. He walked straight to Song Yi and smiled gently down at him, gesturing to Zhang Dingyou to give him the place. Zhang Dingyou was puzzled and looked at Song Yi, and when he saw the old man nodding, he got up and backed away. Li Yi squatted down and quietly gazed into Song Yi's eyes. There seemed to be a flash of vicissitudes in his pupils. Song Yi's injuries magically stopped worsening at this moment, but they didn't get better either. It was just barely maintained at a level where you could talk. Song Yi's eyes were puzzled, and that familiar feeling surged through his heart once again. The male in front of you. Have you seen him or not? And where have we seen it before? The two stared at each other quietly like this until a dozen or so breaths of time had passed. Li Yi suddenly spread a smile and reached out his hand to pinch one of Song Yi's cheeks, then made a gesture and tugged gently, said in a slightly raspy voice, "Your name is Song Yi, so you seem to be very righteous?" Song Yi's body trembled violently, instantly bursting into old tears. Chapter 61. A new generation of sword god is born. It's not just the voices that are right. Even these words were the first words that white-clothed sword god had spoken to him back then. At that time, Song Yi had to follow him and pester him. Unable to win, the sword god asked him, "You said your name is Song Yi, so you must be very righteous?" Song Yi nodded vigorously at that time and smiled stupidly straight at him. Now a few decades have passed in a hurry. The former friends still look the same, and he himself has graying temples and gray hair. But Song Yi didn't feel sad. Instead he looked happy. "The regret of my life is that I have not been able to see you again. Now that I've gotten what I wanted, God has been good to me. Pretty good, pretty good. It's a pity I'm already in this state. Or you and I could have shared a few drinks. Wouldn't that be nice?" Song Yi's eyes were moist, and hot tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Li Yi didn't say anything and just looked at him with a smile. Hands clasped his already cold palms. "Wooden carving, if you can, please let it go into the ground with me. I'll have a couple more chats with it on the way to the Yellow Springs." Song Yi struggled to reach out and remove the wooden sculpture from his arms. Li Yi snatched a step ahead of him, opened his coat pocket and helped him take it out. The wood carving was emitting a kind of open and closed luminescence at the moment. Starry specks of light escaped from above and burrowed back into Song Yi's body, but Song Yi wasn't able to see it. He was just a little curious that he was holding his own with this last breath, and it doesn't feel much pain anymore. It's just that there doesn't seem to be much feeling in the body anymore. Don't worry, I officially declare that Zhang Dingyou is the new generation of sword god. He is the child you have watched grow up with your own eyes, and I am sure he will live up to your expectations. As for your comment about drinking, the decision is not mine. I'll leave it to Zhang Dingyou. This soul-nurturing wood was capable of holding a divine soul for 100 years. If he can find a way to help you remake your flesh within 100 years, then if we are destined to meet again, we will meet again. If you don't find it, don't blame him. I remember you once said that you wanted to be a teacher, so that when you were old you could teach all over the world. I promise you that I will be able to get what I want in my next life. In the next life, the day before you leave this world, I will come to you and tell you all about it. How? Before Song Yi could state his position, Zhang Dingyou Tang kneeled down and kowtowed. Zhang Dingyou would like to take up this responsibility. For the rest of my life, I will do my best to bring Elder Song back to earth. All, may it be as you say. Sir, Li Yi smiled. You saw it? If you're allowed to choose, I guess you don't want to be a burden to him. But he's made a statement, so don't push your luck. It's a spur to him to have you around. Song Yi couldn't stop nodding with tears in his eyes. This recalcitrant foster son did not look away. Good. If the fate is not over, there will be a day to meet again. Say goodbye to this earthly life. Li Yi gave a final reminder. After Song Yi closed his eyes. With a gentle grasp of his hands, an illusory light shadow came out of Song Yi's body. It then slowly entered the soul-nurturing wood. The face of Song Yi when he was young began to emerge above the soul-nurturing wood. He laughed brightly, in the manner of a great warrior. Thank you, sir. Zhang Dingyou solemnly received the wooden sculpture and put it away in his arms. Li Yi got up, sized him up for a few moments, and laughed. A little joke with you at the time of meeting. Now that he has become a sword god, it is inevitable that he will have a confidant in the future. The odds of that day were indeed too cruel. I'll go ahead and give it to you now. How could Zhang Dingyou have that kind of mind at this time? And smiled bitterly. The bull thanks you again, sir. Li Yi stretched out a finger and gently tapped it on the center of his brow. In a flash, the sun and moon changed, and the wind and clouds rolled back. It was as if Zhang Dingyou had instantly seen countless seniors practicing their swords in front of him. Each one of them had sword chi, and all of them had the power to shatter mountains and rocks. I'm not really familiar with you, but since Song Yi has his eye on you, then I trust his vision. Consider these sword Dao comprehensions as my welcome gift. If you want to go farther, you still need to be diligent in your senses. Zhang Dingyou fell to his knees and directly kowtowed 3 times. Mister's great kindness is comparable to a new creation. Dingyou will not dare to slack off day after day, and will not fall from the sword god's reputation. Li Yi waved his hand. It's just a false name, and it's long since had nothing to do with me. You're on your own. We're leaving later. Su Young, clean this place up. Don't scare the kids. Yes, master. Su Qing pinched a trick, and the corpses in the yard all gathered together. It was piled up to a height of more than 10 feet. Spirit Fox True Flame. A thin orange-red flame erupted from Su Qing's mouth. In just a few breaths of time, the bodies in the courtyard disappeared cleanly. Not a trace of it again. It doesn't even have a flavor. Sir, why don't you wait until morning? Li Yi walked towards his daughter's room and casually said, the village is deserted. Leave at dawn. They might notice. It couldn't be better to hurry now. Late at night, as he walked to the door, Li Yi suddenly turned back to Zheng Tu again. Nearly forgot. You have an alternative opportunity today. It's just that you and I are not destined to be together. I can't help you with anything. But you remember one thing. Use the knife in your hand. It's enough to last you a lifetime. When you feel lost, communicate with it. This blade had already opened up half of its spirit, and to some extent it was already no less than the 9 heavenly swords in his hands. And you do well. How could Zheng Tu not know at this point that this was the true senior? After listening to the teachings, he also knelt down and bowed reverently like Zhang Dingyou. Li Yi stopped caring about them and reached out to open the door to the room. Li Qinghan sisters couldn't wait to rush out. How's it going? I heard a lot of noise outside earlier. Tell me the results quickly. On the way Daddy will tell you slowly. We're going to have to travel at night now. Li Yi touched her cute little head. Where do you want to take me at night? How's Ningyuan City? Speaking of which, Dad used to stay for a day or two and was impressed. Well, but I'm going to punish you for carrying me on your back, Li Qinghan capriciously said. Just as the father-daughter duo were getting bored, an extremely discordant voice rang out. I said, how can they crush my demon race's elite war department with just 2 stinking fish and shrimps? So you've hired outside help. If you know what's good for you, kill both of them as soon as possible for my lord. I can barely grant you immortality, or your family will be buried with them. To honor the souls of my demon warriors, Crazy Wolf threatened at Li Yi. He couldn't see the cultivation level of everyone present, but instinctively felt the most dangerous aura from this man. So it was determined that it must have been his hand that caused the situation today. Bold, run Qianxing, look who I am. A chirping sound came from Mad Wolf, and Mad Wolf subconsciously turned his head to look. The color of his face changed abruptly. Chapter 62 Li Qinghan's first battle with Crazy Wolf. Why are you here? Could it be that you're here for the sword too? No. How come you're hanging out with the humans? There was so much information that Mad Wolf couldn't find a reasonable answer. Therefore 10,000 shocked stared at Subaru. In terms of strength he and Su Cheng were but 50-50, and there was also a seeking sentiment in there. At this point goodbye. A heart once again stirred. Crazy Wolf, remembering that we used to work together in the past, I advise you to leave quickly. You may still be alive. If not, not even I can save you. Su Young, have you been caught by this tiny human's life? Why do you speak for him so much? Do you not know the geometry of my strength in your heart? As a suitor, how could Crazy Wolf be cowed in front of the person he desired? Not to mention he was really confident. The man beside her not only had a young face, but he didn't have a murderous aura, even with 2 kids. This looks like a male son of some power, with a possibly higher cultivation level, but by no means have any real-world experience. Su Qing might have begged this person or accidentally fell for him. It was only then that he uncharacteristically spoke to a human. If he rescued her at this time, wouldn't the relationship be able to directly soar a big step forward? Thinking about this, Mad Wolf began to get vaguely excited. As soon as Su Qing took one look at his cocky smile, she knew what was going on in this bastard's mind. 80% of them are sitting around dreaming of being invincible again. This one has some natural talent that is good, but it's just underestimating the strongest people in the world. Can't blame him though, even on his own. At first, it was not expected that the master would be so ridiculously strong. Precisely. No one can do it at all. But just because you're such a, it's probably going to be hard to leave in one piece today. Subaru sighed. Bears make their own deaths. There's nothing anyone can do about that. Li Yi, this man is so noisy. Let me take a shot at teaching him a lesson. Li Qinghan sized up his cultivation and was a bit eager to try. These past few days she had deeply felt the power of the divine body. But there is no concrete concept. Now that there was a ready-made human tester, she naturally refused to let it go easily. Li Yi actually didn't know exactly how the god body was performing at this time, but they have only been practicing for a few days, so soon they are fighting with the ferrying stage. That's pretty sloppy no matter how you think about it. Qinghan, this isn't too good, is it? Although people's cultivation was meager, they were at least not too frustrated. You've only been cultivating for a few days. It's a bit dangerous to directly fight him. I don't care. He is so arrogant. I want to beat him up. Since it's dangerous, wouldn't it be better for you to find a way to keep me from getting hurt? Would a plush shield? Li Qinghan said ferociously through clenched teeth. Li Yi showed a difficult face, but seeing that his daughter was about to get mad again, he could only surrender and said, "Fine, Daddy promises. That'll add a couple of shrouded aptitudes to the mix. But remember to never get involved in a fight, and come back as soon as you can if you can't beat them. Otherwise, in case Dad is too late to rescue you, oops, nagging to death. Give me a weapon. I'm a bit uncomfortable with my bare hands." Li Yi was adding all sorts of protective divine techniques to his body at the same time, while looking in the storage ring for a suitable blade for a small child. There's so much stuff, it's kind of hard to find a small weapon. On the other hand, the crazy wolf on the opposite side, as well as his men, looked directly dumbfounded. What the is going on here? Sending a kid to fight himself? Is that kid 7 years old? No. Is that your real daughter? How can you screw your own kid like that? Even Crazy Wolf was a little hard to look at. In his heart, he madly dissed Li Yi as a person. Not only are they so gutless, they're inhuman, even pitting their daughters. Can't figure out why Su Qing follows such a scum. And looking tame? And now you're going to come over and whisper to him? It's too much. Crazy Wolf's face turned red, feeling that the other party was intentionally humiliating him. Yell. So rampant. How dare you defy my demon race? Today you will all die. Take your life. After he said that, his body flashed, and in the twinkling of an eye, he arrived in front of Li Yi and stabbed out with a gun. A powerful demonic aura filled this side of heaven and earth. Zheng Tu's sword was stimulated and began to tremble violently. Looked excited and eager, but Zheng Tu didn't make a move. This was because he felt that his body was significantly more sluggish under the demonic chi infestation. Moreover, the spiritual energy that had already been generated in the body appeared to have a noticeable stagnation in its operation. Obviously, it's a field of repression. Anyone who has reached a certain level of cultivation and has comprehended his or her abilities to a certain degree, there is then a chance of having a domain ability. Fighting within the realm is like actively creating a battlefield in your favor. It would undoubtedly increase the chances of winning considerably. It's just that very few people have comprehended it. Thus the domain has also become recognized as one of the means to measure the truly strong. Sure enough, as the domain spread out, even Su Qing's face changed slightly. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few years, this madman has even awakened his domain. Now even I dare not claim victory. Not to mention the clear cold. But she was the only one who was surprised. Li Yi just ignored this and didn't even block it. The one who blocked it out for him was Li Qinghan, who had just gotten his weapon. Li Qinghan was holding a small knife at the moment, looking at the shape somewhat like one of those barbecue knives. Sure enough, she couldn't help but stare as well now that she saw what she was holding in her hand. Exasperated. Lily, what did you get for me? This thing is ugly as hell. Li Yi compensated with a smile. Good girl. Make do for now. Wait for next time. Next time Daddy takes the time to properly find you the best looking one. Can't even do this little thing right. Li Qinghan pouted and took the initiative to attack Crazy Wolf. The barbecue knife that had once helped Prince Zhou to easily break through the robbing clouds was finally put to use again. Li Yi brought it along this time because he was also worried about the road in case he had another barbecue. It can be a pain in the ass if you don't have one handy. And yet, I didn't realize that it had a chance to come in handy in a real battle. Crazy Wolf was simply furious. Li Qinghan was tiny, holding a knife that was so casually comical. And you dare to initiate an attack on yourself? Where did she get the confidence? Since you're in the way so much, don't blame me for being ruthless. One finger of heavenly devil. Crazy Wolf's gaze snapped and he directly offered a killing move. Under the strangulation in his hand, the vast demonic aura rose up to the sky. All of a sudden, from the endless heights of the sky, a huge black and incomparable index finger suddenly appeared. The devilish aura on it seemed to have the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. This strike obviously consumed a great deal as well, and Mad Wolf's face whitened a few points with the naked eye. Li Qinghan was forced to stop in his footsteps by this aura, tilted his head back and froze. What kind of person uses a big move right off the bat? Speak of the rules. Will you fight, are you? Chapter 63. Right here. Who threw the firecracker? As the heavenly devil's finger fell, Qinghan Li continuously struck out several spells, but none of it worked. This divine ability cast by the transitional apparition stage was really not something she could fight against with this amount of strength today. Su Qing's face changed slightly when she saw this. The body is ready for rescue at any time. Crazy Wolf, on the other hand, revealed a cruel sneer. A mere childish boy dares to provoke me? Simply. In the middle of saying that, the avatar slammed down, ruthlessly crashing into Li Qinghan. But Mad Wolf's words cut off, because the next scene clearly exceeded his knowledge. Only to see that the moment the giant finger touched Li Qinghan's body, it immediately began to disintegrate. And without warning, inch by inch, it dissolved. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Even the demonic aura escaped cleanly. Mad Wolf? ITM straight up put a question mark in place. This is so unreasonable. Who are you? Li stroked his chin and muttered. If this is the level, then these 18 layers of saint protection should be enough. Qinghan Li also let out a light eep, a little surprised at the fact that he was unharmed. Hey, are you afraid to take a shot at me? Hurry up and show your true colors, or I'll be rude to you. Li Qinghan urged contemptuously. Mad Wolf's eyes were red with anger. It is simply outrageous. I'm not going to believe this. Forbidden technique. Heavenly demon falling star. Crazy Wolf roared furiously, and his hands continuously made complicated and extremely complicated hand seals. Immediately, an even more raging demonic aura appeared than last time. This time, just the aura alone was 10 times as huge as the last time. It was obvious that Crazy Wolf had moved on, intending to completely smash the little girl to smithereens with this strike. In an instant, the ground shook, and a large amount of spiritual energy was transformed into magical energy, raging toward the clouds in the sky. Soon, above the sky, a star suddenly lit up, and the light was getting bigger and bigger, and it was illuminating the dark night as if it were day. A sharp downward fall followed. Beneath the shocking images, only Qinghan Li knew. This falling star's shadow was locked onto only himself. So, while it may look huge and overwhelming, that's just the surface. It doesn't actually ripple out to anyone else, and its central point remains a divine artifact. Li Qinghan couldn't even catch that attack just now, and at this moment, he naturally knew that he couldn't catch this one even more. But instead of being afraid, she raised her face intending to take the attack hard. She wanted to see if such a loud attack could do any damage to herself. As far as safety was concerned, she wasn't worried, for the body's instincts did not send a strong sign of alarm, not even a normal warning sign. The crowd next to them gulped and unconsciously took a few steps backward. This includes the demon side as well. I know that my lord is powerful, but such a move is really something I have never seen before. Today was kind of an eye-opener. Subaru tensed up a bit again, before it dawned on her. It turned out that the true battle power of the demon race was to exceed the demon race by a thread, even if the realms were the same on the surface. If they really put up a fight, the demon race should not be an opponent. At least Su Qing thought that the current version of herself. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to flatten such a serious Crazy Wolf. It seems there was some reason he was so strong in the first place. The giant star plummeted straight down as the crowd looked on in horror. It completely enveloped Li Qinghan's entire body. Boom! Explosions loud enough to pierce the eardrums, and abundant and incomparable airwaves swept through the 4 fields. The field was filled with sand and dust, and the crowd waited for the smoke and dust to clear with their respective guards open. Some of the demon soldiers who were slightly less powerful even suffered internal injuries from the impact of the airwaves. A big stone fell from Crazy Wolf's heart. Finally, not a dud this time. As long as it exploded, the power must have been all eaten by the other side. How could she have survived? Just this? Who set off the cannonballs? Li Qinghan's voice rang out clearly in the roiling smoke. With 7 parts disdain and 2 parts boredom and 1 part rambling, the crowd's mouths were so wide open that they could almost fit a duck egg. Soon the smoke cleared and Li Qinghan's form was presented to the crowd. As many as 10 or more shields of light were shrouded around her body at this time. 5 of them were even of 7 colors, and the light flowed in an exceptionally beautiful way, and inside she stood in a relaxed physical manner, her tone contemptuous. Crazy Wolf had broken out of his rage. Even a fool would have realized something was wrong at this point. It's not the little girl that's great. It's these shields. What the hell? Even my super move can block it? Blocked unharmed? Where did you learn your shroud? Can you teach me? I'd like to learn. Really? Crazy Wolf really wanted the other party to teach him this divine ability now. If he can beat it. Misunderstanding. Oh, misunderstanding. Look at you. Suching. You don't say what you have to say. Actually, I'm after a traitor in the army this time. The men reported escaping here. That's what pissed you all off in the heat of the moment. It's getting late, so I won't bother you anymore. So get some rest. See you later. Crazy Wolf forced a fawning face and turned to run. A man can submit and can stretch. This loss in front of us really have to break teeth and swallow blood. Otherwise it really won't go away. Wait, did I let you go? You hit me twice and I never fought back. Now that you've run away, where will I put my face? And what do you mean? I'm not going to bully you either. One move. You take a move from me. Dead or alive. I'll let you go. How? Don't. Su Qing subconsciously blocked the way. Knowing that Crazy Wolf was a vindictive person, letting the tiger go back to the mountain may lead to trouble. But by Li Qinghan's glare, he directly swallowed the latter words into his mouth. Feel free, the master is always around anyway. Love whoever you want to die. Crazy Wolf had been prepared to use a secret method to escape. However, once he heard this, his heart couldn't help but be reassured. You're just a kid. How can you ask for something like this for nothing? Not to mention one move. As long as you don't let that big guy do it for you, I'll give you a clear catch for 100 moves of your own. Good. One word is definitive. But I wanted to ask if I could use a protection spell as well? Crap. Sure. Otherwise wouldn't I be bullying you? That's good. So let's start. In an instant, Crazy Wolf slapped all the protective divine abilities he could recall onto his body, and he transmitted his voice to his subordinates in the back, sneaking such aptitudes they had mastered onto himself as well. Anyway, it's just one trick, and it must be foolproof. In the blink of an eye, the Mad Wolf's body was densely covered with more than 100 layers of spells. Looking at Li Qinghan, he was speechless. This one is a real wimp when it comes to fearing death. It was a far cry from the maniacal look he had before. Maybe this is the legendary bully. Ready? Then I'll start. Chapter 64 Motorcycle Flying Sword. Li Qinghan opened his invincible golden body and walked directly in front of Crazy Wolf. Taking the small knife in his hand, he gestured toward him for a moment. Said suddenly, forget it, remembering that it's not easy for you to cultivate. I won't use my spiritual power. Just one stab right in the middle of the chest. You can catch it, and this is over. Please. Qinghan Li nodded and held the sword in his right hand, changing it to a backhand grip, jumping up towards Mad Wolf's chest with a light jab, really gently, because there was no way to lend strength in the air, and she was using purely her body strength. Giggle. A cracking sound suddenly came to mind. Mad Wolf's shocked and disbelieving gaze filled his pupils, for he had felt the knife enter his body, and it was flush. The destructive power at the tip of the blade at the moment was crazily destroying all the vitality in his body. Although he tried his best to stop it, it had no effect at all. He couldn't figure out why the 100 or so layers of protection outside hadn't been able to block it even for an instant. It was stabbed by this little knife as easily as if it were in no man's land. What the hell? Is this knife? Mad Wolf barely managed to ask. He felt like he was about to lose it. Just a barbecue knife. My family usually uses it for kebabs. Li Qinghan didn't have too many emotional fluctuations. This result counts as expected. After all, there was still a considerable distance between a strength like Mad Wolf's and the robbing cloud. Therefore, it was more than reasonable for him to lose in one move. The Crazy Wolf's eyes showed intense unwillingness, as he seemed to suddenly understand Su Qing's previous actions, and deeply regretted not listening to her warnings. But it's all too late. Crazy Wolf is dead. The remaining demons fled in all directions. Li Yi signaled Zhang Daniel and Zheng Tu that if they wanted to go after them, they could do so now. After all, the guy who could be a threat is already hanging. The two looked at each other and flew out at the same time, starting to hunt down the remaining demons. They may not have been directly involved in this operation, but if it's not my kind, it's not my heart. There is no guarantee that today's hatred will not be vented on other compatriots in the future. Besides, even for the sake of spite, they had to die. After the duo left, Li Yi retrieved the barbecue knife in his daughter's hand. Seriously, this time it's even. No more of this nonsense in the future. Otherwise Dad will never forgive. Do you hear me? I know. Nosy. Li Qinghan quirkily pulled out his ears with his hand, indicating that he knew it was wrong, but wasn't going to change it. It's not too far from Ningyuan City this time. We won't go by spirit boat. How about a ride on the motorcycle flying sword Daddy invented? Li Yi mysteriously proposed. Ha? What the hell is that? Never even heard of it. You guys watch? No screaming. After saying that, Li Yi took out a strangely shaped flying sword from his storage ring. The oddity is mostly that it's so big, but not big in the conventional sense. Rather, it looks complicated. It was actually Li Yi who had made a separate motorcycle shell on top of the flying sword. Essentially, it's still powered by a flying sword, but if it flies particularly low, it will be able to simulate the feeling of a motorcycle speeding. From other people's viewpoints, it was the same, and it was barely noticeable that it was the flying swords at work. After being in this world for a long time, Li Yi always wanted to remember his past life through strange and weird ways. This motorcycle flying sword was just one of his many remodeling inventions. Li Qinghan was about to dislike him, but her gaze was directly drawn to him. What does this say? It looks a little ugly, but in an ugly kind of way. How did you come up with that? Stroking the body of the motorcycle and the pattern made of strange colors on it, Qinghan Li felt a little like this, and along with that, he also started to look at Li Yi in a favorable light. Li Yi wasn't surprised, after all. Who could say no to a Harley Road King? Come on, pick one each. It's better to be the first one to do it, but if you're late, someone else can pick it. It's all the same. 5 more were taken out from the storage ring and displayed in front of them. Su Qing liked the color blue and went up to choose a 6-eyed devil. Can't find the spray paint thing, but barely able to make a similar effect by other means. So it looks extremely restored. Only the color has been magically altered by Li Yi. Li Lingsu likes black and went up and picked out an Augusta F4. Li Yi, on the other hand, released the one that belonged to him, the Yamaha Big Devil. After teaching them how to ride, Li Yi shouted, "Depart, rumble," for strangely shaped flying swords with special sound effects modified by Li Yi. The ultra-low altitude flight was launched on the main road. Su Qing was initially unaccustomed to it, but found that the flying sword was unusually sensitive, and it is very easy to handle, so you will soon be able to use acceleration and deceleration, as well as turning, and all kinds of operations skillfully. While lamenting his master's natural talent, he glanced down at the flying sword inside the fuselage. Boy! Surprisingly, it was also a holy weapon. It was no wonder that with just a hint of spiritual energy injected, one could make all sorts of maneuvers at will. Sacred artifact level flying swords. This sensitivity really wasn't a joke. It's just that you make a seat out of such a high-class flying sword. Is it really not a waste? After all, the flying sword, its most prominent advantage, still lies in its attack power. How is it that cultivators are able to fight against demons with their weak bodies? Isn't it just by virtue of the flying sword? But today is too buried. A great saint artifact was enough to support a superpower saint artifact. That's it. Wait. What do you mean? 1T These 4 motorcycle flying swords. They're all holy weapons, right? Su Qing suddenly thought of this extremely frightening possibility. If this is true, it's not a waste that can be described. Rather, sinful. Wastefulness. Master, it won't be 4 holy weapons in here, right? Su Qing still couldn't help but want to seek confirmation with Li Yi. It's really that the question is so gripping, she couldn't wait for the answer. No, Li Yi replied casually. Phew, that's good. The boulder in Su Qing's heart fell to the ground. That makes sense. It must be the reason why you are so lucky. Just in time for this one to be made out of holy artifacts. Wow. Happy. To be exact, those 3 of yours are indeed holy weapons. But mine isn't. Mine is much better than a holy weapon. It's a divine weapon. Li Yi said heatedly. If you're going to use it yourself, of course it has to be better. And, at the very least, be worthy of a little bit of yourself. Artifacts? Su Qing almost vomited blood. Turns out the correct answer was even more outrageous than she thought. It was only the first time she had heard of the name of this divine weapon. In her perception, there would be no treasures that were higher than the level of a sacred artifact. Before Li Yi could reply, he suddenly heard his 2 daughters shocked in unison. Artifacts? Chapter 65, The Holy Son of the Holy Land of Taichu. Su Qing was in the lower realms, and it was normal for her not to know the name of the divine artifact. The Li Qinghan sisters, however, could not turn a blind eye to the name, because a name like divine artifact is something that only exists in legends. Even if they had once been of that esteemed status, they had never really seen even one divine artifact. If saint artifacts represented the lower realm's magic treasure ceilings, the ceiling of that immortal realm is then immortal weapons. As for the divine artifacts, they are said to be a realm that is still above the immortal realm. The divine realm, the supreme weapon used. Of course, it's only a legend and has never been proven. And now, they hear with their own ears that the artifact is with me? Who can be calm about this? Li Yi was confronted with the shock shown by his two daughters. Heart way. Bad. The concept of artifacts was still too confusing. When I think about my previous life when I played the game, I had a divine weapon for the first time. That also feels immediately invincible. The others were no longer a match. But when you get to the back, it's immediately obvious that the artifact is either a second-rate piece of equipment, either that or a handful. It's always not as powerful as expected. Now that they are young, they hear the word for the first time. It's sure to produce the same feelings as your own. Think it's more powerful than anything. It can't be wrong. But, can't let them know this. Not conducive to growth. After considering for a moment, Li Yi laughed. Ha, artifacts? Well, that's just a description of being more powerful. But it can't compare to your holy weapons. It's one of Dad's self-appointed ranks that no one else recognizes. Dad just bragged to you guys. Don't go around saying the name of this artifact, or you'll be laughed at. Remember? Subaru sighed in relief. So it is. Took the slave girl by surprise. One would really think that there is a treasure more powerful than a sacred artifact. Li Qinghan and Li Lingxiu looked at Su Qing at the same time. The heart says, no wonder Li Yi likes to bring her around. The kid is so stupid. He believes everything he says. I guess I was sold by the owner and counted the money for him. Che, no fun. I am the strongest in this branch. Charge me. Li Qinghan wouldn't be foolish enough to expose Li Yi's lies now. Instead, I plan to find a way to get my hands on it at a later date when I have the chance. Therefore it was deliberately shown with disdain so that he would let his guard down. Li Yi secretly wiped his sweat. You can't reveal too much of your family's wealth to your children at once. Otherwise it must have lost its upward mobility straight away. This is bad. Didn't you see those rich kids in the past life? Always doing brain-dead things? It's all spoiled by the family. Li Yi absolutely refused to let his own children, too, take that kind of detour. Trouble he can pocket. But a child who grows crooked can't be changed back overnight. Ahead of Li Yi's group, there were multiple luxurious spirit boats flying at this moment. They weren't separated by a close distance, but they could still transmit voice chats to each other through their powerful cultivation. Brother Chen, rumor has it that your seclusion has just ended. At this time, we should consolidate our cultivation and impact the realm. How is it that you have the leisure to be out traveling the mountains? A slightly frivolous voice came from a gray spirit boat. Ha! If one meditates in seclusion one can break through the bottleneck. Then the practice is in turn simple. It was rumored that Ningyuan City was very prosperous and had many great powers sitting in it. It's not unlikely that this trip forward will smolder a bit and make a difference. On the contrary, I heard that Brother Wang had just found a fairy to become a Taoist couple not long ago. And now you've come here alone, not afraid of the fairy's blame? Next to the gray spirit boat was a white spirit boat. The voice coming from inside was warm and moist like jade. Brother Chen is joking. Ha! Similar conversations, in much the same way, appeared between most of the spirit boats. Though they were united in purpose, neither of them heartily admitted it. And at this moment, not far ahead of these spirit boat teams, there was a mighty warship very different from them. It was pitch black, and from time to time, light flowed through it. The aura emanating from his body was also decidedly different from the other spirit boats. It was a domineering and strong aura, and it's vaguely solitary. The territory inside was vast, and there was even a palace standing on top of it. There was a man on top of the throne, with sword brows and starry eyes, and brocade clothes, said with lowered eyes, do these mortals really think they can compete with the saint's son? How dare you follow us so unobtrusively? Darn it! Next to him was a withered old man, unlike the weak body. His eyes, however, were unusually bright. It's as if the vicissitudes of life are all in one. The old man smiled faintly. There is no need for the Holy Son to be annoyed. In fact, they have inadvertently made you whole by this action. The Holy Son's eyes flinched as he said in displeasure. What do you mean by that, Elder Gong? Ha! It was only by having them alongside that the saint's heroic and extraordinary nature could be revealed even more. The Holy Son does not know. This time, Princess Xia of the Devil's Race is on parade. Although the name is on parade. But in my opinion, it is actually intended to contact the reactionary forces among the cultivators, a vain attempt to dismantle the cultivators' defenses from within. Thus, the great battle that was about to unfold was set to be won in advance. This Princess Xia, the woman is a woman of honor. It was also evident from her that I was only afraid that the demon race's chi was still far from being exhausted. This big battle, how the winners and losers are somewhat unpredictable. Oh, in that case, then even if I get her, won't I be putting myself in danger? The man in the fancy dress said with seeming intelligence. The old man was baffled for a moment, and said, if you think about my Taichou Holy Land, there are as many Yuaning as dogs, and transformation gods are everywhere. That was an existence that could be ranked in the top 5 even among all the Holy Lands. But how is it that this term's Holy Son, He's almost got something wrong with his brain? Can't you even figure out such a simple question? Holy Sun, don't you think, when you get Princess Kasumi's heart, then not only can the devil's shocking plot be solved, it can also be turned to our advantage by the presence of a smooth flow. We have Princess Xia to cooperate with us inside the demon race. My Taicho Holy Land will become the #1 Holy Land in the world. And you are the biggest contributor. It's not impossible to look forward to when the king reigns over the world and the three parties of humans, demons, and devils are united. The old man weighed his options for a moment, but gave up on the idea of telling him the details. With the intelligence of this holy son, it's enough to know the general meaning. Anyway, he had himself at his side all the time to advise him. He just has to perform when he needs to. Just use his outrageously perverted credentials to beat up his opponents hard. As for now, a bowl of chicken soup first. As expected, the saint's son's reaction did not exceed the old man's expectations. Listening to it with both eyes glowing, he said, "Ha ha, good. As the holy son, I am amazingly talented and unrivaled in the world. This is something that no one else but me can do. Elder Gong, speed up the march. It's time to get rid of these unsuspecting guys. They are not as good looking as the saint's son, and their magic treasures are not as advanced as this saint's son. How dare you show your face when you're in such a state? Surely they're all country bumpkins." Chapter 66, The Prideful Empress' Mouth is not right. The steep acceleration of the black warship's speed caught the crowd beside it off guard. For a moment, he didn't know what was happening, but could only force himself to follow the speed. But their spirit boats were still a little bit worse in the end, and in the end, they could only watch helplessly as the other party ran farther and farther away. Gradually it became disappearing from sight, but that would have been fine. They were sneakily stalking in the first place after all, but the warship's controller didn't know if it was intentional or not. Surprisingly, the ship's trajectory was utilized to outline a huge middle finger mark in the air. This is a universal gesture of greeting, even in different worlds. It just might. The meaning is not friendly enough. This scene directly dumbfounded the crowd behind them. Mud, what's with the tugging? Isn't it just a trip to Ningyuan City? Don't we know how the road goes if we don't follow him? It has been rumored that the Holy Land of Taichu acts in an overbearing manner. They do not take other forces into account because they are powerful. There was some disbelief before, but now I see what its holy son has done. I'm a cutie if you don't believe me again. This son is so deceitful. Everyone, this time we enter the city. Why don't we join forces to deal with this son first? How about we do our business after we let him know the rules? Count me in. Having cultivated for dozens of years, he had never been so provoked. If I don't get a good kick out of this, I can't get rid of my hatred. Count me in. Count me in. The hoots and hollers were loud. In a sense, the holy son of the Taichu was indeed quite powerful. With a casual gesture, he instantly united these young talents. The rivalries and defenses have all disappeared without a trace. And just as they were exasperated and had to give up the chase, suddenly a man shouted, "Guys, what do you see there?" The crowd followed the direction he was pointing. There are 4 different colors and strange shapes of beasts in the distance, running at full speed. Although the spirit boat is on top and the beast is on the bottom. However, there was no way to ignore the aura brought up by those 4 beasts. Each of their heads seemed to have a long sword floating above them. Between traveling at breakneck speeds, it churned up the clouds above. Therefore, what kind of sound naturally caused their hearts to tremble? This beast is so strange, born somewhat like the body of a puppet, and yet the speed can be so fast. Why don't we grab them and study them for a while? Maybe we can use the Supreme in our spirit boat? One man suggested, looking very eager to try. When the crowd heard this, they all felt that it made sense, and for a while they each rubbed their fists together. Prepare to wait for the distance to shorten a bit more and then initiate an attack. It couldn't be helped that speed-type magic treasures were always in short supply, especially the top-of-the-line ones, like spirit boat warships and the like. If the 2 sides are engaged, one of them would have been undefeated, but he was extremely fast, and he got on the spirit boat and ran. The opponent can't catch up, so naturally he can pick up a life. The reverse is also true. Strong then fast, then it's straight up invincible. Kill whoever you want, do whatever you want. This situation of immediate need has directly kept the market in an aberrant mode. That's opaque trading. The highest bidder is just the most peaceful one. There have been countless treasure hunts and vendettas over this. So now there is the opportunity to be able to increase your speed quickly. They will never let it go. But soon, one of the more perceptive among them wondered, why do I feel a little off? We don't even seem to have to go after them. Their direction is directly towards us. Wouldn't that be nice? Good. Now you look at the clouds above them. Do you think you can block that kind of impact? Why didn't I think of that just now? A being of such speed, whatever he is, that strength shouldn't be something we can deal with. I'm sorry, This operation is too risky and I'm opting out. The yellow-shirted man didn't even listen to the other's rebuttals, and his body shifted backward in a flash, far away from here, and his words, apparently, spoke to some people. With only a slight hesitation, he followed him and broke away from the group. About 60% of the original vast procession remains. At the head of the group was a man with a sword scar, named One Sword Old Man. It was a loose cultivator with considerable strength, given his larger reputation and more aggressive nature, plus the words to unite before were also his words. Everyone then simply took him as the leader, and he thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being embraced and trusted. Just simply didn't say no. At this moment, Old Man One Blade knew that this was the first time he had ever struck out in front of these people. The thought crossed my mind that I must establish my authority. Fighting for this to pass will ingrain the impression that you are strong in everyone's mind. This way, even if you become a lone wolf without a background again later, they would still be able to help themselves, and they might even let him remain a big brother. Here we go. Watch my secret technique. A cut. Before the words were finished, Old Man One Blade suddenly looked startled. With trembling hands, he pointed at the body of the beast and stammered, "There's someone." As soon as the words fell, 4 motorcycle flying swords passed straight through the middle of their group. People were not killed or injured, but everyone's faces were white. What kind of speed is that? There was no time to react. Vaguely, one could sense that there was someone up there, but before they could see the faces, they were gone. The crowd looked at each other with messy faces. Why do I get the feeling that these are even faster than the Taichu Saint Sun's worship? I feel the same way. In that case, won't they soon meet? So what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get after them. I have a feeling there's going to be some kind of big scene. The crowd agreed at once, and all of them accelerated frantically as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Hulkily, he chased after the few who ran away. Old Man One Blade looked at the crack in his spirit boat that was getting bigger and bigger. Want to cry? This unforeseen disaster added to the already poor family's woes. I've been saving up for years to get this spirit boat. Li, why do I feel that I just bumped into something? Did you see it clearly? Li Qinghan said with some bewilderment. Just flew too high and too fast. She vaguely heard the sound of something breaking, but again, it wasn't clear, and the flying sword didn't feel the vibration. Li smirked. Nope, it's probably some kind of bird. Qinghan, how's Dad's invention? Is it possible to feel it? Li Qinghan looked at Li with a face that begged for praise and arrogantly said, "Che, I just don't have any other toys to play with this." Don't think how much I like it." Li Lingxiu rolled her eyes greatly from the side and muttered, "The body may have gotten smaller, but the mouth hasn't changed at all." Chapter 67, 99 Layers of Shields, broken at the first poke. The black warship where the Saint Son of the Primordial was on board. Originally, the old and young duo all quieted down and entered into cultivation. It's a long journey and practicing is not a bad way to pass the time. But before he could fully enter the state, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, and a deep frown, a look of disbelief showed on his face. This drastic fluctuation in his mind was instantly detected by the Saint Son. Puzzled, he said, "Elder Gong, what happened?" Enlightened Saint Son, "I don't know if it's just an old man's illusion. Just now in a trance, I felt an extremely strong aura, but immediately it disappeared again." Elder Gong is overly concerned. How can there be a presence in the middle of nowhere that can give you the willies? After all, you are a genuine veteran transition period powerhouse. Anyone with that kind of strength should be more familiar to you. The old man himself chuckled a little confusedly to himself. It may be true that the old man is a little suspicious in his old age. Just now it felt as if the other side was coming at us, but hopefully it was an illusion. Otherwise, an existence that can give off that kind of aura. If the target is really us, it's still a big trouble indeed. The saintly son was unimpressed. Allah, even if there really is a strong person targeting us, we only need to flash the symbol of my Taicho Holy Land. The other party naturally dared not make a move. I don't believe that there are still people who dare to openly provoke a power of the Holy Land's caliber under this universal sky, unless the person is stupid or simply insane. When traveling, after all, the opinion of the Holy Sun is still the main thing. The old man didn't insist on anything more. The two exchanged brief words and, in the spirit of doing more with less, sped up a bit again, flying wildly forward. And Li in the back couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw the scene. Heart Road. Nowadays, how come the juniors don't know any rules at all? You just signaled, and you're still not letting us go? To give absolute respect to the strong. Does this kind of reasoning no longer apply to the current cultivation world? Li couldn't talk about being annoyed, but he was a bit speechless. He clearly showed a bit of breath to give his opponent a heads up, whereas they didn't even have the slightest intention of getting out of the way. It even flew a little more happily, but with such a big speed difference between the two sides, even if you put your life on the line, Won't you still be caught up in a while? Speeding up doesn't make sense. Getting out of the way does. For this behavior of ignoring warnings, Li Yi decided to administer small punishments. Let them experience what it's like to skydive as well. Only, they shouldn't have parachutes. While Li Yi was thinking, Qinghan Li and the three of them also discovered the black warship ahead. The oldest daughter said in displeasure, "What a nerve! Dare to stop on the path I must take. Watch me teach it a lesson." Li Yi wasn't the least bit surprised. In a way, there are some parts of his character that are similar between his eldest daughter and him. As it was, neither father nor daughter bothered to listen to the other's explanation. The decision to discipline was then straightforward. Any complaints will have to wait until we're comfortable. Therefore, Li Yi still flew behind them without making a block, allowing Li Qinghan to increase the speed of the motorcycle flying sword underneath him by another notch. The flying sword stirred the surrounding aura into flames at such a fast to extreme speed. From a distance, one would think it was a flaming chariot. The flying sword trailing a trailing flame quickly broke away from the group. Li Qinghan's excited expression could be vaguely seen. Li Lingxiu, who was originally side by side with her, couldn't help but shake her head. So is this her true nature? The Empress who was once that high and cold without a trace of fireworks, originally a child who hadn't grown up inside. I really don't know how she built up such a big heavenly court like that. It's funny how I've been through the world and I didn't beat this little kid in the end. It's so useless. Even she didn't notice. Looking at Li Qinghan in this childish manner, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a charming arc. If any of her former old minions were to see that smile, they would cry out that it was impossible, because the old men who stayed a long time knew that the Lord of the Devil's palace, Lord Devil, there are always only two smiles. One was a disdainful sneer, and once such a smile appeared, it meant that another party of forces would suffer extinction. Usually it's due to some idiot upsetting the demon lord. The other is the great laugh of victory, also known as the Queen's laugh. The aura of looking out of the world and the ambition to devour the immortal world were all revealed in that smile, and a smile like the one now, somewhat helpless and somewhat warm, none of them had ever seen before. The collision happened quickly, but the process is just a short moment. This was because the warship did not pose the slightest obstruction to the flying swords of the Saint artifact level, at all. It only appeared to last a little longer than those before it due to its large size. Li Qinghan turned back in bewilderment after chiseling the entire warship into two pieces, jumping to his feet. Don't you know how to turn on protective spells when you're out and about? I've lost all my excitement. And the battleship suffered fatal damage at this point and could not continue to maintain flight. It's falling fast. The old man and the holy son inside escaped in a sorry state, shrinking the warship as they did so and taking it back into their storage rings. On one side, Li Qinghan's chorus of curses could be heard. The sons are going crazy. Who said I didn't turn on the protective spells? My ship has 99 layers of spells, okay? Who the hell are you and how did you do that? Fortunately, without the warship, the two of them could continue to fly by relying on their own cultivation. So after adjusting his excitement, he flew back to his original altitude, started sizing up the guys in front and behind him. It's obvious that a few of them are in cahoots. The holy son gritted his teeth in certainty. The old man wanted to say something, thinking that this little cutie can see it all. That thing they ride. The old man has never seen anyone else ride it in his life. Seeing that Gong Lao ignored him, the holy son continued to mutter in a low voice. Looking at this desperate stance, could it be that the Yaoguang Holy Land has come to seek revenge? Come to think of it, they seem to be the only ones who have deeper suspicions with my Taichou Holy Land. The old man gave him a surprised look, not realizing that he was usually two-dimensional. Surprisingly, he was able to distinguish who was an enemy and not a friend among the many forces in this world. It seems that the Holy Land chose him to be the Holy Son not only because of his qualifications. Thinking for a moment, the old man returned. If we're talking about motives, the Yaoguang Holy Land is indeed a possibility. After all these years, after their Holy Lord died, we took the opportunity to eat up a lot of their territory. The skirmishes are unbroken. Only, Yaoguang Holy Land is now the strongest strength is only Xingyao this woman. With her cultivation at the early stage of the transitional succession, there was no way she could have this kind of strength to be right, to be able to cut off our warships with a single blow. Truth be told, it is the old man who cannot do it. When the holy son heard this, he froze in his tracks and instantly became even more flustered. That wouldn't be another enemy, would it? Chapter 68, The Unlucky Day of the Holy Son of Taichu. While the two were nervous, the three Li Yi behind them had already followed. Together with the returning Li Qinghan, they surrounded the duo. The saint's son gulped. He had thought that the other side were all old monsters at the transitional succession stage, but I didn't realize it was a family of four, 2 adults, 2 children, and the most terrifying thing was that he couldn't detect the cultivation of any of them. It made his heart go right out of his mouth. It wasn't scary if he couldn't beat them. He still had a lot of cards that could save his life. But the unknown is much scarier, and the constant mental suggestion can torture you to death. The old man, on the other hand, was much calmer in comparison. He double-checked that he really didn't recognize the few people in front of him, and it doesn't ring any bells. Look at the other person's aura and present demeanor. It's not like you're here to seek revenge either. So tentatively, he arched his hand. Fellow Daoist is courteous. Old man Gongqingji is one of the elders of the Taichou Holy Land. I wonder if Tomo is. Li Yi sized him up, and a look of remembrance appeared in his eyes, as if he had some impression. But there was no talking. Next to her, Su Qing picked up the words very wittily. Fade. My master's name is not for you to know. Get out of the way quickly and don't delay our tour. A cold voice. Unhurried. But Su Qing deliberately showed her breath. It made the sound as if it were a twilight drum. All of a sudden shocked Gongqingji two people. Brain buzzing. The primordial saint's son was horrified. Transition. Transition. Transition late stage. The sealing of the realm and the lower realm, which was the transitional succession stage, and the existence of late transitional succession and peak transitional succession were already the bottom card-like existence of a party's superpower. Usually, they don't walk around outside. They're all in a death closure seeking the possibility of ascension. It also serves only as a deterrent and is a strategic weapon. No one would normally take a big man of this caliber for a war of attrition. Too expensive and too little value for money. In case he ruined a future immortal, he would have to be cursed by his descendants. Gongqingji's eyes likewise instantly contracted like needles. His body tensed and slowly said, Your Excellency has such cultivation. I wonder if you can tell me your name. My Taichou Holy Land has always been fond of making friends with the strong. Su Qing stole a glance at Li Yi's expression and saw that he still had that expressionless look. The heart was in the right place. Narrowing his eyes, he said with a slight warning, 3 breaths. If you're not gone in 3 breaths, I'll strike. As soon as the words left their mouths, the faces of the two of them turned white. After looking at each other, they all saw the determination in each other's eyes. So at the same time, he used his own secret method, at the expense of his longevity, launched the blood escape technique. The moment disappeared without a trace. The blood transportation technique had almost always existed in the form of a secret technique among the many transportation techniques. It's as powerful as its side effects. That's why everyone loves it and fears it. But they have to learn it. In a pinch, this is something that can save your life. Li Qinghan reacted for a while before coming back to his senses instead. Little fox, I didn't realize you had a lot of swagger. Repeat what you just said to me again. Su Qing spat out her tongue and retreated directly behind Li Yi. Li Yi, look at her. None of them listen to me. And scare those two away. I still have something I want to ask. Li Qinghan didn't comply and directly began to pout. Li Yi touched her head and softly said, Good girl. Stop it. It's still quite a distance from Ningyuan City. Let's go. Slightly. I can see that you are looking towards her. I knew it would turn out like this. Vixens are the best at this. Su Qing felt like she had been shot several times in a short period of time. Very aggrieved. He looked at Qinghan Li, but was ignored. The interlude passed quickly and the four continued on their way. After an incense stick of time, Gongqingji and the Saint Sun duo once again returned. The saintly son said with his heart in his mouth, So close. Thought I was going to be killed. That woman's strength is so terrifying. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the Holy Land who are her opponents. Gongqingji shook his head, his voice serious. The Holy Sun is focusing on the wrong thing. The horror where the woman. Did you not pay attention to her very first words? She called the man next to her master. What does that mean? Her strength at the late stage of the transitional succession, yet she could only serve as a slave and a servant. Then the strength of her master. Can such people really exist in the world? Why has the cultivation world never heard of this person's legend? The saintly son murmured, but that backfired and reminded Gongqingji. His eyes shifted and he suddenly frowned in thought. After a long time of exuberance, he looked up and said, Your Highness, the Holy Sun, I don't know if you still remember. In the midst of our sanctuary, the Holy Lord once showed us a portrait. That portrait had no specific likeness, only a general outline. Our Holy Lord warns us that if we see this man we must flee as far as possible. Have you ever felt that the temperament of the man just now bears some resemblance to the portrait? The saintly son sucked in a breath of cold air and tried to remember. Then, the two were very out of sorts and began to vent their fear by yelling. But it wasn't for a few breaths before someone else interrupted. Yo, isn't this the Holy Son of Taichu? I haven't seen you in a while. Why have you come out to fly in person? Where's your warship? A teasing voice came from not far away. The duo snapped back, only to see that the crowd that they had originally left behind had already caught up again by now, and their spirit boats were still intact. Oh Holy Sun, Ask your old man something. Did you see anyone pass by here just now? We chased him so hard. Holy sun. Don't freeze. Take out your ships and come with us. That puppet beast of theirs flew that fast. Doesn't the holy sun look impressed? No wreckage of the battleship was seen at the scene though. But judging from the duo's imperial sword flight, obviously the warships are out of commission. In other words, that bold conjecture of theirs earlier had actually come true. That mysterious person had really broken such a powerful warship. Seeing that the duo was about to go on a rampage, the group laughed twice, flying away in his spirit boat at high speed. The saintly son was furious and didn't know exactly which one to go after. All you can do is jump in place and curse. Gong Qingji didn't take these people to heart, but took out a spirit talisman. After hastily attaching a divine thought, he set it ablaze and disappeared. Elder Gong, how did you use up such a precious sacred beast spirit talisman? This was a sound transmission that could penetrate the forbidden system. We're supposed to use it in times of crisis. It's too much of a waste to use it now. Gong Qingji's eyes darkly swept him and said without question, does the saintly son think that this is not a time of crisis for us? An existence that even a holy lord fears has already appeared. And this matter is still not called 100,000 urgent? The only reason I used the sacred beast spirit amulet was because it was the fastest. This matter must be known to the holy lord in the fastest possible time. Chapter 69, The Empress Who Can't Help But Watch the Hilarity. On the road, Su Qing and Li Yifei were in the back. Su Qingli asked with a voice transmission, Master and those two from the party, did they ever have a grudge? Li Yi froze and laughed. Why do you ask? What do you detect? The slave girl just thinks that with Master's usual disposition, it shouldn't be difficult for them for no reason. If it was said that they had provoked the Master, but it was clear that they hadn't met before. That's why the slave girl thinks that it's slightly more likely that there was a suspicion before. Ha ha. You've been with me for a few days, but you're almost a detective. Li Yi couldn't help but find it interesting. Detective? What is that? It's one of those professions that feeds on brains. A keen sense of observation is required. Of course the most important thing is the kind of reasoning you just did. So the slave girl guessed right? Subaru was a little happy, but Li shook his head and corrected himself by holding out a finger. The direction is fine, but one of the subjects is wrong. It's not that I have a problem with them, but one of my, friends. A friend's enemy is half an enemy. Now that we've met, let's mete out a little punishment. After all, they've done their fair share of shameless things. That level is not excessive. Li Yi couldn't help but reveal a small smile when he thought of Chu Ruozhen and Xinyao's mother and daughter. Su Qing envied. It is such a blessing to be a friend of my master. The slave girl doesn't know when she'll have this kind of good luck. You, for one, are getting better at making a whole job out of me. I'm going to have to pick a time to properly set the rules for you before I do. Li Yi reprimanded with feigned annoyance. But Su Qing easily saw that Li Yi was putting on a show of authority. So he made a face at him in a vain attempt to budge. Just as the master and servant duo were playing around, the Li Qinghan duo in front of them once again stopped. There seems to be someone exchanging blows up ahead. Why don't we take a detour? More is better than less, Li Lingxiu said with a slight frown. Qinghan Li laughed, once again regaining that excited demeanor. Categorically refused. What was that you were saying? How can you let go of this kind of hilarity? I'll go over there first. Don't you dare leave me alone. Li Yi and Su Qing also flew to their youngest daughter's location a few breaths later. Speechless, Qinghan ran off to watch the fun again? This kid's heart is a little wild. Li Lingxiu also sighed, looking more like an older sister instead. There's really nothing you can do with her. Let's go over there too, lest she come back later and yammer at us. The family flew in the direction of the fight. A few breaths later, Li Qinghan's figure was seen from afar. Now everyone couldn't help but hold their foreheads, because she wasn't standing in the clouds watching the action at this point. Instead, he threw his flying sword aside and went down himself, standing between the two groups. It is as if it has been among the strife. The boy, it's just as well to watch the fun. How come you're still on your own? At best, it's a case of the many against the few. I'm afraid she hasn't been able to tell who's good and who's bad. It was naturally impossible for Li Yi to get in, so it just stood high in the sky and watched them with downcast eyes. Su Qing covered her mouth and laughed lightly. According to Little Master's character, I'm afraid it's really bad people bullying good people, and she won't help each other. Nowadays, with this behavior, presumably the weaker party has promised her something, succeeded in getting the young master to move. Li Yi gave her a surprised and pleased look. Could be. In such a short time, not only do you know my temperament, you even have a handle on my big baby's personality. Looks like it's necessary to have to keep an eye on you. You know a little too much already. Master is just whipping slave girl. The slave girl won't be able to leave either. You can rest assured of that. Master. Ahem. Watch the wording. Punishment is punishment. And what a whipping. Li Yi froze and reprimanded with a fake seriousness. At this time, Li Qinghan's voice also came from below. Very bossy shout. You guys are deaf, aren't you? Did I just say that I'll bail this person out? How dare you take a shot at him? Is it that you don't have me in your sights? When these words came out, the entire room was suddenly silent. Opposite her were 5 cultivators with long breaths and thick cultivation. The sniffing was startled for a moment. Then he bent over and laughed maniacally. It's as if I've heard some kind of exaggerated joke. Where did this little kid come from? Wouldn't really think he stole one of his lordship's magic weapons. Just can walk sideways everywhere in this cultivation world, right? The 5 people were of similar age, had similar cultivation levels, and the most amazing thing was that their looks were also similar. It is like a very rare quintuplet. The man in the very center of them was the first to open his mouth and scoff. Ergo, do you hear me? This little brat is claiming to be me. I'm afraid it's not the family that spends all day with her, getting your brain over stupid. That's not true. 4th brother. Isn't it better to be stupid? Just now, she was able to block our joint strike with her magic weapon. It was evident that that magic weapon was certainly not a mortal product. We'll capture her and get both the treasure and the beauty. After a few years of good breeding in the future, you'll definitely be a beauty that's hard to find in a million miles. Big brother, why do you think about women all day long? Does that help you improve your training? In my opinion, it's better to take her as a hostage. Then have the family behind her spend resources to ransom her. Look at her demeanor, the way she dresses and that bossy look. 9 times out of 10, they were all from big powers like the Holy Land. If we play our cards right, we'll be able to knock it out of the park. Even more than one sum. A few people had a brief discussion. A consensus was reached. People they want, babies they want. Ransom, moreover, is wanted. So they all laughed cheaply and gathered around. Behind Li Qinghan was a young man whose clothes were stained with blood. He's a good-looking man. His face is like a crown of jade, and his eyes are like long stars. It's also very classy to wear. At this moment he blanched inside. Girl, run away. I didn't know you were so young before I rashly asked for help. Otherwise it would never have dragged you into this perilous situation as well. Although the 5 of them were shameless, their strength was quite impressive. You mustn't try to be brave. Li Qinghan turned around and gave him a blank look. Humming, so much talk when you're hurt. You just have to remember what you just promised me. These 4 straw men of theirs are not yet in my eyes. The man froze on the spot, but soon he shook his head, his mind actually agreeing with his enemy. All felt that the girl must have been spoiled by her family and had no idea of the dangers out there. Meng brothers, aren't you here to kill me? He Lian Tian, promise you that if you let this little girl go, how about I just put my neck on the line and stop resisting? The man steeled himself, struggling as his face grew paler and paler, and rose from the floor. The other party came for him. He couldn't drag such a fresh life along with him on his deathbed. Chapter 70, Why did the hurt me? The Meng brothers, however, were not prepared to give He Liantian any face at all. At this moment, he sneered and taunted. It's rumored that the He family's second son is both talented and beautiful. What's wrong with your brain these days? You don't even look at the state you're in. You're still pretending to be a big shot? Are you worthy? If it were the usual you, our brothers might still have some scruples, but now the old servant who protected you for years is dead. You yourself have been poisoned, and you can't even utilize 10% of your strength. We'll let you fight back. What can you do? To put it mildly, I'm afraid you can't even detonate your Yuan-ing now. If you can't do the same thing, what else can threaten us? Admit it honestly, you're a loser now. He Lian Tian's face was very ugly because he knew that although these words from the other party were hard to hear, but it's true, there's really nothing more he can do. But he was very reluctant to die like this, so he asked with a miserable smile, before I die, I want to ask one more question. How did I get this poison? Whenever we go out, we are very careful to never consume anything that we don't know what's in it. I really can't think of any chance for you to poison. The 5 brothers looked at each other and suddenly laughed maniacally. The boss said with intent, the question is really quite simple. Because we didn't poison them. As to who put it down, Mr. He might as well recall it. What was the reason for this outing of his own? And why is that? He Lian Tian suddenly froze. After thinking for a moment, in a daze, he took out a scented purse from his clothes. It had gotten some blood on it. It doesn't diminish its face value, though. Exquisite workmanship, rare spices, and a look at the people who made it. However, He Lian Tian did not have a trace of touching it this time. Instead, a trace of madness flowed out of his gaze. Jade, is Jade, this, why did she hurt me? Why do you harm me? The scene from 2 days ago surfaced vividly in He Lian Tian's mind. His own fiancée, Ruan Xiaoyu, had come over to deliver a purse in person. It is said to have the effect of condensing the mind and calming the spirit, freeing it from mind demons. I tried it myself for one night, and it worked like a charm. Brother Lian Tian, Xiao Yu really likes you. Can't wait to marry you. But, my body. Your body? What? Is it sick? It's okay, I'll fix you up. No. It's a cold condition that has been around since childhood. After seeing many famous doctors, they all said that it could only be completely eradicated by using heavenly herbs that are the most young. But this kind of treasure was too rare, and Jade no longer had much hope. My greatest wish in this life is to leave an heir for my brother in my lifetime. Jade will be satisfied. I can't believe it's so serious. Don't worry, Jade. It's a coincidence that you're talking about the Supreme Yang. I happen to have a recent message related to this, and it wasn't too far from this Ningyuan city. I'll set out on my journey, and even if it costs me more, I'll be sure to fetch it for you. Wait well for me at home and never give up. Really? That. Brother must be careful. Jade is at home waiting for you to come back and marry me. What had been a warm memory was now clouded in shades of gray. Inside, Ruan Xiaoya's warm and well-behaved appearance also seemed to carry a few sneers. Lian Tian's eyes were red, and his entire body's aura skyrocketed. It even seemed to have a hidden tendency to break away from the control of the toxin. The Meng brothers couldn't help but stop and nervously gripped the weapons in their hands. However, soon after, Lian Tian wildly spat out a large mouthful of heart blood. This forced operation of spiritual energy was merely accelerating the erosion of the toxin. Now the injury was a few degrees more severe. It was already impossible to use the slightest bit of spiritual energy. Even an aura of death appeared throughout. It looks like it's not going to last long. The five brothers breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but shake their heads as they looked at him so pitifully. It's done. So why don't we just let you be the one who understands? Want to know who's behind this woman? If you're willing to open the storage ring in your hand and give it to us, then I can tell you now, so that you can have something to think about on your way to the Yellow Springs. Even if you turn into a severe ghost, you still have a target to seek revenge, don't you? Lian Tian lay weakly on the ground and lifted his eyelids. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. You need to tell me about this? Then how big of a scumbag do I have to be? Who else could harm me with such a poisonous plan but my own big brother? His pattern is just like that. If the He family is in his hands, this generation will die. Oops. Looks like the rumors aren't all empty. Duke, he really does have a few smarts after all. Alright then, we'll figure out how to open the storage ring later, so you can just go on your way without worrying. The five brothers struck out at the same time, and a violent fluctuation spread throughout the four fields. The killing move will be done right away. High above, Subaru sighed. Seems like a talented young man, too. Too bad it died on a woman. Li Yi skimmed his lips. Magnificent family. The elder brother joins forces with his sister-in-law and screws his brother to death, in order to compete for the family property. No, it should be for the position of the head of the family. TV shows love to do this, so it's really not all a lie. Master, what is a TV show? Su Qing asked like a curious baby. It's, well, similar to the opera singers, but the plays are much longer than those. Bottom line, I've seen a lot of these episodes before, Li Yi casually explained. And, we save him? Let's see what Qing Han thinks. This is a matter in which she has intervened. No matter what decision is made, I wouldn't even interfere with her now. I just have to bottom out for her. Li Yi looked at his eldest daughter's back and also somewhat expected how she would choose. And below, Li Qinghan stood in the middle of them. After listening to this half-dozen mouthfuls of words, he finally couldn't bear to burst out. Ah, that's enough from you guys. When I do not exist is not it. Even if he's injured, the five of you with 5 pairs of eyes can't see me? I will punish you all severely. Little sister, go and play on the side for a while before I hurt you by mistake. When we've cleaned up this kid, we'll stay with you together, and then you won't be able to play if you don't want to. As he spoke, the killing moves of the five were already brewing. A thick pillar of black light fiercely blasted towards Lian Tian like a bolt of heavenly thunder. The dense spiritual energy in the pillar of light seemed as if it could even devour light. The surrounding trees, under the influence of this pillar of light, all began to tremble violently. A portion of the tree roots had already been exposed under the massive suction. A cruel smile appeared on the five people's faces, as if they had already seen the scene of Lian Tian being shattered in its entirety. And the lucrative reward afterward was enough to make the five of them cross another small step in their cultivation. Chapter 71, Heal the Wounds, but not all of them. This kind of killing move that 5 Yuaning stage hit together, it was simply not something that Lian Tian could resist, so he just closed his eyes. The heart was filled with hatred and resentment, but a few breaths passed and the expected death did not come. Lian Tian opened his eyes in surprise. Then came the image that made his whole body freeze, only to see the 5 brothers of the Meng family, who were now lying on the ground with no breath. There was still a strong residue of horror and disbelief in his eyes, And in front of these 5 brothers stood the little girl who had suddenly appeared. She had a delicate wooden sculpture floating above her head at the moment. His entire body was enveloped by a misty layer of golden light. It has a dreamlike quality to it. What just happened? He Lian Tian asked with a dry mouth. He was having mixed feelings right now. There is a sense of post-hoc bliss in this unharmed though, but the scene in front of him was too shocking. Instead, it gave him a few moments of unreality, fearful that he was caught in some kind of phantom formation. What else can happen when you dare to take a shot at me? It's self-inflicted. Too bad I didn't even get to make a move. Li Qinghan beamed and removed the wooden sculpture above her head with some regret. Pointing at it, he grunted. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you look like me. Who gave you permission to take it upon yourself to bounce their attacks back? I'd like to see if this level of attack can hurt me. Although the tone of his voice was complaining, there was an unconcealed delight in his eyes. Inwardly, no wonder Li Yi was messing around for a long time back then. Turns out it's still a gem. I just don't know exactly what grade. This cheap old man, he knows quite a lot of things. Li Qinghan's casual attitude even caused He Lian Tian to break out in a cold sweat. The heart no longer dared to underestimate the strength and background of this little girl. Hastily forcing himself to sit up, he solemnly saluted Li Qinghan. Thank her for saving her life. Li Qinghan accepted this worship openly and didn't care. Waved his hand. I have told you that I will protect you. Just don't forget what you promised me. Until then, I will naturally not let anything happen to you. He Lian Tian nodded his head in a respectful manner. That's natural. Natural. The latecomer will go home now, and pour out all his strength to fulfill his promise to his benefactor as well. Li Qinghan ignored him and raised his head to shout at the clouds high in the sky. How long will the hilarity last? Don't come down yet. He's right on our way. Why don't you give him a ride? He Lian Tian froze, thinking how come there are even other people here. I can't believe I didn't even notice. Swish. 3 figures appeared beside the duo in the blink of an eye. It scared He Lian Tian almost to the point of direct pupil earthquakes. Because this is beyond the realm of the transported man. They clearly didn't have a trace of spiritual power fluctuation when they appeared. It's as if they just ripped the space apart and walked out. Li Yi smiled and touched Li Qinghan's head. Worried. Next time don't fail to fight back. Be the first to strike before your opponent attacks, you know? The desolate ancient god body wasn't completely invincible. Even if we scratch a little bit of skin, aren't we still the ones who suffer? We don't do that. Do you hear me? Li Qinghan reluctantly pushed his hand away. Exasperated. You have to talk to me about such things. Do I look like a woman who doesn't know what she's doing? If I perceive danger, I certainly won't give the enemy that chance. Snap. Li Yi pinched her fleshy cheeks and corrected. Nonsense. You're a girl now. You're a million miles away from being a woman. And is it so much fun to pretend to be an adult? Wouldn't it be better to be daddy's little baby forever? Li Qinghan looked at him with great surprise, and almost said the words of dislike that were about to come out of her mouth. It took several times to force it down. He's hurt like this. I don't think he'll even make it back to town. Are you sure you still want to bring him? Li Yi asked, pointing at He Lian Tian who could no longer support himself. This should be small change for you, right? Just save him so he can get back alive. Li Qinghan spat out her tongue and said, if it came to the spells for healing wounds, she knew some of them though. However, this was not like a killing type of divine ability, and healing jutsu were more distinguishable. It's easy to expose the traces of the immortal world. If she aroused Li Yi's suspicion then, she would lose more than she gained. Li Yi stroked his chin and said with some displeasure, healing wounds is a small thing, yes, but coming from you, it gives me a bit of a weird feeling. Seems like I've seen it somewhere before. After a few moments of contemplation, Li Yi's mind was enlightened and he suddenly understood where this feeling came from. Isn't that what it's like to be a dad and see your own daughter talking to an outsider for the first time? So that's what it tastes like. No wonder it feels awkward. Raising his hand, Li Yi always felt reluctant and finally instructed Su Cheng. You come. Don't cure them all. Just make it to the house without dying. Yes, master. Su Cheng keenly comprehended Li Yi's meaning and pinched her hand. A green aura struck above He Lian Tian's chest. Rich vitality escaped into his body from the aura, mending his damaged meridians. Of course the main thing was to cure the fierce poison on his body. As long as the effects of the fierce poison were removed, he would be able to regain his cultivation. At that time, under the constant replenishment of vitality, this injury would not be considered fatal. A dozen breaths passed. He Lian Tian woke up leisurely. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found myself in high-speed flight. He looked up and it was the handsome man from earlier who was leading him. What? A little disappointed? I can warn you, kid, if you dare to hit on my daughter, you and your family, then you're all in big trouble. You have a good idea of the seriousness of this matter in your own mind. Don't make me say it twice, Li Yi said indifferently with an expressionless face. Lowering his eyelids, he swept him away. He Lian Tian had originally felt the recovery of his cultivation within his body. The old feeling of confidence is back. Now by this glimpse of Li, all of a sudden the blood almost flowed backwards. All the body heat was gone at once. The whole thing was afraid to breathe. All that was left there was a mechanical nod. He had never imagined that there were such terrible people in the world. The aura emanating from just a single look was so terrifying. It made him unable to muster a single ounce of courage to look at him. After slowing down for a while, He Lian Genius warily said, "The benefactor is overly concerned. The latecomer just wants to do what he promised your daughter. Naturally, they will not dare to initiate contact after that. But assuming there's no pressing matter for the seniors, the late generation here does have an ungrateful request." Li Yi said casually. "Speak. The He family that I am a member of is not a first-class family in Ningyuan City though, but it is also old and has some reputation. Therefore, if possible, I hope that you will stay with your family for a few more days in my He family. The latecomer will do his best to do this job as a guide. Let your family have a good time in this Ningyuan City." Chapter 72 Screening at the City Gates. Li Yi considered it for a moment. Anyway, it's a good idea to get into town and find a place to stay. A couple days at his house wouldn't hurt. As far as guides go, there's a real need for them. Himself though he spent some time here years ago, but the years have changed and everything is probably different again today. So he nodded his head in agreement. But figure out a proper identity for us. The less trouble the better. Got it? Keep your family's personal affairs out of ours. He Liantian was overjoyed and immediately promised. "Elder, don't worry. I'll take care of family matters myself. It's just that big brother saw me come home alive and with you guys again. Must have known things were falling apart and the killers were all missing. At that time, I'm afraid it would be hard for him not to suspect Elder." Li Yi faintly said. "Might as well. He can do whatever he wants. Just do your part and don't get any ideas about us. I see you're a smart guy too. You should know the truth that you can't be too greedy. There are some opportunities that you are not qualified to eat." He Lian Tian thoughtfully and respectfully said. The late generation has been taught. Traveled to the outside of Ningyuan City. From a long way off, I saw a long line outside the city gates. The cultivators at the city gates were conducting strict inquiries and inspections on those who wanted to enter the city. Li Yi weighed the situation. And now a strong flight into the city was indeed the way to go. But it's a bit high profile, so I guess I won't be able to avoid all sorts of flies bothering me at the door in the future. It would take away from his time with the kids, thus choosing to land near the city gates. Li Yi several people walked down together. The people in line next to them looked at them in mild surprise. Whispered, "These guys are so bold. Even if you cut in line, how can you do it so far ahead? Isn't it obvious that you don't take the officers and soldiers here seriously? It's the first time I've seen one that looks like that." Yesterday, there were also a few people like them who had directly parked their spirit boats nearby. "Come up here and say you're the holy son of some holy place." And took out the name tag. And what happened? Guess what? The officials asked for permission and didn't even let them in the city gates. They tried to break in hard, and in the end, they were directly scared off by a great power of the transitional succession stage. Really? What's going on lately? Is something going to happen in Ningyuan City? Getting so uptight all day. I just went back to save my relatives, and now there's a line to get into town. Be contented, old brother. It's a good thing there are fairies watching so no one dares to make trouble. Otherwise, once chaos breaks out, mortals like us won't know when we can go back. Guess it'll have to go to the very back of the line. The gossip of a few people was all heard in the ears of Li Yi and the others without a single word. Li Yi was dumbfounded. This Ningyuan city lord is quite cautious. It's all about screening from here. Su Qing said in disbelief. What do you mean by that, master? Isn't that establishing order? Screening for what? Li Yi said softly. Establishing order. Yes, but also screening the strength of those who enter the city. These 2 points are not in conflict. Complementary. To be exact. The slave girl still doesn't get it. You wish. Suppose you are the lord of this Ningyuan city. On weekdays you are the strongest and most powerful here. Speak your mind and no one will dare to disobey you. But then suddenly one day you notice or realize, there's starting to be a steady stream of outsiders coming in here. There were a lot of very strong guys in their midst. Some are even stronger than you. This is actually hard for you, because you have to treat these powerful people with the respect they deserve. Even if you don't build a friendship, be careful not to become an enemy. And in this atmosphere surrounded by wolves, it is inevitable that you, as the city lord, will act in a much more restrained manner. If there is still a part of the strongest hidden in the dark corners, the situation is most troubling when you can't detect it at all. You will be completely tied up and your spirit will be highly tense all the time, afraid that something big will go wrong. This is obviously unacceptable to you who are usually pampered. So, that's when you came up with a simple and easy way to do it. It's the barricades at the gates. A basic understanding of each person coming into town. It is important to realize that most of the strongest people have their own personalities, generally are not happy to stand in line at ease, not to mention lining up behind mortals. And those who dared not to stand in line naturally became the screened. They'll receive special attention from the city's master, even a personal reception. As for what they just said about the Holy Son not being allowed to enter the city either or something, the odds are that it's just an act. The purpose is to scare those who don't have much strength but are trying to muddle through. Li analyzed the situation in an organized manner, walking and talking and looking charming. Su Qing couldn't help but be a bit smitten as she listened, looking at Li with a pair of starry eyes. His gaze was full of admiration. Ahem, almost got it. If you come any closer, be careful, I'll hit someone. Xinghan Li let out a cold snort. As a professional adulteress who catches adulterers in a small way, her credo is to nip any hint of evil in the bud. Never give it a chance to grow up. An ambiguous gesture like the one in front of me is the presence of the root of all evil. It must be struck with the utmost severity at the outset. Subaru was scared to the point of resolute sobriety by this threat. Blushing, she whispered to Li. Master is really so wise. The slave girl can learn so much from following you every day. So happy. Following Master is the single best decision a slave girl has ever made in her life. Xinghan Li rolled her eyes as she listened and muttered, this is not a vixen. It's clearly a horse's ass. Li Lingxiu taunted. You don't care what tactics people use. Anyway, the person's purpose was served. I see that Li still eats it up. I'll have to practice practicing too. I'm sure I'll be able to use it later. As for you, your high and mighty majesty, just keep up your haughty demeanor. Don't ever learn from us. Li Qinghan was so angry that she clenched her teeth and stiffened her mouth. I'm not going to be like you guys. Aren't they just little favors? So what if you guys get it many times? Li Yi's favorite is still me. He'll agree to any request I make if I want to. Yeah, good luck then. Li Lingxiu couldn't help it a little. She was having fun with this kind of fight that didn't require her hands. This child Li Qinghan turned out to have such a bad brain. I should have known better than to just come up and fight her before. Instead, use more agitation, and you might get her to play herself off. A few people walked a distance, and He Lian Tian took the first step, acting as an errand boy, under the stony gaze of the officers and soldiers guarding the city, handed over the jade pendant in his arms. This jade pendant can prove that he is a direct descendant of the He family. I'm sure that with his status, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the city directly. It's also a good way to sell in front of your seniors. He Lian Tian thought prettily. Chapter 73, Yi Qianfan, am not convinced. He Liantian anticipated well, but the reality was not as he had hoped. The officer guarding the city was a Yuaning stage cultivator. The cultivation level was similar to his. At this moment, he received the jade pendant and swept it. Looking up again, he surveyed Horenshin. With a casual hand, he threw the jade pendant back and coldly said, what do you mean? Do you think that if you're from the He family, you don't have to wait in line? Has the He family's privilege become so great that they can even disobey the orders of the city lord? He Lian Tian froze on the spot. How could he not expect the other party to refuse to give him this face? Although the He family wasn't considered a first-class family, but within the second class, it was at the top of the list. If their power hadn't declined in recent years, they wouldn't have been pushed down from the first-class families. Therefore, even though they were now a second-rate family, their depth was completely enough to be at the level of a first-rate family. Therefore, not many people would not give them face on weekdays. Even the city lord himself had some friendship with the He family's patriarch, but now one of his men dares to defy them so? How could this make He Lian Tian not angry? A little city watchman. Is he really holding a chicken feather as an arrow? He Lian Tian locked eyes with him for a few breaths, and his face went cold. In a hushed voice, is your excellency new here? Don't you know the status of my He family in this Ningyuan city? The city watchman laughed and shook his head. Duke, he doesn't need to reconfirm it. Although you don't recognize me, I know you are the second son of the He family. I'm not letting you go straight into the city today, but it's for your and the He family's own good. This matter was emphasized again and again by the city lord. No one dares to disobey. Now you want to publicly tear down the city lord. Do you think his old man will be impressed with you and the He family? He Lian Tian was very upset in his heart, but there was just no way for him to have a fit, for he knew that what the city watchman had said was not unreasonable. It's just that knowing is knowing, but now there's that senior following behind him. As a result, he couldn't even do such a small thing as enter the city. It was inevitable that the seniors would look down on their family. This was something that He Liantian didn't want to see. As he bargained, the queue continued to maintain its normal advance. The one who walked here at this moment was a young man dressed in yellow. It looked to be about the same age as He Lian Tian. The aura was a bit stronger than He Lian Tian, but it was also within the Yuaning stage. There were two other people in front of him who were being questioned, so he simply struck up a conversation with He Lian Tian. "Ha, I thought I had misread it just now. So it's really you. What's going on now? Trying to get in and get stopped?" The man in yellow appeared to be concerned, but in fact contained obvious taunts. It was uncomfortable to hear He Lian Tian. He was already upset inside, and now he was so provoked. The fire in his heart was a little suppressed. Gazing coldly at the man, he calmly said, "So it's Yi Qianfan Yi Gongzi. Why are you alone today? It's such hard work to stand in line. You should get an underling to do it for you." Yi Qianfan always liked to talk about rehearsals on weekdays, but whenever he traveled, he was followed by many of his men. Even the concubines will bring a few at their discretion. This matter was well known in this Ningyuan city. Of course, that's not much of a reputation. It's just that no one dares to say that to his face, because the Yi family is a proper first-class family here. It's still pretty much the top of the line. Even when the city lord had something to do, he had to discuss it with the head of the Yi family. No direct orders can be given. This is the kind of respect and treatment that only the top families get. Now He Lian Tian was sneering at him so facelessly. Yi Qianfan was naturally angry, but after all, he was a child raised in a big family. The city is still more or less. Angry is angry. Not to the point of direct action at the drop of a hat. Just a sneer. It is said that the second son of the He family is too intelligent, but in my opinion, it's just a toothless man. Usually, he likes to play smart and fool the uninitiated outsiders. Earn some notoriety and think you're really a genius. But unbeknownst to them, they are doing a great deal of foolishness right now. Even I'm standing in line here properly. And where did you get the confidence that the city watchman would just let you in? It's not just your own face you're losing by doing this. Even you, the He family together, have been disgraced. If I were you, I'd be a good boy and go to the inn now. Then beg us not to publicize this everywhere. Otherwise the He family's senior management would really blame it. I'm only afraid that you may not be able to keep your full-fledged status. Are you sure you can afford such a price? He Lian Tian's fists were clenched white, running into this guy who could almost be called an archenemy in this situation. It's really bad luck. Mortals and ordinary loose cultivators naturally wouldn't idly go looking for trouble from their He family. But the Yi family is a different story. They've been deliberately ostracizing the He family. Now there is such an opportunity available. It's completely certain that they'll absolutely do something about it. I'm afraid that within a few days, this story will be spiced up and changed into several outrageous versions. At that time, whether they explained it or not, the other side's purpose had been achieved. Therefore, He Lian Tian very much wanted to beat this guy to death right here. But for one thing, his own strength was a bit worse than his. Plus he was also in an injured state right now. Secondly, beating him doesn't solve the actual problem, and face seems to be lost for sure. Unless you can actually go straight in, it's insurmountable. But as Yi Qianfan said, even his status could only be honestly lined up. What hope is there for yourself? Just as He Lian Tian was in a dilemma, a disgruntled voice sounded behind him. "Hey, what are you still standing there for? Go! I'm going to be angry if we have to watch you chatting again." Li Qinghan's trademark spiteful tone instantly made He Lian Tian jolt. He turned his head violently, only to find Li Yi's 4 men, all of whom were already standing inside the city gates, was watching him quietly, looking slightly impatient. This. He Lian Tian was a bit confused. "Former seniors, how did you get in?" Li Qinghan rightfully pointed at the city watch officer. "He let us in. I don't know what you were inking about. It simply doesn't work at all." Li Qinghan taught a lesson without any mercy. He Lian Tian felt some burning in his cheeks in full view of this crowd, but he couldn't be bothered with that. Instead he looked at the city watch officer rather suspiciously. The expression is saying, "I need an explanation." And next to him, Yi Qianfan looked even more excited, cried out very defiantly, "What's this, brother Jia? We made it clear before. This rule could not be broken by anyone, not even if a great power of the transformation god or even the ferrying stage came. That's why I'm giving you so much face, lining up here in peace. Now how do you voluntarily punch yourself in the face, and slapped my Yi family's face in the process?" Chapter 74, The Famous War Emperor's Order. In the face of Yi Qianfan's questioning, Jia Siming however did not show any embarrassment. Instead, he said with a blank face, "Sir Yi, I'm on duty under the city lord's command. How to act free of my reasoning? It's not helpful to ask more questions." Yi Qianfan's face was a bit ugly as he was choked. There were so many people around right now, and they were being so belittled by a small city watch officer. Yi Qianfan felt that the other party was intentionally targeting him. Indignation. No way. Even my Yi family complies with this prohibition. What makes them an exception? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will definitely go to the city lord's mansion in person to inquire after I return to the city. At that time, Brother Jia mustn't say that I'm unsympathetic. Jia Siming looked at Yi Qianfan with a gloomy gaze, his heart annoyed to no end. Because just now when he saw the token that the strange man took out, it was already a mind-blowing shock. And that senior even signaled with a wink to keep quiet. But now this idiot is trying to get himself to clear the air on the matter. Would a normal person in their right mind do such a thing? Being able to get in is naturally a privilege. What's the explanation? Jasmine said in a deep voice. No harm done. If Lord Yi has any grievances, he can always denounce me to the city lord. It's just that the Yi family themselves need to be prepared and not regret not listening to Jia's advice. Invite the wrong people. When these words came out, Yi Qianfan was also stunned. Jasmine's hints had been obvious. Or, it's not too much to say that it's explicit. So he couldn't help but frown and take a closer look at Li Yi and the others for a few moments. Spiritual vision opened, observing their sense. Ah! But soon he let out a scream. Hands clenched over his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Both He Liantian and Jia Siming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They clearly didn't notice anything just now. Yi Qianfan had merely wanted to spy on Li Yi's aura, but he had been injured to such an extent. He Liantian took 2 quick steps and looked back at Yi Qianfan. He was still in place, covering his eyes and howling in pain, looking quite distressed. Elder, he, 1T be blind, right? He Liantian couldn't help but ask towards Li Yi. Li Yi lightly laughed. Say what? How could I be that brutal? The pain will be gone in a quarter of an hour or so. It seemed that his family hadn't taught him that psychic vision wasn't something that could be turned on to just anyone. Very rude. It's a reminder for him. Seniors are benevolent. Lian Tian admired. But I am a bit curious. How exactly did you get in? Although that kid is not a good person, the Yi family has a real voice in this Ningyuan city. You're not from this Ningyuan city. How can you have more face than him? Li Yi casually took out a sign and said, because there's this sign. It's been a long time, and I've somewhat forgotten who gave it to me. But it worked well when traveling around earlier in the year. No matter what happens, just pull out this sign. It would have eliminated a lot of hassle. Now that these decades have passed, it seems to be working. Rather, I was a bit surprised. He Liantian froze at the sound of it and carefully took the anciently shaped black plate. There was no pattern on it, only a very striking word in the very center. Battle. He Liantian only stared for a couple of moments before he felt his mind enter a mysterious space. It was a battlefield that was being fought over, with countless great cultivators and powerful demons fighting and killing. Their auras were much stronger than the current cultivators, and their endless arts and aptitudes intertwined and disillusioned. Just the little bit of breath that escaped gave He Liantian a sense of his soul flying away. After he held on for 2 breaths, he could no longer support himself and came to his senses with a muffled grunt. After forcibly holding back the scarlet sweet blood gushing from his throat and calming his chi and blood, only then did He Liantian react and said in a million shocks, "It's actually the War Emperor's order?" Before Li Yi could say anything, Li Qinghan, who was startled by this reaction from He Liantian, was the first to wonder. The War Emperor's order? What's that, baby? He Liantian shook his head and replied with a longing look on his face. It seems too narrow to describe it merely as a treasure. This word war above the War Emperor's order was rumored to contain many divine laws that could be perceived. Different people are able to comprehend different things. That alone is enough to make people swoon. But the most precious part of the War Emperor's order wasn't even that. As the saying goes, the most important thing about it is that it is rare. The number of War Emperor orders issued in the first place was extremely small. It's said to add up to 5 pieces. But there are probably about 3 or so that have actually been tossed around out there. Their destination is known to the world. I never thought that I would have the honor of seeing one of the 2 most mysterious pieces on my senior today, and it doesn't look like there's any sign of having participated. It can almost be said to be the most valuable of the 5 War Emperor orders. Look at this agitated look on He Liantian's face. Li Qinghan was a bit disdainful and bristled. Then the really great ones should also be the ones who made the sign. Since the word war is written, I suppose this person is very warlike? Still shaking his head, He Liantian explained. You can't say that either. The War Emperor's order was made by the famous war family. But the purpose of making this sign is not for what I'm talking about. Instead, it's about making friends. It is an attitude of the warring families to show that they are friendly. It was only after the 5 War Emperor orders were issued one after another. It seemed that no one else could deserve to be treated with such an attitude by the battle family. And so the War Emperor's order hasn't seen a new one since. What kind of status does this war family have? If you act like this, won't you offend the cultivators of the world? Qinghan Li was somewhat speechless. This move does seem to garner the friendship of some great powers, but it will offend more people because of it. Those cultivators who had thought that they were qualified to get this thing. It's hard not to feel unbalanced, because the world is too big for anyone to have fought anyone. Confidence is never important in the path of cultivation. Why give it to him and not to me? Isn't that looking down on people? Therefore, this approach was a bit stupid in Li Qinghan's opinion. Now that this stuff has been posted, it's just a matter of making more of it. The effect will be increasingly discounted, but at least it will still have the desired effect up front. She had once commanded such a powerful heavenly court, so she naturally had a say in this. He Lian Tian replied admiringly. The benefactor is right. At first the world saw it the same way, only that the strength of the battle family has since grown by leaps and bounds. From being a superpower on one side, it had jumped to one of the top powers in one fell swoop. No one has been able to shake it until now. Already a dominant party on this continent. So many people, despite their inner resentment, have to admit it. The war family's strategy still worked. It's just that I don't know exactly which one of the five it is. Gave them such a boost. Chapter 75. How can a big man like him make pastries? Seeing that He Lian Tian was shaking more and more material, Li Yi urged. All right. It's just a sign. I use them all as passes, and talk about it endlessly. He Lian Tian had a sarcastic smile on his face and nodded in a hurry. Shut up. And as he returned the war emperor's order to Li Yi, the belly of his finger inadvertently touched a vague mark on the corner of the token. It's like a scratch. And it's like a 1. He Lian Tian was horrified. Heartway, could it be that this is still the first war emperor order? That is to say, the person that the battle family most wanted to make friends with at that time was actually the senior? It feels so dreamy. Li Yi couldn't care less about his mental activities. Casually throwing the sign back into his storage ring, he walked forward with faith. Revisit your hometown after a long absence. He was kinda looking forward to finding a few more familiarities. Ningyuan City is a city where the three races of humans, demons and devils coexisted. More patrols are needed to keep the peace during the week. Since this place was in the territory of the cultivators, the dominant force was still the cultivators. The demon and devil clans each had a deputy city lord. Normally, he doesn't care about the affairs of the city, mainly to ensure that his people don't suffer too much injustice. Under the balance of power at the top, this intricate situation of Ningyuan City, law and order in turn is quite a bit better than other places. For all races bind themselves to one another here. It's not only the enemy you'll have to face if you misbehave, and take the punishment from your own senior management. It can easily turn into a big problem, so to speak. No one dares to take that kind of risk to screw up, unless was born stupid. And one of the notable benefits of the three races coexisting is this. The economy of this area is very prosperous. Being able to trade becomes a lot. Plus there is a tremendous amount of population movement. Even mortals can make more money than anywhere else. Live a privileged life, so there are quite a few mortals that would rather take some risks. Come here too, just to do it for a few years, so that you can save up some money for retirement. Li Yi walked a dozen steps and stopped in front of a pastry stall. How do you sell this cinnamon cake? The stall was manned by a middle-aged woman of about 50 years of age. Some of the vicissitudes of the face were covered with the frosted years. 5 coppers a pack. Would you like one? Sir, it's our ancestral craft. It tastes great. The woman greeted warmly. Lately, the city gates have been controlled and the flow of people has been much worse. Along with that, her business has suffered considerably. If we sell this one, the day is officially open. My grandson's private school tuition hasn't been paid for yet. Li Yi locked eyes with her, and the golden light in her eyes flickered. Nodded. Softly. Okay, one then. No need to wrap it up for me. Eat it now. Okay. The woman took a plate from underneath the stand and placed a serving of cinnamon cake on it, arranging it into a nice shape. It was handed to Li Yi. It was just at this time that Li Qinghan and the others behind him followed. Seeing that Li Yi was holding a piece of pastry to his mouth, he had no intention of inviting them to eat. The moment grunted. Is it that good? Nor did you say to call out to me to eat with you. With those words, he also picked up a piece of cinnamon cake and threw it into his mouth. One piece for each of the father and daughter, both chewing away. No one spoke, but it did look rather serious. Li Lingxiu and Su Qing couldn't help their curiosity either. Together, they went up and took a piece to eat. A packet of cinnamon cakes was shared in the blink of an eye. He Lian Tian stood a little further back, gulped wildly at the sight for some reason. It had been some years since he had eaten such mortal food. Even spiritual food was not eaten much after the valley was opened. When practicing, you only need to draw spiritual energy from the spirit stone, or simply take in from heaven and earth. The conversion rate of something like spiritual food is too low. Usually only cultivators with very low cultivation levels would use it. The pastry at the moment, however, was not even comparable to spiritual food. It's just pure, mouth-watering food. He Lian Tian was a bit puzzled as to why Senior would suddenly want to eat this. Li Yi didn't chew fast, and only after a long time did this swallow the last bite. Smiled. Tastes good. Are you the daughter or daughter-in-law of the Ho family? The woman sniffed. puzzled. Your Excellency knows my father? These are indeed Ho-Ki's pastries, only we never put up signs. Li Yi smiled and didn't say anything. A few moments of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Subconsciously touching his clothes, he realized that he had long ago stopped carrying such things as silver money. The woman saw this scene and realized that Li Yi had no money with him. Rather generously said, "It's not in the way. Since your Excellency can tell that this is a pastry from Ho-Ki, I think he must have had a relationship with my father. You don't have to pay for this pastry. Count me in. In that case, thanks a lot." Li Yi didn't make any pretense and nodded, turning around and leaving. Behind him, Lian Tian took out a piece of gold from his storage ring. It was about to go up and hand it to her, but suddenly the arm was pulled. He turned his head and realized that it was the maid who had been calling out to Li Yi's master. But those who could follow Li Yi, even the maidservants, were not ones he could slack off on. At that moment, he said respectfully, "What does the fairy want? It's nothing for me to pay for some yellow and white things for senior." Su Qing guffawed and said meaningfully, "It's really nothing for you, but for her, or the Ho family, the significance can be huge. If you don't have a deep grudge against this Yi family, don't pay this money. Just lead the way ahead." Lian Tian was dumbfounded, not sure exactly what that means. "I just want to pay for a favor, and I'm not allowed to do that? Does she have something against herself?" Doubtful as he was, Lian Tian still obediently withdrew his hand. Taking a few quick steps to keep up with Li Yi, he introduced him to the customs of the place. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the woman with her afterglow. A few moments of envy couldn't help but be born in his heart. Inwardly, he said to himself, "Though I don't know what story your father once had with the master, but now your creation has truly come. It can make the owner willingly make a karmic connection. What a blessing that must be. That stupid roe deer, Lian Tian, almost ruined this chance of yours. Luckily I'm here, so hopefully I'll get a sliver of that blessing too." Li Qinghan finished eating and licked his lips with intent. Conferred with his sister. "It does taste good. It's hard to believe it's mundane. How about we have time to let Li Yi learn as well? And when we want to eat, we'll have him make it for us?" Li Lingxiu returned with a flat face. "Guess he didn't even have to learn. All you have to do back there is mention a mouthful, and you'll have something to eat behind you. But don't be too obvious. I'm afraid he'll feed us for days on end." Li Qinghan said in disbelief. "And you think too highly of him. It makes sense that he'd know how to skewer a big man. How could he possibly make something like a pastry? And people must have an exclusive recipe for this practice." Chapter 76, Su Xiaoyu, "Get out of here." Li Lingxiu gave her a somewhat sympathetic look and said quietly, "Haven't you realized after spending so much time with Li Yi, he has always acted outside of our expectations? Let's not even talk about making a pastry. Now it's someone saying that the women's clothing she's wearing was made by Li Yi. I'm not even sure I don't believe it. You know what I mean?" Li Qinghan rolled her eyes breathlessly and gambled. "Regardless, I still don't think he can even make pastries, because things like cooking were even easier than alchemy and refining. But there's always a learning and practicing process, right? Where does he usually get the chance to do this? Not that we ever did. Anyway, in that case, how about we make a bet? Just bet on whether Li Yi will make this kind of osmanthus cake now or not." Li Qinghan froze and couldn't help but feel a little wary inside. This big devil has always acted cautiously, and it can be said that he never fights unprepared battles. Now suddenly so rashly offering to make a bet with himself. One has to wonder if there is a ghost in the mix. But the problem was that this matter was brought up by himself, and it was absolutely impossible for Li Lingxiu to lay out this matter in advance. The odds are at least 50 to 50 if you look at it that way. It's also possible she's scamming me. Thinking she suddenly changed her style, I'd err on the side of caution and not gamble with her. This allows her to take a layer of psychological advantage. No, I can't let her get away with this. Then Li Qinghan said with a clear voice, "Good. I'm not afraid of you. Tell me, what's the parley?" Li Lingxiu considered for a moment and smiled mysteriously. "This is the first time in our lives we've ever bet against each other. Just don't play too big. Tell you what, if I win, you let me be my sister for a day. You be my sister. You'll listen to whatever I tell you to do that day. How's it going?" Li Qinghan flatly refused. "You wish. I'll do the same if you tell me to kill my own meridians." "No, change it. Gee, don't you worry. If it is particularly unreasonable, you have the right to refuse. Is that all right? Besides, what I did to you that day, you'll be a sister later. Can't the same be done to me? What's there to be afraid of?" Li Lingxiu patiently exhorted. "There's some truth in what you're saying. All right, then, just do as you say. If I win, you have to answer 3 questions for me. It's about past lives. There was no way to ask you directly before, but now it's easier. But ask out of hand and you probably won't answer. How about some privacy? Maybe? Dare? Li Qinghan asked with some anticipation as her eyes glowed. Li Lingxiu looked at her in this gossipy manner and was somewhat helpless. There's nothing to be afraid of. I can answer any question as long as it's not too brazen. Then it's a deal. The two sisters muttered and discussed the situation, still using a very advanced method of transmitting sound. Even Su Qing couldn't hear it in the slightest when she was next to him. Li Yi, on the other hand, and He Liantian walked faster and had already left them behind by some distance. Li Yi seemed to have forgotten that he had a daughter. The shopping was serious. As he traveled to the end of a street, He Liantian caught a glimpse of a store. His face sank, forcing down the emotions in his heart and trying to squeeze out a smile. He said, "Senior, you go ahead. I'm going to get something from this store and I'll be right back." Li Yi subconsciously looked at the surrounding stores. It was instantly clear. And he nodded, walking forward on his own. He Liantian, on the other hand, strides into the store on one side. He was going to give the person he was about to meet a big surprise. The He family. A family dinner is being held at this time. There were dozens of tables in and out of the hall. It looks hilarious. The He family, being an old family that had stood for many years, had not fallen. It's impossible for that population not to flourish. Now that it coincided with the family head's birthday banquet, it was naturally even more lively. At the table in the center of the hall, the family head, He Zhishuan, had a slightly unsettled look on his face. Lian Tian, the boy still hasn't been found? The eldest son, He Beiyan, interceded. I have sent 7 waves of men forward to find it. It's nowhere to be found. But father, don't be angry. Second brother has always been playful, so I'm sure he's found something fun again lately. I lost track of time for a moment, which delayed my father's birthday. He Zhishuan coldly grunted. This rebellious son. No rules at all. When he returns, he must be punished by being grounded for half a year in a forbidden area of the clan. Give him a good lesson. The head of the family was angry, and the others didn't dare to advise him. And how does anyone else know what's going on with this kind of father-son sensitivity? Nor did they dare to interrupt at will. I can only pretend I don't hear you and keep eating. And while He Baining Yan was worried on the surface, she was actually extremely relieved on the inside. In recent years, though, his father had always verbalized his disdain for this younger brother of his, but secretly, he poured a lot of energy into He Liantian. Whether it's a resource or an opportunity, there was a strong tendency to choose him as the next head of the family. On the surface, He Fengyan was happy for his brother, but inwardly, he had already hated him deeply. If being the eldest son doesn't make you head of the family, that would undoubtedly look like a major flaw in some way to an outsider, or, in general, too far removed from his brother's talents. These were the only 2 possibilities that could have caused the position of head of the family, which was within reach, to fly away. He can't afford to lose this one. Just think about the fact that you will be the talk of someone's tea time later on. He then felt his face burning. It's almost like you want to find a crack in the ground and go right in. Therefore, he had to find a way to eliminate that possibility. It was a bit of a risk, but the plan was still very sound. He thought to himself, after all, if he can defend himself day and night, can he even defend himself against his own fiancée? Luckily I had this move prepared, otherwise the plan hasn't been able to unfold so smoothly. By now, you should have gone up in smoke and disappeared completely from this world, right? Don't blame brother. The He family only needs one head of the family. That's me and only me. Your mistake was that you shouldn't have let father see your talent. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat somber. He Liantian's mother had the presence of mind to put in a good word for her son, but considering the temperament of his own master, it was better to stop. Saying nice things when he's angry will most likely backfire. Instead, a gentle voice rang out at that moment. A young woman in a green dress, carrying a cup of wine, respectfully said towards He Zhishuan, Lian Tian is missing now, and Xiao Yu is also responsible. I should have taken better care of him during the week. If I can keep him happy, I'm sure he won't be hanging out all the time. Jade makes amends to you on his behalf. Su Xiaoyu tilted her head and drank it all in one go, appearing a bit bashful. A hint of relief flashed in He Zhishuan's eyes. This unmarried daughter-in-law just gets better and better. It's more than enough to go with your own son. And just at that moment, a voice of suppressed anger suddenly rang out from outside the gate. Su Xiaoyu, get your ass out here. Chapter 77, I heard someone's going to discipline my daughter for me. With a cry of rage, the entire room fell silent. Those unfamiliar with the voice wondered whose unlucky child it was. Why did you have to rush in on such a big day? Isn't this a death sentence? So many people gathered here now. The faces of those who recognized the voice were filled with disbelief, because as the voice came out, a figure they were familiar with came into the crowd's eyes. If it's not He Liantian, who else? What is this song? Isn't this Su Xiaoyu his fiancée? So this is the He family's second young master. It looks like it was born handsome. Unfortunately, it feels as if the brain is a bit demented. Who says it isn't? It was already extremely unfilial to be late for the birthday banquet. Now that you're here, you won't make amends right away. Instead, they come up here and break into song. What is this unfolding? The guests in the courtyard were already whispering. I didn't think I could come to a birthday dinner and get a melon. It surprised them a bit. Unlike these guests at the banquet, there were two people in the middle of the hall who reacted more than anyone else. Yen stared at his brother's figure at the doorway with a deadpan stare. The intense horror in his heart was put aside for the moment. His face quickly paled, and a lingering blankness appeared in his brain, which had always prided itself on its intellectual prowess. This time, the plan was one he didn't prep because he felt it was too safe. The person who should be reporting to the Yellow Springs right now was alive and well in front of him. He could no longer care less about exactly why this was happening. Instead, his forehead was sweating as he considered what to do next. How can I choose myself cleanly out of this? On the other side of the table, Su Xiaoyu's performance was not much better than his. The complexity in his eyes at that moment was indescribable. Both fear and guilt. There was even a hint of resentment mixed in. But in the end, his heart was a bit stronger than Yen, so it quickly suppressed its own tumultuous thoughts for the time being. Strongly said, Lien Tian, you're back. But too much wine? The guests are all here today. If you have anything to say, come inside. Uncle Herb has been waiting for you for a long time. This last sentence of Su Xiaoyu's instantly allowed Yen to find a little bit of form. Thoughts opened up a bit as a result. Pat said, Lien Tian, why are you still standing there? Come up quickly and apologize to your father. You go out and spend the day on such an important day. Come back and babble. It's outrageous. Yen understood in his heart that the most crucial point now lay in. Digress the topic as quickly as possible. Just don't discuss it in front of your father. Then he still has time to remedy the situation. Even if it takes out Su Xiaoyu as an ally. If it's worth it in exchange for your safety, it's worth it. Lien Tian watched the two of them play it cool, still ready to deny it to the end. Couldn't help but laugh back in anger. Spend the day? Ha ha. Do you two really not know where I've been? Nonsense. How can I know when you're on the move all day? Beaming denied it outright. Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, changed her look to one of watering resignation. It really looks like I've seen it all. Jixuan was still angry. Now listen to these somewhat bizarre conversations. The moment he did, he realized that he was afraid there was something in there that he didn't know about. But whatever it was always inappropriate to proclaim it in front of so many people. In the future, when the rumor spreads, it will be the entire He family that will lose face. All shut up. You guys are arguing in public. You're not taking me seriously at all. You are blood brothers. Even if there are great misunderstandings and unhappiness, it also has to be resolved behind closed doors. Now the bickering is making half of Ningyuan City look at the joke. Where will I put my old face in the future? Jixuan's face was as gloomy as ink, looking like he was on the verge of exploding at any moment. He had not even done the work of envisioning that the conflict between his two children would be as serious as it was. It seemed to him that the two had nothing more than a disagreement over a certain treasure. Any more unproductive, and it could be because of women. All are very low-level mistakes. Lien Tian looked disappointed when he heard this. He couldn't believe his father didn't see him in his current injured state. Yet the father still chooses to equivocate. Each of them was beaten 80 times. And the matter was left unsettled later. Lien Tian could almost see the disgusting scene later when the two were forced to reconcile. He must not accept it this time. And before he could answer, a little girl's voice suddenly rang out. You old man. You've lived in vain. It's useless to even see things in black and white. It seems like you had a lot to do with what could happen to your two sons. The voice was cold, noble, and carried a hint of unquestionable majesty. The crowd followed the voice, wondering who it belonged to, exactly what kind of existence. But soon their jaws nearly dropped, because the one who came in through the door was a little girl who was only a few years old, though born unusually pretty and cute. However, when linked to the words just now, it was inevitable that a strong sense of incongruity would arise. Whose little girl at that age could say something so old-fashioned? Even if someone else had taught her, there was no way to express this inner divinity. Could it be that this is a great power who has cultivated some special technique? Is this the rejuvenation phase? Various speculations arose in the minds of the crowd. Jixuan was so reprimanded by a child in front of so many people. Naturally, I can't hang on to my face. Exasperated, he said, where did the wild girl come from? Do you know what this place is? If you dare to be sharp-tongued again, I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your parents. Li Qinghan stared in disbelief as she listened. What did you say? You, again. Say it, one more time, again. Dare to speak to me like that. How can I keep you? Between clenched teeth, the aura of the desolate ancient god body spread out at once. A vast and desolate aura that caused everyone's hearts and minds to tremble dramatically filled the entire arena. He Jishuan's pupils instantly contracted, inwardly surprised that he had created a sense of life and death crisis in a small child. This sense of crisis did not allow him to hesitate at all, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body bulged with spiritual energy. A killing move took shape all of a sudden. Boom! Heavenly divine fist. Both fists were folded and pushed hard outward in front of his chest. Around the fist print, a lion shadow appeared, roaring and charging towards Qing Hanli. Qing Hanli licked the corner of his mouth and just wanted to deliver a poem. However, he found that the lion's silhouette seemed to have suddenly seen a ghost. Surprisingly, the car braked hard and straight at such a high speed. Before a full expression of horror could be presented, the body simply crumbled away. Who's going to discipline my children for me? With my permission? You can be so cruel to strike out at such a lovely child. So it's clear that you have little humanity in you. Li Yi's figure slowly walked in from the doorway, staring somewhat unpleasantly at He Jishuan and said, Chapter 78, The Family That Tears Its Face Off. Behind Li Yi, one after another, a large and a small two beauties appeared on the scene. It was none other than Su Qing and Li Lingxiu. The crowd was shocked at the same time as they were shocked at the demonic face value of their party. There was also a lot of speculation about who they were. He Jishuan's stunt was broken in such a comical way. It was even more of a giggle for a moment. Eyes as wide as brass bells, hands at a loss for placement. He Lian Tian very insightfully took a chair from the side. After cleaning it with his sleeve, he placed it in front of Li Yi. Seniors, please sit down. Just leave the rest to the late generation. Li Yi yawned and waved his hand. Aha! You do your thing. I'm going to get some sun. After saying this, he lazily enjoyed the afternoon under the warm sunshine. When He Feng Yen took a look at this situation, how could he not know that they were in league with his brother? And from the look of He Liantian's fawning appearance, it only looked like a thick thigh. Couldn't even care less about my own father for that. But it's good. After all, I'm a few years younger and see things too superficially. If my He family encounters an unbeatable master, it will be destroyed. So how can the legacy be unbroken to this day? Oh my foolish brother, you still fail to recognize, of the word family, just how much terrifying power it contains. He Baining Yan sneered inwardly, but did not utter a word on his face. He Lian Tian briefly explained to He Jishuan. Father, long story short, the child was assassinated by an assailant and was swindled to look for treasures outside the city. I didn't want to encounter several waves of outlaws one after another. Elder Foam has already lost his life to outlaws in order to protect me, and I escaped with 9 lives to the city gates and was surrounded by the 5 Meng brothers. With his life hanging in the balance, he was fortunate to have the help of these benefactors. So much for getting out of the way. He Jishuan furrowed his brows deeply. Now there is a more dominant presence on the field than him, so his temper calmed down quite a bit. One of the most significant changes is that the whole person has become very patient. He listened quietly to his second son's words, his eyes subconsciously glancing at his eldest son. Intuition told him that some kind of doggone drama was about to happen to him. Are you sure? You really want to get things straight here? He Jishuan looked deeply at his son, a rare hint of pleading in his gaze. But He Lian Tian didn't have the slightest intention of softening his heart this time. He clapped his hands and flung himself onto his knees for He Jishuan. After kowtowing to make amends, he said in a deep voice, Bring in the stuff. So the crowd next saw an image that they will never forget. A group of stout young men carried a golden silk coffin that looked quite ostentatious, burst through the door with joy, and there was some kind of strange dance going on. Those who didn't recognize the casket thought they were picking up something red. The ear-piercing sound of the sham put a complete end to the entire atmosphere of the birthday banquet. The guests had lost interest in eating and drinking, all waiting with jaws agape to see what unfolded next. The real son actually sent a coffin to celebrate his father's birthday. Is it a distortion of human nature or moral degradation behind this? The fire of their gossip had burned so brightly that they couldn't contain it any longer. Knowing that his father would misunderstand, He Lian Tian grabbed the opportunity to speak. Father, rest your anger. This coffin, today's child is prepared for a pair of dogs. It was not my intention to spoil your birthday banquet for you. Forgive me if the child's heart blazes with anger and can't wait a moment longer. He Bei Yan and Su Xiaoyu tacitly glanced at each other. Each saw their terrified selves in the other's pupils. Although he didn't know where He Lian Tian's confidence came from, but this strong aura of vengeance was already enough to make them weak to the point of disorganization. Su Xiaoyu bit her lower lip and put her hands behind her back, secretly crushed a jade slip. A divine thought flew away in light at an extremely fast speed. Almost no one in the room noticed. Su Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. She was certainly able to see Su Xiaoyu's small movements, and it's also easy to intercept the message. But she took one look at Li Yi's drowsy appearance. Still, he didn't take matters into his own hands, but simply allowed the message that suspiciously reported the move. The transient is far away. He Lian Tian signaled them to stop playing music and smiled sorrowfully towards Su Xiaoyu and the two of them. And you need not be afraid. I've only brought one coffin with me today. Doesn't that make the point clear enough? The two of you. Just one of you has to get inside here today. I stopped bothering the rest of the guy after that. After all, it must have been one person who made the plan. The other one is just responsible for execution. Whose sin is worse? I can't say for a moment. In short, die with both of them. How about the sins of both? As I said, it's all left to one man to carry. The one that's left can continue to live a life of impunity. Maybe even think of each other when they have a free moment. It would be a way to leave a memory in the earthly realm. He Lian Tian's tone at this time was following the advice, but there was no trace of that kind of maniacal meaning left. Instead, it's more like a wise scholar, a seeker whose faith is in the preaching of the word. Li Qinghan Melon ate deliciously, grabbing his sister's arm from time to time. Surprise, this kid looks stupid. I didn't realize that doing things was a bit evil. This kind of talent, to be placed in the past. It should be the one you're trying so hard to get, right? Li Lingxiu was speechless. Please, we're in the same league, okay? If you see a talent you have to recruit it personally. So am I going to do anything all day? You'll be because you see a good candidate for the gate. Just drop the big thing you're doing and go talk to that guy specifically? This time, uncharacteristically, he said a lot of things, and the pace of speech was much faster than usual. Li Qinghan was a bit stunned by what he heard for a moment. Subconsciously, his right hand was going to touch her to see if she had a fever. It was then gently knocked off. On the other side, Su Xiaoyu and He Fengyan listened. First, he quickly exchanged glances and utilized his divine sense to transmit his voice. Jade, don't fall for his tricks. He's injured now. All that could be relied upon were these few outsiders who were at his side. We must not mess up now. I saw you summoning for help just now. We're thinking the same thing. I'm calling someone. Now we'll just bite the bullet and deny it. Hold on until our main body drives by. Let's see what tricks they can pull when the time comes. In the face of absolute strength, they're nothing but a bunch of jumped-up clowns. He Beacon was a rare overachiever. Such a complete set of words was organized in such a short time. Su Xiaoyu looked at him in slight shock. He said to himself, is this guy still the same straw man he knew? Chapter 79 One Punch Empress Li Qinghan. Su Xiaoyu blinked and nodded lightly, signaling that he understood what he meant. He Beiyan breathed a sigh of relief and took a relaxed stance as he confronted his brother. Looked not panicked. Seeing this, He Lian Tian sighed and, helplessly, he turned back to Li Qinghan. This lack of strength is embarrassing. Even threatening people doesn't have much effect. Lian Tian has the audacity to ask the benefactor to help me one more time. Li Qinghan said unhappily. Good for you. You're playing a trick on me, aren't you? The promise in front was quite dry. As a result, I'm now being told to keep upping the ante when I get to the door. What's the difference between that and still sitting on your ass? Is this non-negotiable? He Lian Tian asked with a slight blush. Sure, I am a man of principle, and whatever price is agreed upon is the price. I'm not going to take advantage of you, but you're not going to make me work for you for nothing either. Li Qinghan hugged her arms and said in a very adult manner. So what if? I will give you another treasure of the same type. Is the benefactor interested? Li Qinghan's eyes rolled back in seriousness. Is that true? Give Lian Tian 10,000 guts. He wouldn't dare to lie to his benefactor. He Lian Tian smiled slightly. It's good to add money to be useful. Li Lingxiu was really curious now and asked softly towards Li Qinghan. Hey, what the hell is that? Make you so unreserved? Li Qinghan hummed and smiled smugly. Soon you'll know. Hey, I'll only lend it to you when you ask me to. After saying that, Qinghan Li took a few steps forward. Unceremoniously, he said to Su Xiaoyu, the poison is all down. What else are you afraid to admit? He still had the scented pouch on him now. Take it out and confront you with it. What can you say? The reason you two are so calm. It's just a matter of being sure that he can't do anything to you guys. But alas, his luck is better than yours. I am fortunate to have met me. Since you have absolute confidence in the force, then I will use my fists to talk to you. Qinghan Li carried his hands behind his back and spoke eloquently. It looks adorable and at the same time very high manly. Su Xiaoyu had a look of astonishment and doubt on her face, and for a moment she couldn't tell whether this child was serious or not, or are they here to scare them. On the other hand, He Fengyan was relatively more direct, and he immediately snorted after hearing this. Little girl, you don't look like much, but your cow skin is not small. You don't really think you took my dad's move earlier personally, do you? My lord is here to advise you. Don't give your father any trouble. Go back and stay there. The water of this Ningyuan city is not something you outsiders can figure out in a moment. Fight if you want to. So much nonsense. Li Qinghan looked impatient. Now, with this small body, it is really inconvenient to do anything. Even with such a formal provocation, the other party was able to find an excuse to rebuff it. So in annoyance, she threw a punch straight away, without using any divine power. It was just a straight punch. It was entirely based on physical strength. It's so hard to catch such a real human tester. She wasn't about to prematurely scrap the other side. Li Qinghan's aura was undoubtedly sufficient. The posture of the punches is also extremely standard. For a while, the people watching the battle around them were all impressed. Think the kid has at least put in the hard work, even if he likes to talk big. It's such a simple starting stance. Without a period of hard practice, there is absolutely no way to use it so casually. Only from He Binaying Yan's perspective, this action would inevitably look comical. Pink and so small a fist. Simply the cutest thing he'd ever seen in his life. So he shook his head, using only 3 points of his strength, and stretched out a palm intending to catch his opponent's punch. Not good. Get out of the way. A thunderous, angry cry suddenly rang in his ears. It rumbled He Fengyan's ears. Immediately after that, he saw a figure that was extremely fast. It flashed in front of him in an instant. His aura soared to the extreme, and he looked to have received the punch with all his might. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the shield on this person's body all shattered, and his body traced a long trajectory through the air like a sandbag. It then landed heavily on the ground. The lines of blood spraying in midair fell to the ground only then. Ahem! Large pools of blood spurted from the corners of his mouth, staining his front lapel. It looked shocking. Dad! It was only then that her beacon reacted. The person who just flew out was his own old man. At that moment, not caring about anything else, he jumped over with a single leap. He Jishuan's face was waxy and he was still coughing up blood in small gulps. Being assisted by his eldest son, his mouth was reprimanded. The eagle fights the rabbit, but still uses its full strength. What did I teach you when you were a kid? Have you forgotten? Just now. You were so careless. I'm afraid you're going to be punched to death by someone else. He Beiyan thought at this time. Not really. This cultivation of his father was stronger than his own. Plus he had just used his full strength. Even the protective aptitude was on. And yet, he was still hurt like this. Then if it was himself, he was afraid that he really didn't have a life in him anymore. This little girl. What kind of monster is she? You didn't notice her using her spiritual power at all? Seeing them look up at themselves, Li Qinghan skimmed the surface. It's not my fault. He had to bump into it himself. Fists and feet have no eyes. You should know this, right? And it seems the results are in now. Do you, still, refuse to admit it and get this over with as soon as possible? He Jishuan squeezed his eldest son's arm with his hand and said with a vicissitude, if it was really you who did it, just admit it now. Anyway, it's done. Solely act like a man. Don't let people look down on you. It's just a pity that I'm afraid my father has no way to protect you. The opponent's strength is simply beyond our imagination. He Beiyan's face shifted. He knew that even if he waited for reinforcements now, he might not be the opponent's enemy. With the strength crushed, the situation was pretty much dead. For today's solution, if you want to live, you can only do what He Lian Tian said. Be the first to confess everything and let the allies take the brunt of his wrath. He or she will be able to live with the situation. Although this move will undoubtedly defeat the character directly, but before life and death. Again, these seem as if they are of little importance. After a moment of slight agonizing, He Beiyan jerked her head up. Well, I'm committed to. Halfway through his sentence, another crisp voice interrupted him. Tian, I admit it. I was the one who poisoned you. But you have to believe that this was never my intention. It's all him. He Beacon. He got a hold of me and threatened me with my family. That's what forced me to follow through on this poisonous plan of his. All the plans and steps were devised by him alone. I had voiced my objections, but I was beaten by him. I'm sorry I wasn't brave enough to fight back. I know it's hard to wash away my sins. If you can, I would like you to give me more time to serve you day in and day out. How about slowly redeeming yourself? Chapter 80, What does it mean to have a snake's heart? After Su Xiaoyu finished her words, before He Liantian could react, He Beaming blew up first. He never expected the woman he always thought was a handful. How dare they backhandedly stab themselves at such a critical moment now? And just that one cut was extremely fatal. MD, stinking woman, don't you dare spit blood. Obviously you. He Fengyin was furious and was about to accuse Su Xiaoyu of the crime with fierce words. But before the words were out of his mouth, his face shook with a blush. Following that, a large mouthful of blood spurted out wildly. His eyes were stunned and he fell to the floor in disbelief. Glancing down at the blood staining the back of his hand, blackish red and vaguely greenish, obviously poisoned without a doubt. You. No matter how hard He Fengyin tried, he could only utter this one word, and then it all went to an inaudible ho ho ho. Now he was completely flustered. There was no way to talk at such a critical time. It's almost like being in a situation where you're at the mercy of the enemy, but there was nothing he could do about it. Something like poison. He's far from a connoisseur. He's just stuck at an average level. And the one who poisoned Su Xiaoyu, she is indeed a good one. The point that was most unacceptable to Yi Fengyan was, he had now realized that the poison had by no means been administered in that instant just now. Because a poison that works so quickly would have to be obviously poisoned to work. Even if one is a genius, it's impossible in such a split second. Completes both the poisoning and seizure together. So there's only one answer, and that's that the poison was administered before that. And the most likely time was after He Liantian had issued a threat to them. This woman pretended to be obedient to He Fengyan, with a harmless look, but it turned out to be utterly serpentine. The poison was placed in advance even at the risk of wrongful death. So I think it must have been for this moment now. And the situation was indeed as she expected. He Liantian dared to be so forceful on such a sensitive occasion. The backhand is really powerful and scary. For once, she had gambled right. The toxin was constantly eating away at He Fengyan's body. It kept his breath falling steadily. In just a dozen or so breaths, it was already on the verge of falling down to the yuanying stage. As He Liantian watched this scene, his pupils shook tremendously. It wasn't that he was heartbroken about his half-brother. Rather, it's an afterthought. A complete afterthought. I used to boast of my talents and qualifications, only now do I realize that I was just a clown. This woman had been in contact with herself for so long, it was surprising that she hadn't realized that she had this skill at all. If she'd had a murderous intent on herself before, then I'm afraid I won't even have a chance to react. Warp without realizing it. This time, fortunately met the benefactor them, otherwise it is also a proper certain death. The more He Liantian thought about it, the more scared he became. Layers of cold sweat continued to pour out of every pore on his body. Sky, what's wrong with you? Did I break your heart? I'm really sorry. Can you give me another chance? Just once. I swear, I will never do anything against you again. I'm willing to spend the rest of my life trying to make up for the mistakes I made before. Tin, I still like you. You love me too, don't you? Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone out and helped me hunt for treasure without fear of danger because of my illness. We'll make up again, and I'll still be the jade you love. Okay? Su Xiaoyu's eyes were brimming with tears as she looked at He Liantian pitifully. Both hands grabbed his arms as well. It was then gently cradled in his arms. If Li Qinghan and the girls hadn't seen it from just now until now, I'm afraid I really thought it was a very cozy scene. Who would have thought that there would be a fiancé who would conspire with others to assassinate her fiancé? He Liantian looked at Su Xiaoyu, a trace of struggle appearing in his eyes. At first it was a little bit, but soon this struggle began to thicken. He Liantian stood there dumbfounded, neither speaking nor making much of a move. It looks like it's in the middle of a celestial battle. Qinghanli grabbed a jar of candied fruit from somewhere and was eating it. Looking at He Liantian's current demeanor, he said somewhat incredulously, "Really fake? It's not, is it? There won't really be a man." Because a woman said a few soft words. So you can forgive her for every problem, right? It's not a matter of principle anymore. It's a big deal like life and death, eh? Li Lingxiu swept her a glance and didn't say anything. Talking to you. You didn't hear me? Isn't this guy a loser? Li Lingxiu couldn't stand being annoyed by her and said helplessly, "Please, will you open your psychic vision and see? That kid, even if he was confused by beauty before, now that these things have happened, it's impossible to be heartless enough to forget all about it so quickly." He had experienced the death of his elders and the double betrayal of his loved ones one after another. How could he not do what any normal person could react to? I see you've really been a kid for a long time, and even your brain fits perfectly into that age group. As Li Lingxiu explained the problem, she did not forget to damage Li Qinghan a bit. It had become a little game that the two of them had enjoyed playing over the years. Qinghanli froze for a moment. Subconsciously, he opened his spiritual vision, and a misty clear light blossomed from his eyes. This time, I really saw a different scene. Just see the cozy embracing duo there. At the moment it was being enveloped in a kind of pink light. There was a constant flow of pink spiritual energy around them, scrambling towards He Liantian's body. And every pink psychic energy enters, He Liantian's body would tremble imperceptibly once. It's just that it's not easy to notice because it's extremely slight. Su Xiaoyu wasn't idle either. Except for the fact that she kept on creating that pink spiritual energy, the eyes were also radiating a pink glow. Like an aperture, layer by layer, it crashed towards He Liantian. He Liantian is under this continuous attack. It was only then that the attitude hardened from determination to the current indecision. Good. This woman plays dirty. How dare you use winks at a time like this? Is it that you don't take me seriously? Li Qinghan jumped straight to his feet. In fact, it was not her fault that she was angry this time. It's really because winks are such a thing. The genus is not up to scratch. It wasn't because they were the same woman that they looked down on those who practiced the art of charming. It's just that this kind of sidetracking might be somewhat useful at a lower level of cultivation. Being able to access resources more easily than the next person, or some extra connections, and the blessing of a predecessor. However, as the realm of the people around them deepened, Meigong gradually lost its usefulness. Each time the realm is broken, the cultivator must not only have his or her own realization in the Tao, and a baptism of the heart. Only those who withstood the backlash of the heart demon were considered to have officially broken the realm. Therefore, with a high level of cultivation, the state of mind naturally has a high degree of immunity. So no one is going to get to the back of the line and throw their winks out the window. It doesn't work at all. Chapter 81, Su Xiaoyu's reinforcements arrive. The reason why Li Qinghan was angry was actually mainly because he had looked away, failed to notice Su Xiaoyu's tactics in the first place, being caught by Li Lingxiu and a flat-out opportunity to taunt herself. Therefore, she immediately intended to strike, wanting to teach Su Xiaoyu a lesson, so that you can take your own breath away. But as he struck out, he was stopped by Li Lingxiu. Don't do it. What? Now I'm under your control, right? I'm going to do it. Li Qinghan made a face and the light of the spell lit up in her hand. Snap! Li Lingxiu wasn't the least bit spoiled and directly pressed on her chakra, cut off the spiritual power completely. A single breath blew the unformed jutsu away. Li Qinghan was a bit anxious. Don't you want to see if this guy can actually carry it through on his own? If you strike now, he'll leave a demon in his heart, because it wasn't something he broke through on his own. Do you understand? Besides, you've helped him twice anyhow. Now it's just time to see what he's made of. If you can't even stand that test, then that's the end of him and us. After that, get your stuff and we'll leave. Once Qinghan Li heard this, he felt that it was indeed the case. So too, he calmed down and was surprised. It's not right. Aren't you a devil? Why are you so concerned for him now? He's a human cultivator. Li Lingxiu stared at her seriously and said slowly, I turned out to be such a narrow image in your eyes. Ha! Li Qinghan opened his mouth, momentarily unsure of what attitude to use in response to this unfamiliar reaction from her. She was still more accustomed to getting along in a tit-for-tat state. Frenemies, isn't that the way it should be? Waiting for Li Lingxiu to move her eyes away, that's what shattered. What the hell? Suddenly so serious. On the other hand, He Liantian didn't fail to live up to the opportunity Li Lingxiu had fought for him. After a period of confusion, his eyes slowly regained clarity. Su Xiaoyu had already won, but at this moment, she noticed the change in her opponent. Couldn't help but be appalled. How is this possible? My strength is already at the peak of Yuaning, to far exceed yours. Besides, you're still injured, so you should never be able to break my spells. He Liantian had regained the dominance of his body by now, taking his arm back from Su Xiaoyu's soft jade. Fade, you're right, and this kind of charm is really good. I've never seen such a dominant path before. Shouldn't be low grade, right? It must at least be in the quasi-heavenly rank category. Su Xiaoyu's eyes were stunned. Now, even though the charming power was broken, he himself suffered some backlash. However, the strength was still much stronger than He Liantian. Theoretically, when the two fought, her chances of winning were almost 100%, but He Liantian was now so calm in his stance, and yet, she couldn't get enough of it. Did that little girl really have some extraordinary relationship with him? But obviously when I used my winks on him before, she didn't even care about. While his thoughts flew around, he answered He Liantian's question. Nice vision, almost to the heavenly order. Meigong is already rare, and its value is enough to receive a medium heaven stage technique. Su Xiaoyu had her hands behind her back and had been rubbing her wrists. Inwardly, he waited anxiously for reinforcements to arrive. She had a vague premonition that she seemed to be having a really hard time with this hurdle. He Liantian laughed softly twice and sighed. Heavenly rank Gongfuwa. Even this entire He clan did not have a single truly heaven-ranked technique. The best of them was just a quasi-heavenly ranked body technique. But you, a being who needs to be joined in marriage to a second in line to the throne like me, and yet such strength, such stature, don't you have anything else to say to me? What are you? Really? In the last sentence, He Liantian was already shouting out harshly. Frightened, Su Xiaoyu winced. Subconsciously, he was about to open his mouth to give an account, but just at this moment, there was a sudden burst of powerful aura from outside that covered the sky and came in two. It looked like there were more than one or two at least. Su Xiaoyu felt the familiar aura in it and finally let out a complete sigh of relief. Since the support came, then he was finally considered safe. He Liantian's backer may be powerful, but in this Ningyuan city, and yet, it's not just a matter of being strong enough to have a hand in the world. Unless, is big enough to break the sky. But is that possible? It doesn't exist. When did it become the He family's turn for a second son to be in charge? Still don't release my ewer. Between the surges of spiritual energy, an overbearing to the extreme voice came from the sky above. This voice was infused with extremely strong cultivation. The crowd at the bottom all experienced a sharp discomfort just from listening to it. Those with lower cultivation levels even went straight into a coma. Lian Tian was even less able to resist, and his body was directly sent flying out. It slammed hard into a boulder before sliding down to the ground with blood spewing from his mouth. The boulder behind him, on the other hand, had been smashed with shocking cracks. In the blink of an eye, a number of people fell to the ground in pieces. Almost no one is still standing unscathed. Except, of course, for a few people from Li Yi. Su Qing had flung her sleeve between her brows as early as when he opened his mouth. A layer of protective spells was opened. It wrapped Li Yi and his two daughters in it. Therefore, Li Yi did not even hear the sound, not to mention being affected by the waves. It's all blocked out by the Suzum piece. When Su Xiaoyu saw this, the corner of her mouth curled up into a smile. In a flash of his body, he had already arrived at the side of the man above him. The man was a large, burly man, with a height of 2 meters and a bald head. He was a fat man. It looks like a kind of drunken monk. Su Xiaoyu stood beside him obediently and said in a delicate voice, "Second brother, you're too slow to come. My little sister was almost killed by them." The burly man was greatly flattered by this kind of pampering, and smiled at the words, full of unconcern. "Don't worry, third sister, I've left an avatar rune mark on you. If you do receive a fatal blow, the rune mark will automatically shield it. It will deliver my full power strike, which will not only solve your predicament at that time, I can still be notified. Second brother will be here in an instant. So, you can't worry about safety." How could the brothers not think this through for you? This sounded too flattering. Su Xiaoyu instantly smiled and said happily, "Can't see it. Usually looks like a roughneck, but has a pretty delicate mind." The two exchanged a few brief words. The line behind them gradually followed. "Fellow Daoist Han, why did you still make a move? Didn't I tell you not to do it until it's absolutely necessary in this Ningyuan city? Can't you just use a powerful spell to hurt someone's life?" The speaker was a middle-aged man with a country face, looking quite decent. Only at the moment, helplessness was written all over his face. Chapter 82, Lord Wan's Damn Responsibility. The burly man twisted his head toward the visitor and gave him a grin. "City Lord Wan, you can't say that nonsense. I'm a brash man, but I'm a man of my word. Since I promised you, I will absolutely honor the agreement between you and me. As for what I did just now, look where someone died. It's not at all harmful to their lives. It's just a coma for a while." The city lord is overly concerned. Wan Dus looked at the tragic situation sprawled below and had the intention of having a seizure. But thinking about the strength of the burly man, he could only hold back. Just a very ugly face. The ones accompanying them behind them were the ones who had arrived from the Su family. However, looking at the posture of the person in charge, it was obvious that he was also predominantly a strong man. Standing quietly behind him at the moment, he didn't show too much obvious emotion either. The entire Su family looked a little indefinably strange. Twilight, not very active. Wan Dus sighed inwardly. "Luckily, I returned from my outing today and happened to pass by the vicinity of Su's house. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's going to be hard for you and the others to escape today." Now he was injured, but at least he had saved his life. "I'm doing my job as the city's leader." Self-soothingly, Wan Dan urged, "Now that the matter is over, fellow Daoist Han, please bring your little sister and return quickly. This side of things, just let the city lord's office handle it." The burly man stared into Wan's eyes and said with a smirk, "Go back? Oh, that he family? They pushed my third sister to such a state. I'm a brother. Since I've made the trip, how to get justice for her? You're letting me go back now, but you're clearly favoring the he family." The burly man's voice was soft and his expression was smiling, but the crowd couldn't help but hear the slightest chill rise. The implication of the threat could not be more obvious. While Wanduan was furious in his heart, this guy Han Ping dared to face so many people, saying such things directly to him. Undoubtedly, he was not taking him seriously at all. If it weren't for the fear that fighting you would cause incalculable damage to Ningyuan City, otherwise the city lord would not be able to tolerate you. Damn my sense of responsibility. Wan Dus continued to suppress his anger and said in a deep voice, "So what do you want? Do you want to exterminate the Yi family before the investigation is complete?" Han Peng, don't really think that just because you have a few points of strength, you're treating the city lord like nothing. Seeing Wandan's rare anxiousness, Han Peng was also stunned, but it was soon followed by a playful smile. "Extermination? You've got a good idea. Speaking of which, all this time in Ningyuan City, every day, I had to abide by the rules you laid down. The rules and regulations are simply annoying. I was worried that I didn't have a place to vent my spleen. This he family just rushed to the door. If I don't take it, I'll look like I'm letting them down. But City Lord Wan can rest assured, even if I, Han Pang, go on a killing spree here, no one will spread the word about what really happened. The Su family, they still listen to me when I speak. As for yourself, lol, naturally it's even less of a problem. So, the matter is known to God and to you and to me. Just shrug it off as a demon vendetta. It might even inspire people to throw themselves into the army and kill the enemy. What do you think of that idea? Although Han Pang could exterminate the crowd below with a snap of his fingers. Instead, he struggled to convince Van Duyn before doing so. Obviously deep down, he wasn't as rambunctious as he appeared to be, not putting Van Duyn in the slightest bit in his eyes. As a veteran powerhouse who had been famous for many years, Wanda still had some say. He was afraid of really pissing off Van Duyn, in case he really put up a fight with himself. If you're not careful, you'll end up with a lose-lose situation. Wan Dust flatly refused. No way. I would never make that kind of deal. Never before. Never now. Never again. You just die straight away. With me here today, you're not allowed to kill a single person. The smile on Han Pang's face instantly disappeared as he said sinisterly, "Good. That's what finally made it interesting. Since you want to be a model townie so badly, then I'll test you first today. I'll kill. You save. How about this way you can tell the winner without having to fight? Fair enough? You don't mess around." Wandan bellowed, but it was too late. A wild punch from Han Pang has been thrown. The purple fist prints grew in the wind the moment they detached from the fist. It soon became as if it was covering the sky, completely enveloping the entire He Mansion. It looks destructive. Wan Dust's face changed drastically, and in his heart, he angrily cursed Han Pang for being shameless. How can he be saved if he plays such a desperate game right out of the gate? But just as he was caught up in the heat of the moment, he was ready to start a fight with Han Pang. But suddenly, he realized that the fist mark seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Not a ripple came from below. It's as if the punch mark was fake, disillusioned like a bubble. Ha! The one who was even more puzzled than him was naturally Han Pang, was about to enjoy the thrill of harvesting life, only to realize that I hadn't received any feedback at all. He looked down, and good lord, the people underneath are doing what they should be doing, and nothing has changed at all, except for the fact that my face was a little white with fear. But at this point, the two of them finally realized that there were actually a few people down there who were fine. It didn't look as if he was hurt at all. One of them even dozed off like a chickadee. In the warm daylight, they looked like a family on vacation. Your Excellency is really good at this, and so calm in a place like this. Could it be that you don't put me, Han Pang, in your eyes? Han Pang noticed the shroud shrouding the outside, but he didn't recognize it, so he subconsciously decided that it was the effect of a treasure, because but any shield-type divine ability that could block his attacks. He had at least seen it, if not practiced it. After all, there were only so many high-ranking feats, not so many that you couldn't recognize them when you saw them. Therefore, he directly then categorized this family as the male children of a certain family. This kind of person is usually in a good realm, but has little real-world experience, but worth a lot of money, and one is usually rich as hell. And it is this group that is most likely to disregard the world. They only think that cultivation means everything. I don't know that this is ridiculous. Wanwan had similar views to Han Pang as he frowned at the bottom. It looks like a reprimand, but it's a worried word. I see that you are not from the He family either. If there's nothing else, why don't you leave now? This is a place of lawlessness, and you're treating it like your own backyard. Both of them had cultivation levels at the God transformation stage, and they brought their spiritual energy with them when they spoke. So all of a sudden it woke up Li. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. Bewildered, he looked around at the messy situation. Another glance up at the group of uninvited guests. Clueless, I just dozed off. What's gotten into you? And who are these guys, talking so loud? I can't even get a good night's sleep. I deserve a beating. Chapter 83. Today I realize that one mountain is higher than the other. Li Yi's rightful reprimand instantly froze all the people at the top. They stared at him with dumbfounded eyes, and in their hearts, they once again gained a new understanding of the level of strawiness of the children of the world's families. With a mind of this caliber, the family is comfortable letting him out to roam around alone? Isn't that a sure thing? It's just the difference between dying early and dying late. But while they thought so, Su Qing could not. The moment Li Yi gave the command, she then immediately sprang into action. In a flash of his figure, the vast pressure spread out. Not only the small He Mansion, but also the entire Ningyuan city. It was as if they had been swept by a gale. Endless spiritual energy stirred the wind and clouds in an instant. The spiritual energy in a 100-mile radius was drained at a speed visible to the naked eye. It all converged into Su Qing's hands. It turned into an icy blue translucent longbow. She slowly pulled the bowstring, and a crystal blue arrow suddenly took shape. A huge sense of oppression then poured out to the other few people. Han Peng and Wanwan's faces changed drastically in a flash. The body casts what it knows completely out of instinct. All protective spells, layers and layers of shields appeared one after another, and even more treasures were offered up. Wrap yourself heavily in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. If he hadn't felt completely locked by the aura, there would have been absolutely no chance of escape. They were instantly far away at this point, not wanting to stay here for even a moment. But even after so many layers of preparation, that feeling of life and death crisis still didn't dissipate. It was as if these means were meaningless in front of an arrow from the other side. Wan Dust gulped and said with a pale face, "Girl, no, seniors, always be calm. We were the ones who spoke out of turn just now. I have accidentally offended you and disturbed your pleasure. Please be a big man and let us off the hook for once." Han Peng was even worse than Wanwan's performance, and at this moment, his face was so white that he could no longer speak. Only knowing to echo Wanwan's meaning, he nodded his head frantically. Su Qing still maintained the posture of drawing her bow to shoot, but neither attacked nor stopped. "Just fade away. It is not I whom you have offended. Instead, it's my master. If his old man is willing to forgive you, I will stop myself." One that could frighten 2 spirit transformation stage cultivators into this state at the same time. Naturally, it had to be the transitional stage without a doubt. And what kind of terrifying cultivation was the existence that made the transitional sedimentary stage willingly serve as a slave and a servant? It was only then that Wandan and Han Peng came to their senses and realized that they were the ones who had gone to the bottom of the well. People are simply not there to be too stupid to see the situation. Rather, they simply didn't have them in their sights the entire time. Whether you fight or make a scene, it's just a kid's trick in my eyes. So I'll just watch the show when I'm bored. Talking about boredom. So, people can even take a steady doze and nap in this atmosphere. Han Peng slowed down this time and landed on the ground in a single bound. With a flutter, he fell to his knees and said in tears, "Elder, it's me who has no eyes and has disturbed your pleasure. I am willing to offer the treasures that I have collected over the years, so I beg senior to be lenient and spare my seniors this time." Before Li Yi could say anything, Li Qinghan was the first to hum. "What good can you have as a tiny transformation spirit stage? Do you see us as people who are worse than you are?" When Han Peng heard this, a cold sweat came down. Because from the point of view that they are in the He mansion, undoubtedly there is some relationship with the He family. It's not like he had deliberately avoided the crowd with the way he treated He Fu just now. So it's really hard right now, fearing that the other party would dry waste him with an arrow at the drop of a hat, and Su Xiaoyu who had been following him. At this point it was even more pale. Shivering, he sent a message to Han Peng. "That little girl is He Lian Tian's backer. He Lian Tian was able to push me to this point because he had her behind him." After hearing this, Han Peng turned around violently and stared at Su Xiaoyu dead in the face. In the back of my mind, I hated her. She hadn't said any of that when she'd made the transmission. It only said that He Lian Tian had hugged a thigh with a few points of strength from somewhere. She couldn't handle it on her own right now. If she had said that the other party had this level of strength, even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to come over so arrogantly. Women are misguided, and redheads are a curse. Han Peng's face was grim to the core. Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was completely terrified and trembled into a ball. The brain went blank. Han Peng had been her last resort. Nowadays even he was no match for the other party. Then how can you get any better? Li Qinghan continued, "I'm not in the mood for but that woman, she can't go with you today. As I said before, I'll protect He Lian Tian's child. And yet, she still secretly makes it work," and called for help. "As for you, you directly injured He Lian Tian seriously. Now I'm delayed by you in all my affairs. Tell me instead, how do you want to resolve this matter?" Li Yi yawned and looked ahead with a somewhat straightened gaze from his vacant eyes unfocused, not sure what they were thinking. Han Peng's face was stunned and uncertain, changing like a walking lantern many times. After a moment, a sudden clench of teeth. Turning around, he yanked over Su Xiaoyu's body and threw it violently, throwing her to the side of Helianthus. At the same time a burst of spiritual energy had ravaged her body. It made her directly fall into a state of serious injury and lose her ability to resist. And Han Peng came to crouch in front of He Lian Tian. A light green spiritual energy appeared from his palm. It flowed into He Lian Tian's body like a clear spring. He Lian Tian, who could originally only remain conscious but could not move at all, it soon became restored to mobility under the nourishment of this spiritual energy. He had some impression of Han Peng, and he had felt quite intimidated by the man before. At this moment, he was first injured and then saved by him. Naturally, I can't talk about it. So he gave him a fixed look and didn't say anything. Han Peng was a bit embarrassed. Something like this personally healing the injuries of a junior. He couldn't remember the last time he'd done it. but now not only do we not see the other side being grateful, instead, it felt tremendously hostile, but he couldn't care less. I can't help it. It's important to stay alive. In the face of life and death, any minor detail can be discarded. The two were silent for a moment before Hanping took the lead. Brother you heard everything just now. Now the seniors have placed the power to dispose of this matter in your hands. I hadn't had time to understand the cause and effect before. Now I've learned it was her fault, and taught her a lesson for you. Today I, Han Pang, can make a vow. Su Xiaoyu can be put at your full disposal. If I'm half dissatisfied, how about just letting the heavenly tribulation lightning blast me to death on the spot? Chapter 84, We're not seeing the same stars. It didn't take He Lian Tian long to recover from Han Peng's hands. It just didn't comment on Han Peng's words. He came right up to Su Xiaoyu and looked at her deeply for a few moments. Under the other's endless pleading and fearful gaze, a blade of light condensed from pure spiritual energy whistled and cut through her neck. Crimson blood spurted and stained He Lian Tian's clothes. His eyes appeared bleak for a moment, but quickly adjusted. Turning back to Han Peng, he said faintly, "You go." Really? Han Peng's eyes widened in disbelief. As the saying goes, when you prepare for the worst and nothing happens. In fact, in practical terms, it's not unlike winning a lottery. The difference is only that the euphoria lasts for a shorter period of time. If senior doesn't keep you, my side won't make things difficult for you. He Lian Tian returned the choice back to Li Yi and the others. Han Peng then looked back at Li Qinghan hopefully. Li Qinghan grunted and waved his hand impatiently. Then get the hell out of here. It's your fault for taking me so long. If I catch you again in the future, you will not be spared. The late generation will never dare again. Han Peng nodded his head like a pawn meeting a general. Seeing that Qinghan Li indeed had no intention of making a move, then he immediately launched his fastest stance, not daring to stop for even a moment as he raced away furiously. As for those he brought with him, naturally, I don't care about any of them. The Su family froze in place for a moment before reacting. One by one, they all ran their asses back as well. He was afraid that He Liantian and the others would back out in the middle of the day. It came in with a vengeance and left in a haystack. Soon the place was calm again. All that's left is a house party that's messed up beyond recognition, as well as the extra city Lord Wandan. Li Qinghan looked at He Liantian with some curiosity and asked with a raised eyebrow, "Why did you let him go so easily just now? With me here to back you up, what do you have to fear? You're kind enough not to take advantage of the situation. How come you won't even take any favors? Is it the death of a beloved woman that makes your heart die together? And not so good in the head, too?" Of course these words could not be said directly in front of Li Yi, otherwise it's a bit at odds with her little kid image, so she resorted to a voice transmission. He Liantian wasn't sure why he had suddenly switched to this form of communication now. Then she had no choice but to go along with what she wanted. Thoughtfully replied, "The reason is really simple. The benefactors are strong. This I naturally know. But saving me from danger before has been very much appreciated. But I have no other treasure to offer than what I promised you. Hence this behavior of not giving, but only taking from you. I'd feel so uneasy inside. Of course that's only part of the reason. The most important point is that although you have not told me about it, yet I can tell that the seniors won't stay in this Ningyuan city for too long. Even if I take advantage of your tiger skin to seize resources in a big way in the meantime. But once you're gone, our He family will always remain here. While those enemies who had been offended in the past would gradually begin to regain their animosity towards my He family. At that time, when the group is surrounded by enemies, I'm only afraid that I won't have a good day to live." He Liantian spoke slowly, but there was no noticeable pause. Obviously not coming up with an excuse on the fly, but indeed sorting out his inner thoughts. However, after hearing this, Li Qinghan suddenly stepped forward and kicked him, gritting her teeth and hating him. That's a sketchy way to think as a grown man. As a cultivator, what's a few more enemies? You just have to take every opportunity to get stronger. At that time, they were not your opponent, so naturally they would not dare to do anything to you. Otherwise, even if you run a good business, in the face of real benefits, they will still tear you apart like wolves. How did you live to be so old if you don't even understand such a simple truth? Although He Liantian was reprimanded, he had a well-behaved face and looked like he was very much in agreement with Li Qinghan's philosophy, just a bitter smile at the end of the day. Helpless. This hearty, fastidious approach. Why wouldn't I want to? It's just that the innate qualifications are limited in the way of such things as improving strength. But it is not something that can be done with intention. As Elder said before, succeeded in that way, must all be unearthly geniuses. The latecomer is merely one of the many ordinary cultivators. Then you have to make some concessions at some point. Survival, sometimes, means more to me than winning. Qinghan Li directly froze. This philosophy of He Lian Tian's was actually something she hadn't been exposed to much, so while trying to subconsciously retort to the other side, but when you think about it briefly, you realize that it's really true. So for a moment he frowned and recoiled into contemplation. Don't think about it. What's not to understand about that? There's nothing wrong with what he's doing. You have different strengths and naturally see things differently. You let him offend someone he can't beat to death in front of so many people. Isn't it obvious that he's being punked? Even if he had killed the man on the spot before. But what about the power behind that man? Kill them all. Too? Who's going to kill it? He doesn't have the strength anyway. This kind of trouble naturally falls on you. But it's okay for you to help him once. After all, you haven't gotten what you deserve. But you're willing to do dirty work like this afterward? At that point, I'm guessing I'll be bored with him in an instant. It's only a matter of moments before you fall out of favor. Face a backlash from enemy forces at that time. He died steadily. Li Lingxiu walked next to Li Qinghan at some point. Very logically analyzed. Li Qinghan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Frowning. You eavesdropped on us? How could you hear the voice transmission between me and him? If it was before, I naturally couldn't hear it. But he's too weak. It's not like the transmission method he would use was advanced. It was easy to unravel. Ya. Li Lingxiu spread his hands. Ha? So then. Li Qinghan turned back violently and looked in Li Yi's direction with great concern. If what was said just now was also heard by Li Yi, then this long-held image of hers could completely collapse. By then what baby daughter? Obviously a decisive female devil. Well, and la. That little fox is offering him a shoulder squeeze. The two have been whispering and couldn't care less about us. Li Lingxiu rolled her eyes. Li Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief, crossed her eyes and hummed. You were speaking so fluently. Isn't it also on paper? Make it sound like you have experience with this. How come you never saw you commiserate when you were against me? Chapter 85, the city lordship was passed on to you by your father, right? Li Lingxiu glanced at her gently and said seriously. Who told you I was inexperienced at this? Could it be that you think that this devil's palace of mine has been established as smoothly as your heavenly court? You've been living at heights no one else can reach since you were a child. But don't think everyone else is like you. Li Qinghan froze. Regarding Li Lingxiu's past, it had always been a mystery in the former fairy world. No one has ever had an exact proven claim. On the contrary, many of the rumor mongers were killed outright by the people in the devil's palace. So this infamous demon lord, its birth is then crowned with a strong mystery. Only now, to Li Qinghan, it seemed as if she was still a person with a story. Li Qinghan had the intention to let Li Lingxiu elaborate, but in her heart, she also knew that the other party would never reveal her heart to her. So after opening his mouth, he couldn't ask the latter. However, with Li Lingxiu's backing, He Liantian's words were naturally a bit more convincing. At least Qinghan Li here was sort of agreeing with it for the time being. After this change of heart, the birthday banquet naturally could no longer go on. The guests still present were more or less injured. Some of the particularly weak ones are still in a coma and have not woken up, but none of those who had already awakened wanted to stay around for more than a moment. They have taken their acquaintances and slipped away at the first sign of farewell, because even though they knew that this mysterious line of people was unprecedentedly powerful, but yet, because of this, it was far beyond their reach. So instead of forcing your way up there and risking a friendship, you should honestly stay away. Otherwise, even if he befriended these few powerful people, he would have offended the unknown Su family's side, caught in the middle and weak. They could undoubtedly only serve as cannon fodder that no one cared about. The guests left, and the large He mansion soon seemed much colder. It was especially dilapidated underneath the mess. Family head He Zhishuan had been seriously injured by Li Qinghan's punch and was powerless to preside over the situation at the moment. Eldest son He Bei Yingyan and have the wrong in the body, is in place face pale and do not know how to deal with themselves. Thus, He Liantian consciously substituted himself into the role of the family head. Calmly, he instructed his underlings to begin cleaning up the scene quickly, and he personally invited Li Yi and his party into the inner hall. Didn't even bother with Pop's injury outside in the first place. After personally arranging for his personal maid to make tea for both Li Yi and the others and City Lord Wan, He Liantian then excused himself and went out to find his father and brother. Li Yi, on the other hand, who was seated in the hall, stretched his back somewhat comfortably. Although he had just been woken up by Han Pang and Wan Dan, he had gotten a nice tan. The whole thing feels lethargic now. So Li Yi, who was supposed to look down on this kind of tea, picked it up and took a small sip. On the opposite side of the table, the Wan Dust One City Lord, however, looked very rushed and even a little embarrassed at the moment. From the previous performance, there was no doubt that the pretty woman with the bow was the strongest person here. But looking at the situation that had fallen into place under his eyes, it left him a little dazed again, because there were 4 people in total across the room. Even the 2 children had seats to sit, and surprisingly, Only the woman was standing, and it was standing next to the handsome man, associated with man napping in yard earlier. What does that mean? It was obvious that this person was the real powerhouse, but this one looks like he's not very accessible. Since the beginning, there is no intention of striking up a conversation with the lord of this city. Wandust thought inwardly. It wasn't that he had to wait for the other party to take the initiative to climb into conversation with him, but as a party of city lords, if you look too fawning in the face of a strong person, you will easily be looked down upon by the other party, thus making some very excessive demands on him later on in their relationship. For example, which family here has any treasures to play with? Which young lady has excellent qualifications and looks? Ask her if she wants to be his maid? Or, killing at the drop of a hat. He had encountered all of these problems before, which is why he wanted to eliminate them at the beginning. After all, he is a responsible city leader. The atmosphere in the room was sullen for a long time afterward. Wandust finally couldn't hold his breath any longer and coughed lightly, taking the lead. The late Wandust is the city lord of this Ningyuan city. There's a question I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. I wonder where the seniors came from, but are you going to live here in Ningyuan city for a long time? Wandwan's appearance was that of a middle-aged man, while opposite him was a handsome man and woman plus two little princesses. He opened his mouth and called himself a junior, and the scene had an indescribable sense of incongruity, but the few people on the other side of the room, they all but didn't feel bad, but embarrassingly, no one paid any attention to him either. The scene fell silent again right after he asked the question. Two black lines couldn't help but appear on Wandust's forehead. I thought to myself, are all the strong ones so high and mighty? You don't even care? Could it be because of the closeness to the Yi family that I've expressed my dissatisfaction with my behavior of putting the Yi family in danger? Thinking of this, Wandwan hurriedly explained. Senior must not misunderstand. During the late generation's tenure as city lord, though, there wasn't much special care given to the Yi family. But yet, no other family has ever been allowed to bully them unduly. The Yi family is really to blame for falling from a first-class family to the current situation. The late generation is saying that. Ningyuan City is still very concerned about the word fair. Otherwise, if it was just the Yi family's dumping, the Yi family would have been unable to support it a long time ago. If you want to take your anger out on your juniors for this, you have somewhat wronged your juniors. Wandwan's posture was low, but his words were tougher. In this cultivation world where strength was honored, it could even be said that it was not condescending. If it were Han Peng's kind of goods, I'm afraid that he would have to cry and admit his mistake immediately. He also said that he wanted to teach all the families that had conflicts with the Yi family a hard lesson to let Li Yi out of his anger. So in the end, Wandan was a cultivator with an obsession. Li Yi finally raised his eyes to look at him as he listened to him chirp and talk. Laughing softly, he said, "You think that I'm ignoring you because of the Yi family?" Van Duyn froze. "Isn't it?" Li shook his head. "Of course, we have nothing to do with the Yi family. You can think of it that way." That. Wandwan was really a bit confused this time. If it's ill-feeling for no reason, that's bad. Don't even know how to save it. Li locked eyes with him for a moment and suddenly said with a smile, "You're Wan Yak's son, aren't you? This Ningyuan city lord position should have been passed down to you from your father as well? So, where's Wan Hong? But now it's gone to the Four Seas to get away?" Li Yi's words directly caused Wandwan to suck in a breath of cool air. Very surprised, he asked, "You know my father? I wonder if Senior could tell me his name." As for father, he passed away 3 years ago. Chapter 86. How big can the difference be between a portrait and a real person? Wandust's words caused Li Yi to faintly stare. Frowning, he said, "What happened? He still has at least 100 years of life left. How could he pass away so early?" When Wandan heard Li Yi say this, he was even more convinced in his heart that the other party was his father's friend. Then he did not hide it, sighing and exasperated. Father, he is not having his longevity cut off, but being assassinated. What's even more detestable is that during these 3 years, I have not been able to trace any trace of the murderer. Once Li Yi heard that there was a hidden agenda, his brows knit deeper for a moment and he urged, "Speak with me quickly." It was supposed to be a more anticipated event to return to my hometown and see old friends and acquaintances. Now that the plan ended here so dryly, it undoubtedly made Li Yi's heart unhappy. Although Wan Hong was only a minor character among the people Li Yi had befriended, to the current Li Yi, every old acquaintance from back in the day is a treasure. Big or small, they represent the old days of wandering the world at large. It's precious because it can't be had again. After all, it was a detail involving his father's death. Wandust still asked Li Yi stiffly, "Can you tell me, Senior, which friend of my father's you are? I have often been at my father's side, so I should have heard of your name." Li Yi gave him a fixed look and suddenly reached out to touch his head. Softly, he said, "You know why I ignored you at first?" Wandust was at a loss. Originally I thought it was because you were careless and didn't recognize me, but now if I look at it, it turns out that you really don't recognize me. If I'm right, there should be a painting in what Wan Hong left you. Does that mean you haven't seen it once? Li Yi's words caused Wan to be suddenly startled. Moving quickly, he immediately took out a long jade box from his storage ring. Gently opening it, a picture scroll appeared in front of him. It also gave off a fresh and fragrant aroma. Obviously, both in terms of the framing and the way this painting has been preserved, it all comes through clearly in 2 words, premium. Wandan looked at the scroll in his hand with both some sadness and some fascination. Hesitantly, he said, "You mean this one?" Li Yi lowered his eyelids to take a look and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. This is cloudy paper. Very rare and extremely easy to damage. But after all this time, it's still so well preserved. So you can see that you've put your hearts into it." Wandust scratched his head in desire and slowly opened the scroll. After carefully confirming the contents of the scroll once again, it was still going through the motions of confirmation. "You don't mean to say that it's you who's painted on this?" Next to her, Li Qinghan was also quite interested in Li Yi's former appearance. But when he saw that Wan was still grumbling here, he couldn't help but get grumpy. "You people are really enough. Why don't you just show us the painting in a big way? Just in case he's using a divine power to hide his true face now, or used it before. Then isn't it normal to have some discrepancies? I've come to tell you that you can't just look at a painting for its shape, but most importantly for the divinity in it. Even if a man's face changes, his temperament, his eyes always remain the same." Wandust was disliked by a little girl, but he didn't dare to offend her. Only a slightly unconvinced whisper bleeped, "That's easy for you to say." And when Li Qinghan saw that he was dumbfounded and still didn't comply, he completely lost his patience. Dabbing up from his chair, he took one step to reach Wan, and the painting in his hand was clearly presented before Li Qinghan's eyes. Li Qinghan was immediately struck by lightning and stood there completely frozen. A few moments later, her entire face was suffocating red. With that petite body, it's as if the tomatoes have become fertilized. I could tell that I was probably trying to hold back because I didn't think it was polite to laugh out loud in this setting. Wandan sighed and said breathlessly, "It's fine. You can laugh if you want to. When I first saw this painting, I acted even more exaggerated than you." Then a rampant laughter broke out. He laughed until Li Qinghan had tears in her eyes. This was how Li realized something was wrong. With a slight movement of his fingertips, the painting in Wandan's hand instantly flew to Li Yi's hand. "Look down. Good guy. If not already out of the mortal world." Li Yi feels that his blood pressure now has to be directly pulled full, because that painting does depict a man, but that's all that can be judged. The beauty of the painting aside, the main thing is its style of painting, which is too much of a combination of abstractionism and fauvism. Even someone like Li Yi, who was self-assured that he had been tempered by many heirloom paintings in his previous life, could not help but feel breathtaking. Wan Hong, how did you this level? Tell me so confidently in the beginning that you are still quite talented in painting? No wonder why I wasn't allowed to take a look at it after it was drawn in the first place. So that's how it is. Wandan's eyes lit up, obviously after Li Yi's personal authentication. He no longer suspected inwardly that he was not the same person as in the painting. After all, his own father's level, according to conventional means, can find a match to the portrait is strange. Could it be that you are the white-clothed gun god that my father often spoke of? Wandust looked agitated and fell to his knees with a thud, crying, "Senior, please be sure to do right by my father." Next to him, Qinghan Li was concerned about another issue. "White gun god, aren't you the god of swords? Hey, look carefully and don't recognize the wrong person." Wandust shook his head. "It won't be. My father has said that the only 2 people who know about this painting are him and Senior, so there will never be a mistake in recognizing it." Li Yi also glanced arrogantly at his eldest daughter and gave a soft hum from his mouth. The eyes were clearly saying, "Pops, there's a lot you don't know about me. When I was young, when I stayed in this Ningyuan city for some time, I had a relationship with Wan Hong, who was the city lord at the time. On the occasion of parting, seeing that he was too reluctant to part, I promised to send him a treasure, both for defense and as a token to see him again in the future. Even the offspring come to me with a token, and I will not turn a blind eye. But he had to swear that he was so good at painting that he would be satisfied with just one portrait of me. When I couldn't persuade him to do so, I agreed to him, so I injected a spiritual power into the portrait after it was finished. By tearing open this painting in a crisis, it will turn the tide, and I will know that he has had an accident. Now he's dead and the painting is still there, and it's been given to you ahead of time. Obviously there was no idea of using it as a magic weapon in the first place." Alas, Li Yi was a bit despondent. One more treasure or one less would be harmless to him, so I can't help but wonder if the result would have been different if he had been hard-pressed to give him a treasure to defend himself at that time. Chapter 87, You dare to lay hands on your own father and brother? Neither Li Yi nor Wandan were in a cheerful state, so Li Qinghan didn't bother pestering Li Yi at this time. Instead, he returned to his chair and spoke quietly to his sister. White gun god, eh? Did you just hear that? Li Lingxiu absent-mindedly said. I heard it. So what? What's wrong with you? Feeling a little sickly. When Li Qinghan saw this look of love and disdain on her face, he instantly lost his interest in spitting. Staying here was suffocating, so he simply left and went outside to look for He Liantian. Li Lingxiu looked at her back and said thoughtfully, just what is it that could make the titular empress go out of her way to help? Can this kind of weak family really come up with anything good? Don't be fooled for good. In the hall, Li Yi was talking to Wan Duan about his father, Wan Hong. Li Qinghan came to the door and realized that He Liantian's father and son, the three of them, hadn't gone far at all. The head of the family, He Zhishuan, was still collapsed on the ground and unable to get up, and behind him, the eldest son, He Baining, had him leaning against him. It was only then that he was barely able to half-sit and speak with slight difficulty to He Liantian, who was standing in front of him. He Liantian's expression was cold at this time, neither vicious nor murderous, but equally emotionless. The whole thing stood there, but it was as if it was not involved with anyone. At this moment, when he saw Li Qinghan come out, his cold demeanor instantly broke. Smiling brightly, he said, Why has Senior come out? Come, please take a seat. Qinghan Li swept a glance at them and waved his hand. You guys talk about yourselves. Just pretend I don't exist. The atmosphere inside is too dull. I'm coming out to get some air. When he finished speaking, he leaned against the pillar by the door with a look of waiting for the show. He Liantian nodded his head and resumed his previous aura like a face change. Indifferently, he said, Father, things have come to a head. Do you think it makes any difference whether you hand over the family seal or not? If you pass the family headship to me now, I can guarantee that I will immediately arrange for someone to heal your wounds. And big brother, you can all go down and get well. Isn't that good? He Zhishuan had blood spilling from the corner of his mouth from the injuries he had previously received from Li Qinghan's recoil. As time went on, not only did it not get better, but it became more suppressed and got worse. At this moment, his voice was hoarse as he sneered. You watched your father and brother get hurt and did nothing, and a mouthful of promises that will leave us alone. Do you find words like convincing? The He family won't be handed over to a cold-blooded person like you. As long as I still have a breath in me, you should die of this heart. The eldest son, He Fengyan, who was holding him up, also chimed in. Father is right. The head of the family is related to the future of the He family. You're unstable in your mind nowadays. It's better not to be too greedy for power. Before He Liantian could finish listening, he sighed quietly. To say the least, even I can't believe that I've been able to spend so many years with you guys. Fortunately, the He family still had enough depth before, and in your hands, this is only a fall in status. Otherwise, if it were a smaller family, I'm afraid it would have been completely defeated by you by now. It may not be terrible to have no talent, but I never thought in a million years that you were still stupid enough to do so. Can't even see the basic situation clearly. Forget it, there's no point in talking more. So much for my patience. Since you've all given up on your last chance, that makes things easier on the contrary. As He Liantian spoke, spiritual energy surged through his body. A flash of blinding white light quickly gathered on his right hand. He Fengyan on the ground froze, then exclaimed, You're crazy. We are your father and brother. Do you still dare to make a move to take our lives? I'm warning you, if you do such a disobedient thing, there will be no place for you in Ningyuan City. The white light on He Liantian's hand quickly solidified into the form of a scimitar. At this moment, after dripping and spinning a few times in his hand, he only saw his gaze condense. The scimitar transformed by the avatar already carried a furious killing aura. It shot directly towards the necks of the two. Swish! The duo on the ground didn't react at all. The head had risen to the sky. On the head in mid-air, the eyes widened to their fullest extent. It was as if he still couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. How could this youngest brother, who had always been known for his steadiness and considerable talent, act so impulsively? You have to know that even in the cultivation world where strength is honored, that is also about a certain amount of character. If anyone does everything, it is not clear whether he will be punished by heaven or not, but he will certainly be rejected by others. The main consequence is that one is naturally suspicious of others and can never get them to befriend one another. Therefore, He Liantian's move was undoubtedly out of everyone's expectation, including Li Qinghan. Until the moment before the head left the body, Li Qinghan thought that it was He Liantian who was scaring them. Now that he saw how ruthless this person was, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback as well. Mostly, of course, because it was unexpected. If she were to talk about ruthlessness alone, as an empress in her previous life, she had seen more guys with no more humanity than He Lian. The surrounding subordinates, all of them were scared by this bloody scene and backed away, even sat down on the floor. But He Lian acted unusually calm and composedly commanded, "Clean this place up. Not a whiff of blood. Do you hear me?" The subordinates warily and hurriedly nodded. "No. Second Duke." He Lian had been planning to wipe the blood splattered on his body, but at this moment, he couldn't help but frown. "What did you just call me? Second Duke?" "No. It's Lord Family Head, Master of the House." He Lian glared at him with a warning look and turned back to announce to everyone in the He mansion, "From today onwards, the head of the He family is me. I believe that my character should be clear to everyone. It's still the same as it once was. In the future, even if there are new rules, they will be announced after the Unification Council resumes you, and most importantly, everyone's salary, instead of being paid semi-annually, will be paid monthly." A brief chill was followed by a warm embrace. For the underlings, it matters little who is the master. The fact that it makes their lives safer and easier is something that can really be felt. Therefore, it was not surprising that He Lian's small favor could have this effect. He could certainly promise more favors, but not do that all at once. People are strange sometimes. The effects of one big stimulus, far better than multiple times, gently stimulated. Therefore, He Lian, who was well versed in the art of employing people, naturally could not make such a low-level mistake. Qing Hanli looked at the scene and was speechless. "Aren't you afraid that this will make me feel bad about you?" Chapter 88, The Ice Coffin of the Nine Heavenly Creatures. He Lian was silent for a moment and smiled brightly. "Of course I'm afraid. But, there's always something that has to be done. Compared to letting you see me in disguise, Lian still wishes to present his true self before you." Li Qinghan nodded non-committally and faintly said, "All right, I wouldn't have cared about these little things. It is important for a person to live a life with clear thoughts. While ruthlessness is not a virtue, indecisiveness likewise is not. Say, now that the affairs of the household are settled, are you going to honor your promise? Where is the thing that was promised to me? Where is it?" He Lian looked inward and smiled apologetically. "That's fine, but I'd like to go up to the inside and toast a cup of tea first." Li Qinghan directly refused. "No, you can't intervene on the inside, so don't go in there and be a pain in the ass. If you dare to prevaricate again, I will lose my patience." When He Lian saw her make an angry face, although she looked cute, he also felt a sense of oppression. So he agreed in a heartbeat. "Fine, then you please follow me." Li Qinghan was in the back, and He Lian was in the front. The two of them made 7 turns in the He mansion and arrived in front of a rockery. Li Qinghan said as he glanced askance at the extra person beside him, "That's not very polite of you, is it? Blatantly following us?" Li Lingxiu's expression was calm as her spirit eyes gazed at the wigwam in front of her and urged, "Open." He Lian stole a glance at Li Qinghan and saw that she didn't have much of a reaction. Then he answered and did as he was told. After chanting a few slogans under his breath, a spiritual energy from his fingertips had struck the wigwam. Rumble! The huge wigwam slowly shifted, revealing a large, black door in the center. He Lian used his finger as a knife and gently cut through the index finger of his left hand. A drop of crimson blood had flown towards the gate. Bang! Within a few moments, the doors opened inward. He Lian entered first and made a gesture of invitation, signaling for the two to follow him in. The two sisters looked at each other. The scenario in front of them seemed a bit implausible though. However, considering He Lian's strength at this level, he shouldn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. Then, without hesitation, he followed in faith. Once inside, it's straight down, and it's obvious that there's a dungeon underneath. And judging from the time spent walking, Li Qinghan estimated that the size of this underground palace was not small. Otherwise there's no need to build it so deep. After the burning of an incense stick, He Lian accurately lit the distant fire pit in the darkness. Swish! At one time, the fire pots of the entire underground palace were all lit up. The dancing flames illuminated the underground palace as if it were daytime. The two of them looked at the center of the underground palace for the first time. After a short period of dumbfoundedness, they all turned into a color of delight, only to see that in the center of the huge underground palace, an ice crystal hanging coffin was quietly placed at this moment. Hanging coffin body was translucent, vaguely able to see inside lying a female corpse, and around the hanging coffin, there were hundreds of formations, all of which were operating non-stop at the moment. A large amount of spirit stones were consumed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. He Lian explained. These formations are all floating formations, just to keep the ice coffin from falling to the ground. Otherwise the power of the ice coffin will freeze everything it touches. You must not rush. Before he could finish his words, He only saw Li Qinghan take the first step and rush to the front of the ice coffin in a flash. Then, in He Lian Tian's horrified eyes, with those tender little hands, he directly pressed on the ice coffin. It looked like she was trying to get closer, to get a good look at the real thing, to see what the woman inside looked like. And Li Lingxiu didn't lag behind, just a little bit short of her, and similarly flew to the other side of the ice coffin. The two sisters, in very similar positions, all took great interest in the female corpse in the ice coffin. Seeing that they were fine, He Lian Tian immediately snapped his unfinished words back into his stomach, then muttered, "People really are so different from each other, obviously so young. How is the strength so perverted? Nothing to be afraid of." Next to the ice coffin, Li Lingxiu asked her sister without raising her head, "Is this what he promised you earlier?" Li Qinghan hummed, "What? Can't you? Don't tell me you don't have that kind of eyesight? The baby is right in front of you and you don't even recognize her value." Li Lingxiu cut and skimmed, "That's more like it for me to tell you. Although I am a demon dignitary, I have never liked to stay in the demon palace. The immortal world is a vast region, and there are few places I haven't been to. It's you, on the contrary, who quite enjoys that feeling of 10,000 people worshipping you, and is not in the least bit tired of living as an empress. If there are any treasures you can't recognize, it's more than normal." Li Qinghan was stunned by her sister's dislike and couldn't help but blush a little. Whether she has this fetish or not can actually be heard from the fact that she keeps me long and short. Only now that it was being said so to his face, there was still some inexplicable shame. Boring. Isn't this the ice coffin of the 9 heavenly mysteries? What can't I recognize? Li Qinghan's words caused He Liantian, who happened to come over, to freeze on the spot. What? The 9 heavenly mysteries? He Liantian was filled with shock. A look of disbelief looked at them. Li Qinghan turned her head and frowned. What for? You also know about the 9 heavenly mysteries? He Liantian was stunned. Right, oh, I didn't know that. But it sounds so powerful. Li Qinghan was speechless and kicked him aside. Annoyed. The 9 heavenly mysteries, in the immortal world, were a very special kind of existence. One is because of her status. The 9 heavenly creatures became immortal very early, according to the immortal cultivators who are still around. When each of them ascended to the immortal realm, the Jiutian Xian maiden was already there, coupled with the fact that Jiutian Xian maiden has always disliked fighting and stayed away from strife. So everyone respected her extraordinarily. When some major events need to be mediated, they will also try to find her to intervene, so that both sides have a step down. It was said that her strength was unfathomable, and although she didn't do much, she never lost, so the others didn't dare to get any ideas. After all, it wasn't easy to cultivate to the immortal realm. As for the other bit of specialness, there is a legend about her. I don't know when a saying appeared that there is a kind of foreign treasure in the body of the 9 heavenly creatures. As long as one possessed it, one could obtain endless mana. Not only would the spiritual energy in his body never dry up, but he could also cultivate instead of himself at any time. There is no time to improve your cultivation, and crucially, there is no risk, unlike getting high on pills, which can also affect the breakthrough later. Therefore, the 9 heavenly mysteries were once flooded with numerous suitors, and without getting tired of it, she chose to live in seclusion, completely in front of all the people in the immortal world, disappearing into obscurity. Chapter 89. Others play with fire. You play with ice. The two Li Qinghan sisters, after studying around the ice coffin for a while, the younger sister, Li Lingxiu, said, "Why did this 9 heavenly Xian nun ice coffin appear in the lower realm?" Qinghan Li rolled her eyes. "How would I know? But now that we've seen her corpse, one of the great mysteries of the immortal world has been solved. It turns out that the 9 heavenly mysteries didn't voluntarily live in seclusion, but were killed, and that's why they put out the fake news." My sister raised an eyebrow at that. Killed? How can you be so sure? Do you think that if that were the case, the other side would still make a point of preparing an ice coffin for her? And, this matter of the ice coffin, what did the Yi family boy say to you at that time? Li Qinghan hummed. He thought I was a passing expert at the time and wanted me to save him. It is natural to say what you can produce, the most valuable thing, but 2 in succession, neither of which interests me. There was no choice but to beat a dead horse and talk about the ice coffin thing. According to him, it wasn't long ago that the ice coffin was acquired, so he didn't have time to study it. Therefore, this object is very mysterious in his eyes. At that time, when I heard the ice coffin thing, the one who can afford to use it is definitely not a small person. So there is some interest, but it did not really occur to me that this was more than just a small person. It was a big deal. As for whether she was killed by someone, that is not important. What's important is whether or not she still has that treasure in her body. My sister nodded softly. So, you think that legend is true? That's for sure. As the saying goes, no wind can come from an empty cave. since the rumor is like that. It's certainly not exactly a catch-22. Think about it. If you were the only one who knew that secret, would you be foolish enough to go around proclaiming it? I think this kind of hidden news can flow out. Must be because of some kind of accident encountered. A multitude of coincidences made this such a sensational impact back there. Now that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is right in front of you, don't you want to come and verify it yourself? Li Lingxiu glanced at her with some surprise, as if she didn't expect her to be so generous. Share this with yourself. You know, if the legend is true, then there might really be a bead or something else inside the 9 heavenly maidens. As long as they swallowed it as well, they could have endless spiritual power ever since. No more cultivation, no more bottlenecks, just stay alive, and your strength will naturally increase to a terrifying level. I didn't realize. You weren't as petty as I thought you were. I thought that you would have warned me not to hit on the 9 heavenly mysteries before you opened the pavilion. After all, she did get it because of your decision. Xing Hanli muttered as he listened a bit sardonically. It's not because I won't open this ice coffin. In case you break it with brute force and then injure the corpse inside and don't get the treasure. That would be troublesome. Li Lingxiu, I was actually a little touched before. Just like a little cutie. The halls of the He family. Li Yi fell into deep thought after listening to Wan Wan recount the circumstances of Wan Heng's death. Even though Wan Dan traced the murderer for 3 years, he was unable to obtain any trace of the murderer. But that didn't mean Li Yi couldn't do the same. As Li Yi who had traveled through all of this lower world, what forces, what people, he was still a few degrees of certainty that he could make a judgment. According to you, your father's corpse was dried up at the time. Not only is all the blood in his body lost, even the essence of his flesh and blood is not left at all. If you look at it this way, you can first rule out the human, demon, and devil races, though there are many evil deeds in this world, and not a few wicked people. But it's no longer simply a matter of strength to be able to do that. Rather, it definitely has to do with the racial characteristics of the killer. Wanduan immediately froze. Never would I have expected that Li Yi would exclude all 3 great clans of the world at once. So what other possibilities are left? Forgive the latecomer's short insight, but I don't know what other races that are not within the realm of this human demon. Li Yi nodded and calmly said, it's not your fault. You're not at a level to be exposed to that. All you need to know is that you were headed in the wrong direction before. Don't work in the wrong direction again. Then, you can rest assured that this matter since I already know. Just won't sit back and do nothing. The guy who killed Man Yoki, leave it to me. It won't be long before it all comes out. Wandan was thrilled to hear this and rose to his knees. Bam Bam kowtowed to Li Yi. Li Yi made a soft effort to lift him up and was about to say something. Suddenly, he felt an extremely cold aura coming from him. The breath was overbearing to the extreme. Like an ice ring, freezing everywhere it passed. Li Yi's brows furrowed and his eyes flashed with golden light. A flame appeared abruptly from the pupil. Bang! No flames appeared, and the ring of ice that was about to spread out shattered without warning. It froze Wan Dust, who was in the middle of casting his flame avatar, directly in place, smiling awkwardly at Li Yi. Ben. Instinctive reaction. The latecomer Ben is showing off his skills. Li Yi waved his hand and felt the direction from which the breath came. Doubtful. This He family has a dungeon? That scent is clearly coming from under our feet. It's also fortunate that this is the case, or else I'm afraid that the entire He family would have all been turned into an ice sculpture. Van Duyn scratched his head. This is unknown to the late generation, but after all, the He family was once ranked among the top families, and there is a dungeon to put some secret treasures and such. It is also normal. If you are interested, the late generation can accompany you down to find out. Li shook his head. Forget it, I still have to talk to my daughter. Where are my daughters? It was only then that Li suddenly realized that the 2 little princesses were all gone at some point. Wan Dust said breathlessly, the 2 of them went out a long time ago. Li froze, and his face changed drastically. Crap, I was wondering why that suddenly happened. Now that the truth is clear, it must be these 2 girls who are up to no good. I've got to go down there and teach them a good lesson. Don't ever freeze the 2 little ones. Li, who was completely unaware of the self-contradictory words he had said, disappeared directly from the spot with a flash of his body, and Wan Dust followed closely behind, also disappearing into the underground palace below together. The underground palace itself had extremely strong protective formations that could both shield divine sense perception and block transportation arts from entering. However, in front of Li Yi, all of these naturally amounted to nothing, and it was thanks to Li Yi taking the lead in destroying these formations that Wanwan was able to successfully enter. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the transformation god stage, he would not have been able to do it so easily. Chapter 90, not only are they not dead, but they have complicated relationships. Li Yi was really taken aback when he entered the underground palace. because now this underground palace had indeed become an ice palace. As far as the eye could see, there was ice and snow, and in the center of the underground palace, 3 figures were struggling to hold on. Inside a fire-red formation were the Li Qinghan sisters, and the freezing He Liantian was doing his best to maintain the formation, but the cold outside was too dense, and the range of the formation under their feet was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, when she saw Li Yi come down, Li Qinghan suddenly had her small mouth deflated and directly cried out, "Whoops, Li Yi, come and save me, I'm so cold." Li Lingxiu was about to shout as well, but when she saw that she had already taken the lead in shouting, she kept her mouth shut again. Only when she met Li Yi's gaze, she revealed a look of pity. Li Yi sighed helplessly and waved his robe sleeve. Swish! The cold air in the underground palace suddenly melted quickly like ice and snow meeting the sun. Not only was the coldness that had frozen everything gone, even the things that had turned into ice sculptures around them had all quickly returned to normal. "What are you doing?" Li Yi said as he walked over with an expressionless face and gazed at the 2 children. A rare opportunity for education. He didn't want to waste it. They must be made to realize that there are some dangerous things that are not to be played with. The 2 sisters knew they were in the wrong, so they gave up sophistry altogether. In a flash, he jumped over and hugged Li Yi's thigh. The little face was buried in his shirt in a muffled whisper. "Li Yi, I was wrong this time, but I was going to give this baby to you too. I just didn't realize. Screwed it up." Next to her, Li Lingxiu couldn't help but roll her eyes, saying that this Empress routine was getting more and more familiar. After figuring out Li Yi's temperament, this telling lies without a draft came out of his mouth. "But I have to say, it worked." Li Yi's serious expression broke almost instantly. The words of reprimand that had reached the edge of his mouth also instantly disappeared without a trace. The words had turned into, "Good girl, it's okay, there's Daddy. Even in the greatest danger, Dad will go as fast as he can to save you. But next time, don't just wander off. Daddy will get anxious if he can't find you." The 2 sisters nodded obediently at once. On the side of the 3 fathers and the 3 daughters, the conflict was quelled almost before it started. But Li Yi's attitude towards He Liantian could be completely different. He turned his head and glanced at He Liantian, calmly saying, "Don't you know that this ice coffin will be dangerous? Why did you bring them here?" He Liantian was so frightened that his face turned pale and he hastily fell to his knees. Terrified, he explained, "The latecomer indeed did not know that there would be this level of danger. This time I came over to honor the payment promised earlier." Li Qinghan saw that Li Yi's face did not look worried and knew that he was inwardly angry with He Liantian. But after all, she was the one who forced the other party to bring her here. So at this moment, she excused He Liantian. Li Yi, don't bother with him about that. If he knew it would be so dangerous, how could he have been down here himself? It's imperative that we look at the body in this ice coffin. I don't know if it's my illusion. I always feel that the corpses inside aren't quite the same as they were before. Li Yi hadn't reacted to Li Qinghan's words when he heard them, but it was He Liantian and Wandan who were startled. At this moment, their faces changed and they involuntarily took 2 steps backward. Though those who cultivate will not be afraid of unusual ghosts, but just based on the power of the ice coffin, this person inside is definitely not in the unusual category. It was then that Li Yi put his eyes on the ice coffin. His mouth casually said, "Isn't it just an ice coffin? What can be a big no?" Before Li Yi finished speaking, his face changed abruptly when he saw the appearance of the woman in the ice coffin. Inwardly, he couldn't help but giggle and wonder. It's her? How could the 9 heavenly maiden appear in the lower realms? It can't be an imposter. No, it shouldn't. No wonder this ice coffin is so powerful. It seems the reason lies with her. Li Yi, who realized that he had seen an acquaintance, gently coughed and changed the topic. "Which one of you opened this ice coffin? It's hard to see that there's some formation talent. If it's just an ordinary ice coffin, it's just a matter of being strong enough to forcefully break it open. But this ice coffin, which is both powerful and elaborate, is not to be used that way anymore. Because opening it the wrong way would invite an attack from the ice coffin. That cold spell before was the consequence of the wrong way. But to open this kind of ice coffin, your current strength is not enough, so it must have been opened with the help of other means." Facing Li Yi's inquiry, Li Lingxiu didn't think much about it and directly admitted graciously, "Dad, it's me, but I don't remember exactly how. It just felt like I had a handle on getting it open. Something like a gut feeling. I didn't realize it would cause this level of trouble." Li Yi waved his hand in relief. "So Lingxiu's talent in the Tao of formation is this strong? It looks like Dad is going to have to focus on developing your talents in that area from now on. In the future, if one is able to grow into a formation Tao patriarch, then no one would dare to underestimate them." Li Lingxiu blushed and hummed, good-naturedly pursuing the question. "Dad, do you recognize the man in this ice coffin?" Li Yi subconsciously nodded his head. Recognize cough. Dad means, met. Why are you asking this? People are thinking. She can afford to use such a high-class ice coffin. And the appearance is so intact that the color of the blood on his face has not faded. So, isn't it likely that she's carrying some kind of treasure on her? That's a little disrespectful to her. But it could be a great treasure to be had. Why don't we take a look at it first? Li Lingxiu egged on in a low voice. When Li Yi heard this, he had a bit of a headache. He glanced at the woman in the ice coffin and thought, baby, that's a question I can answer for you. Indeed there is, and it can't be beat. But the thing is, she's not a corpse. Not only is it not a corpse, but it's a great acquaintance. The kind of people with complicated relationships that you want to get rid of and don't want to see again. It didn't take long for the ice coffin to open before the person inside woke up. Li Yi immediately advised, where did you hear so many stories and legends at such a young age? Remember, there are some rumors you can't just believe. She must have emptied her fortune making this ice coffin. Where could she have left anything? Okay, it's not a good environment. Let's go up first. Behave. Chapter 91, How powerful can a woman's sixth sense be? Although the Li Qinghan sisters were puzzled as to why Li said that, but after all, they had caused trouble first. So he didn't object and followed Li Yi as he was about to leave. But just as the group was about to vanish, they heard a sudden wailing from behind them. The woman's hushed voice was like a soft sigh. Everyone except Li Yi couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The body stiffened and turned his head, only to see that the ice coffin was actually slowly sitting up a figure at this time. And she was rubbing her sleepy eyes with the back of her hand, as if she was a little less than happy because she had not had a full night's sleep. Silence, absolute silence. After a short period of silence, several people all couldn't help but jump backward in horror. Live. Although the Li Qinghan sisters were also a bit surprised, they were not so shocked that they lost their composure. Just can't help but feel fearful, because just a short while ago, the two of them were planning to search for treasures on the 9 heavenly Xian maiden. This was fortunately an early accident that delayed the original plan. Otherwise, if the other person wakes up while really searching, the scene probably won't be too pretty. Not to mention, if the search is unsuccessful, they are still prepared to open the body of the Xian female to see if there is any inside it. Li Yi knew that things were in some trouble when he heard the sound behind him. Even when one's cultivation had reached a realm like his, one still could not escape the fulfillment of certain laws. For example, the more you fear something, the more it will happen. Li Yi turned his back to the ice coffin and silently counted down 5, then wordlessly spoke, Brother Li Yi. Sure enough, almost at the same time as he opened his mouth, a sentence came from the direction of the ice coffin. Brother Li Yi. Alas, sins. Li Yi sighed, did some quick mental construction, and turned around with a charming smile. Genji, long time no see. Brother Li Yi. It's really you. Xianji has finally found you. The woman in the ice coffin. The moment she saw Li Yi's true face, her eyes immediately shot out a radiant luster. The petite body flew up in the ice coffin. With a single leap, she flung herself into Li Yi's embrace like a swallow returning to its nest. This time, the reaction of Li Qinghan's sisters was unanimous. All of them were dumbfounded. It was even if the previous holy maidens of whatever holy land, even including the later holy maidens of the 2 great clans of the immortal realms Dragon and Phoenix, had stories with Li Yi. How is it that now even a status like the 9 heavenly beauties has had something with Li Yi, and you call him Brother Li Yi? Does that make sense? Xianji was too excited to see Li Yi, 1,000 words but did not know how to speak, just buried in his arms and cried with joy. Since they had already recognized each other, Li Yi wouldn't be too evasive, so he gently touched her long green hair to slightly soothe her. When he raised his eyes again, he had met the scrutinizing gaze of his 2 daughters, as well as the shadow retention stone in Li Qinghan's hand. Li Yi opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end, because of such a good opportunity to catch him in the act. No matter what he said, Li Qinghan would not stop now. The only way to remedy the situation would be to similarly find an opportunity to get a hold of her later. In this way, it is possible for the 2 to cancel each other out. Ugh, with women, why do you make it look like a spy war all day? Can't you let me live a normal father-daughter life? Li Yi was both a little powerless and a little self-conscious, because in his mind, it was entirely because of his own fault that it had come to this. It was the fact that he had owed too many affair debts in the past, which constantly forced the 2 young hearts to endure these. They should be disappointed in me, shouldn't they? Li Yi thought so. Unbeknownst to him, his 2 precious daughters are also 100,000 80,000 miles away from ordinary daughters, so it's difficult for him to try to live a normal father-daughter life in such a context. Ahem. Hyunji, you, why are you here? Shouldn't you be busy in the immortal realm at this hour? Right now should be the time when the various forces in the immortal realm are active. There should be quite a few people troubling you. Li Yi asked softly as he pulled Xianji away from him without revealing anything. It was still imperative to figure out why she had appeared in the lower realms in the first place, because either way, this appearance is outrageous. Locked himself up in an ice coffin. If it hadn't been accidentally opened by these two little guys this time, there's no telling when that will awaken on its own. Granted, there shouldn't be any danger in this lower realm that would threaten her well-being, but in any case, this approach is still a bit too hasty. Xianji grabbed Li Yi's arm and thought dully, I came to find brother Li Yi, but those guys in the immortal world are so hateful that they can find my location no matter where I am. Then, I had no choice but to hide in the ice coffin before God came below. Li Yi frowned. But, who told you where I was? Have you not thought about what you'd do if you couldn't be found? Genji froze for a moment and poked her tongue out cutely, embarrassed. It won't be. Regarding that, Genji is still more than sure. Why else would you be waiting in here ahead of time? Li Yi wondered. So, what exactly did you use? This issue is related to whether Li Yi will be able to live a peaceful life in the future. That's why he takes it extra seriously. Once this method is mastered by other ex-girlfriends as well, the consequences of that are simply unimaginable. Xianji grunted. Just use the Tianyan secret art to project awe. Li Yi instantly denied. Impossible. I've purposely covered up the heavenly chance. Ordinary heavenly diffusion techniques can't even discover my traces. Can I still not know what you are capable of? Seeing that Li Yi was somewhat looking down on her, Xianji immediately refused to comply. Gamble. Brother Li Yi less look down on people. Others can't project because they have too little information. The only things that can be relied upon are such things as birth dates, looks and habits. But has brother forgotten that the heavenly diffusion secret art has a very special use? The accuracy of the projection can reach 90%. Li Yi was stunned to hear this. Subconsciously, he retorted, of course I know that, but that requires the caster to have the other person's blood or body. Hiss. You won't be using. Li Yi thought of a certain possibility and looked at her with a million shocked eyes on the spot. Genji nodded shyly. Hey. Fortunately, Xuanji missed her brother so much that she was keenly aware that something was wrong after the first hour you were gone. Then, time is not too late la. Li Yi. This girl is outrageous. I've been gone for an hour and her sixth sense has kicked in? Chapter 92 None of my ex-girlfriends are normal? This way. And when are you going to go back? Li Yi felt that he was being targeted. But he could do nothing about such a nebulous thing as the sixth sense, so he could only resign himself to his fate. But this time, he really made up his mind that he wouldn't let Xianji stay no matter what. It's even better to leave as early as possible if you can, because the girl Genji is a bit of a natural nerd, and a bit of a darky. When these two traits are combined, it creates a terrific chemical reaction, evolved into an attribute with horrible characteristics, natural blackness. That is to say, she herself may not have realized what horrible things she was saying, but to anyone else it sounds like enough to stop the heart. So, to make sure that some of his previous affairs are not clearly known to his own daughter, Li Yi had to get Xianji out of here as soon as possible, completely cutting off the possibility of her communicating with her two daughters. Xianji hadn't reacted to the fact that Li Yi was driving her away and subconsciously replied, Go, since Xianji has found her brother, naturally I'll go wherever you go. Li Yi trembled inwardly as the answer to his greatest fear appeared. But opening your mouth directly to kick people out now is absolutely counterproductive. This niece doesn't look like she's soft on the surface and obeys me, but in reality I can't figure out what she's thinking at all. Li Yi weighed the unknown consequences of hitting a straight ball and decided to give up the idea. Xianji was different from the previous Chu Ruozhen, as well as Nangongya and Nalan Yu. She is a bit dangerous. Li Yi pondered for a moment and smiled gently at Xianji. Genji, of course I want you to stay by my side as well. But you have to realize how important you are to the immortal world. All the powers of the immortal realm, big and small, can't do without you. Now that you've quietly gone down to the realm for so long, the top of the world probably doesn't even know what kind of chaos is going on. So, although we are both unwilling to part, for the sake of the immortal world's living beings, we can only entrust you for the time being. Genji listened thoughtfully and nodded coyly. Yes, every time I go out for a walk, when I go back one of them cries bitterly. It's so touching. Li Yi immediately looked happy and thought that there was a door, but Xianji suddenly added, but it was so hard for people to leave for so long this time. The immortal world should have gotten used to my disappearance by now. If I suddenly appear again, I'll cause turmoil instead. So the argument doesn't hold water. Oh. Xianji smiled particularly adorably and once again stepped forward, hugging Li Yi's arm tightly. Inwardly helpless, Li Yi could only explain to his two daughters in a pale manner, it's not what you think. Then, don't tell your mother yet. Witnessing that the evidence was almost gathered, Xinghanli put away the shadow retaining stone and put it into his storage ring after a brief check. Not what we thought. Then tell us instead what we think. Li Qinghan hugged his arms and said with a slight sneer. Li Yi stalled, thinking that this time, he would definitely have to agree to another unreasonable request from her. Anyway, don't tell your mom about this yet. Give Dad a chance. Li Qinghan was straightly happy inside, but on her mouth, she coldly grunted. That can only depend on your performance. When I'm in a bad mood, I like to talk to my mother. Father and daughter are here to toss and turn. Next to her, Genji was frozen in shock. Hindsight said, Brother Li Yi, this is your daughter? Li Yi nodded. Well, I actually have a family and 2 lovely daughters. So, are you? Xianji's eyes lit up when she heard Li Yi's confirmation. Wow, then I can just become a mom. That's great. Kids, call me mom from today. Li Yi gritted his teeth. I knew it. Is it surprising that none of my ex-girlfriends are normal? How come they all react like this? But not to mention him, the 2 Li Qinghan sisters were speechless. At first I was surprised to be confronted with such words, but after 3 times, now I just feel nothing inside. Of course, there was still some feeling of discomfort at hearing that she was going to be called mother. After all, the previous ones weren't as confident as she was. However, thinking about it carefully, the age and seniority of the 9 heavenly mysteries didn't seem to be too much of a disadvantage, and inwardly, she was much relieved. I really don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup Li Yi has given you all. Each and every one of you is so bottomless. I don't care about you. Li Qinghan threw down a sentence with a very tired heart, and with a flash of his body, he left the underground palace straight away. Since the 9 heavenly mysteries were still alive, the matter of the treasures was definitely out of the question, regardless of whether the rumors were true or false. Going from hopefulness to utter disappointment in a short period of time instantly took the spirit out of her. The group returned to the He mansion, where Li Yi made a few small dishes as usual. Even when you're out and about, it's important to keep up with the nutrition that you should be giving your kids. He Lian Tian and Wan Duan, on the other hand, were purely dabbling in the light. During the seat, Xianji had been trying to communicate with the Li Qinghan sisters. The sisters were in the way of her identity as the 9 heavenly mysteries, so their attitude couldn't be called cold. It's just a little overwhelming to be tossed around by her brain circuits. And Li Yi took the initiative to force himself to divert his attention in order to not think about this terrible situation in front of him. Towards Wan Duan, he asked, the matter of the demon race's Princess Xia's parade didn't cause you much stress, did it? The heavenly prides that have come over are almost all young and famous with extraordinary strength, and there are quite a few with heavenly backgrounds. Van Duan had been controlling his eating speed to keep from looking too humiliated. At this moment, he laughed bitterly. Who says otherwise? The late generation feels that the current Ningyuan city is simply more dangerous than the front line. The demon defense line can at least retreat for a while if you can't beat it. But a slip up here. I'm only afraid that not only will it cause personal strife, but it will also bring the forces behind each person into the maelstrom as well. Although there are some of them who are simply running after Princess Xia's beauty, more of them are still looking at the power behind Princess Xia, thinking that they have the ability to eat such a big cake, not realizing how such a shallow thing as the demon race has not responded to it. Wan Dust's words were filled with all sorts of despondency and disillusionment. It was obvious that this whole thing was really hurting him. Li Yi laughed, not commenting on his opinion, but out of a desire to carry on after the deceased, he still nodded. Something that carries such a huge risk often means that the rewards are just as amazing, although you are in a whirlpool and bear the pressure of it. But if the method is right, this time may not fail to be a boost for you to reach the sky. Chapter 93 One Man Travels, Alarms the World. Li Yi's words touched Wan Duan greatly. He had a vague feeling that he had comprehended something, but was missing that last bit. There was no way to completely clear the air, and it was killing him. So Wan Dan made a particularly solemn salute and said with a false heart, I'm not talented, so I implore Senior to show me a clear path. Li Yi drank a cup of wine and laughed lightly. Are you sure you want me to tell you now? The wandering dustman was dumbfounded, completely unable to keep up with Li Yi's thinking. Not knowing what Li Yi's words meant at the moment, he nodded or shook his head for a moment, frozen in place. Su Qing, who was standing next to Li Yi, really couldn't look at Wan Duan's somewhat dull appearance. With a slight movement of his lips, he sent a message to him. Are you stupid? Surely you can't agree with the Duke's words. If he tells you all about his methods now, do you think there's any chance you'll be able to show up back there? By the time you make it counts as a pass, it means his plan is okay. But if something happens and you don't achieve the results the male expects, then you are incompetent. You can't even write the answers as they are written. The Gungzi will surely be disappointed in you when the time comes. Su Qing's words caused Wan Duan to be in a cold sweat. Mentally, he was a million times more glad that he hadn't answered hastily just now. At this moment, after his heart was enlightened, he immediately said, No, you are right. This opportunity is rare. Thus it is all the more important for the latecomer not to give up this chance to train himself. I implore you, latecomer, to be able to allow latecomer to stay by your side for the time being. Even as an errand boy, the late generation wants to see your thoughts on dealing with problems. Please do fulfill it. Lee nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Not bad. The children are teachable. Then tell me now, what is the pattern of this Ningyuan city today? Wan Dust weighed his words and opened his mouth. Speaking of which, tomorrow is the day Princess Kasumi arrives. The people who should be here have pretty much arrived by now, so the situation in Ningyuan city is fairly clear at the moment. A few of the most powerful foreign forces in the city right now are the World Sword Cultivation Sanctuary. Kunlun. The one who came this time is Kunlun's eldest senior brother, and it's said that this person is a sword Dao wizard that's hard to come by in 10,000 years. It's also the only candidate for the next sovereign. It's not hard to see Kunlun's imperative attitude towards this union. There's also the Heavenly Circle Sacred Land, which is known for its refining and talismanic Dao in the world. As the richest sect in the world, the strength of the Heavenly Circle is unquestionable. But this time, the one sent by the Heavenly Circle is the daughter of the Patriarch. But for some reason, does it think that being the same woman, it would be easier to make contact? In addition to these two parties, there is the Holy Son of Taichu. Speaking of this, Li Yi waved his hand and casually said, I know this one. I can skip it. There shouldn't be anyone from Yogurt either. So say something else. Wan Dust let out an oh-so-subtle sound and continued. Other than that, it's the sons of some big clans, mostly coming alone. This trip is both for the purpose of holding a beauty and also to take the opportunity to spar with other experts. In these last few days, Ningyuan City has already seen several very rare ring fights. It's a good thing that these young people are still acting in a disciplined manner. Otherwise, if they had to lay their hands on them, the late generation wouldn't necessarily be able to stop them. And then outside of the human race then, the Elder Council of the Demon Race also sent their experts, an envoy, rumored to be led by the Cyanide family. As for further details, there is no way for the late generation to find out. They are still keeping a low profile at the moment, but they must be planning something. In addition, if the demon race is concerned, they have likewise sent someone over this time. A war ministry. It is not known by whom it is led, but judging by its aura, the war general must not be a nameless person. Like the demon race, they made no other movements after settling down. So the late generation is likewise unaware of their intentions. That's the general situation. And I have to say that Princess Xia's parade this time can be said to have startled half the world. It's kind of an honor, in a way. Wan Dust couldn't help but show a few moments of admiration as he spoke. Cultivators are also human beings and have the same desire to remain famous in history. To be able to involve the nerves of the world in every move like this is really a light that many people can only dream of. Li Yi listened quietly, slowing down his food-pinching movements and looking thoughtful. Knowing that he was digesting this information, Wan Dust did not make a sound to disturb him. Instead, they seized the opportunity to roll around the table with their chopsticks flying. Every single dish on here that he ate made him feel like it could be worth at least a few days of hard training. One less bite nowadays would be a loss to the naked eye. So he had never worked harder than he had today, and he didn't want to waste a single second of his time. After a long time, Li Yi returned to his senses and said with a slight frown, "You mean, so many forces are here because of Princess Xia? Some forces even sent out their own patriarch successors and their own granddaughters? This kind of thing is unconscionable no matter how you think about it. The truth must not be as simple as it seems. In my opinion, I'm only afraid that Princess Xia is just a front for them, and the real purpose is hidden in the shadows, known only to their hearts, defending each other from each other. But no one will say anything in case more variables come up." Wan Dust was once again shocked by this huge amount of information and was stunned. But, the late generation has never heard of any other major events happening in Ningyuan City. Li Yi glanced at him when he heard this and said indifferently, "Shenji has stayed in this Ningyuan city for such a long period of time. Haven't you likewise not noticed it in the slightest? Don't be overconfident in your own strength, or a lot of things happen even if it's right under your nose. It will also be subconsciously ignored in the past." Wan Dust suddenly realized and saluted. The late generation is taught. Li Yi had not been very interested in Princess Xia's affairs, and coming to this Ningyuan city was just a stop on his journey for fun. But now, after realizing that this matter had alarmed so many forces, he became more interested. What they were after, Li Yi didn't care. All he couldn't accept was that someone was screwing around behind his back. As soon as you get to the bottom of this, leave this place. This was the plan set by Li Yi. This place was still far from Kyoto, but they could still rush over to attend the Grand Cultivation World event. If you relocate here for too long, you won't have time to visit other places on your journey. Since they won't volunteer it, we'll take the initiative and ask them. Those casuals shouldn't be as simple as they look either. Each one is like an infatuated seed. going out of their way to risk their lives just to win the heart of a beautiful woman. This kind of drama, put on them, is not too out of place. Is there any ring competition going on in this Ningyuan city today? Chapter 94, Contesting for the World's First Prince. Wandan gave Li a surprised look. How did Senior know that there is a competition going on today? I won't hide it from you, because Princess Xia will arrive at Ningyuan city tomorrow. So, today happens to be the last day of the world's first Duke Ring battle. Li subconsciously nodded. His presumption was not wrong, though quite a few people on this trip should have other purposes, but Princess Kasumi was definitely an important target for them as well. At this critical moment, it would be strange if those people could honestly be at peace, but soon he pursued the question. What male? Wandan laughed. It seems that Senior hasn't cared about the matters of the cultivation world for some time. The cultivation world nowadays, is not like the past. Young people have made many tricks in order to gain fame. What the world's first fairy, the first heavenly pride, the first body cultivator, and so on. Of course, a lot of it is not recognized by the majority. But today this first prince of the world is a bit different. Among these many names, the first prince is considered to be one with particularly high gold content. That's why a lot of people are particularly interested in the name. It's the first one, after all, and it means a lot. These days, Ningyuan City has already conducted dozens of bouts for this purpose. Li looked at him in shock, never expecting that someone who had cultivated immortality would still be so vain. What's the point of having this name, other than getting some female cultivators to fall in love with you? It doesn't help to improve your strength. Therefore, Li was puzzled by this, but to get a feel for the forces in the city in the shortest amount of time, this was the only way to do it at the moment. Otherwise, once Princess Xia arrives tomorrow, it is expected that the situation will become complicated. Li thought for a moment and asked his two daughters, Qinghan, Lingxiu, how about it? Dad took you guys to watch the ring battle? Qinghan Li muttered as she skimmed her mouth disdainfully. What's so great about a ring battle? What's the point of fighting well in the ring if you can't do it in real combat? Li was about to persuade him, when he heard his sister retort first. Sister is wrong. Ring battles are not as treacherous as actual battles though. But sister mustn't forget that the opponents aren't all inexperienced in actual combat. To be able to fight all the way to the last day, I don't think there will be any more fancy fights. Therefore, today's ring battle is no longer much different from an actual battle, and it's even better in terms of ferocity. If you don't go, stay here alone. Oh. Li listened with inward joy as his youngest daughter said what he wanted to say for him, so he laughed and complimented. My Lingxiu's name is really not wrong. It's just smart. I've come all this way, so of course I'm going to hang out. Dad also thought there might be some surprises in this bout. Li Qinghan saw that Li had spoken. Then naturally, no one else would echo her point of view. I had to compromise. Fine. Just go. I see that you're just interested in the name of that what's her name. It's a big old age. The group left the Yi mansion amidst Li Qinghan's broken thoughts. The location of the ring battle was right at the center of Ningyuan City. When Li and the others arrived, the place was already packed with people. It's obvious that no matter what time of year it is, the munchies are never absent. It was impossible for the people in the city to be unfamiliar with Wandan's appearance, so at the first sight of him, there had been a salute and a rush to get out of the way. Wandan, on the other hand, couldn't be bothered to respond to them, but instead asked Li to please go first while introducing him to the current situation on the field. Elder, it looks like we've come at the right time. Now the three clans, human, demon and devil, have been left with only one person in succession. The next winner will be competing for the true number one male in the world. Li softly hummed. This kind of situation, even if he didn't need to be told, he could see it, because even after the demon and devil races had transformed into human form, there was no difference in appearance with the real human race. But the temperament piece is not hard to distinguish. Specifically, if the human race is the standard, then the demon race appears to be more elegant and a bit on the feminine side. The devils, on the other hand, look burly and all look like mighty, strong men. So, Li swept up the now remaining three, one in white, narcissistically fiddling with his long hair. One had a face like a jade, shaking a folding fan painted with a picture of mountains and rivers, with an elegant demeanor. The other one, with dark skin, holds a huge mountain axe, like a furious Vajra. It wasn't hard to see that these three were the men from the demon, human, and devil races who stood at the end of the line, and the world's number one male will be among the three. All three of them are at the peak of the transformation spirit, so it seems that they are not qualified to go on stage once they enter the transition stage? Li asked casually. Wandan smiled. What Senior said is right. Once the transitional succession stage is on the field, it would be a bit too bullying. Your way. The nearby onlookers took a look at how the city lord behaved like this. Was this still the original unassuming and unsmiling city Lord Wan? So there was a lot of speculation about the identity of this line of handsome men and women. Li Yi arrived at the position arranged by Wan Wan and found it to be the city lord's seat. After a little thought, I didn't sit on it, and there was plenty of room around it, so I chose a seat next to it. The final battle was already about to begin, but seeing the city lord himself, then it was delayed a little bit, because no matter what, after all, it was in someone else's territory. Now that the boss of the land is here, you treat it as invisible and non-existent, then others will definitely feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Granted, these people may not care, but they have also been taught since childhood not to be a random dishabag. Whether or not you can afford to mess with it, and whether or not you should not mess with it, are two entirely different things. Some idiots, on the other hand, always completely confuse the two. What else can we do? I'll cry at my own stupidity when no one's looking. A true son of the family would never make such unnecessary and low-level mistakes. Seeing that Li Yi insisted on refusing to sit in the city master's chair, Wandan guessed that the other party might be thinking that it would be more troublesome back there. Then he stopped forcing himself and sat up himself to solicit from Li Yi. Then seniors you see, can start? Li Yi was just about to nod his head, but he heard Xianji's voice clearing up at the side. Wait, this looks like it could be fun. Can I go up there for a while? Xianji's naive words, however, caused the area to fall into silence all of a sudden. A moment later, Li Yi glanced at her and lightly refused. No going, it will be dangerous. Xianji saw that Li Yi was caring about herself, and for a moment, her mood became much more exuberant, and she grabbed Li Yi's arm and shook and pampered him. Oh no, I won't. I'll protect myself. Li Yi calmly pulled his arm out. Speechless. I'm saying you're putting people in danger. Chapter 95. If you're not 100% sure, please come down. Put. Li Yi's words made the two daughters all burst out laughing. However, Xianji was as if she hadn't realized it, and said seriously, how could it be? Xianji will seal her cultivation to the transformation god stage, and it's still the early stage of transformation spirit as long as they don't go too far, Xianji won't do anything to them. Looking at her serious face, Li Yi wondered, are you serious? Xianji nodded, and with a light turn of her slender body, she had transformed into a handsome teenage boy. Slightly reddening her cheeks, she playfully said, so you won't get caught. Li Yi is a bit numb. Many times, he had asked himself why, with so many confidants, he still chose to marry a wife and have children. Was it entirely because he couldn't beat his wife? Of course, is a major reason, but Li Yi didn't want to admit it, and he made excuses for himself countless times. Finally, I found a reason that made some sense and opened myself up for a while. That's trouble. Women are naturally creatures that bring trouble, and the prettier they are the more so. This has nothing to do with their own personalities. Li Yi thought back carefully to the years of his youth, although all the way to the company of good people. But it's true that no day is ever a quiet day, and it's almost always spent in various accidents. Of course, the so-called accident doesn't mean it's that dangerous. It's just not in the plan. Like, did this time. Li Yi thought about it and finally softened his heart. After all, Xianji had gone so far as to give up her scenic position in the immortal world in order to find him. He resolutely shut himself up in an extremely cold ice coffin, which enabled him to come to the lower realm unnoticed. A wait of so many years, although it was trivialized by her, in reality, it would never be possible for another woman to do so. Now that we've met again after a long time, it's just as well that we don't have a gift. Couldn't she even fulfill such a small wish? Look, can it be arranged? Li Yi turned his head to Wandan and said. The tone was solicitous, but the gaze was not. Wandan understood in an instant that even if he didn't give the office a go, then he would still use his own way to achieve his goal. The reason why he had prioritized the matter to himself was merely to give him a chance. In addition to looking after the face of his city lord, Wan Dust couldn't help but raise his eyes and look down at those three people on the field, feeling in his heart that this matter was very tricky. Still, it was a decisive nod. Of course, if Senior opens his mouth, Senior will do his best, Li Yi said with a faint smile as he hummed. Good. Then hurry up. Genji is a hothead. Li Yi had personally opened his mouth to urge. How could Wandan dare to delay? Therefore, at the first moment Wandan got up and coughed lightly, and said in a deep voice, Sir Ning, regarding this battle, I wonder how certain you are. The three people on the field, Wan Duan counted all of them as acquaintances for the time being, but they only stayed at the level of knowing their names. All three of them did not have any friendship with him, not even a nodding acquaintance. And the reason why he was directly conversing with this Duke Ning was also very simple. After all, as they were of the same human race, the other party wouldn't go so far as to not give him any face at all. This Duke Ning's name was Ning Fusheng, and he was the second son of the Ning family. a large clan from Kyoto. A man of natural talent and unrivaled qualifications. At a young age, he had cultivated to the god transformation stage, unhindered all the way, at one point breaking the record for the fastest realm break of the human race. It was said that there were quite a few great powers in the human race who wanted to take him as a shut-in disciple, so that he would carry his legacy forward. It could be said that such a person coming to compete for the title of the world's #1 son was indeed well-deserved. Without any semblance of incongruity, Ning Fuxing had a handsome appearance, but he was quite a man of the city, and he often boasted of his unparalleled wisdom. This time, he was able to make it all the way to the ring and managed to stand in the final match. Others may not know that he is the least expendable of the three. With his meticulous calculations and arrangements, all the opponents in front of him were eliminated with minimal cost. For this moment right now, for an extra semblance of victory in the final matchup. However, even if he was as intelligent as he was a bit confused by the question at the moment. What do you mean you're sure? Is this the right kind of question to answer before the game? If you answer too fully, you will be mocked for being arrogant in case you lose. If you answer too modestly, you will appear to have no backbone, and you will be demoralizing yourself and boosting others' morale. No matter how you look at it, it's a brain-dead question. So Ning Fuyang raised his face in great suspicion and said unhappily, "Floating doesn't quite understand what the city lord means. I wonder what my chances of winning are. In your opinion?" This question and answer instantly drew all the attention of the room. Everyone was puzzled. Why ask such a question at this point in time? Don't you know if you've played it straight through? Couldn't he have made a temporary change if he said he wasn't sure? That's not even a chance to win. As soon as Wandan looked at Ning Fuxing's stance, he thought to himself that none of these children of the world's families were really good at talking. It's just a matter of picking it apart. This city lord has asked this question also for the sake of the prestige of the human race. I still hope that Sir Ning won't mind. What this city lord wants to say is that if Mr. Ning isn't 10% sure this time, then it might be a good idea to switch to another person to fight this fight for you. In this way, you can ensure that you will have the title of the world's first male in your pocket. Can you? Wow! After a brief moment of silence, the room erupted. Who would have thought that what they felt was the most outrageous speculation before would actually come true? But the surprisingly unanimous opinion was, has the city lord gone off the deep end today? How can he say such nonsense? If the human race really had that kind of powerful heavenly pride, why hadn't it appeared before? Now that Ning Fuxing had charged all the way out, that strength had been proven in actual combat. How could the city lord be so confident that he would dare to assert that he was even stronger than the prides of the three clans on the field by pulling out a single person right now? If everyone else thought so, then Ning Fuxing naturally felt even more absurd. The words had taken on a distinctly angry tone. City Lord 1, I've come a long way from Kyoto. I have not made a grudge against you when I arrived here, and now you speak in such a manner. Could it be that you are deliberately bullying my Ning family? The other two men in the ring are also baffled by this unfolding, but it was not a matter of concern anyway, so he folded his arms and quietly watched the show. The human race was surprisingly imploding at such a time, so they were happy to watch it for a while longer. It was conceivable that after this maneuver, Ning Fuxing's mindset would be greatly affected even if he continued with the next bout. It can almost be asserted in advance that he had nothing to do with the final victory. Wan Dust sighed inwardly. The atmosphere had reached this point, although it was not out of his expectation. He felt a hint of helplessness. If Mr. Ning doesn't believe me, this city lord is willing to vouch for this city lord's position with his entire fortune. If the results do not match what I have said, then Wan will step down as city lord and immediately go to the front line to garrison the border. Chapter 96. The battle started off with a straight white heat. It is natural to say something in front of so many people without fear of not fulfilling it later. Therefore, Ning Fuyang was even more puzzled, putting aside even the unhappiness that arose just now. Puzzled? Who do you intend to let fight for me? Putting it so full on, I have to see it before I can decide, right? To be able to say that is already a sign of great culmination. Otherwise a grumpy one would have probably already done it. I've worked so hard to get to this point, and you're asking me to voluntarily step down and put someone else on the field? Who can listen to this kind of behavior of doing someone else's bidding without getting angry? With a relieved smile, Wandwan stepped aside and let his body out of the way, revealing the handsome boy behind him who was ready to go. This teenager transformed by the 9 heavenly Xuanji is not tall, but has red lips and white teeth, especially a pair of big eyes, said brilliant as the morning star. Very striking. Even Ning Fusheng, who was considered a big handsome man himself, couldn't help but show a momentary expression of surprise when he saw it. Inwardly sighing, putting aside other things, just this look, the future achievements will be absolutely extraordinary. But after fixing his eyes on it, he was bewildered again. Are you sure it's him you're talking about? But he's only at the early stage of God transformation? One Dust said, I'm not blind. Do I need you to remind me of this? Only. We don't dare to ask. That person is also the 9 heavenly creatures and looks so close to the seniors. How can we imagine the real strength? Not bad. The people have already been met. So Mr. Ning should come down quickly. With this city lord here to vouch for you, I won't let your hard work go to waste. How could Ning Fusheng agree? Just as he was about to retort, Go suddenly felt that his body was out of control. As if being manipulated, he forced a nod. Then with a flash of his body, he had already landed next to Wandering Dust. As soon as he landed on the ground, he swept his eyes horrifiedly over the several people in front of him. Soon, the eyes locked onto Li Yi. The reason is very simple. His mannerisms, again with his daughter and his maid. The fact that he was the leader at first glance, coupled with the fact that it was impossible to see his exact strength, further corroborated the fact that this person was not simple. Thinking of that horrible feeling of not being able to do anything about it just now, Ning Fusheng still had palpitations in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he asked Li Yi, just now, was it done by senior? Li Yi didn't look at him and only said lightly, watch the ring first. The voice is mellow and has a unique charm, and although it was not acknowledged, the response was really no different than a tacit admission. This made Ning Fuyang feel a lot more comfortable in his heart. It wasn't scary to be bullied. What was scary was to be bullied by a guy who was even weaker than himself. Now that the other party was so powerful, then even if he acted in any way, he was not destined to change the ending. So much more honest. Even the mood of watching the bout changed quite a bit. It was as if the person who had just been topped by someone else was not himself. Genji reached the stage and looked at the other two with particular curiosity. A very bright smile appeared on his face. The two had been feeling ridiculous and were planning to taunt a couple of people. It turned out to be weird to see such an innocent smile for a while. The words that came to his lips were swallowed back hard. In the end, he only stifled a sentence. What a pain in the ass. Are we still fighting or not? Genji hemmed and hawed, shaking his small hand behind his back gently towards the back. Wan Dust immediately announced, the first prince of the world. The battle for the title now begins. Because there are only 3 of them left, it's also impossible to have any more one-on-one contests. So, the bout was a 3-way fight. As Wan Chen's words had just fallen, the 2 heavenly pride of the demon race and the devil race had already unleashed their respective stances, suddenly disappeared from its place. The crowd of onlookers had realized that they had completely lost track of the duo. The only thing that could be seen in the large ring was that strange teenage boy, the figure of a man. Genji was also a bit bewildered and stood in place looking around the room in confusion. Scratching his head, he said, so timid? Running away without even saying hello? This originally comical scene, paired with her super high face value, immediately took on a different effect. Countless women of different age groups couldn't help but feel pity. Wow, he's so cute. I think I'll take him home to raise him. Are there any sisters who know this gentleman? I'll trade a magic treasure for his information. I used to like older men, but now it seems that teenagers still smell the best. Originally, I thought that they each had their own looks, but now it seems obvious that this young gentleman is even better. That what the demon race, the devil race, and I don't know why they want to compete for this name. It wasn't their turn to do so. The scene where the clamor became a clamor to give support to Shinji was a sight to see Li at the back. In the end, one can only sigh that face value is justice. And right in the midst of this clamor, the hidden crisis had suddenly appeared, only to see that the sky, which was originally cloudless, was actually filled with diffuse and thick clouds at this moment. The clouds appeared to be moving extremely slowly, but in fact, it didn't take 2 breaths at all before they had completely blocked out the daylight. The sky, swish and dark. Then, without seeing the thunder, the torrential rain poured straight down, but before falling to the ground, they all changed direction and gathered together towards the ring. From a distance, it was almost as if a huge funnel had appeared from between the sky and the ground. Some of the low strength is still surprised why the weather suddenly changed, while some of the sharp perception of danger cannot help but face changed greatly. They have involuntarily taken 2 steps back, appalled. What a great stroke! These raindrops are actually all condensed from sword chi. The sluggish people around him froze at the sound of it. What? How is this possible? However, when they deliberately detached a strand of their divine sense to perceive it, they quickly blanched. Everyone did not expect that this battle for a false name would enter such a terrifying stage at the very beginning. Many people who had seen the previous bouts had exclaimed that everyone else was just going through the motions before that. This to the final field, no longer hiding the pride of heaven. A strength is surprisingly how terrifying. Including the Li Qinghan sisters in the backstands, there was also a moment of dismay at this moment. It wasn't that I thought the move was so amazing, it was just that I hadn't seen a ring battle like this in a long time. It was a bit of a surprise. Even Li Qinghan, who had been lacking interest in this, couldn't help but raise a few spirits. After all, no matter how powerful the 9 heavenly mysteries were, they had now sealed their cultivation to the early stage of transformation. This also meant that many of the tactics she could no longer use, and since her fleshly body was not considered outstanding, it was not realistic for her to try to harden herself against this strike. Therefore, Xinghanli couldn't help but raise a breath as well. Very expectantly, he wanted to see exactly how the 9 heavenly mysteries planned to respond. Chapter 97 Demons Join Forces. Chained Killing Moves. On the field, Xianji was keenly aware of the danger contained in the raindrops the moment they gathered towards her. With such a majestic and voluminous sword chi, it was conceivable that the consumption must be great. So, it was by no means impromptu. In other words, this thunderbolt was already prepared. It didn't change because of the temporary change. Did they secretly agree long ago to join forces against the human race from the very beginning? Gee whiz, I thought we could have a fair fight. People were a bit naturally dull, but Genji, who was definitely not stupid when it came to fighting, it took only a brief moment to figure out the nodes. She then ate and muttered to herself, if it was an attempt to eliminate me with a thunderous strike at the beginning, how could the other person sit on the sidelines and do nothing? So if I'm not wrong, there should be a backstroke after this raindrop. Maybe the back is the real kill? In that case, you can't just keep dodging. Having come to a conclusion, Genji, the first batch of raindrops at the top of his head had fallen humongously, and at the same time, a blazing flame suddenly emerged from her body. Between the flames of the fire swaying, it reflected her handsome face in light and darkness. The flames were milky white in color and looked demonic and beautiful, and those raindrop sword chi that were originally of extraordinary power. The moment they touched the flames, however, it seemed to have completely turned into ordinary raindrops, making a giggling sound and then fading away without a trace. Genji's entire body was enveloped in this collision of flames and raindrops, even closing her eyes and opening her arms. Those who didn't know thought she was enjoying getting wet. The surrounding crowd, naturally, were all in shock. However, none of them recognized that kind of flame, and in the end, it could only be attributed to some kind of powerful protective magic treasure. Otherwise, if this place had gathered the pride of the 3 human, demon, and devil clans now, it wouldn't be right that there would be feats and aptitudes that they hadn't seen before. But since it was a magic treasure, there would always be a moment when it was consumed. Therefore the crowd was not optimistic about what would happen to Xianji next. After all, although it looked easy now, in reality, she was still in a passive position. The opponent remained hidden in the shadows, ready to strike a fatal blow in a more stealthy manner. Apparently, the offense was of the same opinion, so there were a few breaths of increased rain. The rainstorm turned into a downpour, and the raindrops were no longer raindrops, but pillars of rain. Finish connecting the sky to Genji. Every moment, uncountable rains of sword chi fell into that flame. Intentions are not concealed at all. Aren't you relying on your magic treasure to be powerful? Then I'll just drain it and see what else you can do. Anytime the clock ticks down, though, the offense starts to panic. With all that ferocity, the guy underneath is still the same, and that flame on his body didn't show any signs of weakening. Could there be any magic treasure so powerful? Never. Therefore, there was only one conclusion. The other party happened to possess this magical method of protection. It happened to be able to restrain his sword chi in this manner. Although helpless, but after all, the moves used old, and the previous consumption is very large. Immediately change the move has been impractical. A voice prodded irritably from mid-air. Sanzer, what are you waiting for? How long are you going to watch the show? The voice was feminine, but now that it was in his ears, he was able to clearly feel the instability of the other party's state of mind. And the crowd below was finally able to determine that this previous attack was initiated by the demon race's heavenly pride, and the one he called Sangze was a heavenly pride of the demon race. The other party did not respond to him, but instead suddenly appeared from behind Xianji with a huge axe in hand. An axe carried a dense black light that seemed to be able to devour light, and from top to bottom, it ruthlessly chopped down towards Xianji's slender body, and his mouth roared wildly at the same time. The field unfolds. Land of the Giants. Even though he was chopping first and then shouting, in reality, the chopping of the axe was only the last action. However, when the giant axe fell towards Xianji's body, the domain had already been completely activated, and he did so with the purpose of making his opponent completely lose the possibility of dodging. Therefore at that time in the eyes of the crowd, the ring had heck of a shocking change. Sanzawa's body was rapidly growing larger after his roar, while Genji's body was shrinking extremely fast. The result of this was that the two were soon more than 100 times different in size. Xianji, who had become the size of a peahen, could indeed be said to have nowhere to run in the face of the falling giant axe. The black light from the blade of the axe alone made it completely dark around her, and she couldn't see anything. Not to mention the fact that she was also firmly locked down by the Demon Clan fellow's aura, preventing her from recklessly launching her feats to dodge, and the raindrops that didn't care in front of them. At this time, they regained the power of destroying the sky and the earth, and each of them seemed to be like a meteor out of the sky. Viciously, he slashed at Genji. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. Such a killing game had obviously been carefully planned, and there was absolutely no possibility of responding to it, even including the stands. Li Yi's few people, their faces were different. The best of them was none other than Ning Fusheng, who had been forcibly replaced. He, who was still upset, was so frightened at this moment that his face was so white that it was inhuman. Both fists clenched to iron from the tension and anger. Gritting his teeth, he said inwardly, "These two surprisingly conspire to harm me so secretly. Not to mention that I wasn't prepared. Even if I knew about it in advance, there's no way for me to crack this killing move. One person holding back, one person sneak attacking plus jutsu. This is damn whether it's a fight or a murder coming." Although the three races of humans, demons and devils have always had enmity, but that was more of a habitual thing. As the saying goes, those who are not of my race will be of a different mind. All three parties were of the same mindset. After all, whoever had the most say in the cultivation world would be able to possess more resources. From there, the strength snowballs. So, the three races are not the kind of relationship that is absolutely incapable of communicating and coexisting in one place. Otherwise, if that demon Princess Xia still dared to come and parade around in this Ningyuan city of the human race, wouldn't it be no different from actively seeking death? Thus, Ning Fusheng's anger was easy to understand. What he wanted was to take a name in a dignified manner, and what the other guy wanted was to get him killed. It's a wonder this isn't a rush. And apart from him, Wandan was the most nervous, though the name 9 Heavenly Maidens sounded bluffing. After all, he didn't have a clear idea. If there was a slip-up here, then it was expected that Li Yi would no longer be kind to him even if he didn't take it out on him, and without Li Yi's assistance, the revenge of killing his father would be even more unsettled. Thus, Wanduan had already cursed the Sang's duo in his heart. Even if he wasn't also unsure of breaking the game, he would have already directly intervened and interfered despite the rules by now. What are rules in front of the safety of the former woman? Chapter 98, The Realm Unfolds, Red Lotus Hell. A few breaths later, as the aftermath of the rumble above the ring dissipated, the crowd covering their eyes then dared to cast their eyes back up, but they, who had already prepared themselves mentally, did not see the expected horrifying sight. Sang Zhe remained in the same position as before, his giganticized body coupled with that huge axe with a rich black light. Even if he was far away, he was able to feel the terrifying might attached to it. But the crowd was surprised at the moment to find that this mighty and peerless axe had failed to fall. Although the ring was already covered in cracks all around, it wasn't hard to see upon closer inspection. The blade of the axe remained about a palm's height from the ground, and in the middle of that was Genji after being made smaller. At this moment, the milky white flames around her body had disappeared. In its place, a fiery red armor. She held the giant axe above her head with her right hand, choked with her left hand, and drank softly under her breath. Fields? Coincidentally, so have I. The domain unfolds. Red Lotus Hell. Karmic Fire. Ignite. As the crisp voice came out, a lotus-shaped, red to demonic flame quickly emerged from his left hand. Heat waves rolled around them, and the rain of sword chi that fell in the air dissipated before it could even get close. The flaming lotus flower, on the other hand, began to rapidly grow larger at an astonishing speed. At the same time, Genji's body gradually returned to its original form. Sanzawa looked shocked as Genji was now able to return to his normal size. It undoubtedly meant that his domain had been partially suppressed. His kingdom of giants can change more than just the size of both sides. Rather, it was able to temporarily suppress it to about 10% of its original size along with its strength as well. As the most astonishingly talented pride of the demon race in the last 100 years, he was able to cultivate this otherwise unusual domain to this extent. Enough said. But now, the other party had similarly used a domain, and it didn't look like it was beneath him. Sanzig thought easily. The opponent was able to block even about 10% of his strength from the full force of his long-planned strike. Then now that his strength is back to normal, where is he still a match? So, the next thing the crowd saw was a scene that caused them a million dismay. Sang Zhe, who was originally on the absolutely strong side, withdrew his giant axe without warning. Then not only did he instantly have his shield fully open, but he also used the blood escape technique directly, without bothering to get himself injured. It was as if they would be pulverized if they slowed down just a little bit. This scene that caught them off guard caused the crowd to be unable to resist having their mouths open, eyes filled with disbelief. Everyone's mind was thinking the same thing. Brother, don't you want to lose face? On the other side, Wan Dust and the others were all relieved. Either way, it's good that there were no casualties. And at that moment, Wandan also reacted somewhat and was surprised. I can't imagine that both of them have all opened their domains. It's true that they're worthy of being the heavenly pride that can compete for the number one spot. This was heard by Li Yi next to him and said casually, "What? You didn't turn it on?" Wan Dust froze and laughed bitterly. Senior is joking. This realm is rumored to only have the opportunity to be opened when one reaches the transition stage, and those with exceptionally good qualifications might be able to take a step ahead and open up at the god transformation stage, thus greatly increasing their battle power. How can a latecomer like this, with mediocre qualifications, do what the two of them did? Li Yi nodded, still holding back from saying anything to discourage him. After all, he had opened the domain at the Jindan stage in the first place, so if we were to go by qualifications, wouldn't he be the first person in all of eternity? Something like a domain that increased strength tremendously was not really something that had much to do with qualifications. Rather, it has to do with intention, or chance. As the name suggests, a field is an area that you actively turn into your home field on your own accord. Playing at home can certainly give you every advantage. The opponents who are drawn closer to the field will face various unfavorable situations and thus lose quickly. It is not an exaggeration to say that the field is a means to be able to overcome strength with weakness. This is one of the points of agreement among those who have been exposed to the field. It was a greater increase in strength than a good weapon, a powerful divine ability, or a subtle sword stance, because it is an extreme use of one's own strength. It truly belongs to the user and is able to exert the ability to break through the upper limit of one's own strength. In contrast, it was not easy to come by, even for cultivators who had successfully entered the transition stage. There were many who had not mastered the domain. There are two basic conditions to reach it. One is the use or understanding of a certain power at an extreme level. There are not many people who have reached this point, but it is not as few as one might think. After all, cultivators who have cultivated to a high level of profundity always have two brushes that they are good at. The second condition requires the possession of some kind of strong intention. Whether it be love, hate, joy or sorrow, there must always be a sense of obsession, because only then is it easier to enter the state of epiphany domain ability. Of course, nothing is absolute. Just like Li Yi in the beginning, he did not meet the second condition, yet he still comprehended it. It could be said to happen completely naturally, even making him think for a moment that this stuff was something that the Jindan stage was bound to comprehend, all the way up to the time when he went around looking for experts to spar with, using his newly arrived domain ability to beat a bunch of heavenly prides to tears. Then it dawned on me, gee, so you all don't know how to do it? But it's so stupid. Li Yi looked at the ring with his chin in his hand and muttered, "This unlucky kid. You fight in the ring. You have to play tactics and sneak attack to provoke her for what? Now that you've stirred up Xianji's normal state, you, help yourself." Sure enough, as Li Yi's whispering voice disappeared, Sang Zhe, who had already used the blood escape technique to vanish. Instead, Hurley showed up at the edge of the ring. Pust! Sang Zhe fell in a mess from midair and directly sprayed out a large mouthful of blood before he could stand still. The original giant-like body had completely disappeared at this moment, changing into the original dark and strong man. This also meant that his domain was not only suppressed, but completely destroyed. Nowadays, above this ring, it was completely within Xianji's domain. Not only did he fail to leave by relying on the blood escape technique, he instead suffered a trauma to his mind and spirit after his domain was completely broken. Straight away, he could no longer perform the transportation technique, and besides him, there was another figure following close behind. It fell out of the air and onto the ground with a thud. It was the pride of the demon race, Star Luo, who had used an art to conceal his form from the very beginning. At the moment, it seemed to have suffered quite a bit as well, and it couldn't even cover its tracks anymore. Coincidentally, the duo also landed in close proximity. Just by looking at that wretched appearance, those who didn't know would have thought that the two had just been bullied by whoever had given them a beating. The two looked at each other and before they could say anything, they saw the sky suddenly darken. The flaming lotus flower that had vaporized the heavy clouds above it was now pressing down heavily towards the two of them like a titan. Chapter 99, I really don't want this brand. Above the ring, the extremely high temperature caused the crowd's vision to distort. The flaming lotus flower stopped falling when it was only about 10 feet away from the two of them, but the heat it emitted caused the duo to use all of their strength to resist it for the time being. Xianji stood in the center of the ring with her arms wrapped around her, her armor already hidden. Once again, he resumed his previous attire. Only his temperament hadn't switched back yet. At the moment, he was looking at them expressionlessly, and his entire person exuded an aura of being a stranger. It's a far cry from the original dorky cuteness. For Xianji, in a battle of this level, the moment the domain opened, the battle could be completely declared over in advance. Let's not talk about the fact that her domain itself was a top-notch existence. But let's just talk about the understanding and utilization of the domain. This lotus flower's power of several thousand years is something they can block? As expected, the duo's resistance didn't last long at all. The fire lotus sank another inch. Bang! The ground that had been energized by multiple formations directly appeared to disintegrate on a large scale. Several cracks appeared in Sangze's flesh and blood, while the blood in it was directly vaporized dry before it could even appear. Red flame demon body. Open. Sangze could no longer retain his strength and hissed under the intense pain. There was a sudden and exaggerated change in his body. The skin turned a light golden color at a speed visible to the naked eye, and all the original scars disappeared. It was covered with totem-like patterns, looking as if they were tribal people from the barbaric era. With the red flame demon body's extremely high immunity to fire-type spiritual energy, Sangze temporarily gained a respite, but the demon race's pride, Star Luo, was miserable. The demon race didn't have the ability to enhance their physique like the demon body and demon tattoo like the demon race normally did. They specialize in demonic magical powers. In terms of sheer variety of tricks, demonic arts can be called the first of the three races. But the downside is also obvious. The less resistant you are in a bad situation, the less resistant you are to this demonic ally of his. At this moment, he was forced to use up several of his crushing life preservation spells, but he still couldn't stop the fire poison from entering his body. In desperation, Starla had to make a bold decision. As one of the oldest branches of the demon race, his family had once possessed a glorious to the extreme heritage. Unfortunately, later on, in the shocking battle with the human race, the demon race nearly suffered extinction. At that time, many elders of the demon race were captured by the human race and imprisoned in the demon locking tower, and many legacies have been crippled or even broken. Star Luo's family fell apart because of this, and from a top family, it fell to the point where he is the only one left today. He was able to cultivate to this point and grow into a heavenly pride that was enough to represent the young generation of the demon race. In fact, what he cultivated was not his own inheritance, but a high-level inheritance that he had exchanged from the Demon Elders Council using his battle merit. The inheritance of the demon race is generally closely related to the bloodline, and the lower the fit between the two, the worse the strength will be. This was also the reason why the demon race only had the chance to become a top-tier lineage if they had the complete legacy of their own clan. Since they enjoyed the benefits of the bloodline for cultivation, they also had to bear the risk of the inheritance being broken. And at this very moment, Star Luo decided to take a risk and cast his crippled inheritance art. It was dangerous, but after all, there was nothing else he could do. Eternal frost. Icing. Star Luo snapped, and the demonic power in his body gushed out without reservation. But the cold stream that was condensed by the demonic power, he did not manipulate it to launch an attack. Instead, they turned to surround themselves. Within a few breaths, a thick layer of ice wrapped around the outside of his body. What had been a potent offensive ability was used as a guard by him, but unfortunately, he wasn't immune to this freezing damage in it either. At this moment, apart from his consciousness, his body had been completely frozen, and even his demonic power could no longer continue to be supplied. In other words, when the ice outside was destroyed, it was basically the time of his death, and if the ice hadn't been broken, he would have been frozen to death over time. To put it bluntly, it's roughly a hemlock operation. Xianji was disinterested in what they were doing, and was just a little puzzled as to why the two of them still refused to admit defeat. Do you still think there's a chance of flopping? But how could she know that in the perspective of the duo? We've all come down hard on you before. You're gonna let us off the hook that easy? Doesn't exist. So, Genji gradually lost his patience. In this state, she could be said not to be much of a virtuous person. After thousands of years in the immortal world, it was impossible to live a comfortable life with only the kind of personality that he had before. Snap! Lightly snapping his fingers, the fire lotus in the air suddenly shivered with light. The blossoms bloomed a few % more. This time, not to mention the red flame demon body, even Star Luo's ice layer began to rapidly melt. As they were about to perish, two urgent shouts suddenly came from the distance almost simultaneously. Stop! Wait! Immediately after that, two extremely fast figures flashed past. A man and a woman had already appeared above the ring. The man was a bit old and stood beside Sangze, his strength at the dodo stage helping him block the heat of the fire lotus. The woman, on the other hand, was very young, but had the air of a man who said nothing. A look at the status of the person who usually has the power of speech. She stood by Starla, likewise shielding him from the terrifying heat. In the end, they were one big realm ahead, so the two of them were not too affected even though they were in the middle of the realm. After saving the two for the time being, the two of them said to Xianji separately, "Your Excellency, please also stop. We admit defeat. If I have offended you before, I will definitely come to your door to make amends some other time." In fact, they didn't expect that by saying a couple of soft words, the other side would let them go. After all, such a thing as getting up a murderous streak was really serious by nature, and they were completely out of their depth. But I didn't expect Xianji to skim his lips and throw down a sentence. It's long overdue. I don't know what I'm holding on to. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew the field and the fire lotus dissipated with it, then turned around and was about to leave the ring. After a moment of silence around them, there were violent cheers. The first duke's voice resounded throughout the room. Xianji froze for a moment. The first prince? What did I just do? When he came back to his senses, a jade token had been shoved into his hand. The jade plate was made of warm and cool material, and the words First Duke were written on it in Dragon's Flight. Xianji's eyes had regained their clarity when she returned to Li Yi's side, obviously detached from that overpowering state. Looking down at the jade tablet in his hand, Spoilsport said, "What should I do? People really don't want to take this stuff." Li Qinghan, who was on the side, instantly rolled her eyes greatly and gave a small cut. Her sister, Li Lingxiu, on the other hand, looked thoughtfully at the noisy crowd around her. I don't know what I found of interest in there. This was not the first time Li Yi had seen this situation with Xianji, so all that could be said was to show your hands. Anyhow, it's also obtained by merit. Keep it as a souvenir. There may be a time in the future when it's useful. Chapter 100, The Sisters Who Fell Behind. As a rule, name winners are given an opportunity to make a speech. Say something nice and earn yourself some prestige. But Genji only felt shy and nonsensical now, and refused to go back to talking about anything. One Dust didn't dare to regulate the situation, so he had to go out on his own and explain to the waiting crowd around him. Despite Genji's transformation into a teenager at the top of the ring, it's really mostly a change in clothes and hairstyle. Now, after resuming her girl's costume, she still resembles her former self to 7 or 8 degrees. Therefore, in order not to be surrounded by the many fangirls, Li Yi and his party only had to retreat for the time being. On the way back, he was sneered at by Li Qinghan with a good dose of yin and yang. So this is just coming out for air? First time I've heard of a tour being like this. No one even asked anyone if they wanted to see it? Actually, this is quite good, even though I didn't get to eat anything tasty or see anything pretty. But at least being a backdrop and contributing to others, I'm glad that I'm not a useless person. And as long as it works, it won't be disliked or targeted by people, right? Genji, who had changed back to her cute state, was thin-skinned. Shamed by these words, she buried herself in the crook of Li Yi's arm and couldn't raise her head. Li Yi also looked at his eldest daughter twice like she was a psychopath and said breathlessly, "Speak properly, like whoever made you suffer so much." Li Qinghan, slightly, making a face, he left Li Yi's side and ran to a position slightly behind. His sister, Li Lingxiu, in the back, looked preoccupied, a very rare furrowed brow that looked like it was pondering some philosophical question. Li Yi sighed and thought, "This kid, why am I getting confused?" Sure enough, it doesn't matter if it's dad alone with the kids or mom alone with the kids. There's always some unforeseen problems. Walking with a limp is definitely not an option over time. In that case, it seems that they still need to be disciplined by their mothers as well. It's only right for one to sing the white song and one to sing the red one. I'm sure I won't be able to sing the white face, so I'll have to leave that daunting task to the kid's mom. While he was here considering these things, the sisters whispered in the background. What's wrong with you? You've been distracted since you were in the ring earlier. Thinking of something sad? Li Qinghan asked her sister with a rather concerned and sincere expression. All other things aside, it's really like a qualified sister at the moment. But her sister glanced back at her with a sneer and said faintly, "Don't you think it's childish to play such tricks with me? Falsely leading me to say something sad, and then you listen over there inwardly snickering. Did you corner and rehash it in front of me later? How about that? Did I guess right?" Li Qinghan immediately denied the 3 companies. "How? I'm not. Che, boring." Li Lingxiu gave her a blank look and took a step to go after her. The distance between the two of them and Li Yi's trio was now relatively far. "Wait." Li Qinghan immediately grabbed her skirt and exhorted. "Why are you in such a hurry to get over there? Didn't you realize that with Xian Nu at his side, Li Yi didn't even notice that we had fallen behind? It's just the right opportunity for us to get out of his clutches for a while. Dare we?" Li Lingxiu looked at her leaping eyes and was puzzled. How does this Empress fit more and more perfectly into this age group after becoming a child? Isn't this sneaking out to play on your own when adults aren't looking one of the standard practices for bare children? So the younger sister's view of her sister changed from "how did this bastard become an Empress?" to "how can this bastard become an Empress?" Nuts! Why would I do such a thing with you? If you want to sneak yourself, I'm sure I won't betray you as all. With that, he continued on his way. But just as he took a step, he was stopped again by his sister. "Wait." Qinghanli grabbed her sister's skirt once again and said seriously, "Since you won't agree to this one, tell me what the hell you were thinking before." Otherwise I'm not going to let you go. And you can't fight me here, can you? My sister was a bit devastated. But it was indeed as Li Qinghan had said. Now that the cultivation levels of the two were comparable, if one person insisted on entangling himself, it would not really be that easy for the other to get rid of him. Convinced? How come I didn't realize you had this ability to play rogue in the first place? It can't be that being an empress in your previous life required you to be on your end all the time, and it stifled you. Couldn't control it all at once this time? That's why you went crazy, right? Cut the crap and talk. I know that look on your face too well. There must be a secret. Li Qinghan prodded very nosily, like he couldn't eat the melon but stumbled upon the person in question. Li Lingxiu shook her head and calmly said, I didn't intend to keep this from you, and the only reason I didn't tell you is that I wasn't so sure myself that I was looking at it right. When Xianji was fighting in the ring earlier, I don't know if you noticed, but there were actually some very strange people in the crowd of onlookers. Li Qinghan was made to look serious by this serious state of hers and said blankly, Strange people? There aren't any. Aren't they all just ordinary cultivators and mortals? I don't feel any special aura. Instead of answering her question immediately, her sister asked abruptly, Do you still remember that there was once a flourishing Golden Crow clan in the immortal world? Li Qinghan's eyes shook as he frowned. Of course I remember. The Golden Crow clan has always been one of the topmost forces in the immortal world. It's just a shame that it suddenly disappeared decades ago. The rumor in the immortal world is that their strength has shrunk dramatically and they were destroyed by their former enemies. However, I know that until the eve of its sudden disappearance, the strength of the Golden Crow clan was still not to be underestimated. If I remember well, you even used to pull them together at that time. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Li Lingxiu looked into her eyes and said slowly, Would you believe me if I said, I think I saw the Golden Crows? Although their breath was well hidden, the unique Golden Crow seal was not concealed, probably thinking that no one would recognize them in this lower world. But strangely, their marks again seem to be very light. And there is some difference from the Golden Crow marks I have seen in the past. That's why I'm not sure if I'm misreading it or not. Qinghan Li scratched his head in disbelief. Do you mean that the Golden Crow clan suddenly disappeared from the immortal realm and ended up running to the lower realms? But in that case, what do they figure? You can't have the whole clan come down here to play the game together, can you? Chapter 101, Solar Crystal Seed. Aren't you interested? Li Lingxiu shook her head helplessly. So yeah, that's why it feels confusing. But there's no need to be too concerned. Even if it's really them, what's it got to do with us? Gone. Not talking to you. Wait. Li Qinghan grabbed his sister's skirt once more. The divine light in his eyes gleamed as he said, It's true that the Golden Crow clan has little to do with us, but their sun crystal seeds. Don't tell me you're not interested. Li Lingxiu's movement to break free froze and raised an eyebrow. So what if I'm interested? If it's really them, then with our strength today, even with a divine body in place, we would still be no match for them. So, it's better to honestly cultivate for a while before considering this kind of making a fortune. Li Qinghan stretched out his index finger and wiggled it twice, confidently saying, This is a poor statement. Cultivation is something like this. How can one see the opportunity and let him miss it for nothing? The power contained within the sun crystal seed is enough to drastically shorten the time it takes us to return to the immortal world. Believe me, this time, even if we have a 10% chance, we still have to take a shot. Your and my divine bodies are a bottomless pit. And Li Yi refuses to provide too much essence for us to absorb at once. At the current rate of progress, there's no telling when we'll be able to go back. By that time, not to mention that all the old troops will no longer be found. I'm afraid that even the rest of the immortal realm will have long forgotten about our existence. Li Lingxiu considered for a moment and seemed to think that what she said was not unreasonable, and so wondered, even if I agree with this, it was confirmed later that it was indeed the Golden Crow clan. What are you going to do then? If the plan is mature enough, I might consider working with you once. Li Qinghan gave a ghostly smile and said mysteriously, Isn't this a ready-made solution? Since we don't have enough strength, we definitely need to find one that is strong enough. Su Qing was only a demon emperor, the equivalent of a cultivator's transmigration, and she couldn't. So, we'll either have Li Yi make a move or Xian Nu make a move. Any one of the two of them, the Golden Crow clan should be no match. Shocked by this simple and rough method for a moment, Li Lingxiu asked dumbfounded, So, what makes you think the two of them would agree to help you? On Li Yi's side, I have a feeling he'll just ground you at home after you mention this. Don't tell me to help you. I'll be lucky if I don't beat you up. As for Xian Nu, if I remember correctly, it seems that our friendship with her is as weak as water, right? Whether you invite them or I do, odds are they won't get involved in our kind of thing. What's more, we can't even afford to pay her for her help. In the past, when she was asked to come out once in the immortal world, the cost was quite a lot. We are now penniless and our storage rings are empty. By what confidence do you dare to invite people To this day, Li Lingxiu still didn't want to agree to her sister's dangerous proposal, but what she says is fine. And these are the difficulties that need to be faced squarely when it comes to actual action. Li Qinghan skimmed his lips and said in a wise tone as if he was a crouching dragon in the world. Finding it difficult is because it's not being pitched at the right level. Before we were in the immortal world, we were unaware that Xian Nu had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Now since she was so undisguised about her fondness for Li Yi, then we might as well use that to bait her into making a move for us. Her eyes were now full of Li Yi, and she definitely couldn't resist such a temptation. As long as we promise to tell her that we will personally teach him how to please Li Yi, she must have come to help with joy. My sister looked at her like a little cutie, looked at her like she couldn't help it. Are you out of your mind to forget that the two of them have been together before? And, all in all, it's very intimate. People are at that point, and they still need to get that kind of rudimentary information from you? You haven't looked down on Xian Maiden too lowly, have you? Even if a more dull person has lived for thousands and thousands of years, the wisdom that she possesses is not something that you and I can compare to. So, this is not the way to go. So rest early. Li Qinghan was a bit annoyed by her sister's passive-aggressive attitude and muttered, then find a way to get Li Yi to help us out. It's just a pity that he shouldn't have any grudges with the Golden Crow clan. Otherwise things would have been much better. What method should be used that will make the Golden Crow clan offend Li Yi? It also has to be the kind that offends so much that Li Yi will just beat them to the gills in a fit of rage. This makes things so much easier. Li Qinghan, who was fretting, suddenly heard an extremely subtle air-breaking sound at that moment. In the end, she was an experienced being in combat in her previous life, and she didn't even bother to take the time to react. Rather, the moment he heard the sound, he instinctively decided it was a needle, and associating a needle as a means of attack, or a sneak attack, that was basically 99% likely to be a poison needle. It also fits with the way people fight in general. If you have poison on hand, make sure you use it before the battle begins, because this is the time when the probability of a hit is greater, and it's the most obvious thing that will help with the battle that may ensue. The effects of poison, after all, must be getting stronger with time, so wait for the other person to be poisoned to a certain extent before you go up and provoke them, or reproduce your form. All very reasonable. Li Qinghan had wanted to slap the poisonous needles away, but suddenly gave up the idea after a second thought, letting the poison needle hit him in the back of the heart. He then used the force to stumble towards his sister's position. It also stopped her from popping the poison needle. There was a momentary meeting of eyes between the two. Nothing was said, but both read the other's meaning. Li Lingxiu's wide, angry eyes were saying, "Are you crazy? What's this for?" Li Qinghan returned her a look of a little peace and explained, "What's the rush? We're all invulnerable to all poisons now, so no matter what kind of poisonous needle this is, it won't have any effect on us." Although Li Lingxiu didn't know what kind of medicine she was selling, but now the situation was special, so she also cooperated with her, closing her eyes together and pretending to faint. Soon, almost at the exact moment the duo feigned unconsciousness, a figure darted past them. Swish! A magic treasure similar to the Qiankuan sleeve instantly collected the two into it. The silhouette flickered several times and disappeared completely from the neighborhood. And in the darkened space of the magic treasure, the two sisters were rapidly transmitting their voices. Li Lingxiu asked through clenched silver teeth, "What the hell are you up to? Why did you get taken by someone else?" Li Qinghan hummed, "I was fretting earlier about not knowing how to make the Golden Crow clan offend Li Yi. I didn't think that in the twinkling of an eye they would come to the door on their own. You may not recognize this poison needle, but I happen to have had knowledge of it. To be exact, it's not considered a type of poison needle, but rather a type of fire poison that naturally occurs after being quenched by the Golden Crow divine flame. This kind of fire poison is exactly unique to the Golden Crow clan." Chapter 102 Sisters kidnapped by the Golden Crow clan. "So what? You shouldn't be." Li Lingxiu suddenly figured out something and asked after him, "Could it be that you want the Golden Crow clan to capture us and then come to achieve the goal of offending Li Yi?" Li Qinghan raised her neck. "What? Can't you? I think it's very reasonable. It happened naturally, except for the fact that it seemed slightly deliberate that we were taken by the other side without fighting back. Even if Li Yi is smart, he wouldn't be able to detect our plan from this bit of information, right?" The sister's expression changed for a moment and she sighed. "I feel like you've developed some sort of obsession. The sun crystal seed is certainly good, and I'm not unmoved. But have you thought about what kind of outcome the Golden Crow clan will have after you achieve your goal with this move? I guess with Li Yi's temper, I'm afraid that the Golden Crow clan will really cease to exist from now on, indirectly destroying a clan because of a treasure. Is that what you want to see?" Li Qinghan was stunned by what was said. The subconscious mind excused itself. But they harmed us with poison needles first?" Li Lingxiu shook her head. "Indeed. But we can't be sure if this is the work of one person or if it represents the will of the entire clan. I'm afraid the latter is not very likely. and with how much Li Yi favors us, it's a wonder if he can control his anger. Wiping out a clan. I'm afraid that this level of killing would be detested by the heavenly Tao. In the long run, it's a little bit more than it's worth. Li Qinghan had been complacent, feeling that his plan was about to succeed, but being struck down like that, he was chagrined. So what do you think we should do? How about we go out now? Terminate the program early? My sister shook her head. No, that wouldn't help. Since they have committed the act of kidnapping us, the nature has become very serious. It's not as if we're leaving in the middle of the day now, or if they have a guilty conscience and put us back. It's not going to have much of an impact on Li Yi's decision. For today's solution, you can only pray that this Golden Crow clan is really a great traitor. The worse the better, so that you no longer have any problems with your plan, but instead you're killing two birds with one stone. Li Qinghan nodded after considering it for a moment. It can only be so. They definitely have a problem, playing disappearing in the immortal realm, and now they've come to kidnap our two little kids. To say that they are not bad people, who would believe it? I definitely count myself as having done the people a favor this time. The heavenly Tao will reward me later. He. It didn't take long for the Golden Crow clan, who had captured the duo, to arrive at a mansion. The hall was filled with people at this time, and apart from a few Golden Crow clansmen, there was another person with a fat body and a ferocious expression. It was none other than Han Pang, who had once been let go by He Liantian before. He was most nervous at the moment and was the first to welcome him, asking quickly, "How'd it go? Did you get it?" The visitor flung the bag in his hand, unconcerned. "What kind of talk is that? It's just two little girls. Could I have missed?" "Don't worry, it went smoothly. The duo didn't even manage to resist the poison needles, and I brought them back without any accidents at all." "Are you sure, though, that catching them both will help in a pinch? You didn't ask me to capture two pretty girls on purpose to fulfill your selfish desires, did you? I can warn you that there are serious consequences for such behavior as false publicity." The person who spoke was a man with a very young face, looking very brash. At this moment, he made a snide comment to Han Pang, then walked towards the seat next to him and comfortably sipped his tea. "It's safe to say that you don't care at all about Han Pang's mood." Han Pang's expression was somber for a moment in place, but he quickly adjusted again. Thinking better of it, he explained to the surrounding area, "The reason why I was there at the ring today to stop you from launching your plan. You must believe that I am definitely doing this for your own good. You all saw the fight on the field. That young man who appeared out of nowhere is strong as hell. But what I'm trying to say is that the handsome man sitting right next to Wanwan is even more terrifying in strength. Even the two little girls captured back this time, one of them is definitely not bad in terms of strength. If your Golden Crow fire poison wasn't overbearing, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy to catch." Before Han Pang could finish his words, it was still the young man from earlier who interrupted. If you're scared yourself, just say so, and don't compare yourself to us. Even if that person is strong, he's still a cultivator from the lower realms. But any one of our clansmen possesses power that exceeds that of the top cultivators in the lower realm. If the matter had not been too important for the slightest mistake to be made, I would not have said anything at the time to let you fool around like that. We've been planning this carefully for so long, and it looks like it's about to work, but you call it off at the last minute? Do I have reason to suspect that you, secretly, are playing some kind of tricks? After the young man finished speaking, another old man from the Golden Crow clan reprimanded. "Moda, no rudeness. Fellow Daoist Han's character is still clear to me. He would never have second thoughts about us, and calling it off before was for the sake of the soundness of the plan. But fellow Daoist Han, now that these two little girls have been captured, I'm sure that cultivator is no longer enough to be feared, right? At that time, even if he has the intention to make a move, but under the fear of throwing his weight around, I'm sure he won't dare to risk losing his daughter." Fellow Daoist Han thinks, but this is the truth? Han Pang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even though this group of Golden Crow clansmen were arrogant, but at least one thing they weren't wrong about was that they were indeed each ridiculously strong. If it wasn't for the severe impression Li Yi had left on him before, he wouldn't have believed that there were still people in this lower realm who could stop them. This group of birds, even though their strength is somewhat limited, are still so powerful. The strength of the immortal world is truly terrifying. Inwardly sighing once more, a ball of fire quickly surged back into Han Peng's eyes. Ascension to the immortal world. After he had seen the might of the Golden Crow race, he instantly became more and more eager for this goal. What's the point of doing something outrageous for that? Even if you betray the human, demon and devil tribes, so what? Just make him able to ascend. What the elder said is good. As long as we make sure that the man named Li Yi won't make a move, then our plan can be executed at any time. After the previous few times the first title was paved, now even if it was held once more with another name, they would not be suspicious anymore. At that time, the pride of the human, demon and devil races would be eliminated in one fell swoop, taking its roots, extracting its soul, and refining its flesh and blood. It would certainly be able to refine the legendary divine pills. As long as the Grand Elder took the divine elixir, his strength would definitely skyrocket. You, the Golden Crow clan, will be able to break the curse of the heavenly Tao, and from now on, completely dominate your destiny by yourselves. Chapter 103, The Golden Crow race suspected of discovering a loophole in the heavenly Tao. The Golden Crow, also known as the three-legged Golden Crow, is a divine bird that has existed since ancient times. Like many naturally powerful races, the Golden Crow race also faced the serious problem of low reproduction ability. As long as they wanted to keep their bloodline pure, they chose to have two pure-blooded clansmen marry and thus give birth to offspring. This, over time, has become increasingly impossible to do. By now, it's almost like you can just give up, because there is absolutely no conception. Unless they chose another bloodline race, by diluting their own bloodline, they could give birth successfully. This was a curse of the heavenly Tao that every powerful race had to bear to a greater or lesser extent, and what this leads to is that with generations of mixed blood, by now, the Golden Crow clan no longer had any purebloods other than the Grand Elder, and the Great Elder is nearing the end of his lifespan and has no ability to reproduce. Once the strongest Grand Elder was dead, then the entire Golden Crow clan would lose their C-pin. Then, continue to fall downward from its position as a top power. What's even scarier is that they no longer even have a chance to roll over. So, in order to avoid such a miserable situation, the Golden Crow clan crafted a vanishing event. It was to be able to get a chance to break the curse in the lower world. This was because once they reached the lower realm, the power of the laws would suppress them from their strength to their bloodline. Thus, the purpose of concealing it from the heavenly Tao is achieved. Combined with the formula of the divine elixir that they paid a huge price to exchange, it would allow the Grand Elder to break through the current realm and extend his lifespan by at least another 3,000 years. And more importantly, he would regain the ability to give birth to an heir. At that time, although it is impossible to give birth to 100% pure bloods, it is possible to try to be as close as possible to the infinite. The reason was simple. In this lower realm, the strength weakened while the curse weakened accordingly, and when they had prospered enough, they would return to the immortal realm again. At that time, their bloodline would no longer be suppressed, and the Golden Crow clan, with its many clansmen, would even be able to look ahead to the goal of asking for the immortal world. Frankly, it's kind of like a heavenly loophole, because no one would have thought that one day there would be a community that would play like that. The price paid by the Golden Crow clan for this is very serious. Not only was the immortal realm's territory and accumulated prestige gone, but even the family's wealth had been spent for the most part. If they couldn't succeed this time, then they would basically lose the possibility of returning to the immortal realm completely. Even the process of slipping out of status was simply omitted, and it slammed into the ground in one fell swoop. So, the Golden Crow clan is really out of options. Having had great power, they could no longer accept a weaker version of themselves. It was a good thing that the plan was now most of the way through, only waiting for the final divine elixir to be refined. The Grand Elder ordered, "There's no harm in postponing the plan for a day. Tomorrow, the princess of the demon race will arrive, and the pride of all the clans in the city will surely go to see the face of the immortal, and we don't have to bring them together in the name of some ring anymore. Just pick the time when that princess comes into town to strike. At that time the net will be dragnet and not a single person will think of leaving. Since we're going to make a divine elixir, how can we make just one? After capturing all of them, they are sorted according to their qualifications. Whatever can be put into medicine, none will be left behind, but it's just less effective. By the number of them is all." The Grand Elder's entire eyes had begun to flash with a crazy light as he spoke. This was the first time Han Peng had seen this kind of look on him. At the moment, he couldn't help but be baffled. As a collaborator with the Golden Crow clan and a betrayer of the three clans of the lower realm, he now suddenly realized that the other party was surprisingly much more terrifying than he had imagined. Isn't this a bit risky to do? There was no way to hide it for too long after such a big thing happened to Ning Yuanchang. At that time, all three clans will come looking for trouble. How will we respond? Han Peng was a bit fearful, although he had boosted his strength with the power of the Golden Crow clan, turning from a casual cultivator into an enviable god transformation stage powerhouse. But now when he thought of the terrible consequences this would have, he immediately felt shuddering, not to mention that he was a god transformation stage. Even if he was at the transition stage, there was no way for him to survive the common fury of the three clans. However, it was obvious that the Golden Crow clan no longer considered his death, because after capturing this girl today, his last use is gone. Who cares if a villain lives or dies? So the Grand Elder just smiled at him and said meaningfully, "Don't worry, fellow Daoist Han. You've made a lot of effort this time. I'll send someone specifically to protect you. That's enough for today then. Tomorrow is the crucial day. Everyone dispersed early to get their strength up. If you don't have to, don't go out again, lest an unnecessary incident arise and affect the great event. Han Peng understood that he was under house arrest, but there was nothing he could do about it. Muddled, he returned to his room under the watchful eye of the two golden crows. Han Peng was silent for a long time before he suddenly became emotional and cursed silently. These over-the-top birds are a bunch of. Labor has done so much for you guys, and as a result, not only have you never trusted me, but you've also sent people to watch me. Han Peng had quite a bit of quick wits, and he was able to roughly anticipate what would happen to him next. It was by the Golden Crow clan that he was mercilessly pushed out, leaving him to bear the wrath of the three clans. Anyway, as long as he's dead, then who knows these secrets? The world would only know that there was such a villain as him, but would not understand that he was only a minor character. The real Golden Crow people, on the other hand, could continue to disguise themselves and secretly carry out their breeding program. When the time is right, return to the immortal world en masse. By then, even if the truth came out, no one would be able to stop them. The situation is very clear, but also because of the clarity, but also make Han Peng more and more desperate. With his strength, if nothing unexpected happened, then there was basically no way to break the game. All he could do now, it seemed, was wait here in peace to die. The Li Qinghan sisters, after being tied up in the Su mansion, were released from their magic bag. They were still pretending to be unconscious, and waited until after they sensed with their divine sense that no one was around. The two then opened their eyes, surveying the surroundings. It was just a normal room. It was no different from the ones in his house before. Li Qinghan pinched his hands together and quickly laid down a mute boundary, raising an eyebrow. This is it? Take us in and just leave us here? My sister also used a spell to camouflage the house on top of Li Qinghan's boundary. Make sure they are still unconscious when perceived outside. When she was done, she gave her a blank, breathless look. Or what? What do you want? Be tortured? Chapter 104 Empress Defense broken by Li Yi. Li Qinghan hugged her arms and grunted. Can you talk properly? We're so important. And yet they captured us and only sent a few people to guard us. Does that make sense? Li Lingxiu gave a cut and took out a romance talk book from her storage ring, quietly flipping through it, casually. You don't even look at how many restraints are placed in this room? Guess what? This is where they specialize in holding dangerous people. There were more than 100 layers of just the spirit forbidden formation, with the eyes of the formation spread out in different locations. At this level, you still feel unappreciated? Qinghan Li froze, before he opened his spiritual vision and observed the room. I see. I have not had time to see it yet. How long do you think it'll be before Li Yi comes to rescue us? I'll guess a quarter of an hour. Li Lingxiu flipped through the book in her hand with relish, and did not cooperate. Boring. I think it's normal for him not to come to our rescue all day, because this little trick of yours, I doubt it'll even get past him. If you botch it this time, be prepared for me to laugh at you for an ace in the future. Li Qinghan's eyes widened as if he had never considered this possibility. After a moment of serious contemplation at the moment, he shook his head with certainty. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Yi cares so much about me. Even if he suspects that I did it on purpose, he won't be relieved to put me in danger. My sister sked twice and casually said, well, we'll see what happens then. Li Yi and Xianji whispered for a while. Subaru came over from behind and said somewhat nervously, Master, the two little princesses have just been captured. Li Yi let out a hum and raised his head to look in the direction of the Su mansion. Golden light flowed from his pupils. Not long after, Li Yi withdrew his gaze and calmly said, I know, and you will just keep this matter to yourselves. I'm not going to save it, and neither are you. Children grow up and learn to be responsible for their own behavior. Li Yi had spoken. What else could Su Qing, a slave girl, say? As for Xianji, her heart and eyes were filled with Li Yi. Daughters and all, she could accept their existence, but that didn't mean she liked them much. Rather, now that she could be left with just her and Li Yi in a two-person world, she was thankful for those two children instead. A status like Su Qing's was a character that was simply ignored in her eyes. The trio made their way back home, and at the evening meal, Xianji insisted on dancing for Li Yi. Li Yi did not refuse, and quietly enjoyed the dance from the main seat, taking small sips of wine, and no one could notice that a strand of his divine sense had already left his body. Flying as fast as he could, he reached the sky above the Su mansion, then wait up patiently. Although his words were firm before, he couldn't help but worry afterward. There should be no problem with the safety and security, though, and no abnormality was found under the law of cause and effect. But what if the daughters suffer from something else? For example, the other person has a bad temper and says something excessive to them. Li Yi felt that his own daughter was as gentle and kind as she was, but this was the only situation that she was not able to cope with properly. So, it's better to take a look at it in person. As for what plots the hidden Golden Crow clan here had, Li Yi didn't care. What was meant to happen would always happen, and there was no need for him to personally intervene. However, Li Yi was still a bit angry about the matter of the Golden Crow race maliciously utilizing the loopholes in the Heavenly Tao, because he thought, you guys don't mess up sooner or later, but you mess up when I'm the way of heaven. Isn't that bullying an honest man? Li Yi decided to give the Golden Crow clan a little punishment in a small way a little later. That night at midnight, Li Qinghan's eyes emptied and his voice was a little dry. Never would I have thought that he would be such a Li Yi. His precious daughter is now in the hands of thieves, and he does nothing about it. What he used to say about me being his greatest treasure was all a lie. It's a lie. Talking about it backfired and broke his defenses. Her eyes were red, and she looked quite Hyun-like. Li Lingxiu had already finished flipping through the 10th book of romance words in her hand next to her. Asked, looking at her with some surprise at the moment. Hey, you can't be serious, can you? Li Yi didn't come to save you, so you're so disappointed? So sad? It looked like someone who didn't give a damn about his favor though usually, but in reality, it's all about the heart. Sheesh. After reading 10 books in a row, Li Lingxiu was also a bit tired and stood up to stretch. The more she looked at Li Qinghan in this manner, the more interesting she felt, and in the end, she even covered her mouth and laughed. Li Qinghan's sentimental atmosphere was somewhat wiped out by her, said with a grimace, you don't have to exaggerate so much, do you? It's overdone. I'm just saying that to tease you. A stinking Li Yi. If he's not coming, he's not coming. See how I'll punish him when I get back. Within the next 7 days, if I say a word to him, I'll be a puppy. Li Linghuan couldn't help but applaud twice, uncharacteristically not sneering at her. Instead, he patted her on the shoulder and took out a retention stone with his other hand. Said, I trusted you this time, so I purposely recorded it for you. Don't let me down, or I'll despise you. Qinghan Li. She was tempted to say, did you steal that from me? But she had just pulled too much emotion out of her. A sudden change of subject now would break her on the spot, so she had to admit it this time. Then since it's all come to this, the Solar Crystal Seed program must have fizzled out. So, leave now? Li Lingxiu symbolically solicited her sister's opinion. In fact, she planned to leave now whether the other party agreed or not. When Li Qinghan took a look at her stance, the divine power in his hand was about to come off. He also asked himself once more under false pretenses, and couldn't help but be speechless. If you don't go, do you stay here for New Year's? It just so happens that Li Yi should be sleeping at this moment. I'm going to go wake him up. Let him feel so guilty about me that he can't sleep. The two sisters temporarily reached an alliance and started destroying the restraints in the room. At the same time, near the city gates of Ningyuan City, a slender silhouette dressed in black made several jumps at a speed as fast as thunder. Then he entered the interior of Ningyuan City. The soldiers guarding the city gates were completely unaware. After the silhouette entered the city, it removed the night clothes it had just worn in a few flashes, revealing the flashy to the core garment inside. The woman drew a watery mirror with her fingers and briefly fiddled with her clothing in the mirror. Confidently, he said with a smile, I heard that yesterday. For the sake of this princess, a special decision was made here for what is the first male in the world. TSK, not bad. Although this princess is not a fan of this kind of name, I have to say that there is still that much interest in the winner. Since I've arrived one step earlier today, let's go ahead and see what this first prince of the world is really like. Chapter 105, Princess Xia sneaks into the first prince's room. A dumpy smile appeared on Princess Xia's face. This was the basic skill that she had learned the hard way since she was a child, and no one who looked at it could pick out half a flaw. As the eldest princess of the demon clan, she not only had to improve her strength, but she also had to learn about military strategy and strategies to raise a nation. In a way, it was similar to the crown prince of the human dynasty, and an important part of the policy of prospering the state is to recruit the heavenly pride. That's why your own charisma is so important. Whether it's national beauty or a compelling personality, it's all the same. Being in this position, there is no room for obvious shortcomings. Princess Xia soared into the air, her body's magic power infused into her eyes, and a misty green light had appeared in her pupils. That was when the entire Ningyuan city became slightly different in her eyes. There are large and small points of light distributed in different locations with different colors. Princess Xia quickly discerned a direction and smiled faintly. It's still this princess who was smart enough to know to send someone ahead to mark the jade tags of these name recipients with moonlight powder. Simple and easy way to save a lot of effort. Now I wonder. Moonlight powder is a completely harmless mineral powder whose only effect is to reveal light when gazed upon by certain special pupil techniques, because it also had a lubricating effect of its own. Even if it was applied in trace amounts to the jade sign, it would not alert the other party. As for why Princess Xia wanted to do this in advance, the reason was actually quite simple. Her visit to this Ningyuan city was not a loud one, so the number of celestial pride gathered must not be few. Outsiders speculated that she was trying to select allies that could cooperate with the demon race from the forces behind these heavenly prides. But Princess Xia has been very intelligent since she was a child. How could she have such a small appetite for this trip? Realize that once you do this, it means picking the strongest fish from a sea of them. What about the rest of the leftover fish? Won't it all go to waste? So, her operation this time was actually multi-stranded. She was in the clear, holding more than 90% of the gazes, and then, as the outside world had speculated, selecting a heavenly pride that was the most outstanding when viewed comprehensively. And in the shadows, a large number of henchmen were sent out to make contact with each and every heaven's pride that came to this Ningyuan city. As for those tagged standouts, they will receive focused attention. It was no exaggeration to say that Princess Xiao's goal for her men this time was to retain more than 70% of the heavenly pride in this city at all costs. Her plan has added to the already poor demon race's woes. Of course, it is possible to do whatever it takes at any cost. The blood money she had laid down for this had to pay off. Otherwise the pressure from the demon race's top echelons alone would not quite be able to withstand it even if she was the first princess. Due to the complexity of the current situation in Ningyuan City, there was a forbidden air spell formation inside. A short period of levitation was fine, but once you were stranded for a long period of time, or flying at high speeds, you would be suppressed by the phalanx and an alarm would be triggered. Therefore, Princess Xia deliberately released her mount from the beast harnessing tag in order to not reveal her identity in advance. It was a cloud-like thing, white, and just looked very light. This beast was actually named the Smoke Cloud Beast, which could not fly fast, but had a docile temperament. It will wrap the person up in a soft and cozy way when flying. It was itself a substitute for a spirit boat, capable of holding up to 1,000 people together. However, there are very few individuals that are born small and cannot hold many people. However, due to its comfortable ride, the small-sized Smoke Cloud Beast is, in turn, the most valuable. And like Princess Xia, this one, a miniature Smoke Cloud Beast that was only capable of holding 1 or 2 people. That's basically the only one that exists, the only one in the whole world. The Smoking Cloud Beast carried her leisurely through the city, drawing admiration from some of those who had yet to return home. Although quite a few of them couldn't even recognize that this was the Smoke Cloud Beast, they could conclude that this item was definitely not expensive just based on this sense of superiority. During this time, while passing through an alley, a girl who was about to walk into a small store on the street was caught by it for a moment. His face, which was originally slightly gloomy, became slightly better at this moment because of the lovely and holy color of the Smoke Cloud Beast. Pausing until the Smoke Cloud Beast disappeared completely from her sight, the girl stepped into the store. The store's plaque clearly reads Drunken Heartshy, a store that sells paintings and calligraphy. The owner is a scholar named Su Qingyan with good painting skills. So the store is small, but business is good. It had been busy until this hour and was just about to close. At this moment, when he saw the girl come in, he laughed. If it isn't his sister, why did you come to me so late? The girl said softly as she placed the cinnamon cake she was carrying on the counter. Brother Su, if you have time, can you paint a picture for me? Just draw myself. Su Qingyan raised an eyebrow, but didn't think much of it. The two families lived closer to each other, and he had dabbled in a lot of osmanthus cakes on weekdays, so this little favor was naturally not a problem. Wouldn't it make sense for a young, beautiful girl to want to keep her beauty in a portrait? There's time. There happens to be no more guests today. Big brother will paint you properly. The Smoke Cloud Beast carried Princess Xia around for nearly a quarter of an hour before arriving in front of the He Mansion. Princess Xia had been taking a nap inside, and now that she realized it had arrived, she lazily came out of the Smoking Cloud Beast, gently stretching her waist. The gorgeous clothes as thin as cicada wings could not wrap around her delicate figure at all. Luckily, it was late at night at the moment, and there wasn't much activity around anymore. Otherwise this exaggeratedly rounded curve of her body, combined with the sexy, lazy look on her face, would definitely make any man who saw it gulp furiously. Princess Xia murmured as she felt the aura in the He Mansion. Is it true that the winner is the human race? It seems that even in the younger generation, the human race still has the advantage. But this situation is going to be broken soon, as long as this princess's plan of pulling the rug out from under her is successful. Then without the need for hundreds of years, the human race will face a situation where the green and yellow will not be enough. Those guys from the demon race only know how to power through the frontline battlefield, not realizing that when they truly consume each other, the demon and demon clans combined are no match for the human race. Luckily there's this princess. You guys just follow the light. Princess Xia was pleased with herself, and with a long leap, She had swiftly approached the room where the jade tablet was located like a ghost. The room smelled a bit of alcohol. Well, not too bad. She frowned slightly, her delicate nose shrugging in confusion. Why does a big man's room smell so good? And the style of the room is pink? Damn. This first male can't be the kind of man who doesn't like women, right? Chapter 106, Princess Xia. Entangled by Genji. In Genji's room, a petite figure was sleeping soundly on a couch. Genji, who had been drinking, let out even breaths under the brocade blanket. Princess Xia suspiciously took 2 steps closer and noticed the long hair spread out on the jade pillow. Why a woman? Princess Xia's pupils shook slightly, and she was inwardly shocked. Subconsciously, she assumed that this place was a setup for her. After all, as the eldest princess of the demon clan, the interests she represented were too great. It's not out of the realm of possibility that some people would go out of their way for her. But after realizing that there was no movement to follow, she dismissed the idea. In that case, it should be that gentleman who took the jade tablet to her to play with? Princess Kasumi couldn't talk about being annoyed. She just felt that little bit disrespected. Everyone else is breaking their heads trying to get a jade tablet just so they can impress me when they wait to see me. But you've worked so hard to get the license, and you're just going to hand it over to a girl to please her? Since the jade brand had already been transferred, there was no way to find the real target. Princess Xia was a bit depressed and planned to return. But just after walking out of the room not 2 steps later, she couldn't help but get angrier and angrier as she re-entered the room and walked over to the bed. This princess would like to see just how good you are. To make a man go out of his way to give up this princess's goodwill to curry favor with you. Princess Xia had been extremely gifted since she was a child, and her 7 senses were so exquisite that everything she did was smooth sailing. Generally speaking, there wouldn't be anything that would make her care in particular, but the only exception is the point of looks. She had always possessed supreme confidence in this regard. So, today even such a scene with almost no stimulating intensity, she would also feel a few moments of defiance. A woman's good nature suddenly flared up in this moment. Slowly bending down at the edge of the bed, her long hair like a waterfall set off her body in the brocade blanket even more petite, and the ethereal aroma of the previous smell could be felt more and more distinctly. From the side face, it does look like it has a few moments. Though the small, palm-sized face was partially covered by long hair, but you could still barely tell from the parts that were exposed that the face definitely couldn't be any worse. However, Princess Xia did not feel a sense of crisis half the time, because the world was so big that there were simply countless good-looking girls. But to be qualified to compete with her is not as simple as having an empty good-looking face. At least, the temperament can't be too bad, right? She had been the eldest princess of the demon clan since she was a child, and the temperament that had been cultivated over a long period of time could not be compensated for by a good-looking face? Although you don't know it, being able to compete with this princess is enough to be proud of. Princess Xia was unaware that her current behavior looked so obscene. It's like a weird sister who raids her sister's room at night, and just as her fingertips had just touched the long hair on the jade pillow, intending to flick it away from Genji's face, Xianji was in a drunken state but suddenly seemed to have realized something and spoke indistinctly in her sleep. This caused Princess Xia's movements to stiffen violently, and while she was torn between whether or not to continue, she didn't realize that Xianji's movements weren't over yet. Feeling a little parched, she tore at the sash under her snowy neck. Then in one smooth motion, he kicked the well-covered brocade quilt so that it only covered his belly button. Princess Xia suddenly woke up when she saw her sleeping like this. What's wrong with you? Why are you fighting with a strange woman for no reason? How much joy can this feel even if one wins? The deserved result did not please her at all. Having figured this out, Princess Xia planned to leave immediately. But to her surprise, she had just gotten up when she suddenly realized that her left arm was being held. Then before she had time to break free, she felt a strong force come from there. Phew! Princess Xia only felt a heavenly whirlwind, and when she came back to her senses she was already being carried to the bed by that woman, and instead of being content to hold one of her arms, he now put his leg in her lap as well. The whole thing wrapped around her like an octopus. Princess Xia's whole body exploded. The face was instantly scarlet, even the white neck was covered in a pink color. Growing up, she had never been this close to a woman since she could remember. Now it came so suddenly, plus the other party was wearing a silk robe that was especially soft and thin. It was wrapped around her at the moment, and the clarity of her touch was needless to say. It's going crazy. This is outrageous. Princess Xia couldn't care less about her violent heartbeat, and couldn't stand it for even a moment before she intended to force herself to break free. Anyway, if he left quickly enough, what would he do even if he woke this woman up? Can she keep herself? She has to have the strength. But unfortunately, just as Princess Xia was about to strike, a powerful aura suddenly appeared outside the door of the room. Under the rough feeling, Princess Xia felt a bit scornful. so she forced her teeth to force herself to endure for a few more moments, waiting for this aura to go far away before making her move. Princess Xia, who was suffering with every breath, even took the initiative to collect her entire aura in order not to be discovered. The consequence of this is that she completely lost the capital to fight with this octopus. The whole person was held tightly in the other's arms like a doll. Genji felt much more comfortable and wondered what scene she had dreamed about. It actually took the initiative to arch its head towards Princess Xia's arms, humming daintily, "Brother Yat, you're so soft today." Princess Xia's body was tense, her eyes staring listlessly at the starry sky outside the window, a tear gently slipping from the corner of her eye. Squeaky, the sound of a room door opening. Princess Xia realized in despair that instead of leaving there, that powerful aura opened the door and came in. Did she find out about me? Princess Kasumi activated her astringent technique while completely tucking herself under the covers to hide herself. What's happening now is that she's disappeared in the perception of others. But if the other person came up to her and looked with their naked eyes, they were able to see her. It's very tense and exciting. The visitor was naturally Su Qing. Li Yi was somewhat overwhelmed by Xianji's pestering during the meeting. The two of them meet again after a long time. And Xianji's nature cannot be measured by common sense. So at one point, a very over-the-top tactic was used to tease Li Yi. Here's where to leave it for now. Li Yi had no choice but to secretly instruct Su Qing to tamper with the wine. Although the 9 heavenly mysteries is also theoretically a body that is invulnerable to all poisons, but it can't help being in the lower realms. And it's not poison that's used, quite the contrary. It's real agaric. It's just a little older. Over 10,000 years of great wine, part of Li Yi's collection. So Genji was hit with a glass of wine in her stomach. This time, Su Qing came over with the intention of seeing how Xianji was doing and if there was any discomfort. After all, she had poured the wine for Xianji with her own hands, and now she had to see it for herself before she could feel at ease. Chapter 107, Brave Qing, not afraid of difficulties. Su Qing had just walked into the room when she smelled the even breathing inside. He was about to leave on that note, but then he caught a glimpse of Genji kicking the covers off. Is it obvious that you're so valiant in the ring? But you turn out to be so cute when you're drunk? Su Qing's compassion rose for a moment, and with a step, she walked over, intending to recover the quilt for her. Princess Xia, who was on the bed, came down in a cold sweat. If she dares to come over, there's no choice but to forcefully vanish. Princess Xia's cultivation level was also at the transition stage, similar to Su Qing, so if she wasn't at the point of no return, she didn't want to use this fish-out-of-water approach. After all, her identity is really a bit sensitive. The probability is small, but in case you are kept by the other side and can't get out, that's a lot of fun. Not only did all the previous planning turn into a joke, but it may have cost a small fortune to get out of it. Even worse, she would cause a crack in the impenetrable trust of the entire demon clan in her because of this blunder. So, she has been praying non-stop for blessings from all the gods and goddesses. But sadly, Su Qing still came over, and was about to lean over and pull the covers off of her. Princess Kasumi's entire body tensed up and gritted her teeth as she made one last wish. Heavenly Tao is above. As long as you help me get through this difficult time, I'll do whatever you want me to do, but quickly added on, that, except for getting ugly. Next, something magical happened. Half asleep outside, Genji ghostly rolled over, grabbed the corner of the quilt, and pulled it back on top of him. Now the quilt covered them both. Subaru bent over for a moment, her outstretched hand pausing in midair, then guffawed and straightened up, shaking his head. So cute. Indeed, I feel sorry for her. If I were a man, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to guarantee that I wouldn't be moved. How much will does it take for the master to be able to sit still in the face of such a stunning beauty? Su Qing, who sighed repeatedly, slowly left the room, but it didn't go far. Instead it just stood in the courtyard and enjoyed the moon. In his heart, he thought, the master could even turn away such a lovely beauty like Shinji, so wouldn't he have even less hope? Or maybe, the master's favorite isn't this cute type. Su Qing, Su Qing, you must cheer up. You have to be more attentive to your master's preferences in general. Be brave, Haruna, not afraid of difficulties. Go for it. Princess Xia was bored under the brocade blanket for half a day, but her attention was all focused on Su Qing in the courtyard. Seeing her outside at the moment, talking to herself and waving her little fist at the moon, she couldn't help but wonder, why isn't she leaving? What's all the muttering for there? If Su Qing didn't leave this place, there would be no way for her to get out without raising the alarm. But the good thing was that at least she could get out of the awkward situation she was in now. The Genji was still hanging on to her. Pissed off this princess. Whose wild girl is this? Princess Xia, who finally had the energy to deal with the person beside her, had just gritted her teeth and cursed lowly. However, as soon as he raised his eyes, he saw Xianji's exquisite, flawless and adorable face. The quiet moonlight outside the window shot in, reflecting Xianji's pretty face as if it was emitting a faint luminescence, and gazing at it, there was even an illusory sense that it was becoming transparent. Even Princess Xia, who had always prided herself on her unrivaled face value, couldn't help but be shocked by this girl's divine face at this moment. If you want to grow like this, then the jade tablet thing this princess will be more understandable. The shock had calmed her down. Such a beauty that even she was a bit envious of. Then obtaining a man's favor was a perfectly normal thing. Don't say anything about a man who would deny another stunning beauty everything for the sake of another stunning beauty. That's not realistic unless the two beauties are seen together. It only takes this kind of situation where you have to choose one or the other for a man to tearfully give up one of them. But that doesn't rule out the possibility that he'll find a way to remedy the situation afterward, depending on the thickness of his skin. In short, the moment Princess Xia saw this face, all of her previous unhappy emotions disappeared. That feeling of offense at being touched physically by the other person was strangely dissipated as well. And strangely enough, she blushed for a moment, because in such an intimate position, once the revulsion disappears, what remains is a lingering sense of ambiguity. How could this make Princess Xia, who had never been so intimate with anyone since she grew up, eat it up? So she turned into steamy key on the spot. The body produces an extraordinary amount of heat from excessive shyness. It is then quickly expelled again by the body's protective mechanism. This process had been going on for a dozen breaths, until Genji, who was holding her, released his hold on her because he felt hot. Princess Xia was then able to get a break. So hurry up and take a big breath, like a fish leaving the water and being released again. Careless, this is definitely a demoness. We can't stay here for long. Princess Kasumi, realizing that she had little resistance to this kind of move, decided to leave quickly. Otherwise, if she was late and the other person hugged her again, there was no telling what would happen. After all, when you're being held, your brain is blank and your whole body is groggy. Even if something happened during that time that she couldn't accept, she probably didn't realize it at the time. She didn't want to die of on-the-spot embarrassment when she suddenly came to her senses. Therefore, the 36th plan is to slip and be done with it. Reorganizing the crumpled and rubbed clothes on her body, Princess Kasumi gently got out of bed. When he got up, he even almost fell to the ground because his legs were weak. That fact reinforced her idea that the woman knew demonic magic. Even this princess was almost trapped. This girl couldn't be a vixen, could she? I heard that the nine-tailed fox of the demon clan is unique in her charming skills and is unstoppable. Isn't that similar to what's happening now? The only thing I don't understand is how the demonic aura on her body is concealed. I can't believe this princess didn't even notice when she was that close to her. The more she thought about it, the more certain Princess Kasumi became, and she quickly consoled herself with this explanation. It wasn't that he was strange, but the other party's winks were too good, and quite unethically, it was released indiscriminately even in her sleep, catching her unaware for a moment. This princess hates nine-tailed foxes. Most annoying. Princess Xia looked out the window. The nervous woman who had been enjoying the moon was already fading away. Then he quickly seized the opportunity to launch the recluse technique, turning into a wisp of light smoke that gradually disappeared in the same place. And Su Cheng, who was returning to her room, frowned with a vicious chill for no reason. Who's been badmouthing me behind my back? Chapter 108, the woman who had her portrait painted for her. Princess Xia quickly left the He Mansion. Originally, he wanted to find a place to cultivate for the night first, and wait until after dawn to join up with the guards that entered the city behind him. But midway through the walk, his eyes caught a glimpse of a painting gallery. She passed there and backed away slowly, murmuring, "Although that demoness unintentionally badgered me, that look is truly hard to find in the world. While I still remember it clearly, why don't I draw her down? So I'll have an extra reference for applying makeup in the future." If you don't say that women are really powerful sometimes, in dealing with the matter of becoming beautiful, even if the other party is the enemy, as long as there is something desirable, then it is also possible to put down the shelf to absorb. Princess Xia didn't think much of it and took a step into the painting gallery. For the sake of the late night, there were only two people in the painting gallery, a man and a woman, both young. The man was concentrating on his painting, and the girl, too, was doing her best to maintain a smile. Seeing someone enter at the moment, the man met her eyes apologetically and smiled. The eyes are saying, "Please wait, I'll be done here in a minute." Princess Xia wasn't in a hurry, so she didn't rush, and just found a seat and sat down, observing the two of them with boredom. The man was naturally Su Qingyang, the owner of the Drunken Heart restaurant, while the woman was the He family girl who brought him the osmanthus cake. After about an incense stick of time, Su Qingyang slowly put down his brush, carefully measured the painting in his hand, and compared it with the girl's face, nodded his head in satisfaction. "Fortunately, here, see if you like it." Su Qingyang sighed in relief and handed the painting over. The He family girl's name was He Yunshi, and she had a very pure appearance like a neighboring sister. At the moment, very expectantly, he took his portrait and looked at it carefully for a long time. Satisfied. Of course, Brother Su's painting skills are really outstanding. It's really a big favor for me. Well then, it wasn't in vain that it took me so long. Here, I'll frame it for you. Su Qingyang reached out to retrieve the portrait, but He Yunshi retracted her hand back and spoke with some hesitation. Brother Su, in fact, actually I have one more thing to ask for, but I hope you can promise me not to pursue this and not to tell anyone about it. Can you? Su Qingyang was stunned, but did not think much about it. The girl in such a youthful age, it is always inevitable that some things are difficult to talk about. It is normal. So he nodded and agreed. He Yunshi turned her head to look in the direction where Princess Xia was, and seeing that they weren't too close, and that the other party was still concentrating on a book, she didn't deliberately avoid it. Instead, he lowered his voice and said, Brother Su, I want to frame this portrait like that. As he spoke, his finger pointed to a spot on the wall. There was a display of different types of paintings that had been framed, amounting to a showcase of samples. Su Qingyang looked along and his brows immediately furrowed. Yunshi, but that's... Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly thought of what he had just promised. Turning back to the other man's determined eyes again, he suddenly came to some realization. So his expression became shocked, and there was a particularly pronounced sentimentality. Because, where He Yunshi was pointing, the mounted effigy was. If it was possible to misrecognize the others, this one would never be misrecognized. Therefore, the point that He Yunshi would not live long. Su Qingyang reacted at once, but in the end, he didn't ask more questions, but sighed. Sadly, okay, big brother, make it look good for you. He Yunshi spread a smile. Thank you, big brother. Princess Kasumi, who was pretending to read on the other side of the room, didn't expect to run into something like this with her impromptu decision. Hire someone to paint your own portrait? The probability of such a thing is not really high, but after all, they were just two mortals, and didn't concern her too much. Birth, old age, sickness and death, as a necessary process for mortals, occur all the time. So what if you're a beanpole? No exceptions. Thus, Princess Xia only casually used her spiritual vision to look at He Yunshi's body. Faint curiosity, for a moment, made her wonder what kind of disease the other woman had, that she could foresee her own death in advance? But unexpectedly, after sweeping over a glance, Princess Xia suddenly froze. She can't see anything? A mortal's body should, by all rights, have no secrets under her psychic vision, but now that she looked over, she realized that the other person was chaotic under her psychic vision, and this would usually only happen if the other party was far stronger than her. But is it possible? No way. The opponent was a complete and utter mortal, something Princess Kasumi was beyond certain of, but that's what made it more and more intriguing to her. So as He Yunshi left, Princess Xia quietly left a mark on her. That's a special kind of pollen that's colorless, odorless and hard to remove. However, for a small spirit beast called the Pathfinder bee, it possessed a fatal attraction. A very simple way of tracking, very convenient, but only for dealing with people of lower strength. Su Qingyang forcibly suppressed his sadness and asked Princess Xia what she was planning to paint, and if she could start tomorrow, as he was not in the best of spirits or condition at the moment. But Princess Xia waved her hand and faintly said, borrow your drawing kit for a while, you don't have to worry about the rest, you'll be paid as you are. Su Qingyang was stunned for a moment, but was happy to do so. Princess Xia asked casually as she received the painting kit, can you tell me everything you know about that girl? Su Qingyang had originally promised the person not to spread this matter out, but at this moment, he heard her voice, but answered directly and honestly. Her name is He Yunshi, the granddaughter of the He family's old abbot. There is an elder brother who has already started a family and has a child. There is also a younger brother, overall loiterer. At this time, He Yunshi, who had already quietly returned home, was confronted by his brother, who had just finished drinking and smelled of alcohol. The younger brother was already half drunk, and when he saw his sister, he opened his mouth. Sis, the money is spent. Give me some more, otherwise I won't have any money to buy my friends drinks tomorrow. Don't worry, they've made a deal with me and will soon take me to earn big money. He Yunshi was so angry that he lost his breath. This younger brother obviously had a good head on his shoulders, but he did all the stupid things, being sold by others and still helping the other side count the money. All her brains are spent on being smart, and she's lazy all day long. She can control it for a while, but can she control it for the rest of her life? When her brother saw that she didn't say anything, he continued to press the issue. Sis, you're too stingy, aren't you? I've told you that you'll be earning a lot of money soon. You can't even spare this much for now? I'm your own brother. When Hyunshur heard this, she finally couldn't bear it anymore, and aggression and anger erupted together. Drink! You just know how to drink. How are you going to pay for all that booze when I'm dead? Going to steal and rob? Chapter 109, I just can't see my daughter suffer. His younger brother was startled by Hyunshur's sudden outburst of temper and didn't dare to continue making trouble, muttering as he went back to his room to sleep. Hyunshur was powerless. Before her brother was like this, she was unhappy but was still able to tolerate it. But since her recent succession of dreams that her death is near, she doesn't have that patience anymore. At first, she didn't believe that what she dreamed would become reality. But it wasn't until the past 2 days that the sense of the underworld grew stronger and stronger, forcing her to believe it. The feeling is subtle and unfounded, but it can lead to certainty that it will absolutely happen. To put it bluntly, she had been given a death notice by Providence, only without a token to prove it. In what way will I die? If I can I not die? Under the watery moonlight, the young girl hugged her knees on the bed, and 2 lines of tears fell abruptly from the corners of her eyes. Snap! The broken teardrop split the moonlight into countless tiny fragments, just as she was feeling at the moment. If death is a great horror, the time spent waiting for it to come can be called a great torture. During this time a myriad of crazy ideas will grow and be quickly disillusioned in the mind. Then the whole spirit of the man became progressively maniacal and terrified. The mind of a person who has not been through all the vicissitudes of life and the ups and downs of life would not be able to withstand all this. And naturally, a young girl like Hyunshur was not among them. So, she is gradually becoming broken. The fact that the He mansion had been quietly invaded was not known to Lee. Although he had only separated a strand of his divine sense to come to the Su mansion, his entire mind was focused here. With his perspective, the 2 daughters, after a brief friendly deliberation, set about breaking the room's barriers. Lee stroked his chin in midair and mused. How worthy of being Daddy's good daughter. Even after encountering such a dangerous situation, she can still be so calm, and to start actively seeking ways to get out of it so soon. Dad's proud of you guys. Only, you can't leave yet. In the gongfu that Lee had passed on to his 2 daughters, it was the one that contained the chapter on prohibition. Whether it's putting a ban on someone or breaking a ban, it's all very well documented. Therefore, if the 2 children had really coincidentally cultivated a little bit of the content of the forbidden chapter, then breaking open the room's forbidden system would not be an impossible task. And all Lee had to do was stop that from happening. Because once his daughters got out of the trap, there was a chance that the Golden Crow clan would be afraid of him and thus prolong their plans again. Or do something weird and stupid. Lee wasn't interested in accompanying them to keep messing around. Letting everything happen naturally according to the original plan was the rhythm he preferred. Because the changes created by the daughters' actions can make a muddy mess of the karma associated with them. This was a situation that Lee did not want to see. So, after a few moments of silence, he gave a gentle press to the room where his 2 daughters were. Buzz! An undetectable fluctuation passed through. And beyond the room's prohibition, another illusory light shield was added. From its shape, it was a large golden bell and had a vague sense of overlapping. It was densely covered with intricate patterns, dull and brilliant interspersed with flashes. 10 saint protections should be enough. If you guys can't get out, they won't be able to get in either. After the Golden Crow race starts to die tomorrow, Dad will come to pick you guys up and take you home. To be my Lee's daughter. Sometimes it's just to bear it all. Dad, I let you suffer. Lee shook his head. A bit sentimental, but the thought of this being a rare opportunity to educate them both was relieved. If the Golden Crow clan hadn't taken the initiative to mess up like this, he wouldn't have been able to bear the thought of taking matters into his own hands and subjecting his daughter to this kind of aggravation. Being in a den of thieves, all the evil people, and Dad not being around, only the 2 sisters can cling to each other, encouraging each other to hang on and wait for help that will come at some point. When he thought of the 2 children who now didn't even know which came first, tomorrow or the accident, Lee felt a pang of heartache. See and do what needs to be done. Lee planned to take a walk and go back. But there is one thing in the world that most evening walkers can't resist. It's called a midnight snack. Lee, who had no intention of eating, walked to the corner of a street when he was attracted by an aroma coming from nearby. In fact, in his opinion, although there were many heavenly treasures in the cultivation world, the way they were eaten from ancient times to the present day could not be called much more refined. Perhaps it was the pursuit of efficiency that made the monks not care about taste. If it wasn't for the fact that eating it raw couldn't maximize its medicinal power, they would probably even skip the step of refining it and just chew it and swallow it. Therefore, the cuisine of mortals could be called delicious even in the eyes of cultivators, only because we have all been repudiated. Simply to satisfy the mouth and tongue is a bit shameful. Simply do not eat. But Lee didn't have this baggage, and he got some appetite after a while of sadness. so he followed the scent over and sat on the edge of the booth. For the sake of the late night, other than him, there was only a woman in fancy dress sitting not far away with her back to him. It was a ravioli stand with a simple shelf, and the owner was an old man with a limp. Luckily there weren't too many customers and he was able to cope with them on his crutches. Lee asked for a bowl of red oil copious hand wontons. The old man smiled back a good liu. Late night, roadside stand, quiet setting, beautiful woman with a beautiful back. Lee enjoyed this moment so much that he even forgot about his daughter for a while. In between waiting, he naturally glanced twice at the woman. It wasn't so much that he felt attracted to her in any way, but the way things were right now. The eyes instinctively looked for things that moved. After all, there's no way to look at that square glowing thing in your hand like you used to be able to. But not to mention, after sweeping two eyes, it really did allow Lee to discover a little detail. That's the way this woman eats. As the saying goes, you can be rich and become a thug, but it takes at least 3 generations to become a true aristocrat. There are certain etiquettes that are especially obvious to the connoisseur from earshot as a child and deliberate practice as an adult. And Lee is one such connoisseur. He was somewhat surprised to find that the other man's dining gestures reflected a particularly ancient form of royal etiquette. And it wasn't the royal family of the human race, but the demon side. Unlike the symbolism of the human race, the royal family of the demon race also represented supreme power, because their strength was closely related to their bloodline. If their bloodline was not advanced enough, they would not be able to awaken a powerful demonic body, and without a powerful demonic body, it basically meant that all the later ways of ascension were also out of the question. Lee couldn't help but smile, sighing inwardly. I can't imagine that a small wonton stall can be so crouching dragon in Phoenix. Poo-poo that it can be so crouching tiger and hidden dragon at the same time. This boss can't be any easier, can he? Chapter 110, Sealing Her Memories, again. Of course, that last point is baseless. Just a perfectly ordinary old man, no matter which way you look at it. If I have to say what's so special about it, it's probably the fact that it's a billion times luckier than the others. The old man was still very skillful in cooking wontons, and without waiting long, Lee's portion was ready. In fact, if I had to say, there is still a slight difference between red oil scribblers and wontons. But fortunately, the owner also knows how to make this, which satisfies Lee's desire for spicy food at the moment. And while he picked up his chopsticks with the intention of taking the first bite, a cold female voice rang out from not far away. Boss, check out. The seat she was sitting in was inside the shed, while Lee was sitting outside. At this moment, the boss turned around in a bit of a hurry, and the walking stick in his hand did not pay attention to fall to the ground, and it fell right at Lee's feet. The boss's leg was a little worse than it looked, and he appeared to be struggling when he leaned over, so he requested to Lee with great apologies. This gentleman, could you do little old me a favor and pick up that walking stick? I'm grateful. Lee had just swallowed his first bite and was quite satisfied with the flavor, so he glanced at his boss, smiled and nodded in agreement. Sure, the owner smiled gratefully again, but, after about 3 breaths, Lee still didn't move. Now not only was the owner embarrassed, but even the woman in the shed who was waiting to check out felt angry. At that moment, he walked out quickly and said with a slight frown on his eyebrows, "What's wrong with you people? If you won't help each other, why did you agree to do it?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a clatter behind him. The humble shed that had been erected was now collapsing. Rolling logs and shingles from above smashed the place to pieces. The scene fell into silence. The woman who had just been accountable, at this moment, was shocked, and the words that had already reached her mouth were hardened and stifled. The old man, on the other hand, was in a state of backward fear, and cold sweat instantly soaked through the shirt on his back. After a long moment of silence, the boss looked at Lee with great gratitude and once again thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Lee's face didn't change much and remained the same faint smile, but this time the crutch at his feet flew up by itself and into the boss's hands. Now where could the boss not realize that this one was definitely a great big shot? This, coupled with the excitement of having just escaped, made him unable to care about the heartache of having his stall destroyed. After leaving the space here for the duo, he hurried towards home. Cultivators of extraordinary strength have eaten at their stalls. That was something he couldn't wait to share with his wife. And ask someone to write such a sentence when you go out to the stall later. Wouldn't that be much better than a good location? Everyone must be thinking, just how good must this man's ravioli be? Can it make a cultivator eat it and not be able to resist saving his life? The causality was added forcibly, but it wasn't a lie he intentionally told. It was at best an intentional lead. It was thought that the high and mighty cultivators would not bother with him over such things. And after he left, only Lee and the woman were left here. The woman was naturally Princess Xia, who had left from the painting hall, and the events of the night had made it somewhat impossible for her to meditate and cultivate. As we wandered around, we ate here on a whim. I didn't realize it was just that, and that I could encounter such unusual things. Princess Xia felt that ever since she had entered this Ningyuan city, many things had gone out of her control. This is generally evident from the fact that these accidents were encountered during the night. None of these questions, however, seemed important to her at the moment, as she had something even more pressing to figure out. Why do you know that it will collapse there? Although the art of heavenly diffusion can project, I don't think you would use it even in a place like this. Also, you seem somewhat familiar to me. Have we met somewhere before? Li Yi ate the bowl of red oil copra to himself, turning a deaf ear to the questions ringing in his ears. Princess Xia gave enough respect to this mysterious powerhouse, so did not feel offended, but instead sat patiently across from him, staring intently at him as he finished the contents of his bowl in one bite. As Li Yi put down his bowl and gave a satisfied smile, Princess Xia met his eyes for the first time, and suddenly her eyes were in a trance. Her body probed forward, closer to him, and she said with certainty, "There's no mistaking it, and even though I don't remember your face, the feeling doesn't fool anyone. But I can't remember when I saw you. Can you? Do you remember me?" Li Yi frankly met her gaze, and the golden light in his eyes lit up for a moment. Then he sighed. "Since it never started, you shouldn't still keep thinking about it. You've grown well over the years, and don't think of me in the years to come." As Li Yi said this, he stretched out his right hand and used the tip of his index finger to gently point at the center of Princess Xia's eyebrows. Princess Xia flashed many fragments of memories through her mind in that instant. The blood-colored sky, the crying clansman, the traitor's fierce smile, and the back of the white clothes and sword. It was one of the most dangerous power grabs that had ever happened to the demons. In the past, the king's power changed only because the king was no longer the strongest combatant of the demon race, and could no longer lead the demon race to fight in all directions. But that was not the case that time, when the king's own brother fell under the compulsion of evil cultivators and, with the convenience of his status, massacred the demon race and his strength sword. It even grew to the point of being able to suppress the king at one point. If he succeeds in seizing power, the entire demon race will be used as bait for his own cultivation. Princess Kasumi's mother also fell in the battle to protect her. If it wasn't for a mysterious white-clothed sword god who stepped in at the end, the demon race might have been destroyed at the hands of a single person. Princess Xia burst into tears at this moment, frantically shaking her head and begging, "No, no, don't seal my memories." But nay, it was already too late. The jutsu took effect the moment it was placed on her brow. A ripple washed over her body and her emotions calmed down at a rate visible to the naked eye. When he looked at Li Yi again, he didn't have that look as if he had seen an old friend. Princess Kasumi felt a slight headache and now just wanted to rest and relax. So he got up from his seat and walked slowly away with slightly staggering steps, his frail body pulling a long silhouette in the moonlight. Li Yi sighed as he looked at her back. "It's for your own good. And the fact that memory is so overwhelming is only one aspect of it. The most important thing is still to make you forget that I exist. You were young and the object of your affection shouldn't have been me. I also didn't expect you to come close to recognizing me after sealing your memories for so long. It's just a shame that this makes it even more impossible for you to be left to your own devices. It's just as well they're already too late. You're still in time. I can't watch you fly into a rage." Chapter 111, The Empress Trapped in the Sea of Chaotic Stars. Li Yi thought that Princess Xia's feelings for him were more of a kind of adoration that a little girl would have when her love affair first began. After all, at that time she was just a mediocre girl. But now she had grown into the charming and attractive Princess Xia. If they hadn't met here, if it was just a glimpse on the road, Li Yi felt that he wouldn't have been able to recognize her. If you look at it this way, Princess Kasumi was a bit more attentive than him after all. Li Yi couldn't help but think of a philosophical question at this point. Men sometimes treat a woman they like or who likes them in what they think is the best way, but they never want to go and ask the other person in person what they really think. Deep love may indeed be deep love, but it's a bit presumptuous. Maybe the other person is really just willing to suffer that kind of pain and tread that thorny path? Of course, the probability of this is so small that it doesn't seem to be a problem to ignore it. Li Yi returned to the He Mansion and stopped by to take a look at Xian Ji, who was sleeping, and a faint hint of a familiar scent was felt here. Did she come here? Li Yi was a bit puzzled, thinking that Princess Xia had come to look for him but had entered the wrong room. It's just that the memories have been sealed again anyway, so none of this matters. Li Yi shook his head and closed the door to leave. As he walked to his door, he seemed to feel something and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. A small black dot soon appeared on it and was growing larger. However, the black dot seemed to have no clear goal, and despite its extreme speed, it was flying aimlessly like a headless fly. Li Yi frowned slightly as he raised his right hand and gently beckoned towards the black dot. The black dot lurched, and then it flew very cheerfully toward him. When you get close enough to see it, it's a pink paper crane. The divine ability of transmitting paper cranes was a divine ability that Li Yi had purposely created in order to contact his wife outside the domain. Its biggest advantage is that it can be contacted even at great distances. Instead, it was like other voice transmission aptitudes, which could only take effect within a limited distance. So in Li Yi's impression, she and her wife should be the only two people who would. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of the wife passing on this divine ability to her disciples. Seeing this color at the moment, Li Yi guessed that it should be the latter, because all they like to use as a couple is the color gold. Taking the paper crane and opening it, as expected, it was written, "Sir, I am Little Schwer, a disciple of the Starry Sky Empress. I apologize that the first time I greeted you was in this way, but the situation is really urgent now. Master Zun, she, seems to have encountered danger, and has not been able to contact her for several days. I don't have your contact token, so I can only try one by one with the objects that Master left here. So I'm not sure if you can receive this transmission. If you really received it, please go and help your master immediately. She is in the chaotic star sea in the Tiannan starfield. It is very dangerous there. Little Cheryl, here's to buckling the golden piece." The paper crane wasn't very long, but things were made clear. Li Yi shuddered inwardly as he read it and hurriedly took out a magic treasure from his storage ring. This magic treasure is a concentric lock, and unlike mortals who use it to send good symbols, this magic treasure is truly locking two people together. But the lock is only a strand of life soul. It has little effect on one's own strength, but allows the holder to know the status of the opponent at all times. Concentric locks containing a destined soul can truly and unmistakably present whether or not the owner of the destined soul is injured at the moment, in what environment, and so on. Overall, it was a magic treasure that was more functional than practical, as it didn't have help with strength gains. The concentric locks were in hand at the moment, the one belonging to his wife, which still looked intact now, but just seemed a little illusory. If injured, the concentric locks will crack. What's happening now feels more like she's in some kind of special space. Although the laws of space could not be mastered just because a cultivator wanted to, there were quite a few places in this universe that naturally contained the laws of space. For example, some secret realms and extinct places often had special rules for that side of the small world. So just because there are places that don't necessarily hurt you doesn't mean they can't trap you. If you are not strong enough to break the laws there, you will have to find another way to break free. Li Yi felt that his wife was in a similar situation at the moment. After thinking about it, he first briefly sent a transmission to Little Schwer. "Little Schwer, don't be anxious, I know the matter. Your master is currently unharmed. He's just encountered a little trouble. Don't worry, she'll be in touch with you soon." In fact, Little Schwer's mood was something Li Yi could understand. Just like most people, sometimes you can't help but worry when a dangerous event does occur, knowing that nothing will go wrong with your loved one's abilities. To be clear, it's not so much a lack of trust in the strength of the person who matters as it is an inability to keep a level head because you care so much. After the paper crane flew away, Li Yi looked up and muttered as he looked away in the direction of the Sea of Chaotic Stars. "So it's gone to the Sea of Chaotic Stars. No wonder I said before that I would take the initiative to contact me when the pacification is over. The Sea of Chaotic Stars is rampant, yet it has been able to exist for so long. It must be a hard bone. Speaking of which, Li Yi had never been to the Sea of Chaotic Stars, and all his impressions came from other people's oral accounts and occasional rumors. But put together, it's a good restoration. After he had met Gu Qingmei, he had thought that sooner or later she would not be able to tolerate the existence of a place like the Sea of Chaotic Stars. And the point that wasn't expected was that the Sea of Chaotic Stars actually had such strength that it was able to trap even the Starry Sky Empress. Li Yi's heavenly path was added to his body, and his unauthorized departure had a great impact. Therefore did not rush to the red face, but sat on the stone bench in the courtyard. A different way. He closed his eyes and pinched his hands together as power surged through his body. Not long after, both eyes opened, and the pupils of the eyes had completely turned a golden color. Afterwards, Li Yi gently pressed his palm on his chest, and a dense golden mist slowly escaped from his mouth. After the mist left his body, under the gaze of the golden divine light of his pupils, it quickly unfolded into a scroll-like appearance. There was no view on it, but rather it was filled with vein-like densely packed threads of various kinds. 13 of the threads were exceptionally thick, and together with the others, they connected to a golden shadow at the very top. From the silhouette of the virtual shadow, it was none other than Li Yi. "Feed a man for 1,000 days. Scribe, lend me a pair of eyes." With Li Yi's murmur from an unknown distance, within the Queen's Legion at the extraterrestrial Sea of Chaos, a young man with an elegant appearance and scholarly attire opened his equally golden pupils. Chapter 112, Why don't you ask the thief if he fears me? Outside the domain, the Sea of Chaotic Stars had been surrounded by the Star Empress's army. but the encirclement seemed loose because the territory was so large. They had already endured several onslaughts from the interior of the Sea of Chaotic Stars, and although they had all managed to repel them, they were looking more and more strained. There were 13 legions in total, and nearly half of the legionnaires had been wounded. However, the breakout attack of the Sea of Chaotic Stars was stronger than one wave. The situation looks mountainous and seems bleak. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the Empress to return from within the Sea of Chaotic Stars. That way all the difficulties will dissipate. It's just a shame that this time around, things don't seem to be quite the same as they used to be. In the past, they had been the ones to seal off the perimeter, and the Queen had traveled alone to the center of the rebellion. Then they killed the rebel leader and the core members with a thunderous force, and then they only needed to make sure that the leaderless rebels would not escape. But this time, it was clear that there was no route within the Sea of Chaotic Stars, and the onslaughts they launched were all clearly targeted. All these signs undoubtedly indicated that the Empress had encountered trouble within the Sea of Chaotic Stars. Losing may not be a certainty, but it's certainly not so good to get out of it. At this time, the scholarly-looking young man rose from the resting legion, and after looking around, quickly flew toward the front. Those around him who were acquainted with him were puzzled. "Where are you going, scholar?" The young man ignored them and flew forward. It flew all the way to the edge of the Sea of Chaotic Stars, where traces of the previous divine spells still remained. Extremely refuted spiritual energy and all sorts of uncomfortable auras impacted the beings in the middle of it in waves. He was in the 6th Legion, and both the head and deputy head of the Legion had been injured, and they were all taking the time to recover and prepare for the next wave of attack that would come at an unknown time. Seeing the scribe flying farther and farther away, as if he was about to enter the Sea of Chaotic Stars, the Legion leader droned in a deep voice to stop him. "Scholar, stop! Are you still planning to go in?" The scholar inclined his head towards him, his golden pupils glowing with divine light, causing the legionnaire to be momentarily stunned. The Sea of Chaotic Stars is also the land of this heavenly universe, so why can't we go there? The legionnaire's brow furrowed, vaguely sensing that something special had changed in the scribe. The internal laws of the Sea of Chaotic Stars have collapsed, and our strength will be greatly affected inside. You're killing yourself by going in there so rashly. Besides, as a member of the 6th Legion, you have to listen to my orders. How can you act in such a capricious manner? The scholar's forward momentum is not reduced. A body of cultivation and then undisguised outbreak open. At the border of the Chaotic Star Sea laughed aloud. "That wicked thief is a human being, and so am I. If that thief has a sword, I have a sword. Why don't you ask the army chief if he fears me?" After saying that, his body was like a meteor, flying into the Sea of Chaotic Stars and disappearing. The army chief and a group of subordinates outside were all staring at this scene with their jaws agape. How could I have never thought that the scholar who has always been mild-tempered and moderate, with little sense of existence, would have such great feelings in his chest? What's more critical is that his strength has reached the heavenly immortal realm. In the Starry Sky Empress's legions, the strength of the members was generally more uniform, roughly divided into only the true immortal realm and the heavenly immortal realm. Among them, the true immortal realm was an ordinary member, while the heavenly immortal realm possessed the qualifications to become a legion leader. Of course, as the number of battles grew, occasionally someone would make a breakthrough during a battle, taking a half step from the true immortal realm to the heavenly immortal realm, or directly advancing to the heavenly immortal realm. Such a person would still remain in the military, but would already have leadership qualifications, and if you are confident in your own strength, you can challenge the army chief. Once you win the fight, when you have enough military credit, you can be promoted to the rank of army chief without any problems. This leads to higher rewards and a virtuous cycle. The retiring legionaries, on the other hand, will be organized into the Queen's Guard, which is a special combat sequence. So overall, these 13 legions of the Queen are very strong. A true immortal realm might not be surprising in this void, but when there were thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, the strength that erupted was something that no one dared to underestimate. Although each of them could only be called pseudo-saints, they began to condense a holy way that was uniquely their own, and had a deeper understanding of power. The best of them had even preliminarily realized the laws, thus their battle power had risen greatly. The heavenly immortal realm, on the other hand, could be seen as a fully enhanced version of the true immortal realm. They were still ordinary saints, but they truly possessed the holy position, had condensed the holy Tao, and had mastered at least one rule. The mortality rate began to plummet in the heavenly immortal realm's sparring matches, and it was very difficult to kill each other at the same rank. Even if he shattered his physical body, he would be able to recover from the holy marks he had imprinted in the Wanyu. Therefore, the true immortal realm and heavenly immortal realm outside the domain were completely different existences from the true immortals and heavenly immortals in the immortal realm at Li's place. At this moment, The army chief looked at the direction where the scholar had disappeared and muttered. He has actually been hiding his strength all along? But why reveal it at a time like this? The deputy army chief next to him comforted. Don't think too much. No matter what, he is a friend and not an enemy. Being stronger is rather to our advantage. As to why he is so, the legionnaire may wish to recall where he came from. Coming from? I remember him from. A look of remembrance appeared in the eyes of the legionnaire, and after a moment, he said with horror. I remember when he said he came from the Peachland beyond the universe, and Her Majesty forbade us to pursue the matter. Now that I think about it, he does seem to be a bit of a mystery, and he doesn't even have a name. He's been letting us call him Booker since he joined. What sane person would use a name like that? Not even a last name. What the two don't realize is that similar situations aren't just happening to them. Around the Sea of Chaotic Stars, similar scenarios were happening one after another within the other 12 legions. There were 13 people in total, no more and no less. Men and women, old and young, all of them were like moths fighting for fire, rushing into the Sea of Chaotic Stars where even the queen might fall without any hesitation. Inside the Sea of Chaotic Stars, Star Empress Gu Qingmei, at this moment, was indeed in quite a bit of trouble. She looked unharmed, not even the slightest sign of engagement, but the look was slightly more grave, because she was now in a very strange space. There is no spiritual energy here, no light, nothing that can be called material. The good thing was that for her level, losing her 5 senses wasn't something fatal. She was still able to use the power of law to forcefully talk to someone outside of space. Absolute immortal formation? That's quite a big deal. Gu Qingmei was still able to clearly transmit her voice in this land of collapsing laws and sealing off everything, and with a distinct sneer, it instantly caused the 9 people outside the absolute immortal formation to look at each other in dismay, shock and awe. In the end, she was the Starry Sky Empress who had shaken the world, and even the Jedi Immortal Formation couldn't completely make her lose her power to fight back. Chapter 113 Golden Immortal Realm 9 Star Lords of the Chaotic Starsea. The Absolute Immortal Formation was one of the most powerful formations in the universe. If it was only about the power of sealing, it was deservedly the strongest. But likewise, its consumption was also extremely huge, and the requirements for the array setter were even more extraordinary. If you wanted to set up a Jedi Immortal Formation, you first needed the power of a star core, which was the origin of a star. And a star that has lost its origin is like a young man who has lost a great deal of vitality, and will rapidly move towards twilight. The many living beings on the star would also die out quickly due to the depletion of the power of the origin. To put it simply, every time the power of a star core was extracted, it basically doomed a star to fall. And to lay down an absolute immortal formation capable of trapping in existence like the Star Empress, it would require the power of at least 1,000 star cores, and it had to be a cultivation star above the passing line. In other words, its cultivation ceiling had to be able to at least give birth to someone strong enough to step into the void. If it was only enough to cultivate to the likes of Jin Dan Yuaning, it would indicate that the power of the star core was too weak and of little value to extract. When this condition is met, the second threshold is reached. Trying to harness this kind of massive origin power was simply not something that could be done by an unusual strength. Perhaps it would be possible to switch to the Star Queen, but after all, the others weren't her, and the strength gap was still a bit large, so it comes down to numbers to barely bridge the gap. There were 9 of them in total, each possessing the strength of the Golden Immortal Realm, and the certified holy position truly possessed the origin, turning into an innate holy position. If its origin is not extinguished, its life is immortal. The abilities at the disposal of the Golden Immortal Realm were already above the laws, touching the threshold of the Tao. This was the reason why the 9 of them were able to become the masters of this sea of chaotic stars. The limitations of the law collapse here had an effect on them, but it was not particularly great after getting used to it. Compared to the discomfort felt by those who had just entered the place, their little degree was almost negligible. Therefore, although the Starry Sky Empress exceeded their strength, she was still affected by the laws. From there, they seized the opportunity and laid down this great formation of extinct immortals without sparing any blood. The 9 could be called by the name of Star Monarch since all of them were at the Golden Immortal Realm. 5 males and 4 females, headed by the Purple Way Star Monarch, followed in order by the Fluorescent Star Monarch, the Chang'e Star Monarch, the Taiyang Star Monarch, the Cinnabar Water Star Monarch, the Jinta Star Monarch, the Heavenly God Star Monarch, the Sea God Star Monarch, and the Underworld Star Monarch. 4 of them, Violet, Flux, Neptune and Spectre, were women, and their strength was polarized, with the first 2 being the strongest of the 9, while the last 2 were at the bottom of the list. But the overall strength of the 4 was roughly equal to the other 5 men, so it wasn't all ironclad in this sea of chaotic stars. If they weren't afraid of Violet Star Monarch's powerful strength, the other 5 men, would have long been unable to tolerate having a woman riding on their heads. Earlier, there had been someone who had attempted this once, but before a few others could do anything, that person was simply obliterated by the Violet Star Monarch. Wiping out at the same level made the other 5-star sovereigns nearly scared out of their wits, and all of them were honest to a fault. Since then, 10 people became 9, and the pattern of the Sea of Chaotic Stars was considered completely stabilized. The 9 people did not respond immediately after Gu Qingmei opened her mouth due to their deterrence of the Star Empress' strength. As the saying goes, the unknown is the greatest fear. Even if they were already extremely powerful cultivators, raising their hands and throwing their feet possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. But it doesn't mean that they are completely fearless in all situations. Therefore, they also wished to see the Starry Sky Empress planted in this point. The absolute immortal formation would temporarily isolate her from her own power, turning her into an ordinary person with no power. Not even an ordinary person after having no 5 senses. Although the Star Queen was able to forcibly speak and regain her hearing with the help of her own powerful power of law, but the process was also a consuming one that the 9 Star Lords were happy to see. They hoped to drag it out longer, so that the Star Queen would collapse in this claustrophobic to the core space. Let the endless darkness and loneliness consume her completely. Otherwise, if one wanted to rely on the absolute immortal formation to completely trap her to death, there was no telling how many years it would take. It was important to realize that none of them would be able to leave during this period, and the 9 of them would have to be here to maintain the absolute immortal formation. Time passes slowly. Gu Qingmei sneered when she saw that no one had replied after waiting for a while. Are you 9 Star Kings or 9 rats? I'm only one person, and I'm caught in the extinction immortal formation. So you guys have such a big head start and you still don't dare to make a sound? Perhaps that was a bit much. After all, no woman wants to be called a rat. It's from instinctive disgust. Then Violet Stargazer spoke with a clear and cold voice. Your Majesty might as well save your strength. Even if I talk to you more, your defeat is already predetermined. When someone replied back, Gu Qingmei instantly became interested and replied back in seconds. Yikes! Violet Star Monarch? It's rumored in the Tianan Star region that you have a beautiful appearance and a nice voice, but no one has been able to come up with a portrait of you. And after listening to it for so long, even I'm a little curious. That was a nice sound just now. And it made me believe a few things about the rumors. But the appearance, well, just now you sneak attack too fast. I didn't have time to see clearly. Why don't you let this emperor go out and come back after I take a look at you? How about that? The Violet Stargazer outside was stunned for a moment, his always high and cool expression nearly breaking. His heart said, is this Starry Sky Queen not a little cutie? How can she even say this kind of request? And rumors and whatnot. Is this the time to talk about such things? Violet Stargazer forced herself to calm down for a moment and began her offensive tactics. It seemed to her that the Star Queen was now merely forcing her composure, using this idle chatter to delay the onset of collapse. Since this was the case, she was going to use this opportunity to deal a more severe blow to her heart, thereby making her lose her mind as soon as possible. The Starry Sky Empress is worthy of being a supreme powerhouse. Having fallen into this situation, she still has time to care about these issues. Don't you want to know what has happened to your own legions now? The entire 13 powerful legions that were in the process of swatting down many forces are at this moment leaderless and still scattered around the borders of my chaotic star sea, without the Starry Sky Empress to back them up. How long will they be able to hold out? Gu Qingmei was silent for a moment, skimming her mouth without a care in the world. Say it like you guys can go out there and take them on. Although you are not in the eyes of this emperor, for the time being, you are still considered the king of this sea of chaotic stars. We now merely belong to the king against the king in a stalemate. Below the generals against the generals, the soldiers against the soldiers. Where do you get the confidence that you can win over my 100 battles of elites? This was actually true. The Starry Sky Empress's legion's battle prowess was evident to all outside of this domain. In front of these elites, all other forces belong to the category of rabble. There's just one thing, the rule of king to king and soldier to soldier can't be broken. After the Star Empress took out the opponent's highest combatant, they were able to level the playing field. However, if the enemy's strongest fighting force was still present, even if it was only one golden immortal realm, then it would be very difficult to meet the battle. After all, at this level of cultivation, a large realm was like a heavenly rift, and basically could not be crossed by quantity. Chapter 114, An Empress with a Husband Won't Be Afraid. Gu Qingmei's rhetorical question caused a short silence, but what came next was a series of laughs. After a few breaths, the laughter died down. Violet Stargazer's voice played with flavor. What Her Majesty said is good. But unfortunately, the situation doesn't seem too optimistic yet. Your 13 legions, after enduring 4 onslaughts, have already lost more than 30% of them, and the legion leaders all have injuries that have greatly reduced their combat power. How many more times can they withstand the onslaught if this continues? 3 or 5. Anyway, the last thing I need in the sea of chaotic stars is people. There is an endless supply of villains in this world, and even if more die, they can be replenished quickly. On the contrary, I wonder if your elites can be replenished so conveniently, Gu Qingmei said in a cold voice with slight anger and a few moments of disbelief. It's impossible. Although the Sea of Chaotic Stars has a favorable location, most of the people here are stinky fish and shrimp. How could anyone have the guts to dare to storm my legions outward if they were to hold fast inside and perhaps hold out longer? Unless, Violet Stargazer smiled freely, showing a few rare moments of demonic charm. Unless what? Unless we have reinforcements? Taking Her Majesty by surprise? Gu Qingmei's voice took on a more serious tone and frowned. Are there really reinforcements? But in this Tiannan star region there are your enemies everywhere. Who would be willing to come and help you? How cheap would that be? Violet Stargazer hummed lightly. Who says it isn't? But there are just some people in this world who are wrong in the head. You bully him once or twice and he hates you. You bully him 3 times and 5 times he fears you. By the time you've numbed him to bullying and can't bring yourself to do it, he'll instead lean in and attempt to get close to you again. It's as if by joining us, one is no longer weak, and the memories of previous humiliation no longer exist. Indeed, and I can't actually see it at all. But now it was just the right time to use them, so they simply let them behave. Not to mention, they're all working hard. I also don't know how this kind of mind can cultivate to the heavenly immortal realm. Perhaps this is a case of stupid people having stupid blessings. After these words, silence fell in the Jiesian formation, as if for the first time, the Star Queen truly recognized the seriousness of the problem, and was now starting to panic. The 9 Star Lords outside looked at each other, all seeing relief and joy in each other's eyes. After all, this one has caused them too much pressure. If there is no good news to stimulate, it is not certain who will not be able to survive first. But when the silence grew long, they began to sit back again. Violet Stargazer tried. Why don't you say anything? It's actually not without a solution. As long as Her Majesty can promise us that she will no longer be an enemy of the chaotic Starsea from now on, and join us, then the danger of the current legion will be solved instantly. And you don't have to stay in this sea of chaotic stars. Just hang on to your name. This way the Sea of Chaotic Stars is nominally your power. Only that you don't have the actual power to manage it. Gu Qingmei said with disinterest. There's no need to. Actually, I didn't want to tell you guys, but since you guys have the bottom line, I'm not going to pretend. You think I'm the only one you have to deal with. But don't forget that this emperor is a married man. It's not clear what kind of way he'll strike, but you guys are out of luck for sure. That didn't sound like an intentionally stiff upper lip, so a few people couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. They had heard a bit about the matter of the Starry Sky Empress having a Taoist partner, but beyond that, no one is clear on anything a little more detailed. What was his name? What was his strength? What was his identity? No one knew at all. But one would think that to be able to make someone like the Starry Sky Empress look at it, it shouldn't be anywhere near as bad. So for a certain moment, they were afraid for a split second. And just as Violet Stargazer wanted to open his mouth to get some more information out, the latest battle situation came in. Reporting to all Star Lords, news has come from the front lines that one person from each of the 13 legions has broken into the Sea of Chaotic Stars. The strength was initially judged to be at the heavenly immortal realm, but it was not the legion commander. From the direction of the target, it could basically be concluded that they were here to rescue the Star Queen. Please make a quick decision, Star Lords, as to what should be done. When the Violet Star Monarch heard this, his narrow phoenix eyes lit up, and instead of being surprised, he laughed out loud. So it's a dead soldier? Is this your bottom card? Hiding a heavenly immortal realm in each legion? But that's a small handful, isn't it? Gu Qingmei didn't reply this time, but muttered in the hushed space. Can a dead soldier be the same as a dead soldier? All I know is that he's never failed at anything he's tried to do. Even this emperor has given him a child. So what's dealing with you few? Outside, the purple Violet Stargazer immediately commanded after a little consideration. 13 heavenly immortal realms dared to rush into the Sea of Chaotic Stars, so they might have some kind of undercard in hand. In this way, use the terrain advantage to drag them to death. Open all the secret realms and divide them completely. With the collapse of the laws outside and the special laws of the secret realm, even if they had more cards, they would be useless. Each and every one of them, they will be completely trapped in the secret realm. Lead the way. The men excused themselves and went off to do exactly what they were instructed to do. Although the Sea of Chaotic Stars gathered lawless and heavily angered people, it didn't mean that they didn't have brains. Now faced with the life and death crisis of being completely annihilated, they all started to sell their strength. One by one, the dragons and tigers plunged into the new battlefield. Not long after, on the path that the 13 people were bound to pass through, each of the winds and clouds rolled in, and the terrain changed drastically. A patch of unfamiliar Jedi appeared in front of them, along with a large number of gawking enemies. Each of the 13 stopped, and the current situation became quite clear. If you want to go over there and save the people, you have to get past the hurdle in front of you first. Otherwise everything is off the table. Within the domain, the Su mansion in Ningyuan City, the two sisters who still hadn't been able to break the prohibition completely after using all their strength, somewhat disheveled. He lay down on the floor and began to doubt life. When we first came in, was there a prohibition like the one we have now? This isn't even on the same level as the ones in front of us. Okay? Li Qinghan's eyes emptied, finding it difficult to accept the fact that there could be a prohibition in the lower realms to trap him. The younger sister, on the other hand, was much calmer, and although she felt that Li Qinghan had gone overboard with his self-confidence sometimes, this time it wasn't too much. Just break a ban, or two people work together. Not to mention the lower realm is the immortal world is difficult to find, so cannot be broken. So there is no doubt that there is a problem. After pondering for a long time, Li Lingxiu suddenly spoke. When you were fighting someone else before, Li Yi had once applied saint protection on you. I'm an onlooker. I can't really feel it. So if you seriously experience it now, is it kind of the same feeling as this kind of prohibition? Chapter 115, Sisters dream of entering the battlefield. After Li Qinghan's personal authentication, it was finally identified as indeed coming from Li Yi's handwriting. Anyone else might not have been able to detect it, but the two of them had an extremely difficult understanding of the use of power after all. So it is possible to distinguish the habits and characteristics of the caster in subtle ways. Li Yi is characterized by an excessive pursuit of perfection. The way the avatar presented itself in his hands was simply like a ghostly work of art. This is true both in terms of effect and appearance. So, Li Yi has already come. But even if he didn't save us, he even cast a spell to trap us here? In a few short sentences, Li Qinghan showed all of his unbelievable mood. The harsh reality was undoubtedly an extremely stark contrast to her very first plan. Even for herself, it felt particularly ironic. My sister didn't feel anything, but opened up. Never mind. I don't think this is bad. At the very least, the people here won't be able to make a move on us. Li Yi may have his own deeper meaning when he acts like this, right? After tossing and turning for a long time, I was tired anyway. There's only one bed, so I'm going to sleep if you don't. Li Lingxiu yawned as she spoke and headed for the bed in a daze. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. People like Li Lingxiu felt that this plan was not reliable from the beginning, so when it came to the situation at hand, they did not feel anything at all. Unlike Qinghan Li, the defense was broken once again. Li Qinghan was still sulking, and when she saw that her sister had already climbed onto the bed, she hesitated for a moment. Just now, she had exerted not a small amount of effort, and even though her divine body was not so much that she could not support it, she also felt tiredness rising up under the huge blow to her spirit. But if you go over there now, you'll have to get under the same blanket as your sister. Li Qinghan helplessly found that this life makes her entangled seems to be more and more places. What in the world went wrong? Something must have gone wrong from the very beginning for me to end up in this situation, where I can't even sleep all by myself. After much thought and waiting for the sound of her sister's even breathing, she chose to tiptoe over and climb into bed. Carefully, he lifted the corner of the quilt, and it was a good thing that they were both in bed with their clothes on, so the situation wouldn't be overly awkward. Seeing that her sister really didn't wake up, Li Qinghan's tense body relaxed in an instant and let out a long breath before quickly entering dreamland. Li Lingxiu gently rolled her eyes on the inner side of the bed and fell asleep with it. But what the two of them didn't know was that maybe it was the pull of the bloodline, or some other force that caused it. After they entered the dream, they both saw an identical scene, although they did not see each other. It was a starry sky that was so vast that endless stars shone with bright and dark light. They can fly anywhere they want. No one can spot them, and they can't influence any being, like a complete and utter bystander. Although the two sisters were in a dream, they couldn't help but be shocked inwardly at this moment. The scene in front of him was undoubtedly a scene that would only be presented in the void. Even though they had never entered the void even in their previous lives, they were certain of it at this moment. This kind of magnificent scenery was not something that could be shown by illusions at all. Even though their hearts were filled with many questions in an instant, they simply didn't have time to think about it. Intense curiosity about the extraterritoriality has led them to focus all their energies on exploration. In fact, they didn't realize that this starry sky was not the first time they had seen it. At a very young age, as babies, the memories of their past lives have not yet awakened. At that time, being led by the starry sky Empress, there was no shortage of traveling outside the domain. But on the one hand, they were too small and generally stayed in the spirit boat and weren't allowed to come out, so they hadn't seen a few glimpses of the outside scenery. On the other hand, After the memories of his past life awakened, the little blur of infancy was basically negligible. So it creates what they feel is the first time they have seen what the domain looks like. In the depths of the sisters' memories, they had actually always believed that their mother had been on the Tianqian continent just like them, only not in the lower world, but busy with something elsewhere. The two explored for a while, and almost at the same time, their attention was all drawn to the same spot, because there were many cultivators gathered there, and from a distance, a battle should be taking place. It was certainly more exciting there than the emptiness of the rest of the place. So with a thought, the two sisters had quickly descended their consciousness to the sky above there, looking down on the whole place like gods. Inside the sea of chaos and stars, the scholar encountered an enemy. As the first person to enter the sea of chaotic stars, he moved forward at the fastest speed, and therefore the first to encounter the enemy. But against him, the enemy didn't use the secret realm, because the location he was in at the moment was a natural Jedi. This place was famous within the sea of chaotic stars, a floating bridge that could not be seen at a glance, called the Yellow Spring Road. Below is a very severe law collapse zone and carries a strong sealing force. Once you land on the bridge, you can't fly up again. You can only fall indefinitely, and finally sink into the ground until your consciousness dies. Since ancient times, no one who has landed on this bridge has ever survived. Therefore, this place is also one of the execution sites in the Sea of Chaotic Stars. It's a true place of great evil. The scholar's pupils were still golden at the moment, which showed that Li Yi was still using his eyes. Only, in this state he was able to receive Li Yi's commands, but had no way to talk to him, because Li Yi didn't use his ears. So from Li Yi's perspective, the battlefield ahead was actually a pantomime. Of course, it doesn't matter. It's all a bunch of lip service anyway, and it doesn't matter if you don't listen to it. It's always a fight, and mouthpieces are a joke at times like this. The scholar swept a glance at the crowd blocking the way in the distance, ignoring the danger of this floating bridge, and stepped on it without hesitation, then continued to keep traveling at high speed. In the center of the path of the Yellow Springs, there are 10 people. However, it was obvious that it was only led by a green-robed man in the center, who was at the heavenly immortal realm, while the other 9 were at the true immortal realm, which was quite a bit worse. At this moment, the green-robed man's gaze was cold as he looked at the young man rushing over, and his right hand swung forward. Bang! Not far in front of the scholar, a glow of green light exploded violently. The bridge boards there were blown to pieces, and if one foot stepped through the air, it would basically be the end of death. These bridge plates will slowly recover on their own afterward, but there's no need to count on it anytime soon. So bad is bad, and it has to be crossed over to get there. The scholar stopped for the first time, looked at the green-robed man, and laughed aloud. You guys are so funny. If you wanted to stop me, wouldn't it be better to destroy all the bridge panels? Wouldn't it be asking for trouble to labor now? The green-robed man raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Ignorant brat. The natural reason for not stopping you outside is to kill you. I'm afraid you still don't know how terrifying the collapse of the laws of the Sea of Chaotic Stars is, right? I'll show you next. Chapter 116, Laws of Gravity and Golden Crow Burning Heaven Realm. The green-robed man's name was Su Chen, and his battle prowess was quite impressive, belonging to the top-ranked figures within this Sea of Chaotic Stars. That said, he's very different from other murderous villains. Others may have blacked out into demons because of tragic experiences, or maybe they are born thugs and can't feel good until they kill someone. But he's different. He's an exceptionally normal person. Not only was he mentally sane, he hadn't suffered any injustices, even because of his outstanding talent from a young age. At one point, the clan believed that he was the hope that could lead them to rise. But the impermanence of the world is that change sometimes come very suddenly, very inexplicable, so that all people are not expected, even including Su Chen himself. How he never thought that he was actually essentially a licking dog. When he first met Ziwei Xingjuan, he knew that there would never be another woman in his life who could move him. But when he spent some effort to find out the identity of the other party, the whole person was a bit dumbfounded again. Although she didn't have a Dao couple, her status was really not bad. The Lord of the Sea of Chaotic Stars. Under his command were countless murderous maniacs from the entire Tiannan star region. There is no doubt that such a woman is very different from the ordinary. The level of cultivation was one aspect, but more than that, her circle was too special. Su Chen asked himself, if that position had been him, he wouldn't have considered marrying an unusual man. People of special status can only seek their final destination in that same special circle. Therefore, Su Chen considered it over and over again, and finally made a decision that went against his ancestors. He's abandoning his people and joining the Sea of Chaos. And the pitch was that it had taken half a year to cleanse away the forces that had feuded with his clan. It was the last gift he could leave his people. The killing came later, and at one point, the entire star was thrown into panic. He, on the other hand, carried this battle record and smoothly entered the sea of chaotic stars. And because he wasn't desperate, but volunteered, he gained a good position in his first year of entry, and in the time that followed, he used his strength to continuously improve his position within the sea of chaotic stars. Even though all these years, he still wasn't qualified to be able to talk to the violet stargazer alone, but being able to often stay under the same starry sky with her, being able to look at her from afar, Su Chen felt at peace. That is why he often said to other thugs, "I am different from you. You kill for the sake of killing, but I kill for the sake of love. I am a poet of deep love." But when the others asked who the woman was, he never would say. Over time, people stopped taking it seriously and just thought it was in his head, but that didn't matter. After all, in this sea of chaotic stars, who didn't have some problems with their brains? There's no way to live a life if you're too normal. If you want to be a fish out of water among a bunch of perverts, you have to keep up with them, or even exceed. Su Chen, who was trapped by love in this way, naturally wouldn't let go of such a good performance opportunity this time. The 9-star sovereigns were all being held back by one person, so one could imagine how dire the situation was this time. So this time he not only wants to win, but to win completely, thus entering the sight of his beloved with an angsty face. These, whether his obsession or infatuation, all kinds of thoughts, the opposite side of the scholar do not know, nor do they care. As a dead soldier, his only mission was to step up when needed, burning himself if necessary. And it's not unusual to run into some trouble in the process. The scholar couldn't help but snort when he heard Su Chen's threat. The collapse of the laws? Isn't that the biggest reliance for the Sea of Chaotic Stars to be able to exist until now? That said, I do have some curiosity. I wonder if the laws I cultivate can also be affected. Su Chen's pupils shrunk, instinctively sensing a hint of misfortune. It wasn't that there hadn't been arrogant people before who didn't take the point of the collapse of the laws into account and mouthed off at them. But those people looked like they had brain problems or were overwhelmed by anger and hatred. And there was a clear difference between them and the elegant young man in front of them. The young man looked exceptionally sober and not particularly emotional. If I had to say one thing, it would be contempt. He knew in his heart what the collapse of the law meant, but he didn't care. But Su Chen really couldn't think of what exactly he had to rely on to be able to ignore such a deadly point. Being at the same heavenly immortal realm, more than 90% of their strength needed to rely on the laws to support them. Humph. Making a pretense. When you are in reincarnation, remember my name. The one who kills you, Chaotic Star Ocean Su Chen. Su Chen let out a stern cry. His entire body's aura soared, and he stretched out his right hand and gave it an upward thrust in the direction of the scholar. Turning cloud hand. Hiss. A strange whistling sound resounded throughout the room. The scholar only felt an overwhelmingly powerful suction force that suddenly came from the opposite side. It made him almost unsteady on his feet. Countless air currents, skimming from his side, gathered towards the sky at an astonishing speed. In a radius of 100 miles, endless spiritual chi gathered towards the direction Su Chen's palm was holding up at an astonishing speed. And when viewed from afar, it looked like a huge inverted funnel. Drop. Su Chen's clothes were windless, and the raging energy made him not dare to be half distracted when he manipulated it. The turning cloud hand was originally a defensive divine ability, capable of absorbing endless aura to turn into a barrier to resist the opponent's attacks. But he was gifted, and after improvement, it had become a powerful killing aptitude. It was basically impossible for the opponent to completely defend against this strike without being able to use their laws. And once this first strike worked, he could then launch the next consecutive killing moves, leaving his opponent completely powerless to fight back. As his tried and true starting technique, he had extreme confidence in this move. The scholar on the other side felt the powerful pressure of the inverted funnel. The law contained in it was simple: gravity. It only reaches tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of times. Once one was unable to break the move, it was conceivable that even if the physical body was able to resist it, there was no way to counterattack again. The scholar couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, there are two brushes. No wonder you can still be alive despite having enemies all over the place. But alas, this time it is the end. After saying that, the scholar's eyes were full of divine light and he laughed aloud. Time is limited, so it's better to make it quick. Trying to win over me with a mere law of gravity is a fool's errand. Unfold. Golden Crow burning heavenly realm. Before the words fell, a huge change suddenly occurred around the scholar. A brilliant blazing sun appeared over his head one after another. The dense golden light was like substance, completely enveloping everyone, including Su Chen and the others. Chapter 117, My Lord's Way. Different from the starry sky path. Boundary. It is an extreme manifestation of the use of the laws. It can be seen as an upgraded version of the field. It was a powerful ability that could only be mastered by reaching the heavenly immortal realm. But not all of the heavenly immortal realm could comprehend it. To put it bluntly, Boundaries are harder to own than domains. This is because domains can also rely on uncertainties such as will to increase the chances of triggering, but boundaries do not. The realm would need to have comprehended the law to that threshold for it to work. No trickery at all. And the golden crow burning heavenly realm. On the other hand, it was an extreme use of the law about fire that the scholar had comprehended. Its best feature is that it has two characteristics. The first was naturally powerful, and any derivation of the laws of fire almost always possessed this characteristic. The second is trapping, which can also be called sealing. Although the boundaries themselves came with a siege effect, if the opponent also unfolded their own boundaries, they tended to cancel each other out in the overlapping areas. But the golden crow burning sky realm was different. Once it unfolded, it could not be counteracted. It allows other boundaries to exist within it, but at the same time it is in effect for the boundaries within. Therefore, if one wanted to break the golden crow burning sky realm, one would either have to do it in such a way that one's realm did not fear the laws of fire, or one would have to find a way to take out its owner as soon as possible. Otherwise the consequence of stalling can only be that the gap between the two sides grows wider and wider. At this moment, 10 golden crows are hanging over the Yellow Springs Road, enveloping the entire floating bridge. From time to time, golden flames would float down and land on top of the bridge boards, and they would instantly cauterize a large hole. The temperature of the surroundings rapidly soared, and soon it had reached a point that was hard to bear, and the light became extraordinarily distorted in it. The inverted funnel formed by Su Chen's cloud-turning hand was completely unable to fight against the power of the realm at this time, and had evaporated and dissipated in an instant. Compared to the realm's extreme use of the laws, the use of the divine abilities that stayed in the realm was much more fragile. However, the power of this golden crow burning heavenly realm was secondary, and what shocked Su Chen and the others the most was that the scholar was actually unaffected by the collapse of the laws. This could be said to have really taken them by surprise, since the chaotic star sea had existed for thousands of years. There had never been an example of this happening. Law collapse was the root of the chaotic star sea's ability to defy any power. How can they not be alarmed and even terrified that someone has now shaken this point? Su Chen braced his protection while gritting his teeth against this pervasive and powerful heat, while asking in a shocked voice, "How is it possible? How is it that you can use the power of the laws without fear?" No one who had entered this sea of chaotic stars had ever been able to hold up their realm. How on earth did you do that? With the help of the golden crow burning heaven realm's confrontation with the laws of this place, the scholar has been able to rise in the air on the Yellow Springs Road. At this moment, he flew to the bottom of the 10 golden crows, his eyes shining with divine light, his hands strangling, and the endless rain of golden fire rapidly took shape, mercilessly shooting towards Su Chen and the others on the opposite side. At the same time, he did not hide this answer because after this battle, the sea of chaotic stars would cease to exist. It doesn't matter to the dead if they know more secrets. Besides, this is not a secret in itself. It's just that they don't know, or can't believe it. The scribe looked down at them and spoke with a light smile. Actually, there is no harm in telling you all. The answer is very simple. The reason why I am not affected by the collapse of the laws is naturally because the laws I cultivate are not within the scope of this collapse. That's something I said to you in the beginning. Su Chen also had his own realm, but because he had lost his head start and was busy fending off the golden fire rain at the moment, he was temporarily unable to unfold it. So he retorted in fear, "Don't lie to me, deceive me that I don't know this law of fire? Not to mention this common law, even if it's even more rare and offbeat, it won't be able to escape the effects of the law's collapse." Su Chen's words were certain, and what he had seen and heard previously told him that this was correct. The scribe guessed he would say that, so he said without surprise, "Well, you're right, but let me ask you, what are laws? Where is the source of the laws in this world?" Hearing these two questions, Su Chen froze for a moment. It wasn't until 3 arrows rained down on his knees and lower back that he snapped back under the excruciating pain. Looking up, he saw that the scribe's expression didn't look like he was joking with the question, so he answered along with him. Laws are the rules by which everything in this world exists, and they are also the basic conditions under which a world can take shape. The endless threads of the laws connected everything in the world to each other, thus achieving a harmonious balance. Then the world began to appear vibrant. As for its source, it is naturally the Tao. Why else would one need to touch the threshold of the Tao in order to advance to the golden immortal realm? The scribe nodded softly as he listened, smiling, seemingly satisfied with the answer. So, since you already know so much, what is the answer but you still don't know? If laws are derived from the Tao, then it is natural that I am able to remain unaffected by the sea of chaotic stars because the laws I practice, the Tao at its source, is not in the same place as your minions. The words of the scribe were so elaborate that he did not use one kind, but one place, and Su Chen also keenly noticed this, and combined with his already bright mind, under the rapid running of his thoughts at the moment, He had already come to a conclusion that he couldn't believe. He asked with a trembling voice and a look of utter panic. What you are practicing is not the way of the stars? Rather, it is someone's own Tao? It was no wonder that he was so out of sorts. It was really that this matter was so appalling that it would not be an exaggeration to say that it had overturned their perceptions. The Starry Sky Avenue refers to the Tao of everything in the universe. There are billions of stars in the heavens, but not a single being can break free from the shackles of the Tao, because since you exist in the universe, you naturally have to practice according to the rules under the universe. Otherwise, how can we get stronger? But now, there were even people who said that the Tao he cultivated was not contained within this Starry Sky Avenue? What this meant was clear enough. Since it was impossible for any star to exist apart from the Starry Sky Avenue, that leaves only one answer. Naturally, and that's people. A man who had deviated from the Tao. A man who dared to abandon the Starry Sky Tao and had to become the Tao himself. From that alone, his ambitions are undoubtedly very great. He deluded himself into becoming the same existence as the Starry Sky Avenue, and had even begun to develop believers, with the scholar in front of him being the best example. The scribe was still inwardly satisfied to see that he had finally realized this. Though he had been reading for many years, he had less and less patience to reason with others, because those who know reason don't need to speak, and those who are impolite speak to no avail. So it all boils down to one thing: speak the hell out of it. The knot in your heart has been untied, so go to your death in peace. The scholar unfolded his arms, then gently closed them towards the center, and the direction that his fingertips pointed to was clearly the position of Su-chan and the others. The 10 golden crows above him, on the other hand, let out a loud and clear cry at the same time. Swish! The 10 golden crows transformed into a golden pillar more than 100 feet long, whistling toward the bottom at an astonishing speed. Chapter 118, One Dare to Speak and One Dare to Listen. The sound of a killing move consisting of 10 golden crows was exceptionally appalling. Su-chen's face was grave in a split second, and he no longer dared to be the slightest bit careless. Under his tongue, he had already shattered all the clothes on his body, and at that moment it could be seen that he had a very large green carp tattooed on his body. At this moment, as his whole body's breath surged, that tail of green carp seemed to suddenly come to life. In an instant, the green light bloomed and was already detached from his body, sprinting toward the sky above. As the green carp flew in midair, rumbling thunderbolts resounded steeply around them. Countless raindrops sprinkled down as the lightning snakes wandered around. The curtain of rain enveloped the 4 fields in an instant, and a mist of water filled the surrounding area. These raindrops appeared to be soft, but the golden flames on the pillars of the golden crow that flew and attacked were extinguished quite a bit, and the speed that was originally enough to destroy the sky and the earth also suddenly slowed down a lot after the raindrops appeared. Each of these raindrops contained a powerful force, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the sharpest of arrows, capable of piercing through anything that stood in their way. The bridge planks on the Yellow Springs Road became full of holes in the blink of an eye. This had really turned into a veritable Yellow Springs Road, and both sides could only rely on the existence of the boundary at this moment. While floating on this bridge, once anyone's boundary disappeared first, there was only one outcome: death. Su-chan stood opposite the scholar, a hint of madness flashing through his gaze. Although his green Lin Rain realm happened to act as a certain restraint to the enemy's golden crow burning heaven realm, however, this did not make him feel happy, because his realm needed to build up its strength, and usually placing it on his body meant that it was being warmed up at all times. Now that I've used this one, I don't know how long it will take to get back to today's level. Whereas in this brutal sea of chaotic stars, it was highly likely that he would be targeted by those below him if his strength was compromised. The scholar's strike failed to work, and at this moment, the 10 golden crows returned to his surroundings once again. He stared at the other man's rain boundary for a moment and smiled helplessly. I knew you must have a realm too, and by the looks of it it's not much worse than mine. If we keep on fighting like this, what should we do if we end up with both of us dying? Su-chan was in the middle of his anger, intending to have a good battle with his opponent to get out of it, only to hear such a discouraging sentence. I cannot help but frown and say, what do you mean by this? Don't you think it's too late if you want to admit defeat now? The scholar shook his head. At this time, the divine light in his eyes had dimmed quite a bit, which meant that Li Yi's gaze was no longer focused on him. The scribe could understand that, though he didn't recognize any of the other legions of dead soldiers. But based on that one's temperament, it's expected that at least one will be planted in each legion. Even he was out for such a serious incident this time, so it was expected that the other 12 would be no less. So it's not unusual to take the time to check in on other people. The scribe was no longer the same kind of unrelenting and spontaneous aura as before, but had become a lot more cunning. Then he made a bold suggestion to Su-chan. Actually, I have an idea that would be good for both you and me, and I'm telling it to you now, so think about it seriously. It's routine for you to stop the road here anyway, and even if you can stop one of me, they may not all be able to stop the other 12. In the end, it's always left to the Star Lord of the Sea of Chaotic Stars to decide. Even if you can stop me with your serious injuries here, what will you get in the end? Do you really think that the Star Lord will give you a second glance because of this? I'd say that after being seriously injured, you've lost your usefulness instead, and it's more likely that you'll be left to fend for yourself. So how about this? You and I will work together to clean up these minions you brought with you. Then I'll leave it at that, and you can just get yourself a ban, or I'll put one on you, and be able to deliver. What's the point of playing for someone else's life when you're all mixed up in the Sea of Chaotic Stars? The scholar's words were stunned in Su Chen's ears, but in the ears of the other true Immortal Realm followers, it was like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice, causing them to instantly fall into an ice cellar, one after another. They urged towards Su Chen. Your Excellency must not listen to his nonsense. That's right, my lord. Him saying so only proves that he already has a weak heart. We might as well kill him now while he's sick. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Su Chen's face clouded over for a moment before he suddenly turned around and snapped. Why do you need to tell me such things? Have I no judgment of my own? How can I fall for such a poor trick? Take your life. Su Chen let out a furious cry. His breath opened up fully. The rain curtain in the air suddenly sharpened by a few points, transforming into a big huge rain sword, and then chopped towards the scholar. And the scholar didn't hesitate, once again repeating the same trick. 10 golden crows' head and tail connected to form a golden club, towards that rain sword to meet up. A group of true Immortal Realm fellows were finally relieved to see this. They were happy to stay in Su Chen's rain realm, where they neither had to face danger directly nor contribute. This sauce is not too happy, but what they didn't expect was that accidents always come so unexpectedly, just when they had just unloaded their defenses. The moves that were supposed to collide fiercely were all reversed in a very tacit understanding when they were close to contact. Thus, a group of true Immortal Realms failed to even let out a miserable howl before they were completely killed by the joint strike of the two heavenly Immortal Realms. Not a single corpse was left to fall into the bottomless abyss below. That's a good thing. There's not a shred of evidence left. Of course, because of being in the rain realm, Su Chen himself had suffered some injuries, and that was what he had already calculated. After letting the scribe go, just so he could turn in with this injury, the scribe gave him a childish smile, then flew forward without looking back. They were of similar strength and had no deadly enmity. There was absolutely no need to fight to the death right here. After all, the mission he had received was to rescue the Starry Sky Empress. So how could he get himself scarred before the real battle began? And after he left, Su Chen also returned to a safe position with a pale face and withdrew the rain boundary that had consumed so much. My strength is already enough to rank among the top few in the Sea of Chaotic Stars, but that scholar was able to fight me to a draw? Doesn't this mean that the people from the other 12 paths also have this kind of strength? It's a good thing that there are still the 9-star sovereigns to hold up the bottom. It's true that the survival of a power still depends on the cutting-edge battle power in the end. It's just that, what am I doing thinking so much? I might as well pray that the Violet Stargazer will be seriously injured this time before I heroically rescue him from here. Then take good care of her. And while she was recuperating from her injuries, she developed feelings for me. And when she recovered from her injuries, she married me. And from then on, she was free to live in the world. Ha ha! It's fun to think about. Chapter 119 12 Deadly Soldiers advance into the Star Sovereign's Great Hall. The scholar left the floating bridge, but the Golden Crow burning heaven realm did not close. This way some of the stragglers in front of them no longer dare to be a deadbeat and come looking for trouble. As a relatively early old man among the dead soldiers, his sector had been strengthened by Li Yi himself. Just like the 10 golden crows in here now, it turns out that there actually aren't any. The laws of fire he cultivated were not enough to condense a divine bird like the golden crow within the realm. So Li Yi captured 10 golden crows for him and personally drew their souls into his realm. The golden crow burning heavenly realm took shape in this way, and its power was doubled by an unknown number of times. And because the realm was a true golden crow soul, not a cohesion of spiritual energy, the consumption would be greatly reduced during the opening period. The scholar was jaw-dropped and wanted to ask, what has the golden crow done? According to this method of arrest, is not it very easy to catch and exterminate the family? But being the one who had gotten the better of it, he knew better than to say anything. As the saying goes, it's better to die a friend than a pauper. The safety of the Golden Crow clan is none of my business. At this moment, he opened the Golden Crow burning heaven realm and sped along, and there was almost no one on the road who dared to stop him. None of these people are good people, but they're not stupid either. Since the other party was able to enter the depths of the Sea of Chaotic Stars, it meant that they had already broken through the barrier ahead. They can't even match the strength there at the barrier. So aren't they going up there now for nothing? Therefore, The scholar was comfortable enough to rush all the way to the hinterland of the Sea of Chaotic Stars. On the path he had to take to the Chaotic Star Sea Star Sovereign's Grand Hall, he saw another 10 or so figures. Although they didn't know each other, they were able to understand each other's identity at this moment without the need for many words. Looking at them each with injuries and a bit of a mess, the scholar couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. And the others had noticed him. Not only were they particularly tawdry and still having their realms open, but they looked to be in perfect condition and didn't seem to have any injuries at all. This scene instantly made them stand in awe. And one of them, a hunchbacked old man, said with a streak of brilliant light in his eyes, "This little brother, I wonder what your code name is. The strength is surprisingly so strong. Each of us had to fight hard to kill the enemy and move forward. But your clothes look immaculate now. Could it be that the roadblocker is not even a match for you?" The old man asked this, seemingly polite, but in fact, it carried its own deep meaning. Each of them, as dead soldiers, had no name, only a code name, and his corresponding code name is Murder Ghost. The old man loved the moniker and naturally assumed that he was the strongest of the dead soldiers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bestowed him with such a heavy code name of Killing Aura. But right now, that seems to be threatened. The scholar did not know that he was thinking about this, and smiled sparingly, making a bow. "Just call me Scholar. As for why I didn't get hurt, strong strength is definitely one aspect law. The main point is still, that I didn't fight. Killer Ghost?" Others. After the scribe briefly spoke about what had happened, the others sucked in a breath of cool air and had a feeling of beating their chests. That's not what it looks like. The goal was to get to the queen's side, and those blockers in the middle were just obstacles that didn't have to be eliminated. Just pass through. The murderous ghost old man was stunned for a long time and sighed. "Who says reading is useless? In my next life, I want to be a scholar too." To marry or not to marry a beautiful woman is put aside for now. At least the brains won't be outclassed by others. Do you see how embarrassing it is for us now? The crowd exchanged pleasantries as they hurried along. At which point the scholar once again scanned the exact number of people and wondered, did I count wrong? Why are there only 12 even with me? Shouldn't there be 13? Murderous Ghost was unimpressed. Since they didn't show up, they were either stalled or taken out, right? These guys sent by the Chaotic Star Sea to block the road do have a few tricks up their sleeves. Actually, seeing that only one person has fallen out, I'm already surprised. Everyone's strength is not bad. Since they don't know each other, no one knows who the missing one is. The scholar sighed and said with a bit of a headache, "Even though I am a dead soldier, I never thought that I would really die. Until this moment now, there was really some feeling." And in the Star Lord's hall ahead of them, the news of the intruders rushing through the barrier had already reached the ears of the 9 Star Lords, though deliberately guarded from being heard by the Star Queen. But Gu Qingmei still inferred based on their reactions. "Not taunting me in the first place when you have news. I suppose that's not good news for you guys? Let me guess. Is it possible that none of you were able to stop any of my men, and now they're coming over soon?" The Violet Star Monarch was already looking a bit ugly at the news, and then when she was provoked by this, her mentality immediately collapsed a bit. Gritting his teeth, he said, "But it's just a few juniors of the heavenly immortal realm. Even if they can come here, what should they do? A random move from each of the 9 of us would be enough to completely exterminate them on the spot. That said, the one who should be worried is you instead. The fact that they were able to beat my Chaotic Star Sea's elites is enough to show that they are potential seedlings. But sadly, it's about to end here." Gu Qingmei was too lazy to argue with her, and she really wasn't sure how those people were doing, so it only came back with a faint, "As long as you're happy." With a thinly veiled look of anger on his face, the Violet Star Sovereign commanded towards his men, "Pass on my order to let them in. This Star Lord would like to see how a few heavenly immortal realms plan to get past us." "Yes." The men didn't dare to say anything and quickly left. In fact, he knew in his heart that the order that was passed on was nothing more than the Star Lord giving himself face back, because it would have been impossible to stop the other side already, too. So as the order was passed down, it didn't take long for a group of 12 people in total to arrive outside the Star Lord's Great Hall. They were men and women, old and young. The handsome ones, such as the scholar, are now holding a folding fan and are very dashing. The description is withered and hunched over, like a murderous ghost, but his eyes are fierce. There are also children with the appearance of a 10-year-old, small giants twice the height of normal people, and fat people with the size of a mountain of meat. In short, the 12 hardly have a consistent style, and any one of them picked out at random seems to be a maverick. At the moment, the scholar was in the best shape and had seniority, so everyone defaulted to him as the representative. He took a few steps forward and surveyed the current appearance of the 9 Star Lords in the hall. Laughing softly, he said, "I, Xu Sheng, have met the Star Lords. I wonder if it would be possible to do us the favor of removing this formation so that we can meet with the Queen. If the Star Lord cooperates, The scholar can guarantee that there is still hope for you few to survive. Chapter 120, a one-time powerful magic treasure, Tooth Destroyer Butterfly. A latecomer who was only at the heavenly immortal realm, or in their territory, dared to speak so out of turn? Now there was no need for the Violet Star Monarch to show his attitude. The other 8 people directly couldn't help themselves. One after another, they raised their hands and launched an attack at the scholar while still maintaining the formation. Boom! The 8 streams of light arrived almost in unison, and the scholar had absolutely no time to react before he was enveloped by the massive energy. The other 11, despite their shock and anger, temporarily retreated a distance out of instinct. When the light faded a little and he looked at the scholar there again, he found that he had formed a large cocoon. The variegated luster filled the cocoon body, and with that rounded shape, it looked bizarre to the extreme. The Flux Star Sovereign, who had the second highest strength amongst the 9 star sovereigns, was currently experiencing very rampant laughter. This joint technique of ours, it's not bad, right? Originally, only the Golden Immortal Realm was qualified to receive it. Now it's cheap for this kid. This technique is called Butterfly Transformation. By the time he breaks out of his cocoon, he'll be transformed from a jerk who doesn't know the sky and the earth into an obedient tooth-extinguishing butterfly. Upon hearing these words, the rest of the dead soldiers' faces suddenly changed. Although they hadn't heard of this divine ability known as the Butterfly Transformation, they had heard of something like the tooth-extinguishing butterfly. It wasn't a butterfly, exactly, and couldn't even be called a spirit animal. It can actually be described as a disposable magic weapon. The power was strong enough to withstand the full force of a heavenly immortal realm strike, and if the quality was good enough, a strike comparable to a golden immortal realm strike was not impossible. However, because its refining method is exceptionally mysterious, it is seldom seen outside the domain, and only relevant legends have been circulating. I didn't expect to see an actual demonstration here today, but the pitfall is that the materials used are their companions. The old man codenamed Murderous Ghost snapped, "What are you waiting for? Save the scholar out first." While saying that, 2 sleeve swords had already fallen from his sleeves, and then he bullied his way up and began to stab at the giant cocoon. The other dead soldiers looked at each other and also used their own skills to blast the giant cocoon. But unfortunately, all means are all scraping the bottom of the barrel with little or no improvement. The light cocoon still existed and seemed to glow a little brighter than before. The spectral star sovereign at the very end of the row, a woman with a pale face and a delicate body, covered her mouth and laughed at this moment. Look at them. They're so stupid. Stupid and cute. Next to her was the Star Lord of the Sea God, with short aqua blue hair, and the whole person was very heroic and neutral looking. Hearing the Underworld Star Lord praise them for their cuteness, he immediately said sourly, "Stupid is stupid. Where is the cuteness? This butterfly cocoon, when attacked, will only absorb energy to accelerate the speed of butterfly transformation. They've been fighting hot and heavy for a while now, so I guess that unlucky guy inside has been completely wiped out of his consciousness and started transforming into a tooth extinction butterfly, right?" The duo's burst of yin and yang, on the contrary, caused the Murderous Ghost and the others to rush to stop their hands. There's a chance they're lying, but there's no way the reality matches what they say. The cocoon looked to be a much more terrifying sight than the party. The Violet Star Monarch was relieved to see that they were at their wits' end. Deliberately clearing his throat, he spoke to Gu Shenwei. "This time the cocoon is really good." Before using the little guy of the true immortal realm to transform the butterfly, and still able to make the tooth-extinguishing butterfly with the strength of the heavenly immortal realm. This time, their strength is considered good in the heavenly immortal realm, so it seems that making 10 or so tooth-extinguishing butterflies that are comparable to the golden immortal realm won't be a problem. And all thanks to our Star Queen Majesty. If it weren't for her, where would we find so many fine embryos at once? Gu Qingmei couldn't see the picture outside, but she was able to hear the sound. Knowing at the moment that her words were not false, she couldn't help but frown at the reminder. "Listen guys, if you feel unbeatable, leave quickly. This emperor will be fine if he is trapped in the formation for a while, and you guys know who to go to after you leave." The Chang'an Star Monarch, who was in the 3rd place outside, immediately laughed aloud. "Still thinking of leaving now? Don't think too little of us, do you? 12 tooth destroyer butterflies. Bring it on you." After saying that, several people were already striking out once again in unison, and the stream of light was clearly pointing at the next target, the Murderous Ghost. The scene happening below all fell into the eyes of the sisters Li Qinghan and Li Lingxiu. Coincidentally, since their consciousnesses came to this void, although they could not see each other, they were on the same path and met here after some balking. They first looked at the periphery of the Sea of Chaotic Stars and saw the onslaught of battles initiated from within the Sea of Chaotic Stars. The legions of cultivators outside, on the other hand, were constantly being consumed in this onslaught battle, but depletion was depletion, and as much as the legion was attrition. Its will to fight did not collapse, and it still mechanically executed the blocking orders. And the battle power that each of them erupted with also made the two sisters feel heart-stopping. From the conversation, they knew that most of the people here were in the true immortal realm, and judging by their aura, it also struck them as inexplicably familiar. It wasn't exactly the same as the true immortal realm of the immortal world in their previous lives, but it wasn't all that different either. Simply put, it was the realm of true immortality as they knew it, but not quite. The most obvious difference was that the true immortal realm here was generally much stronger in terms of battle power and more skillful in their use of the laws. And in the immortal world of their previous lives, there were many people in the true immortal realm who did not have mastery of the laws. After watching it for a while, it became a bit boring. The sisters then very silently chose a direction each to enter the sea of chaotic stars. No one can detect their presence anyway, so what's the concern? Just go where the action is. So they each watched several more punchline battles midway through the game. Finally, following the dead soldiers, he came to the Star Lord's Great Hall. They had a vague sense of something special since they arrived here. It seemed to be able to sense a sense of bloodline closeness, but a bewildered look around reveals no one. It wasn't until the Starry Sky Empress spoke out just now to remind the dead soldiers to leave that they were struck by lightning. An unbelievable thought flashed through his mind at the same time. His mother was here? And then what follows is speculation based on the situation at hand. Mother is trapped in a formation by this group? The 12 men who brought them here before were here to save Mother? Then those legions out there. So many powerful cultivators. Are they also mothers? A series of doubts appeared in their minds for a split second, but in the blink of an eye they were cast aside again. Because surely the first order of business is to get Mother out of there. Although they often have their own little plans in front of Lee, but their mother's mother in their hearts. The status is still extraordinary. Chapter 121 Lee appeared, but not fully out. After the two sisters became anxious, they began to anxiously think of a solution. At first they wanted to just show themselves, but realized that they were no longer the Empress and Demoness identities of their previous lives, now but a child. Even if the appearance will not change anything, but let the enemy out of nowhere more two hostages. Therefore, since they cannot make any efforts themselves, they can only hope for external assistance. Who is the foreign aid hired? The first candidate is of course Lee, and the only candidate is also Lee. So the two sisters began to rack their brains trying to get out of this dream world and go inform Lee as soon as possible. But the dream was different from anything they had ever experienced before, and no matter how much they struggled, they remained in this state. They seemed to be mere spectators and unable to make any move to interfere in it. Luckily, the time for their heartburn didn't last too long, because as the Chang'e Star Sovereign launched another attack, a new change appeared, only to see that the light cocoon that originally wrapped the scholar, at this moment, unexpectedly exploded violently. Not only did the escaping energy block all of the subsequent attacks, but a portion of it also shot directly at the 9 Star Sovereigns. The 9 people were shocked in their hearts and hurriedly resisted. When he raised his eyes again, the scribe had changed his aura. At this moment, his pupils bloomed with a golden yellow light that was bright to the extreme. The entire person exuded an aura of looking out of the corner of the eye, and he spoke faintly under his breath. You have done your best. Open your minds and let me do it. As soon as the words fell, the other dead soldiers all looked shocked. Then without hesitation, they acted like the scholar. Opening up the power hosted in his body, he let the golden-colored streams of light fill his pupils. So after a few moments, the 24 golden pillars of light merged into one in the air. A jade-like figure slowly took shape from the pillar of light. This person was, without a doubt, Lee. By the time the cohesion of the body was complete, it was actually still in a translucent state as well. It couldn't be helped. With just the power that the 12 of them had deposited in their bodies, it was already good enough to make Lee descend. Wanting Lee to be able to utilize 100% of his strength would not be something they could afford at the heavenly immortal realm. At the moment, Lee didn't have much of an expression and didn't look very happy. Slightly surveying his body, he muttered, less than 10%? It's just enough. He was playing deep here, but the 9 Star Sovereigns couldn't be bothered. They had thought that this kind of battle had to come from some kind of a powerful man of the world, but it turned out that only such a shadow had been summoned. Moreover, the aura on this shadow was not powerful, at least in terms of their senses, and could not draw a hint of alertness. The Chang'e Star Monarch frowned and asked, Who are you? Dare to meddle in the affairs of the Sea of Chaotic Stars? Don't think that we can't do anything about you just because you only cast a shadow. Believe it or not, if you dare to make a move against us today, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, we can still find you out and make you. Before he could finish his words, Lee glanced at him lightly and said softly, Noisy. Then Chang'e Xingjuan decidedly closed his mouth, his eyes terrified, and he couldn't make any sound. This scene led Ziwei Star Monarch's pupils instantly contracted. Chang'e Star Monarch and their 9 people. The strength already belongs to the upper class. Now even the first encounter is not enemy family? This is something that explains a lot. The more powerful and in a high position. When a hand, then there is no simple-minded. At this moment, after realizing that Chang'e Star Monarch had suffered a loss, Ziwei Star Monarch immediately put away his contempt. Instead, in the midst of his mind's racing, he said in a flash of light, "Could it be that you are that mysterious husband of the Starry Sky Empress?" Li Yi sighed, but he wasn't in a hurry to do anything to them. Instead, he said helplessly, "There are times when I really wish you guys would ask quality questions, but all too often what I get in return is disappointment. Now that it's so obvious, what do you have to doubt? I'm so handsome, she's so beautiful, anyone who looks at me is a couple." The Violet Star Monarch was instantly deflated. Such a straightforward dislike situation. She had actually encountered 2 times in a short period of time, one after another. From that point of view, they could indeed be said to be husband and wife. The couple must agree on some aspects of their lives because they are not a family and they are not in the same house. So you're here on this trip. All of a sudden, the Violet Stargazer was not quite able to go on, so he asked an even more idiotic question. Luckily, Li Yi was more patient and pointed in the direction of the formation in the center of the hall. "What do you say? Remove the Jiesian formation first, or else I'll go berserk." The Violet Star Sovereign's face was stunned. By all rights she would have ignored such a ridiculous request and would have taken the opportunity to mess with the other's mind. But now this man, saying such requests so rightfully, it was almost as if he thought of himself as his subordinate, giving orders in an imperious manner. Therefore, the somewhat thinly veiled Violet Star Monarch did not answer immediately, but was silent for a moment. She needed a little time to weigh her instincts against her reason, and a bet, but she soon realized she was wrong. The man hadn't even given her that much time to think about it. In her second breath of silence, a head had risen into the sky. It was none other than the Chang'e Star Monarch who had just clamored, and his body, too, rapidly disintegrated in the blink of an eye. Even the Yuanshan didn't escape, but instead directly transformed into a rain of spiritual energy and gave back to the starry sky. Death came too quickly, not to mention that Chang'e Xingjuan didn't react. Even the other 8 people were shocked. The formation almost couldn't be maintained. Li Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw that they hadn't disarmed the formation yet. He didn't want to kill, but he couldn't help it if someone kept challenging his patience. Just as his murderous intent rekindled, the Violet Stargazer hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Then he took the lead in withdrawing his spiritual energy and withdrew his maintenance of the formation. And with the boss as an example, the other 7 naturally had no reason to persist. All of them interrupted the transformation of star core power one after another. The Jedi Immortal formation lost its energy supply in this way. It didn't collapse immediately, but I don't think it could have lasted much longer. After the 8 star sovereigns withdrew their spiritual energy, each of them acted as if they were on the verge of a great enemy, opening their defensive techniques to the extreme. The man in front of him, killing the Chang'e Star Monarch like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable, then killing them, thought it wouldn't be any different. The point that scared them the most was that they didn't even know how the other party did it. The Li Qinghan sisters above watched as Li Yi made a handsome appearance and solved her mother's dilemma. All of them were blushing with excitement. Think Dad's surprisingly dashing? It's like you can experience pride in being his daughter. Of course, doubt is not absent. The most obvious thing was, just how strong had Li Yi gotten? The people here were clearly already very strong. Why did he deal with it without looking like he was struggling at all? Chapter 122, The 8 Star Sovereigns Falling Apart. The Star Lord's Great Hall in the Sea of Chaotic Stars. Each of the 8 star sovereigns was like an enemy, defending Li Yi like a quail. Li Yi surveyed the direction of the formation and said softly, "I can only come over for a limited amount of time, so it seems like I shouldn't be able to wait for her to come out." Then he said to Violet Stargazer, "Do you see the situation clearly today?" Violet Stargazer nodded stiffly, as the thought of going against Li Yi just now was given up. At this moment, she felt even more boundless fear. It was as if one thought from this man would kill him. At her level of cultivation, the sixth sense was no longer something nebulous. In a way, 99% of what elicits her sixth sense represents the real, or soon to be real. Therefore, despite not having crossed paths with Li Yi, she simply conceded. Cultivate to this point is not easy. Take what joke is not worth to take their own this cultivation. This was the truest psychological portrayal of Violet Stargazer right now. Li Yi gave a satisfied still speaking in a soft tone. "There's only so much power they can carry, and soon I'll be gone. I don't suppose you'll back out after I'm gone? Furthermore, the one you have offended this time is the Starry Sky Empress, so I will let her personally decide what kind of disposition you will receive. Regarding this, do you have any objections? Good fellow, These words came out and all of a sudden made the Violet Star Monarch not know whether to be happy or sad. It would be good for this man who can't be messed with to leave. But letting the Star Queen decide their fate wasn't something to be optimistic about. This was especially true of the Violet Star Sovereign herself, who had previously done almost all of the hatred for the Star Queen alone. It could be imagined that once the Starry Sky Empress got out of her trap, she would undoubtedly face the most fury. At that time, her downfall might not be comparable to that of the Chang'an Star Monarch who had already retired. After all, it's no joke when a woman holds a grudge. Being a woman herself, she was even more impressed by this. Therefore, when Violet Star Monarch heard that Li Yi was going to leave, tears actually seeped out of the corners of her eyes. With a sense of a few points of aggravation, Chu Chu said, "Ha, can it be up to you? This time it is our eyes that have offended Her Majesty and you. We are willing to atone for our sins. Not only will we merge the Sea of Chaotic Stars into the Empress's command, but a few of us are also willing to be at the disposal of the two of you, especially me. If you are still short of a lady-in-waiting at your side, I would be willing to follow you, as long as you don't turn me over to Her Majesty's service." To be reasonable, with the status and background of the Violet Star Monarch, speaking in such a lowly manner was still very lethal. As the master of such a huge power as the Sea of Chaotic Stars, I now willingly recognize you as my master and offer you to be driven. A pretty big temptation, I must say. But Li Yi was unwavering and righteously refused. Ahem, don't talk nonsense. What do you take me for? The education I received from a young age doesn't allow me to do something like recruiting a maid. You die of this heart. Offending the queen and still wanting to get away with it is too beautiful to think about. Li Yi sighed as he said, saying that you are at least the head of a party's power. Why are you so blind? I'm a married man. You're asking me to take you on as a maid in front of my wife? Are you trying to drag me down with you? After Li Yi finished speaking, his body had already vaporized to the point of being almost completely transparent. All that was left at the end was, "There is nothing better than knowing your mistakes and improving them." Then it snapped out of place. The scholarly few were all weakened in an instant as well, and stood shaken in place. The scene became a little weird for a while. Although Li Yi's appearance had forcefully killed a Star Sovereign and forced the other Star Sovereigns to withdraw their supply of star cores to the absolute immortal formation. But nay, it dissipated too quickly. And now that the remaining star core power hadn't been used up, the Star Empress still hadn't detached herself from the absolute immortal formation. The scholar and the others who had rushed to the scene to save the day were also now becoming comradely due to the massive depletion of their Yuan Qi. Judging from the results alone, it seemed that the decision was once again back in the hands of a few Star Lords. The spectral Star Lord blinked her own large Khazarian eyes in confusion. So all we have to do is kill them and the man can't come back? And this Jiexian formation, it doesn't seem too late to renew its power now. The other Star Sovereigns also thought deeply about this, so they all looked at Violet Star Sovereign in tacit agreement. To be honest, the earlier softening towards Li Yi was more of a helpless action taken out of fear. Since they were reigning supreme in the Sea of Chaotic Stars, they were naturally not some kind of peaceful and virtuous people. Now that the enemy has left, after the extreme fear has dissipated, the original evil nature will return. It's not an exaggeration to say that nowadays, as soon as the boss gives the word, they will immediately do it without hesitation. But sadly, Violetta didn't make the decision they were expecting. She was silent for a moment, shaking her head slowly. You guys are thinking things too simply. Since that man dares to leave at a time like this, it means he must have another way he can deal with us. My instincts tell me that once we do something stupid like that the next instant, everyone will be dead and none will survive. So, it's better to forget about it. It's good to let Her Majesty judge. The Sea of Chaotic Stars has existed for so long, and I'm feeling weary as well. What's wrong with being able to leave here later and travel freely among the stars? My decision is this, and from now on, I am no longer the Lord of the Sea of Chaotic Stars, much less your boss. You are free, and each of you can make your own choices next, but any choice is no longer my concern. After saying that, he left the Jiexian formation and stood aside alone. It seemed to have made up its mind that it was to wait for the Starry Sky Empress to come out and then be at her disposal. Fluorescence, the Sea Goddess, and the Underworld Star Lord, after a slight moment of hesitation, also left the absolute immortal formation together and stood beside the Violet Star Lord. The remaining Taiyu, Cinnabar Water, Jintu and Heavenly God Star Monarchs, on the other hand, looked at each other in disbelief. Neither chose to go after the scholar and the others, nor join Ziwei Xingjuan there. Instead, they stepped back together and warned them. Well, since you guys are insistent on this, then why don't we all just go our separate ways here? We joined the Sea of Chaotic Stars in the first place, but we came here for a free ride. You promised us the same thing in the beginning, but now, because of your greed for life and fear of death, You've even forgotten the most important principle of the Sea of Chaotic Stars. You truly don't deserve to be the master here anymore. It's true that we can't afford to mess with the starry sky Empress, but it's good that we can avoid her. Let's get out of here now. And no one is to follow. From this moment on, we have no love for each other. Taiyang Xingjuan completely tore his face off this time, and together with his 3 brothers, he wanted to go far away. Chapter 123, What Happens to Betrayers? There was nothing seemingly wrong with the decision of the 4 Taiyang star monarchs when placed in this context, but the nature is actually very serious, because no matter how much more, it amounts to betrayal. If the idea hadn't arisen in the ordinary course of events, there was no way to make such a dry decision now. Therefore, the Violet Stargazer narrowed his eyes as he listened, his eyes like knives, and asked softly, "It seems that the 4 of you are disgruntled with this monarch on a regular basis? I ask myself if I have been fair to you, and I wonder what has made you centrifuged against me." The Taiyang Star Monarch was still somewhat subconsciously fearful of facing his former boss, but the thought that soon the sky would be the limit was emboldening. "Violet Stargazer, I admit that you've done an okay job as the Lord of the Sea of Chaotic Stars, at least in the meantime. So many sieges have been encountered, all of which we have been successfully led to fend off. But you have a fatal flaw that none of these feats are enough to compensate for. That's because you're too comfortable with the status quo, obviously holding such a huge power like the Sea of Chaotic Stars in your hands. Yet you only dare to be parochial here. What kind of people do you think come here? Every one of their bones is filled with the blood of killing and chaos. And you? Instead, you prefer to let them come to another cage after freeing them from the previous one. If you have to follow all sorts of rules here as well, and you have to do exactly what you're told to, then why did you commit all those killings in the first place? In your eyes, is everyone just your underlings? Puppets who maintain the frontier for you?" The more that Taiyang Xingjuan spoke, the more anger he felt, and if he was still restraining himself before, he was starting to be completely unabashed now. This is no longer a violation of the law from below, but a bit of regicide and seizure of the throne. This scene, not to mention Violet Star Monarch and the others, even the bookworm who was recuperating, and they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Anyone had seen things like infighting, but this level of infighting, they had never really seen. Golden Immortal Realm, the existence that they also have to look at the back of their necks, surprisingly also usually so suffocated. Depressed? Then what kind of realm do you have to cultivate to in order to get true freedom? The question inevitably arises in the mind of every dead soldier. Violet Star Sovereign's eyes were even more biting this time, and his eyes sighed dangerously. "Do you mean that this sovereign's efforts to protect your safety, so that you can have a place to stay in this Sea of Chaotic Stars, is in turn this sovereign's fault? You guys don't think that just because you have the cultivation of the Golden Immortal Realm, you can do whatever you want in this universe, do you? Don't forget, what was the reason for being stranded in the Chaotic Star Sea in the first place? Wasn't it because there was no longer a place to stay outside? I know that some people's hometowns might not be in the Tiannan Star region, so they thought that even if they did whatever they wanted here, they wouldn't meet their previous enemies. But this sovereign can tell you that recklessness without rules will surely lead to extinction in the end. Do you guys think that so many forces out there really can't fight their way into the Chaotic Star Sea? That is not the case. But with your intellects, the truth would be too much for you to understand even if you told it, for you have no idea what balance really means. Forget it, people have their own aspirations. Since you guys have already made up your minds, this monarch won't force it. Good riddance. You guys go. Towards the end, the Violet Stargazer sighed a little, and some feelings of despondency flowed between his words. This caused the 4 people on the opposite side, and their expressions began to struggle slightly. But in the end it was the yearning for freedom and the outside world that far outweighed the old feelings for the former boss. The 4 of them didn't say anything more, and each of them surged with their spiritual energy, casting a recluse method to leave. And just after they had disappeared, the Sea God Star Lord immediately cursed. "These heartless, stinking men, what a bunch of white-eyed wolves that can't be fed. It's a shame that sister had taken them in before, but now she's running away from the battlefield at this time of danger. It's simply a villainous behavior." The Fluorescent Star Monarch secretly glanced at the Violet Star Monarch and comforted the Sea God Star Monarch. "Don't panic, sister. Desertion has never ended well since the beginning of time. They think they're smart, but maybe retribution is around the corner?" As an existence whose status in this Sea of Chaotic Stars was second only to Violet Star Sovereign, Flux Star Sovereign had also followed Violet Star Sovereign for the longest time. In fact, she was the boss here in the beginning. Only after Violet Stargazer came here, she took the initiative to step aside and cede the first chair to Violet Stargazer. Strength is certainly one aspect, but it's more of the other. The Fluorescent Star Sovereign was keenly aware that this new Violet Star Sovereign was not only stunningly beautiful, but also had a unique perspective on the situation in the Star Realm. To put it bluntly, very strategic. This was something that made the Flux Star Lord ashamed of himself, and after handing over the power, the Sea of Chaotic Stars did develop as she thought it would, and it took a short while for it to grow completely. From the original difficult survival, it gradually changed into a giant that no one dared to easily mess with, and the intensity of the original haters who had vowed to set them back on their heels, while still fierce, was beginning to turn into something that stayed in the realm of words and little in the way of actual action. This was something that shocked the then fluorescent Star Sovereign, as she had no idea how Violet Star Sovereign had managed to do all of this. Therefore, in her eyes such a woman who strategized and possessed great wisdom, the Flux Star Sovereign did not believe that she would not have any backhanders for this situation, and Violet Stargazer's current calm expression corroborated this guess of hers. Sure enough, it didn't take long, just about 10 breaths. The 4-star sovereigns who had left earlier had unexpectedly returned honestly. Only the mold had become a bit lousy, and everyone was in a strange state, their expressions looking pained. As soon as he appeared at this moment, he roared angrily and cursed at the Violet Star Monarch. Antidote! Stinking woman! How dare you poison us? Give us the antidote! The Taiyang Xingjuan's whiskers and hair were as crazy as madness. His eyes were crimson, the clothes on his body had become tattered and torn, and the bare skin could see something floating vaguely underneath. The other 3 didn't look exactly like him, but they were all miserable and horribly shaped. Now the scholar and the others were shocked again, thinking, what kind of poison must this be? It can turn a great cultivator of the golden immortal realm into this ghostly state? The Violet Stargazer looked at them expressionlessly and spoke in a calm voice. The antidote? The antidote is in yourselves. This is not poison, but the punishment of the heavenly Tao. When we first joined the Sea of Chaotic Stars, everyone had to take a heavenly Tao oath. Not leaving is just the most basic one, and it looks like you guys have forgotten it. The Taiyang Star Monarch froze, then stormed out. You're talking nonsense. I lied to you about the heavenly Tao oath in the beginning. I didn't even make an oath with the heavenly Tao. Chapter 124 Heaven's Punishment. The Empress escapes from her trap. Violet Stargazer's expression remained unchanged as he said quietly, I know, but I swore an oath on your behalf before that, and the moment you agreed to make it, the oath became official. As for the truth or falsehood of what you say afterward, this king does not care. The Tai Sui Star Sovereign was greatly shaken by this, for in that case, the Violet Star Sovereign had then borne the consumption of the oath on behalf of each and every one of them. At a realm like theirs, trying to make a heavenly Tao vow of this level, the exertion would be terrifying. Not to mention, it's one person taking on several. So, 10,000 flavors came to my heart, and finally only gathered into one sentence. You crazy, what do you figure? Violet Stargazer's face was cold and his voice was like frost. Traitors will not be tolerated, even if it costs you more. No one can betray me, ever, now or ever. Taiyang Xingjun's eyes showed despair. The words had been said to this point, then there was really no hope. The bottom line is that he was the one who picked the lead before, and now he just can't even think about going soft. The other 3-star monarchs, on the other hand, didn't have him as a burden, and all of them fell down on their knees in front of Violet Star Monarch regardless, crying, help us, we're really wrong, we won't dare to do it again. We lost our heads for a moment, and that's why we fell under his spell. Please spare us, and we will immediately help you kill this treasonous person. The Violet Stargazer looked at them with disgust in his eyes and coldly said, it has been told to you that this is the punishment of heaven. The heavenly Tao has judged you to be centrifugal to me, and this is why the chastisement has been sent down. It's easy to get the chastisement to stop. Wouldn't it be better for you to find a way to reconvince the heavenly Tao that you're loyal to the honored one? The 3 of them froze, including the already despairing Taiyang Star Monarch. All of them seemed to have regained hope and began to swear to the heavenly Tao one after another, wanting to prove that they had changed their minds. On the other side of the dead man's place, Killer Ghost muttered as he watched the bizarre scene. You can still play like this? I've learned a lot today. The scholar found the folding fan again from somewhere and lightly shook it. It definitely won't work. Violet Stargazer is torturing them. The method may indeed work in theory, but no one can do it. How can a relationship that has been shattered and broken be restored again because one party has come around? There's no way they can adjust their mindset to what it was before they tore it apart. The more anxious they are now, the more it will only aggravate the strength of the heavens Tao's punishment only. I suppose their behavior at the moment is in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, and they are deliberately deceiving and trying to fool it? The heavenly Tao is merciless and not stupid. To play this kind of cleverness at the end of one's life, the heavenly Tao won't tolerate it. The murderous ghosts listened with jaws agape, not realizing that there was this deeper meaning in it. At once he shook his head and said, you brainiacs just love to get into all this trouble. If I were an old man, I would have killed them all. Why bother talking to them? The scribe laughed at that. Non-committal. This approach of yours is cool. but there is no way to maximize their value by just trying to get your own pain and momentary pleasure. If the Violet Star Sovereign does this, who in this sea of chaotic stars now, including the future up and down, would dare to have second thoughts about her? Even the fact that this has gotten out will serve to strengthen her personal charisma and make her act in a more distinctive manner. You have to admit, a man like that is still admirable if not as an enemy. Of course, this is all based on the fact that she still has a life later on. If Her Majesty has to kill her, then naturally everything will be over. Killer Ghost's head swam at the sound of it, and he waved his hand. Convinced, it's better for me to kill my men honestly, and just leave these troublesome tasks to you. This is going to make me do her bit for a day. I could die of exhaustion there. It's so winding. The situation had indeed developed as the scribe had said. The 4-star lords were there like clowns exhausting themselves, and the physical anomalies continued unabated. This aberration was not an injury, but a punishment at the level of the Tao, and thus they could not resist it even if they had great strength. All you can do is watch the situation get worse and worse. By the end of the day, they also realized what the problem was. The heavenly Tao is indeed an ethereal existence, but for that very reason, it is omnipresent and reaches right down to the depths of the heart. All lies have nothing to hide from him. Their previous words of loyalty were nothing more than words uttered to steal a living. If you can't even trust yourself to be sincere, then why should you expect heaven to believe it? So, this is actually an unanswerable question. From the moment they decided to leave the Sea of Chaotic Stars, they had already doomed the current ending. Previously, the Purple Violet Star Sovereign had tried to give them a chance, and as long as they hung back and took advantage of the fact that the oath had not yet taken effect, they could actually circumvent the past. But sadly, no one chose to come around. Creation and fate are I don't know how long ago, when I made boundless killings, I thought that perhaps one day I would die at the hands of the heavenly Tao, but it was unexpected that in the end, he did not die from killing, but was shadowed to death by a woman. What a bull ***** star ruler. What a bull ***** golden immortal. All a joke. What's the use of just having strength? If your heart is not as poisonous as others, and your city is not as deep as others, you still don't even have the right to choose how to die. I hate it. The Taiyang Star Monarch collapsed to the ground, and he, who had already run out of strength, finally returned with a furious curse before his body reached its limit. With a bang, the entire physical body was destroyed, the same way as the death of the Chang'an Star Army, turned into countless points of light and dissipated, returning a body of cultivation back to this starry sky. And the other 3-star lords after him did the same, except they didn't have any parting words. Instead, he lay quietly on the ground, his eyes empty, wondering which period of time he was thinking about. Coincidentally enough, with the death of the 4-star sovereigns, the Jiesian formation on the side had also finally used up its star core power. An extremely powerful, phoenix-like aura gradually appeared from it. All the people present were terrified and couldn't help but want to bow down and worship. The scholar and the others were originally subordinates of the Starry Sky Empress, and although their identities were somewhat special, they were still considered to be the Empress people. So at this moment, without resistance, he performed the ritual of kowtowing. As for the other 4-star monarchs there, it was only because the Violet Star Monarch had opened his protection that he was barely not overwhelmed by the aura. But for all that, it was only being maintained on a shaky footing. Because of you, the husband has not been able to meet me. What is the solution to this matter? Chapter 125, We are all old Chinese doctors. Don't prescribe this medicine. The Starry Sky Empress, who had escaped from the absolute immortal formation, swept across the entire sea of chaotic stars in a disdainful manner. A sentence that was soft and gentle and carried little fireworks made the 4-star lords nearly faint on the spot. Previously, it was due to sufficient preparation and the Starry Sky Empress's gullibility that she managed to unleash the absolute immortal formation to trap her inside. When I was in the formation, I didn't think she was so scary. Even thinking that the Hall of Stars Empress was this? It was still sealed by the 9 of us? There's not much you can do with her even if she's trapped, but you can use this time to cut off her wings. What's more, it wasn't as if the Star Queen didn't have enemies. Once the situation in the Sea of Chaotic Stars stabilized, they could go to other star realms to look for allies. It was believed that news of the Starry Sky Empress's caliber was enough for them to make a hard profit. Never think that when you reach such an awesome realm as the Golden Immortal Realm, you no longer need resource-based treasures to aid in your cultivation. Quite the contrary. The higher the realm, the more need for resources and treasures one needs instead. The reason why it didn't appear to be as active as it used to be, striking out everywhere to explore secret realms, killing people and taking treasures and whatnot, it's because most of the resources they can't use anymore. So there's no use in being anxious. They can only wait quietly for their chance. There's no way to appear unsubdued. From this, it was easy to see that to the Golden Immortal Realm, A treasure or resource that could help them was still very attractive. This matter of cultivation was such that claiming the throne in an area could only yield limited satisfaction. One will eventually become dissatisfied with the current realm and thus strive for a higher realm at great cost. This was a destiny that almost every cultivator could not escape. But let them have a million reasons. At this moment when they were facing the Starry Sky Empress directly, they still deeply regretted their previous actions. Ineffability is actually a vague concept, but not a vague feeling. On the contrary, the feeling is clear, because it's a chill and thrill that goes to the bone. Those who are there will know that their life and death are no longer theirs in this moment. Rather, it's all in the mind of the person. One thought they can be safe and sound, and one thought they can be equally shattered and killed. And it was such a terrifying existence that they had been so excited to go against her before, even mouthed off to her after gaining a slim advantage. At this moment the memories of the Starry Sky Empress's hefty reputation all flooded into his mind in an instant. The faces of the four men all went white with a swish. Seeing that none of them replied, Gu Qingmei was about to become angry when she realized that a paper crane had appeared in front of her with great speed. The color was pink, obviously from the beloved disciple. Snowy. Gu Qingmei saw that the paper crane had arrived immediately as soon as she had gotten out of the trap. In his heart, he expected that little Schwer must have been using this sound transmission technique on her every now and then when he couldn't contact himself, so his heart was greatly touched. Rushed to connect. Above is the little snow child helpless handwriting. Master, you mustn't be okay. Don't leave little Schwer alone. When I couldn't contact Master, I tried to go and send a message to Mr. Well, I got a response from him. He should have gone to save you, right? The family lost their big orange. It's been a couple days now and it's still not back. Ooh-hoo. There's not too much on it, probably because of the rush. But emotions aside, two things were made clear. 1. I called Li Yi to rescue you. And 2. We lost our cat. Gu Qingmei looked inwardly warm, a cozy smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, and also briefly replied to the letter. The main thing was to calm the apprentice down, and then to say that he would go back and help her find the cat as soon as possible. This expression of hers fell in the eyes of the four Star Lords, causing them to simply not believe their eyes. The Starry Sky Empress, who had always been known for killing and conquering, would also have such a tender side? It doesn't make sense. After Gu Qingmei finished dealing with the paper cranes, her attention returned to the four once again. However, because of the intervention of Little Cherub, the mood was much better than just now. It was not easy for Li Yi to come out for a trip, even though it was only a spiritual body that descended. It was enough to do many things, like talking about husbands and wives whispering or something, but it turned out to be delayed by these guys. If she was as angry as she was when she got out of the trap just now, she would have had to kill them all. But now that she had been so stubbed out by Cheryl, her emotions were going to ease up quite a bit. Along with that, he also remembered Li Yi's words when he was leaving. Since he did not dispose of them himself, but left it to my discretion, then the subtext is probably that he doesn't want me to kill them all, or he wouldn't be so redundant. Really, just like to play these dumb riddles. Gu Qingmei pondered inwardly, somewhat understanding Li Yi's meaning. It's too big a deep meaning to understand yet, but it's good to know the general direction. So Gu Qingmei teased, why don't you say anything? Looking down on people? Seeing another hatchet coming down, Violet Stargazer knew she couldn't delay any longer. With a dark sigh, he stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the Queen has nothing to say more. 1,000 wrongs are my fault alone. These people from the chaotic Star Sea were originally the target of your crusade, so I won't speak for them. But these three sisters of mine, they are innocent in this incident. They were only acting on my orders. Other than that, nothing more has been done against you. Please don't take it out on them, and let me take all the blame. Sister! The three Flux Star sovereigns in the back were all physically shaken and moved to cry out. No one had expected that the Violet Star Monarch, who was not far from them on weekdays, and whose relationship was not deep or shallow, surprisingly, they would stand up for them in this life and death situation. No one suspected that she was buying people's hearts because the stakes were just too high. The Starry Sky Empress could be wiped from this world in a moment of anger. Who would think of that kind of thing at a time like this, regardless of their safety? Gu Qingmei was also a bit surprised and raised her eyebrows. Have you really thought about it? You want to use your own life and the entire sea of chaotic stars in exchange for the three of them to live? That said, I'm not going to promise you that I'm going to leave them alone. Now you have become so honorable, not because you respect this emperor, but simply because the situation is no longer in your control. Ask yourselves, if this emperor were truly trapped in this immortal extinction formation and unable to get out, how would you treat me? The soul torture, all of a sudden, disrupted all of Violet Stargazer's previous mental constructions. Because Gu Qingmei's meaning was actually very simple, don't you play tricks like feelings with me. Otherwise it is highly likely to be smart and self-destructive. If you want to live, You still have to see if you have any other value. Chapter 126, You've been given a chance. Is it good? The Li Qinghan sisters, who were originally watching all of this with great interest from above, wanted to know exactly what mother would do with these guys, but just when I saw the key place, I felt a mental trance, and then the scene in front of me quickly faded, and then I was unconscious. By the time he opened his eyes again, he was back in his body, still in the Su mansion in Ningyuan City. What I saw just now was like a dream. Interestingly, the two woke up almost at the same time with similar eyes, both blank with surprise. After glancing at each other at this moment, Qinghan Li said suspiciously, "You saw it too?" My sister nodded softly. "I don't feel like a fake." Qinghan Li also thought deeply, but was puzzled. It is indeed very real, and both mother and Li Yi are there. But the question is, what exactly is there? You and I, in our previous lives, don't seem to have ever been there? Is it some kind of secret realm? Li Lingxiu thought about it and shook her head. It shouldn't be. The secret territory is limited. How could there be such a grand starry background? And the cultivators there are generally stronger than those in the immortal realm. And there are many of them. What kind of secret realm is able to hold so many high-level cultivators at the same time? Too many questions flooded their minds, and it was good that they had someone to ask. Just need to wait a little longer. I didn't expect Li Yi to be so powerful in our dreams. We have to ask about it tomorrow. After seeing a magnificent scene like that, the duo naturally had no way to continue sleeping. All of them were staring out of the window, wondering what they were thinking. On the other hand, after Li Yi's descending spirit body dissipated from the sea of chaotic stars, he slowly opened his eyes on the stone bench in the center of the courtyard. The golden light in his pupils had disappeared, and the scroll floating in front of him was also fading at this point. The 13 thick veins connecting his silhouette above had dimmed a bit by now. There was another one, completely devoid of light. Li Yi looked on in silence for a moment and sighed. Will there be a fold even in a battle like this? There's still a long way to go before it actually comes in handy. A member is missing. Find a chance to fill it in as soon as possible before you distance yourself from the progress of the others. It's this person. Who to choose? Wan Dust? Although he's not bad in all aspects, that's where the drawbacks lie. Mediocrity is hard to handle. Just see what happens. Li Yi's thoughts drifted as he sighed. He was unable to meet his wife in the sea of chaos and stars, but it's conceivable that she should set out to make a trip back soon after she's taken care of things there. While she comes back, Li Yi may run into some trouble. After all, the hidden dangers he had thought had dissipated over time were now making a comeback with increasing ferocity. The bad bit is that he doesn't seem to have any too good solutions. The only thing you can do is listen to God. Something doesn't seem right. Li Yi muttered something. The sea of chaotic stars, Violet Star Monarch, whose small mind was recognized by Gu Qingmei, raised her head after a long moment of silence and said with a frank glance at each other, "Then your majesty may as well be frank. What exactly will make you let us go? Your legions have probably lost more than 30% this time, and if you insist on destroying the sea of chaotic stars, there's no way to replenish that loss." Gu Qingmei strolled around the Star Monarch's hall a little and expressed her initial approval of Ziwei Star Monarch's taste. The sign is, she sits in the seat of the Violet Stargazer, in the center of the Great Hall, looking down on them with an emperor-like aura. Couldn't help but laugh at that moment, but it was a sneer. You mean you're threatening me? Not to mention losing more than 30%, even if half of it is lost in the fight. This emperor will not accept any threats for that. Besides, you don't think I can look at these scumbags from the chaotic star sea, do you? To tell you the truth, the fate of these minions of yours is already sealed. On the contrary, the four of you, if you have something that surprises me, you do have a slight chance of surviving. Gu Qingmei's tone was light, but the words were not, even more so in their ears. Originally, when they saw that Gu Qingmei had not become furious, they thought that the situation might not be quite what they expected. But in hindsight, principles really aren't that easy to change. The Sea of Chaotic Stars was, to put it bluntly, a piece of land outside the law. Though the stars are not like the earthly world, possessing such clear and specific rules. But precisely because there are fewer rules, the reaction caused when they are broken is even greater. Therefore, the four of them knew inwardly that there was no way to keep the members of the Sea of Chaotic Stars, and they could only throw them away as cast-offs. But it didn't do them no good at all. Gu Qingmei's approach of cutting them down and not leaving them with a single feather in their cap just showed that she did want to keep them alive. At least they'll give them a chance, instead of being deliberately tricking them. The four of them were in a tangle for a while. The opportunity was there, but they had to be able to grasp it. Where was the news that could surprise even the Starry Sky Empress so easy to have? Fortunately, Gu Qingmei was also very patient and didn't rush them, but instead chatted with little Shuer one way or the other. This atmosphere was maintained for some time before it was suddenly broken by a shout from outside the temple. Get out of the way. I want to see Lord Star-Lord. It was a man's voice, obviously stopped by the scribe and others who had assumed the duties of personal guards outside. The scholar looked at the visitor for a moment, because this person was none other than Su Chen, who had blocked him earlier. How could the scribe not have expected that the consequences of laziness would show up so quickly? Why don't we take advantage of the crowd and one person make a vicious move to silence him? The scribe couldn't help but think that. The other dead soldiers' gazes were also very unfavorable. It was just a matter of them breaking in on their own before, but now it was in front of Her Majesty. If they let him have his way, how will they lose face? However, just as the atmosphere was tense with swords, an order from within the hall stopped them. Gu Qingmei's clear and faint voice came from within. Let him in. The scholar glared fiercely at Su Chen and opened his mouth in silent warning. Be careful what you say. Su Chen was so anxious that his eyes turned red, and he couldn't care less about him. Rushing into the great hall, as soon as he entered the hall, Su Chen hurriedly searched for the figure of the Violet Stargazer. It was a relief to see that she was still standing properly and didn't look injured. Violet Stargazer locked eyes with him and frowned. What are you doing here? Su Chen smiled. Came to save you. I'm sure I can't stay in the sea of chaotic stars any longer, so why don't you come far away with me? Chapter 127. What is deep love and what is licking a dog? Su Chen's show of love did not gain Ziwei Stargazer's touch, but instead made her angry. At this moment the voice rebuked coldly. What nonsense! The following violates the superior. Aren't you afraid that this king will kill you? Su Chen sighed. He couldn't tell for a moment whether this was said because he hated him or was deliberately protecting him. However, according to his knowledge of the Violet Stargazer, he guessed that it was mostly the former. After all, the Violet Star Monarch's impression of him was only at the level of this person seems to know. No surprise, can't even remember his name. What qualifications did such a person have to make the Violet Star Monarch spend this much time talking? Fortunately, Su Chen didn't care about this, and even if it was really as he thought, it didn't matter. Crushes were supposed to be a person's soldier's journey, and he'd long ago gotten used to the taste. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if he could trade one of his lives for the safety of the Violet Stargazer, he would do it without hesitation. And that, too, was the purpose of his insistence on coming here. Gu Qingmei, who was high up in the hall, only came to be a bit more interested in them at this moment. Smiling, he said, it seems that your hard work over the years has been fruitful. It's nice to have someone to stand up for you in a life and death situation, even if it's only one. How can you still treat him so badly? The Violet Star Sovereign fell silent, but his face remained ugly, not half as joyful as it would have been if someone else had made their feelings known. Su Chen bowed to Gu Qingmei and said in a respectful voice, according to reason, I'm not qualified to speak with you on this occasion, but now that the overthrow of the chaotic star sea is imminent, I'll be bold for once. As I said earlier, Lord Violet Stargazer has always been my beloved, and although she may not even know my name, that doesn't stop me from being willing to give everything for her. So, now I want to personally ask Her Majesty how. You will be willing to let go of the Violet Star Monarch? No matter how difficult the request is, I will do my best to fulfill it. A heavenly immortal realm, decisively declared that it would guard a golden immortal realm. The scene was actually a bit ridiculous, but because his attitude was so serious and determined, no one was laughing at him at the moment. The three sisters of the Flux Star Sovereign were also all slightly surprised as they bounced their eyes between the two of them, seemingly wondering how this man could hide so much, for so long, when he loved their sister so deeply. However, they could actually understand that at this level of cultivation, they couldn't be as capricious as they were in the early stages of their cultivation. You are a Yuaning. I am a Jindan, and I can also bravely ask you if you would like to be my Dao couple. The difference between the heavenly immortal realm and the golden immortal realm might be a chasm that many people could not cross in many lifetimes. As you can imagine, once a little bit of this sentiment is out there, I'm sure it will spread quickly, and then faced with only two possible outcomes. One is to be rejected by Violet Star and have him cut off from then on. The second was to be banished from the sea of messy stars and disappear from her sight forever. It wasn't even out of the realm of possibility that an even worse outcome could occur, depending on the temperament of the Violet Stargazer. When Gu Qingmei above heard this alternative declaration of love, she felt even more amused, so she told him what she had just told the 4-star lords. Su Chen froze for a moment. Never would I have expected that the Starry Sky Empress's first thought would not be to vent her anger, but to squeeze their residual value. Is this the breadth of mind of the mighty? A fault so offensive can be put aside for the time being, and the vengeance of the legions under his command can go unrequited for the time being. Otherwise people can be so strong, and we can only in so lingering it. So it all makes sense. When Violet Star Sovereign saw his silence, he laughed a little coldly inwardly. A mere heavenly immortal realm dares to save me in the name of love? Could he have information that I don't even possess? Impossible. I have some impression of him, His strength is not bad at the heavenly immortal realm, but his origins and experiences are lackluster. Who is he to say those big words? It will only become a laughingstock for others. That's right. This is the point that Violet Stargazer can't accept the most. She could accept that she was killed by the Star Queen, but she couldn't tolerate being the talk of the town after her death. In the future, when people mention her, they will also take this clown-like man with them at the same time. Maybe there are even good people who twist the facts a bit and put all sorts of boring stories on them. She would never tolerate being remembered in such an image for posterity. So what she expected to see was the man's hands tied, so that he would be a complete clown with claptrap and unable to get too involved with her anymore. But what she had in mind, Su Chen did not know at all. At this moment, as Su Chen lowered his head in thought, he glanced at Violet Stargazer's place out of the corner of his eye, and saw that she was also lowering her head, and it seemed as if a piece of starlight was stained on her long eyelashes. Su Chen felt his heart melt. After pondering for a long time, Su Chen actually opened his mouth, and his tone sounded as if he was quite confident. If it's anything else, I might not really be of much use, but such a request. Coincidentally, I happen to have a message here that should be of some interest to Her Majesty. Swish! Su Chen's words caused all the people in the hall to be shaken. Subconsciously, they all raised their heads to look at him. A heavenly immortal realm actually held news in his hands that even the starry sky Empress was interested in? Then what are they? The golden immortals? Wastes? And why did you hide it before when you had such precious information? Gu Qingmei had only been looking forward to his next interaction with the Violet Stargazer, and telling him about this request to stay alive was just an excuse for him to extend his stay here for some time. But it didn't work out that there was a real surprise. On this critical occasion, and with the safety of her beloved at stake, Gu Qingmei didn't believe that he would dare to joke around at such a time, so she asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh, then it seems you're not as simple as you seem. What news makes you so confident? And tell it to this emperor. Su Chen looked around and coughed lightly. This is a matter of great importance, and I'm afraid that if anyone else hears about it, it will cause a great deal of trouble. Therefore, I wish to speak to you in the form of a voice transmission and have it initiated by you. My cultivation is insufficient and I fear that someone may hear the contents of the transmission. The fact that he said it so solemnly in turn deepened the credibility of the matter. Gu Qingmei then followed his lead and launched a voice transmission to him first. There are only 4 words, and they are very simple. Long story short, Su Chen nodded, organized his words, and began to narrate to Gu Qingmei. The transmission didn't take long, about 10 or so breaths, but it looked like it worked well, because Gu Qingmei revealed a thoughtful look, as if she was considering just how much this news was worth. Chapter 128: A Game of Poison Wine for 5 People. It's really funny how people sometimes give up struggling altogether when there's a patch of despair, and don't want to see anyone else trying either. But once there is even a glimmer of hope, it becomes so exciting that you can't wait for the miracle to happen right in front of your eyes. That's how it is now with Violet Stargazer. She had previously not wanted Su Chen to succeed, not because she didn't want to live. Rather, it was because she was certain that Su Chen was just doing meaningless things and was wasting his time. But now Gu Qingmei's expression was undoubtedly indicative of the fact that there was a high probability that he had actually provided information that was valuable to her. And that is to say, he bought his beloved a chance to live. The Violet Star Monarch had completely changed her stance now, and began to pray in her heart that Su Chen's news must satisfy Gu Qingmei. It was like she had just gone around the ghost world, having experienced what it's like to be so close to death. The more you fear it, and Gu Qingmei didn't let her down, and after digesting it for a while, she said with a faint smile, "Truth be told, the news is indeed worth a lot. Congratulations, this infatuated seed with an unknown surname. You have earned her a chance to live, but I must check with you once. Are you really going to give her this opportunity? If you choose to use up this opportunity yourself, I can promise to let you go. After all, it's not much to kill you one more, and it's not much to kill you one less." Su Chen twisted his head, just in time to form a stare-off with the Violet Stargazer. There was a momentary flicker in the eyes of Violet Stargazer for the sake of his weak heart, but what fell in Su Chen's eyes was what he saw was her petulance. If the situation wasn't so sensitive right now, he would have been mesmerized by it. At this moment he gave a happy smile and said firmly, "I'm sure I'll give that opportunity to Lord Violet Stargazer. The reason I came to the Sea of Disordered Stars in the first place was so that I could get a little bit closer to her. But nay, the strength is so meager that there's no way to do her any great favor. It's not easy to have such an opportunity today. How could I possibly give it up?" Gu Qingmei nodded approvingly. No matter how noble her status was, she was still a woman, and women will subconsciously and inevitably sympathize somewhat with this kind of infatuated man. Though she may not agree with him in her heart, she would be willing to fulfill his infatuation. Good. Then this emperor will do as you wish. But one thing must be made clear ahead of time. Your message can only be exchanged for her life alone. The other 3 Still to die. Su Chen's expression was a little colder this time, and he saluted. Then all I can say is that there is nothing I can do to help. My little bit of help can only be used for the beloved. As for the deaths of the others, it's not a matter of my control. Gu Qingmei expressed her approval. Good. In that case, I'm sure the Violet Stargazer has heard it, so you can leave now. Happiness came somewhat suddenly, and Violet Stargazer had a feeling that it wasn't quite real, yet she didn't leave, because once she did, the end of the three sisters next to her was pretty much doomed. In the entire sea of chaotic stars, she was literally the only one left. It wasn't just the bleakness, but the fact that these three sisters were important to her as well. On the one hand, they have a strong foundation of trust, a foundation that takes many years to form. On the other hand, what could she do alone? Find a place to cultivate in peace, away from all the strife? That would actually be nice. But she wasn't exactly the peaceful type. This could be seen from the fact that she had run the sea of chaotic stars so well. So that being said, where there was any hope at all, she didn't want to be reduced to being a loner. If there was no class left at all, then what would be lost at the same time would also be her essence. So she mused for a moment and said to Gu scornfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me, but I still want to ask you if there is any other way to spare the lives of my three sisters besides the one of providing information? If I'm the only one left to live, then I'd rather die here with them." Needless to say, this statement is actually quite risky, but if Gu Qingmei hated her one more point, then the gold medal given to her to avoid death would not be withdrawn just like that. Gu Qingmei was about to refuse, but suddenly her mind moved and said, "It would have been a no-no, but on account of your sisterly love, it's possible to give you an extra chance. It's just that, it needs a little test, and the chance to live that he fought for you before is going to be cancelled. Would you like that?" The Violet Stargazer's heart thumped, completely unanticipating the situation that had evolved into the current situation. She hadn't considered trading her life for a chance for the three sisters, but now that the words were out of her mouth, she was waiting to be put on a shelf, and as previously thought, it made limited sense to live alone. So she bit her lower lip and nodded in agreement with a shaky voice. Sis, woo. Next to the three sisters, since they were touched, have jumped over to embrace Ziwei Xingjuan. The scene is very sisterly love. The corners of Gu Qingmei's mouth swung up into a smile as her fingertips flicked, changing 4 wine cups in front of Ziwei Stargazer. All of them were full of liquor, and all 4 glasses were identical. These are 4 cups of wine, 3 of which contain intense poison. Regardless of cultivation, if you drink them you will surely die. All you have to do is choose one of you to pick one of these 4 glasses of wine to drink. If you do pick one that's non-toxic, you get an exemption. Repeat next in order until no one else will continue. By the way, this infatuated person can also participate. If you pick the non-poisonous one for yourself, then as usual, you can save your life. As he spoke, there were 4 more rows of wine glasses on the field, turning it into a square formation of 5 horizontal and 5 vertical. 5 people, 5 rows of wine, 5 choices. The 4 Star Lords looked at the wines in front of them and turned all white with fear. They couldn't notice any difference in it at all. Of course they could have bet that none of it was poisoned and picked a drink at random. But would the Star Queen be so kind as to deliberately let them all go? The answer is undoubtedly no. And as Su Chen looked at the crystal clear wine cup in front of him, with the ice blue liquid, the whole person was also a little confused. He had sold all the most valuable information he had on him, and the opportunity that had been so hard to come by was just wasted? Now it seems to be given the opportunity, but this kind of opportunity, if the luck is not good enough, maybe one of the 5 people will not be able to survive. It's one of 5 choices every time, and it's not like the number of choices decreases as someone gets a chance to live. The chance of each person surviving is only 20%. So what is the probability of all 5 people surviving? Su Chen didn't do the math, but he knew it must be negligible. Chapter 129, Is Deception Gentle or Cruel? The 4 Violet Star Sisters, facing the wine glass, glared. Once you make a wrong choice, it's all doom and gloom, and no one dares to take that risk easily. In fact, it's not hard to see that practitioners are no better, although the gods are a bit more powerful. But once you do something wrong, this punishment is extraordinary. There are even some moments that do call it a step into the abyss. The Underworld Star Lord's eyes were on the verge of tears, and he choked out a tearful sob. Sister, it's us who got you into trouble. Why don't we just beg Her Majesty to take back her order? And let's count the survivors as one. The way it is now, there's a chance none of them will survive. Violet Star Sovereign's face also turned a little white. To say that he didn't regret it at all would be a lie. But no matter what, he is also a generation of lords, and since he has made a choice, he will not endlessly complain to the sky. At this moment, after calming them down a little, she whispered, Her Majesty, just let us choose a cup of wine. but there is no rule against using divine powers. It's unlikely to break her spells, but let's all give it a try. Even if you can't crack it in the end, then whoever picks the one that's not poison will have to live well for the other sisters. Don't ever think about revenge, let alone making any deals with Her Majesty. The other three were now in a rare moment of great emotion, and hearing these words, tears snapped down their faces like beads on a broken string. Gu Qingmei, who was on top of the throne, watched the scene with interest, feeling the anger in her heart slightly relieved. In fact, in her position, she had already left the stage where she needed to vent her emotions by killing or torturing her enemies. To do so is simply to be curious about their reactions. Or maybe, is under the influence of a certain man. That bad guy. He would have especially enjoyed this scene. Never mind. It's just as well to say it to him later when we get back. Gu Qingmei rested her jade hands on her cheeks, somewhat lost in thought. After a while, I saw that they were still stirring things up there, but they were slow to start. Gu Qingmei was starting to lose her patience. Looks like you guys don't have much of a sense of time. The last 10 breaths of time. If it hasn't started yet, they will all be treated as forfeits and all will be killed. The four sisters' bodies shook in unison, and their arms subconsciously went up, trembling as they reached towards the wineglass. And just at the moment when they were about to touch their wineglasses, Su Chen's words interrupted their movements. And slow down. You guys are doing too much luck, aren't you? In this sea of chaotic stars of ours, there are hardly any people who possess great merits, and trusting one's life to luck feels no different from committing suicide. Well, the good thing is, I have a good way here to keep most of them alive. As long as one dies. The four sisters subconsciously looked up at him with a startled expression. Violetta wondered if the three of them really didn't react, but at least her surprise was feigned. Long after the Star Empress had announced this, she had come up with the most ideal way to break the situation. But this method can be said by anyone but her. Once it's out of her own mouth, it's not certain that the law is still good. So, she had held back until now. The moment Su Chen spoke out, a wave of relief actually came over her, because she knew that the other side must have thought of that too. It was slightly later than she had expected, but it was good to know that it was not too late. Su Chen forgot Ziwei Xingjuan with a fond glance, turned around and waved his robe sleeve. 25 cups of wine all rose from the wine cups, and after converging into a water dragon in the air, they were inhaled by him into his abdomen. Burp! 25 cups, equivalent to a large altar full of wine. Drinking it in one gulp caused Su Chen to stifle a hiccup, and 2 flashes of red appeared on his face. It's worthy of being a wine rewarded by Her Majesty the Queen. It really tastes good. I've never had it before. Su Chen hereby thanks Her Majesty the Queen. As you said before, as long as someone selects the non-poisonous wine, they will be given a chance to live. Now that I have drunk all of these wines, if 5 of them are really non-poisonous, then I have 5 chances. When Su Chen said this, he paused violently. A scarlet sweetness surged in his throat, and crimson blood began to spill from the corners of his mouth. He froze for a moment, but didn't care, casually wiping it off before continuing. There are exactly 5 of us. So, 1 chance each, and I ask Her Majesty to keep her word and give us a way out. The great hall was silent. Gu Qingmei looked at him, genuinely a bit surprised. His infatuation. Gu Qingmei had already seen it before, but the infatuation is so great that the wishes of the beloved will be fulfilled at any cost. Is this supposed to be infatuation? Or is it just stupidity? Gu Qingmei's fingers gently tapped the armrests of the chair and said softly, when this emperor speaks, he naturally won't go back on his word. But one thing I'm curious about is why you won't take a gamble that both you and she will survive? Once you succeed, won't you be able to double up and become a divine couple? Instead of blood spilling from his mouth, Su Chen had now begun to vomit blood in large gulps. The moment braced itself and replied, not that I don't want to, but I'm afraid that there's no such thing as a non-poisonous wine here. Gu Qingmei skimmed her mouth and said non-committally, a load of crap. Seeing that Su Chen was completely on the verge of dying, Gu Qingmei sighed and said to Violet Star Monarch and the others, all 4 of you are fine. Whether you stay or go next is up to you, and if you need to say goodbye, you can have a little time. The 4 of them saluted and thanked Gu Qingmei. Then they all walked over to Su Chen, looking at him with apologetic eyes. Su Chen's gaze firmly landed on the Violet Stargazer, and seeing that the other party was safe and sound, he felt an immense amount of happiness within. Nothing gave him more pleasure than to make his sweetheart's life better after some effort on his part, although he was about to die. At this moment he was the closest he could get to his beloved. Her eyes, too, were all reflections of him. It's just a shame. There's no time to reminisce about it all. Alas, Su Chen thought so, no longer having the strength to open his mouth to say goodbye to her. There was also the beauty of not hearing the last thing she wanted to say to herself. Southern is dead. Under the effect of the intense poison, it vaporized in heaven and earth. There was not a single trace left in the great hall except for the faint smell of blood, as if the person had never existed at all. Gu Qingmei looked at the four of them in a slightly saddened manner and suddenly said to Violet Stargazer, "He'll do this. You've been anticipating it for some time, haven't you? I don't know whether to call you gentle or cruel for not telling him this before you die." Chapter 130, We will serve under your command. The Violet Star Monarch averted his gaze from the place where Su Chen had disappeared, and his expression once again turned into one of indifference. It's not clear if it's considered gentle or not, but at least, that's good enough for him. He only wants to see the scene he wishes to see, and I can't go along with him, but I won't completely shatter his illusions in light of the fact that he lost his life for us. I have done this as a kindness. What does your majesty think? Ziwei Xingjuan was once again pardoned, and his bottom line was slightly stronger. Gu Qingmei looked at her, and for a moment felt speechless. As a woman, she understands that being liked by someone she doesn't feel for, or even doesn't know, is not something to be happy about. So along with that, the person who has done a lot of laborious work for him or her is unable to generate anything like gratitude-like emotions, more likely to be annoying. So, on this point alone, Violet Stargazer's reaction did not seem unreasonable. What you do is your business, and this emperor will not give judgment. But now that you are all free, why don't you get out of here quickly? Aren't you worried that I'll suddenly change my mind and refuse to let you leave again? Gu Qingmei felt that the drama had been a bit unexpected, so now that she was in a bad mood or not, she instinctively felt a bit bored when she looked at them again. The Violet Star Monarch was silent for a moment, then suddenly fell to his knees and sincerely said, "I also ask your majesty the queen to redeem herself. We four have an unforgiving request." Gu Qingmei frowned slightly. "You guys are so bold. Your lives were saved with great difficulty, and now you dare to make demands? Okay, you tell me all about it, and if it pisses me off, the big deal is to teach you guys a lesson." The three sisters of the Fluorescent Star Sovereign, who were already ready to leave, now suddenly heard their sister say this. All of them looked at her with bewildered faces. The Violet Star Monarch's voice was firm. "The four of us want to stay under your command and serve. I ask that your majesty the Empress be able to disregard former enmity and take us in." The three sisters next to him had their eyes flying out of their heads. Never thought that big sister would not even discuss with them and come straight to this. Staying in the service of the Star Queen? Are you kidding me? What's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? When she remembers her unhappiness and sends them on missions that require a life of 9 deaths, won't they die a violent death at the speed of light? Therefore, the three of them were very unable to understand Violet Stargazer's brain circuits. How did my sister, who had always been rich in tactics and clear-headed, so inexplicably make a foolish move? But though they were puzzled, they did not raise their voices in question, much less one of them objected. On the one hand, this life was still saved by relying on the Violet Star. On the other hand, all these years of obedience to her had gone deep into their hearts, and if their sister didn't explain, then they couldn't ask. This reaction of the girls was expected by Violet Stargazer. On the contrary, it was Gu Qingmei who didn't look much surprised, as if she had long anticipated that she would choose so. Asked casually as his legs were folded at the moment. "Oh, looks like you really aren't afraid of death. Huh? Then why don't you tell me why I should keep you around? And what can you do to help me?" Violet Stargazer got up from the ground and met Gu Qingmei's eyes frankly. "There are 2 reasons. The first is our cultivation. The golden immortal realm may not be as good as your eyes, but there is not a single golden immortal realm present in your legion. That is to say, once the 4 of us join, the strength of your legion is able to rise significantly by a step. In addition, this time when you besieged the Sea of Chaotic Stars and were caught in the Jedi Immortal formation, it invariably exposed the problem that the guarding force around you is insufficient. Once a similar situation occurs in the future, do you still want to wait for these dead soldiers to appear? Why don't you simply set up a personal guard that is specifically responsible for your safety while dealing with some of these emergencies? I think to myself that the 4 of us are still quite a bit stronger than these dead soldiers of theirs. If you had intended to rehire them and make them personal guards, that does not contradict my suggestion. With us leading them, the battle power will definitely only increase. If you are worried about whether or not we are loyal, you can also plant a ban on us, so that our lives and deaths are at your whim. With these words, I hope your majesty will fulfill us." Violet Stargazer spoke fluently to the extreme, with hardly any pause. It's clear that this was never improvised, but was belabored well in advance. Thinking about this, the 3 sisters had looked at her with very complicated and 10,000 shocked eyes. Since when, exactly, has that been the intention? If that's the case, why did you refuse to mention it earlier and let Suchin die miserably like that in exchange for the opportunity? But Violet Stargazer had no time to answer their doubts now, for her eyelids were lowered so that no one could read her expression. Gu Qingmei was pondering on her throne, feeling that while what she said made sense was one aspect, More than that, she was still a little interested in this person. In fact, before the siege of the Sea of Chaotic Stars, she had entertained the idea of incorporating these Star Lords. The members of the Sea of Chaotic Stars were a mixed bag, and most of them were spotty, making it very difficult and dangerous to line up. That's why Gu Qingmei directly gave it up, and these members had only one way to perish. But the 9 Star Lords who dominated the Sea of Chaotic Stars were different. They stayed here for 1,000 different reasons, completely different from those scum underneath. Together with the not-so-uncommon strength of the Golden Immortal Realm, it did have a certain appeal to Gu Qingmei. It couldn't be helped that while there were many legions of men under her command, the real cutting edge of warfare had actually been relying on her alone. If she could add to that part, it would make future battles much easier for her, without having to follow up personally every time. And this was also the reason why she didn't directly inflict a painful killing when she entered the Sea of Chaotic Stars in the very beginning. If not for that, it wouldn't have been so easy for the 9 of them to find an opportunity to take advantage of and trap her in the Jiesian formation. But as the saying goes, plans can't catch up with changes, and the series of unfolding events behind them did go somewhat beyond Gu Qingmei's expectations. The most obvious one, the Violet Star Sovereign had gone so far as to simply kill the other 4 Star Sovereigns because they were planning to escape alone. Not only did he not remember any of his old feelings, but he killed them with no effort at all. This instantly made Gu Qingmei's original intentions shrink by half. That was why Gu Qingmei didn't immediately reveal this intention of hers right after she got out of the trap. Instead, they used death to scare them, just to see, what kind of person is this Ziwei Xingjuan? As for Su Chen's appearance, it was an unexpected blessing that made this trial incomparably real. Chapter 131, The 4 of you, go and exterminate the old troops yourself. After thinking about it, Gu Qingmei asked, that's all very well, but the forces you've worked so hard for so long were destroyed by my hands, and then you're going to let me drive them. Will this make you feel good? Without hesitation, the Violet Stargazer immediately replied, the rules of the cultivation world are meant to be the weakest and the strongest, and since you have the strength to do all of this, it would be too unintelligent for us to be too uneducated. And, although the starry sky is big, but for people like us who once had some fame, on the contrary, there is not much room for us. I don't want, in the future, to need to be on guard for every place I go, every person I meet, to see if they know me or if they want to harm me. And under your command, none of that is a problem anymore. We just need to carry out your orders, so I hope you won't refuse. While she was explaining here, the 3 sisters next to her were thinking alone. It gradually seemed to me that my sisters' words had a truth of their own. If they did leave the Sea of Chaotic Stars, whether it was to wander around, join a certain power, or find a good place to start another mountain, the difficulties that are going to be faced then are considerable. One must know that before, when the Heavenly South Star region was able to be at peace with them, it was because they were afraid of the overall strength of the Sea of Chaotic Stars. No one wants to be the one to stand out and help themselves to revenge for others at the same time. But once they're alone, it's a different story. Even in the Golden Immortal Realm, there would always exist ways to deal with it. Don't you see that even the Starry Sky Empress couldn't get out of her trap for a short period of time when faced with the Absolute Immortal formation? So it is possible to find a way to deal with it if one is willing to pay enough. And hate is powerful enough to do just that, regardless of the cost. Even if they broke away from the Tiannan Star region and went to a more distant place to remain anonymous. In the days that followed, there was no inner peace, because it was still unavoidable to wonder if the enemies of the Heavenly South Star region would come after them. And as a result, they will need to be careful and defensive of everyone they come into contact with in the future. The mental energy consumed in this is not something that can be simply brought to light. Gu Qingmei nodded and didn't make an immediate reply, but said towards the scholar and the others, what about your opinions? If I agree to keep them, then it's likely that you'll have to be ruled by them from now on. About that, are you guys okay with that? The scholar and the others stood at the entrance of the Great Hall, and when they heard the Queen's question, they immediately saluted. Everything is up to your majesty. We will have no objections. Gu Qingmei laughed at once. You guys, he taught you guys to talk like that, right? That's all. Since there are no objections, it's settled. From now on, Violet Star Monarch, Flux Star Monarch, Sea God Star Monarch, and Underworld Star Monarch, the 4 of you become my official guards. For future operations, I will personally command. The entire Legion, too, will be subject to my command alone. But at the same time, you don't have the authority to command anyone in the Legion, including Booker and the others. The Scribe and the others still return to their respective legions and exist as Dark Suns, enjoying the same supply of resources as the Legion leaders. That's it. For the first mission, go and root out the remaining remnants of the Chaotic Star Sea out there. The 4 of you personally. When it's done, meet me again. Gu Gu Qingmei's voice was clear and cold as she gave the order. The content was a bit unexpected, but largely acceptable. It was in the perspective of the crowd that the decision to put them alone around to act as personal guards seemed a little hasty. There's not even a check and balance, and they're all in sync with each other, so it's really a slam dunk if they want to pull something off. And this last order for them to personally exterminate their former henchmen is a bit of a test for them. Gu Qingmei's meaning is obvious. If you want to be a personal guard, you can. I won't even put a ban on you, but you must also do what you say you will do, and be meticulous in the matter of carrying out your orders. Once that's not done well, there's nothing to talk about. Or off, or kill your head. Ziwei Xingjuan was not much different. He answered the order, turned around and headed out. When he came out of the great hall and saw his three sisters still in a daze, he scolded them. What are you waiting for? Come with me. Only then did the three of them clench their silver teeth and follow along. The four of them flickered and quickly disappeared in the vicinity of the Star Lord's great hall. And a few moments later, numerous heaven-destroying divine abilities appeared around them. Shocked and angry voices and miserable screams intermingled as countless old troops died at the hands of the four. The scholar and the others couldn't help but hear their eyelids jump. This ruthlessness and killing determination. Even they were a bit ashamed of themselves. Dead soldiers can put their own life and death at risk, but it does not mean that there is no emotion. They prided themselves on not being able to do such a clean job of killing their old men with their own hands without remembering them like this. But at the same time, this situation does not help but make them a little worried that four women are able to be so ruthless in the face of their old division. Wouldn't that be quite dangerous to keep around? In the future, if they encountered a powerful enemy, would the four of them also be like what they are doing now? Because the enemy has control over their lives and deaths, they would easily turn against them, and even raise their killing hearts towards them? Only these doubts they could only keep in their hearts. Since the queen has already made her decision, I'm sure these issues have already been considered. As dead soldiers, this is not something they should worry about. They just have to make it so that when they do encounter a major crisis, they themselves die before the queen. Gu Qingmei began to gradually absorb the power of the remaining star cores from the Zhexian formation as she waited for them. This level of power was also of great use to her. After all, it was very hard to come by, and one needed to extract the origin of a star to get some. However, when she absorbed it, it was even faster than when the 9-star sovereigns transformed together. The power of the star core was a misty mass, but very dense. At the moment, it was being refined by Gu Qingmei, gradually transforming from a colorful color to a clear, transparent form. Then the silk seeped into her body. Her breath, on the other hand, climbed upwards at a relatively slow but steady rate, fueled by this power. This was something that was almost impossible for a cultivator of her realm to happen. It could be imagined just how precious these star core powers were. In fact, it wasn't that the strongest people in the starfield couldn't do this, but the means of extracting the power of the star core was too exhaustive, so it was forbidden by convention. Once anyone dares to do so, it will only invite a collective siege. Only a force like the Sea of Chaotic Stars, which did bad things as if they were a family affair, would be able to get so many of them with impunity, and there's no need to worry about anyone coming after it. There is truth in the saying that there is no such thing as too much debt. Only, in the end, a lot of hard work was done for others. Chapter 132, Are you willing to give a woman a new name? The Chaotic Star Sea had a large number of people, so even if the 4 golden immortal realms went on a killing spree at the same time, they wouldn't be able to kill them all in a moment. So, it wasn't until after about 2 hours had passed that the sounds around them fell completely silent. As for Gu Qingmei in the Star Lord's Great Hall, she also stopped absorbing the power of the star cores at this time. The power of thousands of stars, even with her strength, could not be fully absorbed in such a short period of time. The reason I stopped was because I was feeling tired. Just as a mortal would wake up feeling sluggish after a nice nap. She had absorbed such an abundant amount of energy at once. Her body was now in a saturated state. Any further forced absorption should exceed the load. Moreover, the 4 people who happened to have left had all returned to the Star Lord's Great Hall one after another to hand in their duties. Gu Qingmei's divine thoughts swept through it, and she knew that today's Sea of Chaotic Stars had indeed become a land of death. Other than here in the Star Lord's Great Hall, all the other places were no longer alive. The entire Sea of Chaotic Stars looked like it had experienced a monstrous catastrophe. Who would have thought that all of this could have been done by the former lord of this place himself? You guys are pretty sharp. Not bad for a first errand. In that case, you are considered officially under my command. Shall I give you a moment to take care of some personal business? After all, the rest of the time can hardly be left to your own devices. Gu Qingmei's tone was much gentler, and in their ears, they even felt flattered. The 3 of them, the Underworld Star Lord, all subconsciously looked towards their sister. The Violet Star Sovereign's face was as usual as he immediately saluted. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. but we have been here all these years, and are already unattached, much less have any personal matters to attend to. If you ever need us to do anything again, feel free to order us." When the three sisters saw that their eldest sister had already said so, they naturally wouldn't open their mouths to sing a counter-argument, so they all spoke in unison as well. Gu Qingmei was even more satisfied and said, "Good, then you will follow me, though there may not be much use for you in the near future. By the way, I still don't know the names of the four of you, so I can't be allowed to call you Starlord Sama in the future as well, can I?" Violet Stargazer hurriedly fell to his knees and replied in a respectful voice, "The old name held so many unpleasant memories that we didn't want to use that name. If it is possible, we, the sisters, would like to implore Her Majesty the Queen to give us a name. The new name symbolizes rebirth. The four former Star Lords will cease to exist completely. Now, not to mention the three sisters in the back, even Gu Qingmei couldn't help but stare. I said, "What is this? The truth?" But since they were already so sincere, Gu Qingmei didn't push back, but seriously considered it. From his position near the lower temple door, the youngest spectral star sovereign transmitted his voice towards the nearest sea god star sovereign. "What is sister talking about? Who used to be a bad memory? We have our own names. I kinda like my name." Star Goddess of the Sea scratched her head. In fact, she didn't know what Star Goddess Ziwei's intentions were, but after all, she was asked. It wasn't appropriate to say that she didn't understand at all, so she explained vaguely. "You don't understand. There must be a deeper meaning to this move by my sister. If even you can easily see through it, is it still a sister? And it's not just one name. It's nothing. Big deal. Won't you just use two names from now on?" The duo was muttering and transmitting here when another voice suddenly interjected. "Shoo, what's with the endless chatter? Don't forget what this place is. The Starry Sky Queen's strength is unfathomable. Once she pays a little attention towards here, you guys think she can't hear you if you pass a message?" Listening to the voice, it was none other than the Flux Star Sovereign. The duo raised their heads slightly, just in time to meet the warning look of the Flux Star Sovereign. The Underworld Star Lord immediately spat out his tongue and whispered, "Fierce and mean. What's wrong with being heard by the Queen? I didn't say anything bad about her." What they didn't know was that all three of their conversations were heard in Violet Stargazer's ears without missing a beat. The veins on her forehead were now throbbing at the sound of it, and she almost couldn't help but step in and teach them a lesson. He himself is here to meticulously live in order to gain more trust and make his life relatively comfortable in the future. But they didn't have this pressure at all at the back. The Flux Star Sovereign was a little better. After all, he had once dominated the sea of chaotic stars as well. But the other two are a little too heartless. Violet Stargazer made up her mind that when this hurdle passed, she must educate those two goods in private. "Can you have some clarity about your situation? This is no longer a time to be reckless." Of course, Gu Qingmei didn't know all of this because she really didn't care about them that much. Adopting them as personal guards wasn't a big deal. Not so much that they needed to set up a number of tests for them to pass one by one. She was really thinking hard about what should be a better name. Since it's four sisters and they're all my own guards, it's best to have names that are related enough to make it sound like a combination. On top of that, it has to sound good. After all, they're my personal guards, so they'll be throwing their weight around a lot in the future. It wouldn't be pretty to be asked by the other side who is coming, and say it without a bad word or without gravitas. After some thought, Gu Qingmei said that she was clueless and even a bit frantic, and this time, she remembered that there was one person who was particularly good at this sort of thing. Naming the girl. He'll be happy to do it, I suppose? In a way, it's no different than leaving your own mark. Wanting to do just that, Gu Qingmei took out a paper crane, simply wrote the question, and released it into the air. It didn't take long for the paper cranes to refly back. Gu Qingmei grunted lightly inwardly. "Back so soon? You're too motivated, aren't you?" After a couple of belly laughs, Gu Qingmei unfolded the paper crane and froze after reading the words on it. "Light eyebrows. You've changed. How dare you let my husband do such a thing? I don't want to do it, let alone name other women. This time, considering that you are a first offense, a mere warning is being offered. I hope that in the future, when we pass the word again, we can talk only about the wind and moon between us, and not about other women. Missed you, oh. Big heart." Gu Qingmei watched with tears and laughter, and if she didn't have a billion more points of information, she would almost have believed it. "Good Wao Li. I'm talking business with you and you're playing tricks with me? Yes, I can. When this side of things is over, I'll personally prepare a surprise for you. Let's see how you'll still be able to weasel your way out of it then." Chapter 133, The Only Trading Star. Vermilion Bird Star. Given the lack of response to the off-site assistance, the plan to take the name was declared a failure. Gu Qingmei coughed lightly and said slowly, "It would probably be uncomfortable for you to be given a completely new name all over again. Tell you what, From now on, you'll be known by your original Star-Lord titles. The 4 of you are called Violet, Flux, Poseidon, and Spectre. How? The 4 of them naturally wouldn't have any problem with it and bowed towards Gu Xingmei to thank her. It's a bit strange to have the Star-Lord title as a name, but it does seem much more acceptable. Otherwise, when you change your name at first glance, you probably won't be able to react to who you're calling. Next, the 4 of them officially became Gu Qingmei's personal guards, or followers. Truth be told, the row is still not small. For Golden Immortal Realm followers, looking at the Heavenly South Star domain, there was no one who had this kind of handiwork. Since the inside of the Sea of Chaotic Stars had already been cleared, so the legions outside all marched in unison and began to clean up the battlefield. Gu Qingmei felt that this place was actually very good, and it was a typical example of being easy to defend but hard to attack. Otherwise the Sea of Chaotic Stars wouldn't have been able to exist for so long. This natural Jedi caused by the collapse of the laws is a nightmare for outsiders. This time, if they hadn't encountered Gu Qingmei and Li Yi, a couple whose strength exceeded their imagination, the Sea of Chaotic Stars wouldn't have ended so miserably. So after considering it, Gu Qingmei decided to make the Sea of Chaotic Stars a new place of residence for herself. Although this area wasn't exactly within her sphere of influence, Gu Qingmei didn't care about that. One was the confidence in her strength that made her not false to any existence. Secondly, this time she did have the upper hand. When the time came to eliminate the Chaotic Star Sea, not a single one came to help. But when it was time to pick the fruits, they popped up. Where in heaven and earth can such a good thing happen? Therefore, Gu Qingmei intended to take this opportunity to open the door to the neighboring starfield just in time. The tumor that was the Chaotic Star Sea had already been leveled, so there were only some small, lesser-known forces left in her territory. It's just a matter of smoothing things over when something comes through. Not worth the hustle and bustle of making a special trip. From this, it is a natural thing to look to neighboring starfields. Phew, it's finally over. It's better to go back as soon as possible to see little Schwer, or else I guess they'll all disown me as their master. After Gu Qingmei had ordered things to be done, she took 4 golden immortal personal guards and left the Sea of Chaotic Stars, flying towards the star where little Schwer was. On the way, Gu Qingmei said to the 4 of them, "Isn't it curious why I brought you guys along on this outing?" Violet Stargazer nodded, hesitantly. Could it be that Her Majesty the Queen still refuses to trust us? Worried that if we stay in the Sea of Chaotic Stars, we will be unfavorable to your ministry? Gu Qingmei laughed out loud, showing an air of looking out of the corner of her eye. Of course not. Then how stupid do you have to be to do it? The main reason why I asked you guys to come out with me this time is that there is still one thing that needs to be done. I'm actually fine on my own, but I'm inevitably bored on the road. You guys were able to serve as a diversion. The 4 of them were dumbfounded. Never in a million years would I have thought that the value of my existence would fall so fast. In but a day's time, he had gone from being a man of 10,000 to a toolman who accompanied him in his chit-chat. This huge drop made their whole state of being dumbfounded. But is that really true? At least the Violet Star was skeptical. In fact, this time she really hadn't guessed wrong. Gu Qingmei's move did have another meaning, because even if she was bored, she wouldn't be so bored that she would deliberately find 4 people to gossip with her. Wouldn't it be nice to have this time to pass the sound with little Schwer, or even at the very least with Li Yi for a while? Sure enough, without waiting much longer, Gu Qingmei said to the 4 of them in a slightly mysterious manner, "On the way this time, we will pass by the Vermilion Bird Star. Do you guys know about the Vermilion Bird Star?" The 4 nodded in unison. The Vermilion Bird Star was indeed a very famous star in this starfield, but its fame was not due to the strength of the cultivators on the star. Rather, it's because it's the largest and only trade-oriented star. It didn't matter if it was a cultivator on a nearby star or a cultivator passing through the area, or maybe it's a faraway customer who comes to meet on it for a more secure transaction. Simply put, everyone agrees on where to trade. So over time, the place became exceptionally prosperous and intricately organized. However, because of the reason that each family had strong defenders, there was not much fighting going on instead. The many forces have reached a weird and delicate balance. It looked like it would collapse at any moment, but hundreds or even thousands of years down the road, it never did. A thought-provoking thing, I must say. Seeing them nodding their heads at this moment, Gu Qingmei continued, "While passing through there, we're going to stop by to run an errand. Remember what Su Chen used for the first time when he came to save you guys? He traded me a message for a chance, and that message pointed to the location of the planet Jupiter. By coincidence, originally when I went to besiege the Sea of Chaotic Stars, I was planning to make a trip to the Vermilion Bird Planet. Only at that time, it was for the Ice Spirit Fruit. I didn't realize that going around in circles had become a place where I had to go." Hearing Gu Qingmei mention the name Su Chen again, Violet Star Monarch's face looked slightly unnatural. Yet she didn't press the issue. There was some curiosity about what the specifics of that message were, but it wasn't strong. What she had been thinking about on the way was actually something else. Now it's just the thing to use to change the subject. So she asked towards Gu Qingmei. I see. Your Majesty, please rest assured that we will do our best to completely what you have explained. But I have a doubt here that has been troubling my mind, and I wonder if your Majesty could take the time to clear it up for me? Gu Qingmei froze, saying that the topic had turned a bit raw, but since she had spoken, she went along with it. First things first, Violet Stargazer said slowly. Regarding those dead soldiers of yours, my subordinate has always wondered how on earth they managed to break through the blockade. The law's collapse of the chaotic star sea is never a false name. Their strength is no more than the heavenly immortal realm, so it's reasonable to say that they can't be ignored at all. So how could they? This was actually something Su-chan understood. After all, the scholar had once revealed a little to him, but before he could tell her, Su-chan was gone, so it was never clear to her what was going on. Gu Qingmei thought about it and felt that there was nothing she couldn't say. Then he said meaningfully, it's very simple. The law collapsing is this starry sky avenue, and the way they cultivate is not within this starry sky path. Do you understand me when I say this? Chapter 134, Top Secret Information. The fruit of the Tao is about to appear. As Violet Stargazer listened to these two sentences, he felt like he understood, but didn't quite get it. However, Gu Qingmei was as far as her words went, and had no intention of explaining in further detail. A group of 5 people continued to gallop, and it was only after a while that Violet Stargazer came back a bit. Isn't Starry Sky Avenue? How dare you do this? Just how confident are you? Even though she was already at the golden immortal realm, she still couldn't comprehend this practice of abandoning a ready-made Tao in favor of another. On the one hand, is it possible for an individual to become a Taoist? And is it possible for it to have a higher ceiling than the astral path? On the other hand, it was still unknown whether or not one could become a Taoist, and if once one realized that one could not go on at a certain stage, it would probably be too late to start over. Although Gu Qingmei hadn't told her exactly whose Tao those dead soldiers were cultivating, but combined with the content of their conversation in the Jiesian formation before, plus the aura Gu Qingmei had once revealed, it wasn't hard to surmise. That bold man should be her husband. The handsome man who had beheaded the Changdong Xingjuan at the drop of a hat. Obviously born with a suave look. Who would have thought to commit such deviant behavior? Violet Stargazer sighed inwardly. Only now she had even less say in the matter, and could only keep a silent eye to see just how far he could go on that path. While she was here dwelling on these issues, Gu Qingmei wasn't idle either. A paper crane that kept releasing and falling back in her hands. Looking at the 4 personal guards, they were speechless for a while, and felt in their hearts that they were only afraid that what they had said earlier about letting them accompany them in the conversation was simply true. This one really looks like a master who can't be left alone. For the little time it took to hurry, she had to find someone to channel for a while, but in reality, Gu Qingmei really wasn't quite the same this time. She was transmitting her voice to Li Yi, and the transmission was very serious. A more serious business. Or at least that's what she thought. Gu Qingmei's first paper crane, open to the point, directly then told Li Yi, she here got a message. The source should be true. Li Yi didn't care, and just thought that she was looking for a casual chat with herself, so she simply replied with a couple of sentences. But the next words Gu Qingmei returned made Li Yi square up as well. The news says that in the Vermilion Bird Planet there will be a Tao fruit in the near future. This belongs to the most top secret information. If they hadn't mistakenly plundered a passing team of cultivators, there's no way for him to get news of this level. Therefore, the source of the news shouldn't be fake. The message was simple, but the implications were extraordinary. Li Yi muttered as his eyebrows knitted into a pimple as he watched. Tao fruits? Even this kind of thing has come out? Not too bold to make it up, are you? This kind of thing, the Tao fruit, is actually not unfamiliar to everyone when it comes to speaking of it, because as long as one is in cultivation, one would certainly have heard of it. But to say who has really seen, or which book has a detailed record, then no one dared to blow this bull. Therefore, a Tao fruit is something that only exists in legends. And what exactly does it do? It's very simple, and it's similar to the Buddhist practice of becoming a Buddha on the ground. Because it was a legend, there were many versions, and one of the mainstream ones was that if you ate the Tao fruit you would definitely be able to fuse the great Tao and reach an unprecedented realm. What immortality! What eternal invincibility! One Tao fruit, easily realized. And one of the most appealing things is that there is no threshold for the use of Dongo. This meant that even a small cultivator at the foundation establishment stage would directly become the strongest existence once he obtained the Tao fruit. At first glance it may sound like it feels outrageous, but the so-called authority figure is a bystander. And for those in the cultivation world, it really doesn't feel strange, because it holds their hopes too strong to be broken. Cultivation is both dangerous and hard. Who would not want to take a shortcut and reach heaven in one step? And to realize all of this, just having a Dao fruit was enough. But unfortunately, Li Yi scoffed at this and would never agree with it. The reasoning is simple, no matter which way you look at it. This thing called Dao fruits shouldn't exist. The balance between heaven and earth needed to be maintained. So how could there be any place that could produce something as disruptive to the balance as a Dao fruit? Something that could bear the fruit of the Dao would not be tolerated by heaven and earth in the beginning. Instead, there is a fruit that has a similar effect to it. That was the ice spirit fruit that Gu Qingmei especially loved to eat. Even if the effect was similar, it could not match a millionth of the utility of the legendary kind. The biggest benefit of eating more ice spirit fruit was that it could enhance the body's affinity for the Great Tao. Simply put, it was able to more easily perceive the Great Tao, thus preparing for the nascent path into the body. Of course, trying to feel a bright difference and taking just a few won't do much. It needs to be taken in large quantities to have a more noticeable effect. This likewise belonged to one of the topmost pieces of information, a quick article agreed upon by the bigwigs of all parties, not to divulge the utility of the ice spirit fruit. This was done mainly to protect the ice spirit fruit, which was now left in small quantities. They were still looking around for enough to eat themselves, and if it spread and the whole world went looking for ice spirit fruits, then they would have even less to eat. And that's why when little Schwer told Gu Qingmei earlier that there would be ice spirit fruits on the vermilion bird planet, Gu Qingmei was so excited about endeavor and can't wait for the reason. Far from it. In short, the fruit of the Tao was such an existence that was both tantalizing to the extreme and nebulous at the same time. Now that it appeared as the most top-secret news, the great cultivators from all sides would definitely subconsciously want to take a look at it without saying whether they believed it or not. This mentality is actually quite understandable and can be summarized in 3 words. What if? What if it's true? If I can't get it myself, I can't let anyone else get it. And it is this countless people heart yearning for the fruit of the road. But don't Li Yi mercilessly back. The Dao fruit is definitely fake. There must be someone behind it who is up to something big. To use the Dao fruit to pull all sorts of great cultivators to gather at the vermilion bird star. It seems that the person behind this has great intentions. This is something I have a hunch about. And it's definitely not something of a simple nature. Because I sensed something very nasty in it and this might be unintelligible to anyone else. But Gu Qingmei knew that Li Yi was a heavenly Dao after all. The fact that he was able to be visibly disgusted shows that the possible repercussions of this event were a huge nuisance to him. I'm with you on that point. I'm on my way to the Vermilion Bird Star right now with 4 newly arrived Golden Immortal Realm personal guards. How's that? A luxurious lineup, right? Seeing the content this time, Li Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and persuade. The situation is still unclear, so you should stay away for now. Otherwise, in the event of a change of heart, I fear that your skills may not always be useful against this opponent. Chapter 135 The Loneliness of the Loaded. Gu Qingmei saw Li Yi's reply and replied arrogantly. No way. The guy who can make me back off hasn't been born yet. I won't talk to you anymore. The road is a bit far. We have to hurry. Don't come back. Li Yi looked at the paper crane in his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be the Empress of a party's starfield, why are you still like a child sometimes? That's just it. It's good to go and take a look. Anyway, they're all small people who only dare to sneak around behind their backs. So if they're ill-advised and insist on messing with people they shouldn't, then leave the scene before it's too late. Under the starry sky, you have no qualifications to be reckless. In fact, Li Yi had his own speculations about the person behind this. Only, after thinking about it, he still didn't say anything to Gu Qingmei. After all, this was a big matter, and in the form of a voice transmission, it was difficult to make it clear in a few words. And she is sure to experience some heartburn when she hears it. This was something Li Yi didn't want to see right now. The truth sometimes represents heaviness and is not for everyone to know. It is neither meaningful nor necessary. It only needs to be in the hands of a few pioneers, who will then tell the people at the right time. Li Yi glanced at the sky outside. The morning light was bright, and soon it would be dawn. He rolled out of bed and, alone at the table, took out a jug of wine and sipped it. He used to not be a fan of waking up early, and could even be described as a fan of sleeping in. But if there was something on his mind, or if he woke up at the crack of dawn, he would be happy to enjoy the sheer tranquility for a while. Everyone may have a different understanding of serenity. Most people feel that complete silence is serenity, where no sound can be heard. But Li Yi is different. He thinks that after eliminating the sound of human voices, there is tranquility, especially when all that was left around was the rustle of the wind through the leaves, and the faint sound of hooves of the painted lady in the distance. The world seems to be all around you, but distinct from you. Li Yi just sipped alone and thought about many things. Finally, dipping his finger in the wine, he gently wrote 2 words on the table in elaborate strokes. Alien. The cradle. Even if it is good, will eventually be used as a cage. It's just that, are you guys sure you're, like, really ready for this? Li Yi stared a little out of his mind at the beautiful pattern on the wine glass, the glazed walls of the glass reflecting his obscure eyes. At the end of the hour, Ning Yuanchang fully awakened. The He Mansion as well. Even the Jiao Tianxian maiden, who was drunk last night, came out rubbing her sleepy eyes. Li Yi simply prepared breakfast. It was light, just dessert and milk. Genji's hair was now fluffed up and a bit messy from last night's indecent sleeping position. Dumbfounded, he sat in his chair, looking across the room at Li Yi, who had not yet returned to his senses. It wasn't until after finishing a pastry without paying attention that the whole thing seemed to be completely activated. The soulful eyes rolled back into focus. There were only 3 people in the room: Li Yi, Su Qing and her. The people of the He Mansion are not allowed to disturb them. As soon as Xianji saw Li Yi, she remembered what happened last night. The small mouth deflated and Hyun said, "Did people piss you off? Why did you get people drunk last night?" Li Yi was chewing on a piece of osmanthus cake, which he had gone out in the morning and bought from another house. At the moment, he seemed to find the flavor less than satisfactory, frowning slightly as he said faintly, "In all conscience, I didn't dunk you. I remember clearly when I kept telling you that you should not touch this wine. Never touch it. Who knew you were so curious? When I wasn't paying attention, you drank half the pot straight down. All of this Subaru can attest to." Su Cheng nodded towards Xianji. Master is right. When Xianji took a look at the situation, she was instantly displeased. But you know people are curious. I'm sure I can't help but wonder what kind of wine it is when you talk to me like that. Humph. You just do it on purpose. Just don't want to sleep with people. Li Yi said. Why are you so smart? But you can't see through these things, can you? Ahem. Let's eat first. I specifically went outside to buy special snacks. How does it taste? Li Yi chose to change the subject. Xianji's nature and intelligence was also on and off the line, and now that she was stubbed out by Li Yi, she forgot about the question she had just asked. But after a few bites, he suddenly remembered something and said excitedly, "When I went to bed last night, I dreamed of holding a special cozy doll. The doll's body still smells nice and soft, but I can't remember what it looks like right now." The little face became pitiful as he spoke. Li Yi froze, recalling the scent of Princess Xia that he had detected in the courtyard when he returned last night. The two connections pretty much restore the scene a bit. Looks like not only did she go to the wrong room, but she was also caught by Genji by mistake. Humph. With that girl's nature, I guess she was scared and didn't know what to do at that time, right? As if he had thought of some particularly funny image, Li Yi couldn't help but eat and laugh out loud. It caused Su Qing to look at him with great shock, because the impression was that Li Yi had always been a master who didn't show much emotion. He had always been gentle, and Su Qing had never seen him in any other moods of joy or sadness. Even if there are some moments when it shows some, it can be chalked up to gentleness. Even when he was angry, it was as if nothing could make him truly angry enough to lose his mind. I'm done eating. You guys take your time. There might be some chaos outside in a while, so it's best if you guys just don't go out today. I'm going outside now to get some air. I'll be back later. Li Yi wiped his mouth and got up to give a brief explanation. The osmanthus cake he had just eaten was so uninspiring that he decided to go to the familiar one and have another authentic one. Just after leaving the He Mansion, he noticed that the people in the neighborhood were gathering in one direction at a quick pace. Li Yi curiously stopped a woman and asked, "What happened?" The woman, who was about 30 years old, had been in a hurry to move forward and was in an upset mood when she was suddenly stopped. But after seeing Li Yi's face, his face immediately changed from dark clouds to clear skies. After endeavoring to reveal a bright smile, her right hand gently tucked her hair behind her ear, and her voice delicately said, "That Princess Xia of the demon race seems to be entering the city soon. It is said to have been born as the most beautiful woman on earth, and everyone wants to go and open their eyes." Li Yi gave an oh-so-smiling thank you, drifted away as the other man looked at him with a million eyes. Stunning is true, but I've seen her as a child. What was once a crybaby has now become a beauty to the world. Chapter 136, Tendo loves cinnamon cake. Li Yi slowly walked in the other direction against the flow of people. Such a thing as Princess Xia entering the city was not yet worthy of his special trip forward to take a last look. He considered that it would be good not to have the host go out with him. Although there was a gathering crowd all around, no one was able to get next to the corner of Li Yi's coat while passing by him. After half a pillar of incense, Li Yi arrived at the entrance of the He family. Although this was only his first time here, with that small trace of kinship with the He family, it wasn't difficult to find the location. Dang. Knock lightly. Li Yi surveyed the environment where the He family was located, and indeed it could not be called optimistic. The dilapidation of the houses was only one aspect. The main thing was the surroundings, which were clearly slums at first glance. Don't look at how prosperous Ningyuan City looked on the surface. But in fact, there were still quite a few shady corners like the slums. They are like the shadows that inevitably arise where there is sunlight, which cannot be erased by any means. Some of the people here have fallen from family privilege to hell overnight because of various changes that have happened to them. Others, on the other hand, are naturally lazy, eat, drink, whore and gamble, and don't even think about living a good life. As for others, they are purely ordinary people, perhaps lacking some luck and talent. It is hard to get out of this bad situation despite having been trying to live. The He family, for one, falls into this last category, and there are two main reasons why they fail to get out of here. For one thing, the old man of the He family has contracted a serious illness, and if he wants to live, he must be constantly medicated. Over the years, it's just that the cheapest medicine can't help but keep grabbing it. What's more, it's not a very cheap drug. The other reason was that brother of He Yunshi's. Strange to say, He Yunshi was clearly an exceptionally understanding girl, but this younger brother of hers was the exact opposite of her. It's simply hard to find a single good thing about it, other than the fact that it's also well-born in terms of looks. By making a bunch of foxy friends in this environment and not having anyone else with a bad heart, you've been constantly eating your losses without realizing it. Every time, he was so angry that He Yunshi wanted to never care about him again. But the next time I see him pathetically saying that if his sister doesn't even care about him, he'll just have to die and there's no way to live or something like that, I can't help but feel soft again. Thinking of his obedient appearance as a child, He Yunshi couldn't always recall from when this younger brother had suddenly changed. Prosperous places look different, but poor places are always the same. Li Yi sighed as the door in front of him opened with a creak. The one who opened the door was a pretty young girl. Her long hair simply tied back because it was still early. Her clothes were ordinary, and she didn't have any flashy jewelry on her. But despite this, there was still no hiding her natural beauty. It's a rare thing to come out like this in such an environment. I have to say, it's mostly in that quiet demeanor, and it's not the average person who can hold it together in such a slushy environment. You are? The girl was naturally He Yunshi, who had never seen Li Yi before, so he instinctively shot him a wary look and asked softly. It was also the first time that Li Yi had seen her, and in the very depths of his pupils, a very faint ray of golden light gradually lit up. Are your parents home? Under the gaze of her golden pupils, He Yunshi's body turned into a particularly modeled mass of light. A multitude of different colored filaments were attached to the top of the light mass. The thickness and shape of the threads are all different from each other. Two of them were the thickest, one connected to Li Yi and the other extended in the direction of the city gates. This was a bit out of Li Yi's expectation, and he cried and laughed a bit. How in the world did that ninny do it? It's not even if you've met with Shinji, but you can cross paths with this girl too? He Yunshi was relieved to hear that it was for her parents. Just looking at Li Yi's dress and talk and temperament, he inwardly wondered how such a young gentleman could know his parents. Did you buy my cinnamon cake without paying? Now you've come to my door to return the money? This kind of thing mother didn't do too often. He Yunshi, whose thoughts were a bit flighty, flashed a slightly apologetic smile at Li Yi before inviting him into the house. Simultaneously inquired, I don't know what business your excellency is looking for them for. My father is unwell and is not very comfortable meeting guests. Mother is preparing the osmanthus cakes to be sold today, so she can't spare any time for now. If I can do it, just tell me directly. Li Yi surveyed the dilapidated compound inside and felt that the family was just like that. Apart from the things needed to make cinnamon cakes and a few household items, there was almost nothing of value to be seen anymore. And as far as the eye can see, you can't see any relatively new items. What does that mean? Meaning they hadn't added new wares in a long time. Things were broken and repaired, and they continued to make do. Li Yi sighed inwardly and nodded his head, saying gently, there's no harm in looking for you. I ate your family's cinnamon cake the day before yesterday and found it very enjoyable. I switched to a different one today but the flavors never felt right, so that's why I came to the house to get some myself. But at this time on weekdays you should already be taking your places on the street, right? Why are you so late today? Hearing that Li Yi was here to buy osmanthus cakes, He Yunshi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a nuisance. Families like hers feared nothing more than trouble, because most of it required money to solve, and money was what they lacked the most. I see. The male has the right feeling. My family's osmanthus cake is the best even in this entire Ningyuan city. And this is not bragging. As for why today is later than usual, it's not because in a while that Princess Kasumi or whatever is coming into town. Now everyone is busy running to the city gates to see what's going on, and we're liable to be bullied by the bad guys if we go out early instead. Might as well just give away all the front slots and we'll wait for that chance to break up the show. And there's still time to make more while there's still time. Li Yi let out an O of understanding and reminded He Yunshi when he saw that he was still standing in front of him. So, can you bring me the cinnamon cake now? He Yunshi froze for a moment and, as if awakened from a dream, hurriedly ran to the inner room and neatly wrapped a portion of osmanthus cake and carefully handed it to Lee. Since I didn't know exactly how much he wanted, I chose a small portion. It was also the largest portion anyone else had ever bought. After all, it's not a meal, and many people just buy a serving when they have a sudden craving. It's still warm in the hand, even slightly hot. That alone suggests that it was definitely just made. Lee took it, but didn't pay or leave. Instead, he sat on the stone bench next to him and opened the cinnamon cake and took a small bite. Chapter 137. Why is this portrait filled with death? The dilapidated little yard had an interesting sight today. A young man with a dusty temperament and a dashing and handsome person was eating osmanthus cakes intently on a stone bench under a willow tree as if no one else was there. Next to her stood a beautiful young girl who was puzzled and bewildered. If a painter were to pass by, he would not be able to bear to let go of this scene, because it's just so interesting and harmonious at the same time, and obviously doesn't have a lot of rare elements, but it just looks and feels nice and cozy. Hyun sure did feel a bit shocked when she saw that Lee was actually eating on his own right here. I thought to myself, what kind of craving are you having? You ate it right after I gave it to you? Seeing that he was taking such small bites, he probably wouldn't be able to finish it in a while, so Hyun sure stopped standing and waiting for him, but similarly sat down on the stone bench across from him, and continued to size him up. It can't be helped. Looking this good just makes you want to ogle more. It may have something to do with emotions like liking or something like that, but it's definitely not much, and it's more really about an innate human affinity and desire for beautiful things. Is there water? Time passed slowly, and after perhaps half a pillar of incense, or an incense stick, Hyun sure realized that she surprisingly did not feel uncomfortable at all. This experience was her first. Then she heard these words that Lee suddenly said. Ah, there. Your Excellency, wait a moment. Hyun sure's tone was slightly flustered, and a little blush appeared on her face. Soon, she brought a wine pot from the inner room. Although the spout was a bit broken, the rest of the pot was still quite intact, and it was very delicate, not an ordinary contraption at first glance. This jug felt out of place with everything else in here just by looking at it. It wasn't hard to see that this was something Hyun sure had specifically sought out, probably thinking that the utensils they usually use are so bad that they are worried about being disliked by others. This is the cup. This is the only cup I have at home. No wine cups, so don't be offended. Your Excellency. Hyun sure handed the wine pot to Lee and placed another bowl on the stone table. That's right, bowls. Or one of those poor quality bowls with extraordinarily rough workmanship. The only good thing about it being that there's nothing broken. Forcefully referring to the bowl as a cup made Hyun sure unable to help but feel a little bashful. But in her heart, she felt that in front of such a male, it was better to say cup. Otherwise it really did not match his temperament. After all, the water is poured from the jug. It's so uncharacteristic to pour it into a bowl. Lee didn't care about this, pouring half a bowl and then drinking it all in one go. Then he made a gesture towards Hyun sure of turning his cup downwards after finishing his drink and laughed softly. Good wine. Hyun sure froze and giggled as well, all the previous worries dissipating quite a bit. In his heart, he thought that the man who looked this good-looking had a good heart. Lee stopped when he was about halfway through eating and rewrapped the rest of the osmanthus cake. Can I come sit in your room? Coldly, Lee suddenly said this. Hyun sure asked subconsciously as she listened a bit unresponsively. Why? Lee pointed his finger at the sun in the sky and said softly. The sun is getting a little too strong for me, and I'm a little afraid of the sun, and there doesn't seem to be any good places in this yard for shade. Hyun sure looked around in bewilderment before realizing that this was indeed the case. The willow tree was not particularly old, so the canopy was not very large. The sunlight filtered through the willows, creating a patch of light on the ground of varying regularity. Hyun sure took a look at what people were saying and was right, so now she didn't even have a reason to refuse. Hyun sure, what are you dwelling on? Would a male like this covet anything from you? Quickly giving herself a mental build-up, Hyun sure summoned up the courage to agree. But, then the gentleman with me. Lee looked at her struggling face and couldn't help but reveal a smile. He remembered seeing a question that had struck him more than a few times before. Someone asked, always thinking you're not cute enough. What kind of behavior actually makes people think you're cute? At that time, Lee didn't have a clearer answer, but now he suddenly realized something. Still have to look at the details. Inadvertent movements or eyes. The effect is the most obvious. Those women who are still obsessed with how to talk and how to walk are going in the wrong direction. Followed Hyun sure into her boudoir. It can't really be called a boudoir because it's just like the outside. Again, there are no more iconic items to be seen. In the house were drying 2 dresses of women's clothes that had been washed white, and beyond that it was difficult to find any proof that the occupants were women. Hyun sure felt her face burning a bit, and a big reason why she refused to bring him in the first time before was because of this. Feelings of inferiority are simply too destructive to a person in the presence of someone who has a favorable opinion. However, Li Yi's reaction reassured her. Li Yi did not show even a hint of shock or contempt. He still had the same face with a faint smile, and after briefly surveying the room, he walked towards her bed as if he had found something. Yuncher's face swished red. At the same time, thoughts were running at high speed, thinking of all sorts of ways to turn people down without offending them. Other things are fine, but this kind of thing is absolutely not okay. Even if he had a good feeling about it again, Yuncher wouldn't agree. You don't. Before she could finish her words, she saw Li Yi gently pull out a scroll from underneath her quilt. The scroll was exquisite, and looked like the best thing in the room. What do you mean? Can I open it? Li Yi gently raised the scroll in his hand and asked with a smile. Yuncher breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously said yes, but when she reacted to what it was, she regretted it a bit, but it was too late to regret, as Li Yi had already unrolled the scroll, revealing the painting of the young girl already framed inside. The woman on the scroll was undoubtedly Yuncher, and it had to be said that the person who drew this painting was still very good at it, giving a good representation of several of Yuncher's more prominent features. Don't underestimate these details. Sometimes recognition is largely dependent on them. That's a picture of you, isn't it? It's beautiful, Li Yi praised. Not to talk about compliments, but completely honest. Yuncher's heart ached bluntly, and she didn't reply, only returning him a smile of bitterness mixed with gratitude. I thought to myself, it must look better. After all, when I die, my loved ones will have to look at it to miss me. But the beauty of it is how this portrait is permeated with a dead air. Chapter 138. Your Excellency, I want to cultivate immortality. Li Yi's words immediately caused Yuncher to freeze. The word dead air is not entirely new to mortals, for even mortals can see the presence of death aura to a greater or lesser extent in old men who are dying, or young men who are trying to find a way out. It is not necessarily visible to the naked eye, but it is clearly perceived. In sensory terms, it is a gray mist. When this gray color appears, it means that the person may be in danger, and when it thickens to a certain level, it means that the person must die. But the point of Yuncher's surprise didn't lie here in the dead air. Rather, why would Li Yi say that? Could he have sensed that he was dying? Yuncher wasn't too sure about this, so she asked tentatively, why do you say that, my lord? Li Yi smiled and put down the scroll in his hand. Not immediately answering her question, he asked, did you find it hard growing up in such an environment? Yuncher's eyes were blank for a moment, somewhat confused as to why this strange male would suddenly ask such a question. But even more strangely, she didn't resist it very much, but really thought about it and then slowly shook her head. Not a denial, but a statement. That's a question I don't know how to answer. It's been in this place since birth. There have also been times when I envied the children of wealthy families outside, or the immortals who could fly with swords. It's just that I haven't experienced a single day of their lives, so I have no way to compare them. But I suppose they have their own troubles. Life is too hard. Sometimes too hard to have the heart to fantasize about that. Yuncher's words were a bit saddening. It was hard to imagine how much a flower girl like her had suffered before she could feel this way. Li Yi listened attentively, and when he heard about the imperial sword flight, his eyes lit up for a moment. Flying with a sword? Did you ever aspire to that kind of person? A cultivator who moves mountains and can do anything? Yuncher sighed and laughed at himself. Your Excellency is joking. Who wouldn't envy them? Not only do they not have to suffer from the many problems of mortals, but they can also get away with a long life. Even though I am not a man, I think there is a great flow of wind. It's just a shame that this life is not that blessed. At that, she laughed bitterly and recoiled in relief. Actually, thinking about it, it's good to end this life early. Maybe when I'm reincarnated in my next life, it will allow me to be able to be a cultivator? Since this life is harder than others, how can you make up for some of that in your next life? Li Yi looked at her without smiling or nodding, because although she acted in a cloudy and light-hearted manner, with a posture that she had already looked down on life and death, and did not want this life, but from the tone of voice is still not difficult to detect, she still has a lot of attachment and strong attachment to the world. It's a little kid after all. Even if you want to learn how to talk like an adult, you're only learning superficially. Li Yi was slightly emotional. Actually, with that said, the padding is pretty much done. Li Yi already had a basic understanding of her, but today was a rare day when he didn't have to babysit two children, and Li Yi had a lot of free time at his disposal. He then continued to ask, if there was an opportunity in front of you to be able to change what you have now, would you give it all to take it? Li Yi's tone was very soft, but even if Yuncher was slow, she would have noticed something was wrong by now. This male in front of him was clearly not a simple person. Not only does he have a great demeanor, but everything he says seems to have a deeper meaning. It was associated with the feeling of being seen through. If at all, From the first moment of meeting him, He Yunsher had a bold guess in his heart. Could this gentleman be the legendary immortal? Is it because he is destined to be with me that he has come specially now? Or do I actually have the qualifications to cultivate immortality? And the qualifications are not bad at all? Thinking of this, He Yunsher's heart couldn't help but thump. I have nothing left in me, not even a few days left to live. So what is there to give up? Without any hesitation at all, He Yunsher directly knelt down in front of Li Yi and said very reverently, "Willing, if there's the slightest chance, I'll take it. I'd give anything. If your excellency can help me, you will be Yunsher's greatest benefactor in this life. Yunsher will definitely break her bones in return." Li Yi looked down at her and slowly nodded, his face serious. "Your heart, I feel it. This was meant to be your destiny. So don't get too happy about it just yet. Truth be told, you still have 10 months to live. If you refuse, I can let you travel all over the world during these 10 months and fulfill your various earthly desires. Come and walk this earth so that you don't leave with regrets. But if you still insist on the choice you just made, then what you're about to face could be a long journey, with all kinds of dangers. The cruelty of the cultivation world is unimaginable to mortals. One must be well aware to survive. Do you understand?" Li Yi once again gave her a chance to change her decision. This has never happened before in the collection of pieces. His previous credo was that everyone must take responsibility for their own decisions, and that having made a choice, they can no longer regret it. But this time, perhaps it was the demise of one of the more important pieces, or perhaps there wasn't much time left for him. He was slightly moved to compassion. The longevity of life does not directly affect the level of happiness. He Yunsher's last hours could be spent doing whatever he wanted, and the experience wasn't necessarily any worse than becoming a cultivator. It all depends on what she wants more. Yet He Yunsher still didn't hesitate as she said with a firm voice, "No, I've been a mortal long enough. I want to be a cultivator. I beg you to fulfill me." Li Yi revealed a smile and said softly, "Good, then follow me." As he spoke, he waved his right hand. He Yunsher only felt that the scenery around him suddenly blurred, and when he was able to see clearly again, he had arrived at a completely unfamiliar place. This is a deserted village. As far as the eye could see, it was a tiny village of only 100 or so families. Inside, the houses were dilapidated and appeared to be in a state of disrepair. The yard was obviously occupied, judging by the clothes hanging out to dry, but there was no activity to be seen in the village, and strangely enough, the entire village was devoid of any poultry, livestock, or small animals. This bizarre sight caused He Yunsher to look away and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Li Yi glanced at her and laughed lightly. "What? Are you scared at this? Don't worry, you won't be in any danger next, but it will require you to stay in this village for 1 night. Chapter 139, The Weird Deserted Village Trial. Staying here for the night? Am I alone? He Yunsher asked timidly. Li Yi laughed. Or what? There would be no point if I accompanied you. Don't worry, there won't be any danger here. It's just to see if you can adapt to the harsher environment. He Yunsher didn't quite understand, but nodded dully. But it's still very early in the day. Are we going to wait here until it gets dark? Li Yi raised an eyebrow. Is it early? After saying that, the whole person suddenly disappeared in a puff of light smoke, leaving He Yunsher standing blankly in place. She couldn't help but look up at the sky once more, and was surprised to find that stars were actually beginning to gradually appear in the sky, and the light around her was rapidly disappearing. Darkness, descending. He Yunsher's eyes snapped wide open, feeling shocked, and at the same time, there was also a vague excitement in his heart, because there was no doubt that it was definitely Li Yi's doing. It was clearly day one moment and night the next. This divine ability was simply too extraordinary, at least from He Yunsher's point of view. This was already at an unimaginable level. With Li Yi not around, she was inevitably a bit scared. At this moment, she realized that she didn't even know Li Yi's name, and now she could only miss it by using Gengzi's name. He Yunsher swallowed his saliva and gathered his courage to walk towards the village. By the light of the moon, she felt that this village was like the huge mouth of a fierce beast, and she was a little sheep that was heading towards the abyss. If it's to test my mettle, why did you tell me I wouldn't be in danger inside? Will it still serve as a test if I know this? He Yunsher didn't quite understand Li Yi's approach inwardly. Things like tests, she didn't find them unusual. Even when mortals took on disciples, there would be all sorts of weird and strange tests. No one wants to receive an unsatisfactory disciple. But this approach of Li Yi was undoubtedly equal to giving her a peace of mind. Wouldn't that be a great test? He Yunsher had originally thought so, but when she stepped into the village and knocked on the door of the first house, her previous thoughts instantly dissipated. The assurances of others can be almost useless in the face of real and genuine fear. It doesn't have much to do with trust. It's purely instinct that can't be fully controlled. Hyuncher didn't knock on the door of the house at the entrance of the village because she heard some strange noises inside. Rustling, and didn't know what she was doing. She walked some distance inward by the faint moonlight, seeing no living thing on the way, and hearing no one talking. Instead, every house, pretty much, makes some weird noise. The wind outside was picking up, whimpering and swirling in her ears. Along with that, it made her feel that the moonlight falling on her body was a bit cooler. As the chill began to gradually strip her of her body heat, Hyuncher couldn't help but tighten the clothes on her body. Then a few quick steps further on, he came to a relatively larger and more intact house. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his courage and knocked on the door. Dang! The pounding on the door of the room was abrupt and obvious in the silence of the village. Hyuncher heard the sound inside come to an abrupt end with his own knock. Her heart couldn't help but beat a little faster as she waited with bated breath for the other woman to open the door. Hidden in his sleeve, his right hand clutched hard at a stone he had picked up on the road. It wasn't much, but it would give her some comfort in her heart. Squeaky! The door opened slowly. Hyuncher finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the face revealed inside made her heart rise in her throat again. It wasn't that the other party wasn't a human being, but it was the expression on his face, terrified to the core. It's as if the door opens to greet some beast of prey. Eyes were so wide they almost flew out of their sockets, and his face was a ghastly white. By the light of the moon, it looked almost like the kind of makeup painted on a paper figure at a funeral. Hyuncher took a step back and almost threw the stone in his hand at the other party's face. Fortunately, she still had some guts. Forcibly suppressing the urge to turn her head and run, she tried to show a smiling face and said, "Old man, I'm lost alone. Can I stay at your house for the night?" The other party didn't seem to hear her, still looking at her with that look of a flooded beast. Hyuncher was stared at by him and felt a bit unlucky. It was hard to choose one, but the one who opened the door was not a normal person. But just as she was about to turn around and leave to knock on another door, she was suddenly clutched at the wrist, followed by a strong force. Whoosh! Hyuncher felt her body lighten, and was actually dragged into the house by that old uncle at once. Click! Before Hyuncher could say anything, she saw that old man quickly relatch the door and turn around to glare at her fiercely. Hyuncher scratched his head, puzzled. I thought to myself, what the hell is going on in this village? It's too cautious, isn't it? Receiving a passerby with this level of care? The point is that just based on how run down this village is, that bad guy can't look at them either. But these hurtful words of pride were not something she would tell people. He was kind enough to take her in, so he couldn't return the favor. Could he? Old man, just one candle in such a big house? Wouldn't it be too dark? Hyuncher got up and surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him. It wasn't that she was nosy, but it did feel inconvenient, for the light in the house now was not even as bright as the faint moonlight outside. It's not to the point where you can't reach out, but you can't see all of it, and you can just barely make out 2 fingers. Hyuncher had thought that his own family was poor enough, but he hadn't realized that it was even more difficult here, and he couldn't even afford to light candles at night. The old man next to her had been quietly observing the outside through the window, and at this moment, when he heard her words, he froze slightly. Then surprisingly, he actually went towards the inner room and came out with another candle in no time, lighting the candle with the flame of another and handing it to Hyuncher. The old man spoke. Take it, or don't blame me if you die here. Hyuncher dumbfoundedly took the candle and asked in a million different ways, Old man, what is the meaning of this? Is it dangerous here? The old man stared at her in amazement for a long time and asked with a raised eyebrow, You don't know where this is? Hyuncher said uncertainly, Deserted village? The old man wondered even more. So, since you know this is a deserted village, you don't realize how dangerous it is at night in this deserted village? Everyone must light a lifeguard candle at night or something very terrible will happen to them. Hyuncher didn't say anything. She was now a little skeptical that this old man had a brain problem. Think I'd better be on my guard and never get carried away. Chapter 140, The Mysterious Visitors of 3 Men and 1 Woman. Old uncle, you are joking, right? I've just been outside and didn't see anything dangerous exist. There are no wild beasts around, not even any people. Where could the danger come from in this situation? Hyuncher still decided to communicate with the old man and make his doubts known. At the very least, she wanted to make sure that the old man had no brain problems and could communicate or not. When the old man heard this, his face froze in astonishment. What do you mean? You've been out there? That's just a bunch of nonsense. If you've been here the whole time, then why haven't I seen you during the day? Hyuncher didn't know how to explain to him about Lee making day and night rotate, and could only say, I was away during the day and was walking to the entrance of the village just after nightfall. I mean, I haven't been in any danger in the time I've been walking in from the village entrance. The old man looked her over carefully for a few moments and bristled. That can only mean you were lucky. Plus the timing was rather coincidental. If you don't believe me, you go out now, and I guarantee you, old man, that in less than an incense burner, you'll be crying and begging me to open the door for you. There are great terrors out there under the darkness. Next, no matter how much Yunsher asked further down, the old man's words came to an abrupt end after merely talking about the place where there was a great terror. Not a word about exactly what kind of horrors and what kind of things will happen. Yunsher was skeptical about this, but luckily nothing strange happened except for the nervous old man. She was beginning to think that Li Yi's words shouldn't be a lie to her, and that there really wasn't any real danger. All the fear comes from her scaring herself. I suppose this scene, which makes people suspicious, was specially made by that gentleman? The purpose is to see if I can withstand this or not. Hey, that's underestimating me, isn't it? I'm not a child. How can I run away just because I've been intimidated a few times? Yunsher gradually relaxed and began to envision how glorious it would be after she became a cultivator. Will you be a chivalrous warrior woman or an unearthly fairy? Or maybe the savior who saves the day? At that time, she didn't know that the gap between cultivators and cultivators was also as wide as a heavenly rift. The three directions she had thought of just now all required immense strength and background support in order to do so. More cultivators, but just a different way. As usual, struggling to survive at the bottom. Of course, she didn't need to worry about that, because she was in good hands, but all the same, she had to pay something for it. For example, freedom and the future. She didn't know yet that the moment she chose to accept it, what she was about to embark on was a path she couldn't help but follow. As a pawn, you can only have limited freedom, and the length of life and the level of cultivation were no longer meaningful to her, because all of this is in the hands of the source. The source of a thought. She can break the moon and pick the stars. A thought can also let her body death. Under high mental concentration, one's energy can be depleted very quickly. Just after she had held on for nearly half an hour, she had gradually become unsupportable. Her eyelids were fighting and several times she almost fell asleep. If it hadn't been for her final alertness that made her insist on forcing herself to wake up each time, she would have died in her sleep by now. I'm afraid. And just as she dozed off for the fifth time, something unexpected happened. Dang. Surprisingly, there was another knock on the door outside. Again, 2 strokes. Just like her time. Yunsher's head buzzed, and she was instantly energized. In such a desolate and remote village, there are other people coming in the middle of the night, and coincidentally happen to knock on this family's door? This isn't the entrance to the village. So, if it's chance, how low does that probability have to be? Yunsher didn't know, but she thought it was almost impossible to happen. From this, it was not difficult to deduce that this person outside was most likely coming for himself. Yunsher felt his body stiffen a bit and thought, is this the real content of the test? I knew it wouldn't be this simple. She glanced at the old man and noticed that he was still going to walk over to the door despite his grimace. So she reminded him, old man, why don't you open it? The old man glared back at her and flatly refused. How can that be? Whether it's a human or a ghost, we always need to see it first. With this life-guarding candle, nothing will go wrong. The somber and oozing face, at the moment, made Yunsher feel a divine light. Squeaky. The door opened. As with the last sight, the old man poked his head out and warily surveyed the visitors outside. Somewhat to the surprise of both of them, there was not just one person outside, but a full 4, 3 men and 1 woman. 3 of the men were dressed as guards and were tall and powerful. The woman, on the other hand, had snow-white skin, a beautiful face, and was dressed very expensively, and was protected by the 3 people in the center, and looked to be a lady or something like that. Old man, we rushed here and it's too late in the day to see the road. Can you let us stay here for the night? We will pay well. The woman saw the eerie image of the old man, but she did not have any unusual reaction, but instead opened her mouth in a soft voice to inquire. Appearing extremely cultivated, the old man observed that all 3 men were armed, and judging by the shape of the girdle around their waists, they should be knives. He didn't say anything, and he didn't refuse. Instead, he stepped aside, meaning to let them in. After the 4 of them entered the house, they also looked around, so they spotted Yunsher, who was curled up in the corner. One of the guards' eyes lit up for a split second, but quickly returned to normal. No one noticed in such a dimly lit environment. The woman instead looked slightly surprised and took the initiative to speak. I didn't think that in a place like this, I would still be able to meet someone who was also on borrowed time. It really is fate. She had a nice voice that made you feel close to her, but Yunsher was only immersed for a few moments before she became alert, for she had never forgotten what her goal was. Getting through the night had, at the moment, become surviving the night in her awareness, and the arrival of the 4 of them certainly reinforced that. Seeing Yunsher's silence, the 3 guards' faces were unhappy, but the woman didn't care. With just a smile, he chose a relatively spacious seat not far from Lee Yunshur, where there was a table and a chair. The light in the room was still dim, but they didn't let out a complaint like Lee Yunshur did. Instead, they sat down and stayed silent and didn't ask questions. Even when the old man took out 4 candles from the inner room and tried to light them, the woman discouraged it. "Old man, don't light those. It's always time to sleep. Too bright is bad." Chapter 141, Miss, could you please open the door? The soft woman, in a tone of consultation, spoke words that could not be questioned. The old man froze and frowned. It's important to light it. Otherwise there's a chance something bad could happen. But the woman still refuses. Or not. Old man, I won't be able to sleep if there's light. You don't need to mind us. Get some early rest. It was still a very nice tone, but the tone could feel a lot more serious. The old man did not continue to insist when he saw the 3 guards, who were beginning to stare at him with a bad expression, put away the candles to take them back. But just as he turned around he was called again. By the way, old man, you can give us the candle. It might be inconvenient to ask you for it again if you get up at night and need it temporarily. The old man's back to them snapped. Moving slowly, he turned behind him, his face hard. Still, she did as she said and handed the candle over to one of the guards. Thank you, old man. Da, send the old man into the house to rest. Do was the guard who got the candle earlier, and at this moment, he put the candle into his clothes and stared at the old man. Please. The old man's body trembled for a moment, and he opened his mouth to speak, giving Lee Yunshur a deep look as he turned around. Lee Yunshur wasn't clear about the meaning of that look, but always felt that it must have a deep meaning. What is he trying to tell me? There's definitely something wrong with these 4 guys. Is it for me to run away? Or should I not mess with them? Or, don't talk to them? Don't trust them? A single look could convey so little information that Lee Yunshur could only understand that part of it was telling her to be careful. As for the rest, I'm afraid I need to ask him myself. After the old man entered the house, they, the 5 outsiders, were left in the outhouse. One side was alone, while the other had a crowd of 4, not to mention 3 powerful men. From a strength standpoint, it seems clear at a glance, and the positions occupied by the 2 parties are distinct. The 4 of them were 3 feet away from Lee Yunshur and did not come over to strike up a conversation with her. Instead, after not a moment, a small conversation began. Miss, I've heard that it's a bit spooky around here at night, so it's a good thing we found a place to land, or we'd be in trouble. The one who spoke was one of the youngest-looking guards. The woman glanced at him and said faintly, What? Are you blaming me for rushing too fast? San? The guards hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Subordinate wouldn't dare. Another guard who hadn't said anything pleaded for him. Miss, calm your anger. San is also looking out for your safety. We know you are anxious to go ahead and seek medicine, and we are worried that you will delay your family. But there are some places that do require a little more caution. We will protect your safety even if we fight to the death. But we are afraid that some existences are not something that our subordinates can resist. The woman seemed convinced inside. Softly, I'll make a note of that. I'll listen to you guys from now on, and it won't happen again. We'll stop traveling as soon as the sun sets. Miss Wise. The 3 guards saluted in unison, looking relieved. Lee Yunshur, who was next to him, had not allowed himself to pay attention to them, but after they spoke, they listened without realizing it. Delaying your family's condition? This seems to be a filial child as well. Alas, I hope God will bless me to pass this test. If I become a cultivator, my father's illness shouldn't be a big problem, right? I'll make sure he's cured. Lee Yunshur secretly prayed in her heart, and the fact that her family was seriously ill made her invariably feel a bit more intimate with this strange woman. Time passed slowly, the 4 of them still whispering. However, Lee Yunshur had gradually become unsupportable and almost fell asleep several times. Out of nowhere, she always felt like someone was staring at her, but then you wake up with a start and realize that it's business as usual. After a while, she thought it was because she was too nervous. Luckily it's only necessary to spend one night. If it was like this day after day, it would really drive people crazy. Lee Yunshur yawned and decided to keep holding on, staying awake as long as she could. It's okay to stay up all night once in a while when you're a young person anyway. The time slowly passed midnight. The night outside was even darker, like a thick ink that could not be melted, as if anything could be swallowed. Roar! Suddenly, a roar that sounded like a wild animal came from outside. The voice was mournful and long, and one couldn't help but feel a chill when listening to it. It was immediately followed by a stern cry. Where to run? Come to me dead. A middle-aged man's mellow voice rang out. Judging by the aura, it seemed to be chasing the beast. The 5 people in the room were horrified. What happened? The woman couldn't help but get up and look out. But the moonlight was weak, so I couldn't see much. The 3 guards each gripped the hilt of the sword at their waists, looking wary. Miss, This place is weird. There are still people moving around outside at this time of the day. It's by no means unusual. For safety's sake, you mustn't go out. I'll go out and poke around and find out what's going on. De volunteered, and after a few words of instruction toward the woman, he resolutely opened the door and rushed out into the night. Air reattached the door and waited quietly with the woman for his return. Hyuncher was a bit suspicious, not understanding why he had to go out and find out more when he encountered this situation. It's obviously safer to stay here, right? But that's the kind of question she wouldn't ask the three strangers. She still knew the truth that trouble comes out of the mouth. After Do went out, a sound of gold and iron began to resound not far away, as if he had encountered some kind of enemy, and as the sounds of the fight grew more intense, Da's voice came faintly as a sentence. Air, San, come out and help. The other two guards' bodies shook and subconsciously looked at the woman, waiting for her orders. The woman took a moment to consider and gave her permission. Go and return quickly. Don't get attached to the battle. Get out of the way. Yes, yes. The two drew themselves up and dashed into the night in the same manner. Soon, the sounds of fighting intensified. Hyuncher gently reattached the gate and returned to his corner. After about less than half a column of incense, the sound faded, as if the dust of the battle had settled. Hyuncher noticed that the woman let out a long sigh of relief. I can't see that it's still a girl who will worry about her men. This kind of person shouldn't have too bad a heart, right? It wasn't long before there was a knock on the door. Dang, dang, the woman didn't get up, but said apologetically to Hyuncher, Girl, can I trouble you to open the door? I'm not afraid to laugh at you. I was just too nervous and my legs are a bit weak. Hyuncher wasn't too close to her, and she couldn't see her expression without candlelight there, but agreed based on previous impressions of her, got up and jerked the latch out. Chapter 142. The whole group cracked. The doors opened and the figure of Day appeared. He was getting a little strange now though, his eyes bulging outwards and his face was pale. It looked almost like the son of the old man in the inner room. The sight startled Hyuncher, almost screaming out loud, but Day was rude to her and drank fiercely. Still not letting it open? What took you so long to open the door? Want me to die out there? After saying that, he pushed Hyuncher away and walked into the house. Hyuncher was naturally a bit angry, but now was not the time to count on that. She looked outside suspiciously and realized that there was surprisingly no sign of Air and San. Only he came back by himself? Why is that? Hyuncher couldn't figure it out, but quickly plugged the door shut for safety. But she had just returned to her place when she heard an argument start not far away. What? Air and San went out to look for me? But I didn't see them. And how can you just go out before I get back? It's too messy. A little out of control. Dish shouted loudly at the woman. The woman was a bit intimidated by his appearance and said timidly, It wasn't because they went out when they heard you call for help and yelled for the two of them to go out and help you. And obviously after they went out, the sound of your fight got even more intense. So how come you didn't see them? Are you injured and having trouble remembering? De froze at that, and after a moment's reprieve said something that gave them both the creeps. But I wasn't fighting from the beginning. I've been searching for the source of that sound from before, but after searching all around me and finding nothing, I thought I should have run far away, and worried about your safety I rushed back. What the lady said about the sound of a fight and a cry for help. Don't say I did it. I just didn't even hear it. It's so quiet out there. There's no way I wouldn't have heard that sound if it was really there. With those words, the room went completely silent. All that was left was the sound of the two women's ragged and rapid breathing. Hyuncher felt like his scalp was about to explode. What's going on here? Telling ghost stories in front of me in the middle of the night? And it's so scary to not just talk about it, but act it out yourself. But whenever it wasn't something as important as immortal cultivation, Hyuncher was going to be unable to hold on and want to call it quits. Of course, even if he called it quits, whether Lee was willing to respond or not was another matter. As for the woman, she was no better. At the moment, his face was so white that it was completely bloodless. Dumbfounded, he looked at Dee in front of him, unable to speak, and Dee was clearly beginning to realize the seriousness of the problem. He certainly wouldn't have lied himself, and the lady had no need to lie to him. So, something else must exist out there, pretending to be him to deceive the lady as well as Air and San. Thinking about it, Dee said sadly, if there really is something that evil out there, then I'm afraid. I'm afraid that Air and San are already gone. When the woman heard this, her body went limp and she almost fell to the ground. Instinctively, I shook my head no, that's impossible. How could something so odd happen? Da, go open the door, live and let live. I'm going to find them. Depressed her shoulders and spoke sadly. Miss, calm down. It's dangerous out there. You mustn't go out again. We can't let the deaths of Air and San become meaningless. Hyuncher quietly watched them argue together, and felt some emotion. Obviously not so long ago there were four of them, and it was very safe. But then they turned around and there were only two of them, seemingly not too far from her. But just as she was sighing, a knock on the door surprisingly came back from outside. Dang! Dang! Still two voices. At this, all three men's scalps exploded. Could it be that ghostly thing coming to the door? Des said in a bit of a panic. The woman was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing with a start. It must be Air and San. Since you're not in danger out there, they should be fine too. Open the door. This time Hyunsur didn't move, because that woman already had an escort. It was natural for her to support her escort in such matters. De gulped and went behind the door to first listen for movement outside. Only after realizing that nothing could be heard did he carefully unlatch the door. Why are you so slow? It'll kill you. It had just opened a crack when Air's voice came from outside. But when the door opened fully, and after Air saw who it was that opened the door, he froze on the spot. Even the foot that had been lifted couldn't help but retract. Are you a human or a ghost? The moonlight reflected Air's incredibly frightened face. The long sword in his hand was also erected in front of the two of them, looking ready to fight at any time. Second, what are you doing? I'm your big brother. Don't you recognize me? Do was puzzled, stirred by his bizarre reaction that even the joy of seeing him safe and sound was washed away quite a bit. Air stared straight at him for a few moments, focusing on his bulging eye sockets for a moment. Suddenly sneered. You're the big brother? Then tell me who he is? As he spoke, he stepped aside to reveal the man behind him. De fixed his eyes and felt the whole thing crack, only to see that behind Air, there were two people standing at this moment. One was naturally San, who was out with him, but wasn't it himself who was holding on to San's side? The one on the opposite side, Da, was wounded at the moment. A foot-long wound appeared on his chest, and it could be seen that it had been treated with medicinal powder, but the crimson blood still couldn't stop flowing downward. Of course, none of that matters right now. The important thing is, what the hell is going on here? Everyone exploded at this moment. Something went terribly wrong. No doubt. The situation became complicated all of a sudden. Now that there are ostensibly two Adas, it seems that it's just one of them that's in trouble. But it's not. The reality is much worse than that. It would have been easier if it was D in the house who was lying, and the imposter was him. The three outside were basically sure that there would be no problems. After all, the two women had heard the sound before. But if it's the one out there that De is an imposter, that doesn't make it certain that the other two or three are true or false. After all, there was no guarantee that the guy hiding in the darkness was the only one, or couldn't get a doppelganger or something. Who should be trusted? What is it trying to do by doing this? Is this room really still safe? Hyunsur's brain raced. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and thought, is this what Gongzi said, that there won't be any danger? I'm so stupid for trusting you. Chapter 143, Trust me. Run away. One door. 6 men. 3 on a side. Clearly separated. The atmosphere was stark. After seeing that there was also a De outside, the D in the house likewise drew his belt knife. You guys say he's real? Then the laborer suspects that you're all fakes too. None of you are coming in here today until we get to the bottom of this. The atmosphere on both sides can be described as saber-rattling. The other Ada outside the house, with a somewhat weak voice, shouted towards the house. Miss, come out. This guy next to you is a fake. He's trying to harm you. The woman's brows furrowed as she listened. After surveying them separately, the thought process was clear. Though you guys look a little more normal. But if he really wanted to do something against me, why didn't he do it to me before you guys came back? Instead, we have to wait for you to break it up now? How do you explain this suspicion? Hyunsur couldn't help but give her a nod from the side, which was one of the most important things she wanted to say. If that's something the other side can't explain, then it's basically a safe bet that they're the ones with the problem. Outside, De visibly stalled, not knowing how to reply for a moment, but Air and San didn't care about that, and only focused on urging towards the inside. Tell Miss to come out as soon as possible, or her life will be in danger if she stays with that fake Atai for too long. Hyunsur was like a transparent person next to him, thinking, am I so non-existent? Let's just hope the bad guy doesn't see me either. Da, who was inside the door, took 2 steps back and opened his arms to protect the woman behind him. Seriously, Mrs. Wise, don't fall under the other party's spell. Outside is so evil right now. Going out rashly will definitely lead to an untoward encounter. The woman said with a soft you have to protect yourself too. I have a treasure to protect me. It won't get in the way. De shook his head back. Mrs. Wrong in her words. Dan Huangju is only able to raise the dead, but does not have too strong a protective effect. You should still. At this point, he suddenly paused. At the same time, a sharp stabbing pain was felt in the back. De cried out in pain, and then only a figure behind him was seen floating out at an extremely fast speed. The moment he dodged, His eyes glanced at Hee Yuncher in the corner of the room, and he spoke kindly to her. Run! Hee Yuncher's eyes were stunned, somewhat flustered by such a sudden turn of events, and just as she was hesitating, Da, who was not far away, suddenly let out a very uncomfortable laugh. GGG, stinking woman, dare to count on me? I'll make you pay for your stupidity. The woman who had already drifted out at this point, said with a cold smile, and you're getting annoyed? I'm simply testing you and you reveal yourself, and we don't know who's really stupid? I do have a treasure on me, but none of them know that the treasure is a bead, much less that it's the Dan Emperor bead. You, on the other hand, have a pretty good grasp of my affairs, don't you? Who the hell are you? Returning to her escort, the woman's aura had changed all over, a sense of killing and determination coming over her. The fake Ada in the room, at that moment, once again let out a rampant laughter, and then his body began to change visibly. In the eyes of the stunned crowd, it gradually swelled into a giant that was twice as big as the original. The giant was made up of a foggy body with a faceless face, but these in no way detracted from its oppressiveness, but rather made it more intimidating. Hee Yuncher couldn't help but watch as he shrank towards the corner once more, his ears hearing a slight crackling sound. She looked down only to realize that it was the sound of a candle burning too fast. The candle flame now seemed to be blown by the wind, and the flame kept leaping over and over, and the speed at which it burns can be seen to be very different compared to before. Obviously, it's because this faceless giant showed up. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come out, girl. The woman outside couldn't help but start prodding. It looked like he couldn't wait to personally go back in and rescue Hee Yuncher again. Hee Yuncher looked outside and then at the giant who was beginning to notice him. Gritting his teeth, he decided to escape anyway. Granted, the old man had warned her that it was dangerous out there, but that was just his side of the story after all. Aren't the four of them out there now, who have stayed well for so long also fine? As the saying goes, hearing is believing, and seeing is believing. Hee Yuncher certainly believed more in what she saw. And, of course, there was the very important point that she didn't have a choice. The giants in the room had begun to walk towards her position after seeing her. Hee Yuncher could even imagine that if he didn't escape now, what he was going to face was definitely being mercilessly eaten. She could already see the sardonic smile on the giant's faceless face. I'm coming. Hee Yuncher let out a stern cry, not to scare off the enemy, but only to embolden himself. But just as she got up and was about to run out, her sleeve was suddenly pulled. Don't go. The slightly familiar voice sounded again. Hee Yuncher subconsciously looked back and realized that it was the old man who had already returned to the inner room to rest. I don't know when he came out, but at the moment he was grasping her sleeve with a serious expression and wouldn't let go. Don't go? If you don't go, are you going to stay here and wait to be eaten? Hee Yuncher began to struggle. The old man answered succinctly. Outside is not where life is. It's hell. Get out and you'll die soon. Stay and you'll at least have a chance to live. Hearing him speak so divinely, before Hee Yuncher could say anything, the four people outside were unhappy first. Old man, what are you talking about? It's hell where you stay. Girl, don't listen to him. He must have been controlled by a ghostly thing. It's compelling you now. Air looked at the old man with a resentful gaze and directly opened his dislike. San followed closely behind. Girl, you can't trust him. He knows he can't run away, so he wants to pull a back. Maybe if you die, he can survive. You can't play him with the doorways here. And the woman gazed at her with a calming, reassuring gaze. Don't be in a hurry. Think back well to what has happened before. Listen to your inner voice and I'm sure you'll make the right choice. You'll be able to detect who's good and who's bad, and who has a fox's tail behind them. Hee Yuncher froze for a moment and really started to think back. The old man next to him saw this and cursed in anger. With a brain like yours, it's useless to save you any more times. Get out if you want to get out. Keep me out of sight and out of mind. After saying that, he literally stopped paying attention to Hee Yuncher and turned around to confront the fog giant that had already approached. Chapter 144, Witty Hee Yuncher. Call it a confrontation, but it's not really, because the old man himself didn't look like he had any combat power, and at the moment, he was just standing in front of the giant, posturing. The giant, however, cooperated by stopping and standing about 2 feet away from the pair, surveying them. It seemed like it was also curious as to what choice Hee Yuncher would actually make. After a few breaths, Hee Yuncher returned to his senses and moved his feet a bit towards the door. The woman and the 3 guards outside all wore relieved expressions and showed encouraging glances. But Hee Yuncher stopped when he was about to cross the threshold. Do you guys want me out that badly? The moment these words came out, the faces of the 4 people outside all froze. The woman said with a displeased face, what do you mean by that? This young lady is trying to save you with good intentions, but you don't believe me so much? Hee Yuncher raised an eyebrow and laughed. Save me? The way is to get me outside? But I think it's more dangerous out there than in here. The woman still looked like she was still making a last stand. Arguing. What nonsense are you talking about? Can't you see a monster that big in front of you? Even if you listen to that old man's lies and believe that something horrible exists out there. But now that we've seen us just fine out here for so long, it's time to find out who's really lying anyway, isn't it? Hyuncher nodded in agreement. Indeed. You have indeed been out there for quite some time. That's something that has always puzzled me. Truth be told, if it weren't for the fact that I hadn't figured this out, I wouldn't have the slightest trust in you guys at all. But unfortunately, a fake is a fake. And even if it's disguised by means, it won't become real. You don't have to make futile attempts at persuasion. I've already figured out the crux of it. Hyuncher said lightly, his tone indeed revealing a sense of accomplishment. The woman outside froze and frowned. You must have gotten something wrong. Now that you say you figured it out, let's hear the so-called answer, which you must have made ridiculous to yourself halfway through. Hyuncher giggled twice and covered her mouth to tease. Yeah, that's the first time I've heard a self-defeating request. But since you've asked for it, I'll satisfy your curiosity. It's actually quite simple to verify whether my speculation is in order. If I remember correctly, after you came in, the old man was getting you each a candle, wasn't he? And then you stopped me when I tried to take it back. As I recall, it was in the custody of the guard named De. Now I'd like to see those candles again. Can you take them out and show them to me? Hearing this, the woman's face changed for a split second, but she hid it well, and instantly returned to her normal self, and demanded it from Ada. Da, since she wants to see it, show it to her. We're not afraid of the shadows. We can't be misunderstood by her like that. The wounded De looked into the woman's eyes and was inwardly confused. His eyes couldn't help but glance behind each man. There is a candle burning quietly in all of them at the moment. It's just that the light is so controlled by them that it doesn't emanate. De said, you dumped this problem on me. What can I do? Can I make you some right away? But looking at the woman's increasingly serious demeanor, De knew there was no way to say no yet. In today's situation, there's only one thing to do. De coughed softly and made up a full body feel, said with a sudden snap of his head, Ha, how come it's gone? Could it have been lost during the battle with the monster earlier? Yeah, that must have been it. I put it in the outermost pocket, and it must have fought so hard that I don't know when it flew out. Little girl, the fact that you would ask about this means that you still haven't gotten over that old miscreant's lies. Don't you get it by now? Everything he told you was a lie. So instead of dwelling on that, why don't you just get the hell away from him now? Be quick, or we'll be out of time. A comment that caused Hyuncher to be a bit surprised. Couldn't help but be a little impressed with D at the moment. I didn't realize that you were quite eloquent. I actually always thought you were a mindless mangina. I don't want to be quite so quick-witted at lying. Tell you what, for being so smart, I've decided to consider trusting you guys one more time. You guys turn your bodies around for me. You guys who can't lie. Surely you're not secretly lighting candles behind your back or something? Well, dare you turn around? The scene was silent again. The four people outside, their faces grew cold and began to become expressionless. Yet it was not they who first broke the deadlock, but the old man in the room. He didn't hold back a snort of laughter. You're a funny little doll. These stupid things are going to be pissed off at you now. Ha ha, after all the hard work of acting in front of you for so long, I ended up with a basket case. It really makes you laugh when you think about it. As his words fell, the faces of the four people outside turned completely gloomy. Each one no longer maintains human form, but gradually begins to mutate. The trend looked as if it bore some resemblance to the fog giants in the house. When they saw that the plot had failed, they decisively abandoned the plan of entrapment and prepared strong guns instead. Swish! The four rushed in toward the house at great speed. The old man's expression was solemn as he shouted, Hurry up and close the door. Hyuncher didn't so much anticipate this situation as he did one of the various speculative situations. So, the moment they began to transform, they decisively slammed the door shut hard and the latch was inserted at the same time. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time, there was a fierce crash from outside. The room shook fiercely twice, and Hyuncher turned toward the old man and asked, With this much force, this house shouldn't last long, right? What should we do? Which knew that the old man smiled faintly and said confidently, Don't worry about that. Even if they were 10 times 100 times more powerful, they wouldn't be able to collapse the house. Why else do you think they're trying to trick you out of it by any means necessary? It's not because they can't do anything with you as long as you're in the room, but if you do fall for it, wait a split second until you're out there that close to them. Your lifeguard candle won't even be able to last for a few breaths of time. It will be consumed in the blink of an eye. And at that point, you will be rapidly assimilated and then officially become one of them. Chapter 145, The Location and Origin of the Deserted Village. The old man's words were a bit too informative for Hyuncher, but at the moment she couldn't be bothered to pursue the unanswered questions. because right now they are facing an even more difficult problem. What about this monster in the house? Hyuncher first ruled out his own combat prowess, then looked at the old man's thin and withered body and didn't have much hope for that either. In other words, there were two of them, but they had both the women and children and the old and the weak. The only thing missing from dragging the top 3 reps is the kid one. What's a lineup like that supposed to win against that fog giant? But while she was nervous here, the old man was not amused. Even had the leisure to sit down next to the table, comfortable enough to drink a cup of tea. The old god said, "You're worried about this one? It's nothing more than a puppet. Why else do you think it hasn't been actively attacking you before? Because it can't do it. It just looks more appalling. And that's the biggest thing it does, is to deepen your fear so that you can't even think hard enough to trust them and leave the room when you're so overwhelmed by fear." Truth be told, their plan this time is definitely above par. But it's a pity that I met you. And the plan that should have been a sure thing fell apart. When Hyuncher saw that he was so confident, she felt a lot more at ease. Taking a long breath, he pointed at the fog giant. "So, when does it go away? Even knowing it's no longer a threat, it still looks pretty scary. Better get it gone quick if you can," the old man said nonchalantly. "There's no rush. Since it's a puppet, it will naturally perish along with its master. There's no need to deal with it alone at all. Those guys out there only have one lifeguarding candle, and they've already burned quite a bit of it before in order to trick you. Invoking the power now in anger is bound to invite more attention from the darkness, so the few remaining lifeguarding candles won't last long at all under accelerated burning. Wait patiently for another half a column of incense, and you should be almost there." Hyuncher didn't understand any of this herself and could only listen to whatever others said. In between waiting, Hyuncher finally had the chance to ask about the doubts that had arisen earlier. "Old man, what exactly did you mean when you told me that moment about being assimilated by them and becoming one of them? And based on what you said, they need to use the lifeguard candle to stay alive out there as well. Then, looking at it that way, are they surprisingly not the monsters of the night you're referring to?" Facing Hyuncher, who was like a curious baby, the old man Dunla was not unwilling or obligated to answer these questions, but because Hyuncher's previous performance was particularly outstanding, it made his mood much better. Then he broke down and patiently explained it to her. "Actually, all these questions of yours can all be knotted into the same one. So it's these guys out here. What the hell kind of things? Before we get to their identity, one thing you must know is where this place is located. All you know is that this place is called Deserted Village, but judging by all the reactions you've had since you arrived, you know nothing about it." Hyuncher said in his heart that you feel quite accurate. My eyes closed and opened, directly to here. "I'm afraid I won't even be able to return if my husband doesn't come to fetch me from the back." So she nodded. "I would also like to ask for your guidance, old man." The old man sighed and said slowly in a cool and transcendent tone, "This is not on the star where you originally lived. You can understand that you have come to another world, another dimension, and where this place stands, you will simply understand it as a battlefield. But the way this battlefield fights may not be quite the same as what you understand, because there are strict rules here that anyone who is in it has to follow. As you just experienced, each of those guys probably has the power to destroy us countless times, but it's useless. It doesn't come in handy at all. If you want to defeat us, you have to use the rules in this space, within the boundaries defined by the rules. As for my identity, I am a human like you. Don't be so quick to wonder. What I'm trying to tell you is that we have the same source, except that those of us who do, are far less lucky than you. From long ago, it was sent to this battlefield for this particular fight. As long as there is one day alive, the battle will never end, because no matter how many people die, they are immediately replenished. And the winner of each round of the competition gets to build a little shabby house in this deserted village. This means that you have officially gained the right to live in the desolate village, and you directly have the qualifications for the next competition. Can you keep up when I say this?" As the old man spoke, he stopped to look at Hyuncher and asked so. Hyuncher nodded. "Although the more I listen to the questions, the more I hear them, I am tentatively able to understand what you're generally trying to convey. You go on, and I'll offer to ask you to stop when I just can't keep up." The old man said yes, and continued to start pontificating. "What I am going to say next involves some hidden secrets, which by rights should not be known to you so early. But with the way you appeared in the deserted village, it's not hard to tell that you must have some big shot behind you. So it's okay to tell you some of this ahead of time. You're bound to find out sooner or later anyway." He smiled mysteriously towards Hyuncher, as if he held the only secret. "One such is surely included in those doubts of yours, and I'll say it to you to see if it's right. What other races are on this so-called battlefield besides the human race? Why are they scrambling into the deserted village to make a fool of themselves?" Hyuncher gave him a surprised look and nodded vigorously. "I thought to myself, you can't judge a book by its cover. Who says old people are confused in the head? This one is not only not confused, but he's also a quick thinker, and even calls himself a thoughtful man. You're being a bit of a god. These are questions I did just think about. The old man laughed, amused that he had guessed correctly. The reason is actually quite simple. The stars of the heavens, what with all the 10,000 clans? The driving force that drove them tirelessly to come to the desolate village was naturally the meaning behind the desolate village's victories and defeats. The deserted village jousting battle is really about being allowed to build a house in this village. Because the distribution of the races of the inhabitants of a deserted village directly represents exactly how the blessings that come down from the heavens should be distributed. Chapter 146. Oh, Gonzi the Big Bad. Each of the words spoken by the old man was a huge shock to Hyunshur. What the heavens? What the 10,000 races? How could a mortal who spent his days in firewood and rice understand? But Hyunshur had one big advantage, and that was hard work. Even if she doesn't understand a lot of it, she doesn't give up listening. Rather, they are still concentrating all their energy on understanding, trying to enable themselves to keep up with each other. This may seem simple, but many people are actually unable to do it. Most people become disinterested immediately after realizing that they don't quite understand or are not very interested in what their counterpart is talking about. And the other person will be keenly aware of this and lose interest in the conversation. If it's just small talk, it's just small talk. But if it's some more valuable content, it's certainly a blood loss. At this moment, the old man paused once again as he spoke, and Hyunshur immediately seized the opportunity to inquire. Are you saying that not all of the people living in this village are human? Doesn't that mean that if I knocked on the door in the first place, I could have knocked on the other packs if I was unlucky? The old man nodded and said seriously, of course it's possible. In this place, luck is also part of strength, just like those 4 guys out there. If things go according to the past, this level of planning will most likely succeed, because the odds of winning with several against one would have been great. But how did it turn out? They just lost, and they lost big. Can you say it was their plan that didn't work? No, it was just happening to meet you. That's a sign of luck. Only, they've had bad luck. Hyunshur secretly staggered. Said boy, fella bad luck even life. This place is too cruel, right? So how often does something like this happen? It would be too tiring to hook up like this every day. The old man said. You can think of those of us who have taken up residence in the village as the defenders and those outsiders as the attackers. It can be a long time before they get a turn because there are so many attackers. But for defenders, it's a non-stop challenge to face. But it's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be. After all, this village is so big that it's impossible for everyone who comes in to knock on the same door every time. Like this night, there shouldn't be much going on in the rest of the village except here, so we can rest peacefully for the night. Hyunshur frowned. But in that case, won't we successfully circumvent the danger by not opening the door for the other party? There's no way for them to break in anyway. The old man laughed twice this time and said playfully, so, if I don't open the door for you this time, you're sure to knock on another door. And what do you think the chances are that you'll get a win in that case? Actually, you're right, but you're missing the important point. It's the issue of follow-up. The pattern of the deserted village is not set in stone. Every day there will be new members joining and old defenders getting out. When you choose to give no one a chance for your own safety, your survival is invariably compressed. And then, you're so smart in the head, you should have some foresight as to how it would turn out, right? Hyunshur nodded in understanding, and when he wanted to ask further questions, the old man suddenly froze for a moment. Then his expression cooled down considerably. Perfunctory, that's all for today. It's late at night, and old bone is out of use. It's tedious. If you're not staying up you can stay by yourself for a while. I'm going back to bed. When he finished speaking, True simply got up and left, heading to the inner room without looking back. Hyunshi stared at his back in shock, completely puzzled, muttered, wasn't it a good chat? How come it's suddenly like this? The old man's temper is really as inscrutable as a child's. Shortly after the old man left, the voices outside gradually weakened until they disappeared completely. And in the moment when the darkness returned to complete silence, Hyunshur suddenly felt some indescribable changes in his body. The specific feeling was that the fear of this deserted village had suddenly weakened quite a bit, as if it had turned into an ordinary village for her. Thinking about what the old man had said earlier, Hyunshur deduced that it probably meant that he had the right to stay here. That point didn't make her feel much joy, though, because she aspires to be a cultivator who fights with the sword in the world, instead of harboring in this kind of place where she fights with foreigners all day long. One of her bigger fears at the moment is, that gentleman wouldn't have tricked me into coming to this place on purpose, would he? And then say you're only going to stay here for one night, only to not come pick me up at all the next day? You mustn't joke about it like that, Agungzi. I have a seriously ill father on top and a mentally underdeveloped younger brother. And so the rest of this night was spent in such apprehension by Hyunshur. Even when she finally fell asleep in a daze, All that appeared in her dreams was Li Yi abandoning her here unattended. When the blinding light woke her up the next day, she rubbed her eyes and returned to her senses, which was a relief. Phew! Scared the hell out of me. Luckily it was a dream. What a cry! But the joy did not last long before she realized that what she had dreamed was not necessarily false, for the room in front of her was still empty, and it was clearly daytime, but no one had come to fetch her. This also means that, woohoo! That male lied to me that it wouldn't be dangerous, but it turned out to be so dangerous, and he lied to me that he would come to pick me up, and he didn't come either. I'm so pathetic. The weak and helpless Hee Yunshur, located in the corner of the wall hugging his knees, whimpering and crying. It wasn't until she felt something blocking the light in front of her that she slowly raised her head, only to be greeted by the sight of a figure that particularly surprised her. I thought you wouldn't pick me up. Hee Yunshur had only been sobbing, but the moment she saw Li Yi, she instantly broke down in tears and couldn't help but jump towards his arms. Li Yi didn't push away and patted her back comfortingly and softly. You're crying so hard. You're turning into a kitten. Leaving the deserted village, it was back to the entrance of the previous village. Hee Yunshur's emotions had stabilized quite a bit now, and with the knowledge that he had passed the test, he thought that the matter of the cultivator had been nailed down, so the mood was great. Li Yi was also satisfied with her performance and said as he stretched out his arm and pointed in one direction of the village, "See, a new house is being built there. It is the result of the battle achieved last night. Since you don't want to stay here, I'll find someone else to take your place. Anyway, the quota is going to be taken first." Chapter 147, A New Deadly Soldier is Born. In the next few moments, Li Yi took Hee Yunshur away from the deserted village and went to the extra-dimensional starry sky. Just awareness. Of course. For one thing, Li Yi's status is inconvenient nowadays, and he tries to avoid going out in person. Secondly, Hee Yunshur was still a mortal body after all, and her body couldn't withstand entering the starry sky rashly. But even with consciousness, Hee Yunshur lost himself in a flash. Looking at the dazzling, all kinds of stars, it was almost as if he wanted to fly up to see each one. However, when she realized that the stars just looked close, but were especially far away when they actually flew, she could only give up the idea helplessly. Li Yi looked at her sad face and laughed lightly. 2 stars away. If you don't fly there in a while, what's the point? But don't be discouraged. When one has cultivation, learns divine abilities and knows secret techniques, this matter will become possible. After venting his excitement for a while, Hee Yunshur lamented. Is this a cultivator? It's simply too fast. It turns out that this world is actually this big. Before today, I've never been out of Ningyuan City. Thank you, Your Excellency, for showing me such a wide world. Li shook his head and said slowly, actually, there aren't many cultivators who see the starry sky, especially our monks there. Do you know why? Hee Yunshur froze. Curious, why? Li Yi laughed. Because behind this beautiful starry sky, hidden are great dangers and endless killing opportunities, and our monks on that star are not ready to face this. Hee Yunshur nodded in puzzlement as he seemed to understand. Is it because the people on the other stars are strong? We can't beat them? Li Yi paused for a moment, as if he was stumped by this simple question, and thought for a moment before saying, this problem is not so well explained. It is not simply a matter of who is strong and who is weak, but has a deeper reason. To give you a simple example, cultivators of the same realm, on our star against other cultivators in the stars. As of right now, it's definitely us who will lose, because the other party can utilize 100% of their strength, while we, perhaps, can only utilize 20 or 30%. In such a case, rushing into the starry sky naturally loses its meaning. Hee Yunshur covered her small mouth in surprise and disbelief. But why is this? Why is it so unfair to us? We all practice little by little. Why should they be able to take such a big advantage? Li Yi laughed, but did not care too much about this problem, and said meaningfully, unfairness is nothing to speak of. It's just the price you have to pay to be stronger later. Now maybe they can only exert 20 to 30% of their strength, but there is one thing that none of the other 10,000 races can match. It is the upper limit. The starry sky 10,000 races, practicing in this starry sky and abiding by the laws here. Even though their strength is not suppressed, the upper limit is actually restricted. The further back you go, the more you realize that it's not too much of a stretch to say that it's 1,000 times harder to take another step forward. Our cultivators, on the other hand, are different. They don't have these limitations. Even if they go to the later great realms, they face a straight path. In that case, does it seem that all this suffering in the early stages is not so difficult to accept? What's more, the situation is still getting better. So perhaps before long, they will be able to utilize 50%, or even 80%, or even all of their strength. As usual, Hee Yunshur couldn't quite understand the words, but was able to feel an inexplicable sense of fervor from them. She nodded adoringly. Gongzi really knows so much. It's almost like a guardian god of the stars. You are right. For the sake of the great self in the future, all this hard work ahead is nothing at all. You should teach me cultivation quickly. I also want to contribute to the future of the human race. Li nodded with satisfaction and patted her shoulder. Good. Since you have this heart, then I'll fulfill you. In order for our star to be able to enter the starry sky as early as possible, there needs to be a group of pioneers to pioneer in the starry sky first. The process of pioneering can be dangerous, encountering all sorts or dangers, or surprises. As a member of the Heralds, you must be mentally prepared to face this alone, although I will leave you with a life-saving card that can only be used in times of true desperation. That is to say, you are going to fight against the entire starry sky 10,000 races with your own strength. Are you sure you're ready? Hyunshur blinked her eyes and ventured a word very abashedly. Ha! This is so cruel, that I'm mainly worried about failing you. I haven't practiced. I don't have the confidence. Li watched her eyes and suddenly laughed as she became more and more abashed. Just kidding. How could anyone want to do such a thing? Your mission is actually very simple. I will raise your strength in a short period of time, and then you are going to follow someone. Join her legion. Exist as a dead soldier. Fight as an ordinary cultivator in normal times, and protect that person's safety in critical moments. Don't be afraid of the name Dead Man. It's just a special status, though the position you went to take the place of is indeed dead, but with what you did in the deserted village, I'm sure you'll do better than the last one. After Hyunshur went through this mental fluctuation of landing from hellish difficulty to difficult difficulty, she really felt that the quest she was hearing now was much more acceptable. She acutely sensed the difference in Li Yi's emotions when he spoke of the man. Then he asked very nosily, "Is it your wife who has to handpick her own dead soldiers and then send them out to protect them?" Li Yi froze for a moment and laughed. "You guessed without me saying?" Hyunshur's nose wrinkled and she hummed lightly. "Don't look at me as a mortal now, but I'm a woman too, okay? A woman's senses can't be wrong in such matters. She must be especially good-looking and powerful, right? With a legion of men under her command, she's truly the envy of every woman in the world." Li Yi thought back to his time with his wife and imagined all the women becoming that way. Couldn't help but blanch a little. Vaguely, beautiful as she is, but there's no need to envy her in particular. Under the stars, having one Gu Qingmei is already enough. Even one more would be much more unsettling. Hyunshur secretly memorized the name and quietly spat out her tongue. So it's called Gu Qingmei, ah. The name sounds like a big beauty. It. Chapter 148. Mr. Can teach me all you want. After loitering in the starry sky for a while, Hyunshur asked for a return trip. The reasoning is to leave yourself with more mystery so that you are more motivated to practice. When she went back, Hyunshur finally asked a question that had bothered her more at the beginning. "My lord, I actually wanted to ask before, why did you choose me? I mean, why would you give me this chance to be a dead soldier, instead of giving it to someone else? Is it because I'm special somewhere?" Li touched her head and said in a warm voice, "The immediate reason is that you are the descendant of a deceased person, and I have some connection with your father, but that just bought you a chance. It's what you do later on that's really going to be decisive." Hyunshur nodded and sighed softly. "It's pretty much what I thought. But, how did such a powerful man as the Duke get acquainted with my father? I remember as if my father had been ill in bed when I was a child. If I may, will the gentleman tell me what happened between you?" Li Yi was a bit hesitant. Please, I'm really curious, eh? Hyunshur couldn't help but pout to Li Yi. Li Yi's head was spinning for a while, and he said that this skill was really necessary for every woman. Even a young maiden like Hyunshur had already mastered it skillfully. In fact, Li Yi didn't intentionally not want to tell her, but was considering whether it was good or bad for her to know some things, because from her reaction, it was clear that her father hadn't said those things to her. It always felt a bit hurtful to his father to hear words from him nowadays. He considered it, though, and decided that he didn't need to get so hung up on it, because in and of itself, his father wasn't exactly a contrarian figure. The reason why he didn't tell his daughter about those past events was mostly due to the fact that he had contracted a disease and was no longer able to recreate his former style. If he said it and was questioned by his daughter, the feeling of not being able to prove it would be something he would be afraid to face. Hyunshur is a girl who understands things. You should have let her know more about you, Li Yi thought with some pity in his heart. A moment later, Li Yi cleared his throat and spoke softly. "Alright then, since you want to hear it so much, there's no harm in talking about it. I met your father when he was in his prime, in his 20s. At the time, he was a soldier who hadn't been in the army very long. That day, I was having a picnic in a broken temple and had just finished the barbecue when he stumbled in. There was also a man in armor in a death grip. Both men looked in a sorry state, their bodies and faces covered in dried blood. He saw that I was not afraid of him and thought I was a great warrior with martial arts skills. Offered to ask if I could buy him a meal. Said he'd lost his team and was now the only one left. This capture in his hand is a general of the enemy, and a party of their 100 men ran 200 miles to capture him alive. I just didn't expect to encounter enemy reinforcements on the way back. I stopped him then and said, you can eat what you want. You don't have to tell me this much. I'm not really interested. But he was a self-possessed man, and still took it upon himself to say all the words he had been holding back along the way, which at the time made me lament that there were still such chatterboxes in the world. Speaking of this, Yunsher couldn't help but interject a couple sentences. Was father like that when he was young? But he was always quiet and didn't like to talk as far as I can remember. Now that I think about it, maybe it's because he's still remembering those years in the past. Li Yi was indifferent to this and continued. And then what happened? As he was saying goodbye to me, he actually encountered the enemy's pursuit again. The other side was outnumbered by as many as 1,000 people, an existence that he absolutely could not force himself against. He looked at me apologetically at the time and handed me the captive in his hand as well, telling me to run for my life first, bring it back to the court to collect the reward money, and just tell the court about the hard work of this group of their brethren. I asked him, pay such a big price to capture the general. This is your future in the future. Just give it away. Do you want to give it up? Might it not be better to release him and trade with the other general for a chance to live? He flatly refused my offer, said that this battle died because of this man in his hand, and that I don't know how many generals died in front of him, and countless people were killed. If he does something like that, it's like letting a tiger loose, and there's no way to explain it to his dead brothers. When I saw his heart of sincerity, I was somewhat touched inwardly, so I decided to help him out for once and teach him a spear technique on the spot. In case you didn't know, your father was one of the few men in the military who knew both weapons. In addition to the standard longsword, he can make a lance and use it well. When he met me before, he was clearly so hungry that he could barely walk, but the lance in his hand was still held tightly, so it's obvious that he's a person who loves guns. This is also one of the reasons why I chose to teach him spear skills. Yunsher's eyes lit up as he recalled. Oh, so it is like this. I said, why, there's always been a lance in the house. Obviously no one knows martial arts, so it's what father used to use. He was so fond of that gun that he usually wouldn't let us touch it, and every day his mother would go and wipe it down several times a day for fear that it would gather dust. And what happened after that? Is the gun technique taught by the Duke really that powerful? It can defeat 1,000 with one? Li Yi's eyes likewise revealed a trace of reminiscence, as if he had once again seen the scene at that time. He was dressed in white, facing thousands of enemies, and passed on to the young man, one move at a time, a spear technique called the shedding gun. The essentials of this gun art are only 8 words, go forward and live to the death. Li Yi showed him how to use each style with actual combat, and the other party watched with fascination and learned with great dedication, making rapid progress. But when it came to imparting the last move, Li Yi hesitated. That young soldier was killing freely, but gradually felt unsupportable after standing for a long time. There was no way. There were just too many enemies. No matter how many were killed, there were always new ones added. He began to urge Li Yi to hurry up and tell him the last stance, because but all feats, the last stance often belonged to the strongest stance, with a shocking killing power, just right for his current predicament. Li Yi said to him somewhat seriously, shedding gun. Shedding gun. A large portion of the true meaning of the word shedding is all in this last stance. If you learn it, you likely won't live long. Are you sure you still want to learn it? The soldier laughed loudly. The most glorious moment of my life is now. What else do I not dare to learn? Teach me all you want, sir. Chapter 149, is the price of quick revenge worth it? The shedding gun is a very special gun technique. The moves in front of it, while subtle, did not reach the point of shocking. It's all in that last move that really elevates it to a new level. It's also the finisher of the Sherpa's gun, the gun of common death. From the name, it was clear that this was a move to die together. Since they are both the same, it is evident that their opponents are stronger than they are. Therefore, it was also a technique that was specifically used in adversity or desperate situations. The stronger the will to die that springs up, the more powerful it will be. If one truly achieved the realm of having death without life, it was not impossible to defeat an enemy several times stronger than oneself. Li Yi was unable to demonstrate its full power, but could only demonstrate its shape, and as for its true meaning, he could only rely on himself to comprehend it. But somewhat to Li Yi's surprise, that pawn was unexpectedly very talented. After seeing Li Yi demonstrating the moves over, he quickly followed suit and finished it off nicely. And unlike Li Yi, he comprehended the true meaning of it very well, and it didn't take him long to be able to easily deal with the situation at hand. But there was no way the enemy was just too many. Even if he was as bold as he was, he still couldn't charge out. As for Li Yi, he would not be overly involved in such matters, and his previous teaching of martial arts before the battle was already a sign of his compassion. If he still helped him to finish off all the enemies in front of him now, then I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear this karma at all. Even if they didn't die here, they would soon die horizontally from some other accident. Thus, Lee watched the entire battle from the side of the Raw. The young soldier relied on the invincible power of his sheer gun and hardened himself to cut down powerful opponents even after he had exhausted himself many times, until the killing was so complete that the whole person was completely numb, and all that was left was to mechanically wave his arms. 2 hours later, the fighting stopped. The corpses of nearly 2,000 enemy soldiers built a tower at his feet. He stood to the end, but his body was also overdrawn from the frequent use of the sheer gun. Now completely unable to move, his legs were pinned down as if he had sunk into the earth. Lee let out a long sigh, inevitably appreciating his bravery and tenacity of will somewhat. Making an exception, he ferried him a strand of spiritual energy, allowing his body, which was already fragmented internally, to forcefully recover a bit, at least be able to stay alive. After the soldier woke up again, Lee was nowhere to be seen, but left him some food, and unconscious prisoners of the enemy general. Lee told Hyunshur all about these passages, then added with some sighs. Then, he finally got what he wanted and returned to the court with his prisoners. The court was so surprised that it rewarded him with a bounty that was the envy of countless others. But what he didn't expect was that the court, after getting the captive, was quick to negotiate with the enemy and release him back after some kind of agreement. Before that enemy general left, he even went around to the new mansion that the soldier was building and made a snide remark about it. The soldier's eyes were red with anger, but there was nothing he could do about it. Even though he is a man of the line, he knows that once he does it, he will surely offend the face of heaven and influence the decision-making of the court hierarchy. He was just about to have a good life. It would be a shame to lose it like that. But this patience finally reached its extreme when the enemy general insulted him, and his dead brothers, in a naked manner. He couldn't hold back. The shigun, which he swore he would never use again, finally did. Worried that he wouldn't be stopped by the guards if he couldn't fight quickly, he used his last move straight away and exploded to his full potential, completely stabbing the enemy general through and through in one blow. A mist of blood rose high in the bright sunlight. Even the enemy general's body exploded with a bang moments later. The surrounding guards looked dumbfounded for a long time before they were able to come forward and capture him. Later, the emperor was naturally furious and wanted to execute him, but there was no way to help the crowd, and many ministers submitted a joint petition. That's why the decision was finally changed to let his merits and demerits be offset, withdrawing all the previous rewards and sparing his life. At the same time he was sent to a place called Ningyuan City, far from where the kingdom is. His body flared up after that time along with his old injuries, and within a few years it deteriorated so much that he could no longer move like a normal person. The good thing is that in the last few years he's had a family and a child. It's been a hard life though. Lee could have said more, but he stopped. He felt that it was enough up to this point, and thought that Hyunshur, as a daughter, must already have a more comprehensive perception of her father in her heart at this point. The father figure, too, would be much taller. As expected, Hyunshur fell into a long silence after seeing Lee not continue. She had never imagined that her quiet father had such a past. It's no exaggeration to say that his father is an absolute hero no matter when you put it. And she had had the chance, at birth, to live a life of fine clothes. But it was because of the cold-bloodedness of the court and the ruthlessness of the emperor that the hero, who should have been bitter and sweet, ended up in such a state. Did Hyunshur ever complain about his father for a moment? Blame him for being impulsive, being angered by the other party's provocation, and then burying his own future and his family's rich life? The answer is yes. She did have a moment. If I were the child of a rich and powerful family, wouldn't I have to live so hard? But that thought was only a short moment. She was not a young girl who liked to fantasize about such things, and at heart, she shared her father's extreme bloodlust. Putting herself in her place, there was no guarantee that she would not have taken the same approach as her father if she had been in that situation at the time. So she was relieved when she thought about it. Yeah, what's wrong with a father? It's his life and his choice, and it's up to him how he goes about it. What's more, what he did wasn't wrong, and I, though I have lived a hard life for more than 10 years, have not suffered much else, compared to all the suffering my father has endured, all the sins he has suffered, and all the grievances he has nowhere to talk about. Those grievances of mine are nothing. The only thing father did wrong was that he should have said this to us himself. He may have thought we would not believe it, may have thought we would blame him or even resent him, but he's wrong. Isn't the whole point of family existence to get through anything together? When we go back, I'd like to see how this stubborn old man will look when he realizes that his secret is known. Chapter 150, The Golden Crow Clan is stupid. On the way back, because they had to tell Hyunshur a story, Their speed wasn't fast, but at the moment the story was told, there was no need for delay. Hyuncher only felt a moment of trance before she opened her eyes again and had returned to her home, and still have their own room. Most unusually, she listened sideways to the sounds of tools coming from her parents' room and was surprised. Didn't I spend the night there? How come it seems like it's still the same hour as when we left? Lee smiled faintly. Consider, for the moment, that everything you experienced before was a dream. When you grow deeper in your cultivation, you will understand all of this. Hyuncher let out a sigh of relief and spat her tongue out playfully. Phew, scared the hell out of me. Almost thought it was all in my own head. Lee was about to speak when he suddenly seemed to listen to a distant movement. Getting up, he said, "Don't worry, even if it's a dream. If I'm in the dream, then what I've said counts." While saying this, he stretched out his right hand and used the tip of his index finger to gently point at the center of Hyuncher's eyebrows. Buzz! An invisible ripple instantly swept out with Hyuncher at the center. At the same time, the surrounding auras scrambled to converge towards her. It didn't take more than a few breaths of time for a thin stream of pure spiritual energy to form within her body. It flowed slowly through her limbs and bones, improving her physique and quenching her meridians. It made her body more affable to spiritual energy while laying the foundation for opening the door to cultivation. Lee said softly, "There's a heat current moving through your body right now, and it will help you improve your physique and help you expel impurities from your body. But it's going to take some time, so if you're feeling a little clammy in the middle of it, take a shower if you're really uncomfortable. When there's no more dirt coming out, basically the improvement is complete. I have a few things to take care of right now. I should be back soon, so just go about your business as usual. As for your father, you don't have to worry too much. His vitality is enough to support you until you grow into a cultivator of a fair realm. At that time you will be able to use your own powers to heal him. And of course you can't leave it alone. It's all in your own choice." After saying that, Lee no longer stayed for long and left the Yi family with a flash of his body. Hyuncher stood dumbfounded in the room, blinking twice at Lee's sudden disappearance. Muttered, "What do you mean? Have the ability to still do not care about the stubborn old man? What do you think of me as a person? That is still a person? That said, cultivating immortality is really good. The body is warm and cozy." After Lee left the Yi family, when he reappeared, he had already arrived near the East City Gate. This was also the location where Princess Xia entered the city today, and it was completely filled with crowds at this time. As far as the eye could see, there were people all over the place. To Lee's surprise, besides the men who wanted to come and see the beauty, there were numerous women. In a way, it seems like women do get a little more interested in beauty, but it's a bit of a stretch to have so many people interested, isn't it? Lee was a bit unable to accept it. Princess Kasumi may be beautiful, but she's not so bad herself. How is it that when you were young and arrived in a new place, you didn't experience this kind of battle? Of course, he had rushed here, yet he had not come to see Princess Xia. Rather, it was because he sensed that the Golden Crow clan had begun to move. Although the original intention was to ignore them, it is said that there is a cause and a consequence. Lee's karma with the Golden Crow clan had been relocated for so long that he was really a bit tired of seeing them again. So, despite the nastiness, he held back his displeasure, intending to come to a final end. The end of at least one karmic thread would bring him some joy. Lee convinced himself so. Choosing the highest position, Lee quietly stood there, overlooking the dark crowd below. Not long after, Princess Xia's carriage arrived. There were 50 cars, driving from afar and approaching, with armored men and women serving at the side, and it was very impressive. The city was in an uproar as crowds began to gather and swarm towards the city gates, wanting to get the first glimpse. The various celestial pride who had won the title in the previous ring battle within the city were even standing at the very front, very expectantly preparing to greet Princess Xia's carriage. Strive to leave a deep impression on the other person at the first time, so as to facilitate the subsequent pursuit. As for the majority of the heavenly prides who had lost in the ring battle and hadn't been awarded the title, they were still holding on to their luck or boasting that they were more handsome than others. At this moment, they were also all standing second only to the title heavenly pride, eagerly waiting for the carriages outside the city gates. What they all didn't know was that just as everyone's attention was focused on Princess Xia's convoy, a vast conspiracy is quietly unfolding and intends to encompass them all. The gathering place of the Golden Crow clan, the Su Mansion, the Grand Elder said with a somewhat ugly face. "Those two girls' rooms, still can't get in?" The henchman replied timidly. Enlightened the Great Elder. "It is so right. I don't know what, but on top of the prohibitions we set up, there are even more than a dozen more protections. We have no way of recognizing exactly which protective spell it is, but after exhausting all means of breaking the ban, we still cannot break it." That Golden Crow clan glimpsed that the Grand Elder's expression became even more ugly and hurriedly said, But but it's not exactly bad news. Those two kids, again, had no way to get out of it. According to my guess, the person who laid down the protection can first rule out their father. If it was him, he must have saved them straight away. As to the fact that anyone else would do so, and what the significance of doing so would be, my humble servant has no way of guessing. The Grand Elder gave a somber hum and spoke in a deep voice. That's just it. Leave them alone for now. Now that the plan has unfolded, it's not something that this little accident can stop. You leave two of you to guard the outside of the room, and the rest of you come with me. It should be about time. Let's join together to witness this great moment. My Golden Crow clan will return to the top, achieve the supreme bloodline. The young Golden Crow clansmen looked excited and roared their promises. Not long after, the vast Golden Crow clan departed from the Su mansion and rushed towards the East City Gate. On Princess Xia's caravan outside the city, she was in the center driver's seat, looking out the window a little out of breath. And in this driving compartment, she was not the only one, but there were three people. In addition to her, there were two other princesses, Princess Noboru and Princess Yu, respectively. At the moment the two of them are yakking away, as the girls who had not left the territory of the demon race since they were young. This long-distance trip was enough to make them excited. Chapter 151 Princess Yu, filial daughter of the devil race. If the name Princess Xia represented wisdom and talent, then Princess Noboru and Princess Yu represent force and beauty respectively. Of course, this generation's Princess Kasumi was different in that she had both of those things as well. And this has resulted in the fact that Princess Noboru and Princess Yu of this generation have little popularity. So much so that this time, it was clear that there were three princesses traveling, but everyone only knew Princess Xia alone. For the two of them, they were simply ignored. Logically, in such a situation, they should be more resentful and jealous of this Princess Xia, because Princess Kasumi stole the fame and attention that should have been theirs. But this is not the case in reality, and one could even say that the opposite is true. These two princesses did not look formal in front of Princess Xia, nor could they see any displeasure. Although Princess Kasumi didn't participate in their chats, the atmosphere seemed very harmonious overall. As the carriages drew closer, the somewhat English-looking Princess Shin couldn't help but pat Princess Xia's arm when she saw that she was still lost in thought. What is sister thinking about? After many days of planning, now that it's finally time to reap the rewards, why do you look so sullen? Princess Xia froze for a moment, her thoughts gradually returning, bewildered. Strange to say, I don't know what I was thinking, but it always feels like I'm forgetting something important. Or which important person? It feels like it's close to me and like it's not there. I've never been like this before. Princess Shin and Princess Yu looked at each other in disbelief, completely unable to understand what Princess Xia was saying. The delicate and seductive-looking Princess Yu comforted. Perhaps I have been overworked lately and my mind is a bit weary. Sister, don't think about it. Cheer up and do the business at hand first is the most important thing. In a moment, those human and demonic prides will be so shocked by sister's heavenly face that they'll be speechless. I'm going to have to draw them funny. Princess Yu has a rather spooky personality and is the youngest of the three. Its appearance was very young, but its figure was exaggerated. It can be called a real child giant R, and since childhood has been heartless, she is to take their own strength to practice what is called a woman without talent is virtue. Every time someone asked her to learn something, she would reply back, "What's the use of learning all that when I was born so good looking? I'll be free to take care of me later." Even if the listener has the intention to refute it, he or she will inevitably be suspected of being jealous of others, because everyone has to admit that she does have that capital. If you look at it this way, there really wasn't a big problem with her words, and as long as she didn't look away when she finally chose her husband, basically nothing would go terribly wrong. So, such a young girl, who was favored by everyone, smiled and took out a scroll from her storage ring, along with a quill. The scroll looks to be a bit older and slightly yellowed in color, but from the breath on it, one could tell that it wasn't a mortal object, but a treasure of good quality. Princess Xia originally took it as her talking for fun, but saw that she really brought out the scroll. All of a sudden, he was in good spirits and raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me that you stole this scroll from your house?" Princess Luna grunted, clearly lying. How is that possible? It's one I bought outside. It just happens to have some resemblance to the father one. She beamed and slammed the scroll into her arms, looking like she could fight anyone who dared to come and take it from her at any time. Princess Xia sighed helplessly and warned, "I knew it, but if you take something, take it, but don't use it." Although this treasure doesn't have much powerful attacking prowess, it has a particularly magical ability. It's so that after you hold the brush, you can render it directly on top of the scroll as you see it and as your heart desires. Even if you have no drawing ability at all, overnight you can make a drawing that is particularly satisfying to you. But the downside is also obvious, the paintings on it can't be transcribed and preserved in any way. One can only ever view one's last piece of work. If I remember correctly, this should have one of your father's usual favorites on it. It was painted by his wife's hand when he was young and helping the demon clan to achieve immortal feats. It's usually so loved and cherished that even I would have a hard time trying to look at it more than once. As if Princess Kasumi was ringing with memories of her father with Princess Yu. A warm smile gradually appeared on her face. She felt that it was these uncles that were going to be more caring to her than her father's strictness. Along the way, she was inwardly very grateful to them. But just as she broke away from her memories to question why the two of them hadn't responded in some way, she was keenly aware of Princess Yu's panicked eyes. So Princess Xia froze all of a sudden and asked with a trembling voice, "No, isn't it? You don't just try it out when you get your hands on it, do you?" Princess Yu blushed a bit, but she still forced herself to spit out her tongue in a vain attempt to be cute. "Gee, Anne. It's not that serious. Besides, people don't know about all this. It's not wrong to not know." Seeing that she was still talking tough, Princess Xia gave her a casual look with her eyes. "Good. Since you're ready, don't come crying for me to plead for you when you go back and get brutally beaten by your uncle." Princess Yu broke her defense at once, and her little face, which was already holding up strongly, collapsed in an instant. Pouncing over and hugging Princess Xia's thighs, she pleaded with tears in her voice. "Sister, help. People really don't mean it. It's true that people don't realize that as soon as it draws a new one, the original one will simply disappear. Sister, quickly help me figure out how I can keep father from beating me. In fact, my greatest fear is that he will make me grounded and not let me leave home." Woohoo! Princess Xia's head was filled with black lines, and she couldn't help but ask herself how she had grown up with her all these years. But in the end, it was years of sisterhood, not to the point of seeing death. Princess Xia thought about it and said slowly, "You've refused to learn anything since you were a child, so now you've suffered from a lack of eyesight, haven't you? But I never thought in a million years that you would even know your own family's treasures well enough. There's only one way to keep you when it comes down to it." Princess Yu's face suddenly changed from pearly blossom to sunny. Surprised, she wrapped her hands around Princess Xia's neck and said petulantly, "Really? Sister is just too good. She came up with a solution so quickly. Hurry up and tell people." Chapter 152, Characteristics of Beauty of the Human, Demon and Devil Tribes. Princess Xia stroked her head dotingly, and that familiar feeling surfaced in her heart once again. It seemed like once, someone had done that to her. Forcing her mind back, she said softly, "It's impossible to hide it now. The only thing that can be done is to find a way to abate my uncle's anger. My suggestion is that you use the scroll to repaint a picture that would shock even your uncle. That way, he won't be too sorry about that previous picture and won't have a reason to lecture you. Of course, I can't guarantee that this kind of image will definitely be available. After all, the conditions needed to be able to surpass the previous one are too harsh. The scene this time is not a battle, although it's quite grand, so I guess it's hard to have that kind of opportunity. That's something that can only be left to fate, and I can't help with that. By the way, you said earlier that you wanted to draw the funny looks of those heavenly prides. I advise you to put that idea to rest before it's too late, because that would only make the beating you're taking worse. Instead of drawing those, just leave it blank." Princess Luna listened attentively, relaxing a bit, but not completely, said with a pout, "I'm afraid that's a little difficult, isn't it? Where would people go to find that kind of big show?" They chatted in the carriage, and before they knew it, the carriages had already arrived at the bottom of Ningyuan City. With Ningyuan City Lord Wanduan's announcement, the waiting crowds within the city burst into a frenzy, and the convoy of the devil race began to slowly enter the city. Only after the caravan had fully entered did Princess Xia, Princess Xin, and the three of them, Princess Yu, come out of the carriage in turn, and the scene exploded directly after a moment of silence. Everyone's gazes couldn't help but light up, originally thinking that a glimpse of Heaven's face was satisfying enough. I didn't realize that I was now tripling my happiness straight away. Moreover, the three princesses seemed to have very different styles, each with their own characteristics, and the crowd couldn't help but gloat for a moment over the acquaintances who hadn't been there. If the picture of a beauty coming out of the bath was a visual enjoyment, then the three princesses coming out of the carriage at this moment could be called the ultimate enjoyment. On weekdays, although one or two fairies are occasionally seen, but whether it is the temperament or the appearance of the meaning is worse, although they didn't know exactly how to describe that feeling, but seeing these three princesses at this moment, they clearly knew that the ultimate pursuit of all men was in them. Taking one of the three is an unending joy. Now that the three were together, it was beyond their ability to imagine. Fantasizing about it creates a feeling of giddiness. You can't really blame them for feeling this way. The three races, human, demon and devil, can be described as each having their own unique characteristics in this aspect of appearance. Among them, the human race belongs to the classical, elegant, subtle, seems to have a million flavors. Any you have seen more fairies, cannot find out who is the most beautiful one. This was something that Lee could be said to have a great deal of say in. A large part of the reason why he owes so much love debt is because of this. He always felt that the one he met at the moment was already a great beauty on earth. But when he traveled further, another great beauty appeared. They obviously look completely different, but it just leaves you with no way to compare who is the more beautiful one. And the biggest characteristic of the beauty of the demon race is May. This actually had something to do with their race. Unlike the demon race needed to go through an additional process of transformation. They may turn out to be grasses, trees, or various spirit animals. In addition to absorbing aura when practicing, you can also absorb essence to assist in cultivation. And where is the source of essence? The world's races. Of course, all living things have essence. Therefore, before the demon race transformed into their forms, they basically needed to absorb essence chi to accelerate their cultivation. And whoever is more skillful in seduction, naturally obtains more essence, and the speed of cultivation will be faster. So under the long-term habit, even if their cultivation deepens and they are able to take form later, that kind of seducing gesture still remains in their body either deeply or shallowly. The knitted brows and smiles of the demon race were most stirring to men who had little insight. However, for someone like Li Yi, who had gone through 1,000 sales, it was completely ignored. Unless it was like Su Qing before her, who relied on the enhancement of her bloodline, and the full exertion of her top quality Mei Kung Fu, coupled with Li Yi's deliberate lack of resistance, it would only be able to produce some effect. Therefore, the beauties of the demon race were often the most revolting to the women of the human race and the demon race, because they don't see those tricks in each other. As for the beauty of the demon race, it was rather special. Although the demon race contained many races, physically, they were very similar to the human race. The races have some features of each race, but they are still largely human-looking. Simply put, it's a creature like an elf or a beast-eared lady. Both have their own characteristics and are in human form. Because they don't need to take shape, they don't have to remove their original features. And that, in turn, became the main reason why their charisma trumped the demons by a mile. After the demon race transformed into their forms, they became completely human in appearance. Only on average, but if you look at them too much, you won't feel that there are too many characteristics. However, despite this, for the demon race with a noble bloodline, they still preferred to pursue a kind of purity. Being in human form, they also retain only human characteristics, and hide the traits of their race, revealing them only when the battle requires them to be at full strength. That's why in the demon race you can judge the level of the other person's bloodline based on their looks. The more obvious the retention of one's own traits, the lower the bloodline. And those who look like the human race in general, only their temperament is different from that of the human race, then their bloodline must be noble, because the demon race, whether it was a demonic pattern or a demonic body, had not a low requirement for the physique. So even if it was a demonic beauty that looked soft on the surface, when they really moved their hands, the average physical cultivator of the human race was not an opponent. And this added violence adds the finishing touch to their temperament, making them much more heroic. And it has to be said that this goes for both genders. Men like their looks, women like their Englishness. As a result, the demonic beauty became the most vocal among the world's population. This was one of the reasons why Princess Xia's arrival this time had caused even the mortals of Ningyuan City to be so excited. They weren't interested in the feud between the three clans, but they couldn't restrain themselves from yearning for something better. So they came early, thinking that even from a distance, even if it is good to see, even if it is a long time to see, no longer a lifelong never seen the world of the bumpkin. And this is the moment when they finally fulfill their dream. Even the dream was better than they expected. Chapter 153, The Overly Strict Golden Crow Clan's Heavenly Pride. In the crowded crowd of Ningyuan City, the Golden Crow clan members who had taken human form communicated with each other using voice transmission. This is too beautiful. Are we really going to carry out the plan? It feels so sad. Just shut up. If the Grand Elder or Sang Zhe hear this, be careful of opening your ass up. Alas, I feel that the Grand Elder has gone a little crazy. No matter what, this plan is too. Shoo, do you want to die? How dare you say this? The Great Elder is also looking out for the future of the entire Golden Crow clan. Do you want to watch the Golden Crow clan's status get lower and lower, and finally be reduced to an existence of the last rank, to be bullied by others? I didn't say that. I just think that the solution can still be thought of again. There's no need to adopt such an extreme plan, right? Once this step begins, there will be no turning back for the Golden Crow clan. Humph, you are just too timid. Manly man, when you encounter an opportunity, you have to seize it. How can you win in life if you don't gamble? We're just a small link Even if you don't want to carry it out, you can't affect the big picture, but you'll lose your life. Alas, I always feel that good and evil are rewarded, and that I will be rewarded for doing such extreme things. But you're right, I'm powerless to change the big picture. It's so desperate. These two Golden Crow clan members were following the Golden Crow clan's heavenly pride, Sang Zhe, out. It was also the first batch of the Golden Crow race that acted before the Great Elder and the others. They had only one task, and that was to completely lay down the unfinished array. Maximize the number of people in the room and include them all. There were so many heavenly prides present, and occasionally there was no shortage of their predecessors. The strength of the formation required to trap all these people in a single strand could be imagined. This was no longer something that could be accomplished by a single formation, but rather, it required countless small formations to be superimposed and finally combined into an overwhelmingly powerful formation of sealing and refining. Since they were mainly focusing on refining this time, the formation only needed to fulfill the function of sealing. As long as they were made unable to escape and break the formation, then refining would no longer be difficult. Anyway, once the formation was completed, time was on the side of the Golden Crow clan. Whether it was refining for 5 days or 10 days or longer, they were all able to accept it. Therefore, they didn't rush to launch the grand formation, but after the laying was completed, they checked it over and over again to see if there were any omissions and negligence or not. Sang Zhe was especially attached to this. As a heavenly pride, he could not trust the eyesight and attitude of ordinary clansmen at all. Therefore, he had to personally check every single formation before he could feel at ease. So there was a slight delay in time. No less, but the results were there, and after his careful sifting, he found no less than 10 oversights at least. This number almost infuriated Sang Zhe to the point that he stormed off on the spot. If he wasn't worried about attracting attention if he made a move here, he would have wasted or killed those clansmen on the spot. In his opinion, to act perfunctorily at a time when the fate of the pack was at stake was no different from being a traitor or a spy. They all belonged to the group's sinners. It would not be a pity to kill them. And the result of his delay was that when the Grand Elder arrived, he found that the clan members who had activated the formation were not even fully in place yet. The Grand Elder's brows furrowed as he reprimanded Sang Zhe. What are you up to? Why are there still clansmen not in position right now? Do you realize that there isn't much time left for us? When Princess Xia's side and the city lord's pleasantries are over, they're going to leave here for the city. What will we do then? Do you think the formation can run after them? Simply asshole. Exasperated, the Grand Elder couldn't help but slap him. A wisp of blood spilled from the corner of Sang Zhe's mouth, showing that the force of this palm was so great that it was definitely not just a symbolic slap on the face. But Sanzawa was unconcerned about it, showing no resentment at all for the beating he received. Instead, he said respectfully, reporting to the Grand Elder, the positions that are lacking people are because they are negligent in their work. They even make mistakes in laying out the formations. Such people absolutely cannot be given heavy responsibilities. I waited until now, waiting for you to come with the rest of your clan. Since there's not much time left, let's hurry up and let them fill in the gaps, and then we can launch the grand formation immediately. The Grand Elder froze, then realized what had happened here, and found that he had been a bit wrong about Sang Zhe. But there is no time for such personal emotions when big things are at stake. The Grand Elder gave him an approving look and turned back to the clansman and transmitted his voice. Go and fill in the missing people. Then wait for my order and just start the grand formation immediately. A few of the clan members, who were usually more resourceful, were obliged to bravely take up this duty at the moment, and rushed at a quick pace to the target location. Not long after, several transmissions came one after another, telling the Grand Elder that they were ready. The Grand Elder settled down quite a bit inside, and with preparations at this point, the plan could already be considered quite successful. As long as there are no outrageous surprises, the ending is basically set in advance. He looked at the bustling scene here. Frenzied cultivators and mortals seemed indistinguishable at this moment. The source of the frenzy was the 3 princesses of the demon race who were as bright as the stars. Passing through the crowded crowd, the Grand Elder's gaze fell on the 3 princesses. He watched silently for a few breaths before he withdrew his gaze and snorted. It's just as well that mortals are foolish. How come cultivators are so bad too? Haven't you heard much about red faces since the beginning of time? A woman as dazzling as this, not to mention going to approach on her own accord, or if she walks in on her own accord, she will have to hide far away. Women in trouble will always be like us in the shadow. They will never be divided, and the more beautiful the woman, the greater will be the extent of the trouble. These fools, they even think that this is something good, and they can't wait to pounce on it, get closer, and dip into more karma. Simply ignorant to the extreme. His voice was small enough that only a few people nearby could hear him. Sang Zhe nodded his head with great approval. For him, a golden crow who had always put the status of his clan first and felt immense pride in his own bloodline, What kind of woman would be unattractive? So he said with a grimace, they're not like other women, and they're still of some use to us. If we didn't have the three of them, what method should we use to gather this sect of many celestial pride together and then kill them all in one go? The Grand Elder gave him a surprised look and smiled. You're a battle maniac, and you even know how to have a sense of humor? But you're right this time. They do get credit for that in this case. If it is not possible to gather all the celestial pride, then the formation can only be laid throughout the city. And then the difficulty and consumption will be increased by more than 100 times, and the effectiveness of the formation will also be reduced. Now such a result is already considered perfect. Chapter 154, Specialty of the Devil Race. Superior Golden Congo. At an extremely high place in Ningyuan City, Li looked down at the crowd below with a bland expression. Under his perspective, the Golden Crow race, which had taken human form, was now evenly distributed into a circle. The crowd near the city gate here was completely wrapped up in it. Li sized up their trajectory and the prototype of the formation that had been revealed and raised an eyebrow. A ceiling formation? To go to such great lengths to lay down such a complicated formation. To say that the scheming is small is to look down on you. But if you think about the bigger picture, what can you do with this formation? Frankly speaking, at this moment, Li really wasn't sure what exactly they were going to do. Although it was possible to guess from the ceiling formation that they must be trying to trap these people. But what to do with it after it was trapped? Li wasn't sure. You guys can do this. Even my perception can be hindered. Are you using some kind of special means? Or is using something it shouldn't? Li muttered. And when he said the last sentence, a morose killing intent was already showing in his eyes. Years ago, you guys made that mistake once. At that time, remembering that you were also considered to be a great ancient race, I will impose discipline on you for the time being, but leave you with the opportunity to reform yourselves. But it's just as well that you failed to recollect the mercy of the heavenly Tao back there. But now it seems that I'm afraid you're making the same mistake as last time. Even more serious than last time. How can I tolerate you in such a way? Li, after all, being the way of heaven, would not act exactly according to his own likes and dislikes. He was very disgusted with the Golden Crow clan since the last incident though. Yet they are not persecuted for it. Only what he didn't expect was that the Golden Crow clan would be dead set in their ways. And instead of cherishing the opportunity that he had magnanimously left them last time, they once again planned to use a power that they shouldn't have used. Li was able to tolerate a lot of things, but in his capacity as the Heavenly Tao, there were some things that he had absolutely zero tolerance for. And one of the most serious of these zero tolerance things is collusion with foreigners. Princess Xia said something superficially polite at the city gates. He met some of the celestial pride who had obtained the title plates, and then distributed gifts for each of the people present. Although it wasn't considered expensive, it was just a specialty of the demon clan's territory. But value didn't matter at the moment. What mattered was her gracious attitude. Obviously looked like a fairy in the dust, noble and awe-inspiring. People look at it will be ashamed of themselves, but was unexpectedly unassuming, couldn't pick any faults in his speech or demeanor, and was especially thoughtful in preparing gifts for them all. Don't underestimate the fact that these seemingly less important moves actually make a huge difference. It can make someone who already has a crush on her become wildly fond of her. It made people who were feeling average about her succeed in appreciating her. Makes people who didn't like her in the first place dislike her even more. But there's nothing to blacken the point. The special product of the demon race that was given out was a food called Golden Congo. It is the fruit of a somewhat specialized tree. There are actually quite a few things that Golden Congo can do, but one of the biggest is to strengthen your body and improve your physique. Because the devil race had to awaken the devil body after cultivation and engrave the devil patterns on their bodies, upgrading their physique was a process that they had to go through. The Golden Congo, on the other hand, is a material that needs to be used at the beginning of this process. It wasn't particularly scarce within the demon race, but those of particularly good quality were rare. The Golden Congo that Princess Xia had brought this time was naturally of the highest quality. When you factor in this huge amount, it's really worth it. The short answer is, it's down to blood. At least there was intent. The way she handed out the fruit was for the guards to throw it around. Everyone can share by luck, but everyone can only share one. Of course that last one was just hope. And whether or not the crowd would abide by it was beyond her control. Her original reason for adding this entry was mainly because she didn't want to see people fighting over grabbing the fruit. That would defeat the purpose of her doing it. And taking this opportunity, the mortals who were lucky enough to receive the Golden Congo, at the first opportunity, peeled off the outer skin and swallowed the golden-colored flesh inside in one bite. It's not that they're greedy, it's mainly because they're worried that people around them will rob them. If one doesn't pay attention and really gets robbed, then it's too late for you to beat him up even if he eats your fruit. Can you still kill him? So, the way for people to avoid this is to eat the fruit as soon as they get it. not giving anyone else any chance to fight for it at all. And it didn't take long for those mortals who were the first to eat the golden Congo to notice a noticeable change in their bodies. First, there was some slight heat in the belly, and then this heat was gradually increasing while spreading throughout the body. Within moments, these people's skin began to become glowing red, and the whole person began to sweat like crazy, looking as if they had just come out of boiling water. Even their skin was cooked red. This shocking scene caused the person who was stuffing the fruit into his mouth to subconsciously stop his movements. The eyes began to become suspicious. Although in his heart, he felt that there wouldn't be someone that stupid to use this form to poison so many people. In front of so many people. Isn't this crazy? But the ironclad facts are now in front of us again, and it seems impossible not to believe them. A number of these are acquaintances who have met in person, and it is impossible to conspire to put on a show for them. As for those heaven's pride who had swallowed the fruit, they were also furrowing their brows and feeling the changes within their bodies very carefully. They do know something about the golden Congo, but they can't rule out the possibility that the fruit has been tampered with. For a while, everyone's attitude towards Princess Xia began to become subtle. The frenzied atmosphere of welcome abated a great deal at once. Princess Xia watched this calmly, waving her hand to signal the guards not to throw it outward for now. Otherwise, people might not take it again under hesitation. It's always bad to waste. After all, they're all excellent golden Congo. And as time went on, these mortals who were experiencing abnormalities gradually underwent changes that were unexpected by all. Not only did their bodies gradually return to normal, but each of them exuded an identical aura. Some of the demon race's celestials who had a better understanding of the demon race were instantly shocked. How is this possible? They're obviously mortals, but they've awakened their demonic bodies? That doesn't make sense. How can a golden Congo be so powerful? If there is such power, wouldn't the demon race be invincible? With a full demonic body, who could resist? The clamor gradually resounded through the 4 fields, and the corner of Princess Xia's mouth curled into a winning smile. Chapter 155, having to recognize Princess Xia's young conspiracy. Although the crowd was alarmed by the change in those mortals, they soon realized that there was still some difference between that change in the mortals and the real demonic bodies. There were many different types of true demonic bodies, ranging from high level to ordinary, and there was no small difference in their power. But without exception, they all share the same characteristics of their respective counterparts, high-ranked demonic bodies. Like the human race awakening their extraordinary physiques, the top ones would similarly trigger heaven and earth anomalies. The slightly worse ones would also affect a nearby piece of space with some unusual changes. As for ordinary demonic bodies, they would condense a special pattern on their bodies. This kind of pattern could be seen as a natural magic pattern, similar to the human race's formations, except that the magic pattern was engraved on the body, and could directly rely on the spiritual energy in the body to drive it. It may be a little less powerful, but it's better in terms of convenience and flexibility. So, in the final analysis, no matter what kind of demonic body, it is bound to have its own sign, but it is not present in these mortals today. The reason why they were mistaken for demonic bodies by the crowd at the beginning was because of the uniform change in their skin. All of them turned the color of metal and looked as if water and fire were invulnerable. And this skin color has a counterpart in the demonic body of the demon race, named the gold-devouring demon body. Although it couldn't be talked about as advanced, it was considered to be a relatively good battle power among ordinary demonic bodies, characterized as offensive and defensive. Many of the demon clan's armies preferred to choose forward soldiers who possessed the gold-devouring demon body. Not only can you charge into a formation, but you can also stand up, belonging to one of the particularly cost-effective magic bodies. And as these mortals gradually adapted to the changes in their bodies, after the discomfort had completely subsided, they then began to become excited as the change brought more than just a change in appearance. It also gave them true power. At this moment, a middle-aged man, who tried to hug a large stone lion, ended up lifting it up with ease. It drew a gasp from the crowd. Someone else, wanting to try how powerful his fist was, would punch straight at the ground, and dust and sand flew, and pits half a foot deep appeared in the ground. It was a scene that could not help but make the eyes of those who were interested in watching it bloom. If these fruits could really be stabilized to create warriors of this level, it was something that could change a lot of things. You know, the world is most mortal, and mortals without cultivation qualifications were never put in their eyes in the past, because there was no value. But now, it was as if they had seen an inexhaustible treasure. Of course, all this is based on this golden Congo enough. As a result, more and more people began to regroup their gazes on Princess Xia, eyes on fire. The mortal wished she'd hurry up and start throwing the fruit behind her. The monks who were so inclined, on the other hand, were rather looking forward to a brief explanation of this from her. Princess Xia couldn't help but be inwardly satisfied as she saw that the effect that had been achieved was not bad. Women actually have a common realization that the first impression of a person largely determines the next attitude towards that person and even all subsequent impressions of him. The importance of first impressions cannot be overstated. And knowing this, how could she possibly let go of such a grand spectacle and such a rare opportunity to see for the first time? All she had carefully prepared this great gift was to create this shocking effect. It made everyone present take a huge interest in her, and made those forces that weren't present feel a million regrets, and likewise sent people to make contact with her. And there are only two prerequisites for doing that. One is to do something that blows everyone away and keeps them interested. The second is to keep the truth of the matter a mystery. Now that the first point has been achieved, she will follow the second point according to the plan. She thought for a moment and smiled at the crowd present. Is everyone satisfied with this meet and greet gift of mine? Satisfaction. So satisfying. Go on, Princess Sama. Yeah, we haven't gotten our share yet. Mountains of adulation rang out all around. Good. Then this princess is relieved. Princess Xia dropped a light sentence and stopped continuing, waving her hand to signal the guards to continue throwing the golden Congo. The surrounding cultivators took a look at how this cannot be the key part you do not say. This is not hanging people's appetite? So a heavenly pride couldn't help but ask the question that everyone was concerned about. I wonder if the princess can tell us how this golden Congo is different from the previous ones, and how much is the quantity, because as far as I know, the demon race's previous golden Congo didn't have this kind of effect. Many ears perked up, waiting for the answer to that question. Princess Kasumi of course couldn't possibly answer that question, but she couldn't not answer it at all either. It would look weak. Where is the greatness of the mystery? It's in the fact that even if your reason tells you that it's 90% certain that this thing is impossible, as long as the end result isn't admitted by the other person themselves, you're still holding on to the answer that you want to believe in your heart. It's really a human weakness, but it can't be changed. Ultimately, the instinct to avoid harm makes people only want to hear the answers they want to believe, because he gets upset when he hears otherwise. Therefore, Princess Xia smiled slightly and said ambiguously, different of course, this is the very best golden Congo, personally selected by this princess. It means a lot. As for how many there are, that depends on how much time I have. After all, handpicking can't be sloppy. It takes time and energy. Upon hearing this answer, that heavenly pride who had asked the question immediately revealed a particularly complicated look on his face. The answer is yes, but not quite. There's nothing wrong with how that sounds, but yet every question doesn't give the answer they really want to know. The simple fact is that no matter how one extrapolates, it seems to make sense. It's possible that they are naturally grown and mixed in with the regular fruit, but Princess Kasumi has a special way of identifying them. That's why the only way to pick it is if she picks it herself. It was also possible that she had mastered the method of changing ordinary fruit into this kind of fruit, but the method was known only to her, so she had to do it herself to make it. Continuing to extrapolate, there were countless other possibilities, but none of that mattered because all of them, the smart ones, had already comprehended Princess Xia's true intentions. But it has to be said that they know that this is the other side's tactic, but they still have to jump with their eyes closed, because the bait just smells so good. Once this is a particular method, it is highly likely that other derivative uses can be generated. At that time, if the strength of the cultivators could be upgraded in bulk, the benefits would be incalculable. Chapter 156 Desperate Ceiling Formation. Li Yi couldn't help but smile as he watched the scene from above. For this golden Congo used by Princess Xia was made in the very method he had taught her. The effect was naturally good, but the upper limit was not high, and if one wanted even cultivators to have an effect, then the resources that needed to be consumed would need to be raised 10 million times over. So, it's actually a pretty chicken thing. In the beginning, Li Yi was also idly bored and casually came up with it, and in passing, he left it to Princess Xia, who was still young. I didn't realize she had gotten so good with this kind of stuff on this day. Even Li Yi had to admit that it was definitely a matter of talent. Princess Xia was born with the material to play with her brain, something that others could not learn even if they wanted to. It's just a pity that the mantis is catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow is behind it, and the troublemaker is going to show up. Li Yi sighed slightly. If the Golden Crow plan hadn't messed up today, then Princess Xia could almost be considered to have played perfectly. But unfortunately, it was a variable she couldn't anticipate. A variable so large that it couldn't be circumvented by any means at all. Sure enough, as Li Yi's mutterings fell, a large amount of fog suddenly appeared near the entire city gate. At the same time, a buzzing vibration spread from the ground. Something seems to be breaking out of the ground. The sudden change caused everyone present to be startled. They were all protected at the first opportunity and tried to use their divine abilities to dispel the mist in front of them. However, they soon realized that the mist had no idea what was going on. It was completely endless and could not be dispersed. And soon enough those who used the avatar also discovered a particularly grim truth. The spiritual energy they consumed could no longer be replenished from heaven and earth. This also meant that all they could use was this spiritual energy and a portion of the spirit stones they carried with them. When these two are depleted, all that awaits them is to be slaughtered. No longer able to cope with the danger. What happened? Who's behind this? What's the point of hiding your head? Don't panic everyone. With so many of us together, we're not afraid of anyone at all. That's right. More than 30% of this place is filled with heavenly prides from various places. Who would be so bold as to dare make a move against us? Everyone stay calm. Wait and see what happens. Don't give the person behind this an opportunity to take advantage of it. After a brief moment of panic, the crowd began to be led by the nearby heaven's pride and gradually drew closer to a certain person, forming a small group, and having someone to rely on settled their hearts a lot. After roughly half a pillar of incense had passed, the ground's vibrations gradually stopped, while the surrounding mist began to slowly dissipate. The crowd looked through the mist with inner apprehension, trying to see what had changed around them, and as the mists gradually dissipated, a group of cultivators with higher cultivation levels had managed to see what was behind the mists. That one sight instantly made their hearts and guts chill, and their entire being was like falling into an ice cellar. One of the human fairies, too frightened by the shock, didn't hold back a terrifying scream. Ah! Surprisingly, it's the ceiling overwhelming formation? Others who were still waiting for the final results had mixed reactions at first hearing. Like mortals or ordinary cultivators who had never heard of this kind of grand formation, a clear look of bewilderment and searching appeared on their faces. Expect someone to have an answer for them. On the other hand, cultivators who had some understanding of the ceiling overwhelming formation, or who were well aware of its terrifying extent, changed color in their expressions in an instant. Their expressions, even if they were slightly better than that fairy, would never be any better. There was a flurry of pale faces looking around the room, trying to make a final determination as to whether or not that fairy had been mistaken. But the result would not change with their fluke. And after the mists completely cleared, they finally clearly saw the full picture of the ceiling formation. In a flash, many people's hearts went cold. So it's the ceiling formation. No wonder the obvious power of ceiling appeared at the beginning. This person in the shadows is so generous. This level of ceiling overwhelming formation, at a glance, is made up of countless small formations stacked on top of each other. The resources it consumes are simply an unimaginable number. Who is it that is so intent on harming us? Actually, we should have immediately disappeared outward when the mists appeared. But who would have thought that a moment of hesitation and caution would land us in such a desperate situation? This hand of mist used by the person behind this is really a good tactic. He knows that for a ceiling array of this scale to fully activate and be able to utilize its full power, a certain amount of time is needed. So he used this special mist to hinder our vision and perception first. Everyone didn't dare to rush outward alone when the situation was unclear, so they naturally fell into his trap. Some were wailing, while others were analyzing the pulse of things, trying to find clues to who was behind it. The ceiling overwhelming array, sealing the power of heaven and earth, the chi of yin and yang, the 5 elements, forbidding arts and spells, forbidding divine powers, and forbidding the power of the divine consciousness and soul. All in this ceiling formation, everyone will become mortal, or, to be more rigorous, mortals with somewhat different defenses. Although the divine arts were no longer usable in this formation, the body's base was still there. It won't even lose the effect of a previously quenched physique. Therefore, in this big formation, the sense of security of a physical cultivator was much greater. But other than that, the ceiling formation had no other power. It doesn't harm the person trapped in it, other than making it impossible for them to get out. So why were the trapped people so frightened? The reason was simple. The ceiling formation was rarely used alone. Normally, the ceiling overwhelming formation was just a precursor, and it would often be followed closely by one other powerful formation. With the ceiling formation paving the way, whatever formation was behind it, it could be used to quite good effect. Therefore, they were terrified, and they knew very well in their hearts that they were afraid that it wouldn't be long before a real life and death crisis would befall them. Is there anyone out there? What the hell are you guys doing? Can you come out and set the record straight? Yeah, even if someone here has offended you, the others are always innocent, right? Why do you want to involve so many people because of your own personal anger? I urge you to think about the consequences of this. Do you guys know what kind of identities these people have? These are the heavenly prides of the human, demon, and devil tribes. If you dare to kill us, aren't you afraid that there will be no place for you in the entire world? All of the heaven's pride's minds exploded a bit, except for the particularly calm ones who were still trying to clear up the misunderstanding with the other party. More than a few started right in with outright threats. It was a phrase they knew well. having used it countless times since they were children, and there was almost never a time when it didn't work. Chapter 157, Sick Elder and Foolish Saint Son. Lee couldn't help but secretly shake his head as he listened to their yelling. He said to himself, "What's the situation?" He's still thinking about his little background. If the enemy really cared about those, would they spare any resources to do such a thing? What's more, from the handiwork of this ceiling overwhelming formation, it was clear that the enemy wasn't easy to deal with either. If they really competed in terms of reserves, any of their forces would be afraid that it would be difficult for them to spend such a huge amount of resources on the ceiling overwhelming array on their own. So instead of putting out harsh words, it's better to think about what leverage you have to be able to save your life. As the chants and curses in the large formation grew louder and louder, a light cough suddenly rang out from outside the formation. The voice was not loud, but it resounded clearly and unmistakably beside the ears of the crowd, as if it were a muffled thunder. Silence fell over the large formation. Everyone subconsciously stopped talking and began to wait with bated breath for the person behind the curtain to appear. The ceiling array, which was shaped like a crown, was surrounded by numerous tall barriers, and at the top, a golden-colored light shield. At this moment, under the crowd's expectant gazes, a line of people gradually appeared above the dome in their field of vision. The person at the head was an old man with white hair and robes slightly raised under the mighty wind, looking rather immortal, and behind him was a cold-faced young man. The two of them were very close, and it was obvious that this young man and the old man had an extraordinary relationship. As for behind the two of them, it was obvious that it was ordinary henchmen, as they wore even the same style of clothes. At this moment, the eyes of the two sides intersected, colliding with fierce sparks in mid-air. The old man was naturally the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan, while the young man behind him was the Golden Crow clan's heavenly pride, Sang Zay. The Grand Elder smiled as he looked down at the crowd below and slowly asked, "When you are old, your ears are not too smart." Just now, the old man seemed to hear someone say, "What, cowardly rats are bold? You young people really are. You don't even know to unify your direction when you curse. How can you accomplish anything this way? So, since you're all useless wastrels who can't do anything, I've been merciful and spent supreme resources to help you find a new home. In this way, even if you are wastes in your own right, the power generated by all of you gathered together will no longer be wastes. You will enjoy, as one of them, with that newborn great power, the veneration of all beings, and the trembling of their fears." The Grand Elder spoke with great emotion, and his voice trembled a little as he spoke, as if he had already seen that newborn power. The faces of the crowd below were terrified, and they couldn't help but be stunned by his insane tone and appearance. No one could understand exactly what his words meant, but were able to clearly know that the other party was scolding them. Not scolding, exactly, either, but contempt, dislike. But the weird thing is that along with this feeling of disdain, there is also a morbid excitement involved. That's pretty chilling. Combined with the seemingly puzzling words he had just said, the crowd couldn't help but all have the same thought. This guy is definitely out to get me. This was already expected though when he saw the ceiling overwhelming formation. But human flukes are powerful, and as long as they are not yet finalized, they will still be hopeful, even if the hope is very slim. The Grand Elder saw that the crowd was bursting with anger, while a number of people took defensive stances, ready to fend off anything untoward. I can't help but smile even more and sigh. That's right, although you can no longer use divine arts, you still have your physical bodies. The only thing you can rely on is your fleshly bodies. So right now, quickly stimulate the blood chi of your entire body to meet the danger. If you are not prepared, you can't blame me for perishing like this. These words were even more contradictory, and the crowd became more and more speculative about what he really wanted to do. Not only did they say nothing about the grudge aspect, but they didn't negotiate any terms with them. There was no such thing as demanding massive resources from the forces behind them or forcing them to reveal the various secrets they held. This time, it directly made the crowd all won't. You're not one of those three, so what do you want? You don't seek revenge. You don't look like you're blackmailing, and you don't look like you're torturing. Do you have enough to eat just to kill people for fun? This absurd thought appeared inexorably in the minds of the people. Not much cared though, it was dismissed the moment it appeared, because from their perspective, they have infinite value, but it's all based on being alive. And once they died, all was lost, and the other party would no longer be able to gain any benefits from them, and would also feud with the forces behind them. There can't be anyone who is so stupid that they won't even make such a simple choice. Then a voice bravely questioned, "I say, will you stop with the pretense? What do you really want? Can't you just say it? To tell you the truth, I am the saint son of Taichu, and behind me is the Taichu Holy Land. If you are sensible, let me out first, and this saint's son can guarantee that he will definitely manage to avoid any blame. If not, humph, I'm afraid you don't know how terrifying the power that the Holy Land represents really is. The words of the Saint Prince of the Great Beginning caused the entire room to fall silent once again. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but converge on him. He looked a little flustered, but excited at the same time. In his heart, he thought, although everyone is a heavenly pride, but I came out of the Holy Land. So naturally I am much more powerful than you guys. So I'll do what you guys don't dare to do. And I'll say what you guys don't dare to say. This is me. The Holy Son of the Taichu Holy Land is also. But while he was smug inside, he didn't realize that the way everyone was looking at him was not admiration at all, but obvious pity. As if to say, is this bastard also a heavenly pride? His brain is a bit too low. The current situation. Even the blind man sensed that the other party was not to be messed with. And he even dared to mouth such a provocation? Is this the quality of the holy sons that come out of the Holy Land? As for Gong Lao, who followed him, his face was as white as snow, and he stretched out his hands feebly, falling softly to the ground and fainting in the heat of the moment. He had aged a lot along the way in fear. I had thought that it would be safe even after arriving here. After all, the people in contact would all have some status from now on, and everyone would more or less give the Taichu sacred ground a few points of thin face. However, he never thought that this is only one not paying attention. He stabbed such a big basket. Gong Lao felt that even if he put his old life on the line, there was no way to keep him. As he neared the fall, the thought that ran through his mind was, forget it. It's exhausting. Let's just destroy it. Chapter 158, Foolish Beauty and Dangerous Perception. Li Yi followed the voice and then couldn't help but freeze for a moment, because he had some impression of this person. Wasn't it the dull fellow who had blocked the way in front of him when he was riding the motorcycle flying sword before? In itself, Li Yi didn't have much goodwill towards the Taichu sacred ground, so he didn't intend to help out now. Everyone must pay for their actions. He felt that he had a heavenly background. Then of course he could be arrogant, and the other party thought that they could not afford to mess with him, so they could only be obedient. But now that he had kicked the iron plate, the other party would not feel intimidated even if they faced the entire Taichu Holy Land, not to mention that they were facing him. So, he's responsible for his own arrogance and bravado, as well. Phew! Bang! A blinding bright light suddenly lit up from Sangzai's hand behind the Grand Elder. After emitting a strange whistling sound, it accurately hit the dantian of the Taichu Saint Sun. The eyes of the Saint Prince of the Great Beginning were stunned, and without even having time to feel the pain, he fell headfirst to the ground. The eyes spread slowly, and it looked like they were not going to survive. Obviously, the effect of this strike was so remarkable that either the power of the beam was too strong, or his physique was too weak. Without utilizing divine techniques, he failed to even slightly resist. Sangzai looked at the fallen body on the ground and sneered in a deep voice. Where did the fool come from? How dare such goods call themselves heaven's pride? It simply disgraces these two words. Any of you who have something similar to say, by all means come forward and say it now. If no one says anything, then we'll take it that you agree to the previous proposal. The crowd was silent and dared to speak. In the crowd, Princess Kasumi, as well as Princess Noboru and Princess Yu were gathered, back to back with each other in defense against the dangers that could come from every direction. Among them, Princess Xia was their older sister, and naturally took on the responsibility of comforting them at this moment. Looking at the other party's posture, it seems that they are not of the human race, but a bit more like the demon race. But nowadays, in this formation, there are also some heavenly pride of the demon race, so they probably aren't demon race either. It's a dangerous situation, but not completely out of the question. We are the demon race, with a demonic body. We possess an absolute advantage over the other two races. Even if we don't utilize our spiritual power, we can still burst out with a notable battle power. So, the key to breaking the game lies with us. Princess Noboru hummed, her eyes dead set on the figure of the enemy above her. In a soft voice, he said, other than that old and young man at the very front, the other strengths are mediocre, so there's no need to care. We'd better look for an opportunity where we can catch one of those two, when we can blackmail the other to open the ceiling overwhelming formation and let us out. Princess Xia agreed, but still sighed. But if they're really cautious and stay parked up there and don't come down, that's bad. Although we can charge up by relying on our demonic bodies, we will inevitably expose ourselves and leave them time to react. Only if they come down can we wait for an opportunity. Or maybe, someone to cover our movements is also available. Princess Xin shook her head. Difficult. Now, although everyone has fallen together, they were not previously acquainted, and even each other's camps are completely opposed. Trying to cooperate fully with each other in this situation, to cooperate with our actions despite the dangers, is almost impossible. No one has that level of awareness. The duo discussed here, only to realize after a while that Princess Yu, who had always been the most talkative and emotional, had remained silent. Both thought she was freaking out. and only realized it when they turned their heads to try and comfort her. It's amazing that she's mindlessly painting, using the very same treasure scroll that had been stolen from her father earlier. At the moment though there wasn't much drawn, just a ceiling array and a simple confrontation between the two sides, but the presentation is quite good and informative. I have to say that the saying that art comes from life is true. It only takes a few strokes to bring out that sense of intense conflict and a strong sense of despair. It's something that can't be done entirely by imagination. Princess Yu realized that there were two unkind gazes staring at her, and very confused, she looked up and playfully laughed. How was it? I drew well, didn't I? I have a pen to thank for it, but I sketched the picture in my head myself. I just realized today that I'm so talented in the Tao of painting. When I go back, I have to paint some amazing works properly. Let's see who else dares to laugh at me then. She finished her declaration with conviction and couldn't help but feel apprehensive when she realized that the duo was looking at her with even more complicated eyes. How? What's wrong? Is the drawing bad? Princess Shin sighed helplessly, losing interest in conversing with her. After all, what sane person would like to be with a cutie? Playing with it? Princess Xia, on the other hand, asked curiously with her head full of black lines. Don't you think that the situation is dangerous? Why are you still in such a good frame of mind to paint? Unsurprisingly, we can't even save our lives, and you're still thinking about going back to make a name for yourself. What are you thinking about? Princess Xia had a rare chance to set the record straight with her this time. For one thing, it was because the situation was really serious, and for another, she felt that this natural nerdiness symptom of the Moon Princess was getting worse. It must be curbed in time to take advantage of this opportunity. Otherwise, in the future, when the enemy's knife is on her neck, I guess she can still continue to amuse herself with full concern. Just thinking about that absurd scenario made Princess Kasumi especially worried for her, because with her understanding of the Moon Princess, it was really possible for the Moon Princess to do such a thing, and after being reprimanded, Princess Yu's eyes appeared visibly blank, dumbfounded. I said, what are you talking about, sister? What lives are at stake? Are we in danger now? Princess Xia felt that her mindset that she had cultivated for many years had a tendency to be broken, and said through clenched teeth, look up and look around. We're trapped here. We can't get out at all. If people want to kill us, it's just a thought. So you still don't think it's dangerous? What makes it dangerous? But Princess Moon perked up this time. People don't need to look. Where is the danger that can be seen with the eyes? To tell you the truth, I didn't perceive any danger from the beginning. My premonitions can be accurate, as you know. So why should I care what's going on around me when I'm already sure there's no danger? You too. Since I don't sense any danger, you'll definitely be fine too. Unla. Princess Xia listened, and Princess Xin looked at each other in disbelief. Regarding the point that Princess Yu's premonitions were particularly spiritual, there was really no way for the two of them to refute it, because since she was a child, she had lived peacefully with this skill. How else could she have grown up so well with her dumb beauty? The greatest mystery lies in the fact that not only can she turn misfortune into good fortune, but she can also anticipate danger in advance so that she can avoid it as much as possible. Chapter 159 Blood-burning formation from the foreigner race. On the one hand, the tragic deaths of those around them, and on the other hand, the magical senses of the Moon Princess. Princess Xia and Princess Xin had some difficulty determining which one they should believe for a while. After reconsidering, Princess Kasumi offered, in that case, let's not act rashly for the time being. If they still continue to kill afterward and give us an opportunity to exploit it, then we will strike. Don't take any chances if you're not sure you're going to get it. The way things are going, if there's nothing dangerous at the end of the day, there's basically only one possibility, and that's someone coming to our rescue. But the ceiling overwhelming formation is so powerful. Who has the strength to be able to break it? The three of them whispering here, placed in such a large crowd, would draw absolutely no attention. Those heavenly prides who had been all kinds of attentive to Princess Xia from the beginning were all scattered at this time, not knowing where they had run off to. None of them, at this time, remained around them. It was evident how unreliable such superficial fondness and goodwill were in the face of a real life and death situation. Of course there were some people with bad intentions who had been gradually moving closer to their position. As a cultivator, beauty could be put aside for a while, but treasures could not be spared. Before that, the magical golden Congo was a real eye-catcher for a lot of people. In fact, these people approached over with the mindset of just seeing if there was any chance of picking up the pieces. Because everyone was mortal at the moment, with his weak physique, he would definitely not be able to fight against the three princesses who possessed top-tier demonic bodies, and for their sneaky behavior, Princess Xia and Princess Xin had long since sensed it, only to hang them out to dry, and they didn't dare to take the initiative, so they let them go. After all, even if it didn't take much effort to clean them up, it would always attract attention. And in this case, there is undoubtedly only one consequence of drawing attention to the situation. The Saint's son of the beginning had already used his own life to personally determine this. In the sky above the ceiling formation, the Grand Elder froze slightly when he saw that Sang Zhe had killed one person, but instead of blaming him, he calmed down quite a bit himself from that earlier state of excitement. It does seem like you guys don't realize where you are right now. To tell you the truth, whoever it is won't be able to leave from here today, whether you are dead or alive. You cannot leave. Take advantage of the fact that it will take some time for the new formation to activate, and if you have anything to say, hurry up and say it to those around you. There really isn't much time left for you. The Grand Elder spoke with a somewhat vicissitude in his voice. The pupils of the crowd were dramatically shocked, never expecting that things would be so serious as this. The other party had no intention of talking to them at all, and was directly about to exterminate them all. Needless to say, this is the most desperate. No matter how many chips you have on you, they are worthless at this moment because people don't care about them. Are you guys crazy? What's the point of killing so many people? I have treasures on me that I'm willing to take out in exchange for my life. I know the location of a secret realm that no one has gone into yet, and it's of infinite value. Let me go and I'll be willing to tell you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Spare my life and I can make my sect your vassal. In front of the life and death crisis, many people quickly began to collapse. The image was very ugly as they began to pray, willing to pay any price if their lives were spared. However, the Grand Elder still shook his head and said with an expressionless face, "Don't you guys get it? Continuing to say such things is just a waste of time. Whatever you have in your hands doesn't appeal to me. The greatest value you have is yourselves. Only, to die for it." After the Grand Elder finished speaking, he made a wink toward Sang Zhe, who nodded. Shouting loudly, he said, "Blood-burning grand formation. Activate." Swish. Countless identical fluctuations appeared at the same time all around the ceiling overwhelming array. A light red light shield, if any, covered the ceiling overwhelming formation. The crowd froze in unison because none of them had ever heard of the name of this blood-burning grand formation, and there didn't seem to be any obvious changes after this formation was activated, except for Li Yi only. He hadn't previously known exactly what the Golden Crow clan was going to do this time, as his perception would be interfered with when a foreign race was involved. However, at this moment, when he heard the name of this blood-burning grand formation, he basically had an inference. The blood-burning grand formation, as the name implied, was a formation that caused the blood chi to boil and even burn up. Typically, this type of formation was used as a desperate attempt to force oneself to explode into a powerful battle force within a short period of time, thus defeating an opponent who was originally incapable of powering through, or earning a brief chance to escape. But the blood-burning grand formation was not quite the same, as there was no upper limit to how much it could make the blood chi boil. The result of this is that the person in the formation will lose all of his or her chi and blood due to the boiling of the blood chi until it burns, eventually turning into a complete and utter dry corpse. So what is the vaporized mass of blood used for? It all depends on the subsequent means of the Golden Crow clan. Li Yi's gaze was clear and cold as he looked at the light red light shield above him, his eyes obscure. He already had a bit of speculation. He just still needed some time to verify it. This much blood chi should be used to refine pills, right? Another blood-burning array. Another Dan formula. Which foreign race is better at such tactics? The crowd's bewilderment didn't last long before they began to realize something was wrong. Gradually they began to feel the temperature rise around them, and it seemed that some of the chi and blood in his body began to go out of control, and his entire body became abnormally excited. People who had been sitting or standing quietly became unable to maintain that posture and instead began to walk around in small, agitated circles. Their bodies were so hot that they couldn't relieve themselves without fidgeting around a bit. The men were a little better. They could take off their upper body shirts and talk about the heat. But the women were a little harder to deal with. Much of their clothing was elaborate and wrapped their bodies tightly, even their long dresses. But now even though it's dry and hot, it can't be solved by undressing. It was more unacceptable for them to be humiliated in this way than to die physically. Decency is a word that means decidedly different things to men and women. As time went on, this feeling of dryness and heat increased. Some of the mortals could no longer hold on and began to pass out one after another. The cultivators with lower cultivation levels were gradually unable to resist. Their bodies were heavily dehydrated, and the whole person couldn't even make a sound, collapsing on the ground with a pained expression. The crowd realized that they were afraid that they really wouldn't be spared this time. There was nothing they could do about the hurdle in front of them alone. Chapter 160, The Blood Which Raced That Angered the Heavenly Tao. What the hell is this? Do something, people. Who knows how to stop this? Help! Help me! I'm so sick. Despair gradually spread, and those who had already been turned into mortal bodies had a much lower tolerance for pain at the moment. and the despair of not being able to do anything about it is gradually eating away at their endurance. Finally, there began to be the first person whose body was the first to be unable to withstand it, exceeding the load, and then with a thud, the entire body exploded into a blood mist. Pust! A mist of blood suddenly appeared, but before it could splatter onto the body of the person next to it, it had already been vaporized cleanly by the strange power in the large formation. The blood mist seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Only the light red light shield above the large formation seemed to have become slightly brighter. And with the first one, naturally there was a second and a third. Soon, one after another, uninterrupted body bursts began to ring out. A flurry of blood mist that appeared and dissipated. The others let out screams of horror. This level of powerlessness hadn't occurred for quite some time since they became cultivators. Experiencing it now sends chills down their spine. And as a stream of blood mist was vaporized and then entered the light shield above, the Golden Crow clan's Grand Elder, too, issued his next order. The fire is almost ready. Start refining the divine elixir. The Grand Elder faintly commanded toward Sang Zhe. Sang Zhe respectfully claimed yes, and ordered someone to fetch the long-prepared Dan furnace from the back. It was placed just like that in the air above the formation, as if it was going to start refining pills in the air. Although the crowd was terrified, they were always keeping an eye on their movements, and at this moment, when they saw that they had taken a Dan furnace out, they couldn't help but be shocked, totally confused as to what they were trying to do. If it was for alchemy, there was absolutely no need to kill them all. Quite a few of them were even able to provide all sorts of rare medicinal herbs, and they could definitely concoct quite a good elixir. Soon, however, they were met with an even more surprising sight, only to see Sang Zhe standing in front of the Dan furnace. Surprisingly, he pinched his mouth and began to extract the blood chi absorbed by it from the layer of red light shield. The blood chi was then ignited in place of the flame needed for the Dan furnace, and the refinement began. And in the Dan furnace at this point, there were still no materials at all. It was normal for the crowd to be puzzled because they were not sure what the purpose of the Golden Crow clan was, but all of this was nowhere to be seen in Li Yi's eyes. He had only had one more doubt left to uncover, and at this moment, when he saw them take out their Dan furnace and use their blood chi as a guide with the intention of refining a pill, all of his questions were answered. Blood-burning grand formation. Original blood divine Dan. So it is. The Golden Crow clan, after all, has taken the path of self-destruction. Instead of getting a lesson from your last warning, it seems that you have intensified your efforts and colluded with an even more powerful foreign race. This time, you will have no chance. Li Yi's face was cold, and on a rare occasion, he did get a little angry. As the heavenly Tao, there had been very few things on this star that could offend him. However, no matter how strong and sensible one may be, when there is a house thief, the attitude must be quite uniform. That is, it is never to be tolerated. And with things having progressed to this point, Li Yi had finally figured out which foreign race the Golden Crow clan had colluded with this time. Blood Witch clan. You have great guts. Li Yi's murmur was small, but the tone was as shivering as the frost of the ages. Just as Ningyuan City was suffering from this catastrophe, in the middle of a distant starfield, Star Empress Gu Qingmei, along with 4 of her personal guards from the Golden Immortal Realm, had just arrived near the Vermilion Bird Star. Although the Vermilion Bird Star had since slowly developed into a trading star in the starry sky, it didn't mean that it was a weak star. Quite the contrary. As a star named after one of the 4 sacred beasts, the Vermilion Bird, the strength of its native cultivators was quite formidable. Moreover, the Vermilion Bird planet was rich in spiritual energy, and there were especially numerous secret and ferocious places. It definitely counted as a special first-tier cultivation star among the star domains. As for the other 3, the Green Dragon Star, the White Tiger Star, and the Xuanwu Star, they were spread out in 3 other starfields, and all of them enjoy a special status like the Vermilion Bird Star. Gu Qingmei stopped near the Vermilion Bird Star and said to the 4 of them as she looked there from afar, "Have you ever, before, been here?" The 4 of them all nodded. How could they say that they were also a Golden Immortal Realm powerhouse? If they hadn't even come to the famous Vermilion Bird Star, then it would be a bit unjustifiable. The Violet Stargazer replied in a respectful voice, "The Vermilion Bird Star does not look at origins, and there are no camps. That's why those of us from the Chaotic Star Sea are, in turn, most relaxed there, not having to worry about enemies that may appear at any time. But the Vermilion Bird planet is so complicated that even we sometimes have a heart-stopping feeling of danger. So we haven't been here a few times. If my subordinate's memory is correct, this should be the 3rd time I've come." The other 3 said in unison that they were all on their 2nd visit. Gu Qingmei nodded and agreed with them. "You guys are right. Vermilion Bird Star can become a trading star that doesn't fear any power looking for trouble. A great deal of effort has been put into this aspect of security. Behind the scenes, unbeknownst to you, there are a multitude of powerful people working together to support it. If anyone dares to do anything untoward up there, what they will face is probably an unceremonious extermination. So, when you guys feel your hearts pounding, it basically means that a strong person is making a move. All four of them were shocked. They knew that the Vermilion Bird Star must have strong people guarding it, but they didn't know that the original feeling of danger was for this reason. This made them all fearful. Because of the chaotic nature of the chaotic star sea, it had caused them to also raise the idea of wreaking havoc on the Vermilion Bird planet. After all, there were simply too many treasures here, and as long as they succeeded once, it would be enough to raise the overall strength of the sea of chaotic stars by more than one step. But out of Violet Star's sovereign's cautious nature, this thought was still forcefully suppressed by her. Her principle was to never take the initiative to provoke the other party when she could not thoroughly grasp their underpinnings. Of course, Gu Qingmei didn't count this time. In the matter of besieging the sea of chaotic stars, they belonged to the passive side and had absolutely no choice. If you don't resist, there's a good chance you'll just perish. So, they had to let go. At this moment, the Violet Stargazer swallowed his saliva and said with some trepidation, So are we still going over there this time? Gu Qingmei froze, then revealed a bright smile. You guys are at least at the Golden Immortal Realm. Don't be so timid, okay? Besides, what's so frightening about the guardian powerhouse of the Vermilion Bird Star? Is it not one of them that stands before you? The four men were stunned. Never would I have thought that even the Starry Sky Empress was the person behind the Vermilion Bird Star. Chapter 161, The Fierce Might of the Vermilion Bird Star. Gu Qingmei wasn't lying. She was indeed one of the guardians of the Vermilion Bird Star. But such guardians, in fact, are not very strict. To be precise, she only amounted to a titular. She wasn't even sure who each of the other guardians were. This kind of rule, however, was a tacit agreement reached by the strongest of all parties when the guardian system was initially established, because once the strongest people knew each other well, then it was possible to collude with each other so that they could take the Vermilion Bird Star for themselves at the level of the highest force. This problem could be effectively avoided by remaining strangers to each other, with the strongest fighting on their own and only striking out at those who disturbed the Vermilion Bird Star. Gu Qingmei hadn't been a guardian of the Vermilion Bird Star for too long, and to put it mildly, it was Li Yi who had suggested that she join. At the time, she thought it was pointless, but Li Yi insisted, saying that it was just a multi-layered identity and that it didn't bind her in any way. And once she had a need to use the Jubilee Star, there were many conveniences to be had. Gu Qingmei didn't have much of a problem with this sort of thing, so she went along with his wishes and agreed to Vermilion Bird Star's invitation. Hearing her briefly explain the reason for becoming a guardian, the four-star lords couldn't help but be secretly staggered. More and more, I feel that the strength to a certain extent, when it is true, will see a whole new world. They had thought that the Golden Immortal Realm was already strong enough, but they had come to the Vermilion Bird Star twice, but they had not received any so-called invitations at all. As for Gu Qingmei, she didn't care about such things, but it came so naturally. Well, following me this time around will certainly be different experience-wise than when you came alone. Don't worry. Gu Qingmei spoke to them with a smile on her face before taking the lead and flying towards the Vermilion Bird Star. The four of them were somewhat flattered by this smile, and had the impression that this Starry Sky Empress didn't seem to be as temperamental as rumors had it. Not only had they not done anything outrageous to them since submitting to her, they didn't even talk much about heavy words, as if they really took them as their own. The four of them couldn't make heads or tails of it for a while, not knowing if this was her imperial mind trick or just her nature. They could only put their doubts in their hearts for the time being, leaving them to be verified later. The Vermilion Bird Star is huge, with guests coming from all directions, so there is not just one entrance, or even no entrance at all. The entire periphery of the star is freely accessible. The trading areas and important places, on the other hand, are inside the stars. To get in, you'll need to identify yourself. The purpose of leaving an identity is not to categorize guests, but to make it easier to find the target if something goes wrong. It had to be said that this kind of system in Jubilee Star was still very ahead of its time, but even though the periphery of the Vermilion Bird Star could be freely entered and exited, it didn't mean that these areas outside could do whatever they wanted. Previously, there were also Starry Sky rogues who presumptuously ransacked the outskirts of the Vermilion Bird Star, intending to grab a fortune and quickly escape. However, what was never expected was that these aborigines living in the outlying areas were completely unafraid of these roving bandits. Instead, they watched very calmly as they grabbed things. It would have been just as well. Isn't it enough that you've been robbed? But there are always some roving bandits who want to go further than they should, trying to rob people while robbing things, and not even wanting to let go of the handsome women. What's more, they wanted to kill for fun, intending to go on a killing spree to make a name for themselves. In the eyes of the rogues at the bottom, Infamy is also fame, isn't it? After all, they do not have the ability to do great things that are admirable, and if they want others to remember their deeds, they can only use this more perverted way. But what they could not have imagined even if they had thought about it was that when they were planning to make a move on someone, the situation issued a change that they had not expected. These aborigines seemed to have suddenly changed completely. From being docile and silent, they became particularly excited. Then each of them erupted with a cultivation level that was still quite alright. Not very powerful, but together with the magic treasures and formations they had in their hands, which were all sorts of different, they caused extremely terrifying killings. The stragglers suffered their demise while they were still in a daze. The tens of thousands of roving bandits that had been assembled at that time had disappeared cleanly from Vermilion Birdstar in just half an hour. When the people waiting on the periphery to receive them couldn't wait and wanted to go in to check, they realized that tens of thousands of corpses had been thrown out from the Vermilion Birdstar. This time, it couldn't be said that the starry sky shook, but it definitely shook the group of starry sky rogues, as roving bandits who made their living by looting. Even if they were not particularly outstanding in terms of combat power, they could never be bad in terms of their ability to escape and save their lives. Otherwise they wouldn't have survived this far at all. However, it was tens of thousands of such people who perished in the outer regions of the Vermilion Birdstar at the same time without a single one of them being spared. What does that mean? Many speculations arose among the stars, but all of them flocked to the same result. That is, don't mess with the Jubilee Star. Even those seemingly harmless aborigines on the periphery should not be easily messed with, because no one knows for sure under what conditions they will suddenly reveal their hideous faces and then exert their terrifying strength to exterminate their enemies. So, over the years, Jubilee Star has developed well from the inside out. The general presentation is thriving. Now after Guqingmei's 5 people entered the Vermilion Birdstar, they naturally wouldn't stay in the periphery, but instead didn't land at all and flew directly towards the center area. It was worth mentioning that inside the Vermilion Birdstar, there existed very powerful forbidden airspell formations. From the center to the periphery were all, and those whose general strength was less than the golden immortal realm only had the result of honestly walking on the ground. Therefore, if one saw anyone flying on the Vermilion Birdstar, then one certainly couldn't easily provoke them. The opponent was at least a golden immortal realm powerhouse. According to rumors, this terrifying no-air spell formation was to prevent enemies from doing bad things and leaving quickly. But those who have entered the planet Jupiter scoff at such claims. The reason was simple: the punishment for messing up came too quickly. Not to mention not being allowed to fly. Even if they were allowed to fly, they wouldn't even be able to leave the Vermilion Birdstar smoothly before being blown away on the spot. What the real reason was, though, they didn't know, but it certainly didn't seem too petty. As rumor had it, Guqingmei flew completely unaffected, but the 4 great star monarchs were not. They could fly, but only just. Now that they hadn't flown for long, they realized that the spiritual energy in their bodies had been depleted by a small amount, frightening them to the point that their faces turned white. Just flying for such a short period of time was so much more exhausting than engaging in a major battle. Moreover, their speed was greatly affected. Compared to the regular speed of the golden immortal realm, they were now simply like turtles crawling. Guqingmei quickly realized this and sweetly extended her hand towards them. Here, pull on me or you'll soon fall off. So Violet Stargazer handed her her hand, while the other 3 sisters lined up backwards, each taking the hand of the one before them. Chapter 162 10,000 Treasures Nebula Pavilion. Then we're going to start. Guqingmei smiled faintly and turned on full speed in an instant. The 4 people in the back only felt a huge force coming from them, and immediately after that, they completely lost their consciousness. This majestic and gigantic power was almost comparable to heavenly might. The 4 people were completely unable to resist or react. After an indeterminate amount of time in stagnation, the huge force dissipated. Only then did the 4's consciousness slowly return, and when they came to their senses, they already saw the bustling scene in front of them. As we all know, in the world of mortals, hilarity is a situation that can be found almost everywhere. Mortals like to get together, whether it's for a fair or for work, but cultivators were different. Because of the weak and the strong, they often needed to watch out for each other. No one can be comfortable with a random stranger moving in particularly close proximity to them. It was also for this reason that unless one belonged to a certain power, in other cases, cultivators tended to be loners. This was a common understanding shared by almost the entire cultivation world. But this scene in front of him at the moment completely shattered that notion. Countless cultivators gathered together. Just like mortals, they were casually strolling through the bazaar, shoulder to shoulder. No longer a rarity. Even strangers talk and laugh with each other. The 4 were shocked, as they hadn't been so dramatic when they had been here years ago. At that time, even though strangers could casually communicate with each other, they would still be a bit defensive of each other. and there weren't so many guests to fill such a vast street. One can only imagine how many people existed in the rooms on either side, and in the other hellholes. Cultivators here seemed to be like cabbages, and count for absolutely nothing. And the most exaggerated point was that, as the four of them fixed their eyes on it, the cultivation level of most of the people in here was surprisingly not low. At a cursory glance, even the heavenly immortal realm was not a rare existence. The golden immortal realm wasn't hard to see if you had the intention to look for it. As for the true immortal realm, it was as far as the eye could see, and it was just a matter of picking someone at random. Combined with the huge number of cultivators here, the four could hardly imagine what a powerful force was in front of them at this moment. If these people could be completely driven for one person, it would simply destroy the heavens and the earth. Gu Qingmei saw their shock and laughed lightly. Is it not quite the same as when you were here earlier? Don't be surprised. Vermilion Bird Planet trades all the time. It's only natural that development would be faster. Well, want to wander around? That feeling of being flattered came back, and the four were even a little terrified. Why are you being so gentle with us? Is there some kind of hole waiting for us to jump into? You might as well be cool with us. Even mean is acceptable. How can one's heart be in the right place now when warm words are spoken like a sister? Violet Stargazer surmised that Gu Qingmei's meaning should be that she herself wanted to go and look around. Inquiring in this way is just a subconscious way of speaking, and their answers don't really matter. Thus she chose to follow Gu Qingmei's wishes and gave an equally respectful smile. Good. Then I'll trouble Her Majesty the Queen. Gu Qingmei waved her hand and led them inside. The cultivator responsible for recording the identity of the visitor at the periphery subconsciously wanted to go forward to intercept him, but just as he took a step, he was hurriedly pulled back by another cultivator next to him. What do you want? The five of them haven't registered their identities yet. Why are you stopping me? Neglect of duty is a felony. You new ones are a real pain in the ass. You were given this job so that you could minimize the chaos, not to offend people. You take a good look at how the sign reacts when that woman passes by. It was only when he heard his companion's reprimand that the cultivator frowned and looked at the table. There was a transparent jade tablet on the table, but it would display different colors depending on the breath of the person passing by. Simply put, it was a cultivation realm detector. The main role is still to see if the guest is lying, as well as to keep them from easily offending someone who is too powerful. After all, even if one had the backing of a strong person, it didn't mean that one could defy the entire starry sky. It would be too much to ask for a grudge over such a trivial matter. At this moment, after that cultivator finished reading the sign, his body shook violently, and a strong look of fear appeared in his eyes. She. Jade did not change color. The jade tags can't detect her realm? The cultivator was so scared that his entire body was instantly drenched in cold sweat, because there were only two results of the jade card's total lack of response. Either the other party was immortal, or the other party's strength was too terrifying, far exceeding the limit of what the jade card could detect. And based on the fact that the five of them were able to fly before, it was obvious that they wouldn't be mortals. So the answer becomes self-evident. She's also the first person I've seen to disable a jade sign. The cultivator thanked his companion before sitting back in his chair in a weak state. The other party didn't even look at them, and directly led the people inside, obviously familiar with the situation, and hadn't registered before. If he was rashly stopped by him now, then he might actually make the other party angry. After all, strong people are, at times, very attached to the thing called exuberance. It's not impossible for the mood to turn sour in an instant if it's suddenly stirred up by something unexpected. Therefore, this cultivator was grateful for his companion's rescue. The cultivator who stopped him sighed and said with complicated eyes, "It's nothing. After this time, you won't make similar mistakes in the future. I'm not going to lie. I've seen the same thing twice before, and it was later rumored that both of those men were guardians of the Jupiter planet. Let's see. That stunningly beautiful woman just now. Her aura isn't any weaker than the two guardians I've seen. Perhaps, it's also an equally powerful powerhouse." As soon as those words came out, the cultivator's face turned even whiter, and he inwardly cried out that he was so close. Gu Qingmei would not pay attention to the situation at the entrance, and was currently leading four of her personal guards through the stores with a leisurely gait. The Violet Star Sisters, once again, recognized the privileges of the truly powerful. They used to think that no one was exempt from such things as registration, but they were still too young to see it now. Thinking about their once unbeatable selves in the past, the four couldn't help but feel their cheeks burning. What are you waiting for? Come on over here and help me see what these ornaments look like. Gu Qingmei walked right into a particularly large store. At the moment, he was poking his head out to greet them as they came in. The four subconsciously glanced at the store's name, Wanbao Nebula Pavilion. The four of them were all stunned. The name of this store, that is, they had heard of it. It was said that it only sold extremely high-quality magic treasures. and the threshold for trading was very high, and the minimum would have to be the golden immortal realm. Do they still sell jewelry here? How come I didn't know? Violet Stargazer muttered something and led the three sisters to follow her in. Chapter 163, Star Queen interrupts spellcasting. Just as men are naturally attracted to something cool, women are naturally attracted to that kind of boo-boo stuff. If a woman says she's not interested in that, there are only two possibilities. For one thing, she couldn't look at the ones in front of her eyes. They were too far from the grade she was usually used to. The second is that she doesn't like you and doesn't want to show her true self in front of you. Just as many women hate the looks of redheads and vixens, but when they have the chance to have a face like that themselves, they will do anything to get it. So, to boil it down to one sentence, no matter what kind of woman it is, she goes for beauty instinctively. It's something that's etched in your bones and will never change. At this moment, as the four sisters stepped into the store with inner doubts, the dazzling array of Starry Sky Supreme treasures then completely stunned them on the spot. 10,000 Treasures Nebula Pavilion, with a mediocre name, was like an ordinary jewelry store. But those who had heard of the name knew that behind this store stood at least one great person of the Guardian level. After all, the threshold that only the golden immortal realm could enter was there. And if the things inside were not of sufficient grade, then there was no need to raise the threshold that high. Wanbao Nebula Pavilion has a total of 9 floors, the quality of things upwards in ascending order. Of course, the transaction conditions are also more and more demanding. The style of this interior is completely different from the many stores out there today, and very forward-thinking. It wasn't just one or two people in charge of hospitality here, and the treasures weren't tied up. Instead, the various treasures are creatively displayed in a kind of transparent container. When guests come in, all they have to do is look down and they can see the treasure in its truest form in the container. And behind each container, there is also a person who is responsible for taking out the treasures of interest for the guests and explaining its preciousness. Totally qualifies as a human service. However, due to the high threshold, even the first floor was far from overcrowded. Now the large room had only reached a dozen people, counting the 5 of them. The Violet Star Monarch snapped back from the mesmerizing radiance of the various treasures and subconsciously looked at the other 10 or so strangers in this room. But as far as the eye could see, there was only a dark cloud of smoke. Each of their faces and bodies were completely shrouded in a kind of black smoke that could isolate divine sense. Even with the naked eye, all you could see was a cloud of smoke. Seeing Violet Stargazer freeze, Gu Qingmei guessed that this was the first time she had come in, and explained to her briefly. Don't make a fuss. It's a means of protecting your guests. Although fighting is not allowed on the Vermilion Bird planet, if someone really does happen to meet an enemy, then it's possible that they can't help but strike. Although they may not have fought more than a few moves before being subdued by the Guardians, they can't help but still give the other guests a bad experience. That's why it's used in this way here. The purpose is simple, so that when guests come, they don't have to worry about anything else at all. Well, isn't it quite considerate of the guests? You guys should kinda like it that way. Gu Qingmei flirted with them in a rare manner, and Violet Stargazer snapped and laughed twice, puzzled. But, why can you see us? Can I see you too? Gu Qingmei smiled mysteriously and said leisurely. You can see me because I didn't use this thick smoke. This emperor does not have any enemies, because those who are qualified to be enemies with me will be eliminated by me the moment they become enemies. As for why I can see you guys, it's because I can see everyone here, yeah. Therefore, this kind of tactic is not absolutely fair, and when strength reaches my level, all tricks can't hide under the spiritual eyes. The Violet Stargazer nodded numbly, feeling more and more like he was actually nothing in this starry sky, so she couldn't help but ask herself, where did she get the courage to think she could lead a bunch of guys weaker than herself before and then hold that mess? The fact that the Sea of Chaotic Stars has been able to exist for so long is not so much because we are strong, but rather because we have been too lucky to have encountered any particularly powerful enemies. The Violet Stargazer muttered a couple of sentences. Then with an inner shock, he suddenly felt somewhat relieved. It was because she suddenly figured out this, with their strength, being exterminated was doomed anyway. Then, rather than being swept away by other powerhouses with no survivors, it would be better to have this outcome now. Not only did he survive without incident, but his cultivation had not been compromised. The only thing that had been lost was merely the huge star core power that had been accumulated previously by bloody means. As for the original henchman, it can't really be called a loss. At best it can be called a loss of a liability. With this point figured out, Violet Stargazer's mood immediately became much lighter and happier. Walking over to Gu Qingmei's side and looking down towards the counter below, she realized what those 2 words for jewelry just now really meant. At the moment sitting in the transparent counter was a small, delicate bead. Not one, exactly, because next to that one, there were 6 others placed in order. The size and materials look basically the same, but the colors and details are completely different. Violet Stargazer estimated that with the temperament of the Star Empress, she was probably never simply referring to one of them. Rather, the probability is that it refers to these 7. Why else would it be called, "Help me look at these ornaments"? The Violet Star Monarch prided himself on being knowledgeable, but at this moment, he did not recognize what this kind of bead actually was, so it can only be evaluated on its appearance. The beads are very nice. I just don't know what they are made of and what they are used for. In fact, even though she had never been to the store, there was nothing wrong with the questions she was asking, because by magic treasure, well, if you have never seen it, certainly want to ask clearly magic treasure power mainly in which aspect, let alone the threshold is so high in the store. The woman in charge of the counter here also immediately revealed a very professional smiling face upon hearing this, and immediately got into a state of readiness to introduce it. Guest, you are so discerning. This is, but before she could finish her sentence, she saw the stunningly beautiful woman, who hadn't covered her form with smoke, waving her hand at her and then shushing her. Shoo, don't say those useless things. I buy jewelry. I don't use it to beat people up, so why do I need to know that? As long as it looks good on you. Help me with that starstone chain. I'm going to try it on. The clerk froze for a moment, his open mouth slowly closing, his expression looking hard, practicing this set of words for a long time. Today is her first day on the job. I wanted to play perfectly once to see the effect, which no just started to be interrupted. Chapter 164, The Queen's Shopping Style. As soon as the clerk took a look at Gu Lightning's aura and the way she spoke, she knew that this was by no means an ordinary strong person, so he hastened to do so, and selected for her a most costly chain of starstones to match those beads. To be reasonable, the chain of starstone was also a rather expensive treasure, and although it was small and inconspicuous, it actually possessed great power. The most prominent feature is that it is indestructible, which makes it perfect for binding the enemy. At this moment, the clerk took out the beads and handed them to Gu Qingmei along with the chain of starstone. Gu Qingmei held the bead in her right hand, and there were no gaps in it that would allow the chain of starstone to pass through at all. But she didn't care. Her eyes gazed at the chain of starstones, and in a matter of moments, a spell formation appeared in the center of the impenetrable chain of starstones. Engraving a spell formation was not a rare ability, but to be able to engrave it so quickly and without the aid of any magic weapon was truly unimaginable. Not to mention, the object of engraving was also the starstone that was claimed to be indestructible. One must know that to polish such a chain of starstones, it would require the use of dozens of extremely powerful formations as well as the assistance of numerous magical treasures and exotic fires. Only then can the starstone slowly change shape and be made into the desired mold. But now, these complicated processes are just done in a flash, by a woman with ease. Not to mention the clerk, even Violet Stargazer and the girls were dumbfounded. I knew that the Starry Sky Empress was strong, but I didn't expect that she would reach the point where she could not even raise her hand to make them look at her. At this moment, Gu Qingmei brought the bead to the center area of the chain of starstones and gently touched it. Ta-da! The bead was subjected to an overwhelming suction force, and in an instant it was firmly attached to it. The result is a new, costly and unrepeatable necklace. Gu Qingmei skillfully and elegantly put it on her snow-white neck and lightly turned her body a few times towards the water mirror. The light blue beads, paired with the crystal-clear chain of starstones, mirrored her white jade-like flawless neck, and could simply be described as a true fairy in the dust. Gulp! Gulp! 2 sounds of gulping soon resounded around them. Gu Qingmei froze and glanced to the side with a slight frown on her brows. Violet Stargazer and that clerk immediately blushed and misplaced their eyes, not daring to look at her. This is so deadly. I can't help but be moved as a woman. Clear heart mantra. Clear heart mantra. Violet Stargazer's face burned, and his insides trembled as he silently ran the clear heart mantra. She never thought she would one day gag on a woman, but sometimes things are so marvelous that many things happen unexpectedly. When Gu Qingmei saw that it wasn't some man with no eyes, the anger in her heart dissipated all of a sudden. Instead, she found Violet Stargazer's current state quite amusing, teasingly seemingly taking 2 steps closer to her, her voice delicate. Well, does it match with this emperor? Violet Stargazer's heart-clearing incantation broke at once. His face swished red, and steam was about to come out of the top of his head, but when her master asked, she couldn't not answer, so she just gritted her teeth and pinched her thighs, using the pain to force herself to calm down a little. The self is a match. Simply gorgeous. No, subordinate doesn't mean that. My subordinate is saying that. You are now shining brighter than the stars. It was stuttering, but it was almost enough to say without making too much of a fool of myself. Violet Stargazer let out a slight sigh of relief. Gu Qingmei raised an eyebrow as she listened, and although she wasn't moved to be much happier by her words, she wasn't unhappy after all, so she turned around and said something particularly bossy. Then, bring out all 6 of the remaining beads with 6 identical chains of starstone, and I'll take them all. The clerk no longer knew what words to use to describe his shock and ecstasy. What does it mean to be happy and trenchant? Today she's met them all at once. Moving quickly, he prepared all the things and handed them over to Gu Qingmei. Gu Qingmei stretched out her right hand, her greenish-white jade fingers gently tracing over the 6 chains of starstone. In an instant, all 6 chains of starstone were engraved with formations. Gu Qingmei looked at them and put one of the ice blue and one of the gold-colored beads into her storage ring before handing the remaining 4 to Ziwei Stargazer. Here is a gift for you. Choose one for yourselves and put it on. This will be considered the mark of my personal guard for the time being. The violet stargazer froze and received the 4 beads, his eyes and heart shaking dramatically at the same time. How could she not expect that the Star Queen would give them a gift? Because that's something that has no reason to happen, no matter which way you look at it. Why would she do that? Thinking about it, Violet Stargazer felt that there was only one reason: money was optional. They thought they were expensive, but in the eyes of the Star Queen, maybe it was all just to warm up. So they looked at each other, apprehensively and rather excitedly, and accepted the gift. After all, this is the 10,000 Treasures Nebula Pavilion. There was no way that there could be inferior magic treasures present inside. The only pity was that 2 such good treasures could only be used as necklaces in the future, and there was no way to use them to defend against the enemy. Otherwise, once it was damaged or lost, it was expected that the Star Queen would definitely be angry. Soon, the 4 of them finished wearing them as well, and all of them were blushing slightly as they surveyed their glamorous selves, which had once again increased in popularity. The clerk looked at them rather enviously for half a day, but it was still rather difficult to remind Gu Qingmei that it was time to pay. There are a total of 3 ways to trade in the Wanbao Nebula Pavilion. The most versatile is to use hard currency between star fields, such as star core power, star stones, etc., which have a relatively fixed value and are highly circulated. The second type was to exchange things for things, using one's own magic treasures to exchange. This kind needed to find the store's specially hired refining masters to estimate the value. The third was to use the news to offset the debt. It was similar to the way Gu Qingmei had asked Violet Star Monarch and the others before, with the exact value to be determined by the authenticity and practical significance of the message, again requiring a professional to assess it. People usually prepare in advance to avoid the hassle and then trade the first way. At this moment, after the clerk inquired, Gu Qingmei waved her hand. Not busy. I have things to talk about when I leave. Who is in charge in this Nebula Pavilion today? Call him here and tell him I'm waiting for him on the 2nd floor. The clerk froze and said honestly, it is Elder Qin Chang who is present today. In that case, please inform me of your identity so that I can go and explain the situation to Elder Qin Chang. Gu Qingmei lightly walked toward the 2nd floor, her voice shallow. No need to. Just go by your own words and he'll know who it is. The clerk ran headlong up to the 9th floor to ask for the elders. Not long after, a gibbering sound came from high above. An old man's scream came out. Ouch! I've been run over by an old man. What are you standing here for? Get out of the way. Chapter 165, The Fishy Matter of the Dao Fruit. Gu Qingmei went up to the 2nd floor as if she were strolling through her own backyard garden. Then he chose the most luxurious room and pushed the door in after gently pinching his hand. There was a sense that this room was reserved for her, that she was the one who owned the place. The 4 Violet Star Monarchs followed behind and fishtailed into the room, surveying the decor and couldn't help but be staggered. It turned out that the entire body of this room was made up of refined starstone, similar to the chain of starstone around their necks. Only the workmanship wasn't as fine as that. As soon as he entered this place at this moment, he felt that his mind was tranquil. Not only was the spiritual energy between heaven and earth more active and clearer, even the invisible laws in Great Tao seemed to have become traceable. The various artifacts placed in this room were all the more so as they were all starry sky treasures. To put it bluntly, whoever can steal in this room once, it can really be said to be a step to heaven. And later on, the golden pot to cultivate until old age and death is also completely no problem. Because the 4 of them were in the status of escorts, Gu Qingmei didn't let them sit down. She herself sat down in one of the very comfortable-looking plush chairs on the main seat of the room and began to close her eyes. It wasn't long before the screams of the old man outside made her open her eyes. Moving around on the cushion made from the fur of the starry sky beast, Gu Qingmei shook her head. This Qin Chang, he's a big old man. He's still rushing around like a rash man. There's really no way. As her words fell, a soft knock came from outside the door. Come in. Gu Qingmei spoke faintly. The door of the room opened, and a silver-haired but hale and hearty old man hurried right in. From the corner of his eye, it was easy to see that he was still a little surprised by these 4 unfamiliar faces of the Violet Star Monarch. He ignored them, though, or walked straight to the center of the room and fell to his knees respectfully. Qin Chang, welcome Her Majesty the Queen. Get up. Gu Qingmei spoke nonchalantly. Qin Chang stood up while fawning. If Her Majesty the Queen is here, she should just come and order me. I was so happy to hear the clerk say you were here just now. I could have jumped straight from the top to here, but unfortunately I was held up halfway by a guy who was wandering around. Gu Qingmei faintly revealed a smile and said softly, it's pretty much the same words every time. The content changes but not the flavor. Qin Chang scratched his head and revealed a somewhat coy expression. This scene instantly caused Violet Star Monarch and the others to cry out in a spicy manner. Who could imagine such a picture? An old man with a head full of silver hair scratching and squirming like a child in front of a young, beautiful woman? Luckily, this situation didn't last too long. Gu Qingmei came here on business this time, and directly asked right to the point. You've stayed on Vermilion Birdstar for the last while, haven't you? Qin Chang nodded, knowing that the Starry Sky Empress was getting straight to the point, so she hurriedly corrected her attitude. Respectfully, he replied, that's right, my little one has been here for the past 5 years and has never left the Vermilion Birdstar. Gu Qingmei continued, then have you heard recently about the matter of the Dao fruit? The moment the word Dao fruit came out, Qin Chang fell as if he was somewhat mentally prepared and did not have much of a reaction. However, the Violet Star Monarch and the others beside him had their bodies shaken violently. They were practically doubting their ears. A legendary heaven-defying object like the Dao fruit actually existed? Actually, I can't blame them. If someone else had said that, they would have simply chosen to ignore it. But this time it happened to be coming from the Star Queen herself, and that credibility simply exploded. So, all 4 of them pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Qin Chang laughed bitterly twice and said with a rather helpless face, worthy of Her Majesty, no news can be hidden from you. This matter of the Dao fruit does indeed exist. The reason why this Vermilion bird planet is in such full bloom nowadays is, to put it mildly, not unrelated to this matter. Gu Qingmei continued to pursue. In that case, have you ever felt anything unusual about the matter? Qin Chang's spirit shook, knowing that the real point was coming. All the pleasantries and compliments up front were optional, but from now on, there's no half-assing it. In all seriousness, the way he treats this matter can not only affect his future job, but perhaps his life. After all, the Starry Sky Empress had been specifically named by his mysterious boss to give her top-notch treatment. Finally even told them to do to her what they did to me so that it would work. So, if you make her angry, the consequences can indeed be quite severe. Therefore, Qin Chang did not dare to be half-hearted, and after a little recollection, he said seriously, it seems that Her Majesty the Queen has also sensed that something is wrong. You have a good feeling that there is indeed something fishy about this. No one has actually seen this Dao fruit thing, so let's put aside whether it's true or not. Let's just talk about the proliferation of news on this matter alone. By now at this time, when I have learned one after another of several people who hold news of the Dao fruit, I have hinted at some other guests who have come by way of trial and error, and it turns out that they all know nothing about it. Accordingly, I have discovered a particularly strange phenomenon, which can be said to be the only one I have ever seen in my life. Secrets are passed down to the end of the day, yet they remain in the hands of only a few people like that. There is absolutely no sign of it spreading out, and no one of low strength knows the secret. It's as if the people who hold the secrets are somehow rigorously screened and then specifically revealed to each other. Qin Chang's words were already obvious. It was close to directly saying, I think there is someone behind this matter who is pushing for it, and is not small enough to be able to contact the powerhouses of the major star domains. Thanks to his status in the Wanbao Nebula Pavilion, he usually came into contact with all sorts of powerful cultivators, so even if it was hidden news, he still had a way of knowing about it. Gu Qingmei's knuckles, gently tapping her thighs, thought for a moment and suddenly asked, the way the news was obtained this time, someone exchanged the news for treasures at the Nebula Pavilion, right? Who is that person? Qin Chang froze, wondering how the Starry Sky Empress had deduced this. After all, with the status of the Wanbao Nebula Pavilion, the ways to obtain news were still very rich. The place even keeps a team dedicated to gathering all kinds of information as well as initial verification of authenticity. At the moment he furrowed his brows in recollection and said with some uncertainty, Her Majesty the Queen is right. At the very beginning there was indeed someone who traded away a Starry Sky Supreme treasure with this message, but he never bared his identity from beginning to end, and even his face was hidden in an undetectable way. At that time, I paid attention and inquired, and he only said that he was from the Blood Witch clan. Chapter 166, Playing Dumb and Silent Understanding of Strong Men. Blood Witches? Gu Qingmei carefully recalled the name and felt that she had no impression, so she couldn't help but be a little suspicious. Qin Chang in the front seemed to understand her feelings and opened up. There is no need for Her Majesty to be concerned. Such things have happened occasionally before. There are some strong people who just don't want their information to be revealed to others. Even places like the Wanbao Nebula Pavilion that will absolutely keep secrets can't be trusted. So, they tend to make up a non-existent group off the top of their heads. This time, I expect, It would be the same. Gu Qingmei looked at him and shook her head. Faintly. Since there is something strange going on, it would be premature to jump to that conclusion. There are more than 10,000 clans under the stars. Even if occasionally a strong person appears from an unheard of race, it's not a rare thing. Regarding this so-called Blood Witch clan, have you ever sent anyone to launch an investigation afterward? Qin Shang's face went violently white as he fell to his knees and trembled. Little damned. I subconsciously trusted my own judgment, so I didn't order anyone to investigate. Gu Qingmei wasn't the owner of this place after all, so she didn't get much angry and only reminded lightly. Thinking such thoughts is the worst thing you can do. Let's forget about it this time. After all, there's no way to prove that your idea is wrong. But the next one is not an example. Since the rules have been laid down from above, you have to strictly go and enforce them. Cultivation realms are different, and the direction of your consideration is different. Don't use your own ideas to figure out the intentions of the top, or you'll easily mess things up. Well, since it's not too late, let's remedy that now. I came to you today to inquire about this matter, and now that I have an answer, I won't stay here long. Gu Qingmei exerted a thunderous stance and pushed the door to leave as she spoke. As he walked out of the Wanbao Nebula Pavilion, Violet Stargazer was puzzled. What Blood Witch clan is this, to be so bold? Daring to use the matter of the Dao fruit to catch the strongest members of the clans? Isn't he afraid of dying without a burial site? Gu Qingmei didn't return her head and then said, "What? You don't think the news of the Dao fruit is trustworthy?" Violet Stargazer froze for a moment and said, "What does that mean? Don't you think so?" This subordinate does think so, although the Dao fruit is rumored to be exceptionally divine. After all, no one has actually seen it, let alone eaten it. Now that such a piece of news has suddenly popped up, and only the strongest members of the various clans know about it, it's obvious that someone is doing this on purpose. It's not hard to detect the attempts of the person behind this. Gu Qingmei nodded with a smile, then said meaningfully, "Then doesn't your statement mean that the strongest people of all races are not as smart as you, and can't even discover such a shallow thing?" The Violet Stargazer was violently stunned, and for a moment, his brows were locked in contemplation. Then, could it be that they have known about this for a long time, but have other plans? Which is why they have maintained a tacit understanding with each other and cooperated with the person behind the curtain to continue to put on this play? But why is that? Gu Qingmei smiled and said leisurely, "That's what we're here for." In fact, from the moment this news led to the gathering of the strongest people from all clans, whether the Dao fruit exists or not has become no longer important. Even if at the end of the day, the Dao fruit is still just a mere child's play, then there must be something that exists that is not on par with the Dao fruit. Otherwise these guys, they wouldn't have turned so aggressive at the same time. Violet Stargazer came to a sudden realization. In fact, with her talent, this kind of thing should have been thought of a long time ago. But nay, the two words Dao fruit disturbed her judgment, causing her to lose her absolute calmness. At this moment, she nodded in understanding, and couldn't help but admire Gu Qingmei 2 points more. Then asked, "So what's next for us?" Gu Qingmei smiled faintly. "How about taking you fruit picking next?" The four sisters looked bewildered, and then they only felt a blur before their eyes as their bodies rose up in the air once again, wrapped up in Gu Qingmei and flying into the distance. And not long after they left, several people immediately came to the place where they had stopped on the street densely populated by pedestrians. One of them completed a scroll at a jaw-droppingly fast pace. The people pictured above were precisely Gu Qingmei and her party. Only the Ziwei Star Monarch 4 people, but the painting is exquisite. But to Gu Qingmei here, but cannot see the face. Even the body can only be drawn in a bare outline. It was as if his paintbrush and scroll were simply unable to carry Gu Qingmei's presence. The surrounding people who were responsible for protecting the law all froze when they saw the scene. One of the chieftain-like men, however, quickly changed from stunned to ecstatic, emotionally mouthing the words. It was obvious that he was channeling someone. This time, the transmission took a little longer, and by the time he finally finished, several other people were already bored of waiting. The chief looked uplifted and said, "This time it's definitely another big target. Let's go. Follow them. We must find a way to make her enter our trap as well. That way, we'll have enough places in our group. At that time, when His Excellency grants us creation, I will advance to the Golden Immortal Realm, while you guys can advance to the Heavenly Immortal Realm as well. With such a speed of promotion, who else will give us up in the entire starry sky?" When the remaining few people heard about this tangible benefit, they immediately came to life as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. One of them sniffed hard with his nose toward the front, then closed his eyes for a moment to identify it, and jerked his finger in a direction ahead. "That way. They're going that way. We have to hurry. They're so fast." The chief slapped him on the back of the head in excitement and growled low, "You kid is really good with this body aptitude. You were able to track down such a strong person? The beaten man was not amused, scratching his head and laughing nervously. This isn't a divine ability. It's a talent. If it's a divine ability, instead, it can't be tracked yet. When the chief thought about it, the other party was so strong that if he used his divine power to track her, he might even be sensed by her. But now, using only the body's innate talent to track, it wouldn't cause any spiritual power fluctuations at all, and it was simply too safe to be true. Without any further delay, the few people boarded the small spirit boat that the chief took out. They chased towards the front, knowing that there are dangers in this trip, but in front of absolute benefits, what kind of dangers are not enough to be afraid of? While Gu Qingmei led them to pick ice spirit fruits in the Vermilion Bird Planet, changes were once again taking place here in Ningyuan City. Li Yi had originally thought that since things were already looking up, he would no longer allow them to be so imposing. However, as he was about to strike, he spotted figures that struck him as familiar and were moving about foolishly. Chapter 167, Because the Human Race is Unworthy. Li Yi realized that Princess Xia, the three of them, were hiding in the crowd to build up their strength, and they were still adjusting their position, gradually approaching one of the tallest buildings. You are. Li Yi watched silently for a moment, and inwardly realized, obviously, under the desperate situation, they were not willing to perish, but wanted to take advantage of their own demonic body to fight. In fact, their thoughts are not difficult to deduce. Anyway, not to resist is absolutely no life in, so why not try desperately? Even they would never believe that so many heavenly prides would not even be able to find one that had the strength to fight back. So why is it that no one else has stepped up to the plate? The reason was simple. It was because the first one to strike was so dangerous that it could almost be said to end in certain death. As celestial pride, regardless of their qualifications or talents, they were all the best of their time. Is it possible that such a person would not value his life? Therefore, rather than saying that no one dared to make a move right now, it would be better to say that they were competing for endurance. Every celestial pride was enduring to see who would be the first to hold out, and then they would be able to do so. There's no need to worry about facing major pressure when riding the wave. Frankly, it's really normal to have this practice in the absence of an absolute leader, each on his own. However, what no one would have expected was that the first ones to choose to make a move would be three women, and they were also the princesses of the demon race. It was important to know that at this moment in Ningyuan City, although the three races of celestial pride had gathered, the main body was still dominated by the human race. After all, this area belonged to the territory of the human race. It is only logical that the human race should be the ones to take the lead. At this moment, seeing them like this, Li Yi temporarily stopped, and the divine power in his hands slowly dissolved. Since this is the case, how about simply making this girl the new star of the three clans? After this battle, the favors owed by the three clans can be called completely uncountable. At that point whatever she tries to do should become a matter of throwing her arms up in the air. Li Yi hesitated slightly, but quickly became firm. If it was entirely according to his intention, he might have preferred a human cultivator to come forward. But sadly, it didn't work out that way. In fact, regarding this issue, Su Qing had once asked Li Yi with great curiosity after being taken in. Master's cultivation is unrivaled in the world. Why do you still allow the three races to fight endlessly like this? With your ability, wouldn't it be easy to help the human race establish its position as the hegemon? To this, Li Yi replied at the time, it's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. Today's human race is so deep-minded and overcalculating that on the surface they seem to have gained a lot of battle results, but in reality they have lost even more. If the human race is allowed to dominate now, the overall strength of this realm will only rapidly regress, rather less than it is now. What Li Yi meant at that time boiled down to just one sentence: the human race was unworthy. So much so that he later figured it out. And with the fusion of the heavenly Tao, the three races were even less different in his eyes. Therefore, at this moment, not to mention an old acquaintance of the demon race standing out, or a completely unknown heavenly pride of the demon race, he would also take care of it, for no other reason than that boldness. This star can't live in a cradle parochial forever. Preparations for entering the stars must begin well in advance. Otherwise, when the real calamity comes later on, plans without a fighting spirit will only die out quickly. Li Yi sighed inwardly. Even as the heavenly Tao, he could not manage to manipulate all hearts. Everything, in the end, is ultimately up to the communities themselves, and these prideful people with commitment are like the morning star in the dark night, enabling them to find the direction and draw the source of strength. Li Yi made his form invisible and flew silently above the three Princess Xia, intending to see how they decided to go about it before giving them the necessary help at the critical moment. After all, victory loses the meaning of the situation if it comes too easily. Princess Xia and the three of them arrived below the high platform and roughly estimated the position of the enemy over the high platform and the formation. There will be a certain amount of fluctuation when the demon body opens, and it's likely that they won't give us much time. Therefore, we must split into 3 lines and attack at the same time. That way, even if they can defend one place, they won't be able to defend 3 places at once. The ceiling overwhelming formation can't be broken through with just the power of our demonic bodies. So the goal this time is still to capture one of those 2. It's best if we can find the formation eye on them. If not, we'll use it as a hostage to blackmail the other party into opening the ceiling overwhelming formation. In short, whatever happens to the other 2, the remaining one should not be affected. It's only foolish to lose the battle for the sake of it. Remember? Princess Noboru and Princess Luna nodded seriously. So let's just let the 2 of us take cover, right? Princess Noboru spoke with a firm attitude. Princess Xia was the strongest of the 3, and they knew this in their hearts. Princess Yu, who had always been jumpy, also nodded her head closely at this time. However, Princess Xia shook her head and said softly, I know what you all mean, but no. This time, unlike in the past, it's not about who's a bit stronger, but who's more explosive and more suited for this battle. After saying these 2 sentences, Princess Xia gazed into Princess Xian's eyes, her eyebrows arched, and her words were gentle. This time, the heavy responsibility still has to be accomplished by our sister Xin before it can be done. If we talk about the power of a full-force strike, there are not many people in the entire demon race who are your match, although it is inevitably accompanied by a lack of follow-through. This current situation is just right. Princess Xin's pupils jolted, and she understood Princess Xia's meaning. Actually, her words aren't really wrong, they're just not very rigorous. In terms of the power of an all-out strike alone, she did have a slight advantage, but it wasn't as exaggerated as her words. Moreover, because of her demonic body and her family's secret technique, a powerful attack like that would overdraw her body and she wouldn't be able to support it for long at all. So all things considered, it's still Princess Kasumi who is the most secure, but it was clear that Princess Kasumi had chosen the more dangerous task, compared to the one who actually launched the attack. The 2 who took cover needed to explode in sound at the beginning to achieve the result of attracting the enemy's attention. Accordingly, the 2 of them face more pressure and danger. She didn't even want Princess Luna to participate in this mission if it wasn't really unsafe to be alone. But unfortunately, Princess Luna couldn't really be trusted in terms of strength, except for her surprisingly good luck. This sloppy strength today was still due to its powerful bloodline and top-notch qualifications. Otherwise, with such a casual attitude towards cultivation, with poorer qualifications she probably wouldn't even be able to break through the first realm. Princess Noboru was inwardly moved and tearfully nodded her head. I will live up to my sister's trust. Chapter 168 The Grand Finale. After a brief deliberation, the 3 decided on their respective divisions of labor. Then with Princess Xia's command, she and Princess Yu simultaneously rose into the air. Princess Xin, on the other hand, was slightly slower and began to rapidly build up her momentum in place. What man? How dare you? Sang Zai's attention, at all times, was focused on the crowd below, so he noticed something was wrong at the very first moment. There was a sharp cry towards the figure that rose up in the air, and with that, the Grand Elder in front of him cast his gaze over. It's commendable that you still have such courage at the end of your life. I just don't want to think that the many heavenly prides are not as bloodthirsty as the 2 female children. Instead of being displeased, the Grand Elder's eyes showed admiration and looked very happy. Perhaps it was more fulfilling for him to have such a small change of heart than an unsurprising outcome. After all, what's the thrill of cleaning up after guys who don't resist? At this moment, he raised his left arm, stopping Sang Zai, who was ready to strike, and faintly said, It doesn't matter, and give them some time. I'd like to see what kind of surprise they can bring me. The Grand Elder had spoken, so Sang Zai naturally wouldn't disobey him, immediately dispersing the divine power in his hands and obediently retreating to his original position. Princess Xia's heart was pleased to see this. The enemy TO was a real joy for both of them. At least there's no need to worry, at the very beginning, about getting hit with a thunderbolt. Now that there was no spiritual energy to work with, it would take slightly more time for their demonic bodies to fully open up. If the enemy used their full strength against them in the first place, then undoubtedly they would be at quite a disadvantage. But although it was risky, there was no safer way for them to take a gamble at the moment. Luckily, it turned out to be quite good. The enemy was much more arrogant than expected. Or perhaps they trusted the ceiling formation more, and actually didn't care about their moves at all. At this moment, Princess Xia seized the opportunity to focus all of her mind on the unfolding of her demonic body. With a light sound, the sky above the ceiling overwhelming formation was suddenly changed in a great way. Only to see a round of curved moon, from the lower part of the light shield quickly appeared, and in the twinkling of an eye it has been solidified from the virtual. the misty moonlight sprinkled down from the sky, turning the space of the Great Formation, which had already been covered in a blood-colored halo, into something slightly more normal. Hiss. Soon, another voice followed, and Princess Xia's body began to change drastically with the moonlight. Her originally tall and clear face had a demonic greenish color at this moment. The pupils of his eyes turned green and his mouth sizzled. A tongue, identical to a snake's letter, spewed outward from her mouth. On her head, too, grew two tiny, pointed horns. Princess Xia and Princess Yu each threw a strike with all their might, which was received by the Grand Elder and suffered minor injuries. When she was about to kill them, Princess Xin struck and cracked the formation, and the rest of the heavenly prides also showed signs of striking. The Grand Elder was enraged, and his aura erupted to accelerate the refining, not giving the others a chance. At this moment, Li Yi appeared and broke the Blood Witch clan's formation. As the Great Elder falls into madness, Li Yi states his identity as the Heavenly Tao and angrily accuses him of colluding with the foreigners and being the greatest sinner of this star. For the first time, these heavenly prides also knew that there was an even more expansive starry sky beyond their so-called immortal realm, and almost every cultivator who was able to enter there had the strength of, well, an immortal on this star. And because they were isolated from the stars and didn't practice the laws of the stars, they were no match for those cultivators outside the domain. The people rebuked the Heavenly Tao, why they had isolated them here, which was to the detriment of all. Li Yi said that your real enemies are not those cultivators outside the domain at all, but the foreign races from farther away. You will have to fight side by side in the near future. And all the extraterritorial cultivators, because of their cultivation of the star laws, had their upper limit of cultivation, and could not truly defeat the foreign races after all. And the only chance of winning is their star. Ever since Li Yi had assumed the position of Heavenly Tao, he had sensed all of this and knew that after 1,000 years the starry sky barrier outside the domain would be weak to the core. At that time, a full-scale invasion of the foreign races would not be able to be resisted by the power of the domain alone. So he picked the seed on this star and practiced his way. In this way, as long as his realm exceeded the upper limit of the laws of the stars, then these seeds would have no upper limit. But the risk is not without. Once he has any accident, then these people's entire cultivation is nullified. A lifetime of hard work into nothing. This was also the reason why he had delayed letting everyone start practicing altogether. Li Yi called his current strength the king level, which was the same level as the upper limit of the star laws. Gu Qingmei was the same. As for the level above the king level, Li Yi believed that it must exist. It just needed time. Theoretically, the possibility of cultivating to the king level existed for cultivators outside the domain, but over the years, there was only that one star queen. So, the upper limit is the upper limit. It's just a theoretical value. In the end, with the addition of this star to the domain, what they lacked was not the strength of soldiers against soldiers, but the strength of kings against kings. Because of the numerous alien clans, almost every clan had their own king level, and these powerful people cannot be dealt with by just one person. So, he picks both seeds and dead men, are destined to be the first casualties when a great war breaks out in the future. Simply put, the battlefield of the future is an absolute meat grinder, spelling out consumption, strong against strong, middle against middle, whichever side can't hold out first, whichever side loses, or, an absolute powerhouse strong enough to sway the battlefield had appeared. However, based on the strength of the foreigners that Li Yi sensed, after comparing it with himself, he realized that they could be considered to be at the same level for the time being. There may be a level of strength, but not to the point of crushing. The Golden Crow clan was destroyed and removed from the River of Ages, with only the 10 souls in the scholar's realm remaining. The people of the heavens also quickly knew what the Heavenly Tao had said through these heavenly prides. After their respective deliberations, it was decided that there would be a full truce and that they would all begin practicing the Li Yi way. The sisters, Li Qinghan and Li Lingxiu, on the other hand, deliberated and confessed their past life identities to Li Yi, and stated the matter of reincarnation, requesting that they be allowed to return to the immortal realm, so that the strife in the immortal realm can stop and build up their strength in preparation for war. Li Yi was a bit surprised by this, but not shocked. Although he was a heavenly Tao, he did not use his heavenly Tao eyes to see all the veins in everything. This is especially true for your loved ones, but after all, his identity was here, and there would still be some vague feelings when he got along, only to be deliberately ignored by him. Now that they said it themselves, Li Yi stated that no matter who you were in your past lives, you are all my daughters in this life. What was done to you before will be done to you again. And it is stated that the people of the immortal world, because they have already reached a certain level of cultivation, are too late to change to his way, so even if they were preparing for war, they were destined to exist as a depletion force because no king-level powerhouses could be produced there. The former Empress and Demon Lord accepted this and said they would do it all for the entire immortal world. They would try to keep up with Li Yi's progress, become the best of the king class, and preserve the immortal world that held too many of their memories. Li Yi informed Gu Qingmei about the Blood Witch clan, and that she had captured alive the Blood Witch clan members who were preparing to sneak up on her at the Vermilion Bird Star. Soul searching to find out where the Blood Witch clan was, he killed the door and learned that they were one of the clans that the Fae had infiltrated at great cost. The purpose was to destroy the power of this starry sky with all their might, and there were many other groups like them, but they didn't know who or where each other were. The matter of the Dao fruit this time was one of the conspiracies to cause many powerful people to strike out on the Vermilion Bird Star, killing and falling each other, and destroying the trading star in the process. The Blood Witch clan had no king-level powerhouses, and they were all killed by Gu Qingmei. The strongest members of the clans dispersed, and Gu Qingmei carried the ice spirit fruit back to see Little Schwer. Little Schwer later knew about the foreigners and deduced that those who could shine on the battlefield in the future totaled more than 100, but also for this to overdraw a lot of vitality. Teenagers' gray hair. In the years that followed, Gu Qingmei suppressed the big fights between the various races outside the domain in the name of quelling the rebellion, ensuring to the greatest extent possible that the power of the domain would remain. The reason why they are not told the truth is because they will not be able to accept it when they learn that they can only exist as a consuming force. When the turmoil rises then, suppression or not, there will be a heavy price to pay. On top of that, Little Schwer would also project the hiding places of the foreigners as much as possible, and Gu Qingmei would lead the legions to exterminate them. On the other hand, Li Yi was on top of the stars, using the benefits of the heavenly Dao to transmit the law down to the lower realms, and he is teaching his two daughters around him. The alliance of ex-girlfriends from the immortal realm and the lower realm also came to Li Yi's side after receiving the tacit approval of the creator, who was also the alliance leader. In the 1,000 years that followed, the companions practiced together and realized the way. The ally would occasionally return to check on their progress and have them recite the League's program, but that was all, and not much else was said. Everything went as it should, except for one thing. Li Yi realized that as his two daughters' sacred body and hegemonic body gradually became big, instead of becoming more and more antagonistic, a subtle atmosphere develops between them, and it was an atmosphere that often reminded Li Yi of an orange-colored fruit. 1,000 years later, Li Yi and Gu Qingmei were promoted to the divine level, and Li Qinghan and Li Lingxiu became quasi-divine, while the others were mostly at the king level. The quasi-kings were countless. An endless army of stars waited silently outside the domain. With the faint sound of an eggshell breaking, an endless army of foreigners poured into the starfield.